truly the most realistic male lead I have ever seen. Obviously a young elite of the 21st century, but after time travel in order to live well. Had to play the role of a spoiled rich kid. Eat, play and hang around, indulge in wine and women. Although sometimes my conscience bothers me a little, but being a playboy is really fun. Fuonki Fam dreamily traveled through time to hear, looking at the flattering young man smiling brightly, a little doubt in heart, is this the ancient man? When he glanced at the typical Hongji period suicide case next to the wall, then completely believed that I have traveled through time. Moreover, it was the Hongji period of the Ming dynasty, prosperous Middle Ages. Fuonki Fam was a little excited, this is a good era. Although there are still many historical issues to be resolved, but a great man, his name will be on the golden list. Great achievements, seems to be able to do great things. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Cannot help but burst out loud. But when the young man heard the 4 words make a big deal out of it, face immediately became sad, loudly shouted, "Where are the people? The young master is having an attack again." Suddenly happened, made Fuonki Fam scared. "What's up?" Before I could ask, then 3 strong men rushed in from outside. "Control him." Behind him was an old man in Chinese medicine panting, holding a silver needle longer than an inch, shouting that the young master's illness was brain disease, absolutely cannot let blood clot, just 1 prick and it's gone. Looking at that big, rough silver needle, Fuonki Fam was scared like a psychopath would act, struggled and shouted, I'm not sick, don't say. That look also looks very like a psychopath. The old doctor was very calm, smiling and raising the needle, that's right. Every time the disease occurs, there are these symptoms. Young master, please be patient a little. My motto is family tradition. If you are sick, treat it. If you are not sick, exercise your body. So comfortable. As he spoke, he stabbed Fuonki Fam straight in the back of the neck. It hurt so much that Fuonki Fam cursed loudly, following the screams like killing pigs. He kept foaming at the mouth. Faint. The old doctor's face was full of worry. Science a brain. There is no cure for the broken. I can only temporarily control my illness. Whether he can recover completely or not depends on the young master's luck. The servant beside him quickly clasped his hands and bowed, in a choked voice, please, sir. The young master is the only son of the Ba family. No matter what, we must cure the young master. So then, our outstanding young man Fuonki Fam, what disease is it? Please like, comment, and follow. We will hear the resolution later. This is the most miserable male lead I have ever seen. New time travel, was considered mentally ill and locked up. Time flies, days and months pass. Fuonki Fam's head was wrapped in bandages. Fall on the bed. Thinking about the back of my neck being pricked, whole body shaken, hate cannot kick that old doctor to death. Remembering a month of swords, axes, spears, sickles, he finally understood what was going on. It turns out that the original owner of this body, he is the only son of Nama Bafong Kamlong and Day Min, the biggest tyrant in the capital, a prodigal son among prodigal sons, can be said to be a heinous crime. Some time ago I was sick, invited the doctor to treat, thought it was completely cured. Who would have thought the original owner was no longer there, now occupied by Fuonki Fam? Who would have thought he still did not understand the situation, dare to speak loudly to do great things? Great achievements? Isn't it sick? A real... After waking up from illness, he claimed to have made great achievements. Who would believe it? Not considered brain dead, but strange. Later, it was also because of the needle that Fuonki Fam understood. Don't want to continue to be considered brain dead, be pricked again. After that, what he had to do was to be even more like Fuonki Fam than Fuonki Fam. The elite youth of the 21st century just turned dark. At this time, a pretty maid softly said, young master, are you awake? Fuonki Fam thought to himself, the opportunity has come. Turned over on the bed and hugged the maid, smiled lewdly and said, so it's Tiu Hong Hong, already this big. Let me enjoy it. While talking, his hands groped. Tiu Hong Hong was so scared that she trembled. Red eyes, tears in eyes. No way. Because of my evil image, even though I can't bear it. We must do the same. One hand touched down. So soft. Turns out being a bad person isn't that hard. The story stands beside flattering. Young master mighty. Young master is still the same old nature. I bow down to you. Hearing flattering stories, Fuonki Fam kicked the young man and sent him flying. Besides being handsome and generous, my young master, then there is no talent. You dare say I am wise and martial. Can you eat the smart and martial, dog? The little boy fell to the ground and cried loudly. Fuonki Fam felt a bit of self-reproach in his heart. Wonder if this kick was a bit too much. Is it a bit too much to act evil? Unexpectedly cried so miserably. The little thing quickly got up. Run him. excitedly said, "Young master's illness is finally better. I am really happy for you, young master. I am so happy I am crying." Fuonki Fam was stunned. What the hell is this situation? What kind of person was Fuonki Fam before? Ancient times. What's the benefit of being a famous prodigal son? That is selling land. Not afraid of people cursing in the face. It must be known that the thinking of ancient people is different from that of modern people. In ancient times, land was more important than life. This land sale story. Only ungrateful losers would do this. Unfortunately, our prodigal son Fuonki Fam dares to do it, as expected of the capital's biggest prodigal son, since Fuonki Fam crossed over into the body of this prodigal son. Always wondering, must he pretend to be a loser for the rest of his life? As an outstanding young man, a scholar of the 21st century, in his men must do great things. If you keep living like this, he is really unwilling. Moreover, such life is so boring. Just can only pretend for now. He doesn't want to be pricked with needles anymore, so Fuonki Fam decided to relax his mind a bit. Call the soldier. Prepare to walk around the palace. If you don't go, you won't know. Go then, startled. This mansion occupies a huge area, at least 5 promotions. The tiles are connected together, 3 times wider than the roof of Trilam Pagoda. Main hall, lobby, backyard, mist room, warehouse. There are dozens of rooms in total. There is only one thing wrong: the mansion looks a bit old, looks a bit patchy. Ask. Home improvement costs a lot of money, but the cover does not have much silver, so not yet repaired. Just leave it like that for now. Fuonki Fam was startled and scared. Why does the government have no money? Could it be that they were all destroyed by that prodigal son? So the little doctor explained. Although the government has several thousand acres of good fields in the suburbs, the rice harvested from the manor can be exchanged for a lot of money, although the tyrant has salary and rewards, but most of them are copies of our great Ming, not worth. The expenditure of Nam Habafu is especially large, so there is basically no cash in the books. Listen here, Fuonki Fam also understood. Looks like making money became his top priority. Fuonki Fam is depressed, making money is hard. Suddenly a light flashed in my head. Based on the memories of a past life scholar, he remembered that it was recorded in the Thong Chao geography book. Half a month later, there will be dozens of boats carrying ebony, wrecked in back Thong Chao. This means that ebony wood will be extremely scarce in the future market. Ebony is especially popular with nobles. Until then, ebony prices will skyrocket to unprecedented levels. If you start stocking up on ebony now, won't it make you rich? Think about it. Fuonki Fam decided to act immediately. He called TUC to manage and keep the books. Ask how many acres of land the government has. Dong Kwansu trembled and reported. Suburban farm has 2,370 acres. Besides, there are some mountains. The area is also up to several thousand acres. After listening to the report of land quantity of Duong Kwansu, Fuonki Fam waved his hand. Sell all the land that can be sold. Leave no stone unturned. 3 people listened. So scary. I still want to advise a few things. Fuonki Fam's face became serious. The 3 of them immediately changed their tone. We will do it right away. Fuonki Fam exclaimed. Sure enough, I became more aggressive. Then my image as a prodigal son will be even more solid. A little pride still rises in my heart. This era, only this loser dares to sell land. Fuonki Fam, with this strange way of tying, led to the ridicule of those noble descendants. Judge Kwa Kong also warned Fuonki Fam, don't act recklessly in the exam, and said she would always stare at him. Listen to these. In Fuonki Fam's heart, there are 10,000 grass mud horses roaring. How many terrible people has this prodigal son offended in the past? Just entered and was overwhelmed. If not tied up by the emperor, then scolded by the duke. Fortunately, the exam started quickly, but the next move of the British duke really makes Fuonki Fam admire. Damn it, the way Duke N stared was real. He even brought a chair to keep his eyes on him. Fuonki Fam was completely frightened by this old man's aura. He decided to focus on his exams. Don't anger this old man. At this time, the eunuch also gave today's educational exam questions. How to reassure the Southwest. Fuonki Fam understood at a glance. From the early Ming dynasty, the court brought the southwestern provinces under its jurisdiction. To rule, court established many Kainai Chao and Kainai Van agencies in the southwest and handed over to local chiefs for management. But the natives are the natives here. Make the Southwest not a single day of peace. There are riots almost every few days. The court had a headache because of this matter. It seems that the pacification of the Southwest has become a concern of the Hongji Emperor. This time education has a similar question. Fuonki Fam understood clearly. This time he had to wash away the humiliation. Otherwise, you can only go home and inherit the family business for the rest of your life. So Fuonki Fam waved his pen and wrote quickly. Start doing the test. I dare not believe that the Duke and his noble descendants, a loser, can write. Moreover, the strokes are strong, clear and neat handwriting, not as bad as it sounds. The Duke of England was a little suspicious, wondering if it was a copy of the original. Someone blew it up. Thinking, Fuongki Pham has submitted his paper. The other candidates all raised their heads. Just look happy. Fuongki Pham is indeed worthy of his reputation as a famous prodigal son in the capital. Just submitted the paper, must have submitted a blank paper. Mr. Kwakong is full of question marks. He seems to have had a serious illness recently. And also think about whether his reputation is distorted or not. This kid is still that virtue. If you want to die, then die. After the exam, Fuongki Pham remembered the ebony story. So he set up a stall at Dong Market, leisurely waiting for the buyer to come. Who would have thought that Tu Sai would run to report? Ebony still needs a while to be ready. He was furious. Skull. Finished scolding. I laughed at myself. It feels like I'm getting more and more accustomed to this status as a loser. Right now, a voice came from behind. Is this Fuongti Pham? The sudden voice startled Fuongti Pham. I thought the enemy was coming to the door. Who would have thought that when I saw clearly who was coming? It was the eunuch who tied me up last time, so the bearded man next to him is not. Thinking about this, Fuongti Pham hurriedly knelt down on the ground. Shout long live the emperor. This action made Emperor Hongji feel embarrassed. Still want to travel secretly. See how Fuongti Pham is. I didn't expect to be recognized so quickly. Can't hide it anymore. Had to ask directly. Is soil reform and flow your answer? The power of the Southwest chieftains was once abolished. I'm afraid it will backfire. Your idea sounds good, but implementation will have many problems. Fuongti Pham heard that, felt that this emperor was coming to test him. Smile slightly, immediately offered 3 plans. One is to use one person to control another, deal with powerful local officials and local chieftains, have to make them fight each other. Second is to practice grace, or drag them, make them submit to the court. Third is to improve the soil and return it to the stream. To deal with the Turks, divide the land among the common people. Open schools to give them the opportunity to become officials, make the people submit to the court. Even if the local ruler or local official wants to rebel, no one will listen. Emperor Hongji was deeply shocked. This method sounds very feasible. This prodigal son is not as useless as rumored. Just as Emperor Hongji was thinking, the maid's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ebony's here. Emperor Hongji saw the price of ebony wood at 100 taels apiece. Dragon-faced Granger. Could it be that they relied on the power of the Nam Habafu to buy and sell at inflated prices, oppressing innocent people, wanting to loudly scold Fuongti Pham, then saw a fat man panting. Call out loud, young Master Fuong. As much ebony as you have, count it. I buy it all. Emperor Hongji stood there dumbfounded. Was there really a buyer? It turns out the fool is himself, the proud-faced loser. The beloved son of the match family Fuongti Pham, today is especially happy. Not only redeem all previously sold assets, but also make a great deal, made Fat King vomit blood. On the way back to the palace, from afar came the sound of bustle. Tiyu's eyes lit up. Excitedly said, young master, here's some fun. Looking at Tiyu's face, is to know the name of the former loser. Still a gossip. Reluctantly, Fuongti Pham had to squeeze into the crowd. See, what is it? Listen for a long time. Finally understood. It turned out that 4 scholars from the same hometown went to the capital to take the exam. Unexpectedly, a person unfortunately got sick. The remaining 3 are for your treatment. Put all the savings into it. Now the sick person is still not cured. 3 people also have no money left for rent, medical examination. The innkeeper could not bear it, had to fire people. In Fuongti Pham's heart there is warmth. I feel that these 3 scholars are very loyal. If it weren't for friends, would not be so miserable. Just wanted to help with a little relief, help them overcome difficulties. Then Tiu, the next to him, burst out laughing. Young master, laughed to death. Fuongti Pham secretly cursed this heartless guy in his heart, but soon understood. I am Fuongti Pham, the great loser. Now that he shows sympathy, wouldn't that make people think the brain disease is recurring? Had to laugh out loud with Tiu, the 3 poor scholars. No money but still pretend to be righteous. I hate this kind of person the most. Get out. So satisfying. As soon as this word was spoken, the spectators immediately pointed at Fuongti Pham, despised the character of Fuongti Pham. Fuongti Pham raised his head again, puffed out his chest. No shame, but also take pride. 3 poor devils still pretend to be heroes. What I said wrong. A scholar among them was angry beyond control. The student did not offend the young master. Please be merciful. Who would have thought that not only did Fuongti Pham not restrain himself and uttered 3 fatal sentences, make the scholar angry to the point of vomiting blood. 3 people loudly scolded him for being shameless. Fumifam was not angry. I still want you to kneel at my feet. Call me Master. The three people were still strong-mouthed at first. Don't underestimate us. Until Fuang de Fam launched his killer move, 2 heavy silver bars. So do you accept humiliation? Accept it, then this money is yours. Don't you want to cure that sick ghost anymore? As soon as Fuang de Fam finished speaking, he himself also found it cruel. 3 people with angry faces, unwilling to accept humiliation. But in the end, both legs still unwillingly knelt down. In my heart filled with tears, students Jiang Then Duong Chiai and Lu Van Thien pay their respects to their teacher. Fuang then exclaim, it is not easy for a loser to do good deeds. Can only pretend to say, this silver is for you. It makes no sense. Say precious is precious right away. This is the most handsome young man I have ever seen. What kind of handsome is this? He used 2 heavy silver bars, accepted scholars who came to the capital to take the exams as students, and told them to come home 3 days later to make up for it. You heard right. The rich kid will teach that scholar. That's the harsh reality. Mouse for cat as bridesmaid. This life's so crazy. On the way back, the flatterer kept on flattering. The young master just insulted those 3 stupid scholars. What a domineering aura. Nonsense if not this momentum. Am I still Funky fan? The master and servant talked and laughed happily. At this moment, the doorman ran over with a worried look to report, young master, you're back. There are guests in the house. I also invite the young master over there. Fuonki Fan clasped his hands behind his back and asked absent-mindedly, who is that? No, said the doorman with a face about to cry. His British Duke. Fuonki Fan heard it. The momentum immediately dropped by half. Last time I called New Guy it. The Duke gave him a close-up kill. That ferocious look. Still scared out of my wits now. Just entered the room. An Kuo Kong shouted and wanted to teach him instead of Fuong Kan Long. A muscular figure appeared in front of Fuonki Fan. Fortunately, Fuonki Fan reacted quickly. The key is to strike. Pretend to be innocent and cute. Dad, I have a big son like you. Are you happy, Dad? Fuong Kan Long sighed and instinctively replied. Happy. Fuonki Fan looked at Kwok Kong like an idiot with a handsome face, looking towards the Duke of England. The old face of the Duke of England darkened. There is no reason to be angry anymore. Cannot help but sigh. Old Fuong, why do you spoil your child like that? Kifan, if he keeps not trying, the future is of no use. Even getting married is difficult. Wouldn't that cause the Fuong family to die out? Looking at Fuong Kanlong, he was a bit hesitant. Fuong Kifan thought, what grudge do you have with this old man? Do you have to beat me? Wait, no. Even marching to battle must have a good reason. What did I do wrong? It's your fault for being useless and making your father worry. Fuong Kifan closed his eyes. Fuck it. This old man just wants to hit me. This time there is no escape. Just as Fuong Kifan was about to accept his fate, the decree has come. Fuong Kifan stepped out to receive the order. Feng Thian took advantage of the situation, color writing Nama back to. Fuong Kifan asked his partner to change the land law. Lusach deeply understood my mind. Immediately appointed Fuong Kifan as Kyunak Da Dan. Golbel. Try it. You know, why do many people want to be rich kids? Of course because there are countless benefits. For example, Fuong Kifan now. The face happily enjoyed the service of the shy maid. The shy, timid beauty of a young girl. Makes him very happy. Then go to the dining hall with Fuong Kanlong. During the meal, Fuong Kanlong was still excited after last night's incident. Like a crazy fan watching Fuong Kifan enjoy himself. You say, how can I pass the exam? How can you normally? Come on, say no more. But the meaning is clear. You usually have no education or profession. How can you pass high? Fuong Kifan immediately understood his father's petty thoughts. It turned out he had been up all night, with dark circles under his eyes. Wait here for me. Fuong Kifan replied frankly, Father, don't worry. The test is all guesswork. I did not cheat. Fuong Kanvin breathed a sigh of relief. He stayed up all night last night. First is very exciting. But think again. Is this son cheating? No matter what exam. Cheating is a crime against the king. Listen to Fuong Kifan say that. Fuong Kanlong, on the contrary, breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't cheat. Anyhow, finally at peace. Come on. Fuong Kanlong felt heart-touchy again. If you pass the exam with high marks, it will be considered as an honor to your ancestors. But the only thing that is not good, they are family assets. Every time I see this empty hall. Father felt guilty to his ancestors, said while wiping tears. Fuong Kifan had already foreseen this. His father will repeat the original story. Father also thought about compensating him early. Wanted to give him a surprise. Who would have thought Dad would be so talkative? Definitely not eating rice anymore. Dragged Fuong Kanlong out to the front yard. Merchant Wang Fat pulled a cart full of gold and silver. Long awaited. Seeing the two people coming out, he quickly went forward to salute, introducing the family. Silver has been prepared for young Master Fuong. just don't have that much cash. The furniture has been moved out of the Fuong house. All brought here, the ancestral land of the Fuong family. There is also land in the suburbs. Shop in the lobby. Including this and that, the total is 1.3 million taels. Please ask young Master Fuong to send the butler to check the inventory. Heard up to 1.3 million taels. Fuong Canlong's eyes widened. Just feel the heart pounding. Instinctively look towards Fuong Qifan. Grasp Fuong Qifan's shoulder. Eyes wide. You don't do anything like murder or robbery, do you? Fuong Qifan's heart is like a bright mirror, now pretending to be innocent. I don't know what they're crazy about. Insist on buying ebony from your child. This is all ebony sales money. That smug look. How disgusting. Oh my god, 1.3 million taels. What is this concept? Records of several generations of Nam have a few. Cleaned out by this prodigal son Fuong Qifan. In total, only 12 or 13,000 taels were sold. In the blink of an eye, it increased tenfold. Fuong Canvin felt his heart beat fast. The Fuong family is getting rich. News of Fuong family's fortune disappearing without a trace shocked the whole capital. People began to tell each other that the tombs of Fuong's ancestors were emitting green smoke. If not, that prodigal son of the Fuong family. How can I get the jade belt? Moreover, how can you make such a big fortune? In a moment, people on all the streets and alleys were talking about Feng Shui. Feng Shui masters all make a lot of money. And our good son Fuong Qifam, now sitting on the chair, leisurely enjoy the tea worth hundreds of taels of silver. His splendid attire stabbed the eyes of 3 students who came to pay their respects. Fuong Qifam thought that these 3 guys would not come again. Ouyangji and the other 3 also had their own unspeakable suffering. At that time, had to follow the situation, worship Fuong Qifam as master. At the same time, the 3 people also understood clearly that one day as a teacher, a father all his life, just looking at Fuong Qifam's whole body sparkling like this, 3 people like swallowing dead flies. I don't know if the first choice was right or wrong. They took out their gifts to pay homage to the master. Show sincerity. Having smoked meat means thanking the teacher. There is celery, meaning the close relationship between teacher and student. There are dried longan. This means that cleverness gives birth to wisdom. I heard they are all worthless things. Fuong Qifam immediately lost all interest. Can't help but sigh, you poor scholars are still amazing. Worthless things but still can say a lot. Listening to it gives me a headache. After hearing this, the 3 people just wanted to find a way to die. Fuong Qifam felt that these 3 bookworms had good moral character. If you train well in the future, the person who will benefit the most will definitely be you, so decided to teach them a good lesson. He asked the 3 people how confident they were that they would pass the regional exam this time. 3 people also did not dare to hide. Honestly speaking, the 3 of them are of average aptitude. If we try a little harder, we might have a chance to get into the group. Hearing them say that, Fuong Qifam immediately realized that they had no hope. But this did not make it difficult for Fuong Qifam. Effort is of course important, but the most important thing is to have a master, teach according to talent. Detailed instructions. 3 people were happy in their hearts. Could it be that the master wants to invite a famous teacher to teach the 3 of you? Dare I ask where that great master is now? Fuong Qifam's face immediately became ugly. Luckily his skin is thick, but not ugly. He made a handsome pose. That expert is of course me. Ouyangji and the other 3 went completely crazy. Some people want to hang themselves. People vomit blood. Oh my. 3 scholars came to take the regional exam. How did this evil son of a family ruin get his attention? I heard that Fuong Qifam wanted to teach them himself. Tears of 3 people fell. Holding on to the last hope, begged Fuong Qifam to let them review Duong Kwai Fin 2 by themselves. I hope he can agree. He smiled, took the stick. Again has the familiar domineering look. You must obediently listen to your master. If not, I will make you a talented man. Having said that, he snatched the book from a Duong Che's hand. Right in front of them, put on a show. Haseki tore the book to pieces. Don't read this nonsense again. Duong Che was stunned on the spot. The Book of Rites is the classic of the sages. That is a required book for the exam. And yet it was torn apart like that. It really is unreasonable. Seeing that Ouyangji was not convinced, he gave him a stick. The other 2 also wanted to say something. Before I could open my mouth, Fuong Qifam conveniently gave both of them a beating. Absolutely no bias. After beating everyone, Fuong Qifam still did not forget to pretend. I do this for your own good. You have to try harder. Is it like being scolded by a teacher? After teaching his disciples, Fuong Qifam felt healed. Come to this world, finally get to do something normal, according to the records of Thuan Thean Palace. This year's regional exam is current era witness. This kind of question is really heartless, because of the 4 words in front, and the 2 words behind are completely unrelated. Candidates are required to make up a bunch of morals based on the topic. His 3 students had average aptitude. Will definitely not do well, so Fuong Qifam decided to use the C tactic. hide real exam papers among countless other exams. Then he gave some questions, respectively, wealth and honor cannot be debauched, water flows through the lake, current knowledge witness. After seeing Fuonki Fam's exam paper, Odoangche could not help but be surprised. The level of this question is clearly not trivial, making him doubtful. Is my teacher pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Also a talented bookworm? He could not help but ask, have you also read the 4 books and 5 classics? Know how to write ancient literature? Don't know. Fuonki Fam's 2 words directly dragged everyone into the abyss. Damn it, you don't know and still dare to teach. Bachelor still so arrogant. Just because you are the evil young Master Kim Soo, a prodigal son, Ouyangji and his group were completely hopeless. Just cry out to the blue sky that has no eyes. Since the 3 scholars moved to the palace, the screams kept ringing out. Butler Duong could not help but feel sorry for the 3 people. He himself came from a family of readers, understand the suffering of book readers, afraid that all their hard work and studying will be ruined in the hands of Fuonki Fam. So he went to Fuong Canlong to report this matter. These 3 scholars are all famous people. The young master beat and scolded them every time, also play all kinds of mischief. The regional exam is near, accidentally ruin the future of these 3 scholars. Transmit out, afraid that it will cause discontent among the scholars, bad influence on young master. Fuong Canlong of course understood clearly. The reader is truly not to be offended, hot mess will cause trouble. But he had only one precious son, before did not dare to hit, can't bear to scold, now also won the position of first education. Who knows, maybe he will inherit the title of count in the future. Now every day at home, big door no exit, small door no entry, just bully these 3 scholars, although that is not good, but better than going out and harming many others. For the peace and tranquility of the world, now can only wrong these 3 scholars. Wait for Fuonki Fam attack and achieve success. At that time use the power of the Fuong family, just compensate the other 3. The rooster crowed loudly. The day of the exam has finally arrived. Yang Guanxi specially prepared a small palanquin for 3 people, and wish you 3 pass the exam with honors. The 3 people felt Yang Guanxi's good intentions and said, goodbye. Get into the palanquin. In the heart is extremely reluctant. For the past half-month, I have only done 3 questions given by Fuonki Fam. Studying is almost neglected. Passing the exam with flying colors is a win-win for them. Just good wishes. The process of entering the exam school went smoothly, just when Ouyangji announced his name. Chief Examiner Wang O was a little emotional. Obviously heard the story of the 3 Ouyangji. Can only pat him on the shoulder to show his intention. Encouragement drums beat. The translator holds the exam board and patrols the school. Odoangche took a deep breath. Take back your mind, when he saw clearly the big letters on the exam board. Current times. Ouyangji felt like he was electrocuted. His mind went blank, whole body shaking non-stop, excited beyond control. Recall the hellish training of the master. This moment feels so precious. Fuonki Fam in his heart, once again become mysterious and unpredictable. Is the teacher really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? In the Temple of Literature, Wang O was checking the list before opening the seal. Emperor Hongji was about to open the list. Below there is a great minister. Not the right time to stand out. I want to report that the son of Nam Haba Fuonki Fam is doing wrong. Force 3 people to read books and become monks. Ruined future. Caused rumors to spread among the people. Book readers were indignant. The emperor was furious after hearing that. Reprimand order. At the same time, order the inspectorate to investigate clearly. The official heard and breathed a sigh of relief. Once the inspectorate investigates, evil young Master Fuong family is definitely unlucky. Let's see if he dares to act recklessly in the future. Emperor Hongji opened the list. The first name that caught his eye made him jump slightly. Dear Sir Ing Jiang Shen. There is also Liu Shanwen. Have you heard? Who would have thought that so many academicians would not know? Obviously these 3 people are all nobodies. Everyone is still struggling to think. The official who had just impeached Fuonki Fam turned red in the face. If I remember correctly, these 3 people, they were the 3 scholars who were persecuted by Fuonki Fam. Emperor Hongji heard this. The pupils contracted. Absolutely amazing. On the list in his hand, the top of the list is Aldong Chia. Second Jiang Shen. Liu Shanwen the third. Evil young master of the capital forces people to read books. Again cover the top 3 positions of the regional exam. Suddenly the whole electricity was in an uproar. The academician who previously impeached Fuonki Fam was even more embarrassed. Emperor Hongji suddenly remembered something. Hurry to send someone to bring the imperial edict back. Revoke the edict of reprimanding Fuonki Fam. If a reprimand is issued, then it becomes a laughing stock. It's just that even if the officials racked their brains, they still couldn't understand. 3 anonymous students have just been sympathized, but because of Fuonki Fam the situation was reversed. Look at the list. Aoyang Ji knelt down on the ground with tears in his eyes. Jiang Shen and Lu Shanwen also knelt down one after another. Thank you, teacher Fuongqi Pham, for teaching. Fuongqi Pham stood happily in the crowd. Unexpectedly, this time the people are most concerned about not the top scorers, but it is the evil young master of the capital, Fuongqi Pham. This made Fuongqi Pham feel a little refreshed. Have you ever seen such a loser? Because he values the 3 disciples of Fuongqi Pham. Emperor Hongji, very curious about his teaching methods, so he brought the prince along to travel incognito, go to Fuong Palace to learn experience. It can be seen that no matter what position a person has, teaching children is also a headache. But Fuongqi Pham is a spoiled brat, so what teaching method is there? It's just based on the memories of the transmigrator. Give students exercises like ocean, human, sea tactics. Can only say it out loud, teach it roughly. But the 3 of them were not good at studying. Anonymous student. Just a quick lesson. Immediately took the top 3 positions in the regional exam, obviously looking down on bookworms and the Hongji Emperor. Like idiots. Emperor Hongji was furious. Warned Fuongqi Pham to tell the truth. If not, I will not forgive you. Fuongqi Pham felt a lot of pressure. If no reasonable explanation can be given, then this cannot be done. And Crown Prince Chuo Chu stood to one side, seeing Fuongqi Pham eat bitter fruit, looks very happy. Enjoy the show. Look at that happy face. Fuongqi Pham suddenly had a bold idea. Immediately enthusiastically told about his teaching. Want to teach well. Nothing more than a hit. No effort, no talent. No beating, no man. 3 days, no fight. Go up the house to remove the tiles. Only through physical suffering. Knew the game. Just know how to try hard. What hangs its head on the bar or hits its thigh is nothing. It's hard to not be successful. Fuongqi Pham's explanation of education, making Hongji Emperor stunned. Just felt that Fuongqi Pham's words were a bit absurd, but there is some logic. When Fuongqi Pham swore to guarantee with personality, absolutely effective method, Emperor Hongji glanced thoughtfully at the crown prince. Chuo Chu heard and his face turned pale, even instinctively shudder. Looking at Fuongqi Pham, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. As for Fuongqi Pham, his face was smug. He began to explain to Emperor Hongji about the experience of beating people. For example, a whip dipped in cold water. This will make you feel more comfortable. But not tired, Emperor Hongji curiously held the whip. Say, I like it very much. The crown prince rolled his eyes after hearing this. He likes to cut off heads, obviously aimed at him. Fuongqi Pham is truly a shameless person. He directly offered the whip to the Hongji Emperor. Emperor Hongji also happily accepted. This is the whip that defeated the 3-star incense test. The effect is certainly not trivial. Before leaving, Emperor Hongji felt that this trip was not in vain, and told Fuongqi Pham, as the son of Namaba, was given the golden belt of love, later must pay attention to speech, gestures, and actions. This concerns the reputation of the Fuong family and the entire court. Return to the palace. Emperor Hongji told the crown prince to recite it by heart. Recently learned textbook content. The crown prince stuttered, unable to read. A shiny whip lies in the hands of the Emperor Hongji. Then, a miserable scream rang out in the palace. You guys tell me, is this kid Fuongqi Pham vicious? As the proverb says, heaven and earth. Random code. There is also a proverb that says, with money you can buy anything. When these 2 things act on the same person, the more terrifying the power. Even if that person is the crown prince, must also be caught. It must be said that our evil young master Fuongqi Pham is truly, has a special move, so what is it? This story must be told from the time when Emperor Hongji returned to the palace. After returning from the pilgrimage to Fang Jifan, the Hongji Emperor could not wait to test the crown prince. It turned out that the crown prince did not understand a single word. Emperor Hongji was angry, immediately gave the crown prince a memorable whipping, conveniently issue a royal edict, appointed Fuongqi Pham as Vulamva, Inspector General of the Chim Su office. That is the crown prince's eastern palace, specialized in protecting the crown prince, and the royal guards are the elite army of the royal family. Only the most trustworthy are qualified to join. Furthermore, the general manager in the positions, not considered low. Even though he is the son of the duke, most also have to start small. Obviously, the current Hongji Emperor values Fang Jifan very much. Just don't know this arrangement of yours. In the end, it was left to Fuongqi Pham to rule over the crown prince, or let the crown prince turn into Fuongqi Pham. When the imperial edict was delivered to Fuongqi Pham's house, his father Fuong Cam Long was moved to tears. Fuongqi Pham was full of doubts. I don't know what injured Emperor Hongji. Had to change into new clothes, go to take office. It must be said that, wearing a unicorn costume up to the shoulders, Fuongqi Pham suddenly became a bit more heroic and proud. Even Tu Ho Hong saw, face also slightly red. Sitting in the palanquin, Fuongqi Pham, excited to chat with Eunuch Liu. Eunuch Liu did not know whether it was intentional or not. Praise Fuongqi Pham, praise his young talent. The whip offered to the emperor was also loved by the emperor. And tell him, the emperor returns to the palace, immediately used the whip he gave, beat the crown prince until his whole body was black and blue. The queen saw, heartbroken cry all night. Fuonkifam heard, face immediately pale. Damn it, His Highness the Crown Prince was just beaten up yesterday. Today old man Thieu immediately sent him Fuonkifam to Chimsu office to be an official. How can there be a good day? Fuonkifam woke up, screaming to get off the palanquin, but the palanquin bearer is like a hack, with inhuman speed, brought him safely to the front gate of the Chimsu palace. He just got off the palanquin, immediately saw the crown prince's head wrapped in bandages, face bruised, immediately shouted loudly, kicked towards Fuonkifam. Luckily Fuonkifam reacted quickly, borrowing the posture of kneeling to the crown prince, just barely avoided this kick. Before the crown prince could make any other move, Fuonkifam was covered in tears and snot, began to flatter the crown prince. The crown prince is not stupid either. Directly expose, you Fuonkifam are afraid of being beaten. Flatter me like that, that makes me want to hit you even more. Fuonkifam secretly smiled in his heart. For him the time traveler, the crown prince in his eyes now, he had already studied this man thoroughly. I admire your highness with all my heart. How dare to fake, your highness is extraordinary. I always know that your highness's martial arts are formidable. In the belly has 100,000 strong soldiers, more strategic than others. Not only that, also good at plotting. How many crown princes have there been in the past? No prince is half as good as you. I also have some knowledge of physiognomy. Actually, His Highness is the martial star lord descended to Earth. The future will definitely wipe out Macback, making the Hu people not dare to go south to release their horses. It must be said that these words of Fuonkifam hit the heart of Chuo Chiu, made him a little dizzy. Can think back, still feel angry, if not beat Fuonkifam, so isn't a waste of time to suffer, just about a fire, then appeared before the eyes. Fuonkifam took out a thick stack of checks. This is a small gesture that I have prepared especially for your highness. Chuo Chu's eyes stared straight ahead. One strike was worth tens of thousand taels of real silver and real gold. Even the crown prince could not bear it. Moreover, because the emperor has been keeping him under strict control for the past few months, his monthly allowance is only a few hundred taels. His Highness the Crown Prince fell straight into the pit. Fuonkifam's scheme succeeded, escaped a beating, and became brothers with His Highness the Crown Prince. Indeed, money can make even the devil do the talking, heaven and earth. Random code, the Crown Prince was thus caught. Oh my gosh, Fuonkifam, relying on flattery and the attributes of a flirt, has completely taken control of His Highness the Crown Prince. Even the eunuchs did not dare believe it. The Crown Prince originally wanted to beat up Fuonkifam, yet in just a moment, and became sworn brothers with Fuonkifam, even wanted to take Fuonkifam horse riding. Fuonkifam said that horse riding was not interesting. Immediately he took out a prepared package, opened it up and saw that it was a specially made military flag. Then he roughly explained the rules of the game. Chuo Chu, who was extremely fond of soldiers, was immediately attracted. The two played until it got dark. Chuo Chu still could not win a single game. The following days, every time Fuonkifam was on duty, the Crown Prince called him to play chess. This official position is really leisurely. Every time I see Chuo Chu's innocent and adorable appearance, Fuonkifam could not help but smile. But because of being too passionate about chess pieces, Chuo Chu pretended to be sick and missed a lot of lessons. This gave Fuonkifam a bit of a headache. This guy is the future emperor of the great Ming dynasty. It's Fuonkifam's long-term meal card. If you keep playing like this, in the end, the one who suffers is still Fuonkifam. So Fuonkifam thought of a plan. Bet with Chuo Chu. Bet that Fuonkifam loses a game, then we'll give him 300 taels of silver. If Crown Prince Chuo Chu loses a game, he must learn a lesson by heart. Just like that, Fuonkifam suddenly found himself loving the life of an official. Every morning, he hurried to the Chimsu palace. Watching the Crown Prince learn by heart became his joy. During this time, he also discovered that the Chu family's genes are really good. Chuo Chu's memory is extremely amazing. Because of the impatience to continue playing chess to win back a game, he tried hard to learn the lesson. Even Fuonkifam had to sigh and say he was not as good. But the joy was short-lived. Chuo Chu once again pretended to be sick, did not go to Xuanwar to read books, but want to play chess with Fuonkifam. To the dock, unexpectedly caught red-handed by Emperor Hongji. This was absolutely the most terrifying thing that Fuonkifam encountered after transmigrating. What's more frightening is, he and the Crown Prince were playing chess enthusiastically in the Chimsu palace. While lazily stretching, he glanced and saw Emperor Hongji standing behind the curtain. This one glance almost made his soul fly away. No wonder it was so quiet just now. Even the eunuch pouring tea and serving beside him did not dare to move. This is the truant prince, come here to catch adulterers. hastily stood up to salute the emperor, stuttered calling out Your Majesty. The prince was concentrating on the chess game. I thought Fuonke Fan was chatting with me. Begin accuse Emperor Hongji. Tell his father to meet his mother. Gentle as a... Last time I wanted to hit him, was scolded by the queen mother, then nothing more. I wonder if you guys judge your father like that, what will be the consequences? I guess a little whipping is inevitable. Emperor Hongji's face darkened, thinking about Chu Hao Chu's assessment. Don't recognize his appearance. Fuonke Fan was so scared he peed his pants. I wonder how dare His Highness the Crown Prince speak nonsense again. Don't say anything that shouldn't be heard. Hurriedly shouted loudly to pay respect to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The slow-witted Crown Prince thought that Fuonke Fan was trying to flatter him. Pretending to tease him, unconsciously turned his head back. Then the expression on his face stiffened. Then the whole person turned into a tiny cartoon person. Still want to explain something. Emperor Hongji took the books and left. Said to wait for them in Min Luan Road. This place is too small. Not enough space. The two glanced at each other. I'm afraid this time it's really over. Looks like I'll have to skin myself later if I don't die. To save life, the prince hurriedly called the eunuch to inform his mother. By the way, ask the eunuch to find some more thick cotton coats, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Wait for the two people to finish preparing to go to Min Luan Street. Emperor Hongji has been waiting for a long time. Just seeing two people dressed like Ban Chung, anger in the heart of Emperor Hongji, flared up again. It's okay not to study on normal days. Now for avoiding punishment, play tricks again. Emperor Hongji was so angry that he almost fainted. The emperor was furious. The prince pretended to be sick, made him extremely disappointed. Emperor Hongji as a father is qualified enough. The prince said he was sick. He was so worried that he couldn't sleep all night. In studying, he also devoted himself to the crown prince, carefully selected many famous scholars. Do not ask the crown prince to be successful. I just hope the crown prince can become a castle keeper. Bring Fuonke Fan to the crown prince's side. Also because he saw Fuonke Fan's talent. Hope they can grow up together. Later can be for the country and the people. Who would have thought that the two would get together? All day just know how to cause trouble, cunning and deceitful. Not study. Emperor Hongji was so angry that he banged the table. Pointing at Fuonke Fan's nose, he asked, Do you know your crime? Fuonke Fan was so scared that he did not dare to raise his head. Fortunately, Fuonke Fan had prepared early. Gambling. Also made His Highness the Crown Prince read a lot of books, then feel more secure. Assuming that His Highness the Crown Prince is not refusing to study, the Emperor blamed them wrongly. Hearing Fuonke Fan's explanation, Emperor Hongji became even more angry. Directly ordered to hang two people and beat them. Basically did not give Fuonke Fan a chance to explain. Fortunately, Fuonke Fan's mind turned quickly. Immediately asked His Highness what he learned today. Chuo Chu heard and suddenly realized. Fluently recited Mensis's 3 relics by heart. Emperor Hongji was shocked when he heard this. This son is usually greedy. What is learned is just crude etiquette. But even so simple, the matter of Spring Official and Summer Bay in the Book of Ceremonies is not yet clearly understood. Unexpectedly, the monument was destroyed. So familiar. In amazement, cannot help but unconsciously ask how to explain this question. Chuo Chu hesitated a little. Think for a moment, then adjust yourself. The idea in this article is not beyond the issue of food and clothing. But I feel there is still something missing. There are 2 more places that are really worth thinking about. First is about the explanation of loyalty and filial piety. The emperor and the officials should have set an example. Only then can the world follow and replicate. The second is about governing the country. The king must understand the people's hearts. Only then can prescription treatment be prescribed. Only then can the country be governed well. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, momentarily stunned, suddenly clapped his hands on the table, laugh out loud. There were endless compliments about Chu Hao Chiu, saying that he was truly a rare unicorn. Walked up to Dong Den Ho, bowed deeply, causing Dong Den Ho to panic and quickly kneel down. Emperor Hongji did not feel that he had gone too far. Excitedly praised Dong Den Ho. Said to hand over the crown prince to Duong Can. Was taught and enlightened by Duong Can. Teach the prince to be talented. Have made such great progress. This ceremony is to thank Duong Can on behalf of the crown prince. Just after listening to the words of the emperor, Dong Den Ho could only swallow his pride. He wanted to teach the prince to read and understand etiquette, but that thorny prince didn't give him a chance at all. Only know how to laugh and cry. Explained to the emperor that my old minister deserves death. I have never taught the crown prince the Mensis classic. Emperor Hongji heard this, also startled panic. Frowning, he looked towards Chu Hao Chiu. Chu Hao Chiu pointed at Fuonke Fan with a sorrowful expression. What is it, this thick-skinned brat Fuonke Fan? Surely you all understand clearly. When the prince said that he was able to learn and become successful thanks to him, Fuonki fam really dared to brazenly accept it. That humble appearance waiting for the emperor's reward almost caused the emperor to suffer internal injuries. But the emperor was very curious. Fuonki fam taught the prince how to understand these principles. Should we use the method of teaching those three scholars? Be to death. Fuonki fam was so scared that his face turned green, inwardly cursed, damn it. This is so unfair. That's the prince. The future is the one who decides our life and death. Do I have brain disease, but not really stupid? This family besides, who dares to say hit is hit? Fuonki fam was trying to explain. Before I could open my mouth, this clown Chuo Chiyu, so that the emperor would not be able to hit him anymore, hastily erected the image of the victim. Grievances and sufferings to the emperor, tears want to flow as flow. Harming Fuonki fam is really not negotiable. Fuonki fam blushed and wanted to explain. Ongji emperor's face suddenly turned cold. He sternly questioned Fuonki fam. Did he know his crime in beating the crown prince? Pointing at Fuonki fam's nose, he said, country with law, house's rules. Fuonki fam, as the general of the Vulang V, is a subject. Crown Prince Zhou Haozhou is the Zhou king. The subject attacked the Zhou army. That is the crime of less majesty. This series of moral principles speaks like the sky and the earth, made Fuonki fam feel cold down his spine. Chuo Chu looks like it's over, wanting to explain to the emperor, was interrupted loudly by the emperor. Tell someone to bring the sword. Now it's not just cold anymore, which is really terrible. No one expected that Emperor Hongji would be so angry. Fuonki fam is out of options. It is true that a friend of the king is like a friend of the tiger. Even though Fuonki fam has been human for 2 lifetimes, also cannot understand the twists and turns in this divine army. Looks like this time I went too far. Chuo Chu could only shed tears. Thought that in the next life he would be brothers with Fuonki fam. Who would have thought that Emperor Hongji would suddenly put his sword horizontally, placed in front of Fuonki fam? No name, no status. Dare to hit the crown prince is treason. You are so foolish. I now give you this sword, then as well as I come in person. Later of teaching the crown prince, also not considered against the norm. Later on the story of the prince, I will leave it all to you. Chu Hao Chu looked at the precious sword in front of Fuonki fam. Suddenly arose a bad feeling. Now he felt it completely. Emperor Hongji is indeed his biological father. Have you ever been on a roller coaster? If you are not seated yet, come to my place and register now. Just a moment like that. Fuonki fam's mood was like sitting, roller coaster up and down. The royal family's ability to intimidate people is truly amazing. Awesome. It was clear that Emperor Hongji wanted to use Fang Jifan's method. Teach the prince to become a wise king. Again, one is shocked, one is scared. Grace and power are displayed together. Makes you both scared and grateful. Cannot help but do the next things well. The emperor's mind is truly difficult to fathom. Make people admire. Fuonki fam received the heavy sword. Extremely confident. Expressed that he would definitely try harder. Bowed his head and tried his best to present. Try best. Also at this moment, the crown prince's reinforcements have finally arrived. Impressed Truong Hong, wearing a phoenix crown, hurriedly ran over. When the prince saw the queen, eyes lit up immediately. Burst into tears, jump into the queen's arms. The queen asked him with a loving expression, "Is it causing trouble again? Did I make your father unhappy?" Crown Prince Chuo Chu was wronged, still afraid to say no. This action of his, making Fuonki fam and the emperor stunned. The prince is a natural-born actor. He was clearly the least intimidated, now on the contrary, as if he had suffered great injustice. The queen looked at the emperor. Tell the prince if nothing happens, then go with me to greet the grandmother. Grandmother just mentioned you. Tell me to go see Jiathe home quickly. The queen mother loves her children the most. Seeing that the queen said so, the emperor saw this and said nothing more. No temper at all. As the prince said, the Emperor Hongji met the queen like a quail. Then he let the prince go to Nantho Palace to pay respect to his ancestors. Fuonki fam watched from the side, his soul scared out of his wits. As expected of the woman behind the emperor, a few sentences solve the problem. Also makes people unable to find loopholes. Make you call your father. Was harmed. What will you do? Of course, find a chance to set it up again. Fuonki fam returned home with a smug look. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Fuong Canlong's father's sorrowful voice. Fuong Canlong beat his chest and loudly cursed the Nenhao and Keen Suong Ba, 2 worthless dog slaves. Relying on royal relatives to act with power and do evil. Fuonki fam asked carefully and then understood the whole story. It turns out that since Fuonki fam got the golden belt, as a father, Fuong Canlong's confidence skyrocketed. One heart wants to marry the princess home. Then he took 30,000 taels of silver and went to find Queen Truong, those 2 brothers. It was already promised to be sweet. Who would have thought that as soon as he got the money, he would turn his back on the owner? No marriage discussed and no money paid. I didn't expect the royal family to deceive people like that. Fuonki Pham listened for a long time and still had not recovered. Then suddenly angry purple face. You dare to cheat my money? But he did not say a word on his face. Say a sentence, what does it have to do with me? Then act like it's not related and leave, leaving only Fuong Canlong outside crying miserably. But Fuonki Pham is not so easy to bully. Isn't there a chance to set them up right now? The 6th year of Hungji. Hue region covered in heavy snow. It snowed non-stop for half a year. Charcoal prices skyrocketed to 40 cents a kilo, but still no goods to buy. Even Fuonki Pham felt this price was expensive, not to mention ordinary people. But Fuonki Pham remembered clearly. The Xishan region produces a lot of smokeless coal, and this Tich Sun belongs to the Truong brothers. Currently, Tich Sun is nothing less than a treasure trove. Inside and outside the capital there are hundreds of thousands of households in need of heating. Whoever holds fuel is like holding a mountain of gold. Think about it. Fuonki Pham took silver to the Nunba's mansion. At first, the two thought Fuonki Pham came to collect debt. Definitely not meat. But listen to the servant. Fuonki Pham came to buy a vacant land in Tich Sun. The two men changed their attitudes immediately. At this moment, Fuonki Pham in the eyes of two people turned into a lovable fool. After cheating Fuonki Pham of 80,000 taels of silver, the two people were immediately filled with joy. Personally escorted Fuonki Pham to the door. Before parting, still fondly praised Fuonki Pham as a good grandson. Must go back and forth frequently later. Who knows? The two people had just been tricked out of a mountain of gold by Fuonki Pham. These two poor people were sold and are still counting money for someone. When you blurt out someone else is sick. But the person you were talking about just got sick. What will happen next, have you thought? Fuonki Pham, after deceiving the two Truong brothers, in heart pleased, just want to go home quickly, lying in warm blanket and smiling. Who would have thought I would not get home in time? Was forcibly stopped by the palace people, stuffed into the prison van, go all the way, almost vomited blood. So that's how it is. Impressed Zhang returned to Cunning Palace from the Imperial Palace, being mentally unstable due to Fuonki Pham's nonsense. Although I know this kid is talking nonsense. But Queen Trong still felt uncomfortable in her heart. To dispel anxiety, immediately sent someone to invite the royal physician to examine the princess. Emperor Hongji also comforted Empress Zhang. Tell her not to take these nonsense words to heart. After the doctor checked, there is nothing unusual about Her Highness's body. Extremely strong. Queen Truong was still a little worried. Tell the imperial physician to examine more carefully. The royal physician swore to guarantee that there would be absolutely no mistakes. Queen Truong felt relieved after hearing this. Start blaming Fuonki Pham for being so bold. Speak without restraint. Emperor Hongji smiled lightly. Sighing, she said, she didn't know that Namhaba only had one son, also of brain disease. I'm used to talking nonsense. I am the emperor, but I punish him. Then it becomes calculation. Queen Truong heard that. I also feel sorry for Namhaba. Stop comparing. But right now, there was a scream of terror in the bedroom. The princess suddenly fainted. The doctors were in chaos. Emperor Hongji shouted angrily. Didn't you just say it was okay? Why did it turn out like this? The imperial physician said somewhat uncertainly. Her Highness may have caught a cold. Queen Truong beside pale face. Suddenly remembered Fuonki Pham told the princess to pay attention to her health. Could it be that he saw the symptoms early on? Think about it. Immediately summoned Fuonki Pham to the palace. Fuonki Pham was hurriedly escorted there. When he saw the princess lying on the bed, just realized. It turned out that he was called to examine his future wife. This time it's a bit difficult. He knew what disease the princess had, but how can you tell them that the flu is caused by a virus? In the worried eyes of Queen Truong, Fuonki Pham thought for a while. Because he didn't want the princess, this future wife ran away. Immediately said that he had a brain disease. This time two idiots getting together is fun enough. You see, Fuonki Pham's mind is very evil. How much can a person lose his conscience in order to climb high? This kid Fuonki Pham, because I want to marry the princess. But the princess only had a slight cold. Said to have brain disease. It really takes out everyone's eek. But trampled mercilessly. Looking at Fuonki Pham's arrogant and confident appearance, the imperial physician was the first to be dissatisfied. This is not a symptom of brain disease at all. Brain disease then head fever. You haven't taken my pulse yet. Is that too arbitrary? Fuonki Pham said confidently. I, Fuonki Pham, have been researching brain diseases for more than 10 years. Too familiar. So just one look and you know what to do to take the pulse. The imperial physician was so angry that his hair stood on end. This brat was truly shameless. Young Master Fuong is only in his teens, but dare say I've researched more than 10 years. Isn't that too exaggerated? Fuonki Pham also did not respect the imperial physician. Directly open mouth, what the hell do you know? Then he shyly said, I am the one being studied. The imperial physician was a little stunned. Fuonki Pham felt that the imperial physician was really unreasonable. Try to think of a word that means if you are sick, you will become a doctor. This time even Emperor Hongji could not hold back any longer. Roared to Fuonki Pham, "This is not the place for you to joke around." Under the stern gaze of Emperor Hongji, Fuonki Pham is still full of confidence. He told Emperor Hongji to rest assured. Also made a cute face. "Do I look like an untrustworthy person?" Hongji Emperor was immediately speechless. "Fuonki Pham, you are the embodiment of that unreliability." "Okay." Queen Truong beside her had tears in her eyes. "Meek girl, then everything is in chaos, completely lost the usual noble elegance, calm in the face of all events." Fuonki Pham really couldn't stand it anymore. No more entanglement. For the person who brought the pen. Based on the notes in the books, the pen dances like a flying dragon and a dancing phoenix. One line write prescription. Then give it to the royal physician. The royal physician took it and looked at it. Just some common medicine, but do not write how to use. Asked Fuonki Pham, how should this medicine be boiled and taken? Who would have thought this kid would say, just watch and do it? Almost choked the imperial physician to death, but Fuonki Pham swore and guaranteed. Medicine to cure disease. Before leaving, Fuonki Pham glanced at Hong Trithian too, cannot help but exclaim, "This is the first time I've seen Emperor Hongji so absent-minded." Indeed, no matter what time it is, children are always the weak point of parents, even if that person is the king of a country. Oh, how pitiful the hearts of parents in the world. My treasures, I write. The shamelessness of Fuonki Pham. He gosh, then no one dares to accept second. Don't believe it, just watch. We will know in the end how shameless he is. I don't know what kind of evil wind is blowing today. Fuonki Pham had a hard time not having to go to court. Fun building snowmen in the yard. Was having fun then. Dang Kim came to announce that Duke N Kwok had arrived. Was in the lobby wanting to see him. Remembering the Duke of England, Fuonki Pham felt uneasy again in his heart. I don't know what I did to offend this old man. It's like I owe him 8 million strings of money. Every time we meet is a face of injustice. And always wanted to beat him, to be sure. Fuonki Pham decided to wear a little more clothes before leaving. Who would have thought just arrived at the door? Heard the loud voice of the Duke of England. Like a sewer clog for 3 days, deep voice scolding Fuonki Pham. Why isn't this brat here yet? Knowing that the old man was coming to the palace. Why don't you come out and pay your respects? Get out now, I will find it later. See if I don't break 3 of its legs. The thunderous voice really scared Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham hid at the door and did not dare to enter. Think how to avoid death today. A pair of bulging eyes, like a devil, was glued to his suddenly appeared huge face. Fuonki Pham ran away on all fours, but his small body, how can it compare with the lightness skill of the Duke of England? Staggered a few times and was pressed to the ground by the Duke of England. Just as Fang Jifan was about to accept the love of Duke Ying, the servant ran to report in panic that His Majesty and the Queen come to visit Fuonki Pham. After hearing that Mr. Kwok Kong was so scared that his jaw dropped, I feel like no one in the Fuong family is normal. I am a duke, but His Majesty has never visited me. How can a foolish loser like Fuonki Pham get this treatment? Then N. Kwok Kong was immediately slapped in the face, eyes wide open in disbelief. Seeing the 2 people coming in, he immediately knelt down. Fuonki Pham saw that and quickly knelt down. Queen Truong kindly helped Fuonki Pham up. Gently, Ki Pham. No need to be polite. I came here to find you. This time thanks to you. Otherwise the princess would have been in real danger of her life. Luckily have a miracle child. This time I come. Just wanted to say thanks. Fuonki Pham scratched his head stupidly. Appear unceremonious. This scene made the Duke of England dumbfounded. Fuong Canlong was also confused and did not understand anything. What big deal did my son do? Next, Empress Truong said to Fuong Canlong, Nam Haba. He taught a good son. Fuong Canlong did not dare to delay. Hurriedly said, Thank you for your praise, your majesty. Useless son, please forgive me. Queen Truong smiled, what kind of thing? His son is a man of merit, even if I also treat him like a nephew. No matter how big the sin is, it will be forgiven. Those gentle words made Fuong Canlong shocked to the point of shaking the heavens and earth. Oh my, Siki Pham is a nephew. My son, he wants to go to heaven. Hearing this, Mr. Kwok Kong said, also frantically signaled to Fuonki Pham, tell him to say a few words of thanks to the queen, great grace or something. Fuonki Pham thought for a moment. Suddenly an idea. In order not to let his silly, cute image collapse, Fuonki Pham directly knelt down and admitted his kinship with Queen Truong. With just this act of Fuonki Pham paying his respects to his aunt, almost choked the Duke to death. Fuonki Pham, you really don't need your stupid face anymore. Then even more angry, Queen Truong actually agreed to this relationship, still loudly said want to follow his good intentions. This time even the Hongji Emperor had to smack his forehead, looking at Fuonki Pham who was a bit smug. Emperor Hongji called him into his study to talk privately. Although the princess's illness had improved, but Emperor Hongji was still very worried, especially asked if Princess Fuong Qifame had fully recovered. Who would have thought Fuong Qifame's shameless face? Still not over the excitement of accepting Empress Truong as aunt, open mouth as nephew. Make Hongji Emperor angry to the point of rolling his eyes. You brat, I know you've accepted me. But when it's time to confess, you must confess. That basic etiquette still needs to be there. Fuong Qifame had to honestly answer. The princess's illness is completely cured. Medicine comes and the disease is cured. Your Majesty need not worry. Emperor Hongji is indeed very suspicious. If the princess's brain disease can be cured, why, I heard you are still in treatment. Fuong Qifame was stunned. Yeah, I was also confused. Why am I still in treatment? How to explain this? Can't say at first intended to marry the princess. So you said the princess's illness is similar to mine. How annoying is this trying to force people to lie? So Fuong Qifame started talking nonsense. There is indeed a possibility of relapse, but if you can have regular checkups, observe the disease, precaution, then no need to worry. In my heart I thought happily, so can often meet the princess. Nurture feelings. I am Emperor Hongji said innocently. So after that, every 10 days, the princess was sent to Tram Thi Palace for a checkup, to avoid entering and exiting the harem and causing scandal. Fuong Qifame excitedly said, "It is my honor to treat my cousin. In my heart I am so happy." Emperor Hongji pulled his face down again. Brat forgot again. Attention! Trandy asked what the princess's symptoms were. Fuong Qifame pointed at himself. Like Tran, being fooled by someone is not sick yet. Whenever Tran is smart, that means disease. His Highness's behavior is different from usual. Then it is the disease. Emperor Hongji was speechless after hearing this. Fuong Qifame's heart blossomed. This time the princess will definitely not escape his hands. Ha! Do I count as finding myself a wife and a sick friend? Do you think this nephew is too evil? The good princess was made by it. Who else should I marry besides her? You say, what kind of relationship can be considered good brothers? The kind that I consider you my soulmate. And you consider me an idiot, okay. Fuong Qifame came to Tram Sufu to take office. Just saw the crown prince preparing to go out, so these two cartoonists started chatting. Brother Fuong, I heard you also know how to cure diseases. Fuong Qifame is not modest. No, just know a little. Chuo Chu smiled and said, I also heard that you bought a large piece of land from Mark was shouting. Tell me what you are going to do. Fuong Qifame did not hide it from Chu Ha Chiu. Strongly say 3 words, business. The crown prince heard about the business, eyes screaming for a leg up. Fuong Qifame contemptuously said, Your Highness, do you have money? This sentence undoubtedly touched Zhu Haozhao's pain. The crown prince scolded and then withdrew from the group chat. The next day, the warm pavilion of the Hongji Emperor was robbed. Lost the painting of Thean Lijiang's son that he loved the most, a golden-laid ivory pen holder. Dragon and Phoenix Jade passed down from the Tang dynasty. Then, I don't know where the crown prince got the money. Bragged Fuong Qifame. Fuong Qifame looked at the contract. It turns out there is a pile of royal treasures in the palace. All of the ebony wood that Fat King bought from him was taken away. Just a little surprised. This Fat King even dares to take things from the palace. Relationship is also quite hard. Chuo Chu's next words made him wake up. He did not have the guts to buy, but also do not have the courage not to buy. Fuong Qifame immediately understood the meaning. In his heart he cursed Chuo Chu as a scum, but it seems that the impression of the two of them is not good. No more talking. Start talking business. God bought a wild mountain in Taesun. Exploitation needs to recruit more manpower. The land around the wild mountain also needs to be bought back. Trana contacted the nearby landlord. 2 more days to discuss. Chuo Chu did not understand for a moment. Discovered what? Fuong Qifame excitedly explained, it's coal. Isn't it cold now? Sell coal to keep people warm. Chu Hao Chu's eyes lit up after hearing this. Why didn't I think of that? It turns out that I will make a lot of money with you. Chu Hao Chu immediately considered Fuong Qifame as a confidant. As for Fuong Qifame, he thought if he loses, then there is still His Highness the Crown Prince to share the burden. It is true that I consider you a brother, and you think I'm an idiot. The Crown Prince really met bad people. Then the big landowners near Taesun, like finding gold. Everyone knows that the son of the Fuong family spends money, like water, and does not bargain. So everyone considered him a fool, sold all the vacant land to Fuong Canlong, made Fuong Canlong so angry that he vomited blood. Emperor Hongji also knew about it. Why did the Crown Prince steal your treasure? It turned out to be to do business with Fuong Qifame. Buy a lot of vacant land. The 2 poor old fathers could only hold their foreheads. What a sin. You guys, do you remember your youthful years full of ambition? The person who ran with you under the sunset, is he still there? The land purchase is considered done. Fuonki fam and the crown prince calmed down. Looking at the snowflakes falling like jade butterflies, cannot help but dream about life after getting rich. Is it like you were when you first started? The ideal is just to make enough money, to be respected by everyone. There is a sale already, then must give a really loud name. Fuonki fam racked his brain. In the end, the crown prince spoke first. Call a tranquak moi neep. The reason is because he is the crown prince. Put up half the capital again. Fuonki fam raised his thumb. Good. You are the crown prince. You are awesome. The name is also very royal. You decide to go. Now there's Cole. The sign is there too. But who will be in charge of this purchase is a difficult problem. A reigning crown prince, a general of the royal guards. The general manager cannot be present all day to manage the business. Moreover, with their status, there was no time to manage. So the two looked at each other. Think of one person. Kinu. This poor guy was immediately escorted in front of Fuonki fam. Just saw Fuonki fam. Wang Banzi immediately cried out, clasped his hands and begged young Master Fuong not to torment him anymore. He lamented that a few days ago he was cheated out of 200,000 taels by the crown prince. Now the goods are still piled up in hand. Really cannot stand any more torture. This sentimental gesture makes Fuonki fam also feel compassion, hurriedly comforted him not to cry. Isn't it just 200,000? This time I came to find you to get rich together. Wang Banzi heard that he was selling coal. The whole person is not okay. The grief never lessens. Definitely say no. Why this? Why does no one like coal when it comes to this? Because smokeless coal has not been invented yet. Coal is everywhere. Burn it. Then the smoke was thick. If not handled properly, it can also cause death. So basically no one buys. Fuonki fam saw that and did not explain much. Said that each person has his own will. He is not the type of person who likes to make things difficult for others. I just heard that when the crown prince sold things to him, put a large knife to his neck. Is it? Just said, immediately told the servant to bring. The sword above struck the crown prince, under his evil attack. Wang Banzi shivered. Smell a dangerous air. Hurriedly clasped hands and said, little man, willing to sell my life for Mr. Fuong. Fuonki fam pretended to be surprised, looking at Wang Banzi's ugly face as if he had eaten something, said happily, you said it yourself. I did not force you. You have seen the son pit his father, but certainly never seen a father pit his son like this. Wang Banzi, under the coercion of Fang Jifan, accepted the position of Grand Manager of Tranquak Mineral Industry. Business is booming. Just when the two were feeling pleased, suddenly called by Emperor Hongji to participate in a speech. This sudden summons made Fuonki fam have a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, he just entered the palace, was caught by the Hongji Emperor. Speaking of the land reform strategy of Fuonki fam, sounds reasonable, but if done, the commotion is too great. Mishandling can cause greater harm. Fuonki fam heard that. Thought to himself, good for this guy, he prepared in advance, but in his memory, this year in Guizhou and Gongxi regions, there will be a large-scale rebellion. Think about it, he was more frank. Resolutely request the rapid implementation of land reclamation and recirculation. At the same time, he replaced the imperial envoy guarding Guizhou. Strengthen troops to prevent unforeseen events. Emperor Hongji felt a little regretful for provoking this brainless man. Originally just wanted to use an excuse to attack him. Let him be a little more peaceful these days. Don't mess with the crown prince. Who would have thought he would dare to defame the whole country? God, hastily interrupting him, pointed the spear at the crown prince. Asked the crown prince what books he was reading these days. Read it to... The crown prince only thinks about making money these days, not in any book. Asked to the point of speechlessness, made the Emperor Hongji angry and scolded him. At this time, Duong Din Ho whispered again that His Highness the Crown Prince was somewhere. Voluntary, coal trading business, also stated that it cannot be used for heating. Coal is both troublesome and poisonous. Isn't that taking the world for fools? The Crown Prince is the Crown Prince of a country. It really shouldn't be like that. Chuo Chu was unhappy after hearing this. Said that what he sold was not ordinary coal, but smokeless coal. Fuonki fam standing next to him also started to join in, saying that what they do is not business, but is creating happiness for the people. The Crown Prince worries about the people and the country, just want to contribute a little to the world. How thick-skinned is this person? Only then can we talk about making money in such a proper way, causing the Hongji Emperor to reveal his true form in anger. Whatever you say, you too must be punished. Unexpectedly, the cabinet minister Liu Jin suddenly stood up, said that he had tried the smokeless coal given by the Crown Prince. It was exactly as the Crown Prince said. Very good. Moreover, the price is cheap, ordinary people can use it. If it can be done on a large scale, can really bring happiness to the people. In this cold winter, I wonder how many families can be saved. Emperor Hongji was filled with emotion after hearing this. Very happy. My son of a bitch finally did a good thing. Crown Prince Zhu Haozhou rarely did something that was recognized by everyone, proudly turned to the Son of Heaven to claim credit. Emperor Hongji narrowed his eyes again. Was it you who took my painting of Thien Jiang's son? Chuo Chiu suddenly felt a little uneasy, but the next words of the Son of Heaven makes him just want to die. Dear Minister, I know your daily profit is 20,000 taels, so the remaining half of the profit has nothing to do with the Crown Prince. Just bring it to the palace on time. Proverb says, not that I didn't report it, just not yet. The Truong brothers cheated Fuong Cam Long of 30,000 taels of silver. Fuong Ki Pham only used 80,000 taels of silver, which was as cheap as vegetables. Bought back the wasteland in Tay Sun from their family. They could never have dreamed. Now this land is sky high. Furthermore, the trade in smokeless coal was also recognized by the emperor, from the place where the golden sign of the crown prince has become the emperor's official monopoly on fuel supply. In any just need to monopolize essential goods, then there is no way to not make money. His Tran Quoc then is also destined to become a powerful force in the industry. It's just that the crown prince is busy in vain, can only hide in the corner and secretly cry. At this time, Fuong Ki Pham was very happy, whistling and walking under the wall. Is it a coincidence? What a coincidence! Two unlucky men sold Tay Sun to him. These two old men saw that Fuong Ki Pham was still very enthusiastic. Whatever you say, I want to invite him to the mansion for a drink. These two brothers are really two strange people. Invite guests to drink water. That's too stingy. Also advise Fuong Ki Pham. How can you make money selling coal? Isn't that a sure loss? In my heart, I think Fuong Ki Pham is a big idiot. We'd rather have the two of us enjoy the loss. Just as they were talking, a carriage slowly approached. Stop calling Fuong Ki Pham. The person who came introduced himself as Dang Thong of Tu Hai Thong Han. Want to buy back the land in Tay Sun of Fuong Ki Pham. According to Fuong Ki Pham's half of the shares, they are willing to pay 1 million taels of silver. Fuong Ki Pham was completely uninterested. Keep the gold mine and sell it for 1 million taels of silver? Isn't it a brain problem? But the two Truong brothers standing next to them were so surprised that their jaws dropped. Four Seas Trade, that is the tycoon in the business world, branches across the country. Powerful. There are also rumors, the real power behind it could be Duke Wei of Nanjing and Duke Ding of the capital. But what surprised them more was, the land in Tay Sun is worth 1 million taels of silver. Oh my. Then they felt something was wrong. Damn it, the land in Tay Sun was originally, my house, was betrayed by this loser young master Fuong Ki Pham, bought for 80,000 taels of silver. Isn't this making us look like fools? So the two of them cried loudly and went to Queen Truong, listed a series of crimes of extortion committed by Fuong Ki Pham, even played the trick of crying, making a scene and hanging himself. This made Queen Truong angry. Immediately give each person a slap. Previously sold land for 80,000 taels of silver? Didn't you two have a great time having a big party? Now come to make noise. Moreover, this land was bought by Hao Chiu and Ki Pham together. Your idea. Perhaps to my son. Is it also right? Get out of here. Don't be here to embarrass yourself. The two brothers were completely stunned by Queen Truong's beating. My sister said too. Then there is absolutely no hope. Emperor Hongji was absolutely the most miserable emperor in history. How bad is it? It sounds strange. Have you ever heard of officials impeaching the emperor? Because of greed, violence, and incompetence, Hushi is promiscuous and immoral. Tansong listens to nonsense. But have you ever heard of an emperor being impeached because of not paying royalties, private life not decadent enough? Don't say it. This story happened exactly like this to Emperor Hongji. There is nothing strange under the sun. Fuong Ki Pham was also impeached for non-existent crimes. The impeachment charges have more than 100 items, making the Emperor Hongji laugh when he read the memorial. This memorial can also be published as a book. I really don't know Fuong Ki Pham as the general manager Trung. How can you offend so many people? Emperor Hongji looked again carefully. It was all because of injustice to the governor of Guizhou, Qian Yuming. Because in the previous land reclamation problem, Fuong Ki Pham frankly said that Tien Hack was too scholarly. His method, not suitable for the management of the Southwest. This somewhat contemptuous remark, to the ears of the readers, then like adding fuel to the fire, thinking that Fuong Ki Pham was a rude junior. Defamation. The memorial fell like snowflakes before Emperor Hongji. Fuong Ki Pham was really not convinced. According to historical records, not only did Tien Hack Min fail to resolve the rebellion, but also died there. So Fuong Ki Pham thought he was just reporting the truth. Give your opinion, but no disrespect to Tien Kong. Emperor Hongji had no choice. Tinak Min is the leader of one side, for the court's dedication, and Fuonki Pham as the general manager, stabbed him in the back, said he was not up to the task. Isn't that saying the court doesn't know how to use people? Take this opportunity to properly knock his head a little. If not, keep talking like that without any restraint, sooner or later will cause great trouble. The words of punishment were just about to be uttered. Then urgent news came from outside. The person came with a pale face. The daughter of the local ruler of Cha Trium Ich, Van Nam, is Milo. Because of disagreement with her husband, has created a reaction. The governor knew the story. Immediately organized a judgment. Unfortunately died. Emergency situation. Tran Kong Dan asked for an audience. Emperor Hongji was shocked when he heard this. Tinak Min lost again. This slap was too fast. Do you know what the highest level of pretending is? That's when you agreed with what I said, but now it is denied by us. Then I used another way of speaking to convince you. Let you be played within the palm of my hand. Look at your face of amazement and worship, that feeling of satisfaction. Those who understand will understand. Fuonki Pham enjoyed this reversal. Make Emperor Hongji admire. Because Tinak Min used soft measures. Run to negotiate with the local ruler. Unexpectedly, the rebellion was not quelled. Even more intense. The prestige of the imperial court in the Yunnan Gaza region was also severely damaged. Made Emperor Hongji so angry that he wanted to tear up the memorial. But it happened. Saying more is useless. The urgent task now is to destroy the rebels. Stabilize the situation. After pacification, land reform and reclamation will be implemented. Fuonki Pham heard and felt something was wrong. Deny what I said before. Make the Emperor Hongji, also a bit awkward. Wasn't it your suggestion to reform the soil and return it to the stream? Now why do you say it's not okay? Next is the time for Fuonki Pham to show his mettle. Fuonki Pham said, should not force too early the division between the local lords and the local people. For thousands of years, the natives depend on the local ruler. The court had no faith in the natives. The urgent thing after pacifying the rebellion was to use kind words with the natives, slowly nurture them, enhance feelings of trust and sympathy. Wait until trust has been established. Then say that the court has mercy on the natives. Prepare to divide the land of the local chiefs among them. To strengthen the will of the local chieftains, the court will promote them to official positions and titles. Is essentially a covert personal mobilization, turn them into mobile officials. These few moves strike down, then the soil reform will be successful. This is what Fuonki Pham said, making Emperor Hongji stunned. Today was originally to warn Fuonki Pham. The result is that people are too excellent. Everything is true. This high stick really can't hit. To clear up the confusion, Emperor Hongji had no choice but to blame the Crown Prince. But, unexpectedly, the Crown Prince recently went to the Taesun coal mine with Fuonki Pham. See the hardship of the people, understand the ultimate goal of many people, just can eat full to survive. So the Crown Prince affirmed, if we use Fuonki Pham's method to continue to reform the soil and return it to the flow, we will definitely succeed. These words moved Emperor Hongji immensely. Your dear son has grown up. The raised stick was once again forced back. Only secretly let someone investigate the Crown Prince's unauthorized visit to the Taesun coal mine. The Crown Prince is also very straightforward. Directly admit that he went. Absolutely not related to Fuonki Pham. The act of bowing to my grandfather in this bush, making Fuonki Pham so touched that he cursed in his heart. I wonder how many people still remember. Duong Baho, played by Tinjia, elegant and carefree on screen, is the idol of many people in childhood, especially the charming ladies in the house, simply our irreversible memories. The imperial examinations of the 12th year of Hongji were about to begin. This year's exam was full of changes, involving a cheating examiner, also affected a Jiangnan actor. Tang Dang Baho, just compared to the image in the movies, the Tiger Road in history is really declining. Although at this time he had passed the provincial exam at Ung Thien Phu, but the subsequent imperial examination was implicated in a cheating scandal due to contact with fellow countryman Tu Kin, then was imprisoned, suffer cruel torment. Finally, the court declared him permanently out of favor. Just like that, Tang Jiwen was extremely talented, sky high, have fallen to rock bottom of life. From then on, life was full of ups and downs. By this time, Fuonki Pham thought of this, feel sorry for my idol. So as an experienced person, he must prevent Duong Dan from contacting that fellow countryman. Avoid getting involved. Thing do, Fuonki Pham brought Dang Qian, go to the hotel where Duong Dan is staying. Who would have thought because of going too fast, hit the person opposite with a thud. Scolding, who has no eyes, dare to touch me. Dang Qian pointed to the person who was hit and said, this is Duong Dan. Fuonki Pham was startled. The fat young man in front of me, is he the legendary handsome Tang Bahu? It's so different from the movies. There is a little do not want to save anymore, but here we come, had to say hello. Tell me your name is Fuong Ki Pham. Duong Baho just heard, then felt a black color on his head, quickly avoid far away. Salute to Fuong Ki Pham, this notorious evil young master of the capital. He really dare not offend. Fuong Ki Pham appeared very enthusiastic, say a few words of flattery to Duong Baho. Unexpectedly Duong Dan hid even further away. Even said there was a date to go out for drinks. Talk another day. Fuong Ki Pham just heard, whispering to himself, it seems I'm too kind. Do not use strong measures. I'm afraid I can't stop Duong Dan. Open directly. Evil incarnate. Damn it if you dare go. See if I don't break your legs. Duong Baho just heard. The stubbornness of the reader also arises. Uttered the familiar phrase, the emperor at his feet. Vast sky and earth. Is there no law? Just said and went out. Fuong Ki Pham immediately rushed forward, punched him in the face. Arrogantly said, young master, I am the law. The domineering nature of the young master is shown without any concealment. Never seen anyone bully people like that. If Duong Dan is like in the movies, a 9,527 using a spear, then how dare Fuong Ki Pham say that he will fight like that? Didn't Fuong Ki Pham hit him himself? There is also a younger brother named Dang Kian. What a qualified hunting dog. Afraid that my young master is tired, also eagerly participated in the fight of Duong Dan. Meanwhile, the hotel guests were so scared that they were shaking. No one dared to stand up to stop the evil young master of the Fuong family. After beating someone, Fuong Ki Pham relaxed his eyebrows. Looking at Duong Dan being beaten into a pig's head, definitely cannot visit anyone anymore. A feeling of joy for helping people cannot help but rise in my heart. But at this moment, a group of servants holding rulers charge in. The leader shouted loudly, who has no eyes? Dare to hit a reader in broad daylight? Is there still law? Is there any law? But no matter how loudly the translator cried out, when seeing Fuong Ki Pham's gorgeous outfit, everyone was stunned. Regret what I just said. While he did not know how to cover it up, Fuong Ki Pham directly registered himself. My name is Fuong Ki Pham. My father's Fuong Cam Long, afraid to translate wrongly, hurriedly performed the ceremony. Stuttering before the words were finished, Fuong Ki Pham immediately interrupted him. Wave your hand, like ordering family members. Pointing at Duong Dan's bruised face behind, this scholar Duong Dan. Dare to hit me in broad daylight, but the young master is kind. No calculation. Find him a good doctor. I give up on medicine. From now on, put someone on guard here. Who would dare to secretly have an affair with that Duong Dan guy? Then you are looking down on me, Fuong Ki Pham. The servants nodded and bowed. Yes, yes. At this moment Duong Dan seemed to suddenly understand. Why did I get this beating? He shouted at Fuong Ki Pham. I see. You are afraid that I, Duong Dan, will win the top position in this spring's examination. Overshadow your 3 disciples. Should deliberately cause trouble. You are so mean. Fuong Ki Pham heard and burst out laughing. Admire Duong Dan's brain. He definitely played along. Are you worthy to compare with my 3 disciples? If so, then let's bet. If my student does better than you, then you must worship me as your master. Duong Dan is inherently arrogant. I absolutely do not believe I can lose. Coldly said. So what if you lose? Fuong Ki Pham's face was gloomy. Fierce said. Then I will strangle my 3 disciples. Hearing this, the 3 somewhat foolish disciples of Fuong Ki Pham suddenly felt cold behind my back. It seems like something big is about to happen. What kind of beautiful dream should I make? Can be like Fuong Ki Pham? Just a glance at the princess. Even the names of future children have been thought out. Not knowing whether to say Fuong Ki Pham is shameless, or should I say Fuong Ki Pham? As for the princess's plan to keep in mind, is she confident enough? Anyway, the princess was already in his heart. As the proverb says, do not fear thieves, just afraid of the thief remembering. That day, Fuong Ki Pham and the crown prince had just finished talking with Hong Tri-Thean II, looking at the somewhat gloomy expression of Emperor Hongji. Both of them quickly retreated, afraid of saying the wrong thing, got slapped by Emperor Hongji. Only when both of them left the palace did they return to their normal nature. The prince smiled, I see you, father. Still creepy, Fuong Ki Pham turned his hand, showing that he was the same. Then the 2 of them laughed together. This part almost made me laugh to death. At this moment, a figure hurriedly walked towards them. It turned out that the queen knew that the crown prince and Fuong Ki Pham entered the palace, should send someone to wait outside, invite both of them to Kannin Palace, invite Fuong Ki Pham to re-examine the princess. Then the 2 went to Kannin Palace. The crown prince just met Queen Truong, immediately acted spoiled, crying and telling how much he missed his mother. Queen Truong lovingly looked at the crown prince while he was playing, happily chatted with Fuong Ki Pham. Fuong Ki Pham is indeed a spoiled brat. Dealing with women is a real thing. The small mouth is like smeared with honey. Praise Queen Truong as if she were an 18-year-old girl. Make her eyes also curved up. The two talked for a long time. Fuonki Pham suddenly felt two figures beside him. Looked closely to realize. Turned out that those bastards from the Truong family had been accusing him. He shyly greeted. Then Fuonki Pham pretended to be innocent and said, I heard that the two tyrants are jointly accusing me. Is there anything wrong with me? Offended two tyrants. Fortunately, His Majesty's grace is great. Not only do not blame the juniors, on the contrary, he also let the juniors serve His Highness the Crown Prince in reading. Green tea performance by Fuonki Pham really reached the top, making the Truong brothers unable to react in time. The Truong brothers had not yet reacted. Queen Truong understood the problem. Fuonki Pham already knew that he was being accused by the Truong brothers. It shows that His Majesty has already dealt with this matter. That is to say, the accusation of his two younger brothers is slander. Not only did not punish Fuonki Pham, on the contrary, he was sent to serve the Crown Prince to read books. Clear, is cultivating Fuonki Pham to be my son's right-hand man? That's right. In my heart I curse my two useless younger brothers. Just know how to cause trouble. She suddenly got angry. Tell Fuonki Pham to go examine the princess first. Afterward, immediately heard the miserable screams of the Truong brothers in the palace. You say you don't provoke anyone but you provoke them. Go provoke this evil young master again. This is the most miserable Duong Baho I have ever seen. Not only was his face beaten and bruised, face swollen, now even friends dare not meet. If anything happens, I can only ask the innkeeper to pass the message to Fuonki Pham. Save Duong. Avoid letting him come into contact with outsiders. Considered achieved. Only thing is, this way is a bit violent. Luckily, because of the bet, has distracted everyone's attention. Now, everyone just hope that Duong Jiogayan wins this bet. Trampled 3 disciples of Fuonki Pham underfoot. Tivenanger. Destroy the prestige of the evil young master of the Fuong family. Fuonki Pham heard the rumors outside, also feel the pressure piled up. He sat on the ground with a serious expression. Lips moved slightly. The rumors outside, have you heard? His 3 lovely disciples had numb faces. Nodded gently. Can't you hear? You have beaten the man into a pig's head, also set up a bet. If you win, then Dongdan also had to worship him as his master. If you lose, then strangle us. Such a harmonious bet. Can we not hear? Fuonki Pham looked at the 3 lovely guys with a bit of grievance. Titter. Don't be afraid, next I will teach you to read books. I will definitely let you trample that brat Dongdan under your feet. Then he took out 3 years of preparation, 5 years of university entrance exams. At the same time, he forced his 3 students to do homework every day, plus write 2 ancient poems. Fuonki Pham also knows, that alone is not enough. With the eek of these 3 students, it is still very difficult to stand out in the imperial examination. But fortunately, according to historical records, the examiner of this spring exam is Li Dongduong. This person passed down some writings. Based on that, it is possible to infer Li Dongduong's personal preferences. Anyway, literature is not the best. Second to none. Everyone has different tastes in literature. Based on Li Dongduong's preferences, gave his 3 students the question, then practice solving problems a lot, then you can be sure of 9 out of 10 wins. Besides, is the problem of avoiding the 5 evils. In this regard, Fuonki Pham has the most experience. Anyway, there is Dongdan as an example. Just in front of these 3 lovely disciples, build a firewall, prevent communication with outsiders. So the great announcement was successful. Fang Jifan's devilish curriculum officially begins. Have you ever seen anyone turn calculation into mysticism? Fuonki Pham used this cunning method. Make the foolish prince be fooled into being dumbfounded. The prince looked at him with eyes full of admiration, so innocent and lovely. End of the year, many officials in the Chim Su office were on leave. The Chim Su palace became especially deserted. Fuonki Pham is the crown prince's most loyal general. Protection. The prince's safety comes first. If you don't show it now, when will you? So Fuonki Pham hummed a song as he went to Chim Su's palace. Who would have thought that as soon as I entered the house, saw the prince as a wronged person, hide in the corner flipping through books. There are also 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, making Fuonki Pham think the crown prince was beaten again. Asked and found out that he was really beaten. Because it's the end of the year, the treasury needs to check the books. The prince knew the story. Say anything, also want to help. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, scold him for not doing his main job. But the prince was also a stubborn man, has been beaten, then must calculate it out. Let his father know. So find the documents, sit here and write. Fuonki Pham heard, also curiously picked up a book and flipped through a few pages. Oh my, these dense numbers. Made him dizzy. In the blink of an eye became a big head person. The calculation of this era is too primitive, so it takes a lot of professionals to work together. Each person counts one part. Finally synthesized. The level of complexity in which it is absolutely not something one person can do. How can the prince figure it out alone? Is it just because you are cute, very stupid and very naive? Fuonki Fam felt speechless. In the heart cannot help but mumble. But Fuonki Fam saw the good brother crown prince, because of fighting in one breath but appeared determined. Could not help but feel a little heartbroken. So the domineering CEO Fuonki Fam entered. Okay, let me calculate. The crown prince looked at Fuonki Fam in disbelief, surprised to the point of nose bubbles. You also know how to calculate. So there was a scene at the beginning. Fuonki Fam became a fortune teller, pretending to be a master of mysticism, accounting like a god. Make the little prince so fascinated that his legs tremble. But Fuonki Fam was not lying. Based on the identity of the Ming dynasty historian before transmigrating, every item of the Hongji year he remembered like the back of his hand. Soon, calculated, just rummaging through my memory a bit. This action caused the crown prince's jaw to drop to the ground, hurriedly took out a small notebook and wrote down notes carefully. Fuonki Fam felt the prince's admiring gaze. Say that such a small thing is not a big deal. Just normal, don't worship. Brother is just a legend. The last days of the year, it's snowing again. In the egg it is warm like spring. Grand Chancellor of the Cabinet Lai Dongyan led the people of the Ministry of Revenue, quickly checked the treasury balance. This is hard work. But for the sake of the people's livelihood after spring comes, all the lords are willing. Work seriously, but inside very comfortable. Emperor Hongji is also free. Start chatting. The more talk the merrier. Takim tells an interesting story in folklore. I heard that Fuonki Fam was beaten by Duong Dan, the first prize winner of Ung Thien Palace. Emperor Hongji was surprised when he heard this. There is such a thing. This guy is really bold. Anyway, Fuonki Fam is the junior that Hong Trithien II has his eyes on. Encountered this, we must get justice for Fuonki Fam. Was about to throw a tantrum, then Takim smiled bitterly and slowly said, but the strange thing is, Fuonki Fam was not injured at all. As for Duong Jui Gayan, his body was full of injuries. Can't even get out of bed. Emperor Hongji suddenly felt speechless. Thank you. You spoke while panning halfway through your sentence. Are you trying to make me uncomfortable? Then secretly cursed the female members of Takim's family. Takim was a little naughty. Very happy. Then slowly said Duong Jui Gayan is not a big deal. Just a little skin injury. But the two of them made a bet. Quite interesting. Bet in this big exam. Who will be the leader? That Duong Jui Gayan is the #1 talent in Jiangnan. But the 3 disciples of Fuonki Fam are not bad either. Finished speaking and smiled happily. Clearly has some contempt for the northern candidates. In fact, Akim represents the domineering candidates of the south, one of the 3 cabinet ministers, so there is nothing wrong with thinking like that. In fact, from the past until now, in the spring exam, southern candidates dominated northern candidates. Just like university entrance exam now, Jiangnan has many talented people. In the mind of the average person, then Duong Dan will definitely overwhelm Fuonki Fam's 3 disciples. But Fuonki Fam's work always surprises people. Maybe it can create miracles. But Emperor Hongji heard this. Still feel this time Fuonki Fam is in big trouble. Not to mention, Inside is very interested in the result of the bet. The more people talked, the more excited they became. The crown prince happily ran into the warm palace. Shout! Father, the national treasury balance has been calculated. When Emperor Hongji heard this, he became angry, pulled his face down to scold the crown prince. The Ministry of Finance is still taking inventory. How did you calculate it? Chu Hao Chu said with a bit of arrogance. It was Fuonki Fam who calculated it. I just help a little. But his so-called help is to help Fuonki Fam massage his shoulders and pour water. What a cute little thing. But the inventory of the national treasury is a national affair. Emperor Hongji naturally trusted the Ministry of Revenue more. Thought that Fuonki Fam was just joking with the crown prince. Tell the crown prince to step down quickly. Stop messing around. Chuo Chu was a little unconvinced. Wrong said Hongji Emperor is ignorant, does not listen to loyalty. The Emperor Hongji was so angry that he almost lost his breath. Luckily the minister next to him pulled him back. If not, Emperor Hongji would have died out. Emperor Hongji calmed down and said softly, Uncle. Calm down and think carefully. So many figures. Fuonki Fam calculated in one day. He is a god in heaven. Or is it the star of literature descending to earth? Chuo Chu heard his father speak, also calmed down a bit, but still firmly said, Fuonki Fam will not lie to you. That is my good brother. Luckily, the two were arguing. The Ministry of Finance has completed the inventory. Open the books on both sides. Again, only less than 3 tails off. At this time, Emperor Hongji was also surprised. Damn it, Fuonki Fam is really the star of literature. Down to earth. Chuo Chu finished watching and was as happy as an 800-pound fat guy. Laugh at his old man for not knowing how to read people. Hongji Emperor's expression gradually changed. Chuo Chiu hurriedly flattered his old father. Actually, Emperor Hongji was thinking at this moment, Fuonki fam is very resourceful and intelligent. Will it cause trouble later? Ted is coming soon. The streets were filled with a joyful atmosphere. All the big bars were booked solid. Asked and found out that it was named by the young master of the Fuong family to invite all workers at Tay Sun Mine to eat. The scholars in the city scolded Fuonki fam without mercy, and in Tay Sun Mine, in the mouths of workers and their families, but full of praise and gratitude to Fuonki fam, they understand clearly, if it weren't for Fuonki fam, as exiles they would have frozen and starved to death long ago. Thanks to Fuonki fam's charitable actions, that the workers are happy, have a warm Tet. When paying them before Tet, the workers were so moved that they burst into tears. It's Tet already, of course fireworks are indispensable. Fuonki fam set off homemade fireworks in his yard. Firecrackers exploded in the sky, shoots out sparks, countless sparks fell. Beautiful like flowers blooming on a tree. What a sight! Everyone looked up at the bright sky. The fire reflected in their eyes was like a light of hope. Dang King clasped his hands together, mumbled a prayer. God, please give me a wife with a big butt, give birth to 2 chubby sons, grow up will serve the young master. Fuonki fam heard him mumble over and over again, suddenly feel warm inside. Could not control himself, also clasped his hands. Just a very ordinary wish. In Fuonki fam's head, why does it look so lewd? In the imperial palace, the princess seemed to have a premonition, hastily wished the opposite. I hope my brain disease gets better soon. Then that hateful Fuonki fam will stay away from me. I wonder if her wish can come true. The crown prince, that little cutie, is also making wishes by his side, truly worthy of being Fuonki fam's good brother. He wished he could transfer all of Fuonki fam's intelligence to me. Then let Fuonki fam be a little more stupid. People often say you shouldn't mumble. Just as the princess and the crown prince made their wish, Fuonki fam sneezed twice in a row, made Dang Keen beside him startled, thinking he didn't take good care of him, make the young master catch a cold. Who would have thought that retribution would come so quickly? It's also because Fuonki fam offended too many people. The Zhang brothers started to badmouth Fang Jifan again. Wish Fuonki fam has pimples on his butt. These 2 brothers are so evil. Made Fuonki fam sneeze 3 times in a row. This time Dang Keen understood clearly. 1 thought, 2 scoldings, 3 mutterings. Someone is trying to harm our young master. Fuonki fam is not afraid of these things either. Saw his father also clasping his hands in prayer. Immediately hugged his father Fuong Canlong. Teasingly said, are you wishing for wealth? After receiving Fuong Canlong's negative sentence, Fuonki fam smiled ambiguously. Must be lonely. Looking for a concubine. This sentence made Fuong Canlong, who had been single for many years, blushing. Fuong Canlong could not help but grit his teeth. What nonsense are you thinking? I only ask for one thing in this life. I hope you are safe. As long as you are not sick. The Vi was happy. Fuonki fam heard, smile suddenly stopped, in those always indecent eyes. Flash a teeth. Then laughed out loud. Don't worry, we will definitely live to be 100 years old, no matter what era. But the human nature of gossiping has not changed. Bet on Dongbaho versus student Fuonki fam, who will win the top spot in spring, caused a stir in the capital. Casinos big and small all took this opportunity to participate. The odds are even up to 10 to 1. Most people bet on Dongbaho to win. The difference between candidates in the south is also clearly visible, and how big the northern candidates were at that time. Before the spring exam day, Fuonki fam rarely wakes up early, told 3 students to do well on the exam. Ouyang and the other 3 solemnly saluted Fang Jifan. Disciple will definitely not disappoint teacher's expectations, although Fuonki fam is sometimes very unreliable, but in the hearts of the 3 of them, always grateful to Fuonki fam. Fuonki fam saw that the 3 people had good momentum. Keep cheering them on, must try hard, try to achieve good results. Faced with such concern from his teacher, Ouyang 3 people could not hold back their tears. But Fuonki fam's next words instantly made the 3 people's expressions change from grateful, turn into extreme suffering. The crown prince bet 50,000 taels, but you and he asked me to tell you a message. If the 3 of you, no one is number 1, then Dong Dan will break your legs. But don't worry. The guards will not give His Highness the Crown Prince a chance. Only then did Ouyang and the other 3 breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after that, Fuonki fam became fierce, gritted his teeth and said, because Wei Shay also bet 200,000 taels, 1 to 10 rate. Bet you top the table. If you lose, I will break your legs myself. On the other side, Dong Dan was beaten and had gone into seclusion. Now he stepped out of the inn. Outside is crowded. As soon as Dong Dan appeared, immediately thunderous cheers rang out. Cheers and shouts rang out endlessly. Everyone has invested in him. How can you not be enthusiastic? Among them there was a big guy who was too enthusiastic, shouted to give birth to Dong Dan's child. Made Dong Dan so touched that he almost cried. Countless candidates entered the examination hall. The regional exam decided the fate of countless people. Finally opened, Oduang Chai sat in his seat a little nervous. Because of too much stress, his hand holding the pen was shaking slightly. Although he had great faith in Phuong Kifam's teachings, but this is a national exam after all. Want to be at the top of the table, the pressure is still not small. On the contrary, Duong Dan, much calmer. In his heart he suppressed a feeling of anger, wanting to make Phuong Kifam kneel down and beg for forgiveness. His confidence almost exploded. Until now, the sound of gongs rang out. The translator raised the exam paper in his hand. The three disciples of Phuong Kifam were stunned when they saw this, eyes filled with disbelief. Duong Dan saw that and laughed heartily. He seemed to see scene of Phuong Kifam kneeling and begging in front of him, so began to wave the pen and write quickly. The regional exam lasted 3 rounds and finally ended. Duong Dan walked out of the examination hall with a cheerful face, causing the people outside the tribute to cheer like thunder. Everyone asked Tang Tongain how the exam went. Duong Dan secretly pleased, but still modestly said okay. The ancients were humble, if you dare say so, roughly meaning I said second, then no one dares to accept first place. If put in a modern context, then it means the candidates here are all trash. Everyone cheered even louder after hearing that, excitedly shouting this time win for sure. Those who have placed big bets also moved to tears. On the other side, Phuong Kifam's 3 disciples also finished their exams. Hear the cheers outside. 3 people happily stepped out to say hello, but they saw Duong Dan is surrounded by people like a star in the sky. Looking back at my coldness, 3 people hate cannot commit suicide. At the Phuong mansion at this time, Phuong Can Mong was banging on the table, cursed the hateful people reading books outside. It was clear that Kifan's 3 disciples had been very ascetic, very excellent, but they looked down on them. Based on what? They insist that Duong Dan can defeat Duong Chai. 3 people talked non-stop, making Phuong Kifam touched, truly worthy of being his biological father. Love someone, love the whole way. Phuong Canlong finally comforted Phuong Kifam not to be afraid of losing money, because to ensure safety, he also bet on Duong Dan. The scene of Phuong Canlong blaming himself first and then blaming others almost made Phuong Kifam vomit blood and die. Finally, Phuong Canlong even asked Phuong Kifam if this operation was amazing, makes Phuong Kifam speechless. Days passed. The tribute finally came to the day of the Golden List announcement. The sewer was soon packed with people. Everyone excitedly shouted that Duong Baho would definitely win. Some people even played the Sona together. This atmosphere is as if Duong Dan has passed the top of the list. Indeed, when people have common interests, they unite most. Duong Dan is now their money bag. Winning doubles your self-worth. Can also bring down the evil young master of the Phuong family. Why not? As soon as people have absolute trust, our Northern F4 group also arrived late, just in time to send the tribute translation to announce the Golden List, as each sheet is posted. The people who passed the exam were all extremely happy. 10 years of studying without anyone knowing, one word famous the world knows, they considered having an explanation for themselves and their families. At this time, Phuong Kifam's disciple was Jiang then, also saw his name on the board. Duong Dan glanced at it, thought to myself, can train a student to pass the 8th class. Not bad, also considered a worthy opponent. But to defeat Duong Baho is still very young. Just as Duong Dan was lost in thought, the last sheet of paper has been posted. Duong Dan smiled confidently. But when the board was finished, everyone was stunned. On the board clearly read, first, Duong Chai. Second, Li Wenthien. Road Tiger. The shock was so great that Duong Dan was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe his name, and the names of 2 others. And it was none other than 2 disciples of Phuong Kifam. This blow is too big. Phuong Kifam smiled sinisterly after looking at the board. It can be seen that the good days of Duong Dan are coming soon. Today is the auspicious day to announce the Golden List. This table is published directly from the tribute, so even the palace had to send someone to look at the board. The result of the talent selection ceremony is what Emperor Ongji cares about most. Talent selection is important. Decide the development direction of the great Ming dynasty in the next 10 years. Another bet between Phuong Kifam and Duong Dan, making Emperor Hongji a little eager to know. The results were mixed, but the ministers all unanimously praised Duong Dan. Emperor Hongji also wanted to take this opportunity, reduce the arrogant spirit of Phuong Kifam. Finally, just before the Emperor Hongji lost his patience, a eunuch ran in panting. Emperor Hongji quickly opened the golden tablet. What caught the eye was Duong Dan, the person that the ministers respected the most. Was a disciple of Phuong Kifam, kicked down to 3rd place, making them so surprised that their eyes almost popped out, face full of disbelief. And on the other side, people see the golden board, no longer as joyful as at first, suddenly realized that Duong Dan had lost. which means the amount of money they bet. Lost everything. Among these people, many have used their wedding money to gamble. Faced with the current sky-high dowry price of 500,000 kwon, maybe this life must say goodbye to women. Cannot help but feel sadness from the heart. Cry out. Just don't know Ming Dynasty at that time. Is there any place that provides the service to be able to solve some of their immediate worries in the future? On one side, those who won first place, and the second is Aoyangji and Liu Shanwen, still looking at the results in amazement, face full of surprise. Fuongqi fam walked to their side. What's so surprising? The exam was given by the teacher to the children, plus the children practiced day and night. This achievement is what you deserve. There is just one person who has made me very disappointed. Having said that, he didn't even bother to glance at Jiang Chen, but continued to praise his two top students. As for Jiang then, who only got 8th place, can only be left aside. White Myers. There was absolutely no excitement about passing the exam, but only feel guilty for not pleasing the teacher. The only thing he wanted to do now was cry out loud, hugged Fuongqi fam's thigh and said, "Master, love me one more time." Dongdan was also surprised by the exam results, now fallen into confusion of thoughts. He could not understand. A playboy? How did you train the top scorer? He absolutely could not accept that he had lost. This is definitely a dream. Just as he was about to completely collapse, Fuongqi fam appeared before his eyes like a god. Just gently say one sentence, wanna learn? I teach. Tangdan instantly burst into tears. Tears Kefla. Indeed, pretending to be cool invisibly is the most fatal. The whole body and mind of Dongdan was trampled mercilessly by Fuongqi fam. Now he just wants to die. After all, humanity is twisted, or moral decadence. Why is the third person kneeling in the snow? Was it forced or did you commit the crime yourself? Come join us in his world. Although Dongdan won 3rd place, but he did not feel happy at all. Unexpected. I really lost a Fuongqi fam student. Worse than death. Hard to accept. And what annoyed him even more was the bet between him and Fuongqi fam had already spread throughout the capital. If you go to worship a master, how can this humiliating revenge be avenged? Where is the reader's dignity? If you don't go, a gentleman's word is worth 1,000 pieces of money. How can one be a disloyal person? Dongdan fell into a dilemma. Imp anxiety. But do not know how. The only way left is to drink alcohol to numb yourself. Sometimes really want to die. Just when he didn't know what to do, from Kun to the tavern to comfort him, pointing at the people reading outside the window, he said eloquently, he, Tukun, represents dozens of great elders from the same hometown of the current dynasty, and the righteous readers will fight to the end with Dongdan and the evil young master of the Fuong family. These eloquent words made everyone extremely excited. Dongdan was also moved to tears. Unexpectedly, at this time several Jinya Wei suddenly came to the tavern, in the name of cheating on exams, bribed heavily to examiners to gain fame and monopolize politics, immediately arrested Tukun and escorted him to Nam Tran Phu for investigation. This sudden incident scared the crowd of readers away. Afraid of being involved in gossip, was invited to drink tea by the Imperial Guard. Dongdan also looked blankly at Tukun being escorted away. From the kin is always proud. Moreover, he already had the strength to be nominated for the Golden List. How can bribery achieve high results? Surely it was due to being too close to the examiner. Tran Chi Min should be denounced, but who cares what the truth is now? The fear of the Imperial Guards was enough to make even the dead open their mouths to confess. The more Dongdan thought about it, the more he saw it. A strange feeling suddenly arose in my heart. If that day Fuongqi fam hadn't beaten me up, for your followers, spread rumors about the bet, then surely he went with Tukun to visit Trine Manchine. Then today he will definitely be captured by the Imperial Guard. Then later not only will the future be ruined, can even fall into the mud, fall into the abyss of life. We call life. Thinking about this, Dongdan took a deep breath. He suddenly realized Fuongqi fam seemed to have become his life-saving benefactor. So Dongdan no longer hesitated. The next day prepare smoked meat, cinnamon balls, and then just motionless, kneeling in the snow in front of the Fuong family mansion, until the Fuong family opened the main door. Seeing the scene before my eyes, jaw dropped in shock. Hurriedly informed young Master Fuongqi fam. After meeting Fuongqi fam Dongdan, solemn ceremony? I pay my respects to your majesty. Fuongqi fam saw that, both gentle and joking. Come in. Don't let little Tang Tang's little body get cold. Dongdan heard and did not stand up. Just bow your head lower, sobbing out his helpless feelings. I hope Fuongqi fam can save his good friend Tukun. Fuongqi fam immediately froze on the spot. Secretly thought, this kid really doesn't consider himself an outsider. What a sin, even though Fuongqi fam is son of Namha, is the recipient of the yellow belt of the general of the forestry agency, is the holder of the Shangfang sword, is a famous dissolute man in the capital. also have to know what to do, what is absolutely not to be touched. Dongdan also knew that saying that would make Fuangqi Pham feel awkward, but he really had no other choice. But he is a man, but cannot watch a good friend in trouble without saving, can only shamelessly ask for help from Fuangqi Pham. But what kind of person is the young master of the Fuang family? Fuangqi Pham, the corners of his mouth turned up, said generously, as long as you have this sense of justice. To Tine's matter, I have decided, cheating in the imperial examinations, the case implies that the Emperor Hongji wants to approve. The imperial guards intervened, under corroborating evidence. The only ending of Tutin is to be dragged to the execution ground and beheaded. It can even implicate the whole family and have their assets confiscated, but Fuangqi Pham knew. In history, Emperor Hongji was never confused. The end of the cheating scandal. Deal with those involved, but ordered Lei Dongdong to thoroughly investigate the case. Finally, after detailed investigation discovered, this is just a false accusation. This case has attracted the attention of the world. Emperor Hongji, to maintain royal dignity, can only compromise and go easy on Tukun, but deep down, Emperor Hongji still couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This is also the reason why Fuangqi Pham came here to speak frankly, to see His Majesty. This time Fuangqi Pham's action again surprised the 3 cabinet ministers. Even the 3 of them also dare not expose the emperor's scar of pride. I didn't expect Fuangqi Pham to have such a spirit. To be honest, only Fuangqi Pham has a problem with his mind. Moreover, only a junior dares to do so. If someone else dared to come here and stroke the tiger's beard, I'm afraid that in his anger, Emperor Hongji would have punished him long ago. Who would have thought that Fuangqi Pham just mentioned the exam cheating case? Hongji Emperor coldly said, Fuangqi Pham, do you know how many memorials in the palace impeach you? Has been kept by me yet to be released? Fuangqi Pham originally expected that he had just mentioned the fraud case. Then the Emperor Hongji will ask, what's the matter, my dear? Then Fuangqi Pham will continue to talk endlessly, express your opinion. But unexpectedly, Emperor Hongji did not follow the familiar path, just got up and showed off his power. Give Fuangqi Pham a preemptive strike. Every sentence hit Fuangqi Pham's weak point, causing the originally enthusiastic Fuangqi Pham to suddenly become downcast, can only reluctantly express, I hope that Emperor Hongji will listen to what he has to say before settling the score. It's not too late to settle the score. Fuangqi Pham also did not know how to advise. In terms of using words to make sentences, he is really too immature. The anger index of the Hongji Emperor instantly increased by half. I think that's a bit much. The cabinet ministers also wanted to help Fuangqi Pham defend himself a bit, but the words just came to my mouth. Fuangqi Pham has reached climax. Your Majesty is the Holy King. How can you do such a stupid thing? Really not. As soon as this word ended, the cabinet ministers all gave him a thumbs up. Now there is no need to even find excuses. Can contribute money to buy a coffin for Fuangqi Pham. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, anger reached its peak, immediately revealed his true form. Whatever you say, you must punish Fuangqi Pham for his nonsense. Fuangqi Pham now appeared to be righteous and majestic, put on a heroic face ready to die. Say even it. He also had to finish 2 things. Made Emperor Hongji grit his teeth in anger. Fuangqi Pham did not care how angry the Emperor Hongtri was. Start talking by yourself. First, His Highness the Crown Prince will often make mistakes. Make your Majesty worry. But I always told the Crown Prince, everyone makes mistakes in this world. No big. Just need to know the mistakes and correct them. Can still be a good prince. Be a good son of your Majesty. Emperor Hongji was furious unexpectedly. This kid dragged the Crown Prince out again, alluded to him. Second, my father, when going on a campaign, always share the hardships with the soldiers. In the court, also always devoted to public service. Always try to do the best in everything. Not a day of negligence. Until one day, he was clearly sick. Still have to be on time to go to Admiral Vu Quan's office for roll call. I really don't understand his actions. So why risk your life to such an extent? This time drag Fuangqi Pham's father out too. Just thinking about Fuang Cam Long, Emperor Hongji's expression also softened a bit. That Fuang Cam Long is really a wooden-brained person. If his son was really hurt, he must want to die too. Seeing that Emperor Hongji had calmed down a bit, Fuangqi Pham continued, my father said, with the emperor of course must respect, but more importantly, the father must set an example for his son. As the proverb says, if it is not righteous, the bottom will be in chaos. My father tried to be a perfect person. Just wish one day I can follow your example, become a person of peace. After saying that, Fuangqi Pham closed his eyes, looked like about to die, although it was planned in advance, but inside I'm still really scared. After listening to the 2 stories, the Emperor Hongji was enlightened, especially the second story, made him very touched, because he is also a father, but also has a son full of bad habits. If you do not set an example yourself, how to educate the Crown Prince later? Royal dignity is of course important, but the Crown Prince represents the future of the royal family. Think it through. Emperor Hongji immediately issued an edict, people involved in the Wei Wubi case be reinstated. At the same time, he ordered the Duke of Anquoc to plead guilty on his behalf. At Thai Miu copied the Repentance Sutra to Dieter, saying these words. Emperor Hongji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Look at Fuonqi fam, revealed a face that was both happy and kind. Your father is a good father. His story is thought-provoking. You are not bad. The Fuong family is indeed worthy of being a loyal family. Very good. Fuonqi fam was suddenly praised to the point of feeling a bit embarrassed. The sword in his hand trembled slightly. Actually, this so-called story, all made up by me. Emperor Hongji's face had just softened, almost vomited blood to death. Regret not smashing Fang Jifan's head just now. The story of Fuonqi fam risking his life to advise the emperor for the sake of others made many people change their view of him. The candidate named Vong Lunan is one of them. As the fourth-place winner in the imperial examination, he has a distinguished family background. His father is Vong Ho, a top scholar, is the most honest of the honest, is a mirror for the mandarins, is representative of the learned and talented. Even the Emperor Hongji also praised Vong Ho for raising children very well, makes Vong Ho extremely glorious. But only Vong Ho knows the suffering inside. His son Vong Lunan was extremely intelligent since childhood, but never followed common sense. He dared to discuss with the teacher that studying was for exams, or to become a wise man. Even dared to pull out a knife in class, scared the teacher so much that he didn't dare to speak up. What is even more absurd is, on the wedding day, he left the bride alone in the room, ran up the mountain to meditate and practice, said that women only affect his cultivation speed. He only does things that interest him. The only normal thing is this time participating in the exam, passed the exam smooth. But now he suddenly became interested in this prodigal son Fuonqi fam. I really don't know what karma I created in my previous life. In fact, Vong Lunan was interested in Fuonqi fam. It's not entirely because of this remonstrance. Right from when Xuanvi was knocked down, Wang Shar noticed Fang Jifan. At that time, Fuonqi fam only got 8th place in the exam because of his student Jia Tan, was heartbroken and scolded Jia Tan for losing face, insulting the reputation of his students. Just that one scolding really scolded all the scholars in the world, the 8th person in a million, but also ruined Fuonqi fam's reputation, and those people many times slandered Fuonqi fam behind his back. What the hell now? King Shaoran. I have long disliked this group of people who only know how to bury their heads in books, pass or still cry, pretend to be a corrupt scholar, only know how to scold and attack, but never practiced, never felt it, completely humiliating the morality of the saints. At that time, Vong Lunan wanted to go talk to Fuonqi fam, originally intended to ask Wang Ho's father to help introduce the match. Who would have thought that after hearing this, his father would spit out a mouthful of blood? Almost died. The matter was postponed until now. Now seeing Fuonqi fam doing these actions makes Vong Lunan more and more want to make friends with Fuonqi fam more. Oh, I forgot to say, it is this person. Vong Lunan failed to enter the top 3 in the imperial examination. In later generations there was a famous name, Wang Yangming. I wonder if anyone has heard of it. His Yangming psychology in posterity has caused a huge wave of thought. He was also a famous thinker of the Ming dynasty, writer, military man, educator, both literary and martial arts, is a lifelong teacher, is a big character among big characters. If Fuonqi fam didn't have the halo of a transmigrated protagonist, in the eyes of Vong Dongmin, he is probably just a small fry. And here is the guy who dresses a bit like a psychopath. It was 210 who was imprisoned by the Imperial Guard. Not to mention, but he looks a bit handsome like this. After knowing that the Emperor Hongji had issued an edict to restore his honor, the Imperial Guard immediately released the man. Dare night. Fuonqi fam kicked open the prison door with one kick. Call out 210. I'm coming to save you. Made 210 so touched that he almost called dad, then was dragged away by Fuonqi fam. He yelled at his little Tang Tang not to keep him waiting. Look at this point. It can be seen that Fuonqi fam still pampers his students very much. After this, the Emperor Hongji has issued an edict, deeply reflect on one's mistakes. Even the imperial edict, he blamed himself for being a foolish king. Until now, Dong Dan still could not believe it. Fuonqi fam because of a disciple's unworthy request, but only because of a covenant, dared to really go ask for orders, and also scolded the emperor as a tyrant. How brave is this? Especially when Fuonqi fam personally brought to team before him. Dong Dan immediately could not hold back his tears, holding head crying. I think that even if I have to be a dog running under my teacher's feet for the rest of my life. Also volunteer. The 3 people of Duongqi watched Fuonqi fam enter the house, then turned into a crowd of crazy fans. Indulge in the feeling of happiness when living under the same roof with idol. Fuonqi fam looked at Dong Dan crying miserably, thought that Tiu Dong Dong must have been completely conquered by him. Later let him draw some pictures for me. sure to sell for a lot of money. Raising disciples for so long, finally can see the money coming back. Tutin saw the atmosphere like that, thud kneel down on the ground, reenact the classic scene of gratitude for the hero's life-saving grace. Little girl has nothing to repay, can only repay with body. No matter what, I must ask to join Fuonki Fam's sect. Sir Fuonki Fam. Fuonki Fam resolutely refused, pointed at Jiang the next to him and scolded him. This bastard. Getting 8th place is enough to make me lose face. What did you get in the exam? Jiang Shen stood to one side, like a knife stabbed in the heart. As for Tutin, he heard Fuonki Fam ask, then could not help but be ashamed. He did worse, just over 20, but he still wanted to try one more time. Students have loved reading books since childhood. Patriarch Tu Anheen's father was once a great scholar of Jiangnan. This was the only thing he could use to compare. Fuonki Fam smiled faintly. What do your ancestors and your father have to do with you? Tutin did not know how to respond for a moment. Had to resort to the last resort. The students in the house keep a lot of books about astronomy and geography, other types of travelogues. Students have memorized them since childhood. Ancient books on astronomy and geography. Students know everything. Hearing Tutin say that, Fuonki Fam suddenly remembered there was a character named Tua Catch. It seems like this is Tutin's great-grandson. As a leading geographer in history, indeed deep family knowledge is very important, but this evil Fuonki Fam deliberately teased, just smiled faintly. Can astronomy and geography be eaten? This word just came out, almost made Tutin vomit blood and die. In the end, it was thanks to my good friend Duong Dan's support. Leave the palace, but Tutin is also a really stubborn person. In the end, I really worship Fuonki Fam as my master. Only the process of becoming a disciple, just a little tragic. What is the cause? Why make the lovely little princess cover her face in shame? So embarrassed that I wish I could find a hole to hide in. This story must have started early that morning. February is cold and it snows. Fuonki Fam bored lying on the bed. Secretly thought, originally Hongji Emperor asked him to be the crowned prince's reading companion, is to encourage the prince to study hard. Who would have thought this cute little prince? Every 3 days and half a month, he calls in sick and skips school. Then he is still active wooden head. Well, today he also took the opportunity to stay home and have a day off as a homebody. Feel free to stroke the cat's whiskers. Who would have thought at this moment? Suddenly someone shouted outside the door, Your Majesty's oral order. Unauthorized person, get out of the way. Immediately after, several strong guards rushed in, causing Fuonki Fam to immediately jump out of bed. I thought to myself, is it just because I asked for a day off? You don't have to create such a big battle to catch me, do you? While Fuonki Fam was surprised, an old lady stepped forward to explain, Mr. Fuong, Princess Kai left the palace for a checkup, but I don't see General Fuong anywhere. So I boldly came here to present a royal edict to invite you. Sorry for the offense. Sorry. Then the princess stepped in. Blushing face looked so cute. Wait for the princess to sit down. Fuonki Fam pretended to take the pulse. Fuonki Fam just put his hand up and frowned. Mumble pulse is a little fast. The princess and the old lady behind heard that and became tense. Who would have thought that Fuonki Fam would wave his hand at the two people? Carefree look, but it has nothing to do with illness. No need to be nervous, this gesture of Fuonki Fam, making the princess a little sulky. General Fuong always likes to scare people. I just have a piece of advice. I wonder if Mr. Fuong will listen. In Fuonki Fam's heart, he thought, my wife is so cute. Even when angry, she is still beautiful to the point of touching people's hearts, so he nodded. Princess's face was frozen. Pondered for a moment. I heard from my brother. Mr. Fuong and others bet, forced readers to worship him as their master. How can General Fuong take advantage of people's difficulties to insult readers like that? The general should cherish his reputation, be a true gentleman. Fuonki Fam heard and could only keep silent. Secretly scolded the prince, what a deep hole. This is not in front of the princess. Tarnish the glorious image of the future husband. Luckily at this moment a voice came from outside. Ease Fang Jifan's embarrassment. Please accept me as your disciple. This shout made the royal guard startled immediately. Thought there was an assassin. Everyone drew their swords. Immediately after that, there were also voices wanting to take Fuonki Fam as their master. Everyone just discovered Tukin standing on the second floor. Fuonki Fam angrily scolded, what the hell is this guy doing? Dare to play tricks with me? Then I will grant your wish. You jump, if you don't then it's me. Want to use this way to enter my door? No door. From Kun heard that the whole person lost all expression, because the air has been pushed up to this level. Don't know where to get courage from. Immediately fly away. Really jump down. Her Royal Highness saw that, scared to death. The old lady urged the palanquin bearers to leave quickly. Afraid the princess will be frightened again. Fuonki Fam also did not expect the ancient people to play so recklessly. Because of becoming a disciple, even life is not needed. The princess hid in the palanquin, her face red. Remember what I just taught Fuunki fam? So embarrassing. The bookworm died and still wanted to worship Fuunki fam. What kind of honor is it to be a master? It's not your turn to teach. You say wife teaches husband to love his reputation. Any problem? Absolutely no problem. Right? If your lovely princess is bullied by evil slaves, what will you do? Fuunki fam's way of doing things is worth learning for everyone. To work for others, impartiality is the best policy. Must have support. Just find the enemy's weak point. In a flash will break his psychological defenses. Making him kneel down and call him father is not impossible. Fuunki fam is an experienced person. It's so easy to capture these evil slaves. Wasn't it because of Xu Jing's act of becoming a disciple yesterday? But disturb the princess who is examining the patient. Fuunki fam reluctantly had to come to the door to serve. Sorry, princess. It's just that Her Highness Princess remembered the last time she talked to Fuunki fam. Always feel a little awkward. On the face will not be able to help but blush. The princess's confusion was seen by Fuunki fam. To make the princess more comfortable, he told the story of Tu Teen becoming a disciple yesterday. Luckily it didn't land face first, otherwise my face will be broken. Make the princess smile shyly. Fuunki fam was caught off guard in a flash. Remember a song from a past life? Of course Fuunki fam would not run away. He will only become more daring. But there was one person who would not let him have his way. Looking at Fuunki fam and the princess chatting intimately, the old lady's not happy. Again urged Fuunki fam to quickly re-examine. Fuunki fam pouted. Is this an attempt to get rid of this old man? Here I am, Fuunki fam. It was difficult to say a few words to my beautiful wife. What is that old menopausal woman harassing? Ignore the old lady anymore. Continue chatting with the princess. Even more daring than before. Which is in the palace of green mountains and blue water. The princess is even more beautiful. After saying that, he made a small heart shape for the princess. The old lady finally couldn't stand it anymore. Angrily shouted at Fuunki fam, "You are so brave. Dare to tease the princess?" Finish speaking. The person who is going obviously want to go to the queen to report Fuunki fam's crime. Seeing this situation, Fuunki fam is fine. But the princess was startled and frightened, a little tense, hurriedly advised the old lady, tell her to cool down, and please forgive Fuunki fam. Say he is brainless, do not understand the rules of the palace. Tell the old lady not to argue with Fuunki fam. If you tell the queen mother, wouldn't that make him get punished for no reason? Fuunki fam looked at the princess, trying her best to beg for him, touched in heart, eyes sparkling stars. The old lady was just pretending. But listen to the princess say, don't tell mother. Now get the upper hand, pretending to say, this old slave is doing everything for your highness good. Your highness? Why do you consider me a tattletale to your majesty? Started acting out, one cried, two make a fuss, three hang himself. Evil slave nature revealed. The princess was young, absolutely no match for this evil slave. Momentarily tears welled up, helplessly admit fault. The evil witch still won't give up. To teach the princess, one must scold Fuunki fam. Tell him not to be rude. Seeing that, Fuunki fam could not sit still any longer, directly shouted at that evil woman, you are an old slave and you dare to bully the princess. The evil slave relied on her status as the queen's confidant, of course not afraid of Fuunki fam, but the next words of Fuunki fam made her scared out of her wits. It turns out that Fuunki fam had read the history of Ming in his previous life, knowing that Coming Palace had been robbed many times, finally found a eunuch named Trine Thu, and more than a dozen people in the clan were involved. This evil slave is the confidant of Queen Truong. Trine Thu has no reason not to bribe her. She was scared by Fuunki fam like that. Instantly limp, now she dares to tell the queen. Once it all came out, at most, Fuunki fam would only be scolded a few times by the queen. As for her, even if she doesn't die, don't expect to live peacefully in the palace. So the evil spirit immediately knelt down and surrendered, began to flatter Fuunki fam to the fullest and make sure never to exceed the limit in the future. The princess saw this and could not believe it at all. The evil spirit always bullied her to death, but still had to submit to Fuunki fam. Looking at Fuunki fam's tall back, in the princess's heart full of doubts. This man always brings the unbelievable. It is so. Then her face turned red. People say this is the sour taste of love, quietly emerging and spreading. Is Fuunki fam one step closer to marrying the princess? What happened? But it made Emperor Hongji feel like he was poisoned, mouth vomited fresh blood continuously, complete a 360-degree Thomas spin in midair. Surely in this world, the only person who could make Emperor Hongji so angry, it must be our lovely crown prince, Zhu Haozhou. Yesterday, Funky Fam finished examining the princess. Feeling a vibration cannot calm down. This morning I could only stay awake with panda eyes to go to work. If the prince takes sick leave, he can come and change shifts and then go home. But unexpectedly the prince rushed in aggressively, immediately asked to borrow money from Funky Fam, said he wanted to buy delicious food. Funky Fam was speechless. I say this, you idiot. This world is yours. You still borrow money from me. I still have to save money to marry your sister. Of course, Funky Fam did not dare to say that. Just ask one question, what do you borrow money for? His Highness the Crown Prince began to accuse his father. Which is the last time all the ore was collected? Leave him no hair. Monthly spending money is pitifully small. Plus this year's winter has been particularly wet. Vegetable crop failure. Prices skyrocket. Now even the most favorite candied fruit. He cannot buy any more. Funky Fam looked at the pitiful Crown Prince. Just remembered, it seems to be the coldest half a year in history, causing many northern lands to fail, leading to countless civilians becoming refugees, became the last straw that brought down the Ming dynasty. Thinking about this, Funky Fam suddenly had a good idea. Scream, he kept making such a fuss, making the prince completely bewildered. Do you lend or not? Speak up. Why bow your head and think for half a day? And then scream and scare people like that? Funky Fam smelled money again. Excitedly said to the prince, we are going to get rich. His Highness the Crown Prince heard and became rich. Blood bowls immediately. Then Funky Fam began to explain the plan to get rich to the Crown Prince, is growing watermelon in greenhouses, but first we must find a site for the experiment. Study carefully. His Highness the Crown Prince just heard. Isn't it just a test ground? No big... Isn't the royal garden already there? So, Lu Jing Liu Bian transformed into the Kun, the destroyer of flowers and grass. Excellent job cleaning up the flowers and grass. Funky Fam said again, grow off-season fruit. The most important are temperature and sunlight. They have smokeless coal for heating. Temperature is not a problem. Now all that is missing is something that is extremely translucent. When it comes to roofing, it must be admitted that our Crown Prince once decided something. No matter how crazy or insane you are, you dare to do it. This time he sent Liu Ban Ban again. Remove all the glass windows of the building belonging to Chiam Su Palace. To rich, Crown Prince Chuo Chiu is really too wasteful. Rare flowers in the backyard, along with those valuable glass items, were all destroyed by him without mercy. Even Funky Fam had to bow his head in admiration to the Crown Prince. Admire your sacrifice for growing melons, but then again, the prince is unlucky enough. As soon as he finished these things, Emperor Hongji did not understand why he was so excited. Suddenly remembered my beloved son, so he immediately went to the Chiam Su Palace. But when I just stepped into Chiam Su Palace, what a mess. The garden is devastated, the grass and trees are withered. The ivory towers are covered with rags, fluttering in the wind. This kind of destruction of property made the always frugal Emperor Hongji feel sorry. That's why there's the scene where Hong Tri-Thean 2 makes a 360-degree turn full of anger at the beginning of the movie. Ride a horse in circles. Emperor Hongji tried to contain his anger. Coldly said, quickly go find that crown prince for me. This loser. Today I will let you taste suffering. I just learned an invincible whip move. Crown Prince Chuo Chiu, since the time he was beaten by Emperor Hongji. Not giving up, he even moved the bed to the warm house. Declared that he would take care of the small melon plants himself. He even meticulously named these lovely little melons. Name them. This tree is called the Great General of the East. This tree is called the Monkey King. Who would have thought? Right at the time he was taking such good care of them. Then Funky Fam suddenly announced that watermelons may not be grown. Say these so-called experimental fields is capable of growing, also likely not to grow. Need to research and test carefully. This made Crown Prince Chuo Chiu so agitated that he grabbed Funky Fam by the collar. Must plant. This beating cannot be in vain. Now my whole body still hurts. This anger must be released. If you can't grow melons, I will kill you first and then commit suicide. We brothers should all die. Other things are small, pride is big. Father does not believe I can grow melons. I must grow it for everyone to see. Chuo Chiu is completely crazy now. All my life I was treated like a child by my father. If you touch it, it will be considered a disturbance. He always wanted to do something big to prove himself. Who would have thought he would get beaten to a pulp? Heart also cooled half. If the planning does not produce any results, then there will definitely be thoughts of wanting to destroy heaven and earth, let alone murder. Funky Fam saw the situation. Choose tactical retreat option. Let the Crown Prince make trouble on his own. That day Funky Fam was sleeping soundly. Then dreamily heard someone calling me. The voice was gloomy and strange. Echo far. It seemed like Chuo Chiu was holding a cleaver and wanted to cut him. Damn it, I can't grow watermelons. The prince is here to ask for forgiveness. Funky Fam's hair stood on end, unconsciously uttered a sound. then discovered Chuo Chiu is actually holding a cleaver sitting next to me, but not to kill him, but a cut watermelon. This startling story made Fuunki Pham want to swear, but he did not dare to get angry, can only try to suppress anger. Question: why did your highness suddenly appear in front of my bed? The prince laughed. This time I will escape out there. Your family members just refused to open the door. I have no choice but to climb the wall. Can grow watermelon. The greatest credit goes to you, old Fuong. How can I enjoy it alone? So I especially want to try it with you. Then the two of them ate melon together. The characteristic sweetness spreads throughout the taste buds, although it does not feel cool, but has a special flavor. The ultimate enjoyment this winter. Make two people happy little angels. The prince smiled innocently. A total of 30 melons, one for each mother and grandmother, one for each. No father. Correct? Sell to people at high prices. Fuunki Pham thought. Melons are grown, selling is easy. Just have to promote the prestige to the highest level. Then next year can be big fortune. A thought flashed. Fuunki Pham suddenly thought of something. A great place to buy melons. Who is so bold? Dare to set up a stall in the forbidden area of the royal court. Early in the morning, the lords withdrew from the court one by one, preparing to leave the east flower gate of the palace, return his palace. But just out of the Dong Ho gate, they suddenly heard a voice selling melons. Melons for sale, fresh watermelons. No sweetness, no money. The Truong brothers were extremely surprised when they heard that. Who is so bold? In the forbidden area of the imperial court, in front of the emperor's palace, you dare to loudly advertise for sale like that. Discipline must be maintained. Catch again, fine. The two brothers looked righteous, but when he saw people and melons on the cart, their faces changed color. Like I just saw a ghost. His Highness the Crown Prince is actually selling melons. At this time, Fuunki Pham also stepped out of the melon cart. Smiled gently. Looks like a harmless, innocent boy. Uncle, do you want to try it? How is this melon? The Truong brothers were startled. Unexpectedly, Fuunki Pham is also here. Moreover, there are actually watermelons in the car. Now you even invite them to eat without taking money. Originally people who like to take advantage, they tried it without hesitation. His Highness the Crown Prince looked at their greedy looks, really want to cut off their heads. It seems that the relationship between these two uncles and nephews is not very good. The Zhang brothers kept praising while eating. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious food. Looking at the Zhang brothers eating deliciously, the other ministers could not help it either. Go ahead and ask how watermelon is sold. The Crown Prince confidently quoted a price of 10 taels per fruit, not a penny less. The Zhang brothers just heard that it cost 10 taels per fruit, immediately felt the watermelon in the mouth even sweeter. 10 taels of silver is enough for an ordinary person to live for 2 years. Feel like I won big this time. But what Fuunki Pham said next almost made two people cry. You gentlemen do not know that this watermelon is newly grown in Taisun. Taisun is a treasure land given by heaven, can produce smokeless coal, can also produce rare and strange fruits. So this melon absorbs the essence of Taisun land, not only sweet and fragrant, but also has the effect of strengthening the body and kidney. Then he pointed at the two Zhang brothers who were crying until their eyes were blurred. Look so delicious, both were moved to tears. There was also a great minister who stood up and said, even though this watermelon is as effective as 100-year-old ginseng, selling melons is still the act of lowly merchants. How could His Highness the Crown Prince do such a thing? The prince did not know how to respond for a moment. Fuunki Pham lied like a log. Said His Highness pity the people wandering in Taisun, so come to sell melons. The money collected will be used to distribute to the displaced people in Taisun. The prince heard this, couldn't help but give Fuunki Pham a thumbs up. Fuunki Pham, you are so awesome. As soon as this word was uttered, the ministers all raised their hands in support. Fuunki Pham looked at these bags of money, chuckled, can't cheer you guys. I am a prodigal son of the capital, so is my reputation a waste? When others deny or misunderstand, don't be so quick to refute. Just quietly do well what you have decided, persevere to the end, will be success. Painting a breath, not to prove how good I am, but to tell others, what we have lost must be regained. Crown Prince Zhuhaozhou did the same. His father did not believe that watermelons could be grown in winter. He must plant it for his father to see. When Chu Haochu brought the green watermelons, placed before his father the Hongji Emperor, Emperor Hongji revealed a look of surprise and amazement. Seeing his father's expression, Crown Prince Chu Haochu was extremely happy. Unacknowledged feelings, not confirmed to be completely dissolved. But to do that, hardships left behind. Also not something that ordinary people can imagine. To get the joyful scene today, also thanks to the day of selling melons at Dong Ho Mun. That day, Takim's student Dong Trung happened to pass by. Buy one to offer to Kim. It just so happens that the 3 cabinet ministers are all in Sai Qian's mansion. Handle recent memorials continuously sent to the exiles. Worry that people do not have enough to eat. There will be chaos later. 3 people heard. This melon is the watermelon grown by the crown prince and Fuonki fam in taste son. So I was curious to know how winter watermelons differ from regular watermelons. After tasting it, everyone exclaimed how sweet and delicious it was. If other things could be grown, not to think of this. All 3 were startled. The worry that the displaced people will not have enough to eat is making it difficult for 3 people. Isn't there a solution? So the 3 of them decided to immediately go to the court to meet. At this time, Emperor Hongji was reading the memorial. Because this winter is so harsh. Barren land. Food shortage. I don't know how many homeless people will starve to death on the streets. We are all your people. But really can't think of any solution. Just as he was frowning in worry, the 3 cabinet ministers just arrived. Does your majesty know about growing melons in the Chiamsu palace? Emperor Hongji was startled. Thought 3 people came to impeach the crown prince for causing chaos. No worries about main job. The Emperor Hongji was so angry that already thought of a position to hit the crown prince. Who would have thought these 3 people would speak so vaguely? Also praised the prince's melons as delicious. Emperor Hongji was embarrassed but smiled politely. Winter planting melons, is it some kind of evil? You are not joking, are you? God dare not lie. But if winter can grow crops, then the people who are suffering from the cold winter will have a chance to survive. For the livelihood of the people, Emperor Hongji immediately summoned the crown prince and Fang Jifan. Just arrived and asked where is Dua. Bring it to me to see. Crown Prince Chuo Chu now had full confidence. Start playing tricks. This melon was grown with great care by my son. Father Emperor gave me 3,000 taels of silver. I will definitely offer melons. This sentence made Emperor Hongji grind his teeth, scolded Chuo Chu loudly. How bold! Chuo Chu had resentment in his heart, previously beaten to broken bones. Now how can it be easy for the emperor to rule? Got your watermelon easily. If father still wants to beat me, I am willing to accept it. Anyway, in the eyes of the emperor, the child god is still useless. The prince openly argued back, made Fuonki Fan break out in a cold sweat. If the crown prince overplays his hand this time, then both of them could not avoid a painful beating. For the livelihood of the people, Emperor Hongji tried to control his anger. Okay, go get the melon. Seeing that the Emperor Hongji had compromised, the prince smiled and said, Save my friend, you have brought the melon out and are waiting for me. Let someone get it. Emperor Hongji's face was dark. Look at the big round watermelon. Jaw-dropping. Unexpectedly it actually grows. Then asked Fuonki Fam, can this farming method be replicated? Fuonki Fam understood clearly in his heart, growing melons was just a game for the prince. But for the emperor and the great cabinet ministers, is a big deal related to people's livelihood. Seriously, the answer is yes, absolutely. And all the food your majesty wants can be grown. Just need to build his experimental ground in West Saining. This black potato is the most pitiful and unlucky fellow I have ever seen. At work, I was bullied by my superiors to gain power. After work, I was taught by my loving father. Why is he so unlucky? It was all because of his father, the Duke of Anquoke, offended someone who shouldn't be offended. So the father causes trouble, the son must bear it. Can't beat the old man, then cannot handle the little boy. Greenhouse farming method of Fuonki Fam has been recognized by the Emperor Hongji. Directly promoted Fuonki Fam to be the royal guards batch Huquan, established Taesundong in Back Hoso. Plantation manager, Fuonki Fam received the order, cannot help but exclaim, how much did Emperor Hongji value growing vegetables in greenhouses? And yet they sent a whole bunch of royal bodyguards for him. What a big player. Fuonki Fam was a little eager to meet his new subordinates, looking at the neat and tidy ranks of the royal guards. Damn this height. This temperament even more outstanding than me. Evil young master of the capital, Fuonki Fam. How is this possible? Fuonki Fam smiled wickedly. The handsome royal guards have become like this. Look over it. Feel like something is still missing. Another swipe at the faces of the royal guards. The royal guards probably smelled something wrong. Just casually asked a question, little man. Excuse me, Fuong back, what is this? Fuonki Fam then sternly said, nonsense. So what if it's poop? We plantation soldiers are not afraid of dirt, not afraid of fatigue. Who would have thought this scene of trampling on others was again attacked by the Duke of Anquoc, who had just gone to worship at the Thai temple. Returned to report met Fuonki Fam. Damn it, are you itchy again? The Duke was so angry that he went crazy. Muskin Fuonki Fam. Fuonki Fam heard this voice, scared to the point of almost peeing my pants, quickly turned around and told the royal guards to stop the Duke of Anquoc. I ran a cry to Emperor Hongji. Farming is not easy anymore. Emperor Hongji could not believe his ears. Say that again. At this time, Fuonki Fam calmed down and thought of a countermeasure. What does God mean? I see that in Kwok Kong Son of Trong Tin is full of energy. If he supports, can definitely complete the plantation mission well. The Duke also followed in, saw that the Emperor Ungji was there, immediately performed the ceremony, report that the Thamu ceremony has ended successfully, come here to serve. Emperor Hungji saw Duke Yingo. Very happy. In-law, you came at the right time. From now on, order your son Trong Tin to enter the Military Forest Guards Garrison Department. Appointed Deputy Governor. After listening, Mr. Kwok Kong said, "Is it because I was not here during this time? What did my son do wrong?" But demoted, Emperor Hungji calmly explained. The governor of the plantation department has noticed your son's talent. I strongly recommend your son to the plantation department to assist. Looking at Fuonki Pham, who was smugly standing to the side, the Duke regretted not having strangled this disaster sooner. Fuonki Pham was delighted to get revenge. Let him Kwok Kong bully me all day long. This time I got your son in my hands. See if you dare to act arrogantly towards me in the future. Just like that, the Western Mountain Guards of the Royal Guards, all members have gathered. Fuonki Pham looked at these royal guards who didn't know how to farm, decided to let them know what the rules were. The first person to get hit was the son of the British Duke, Truong Tin. Under the preemptive strike of Fuonki Pham, the whole plantation was filled with excitement. I don't know how long it has been. Fuonki Pham leisurely lay on the chair resting. Suddenly, the voice of Fuong Bachu came to my ear. Mr. Fuong, a face as black as a potato appeared before his eyes. Fuonki Pham was so scared that he thought he had crossed the ocean, all the way to Africa. Who would have thought that the black potato would start thanking Fuonki Pham? Thanks for giving him the chance to farm. My face is black as a jar, and he thanked me. This kid didn't get beaten to a pulp by me, did he? Since Vong Bio was tricked by Fuonki Pham to become Tae-sun manager, clearly slimmed down a lot. While Fuonki Pham was in Tae-sun these past few days, specially came to report the books to Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham is having a headache because of the plantation story, thinking how to earn rice varieties to increase food production. Wave his hand. Tell Wang Bio to go to the Yang Quan room in the mansion. Before leaving, Wang Bio said to Fang Jifan, a foreign merchant came to offer treasure, said to be 10,000-year-old ginseng from the western regions. Fuonki Pham heard, then find it interesting. Lived for so long, just heard that the western regions produce beauties. When will western regions produce ginseng again? He really wanted to come to expose. Open your eyes to see who this foreign devil is. This Ming dynasty, world-famous silk and porcelain. If it is possible to use a boat to smuggle goods abroad, then that is a profitable business. Although this business is super profitable, but there are also huge risks. This time it was the merchant ship of this foreign merchant, captured by the Tianjin Marine Patrol. Impatient like fire, after asking around, I found out Nam Habatu Fuonki Pham was very friendly with merchants, should come specifically to find a relationship. Fuonki Pham thought to himself, you still want to bribe me? Let my father quickly break the law. Am I Fuonki Pham, like the person who often harms his father? The bearded foreign merchant said a string of names. Fuonki Pham was too lazy to care what his name was. Can't remember anyway. No need to waste words. Directly ask foreign merchants to bring out the item they want to give away. It seems that Lord Fuong Bakho is really refreshing. This is a special cold-proof carpet brought from the western regions, is a unique premium product. Haha, these tattered things sold all over the street dare to call them treasures. The words made the foreign businessman blush. This is the special night pearl of the western regions. Exquisite, transparent, is a unique treasure. Fuonki Pham clicked his tongue. Take a glass marble as a night pearl. Who are you trying to fool? If you had been any later, our glass furnace in Tae-sun is almost finished. Foreign merchants were ridiculed to the point of having nowhere to hide. By the time he took out the last treasure, he was no longer confident. He stammered, this is a specialty ginseng of the western regions. Fuonki Pham laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. How I consider sweet potatoes as ginseng? You, this western devil, really think I can't count? Damn it, it's sweet potatoes. The western merchant is also cunning. Seeing Fuonki Pham's agitated face, from just now not confident, immediately started bragging. This ginseng is extremely powerful. Grow for thousands of years. Not ordinary. I have to use 300 taels of gold to ask for it. It is a one-of-a-kind treasure. Fuonki Pham did not expect. Sweet potatoes are native to the Americas, again and again to the hands of western merchants. Sweet potatoes are not a rare thing, but can be used as a staple food. More importantly, sweet potatoes are very easy to grow. Yield per acre is more than 10 times that of current crops, exactly what he needed. These two divine weapons save millions of lives. It's true that when you're sleepy, someone gives you a pillow. Get this gift. Do not say let him run around naked, also willing. The merchant Duong is also good observing facial expressions. Pretty good. Centurion, so can our cargo ship help us collude a little? Fuonki Pham was happy to have good seeds. This is easy. I will write home to my father right away. Let me clear this up. Merchant Dong was so excited that he started waving his arms and legs. Great, my fortune finally has a chance to be saved. As for whether it will work or not, it's hard to say. My father's a very upright man. Merchant Dong's face immediately turned green. I feel like I've been cheated. Do you know that among the 5 disciples of Fuongqi Pham, who is the bravest? Surely you will say to Tran, because he dared to jump off the building. Actually not. The bravest person was actually Duong Baho. Why say that? You will understand if you watch it. Since Taesun reclaimed land for cultivation, Fuongqi Pham discovered, Truong Tin turned out to be one, a farming master missed by his abusive father. Truong Tin also discovered it himself. His previous life was not about being beaten, then horse riding and reading, until arriving at Taesun. He just realized he likes farming more. He will think about how to make the greenhouse have more light, how to make watermelons sweeter. You could say he was born to farm. So after Fuongqi Pham got the sweet potatoes, immediately went to Truong. Jiangxin, I show you my great treasure. This sentence made Truong Tin's face turn red. No one knows what young Truong Tin was thinking. Fuongqi Pham did not care. Excitedly took out a big sweet potato from his crotch. This is the sweet potato sprout we grew ourselves. You plant it carefully for me. If it can be successfully grown, each acre can harvest 6,000 pounds of food. Truong Tin immediately turned into a crazy fan. Said definitely not disappoint expectations. Before leaving, Fuongqi Pham did not forget to encourage him. Wow, that's fine. The future of the great Ming is up to you. The long winter is finally over. Sweet potatoes under the efforts of Truong Tin were also successfully harvested. Because I don't know what kind of sweet potato it is. I don't know if it kills people. Fuongqi Pham's disciples became his guinea pigs. Do you think this kid is a jerk? And the beautiful name says, this is the love that I personally prepared for you. It was also the first time the disciples saw Fuongqi Pham so gentle. A sense of unease rose in everyone's hearts. A feeling of unease rose in everyone's hearts. The name to Tran that you think is the bravest feels wrong. Take the opportunity to leave first. The remaining disciples didn't even see his taillight. And there's that strange porridge thing. I don't know what it is. People with normal minds wouldn't dare try it so easily. But our Duong Baho thanked his teacher for giving him porridge. Gulp gulp down a bowl. This action made everyone dumbfounded. Yang Ji and the other 3 finished drinking and kept praising. This porridge is delicious. The others gave him a thumbs up for his bravery. Fuongqi Pham looked at Duong Ba, who was still healthy, also somewhat reassured. Hiding outside the door, Tu Kim Keen saw that nothing was wrong, smiling and holding the map back. From Tran, according to what you have explored these past days, this Taesun land, estimate how many fields can be cultivated. Taesun terrain is normal. Moreover, the mountains are very dangerous. Even with much effort, the land can be cultivated. Not much. Fuongqi Pham fell into deep thought. Next, he was faced with having no land to use. The land in Taesun, even though it is planted with only sweet potatoes, then it is of no use to the famine all over the world. Land became the first problem he had to solve. A flash of light. Fuongqi Pham remembered the 2 idiots. Immediately intentional. Thanos is certainly no stranger to everyone, right? Just snap your fingers, causing half of the world's population to disappear. Such a powerful person. Ming Dynasty also had. Do you believe it? He is the one who lived through 3 generations of emperors. Even the Hongji emperor had to fear the great devil king by 3 parts. The queen mother can destroy your whole family with just 1 sentence. Just as Fang Jifan was about to find the 2 idiots from the Zhang family, discuss land purchase, then he heard a big and shocking story. The Truong brothers fought over a piece of land. Dare to hit the grandson of this terrible character? If it weren't for Queen Truong protecting these 2 idiots, I don't know how many times I died. Unexpectedly, this time he was so bold as to dare to kick the steel plate, provoke someone that even Queen Truong did not dare to touch. Fuongqi Pham was startled after hearing that. The battle of the big guys at this level, shrimps like him are best avoided. Just as he was stealthily retreating, then was caught by Queen Tru. He said he usually has many ideas. Is there any way to help her, this ignorant woman, save her 2 estranged brothers? Fuongqi Pham looked at Queen Truong with a gloomy face. Save the fart. Take my head and save it. The old lady just had to move her finger, is able to make his entire Fuong family go up in smoke. Do you want the dung beetle to crawl into the toilet and find its own death? Besides, the 2 idiots from the Truong family were clearly wrong. The Chu family's maternal grandmother, standing behind the Zhang family's second wife and the Empress Dowager, for pride, will definitely not miss, even if the emperor comes, cannot solve this problem. Empress Truong looked at Fuongqi Pham with some difficulty, sighed and said, Ki Phum, you made it difficult for me. It's all my fault, too bad. Indulge them only to bring this big trouble. Looking at Queen Truong's face full of sadness, Fuongqi Pham suddenly had a good idea. The 2 national uncles' faces were not good, in my experience, probably of brain disease, And on the other side, Chu the Chutan was beaten, her head wrapped in bandages, was crying and complaining in front of the Empress Dowager, saying that being beaten was just a small matter, but this matter damages the reputation of the Chu family, which is a big deal. The Empress Dowager immediately decided to find someone to impeach the Truong brothers. If only the Empress Dowager herself spoke, even the emperor dare not be negligent. The Truong brothers must be skinned even if they don't die. After giving his idea to impress Truong, Fuong Ki-fam also immediately sent eunuchs to report the news. According to the diagnosis of Fuong Tongkai, a specialist in brain diseases, the Truong brothers had brain disease, so they beat people up. And please, Queen Mother, don't bother with these brainless bastards. Hearing such excuses, Chu Tan immediately flipped the table, decided to find the family to destroy the Truong family mansion. The Queen Mother was still drinking tea very calmly. Actually, what the Queen Mother wanted, just a reason to save face. If the two families really want to make a big deal out of this, we'll definitely create a dead-end situation. The Queen Mother is old, afraid that after I die, my family will be in trouble. Therefore, reducing enemies is the right way. Now impressed, Truong uses the story of having a brain disease as a stepping stone. The Queen Mother respected him, so let the Chu family mediate. It's just Fuong Ki-fam's sick theory. The Queen Mother heard it and found it interesting. In her eyes, Fuong Ki-fam was only considered the Crown Prince's playmate. I didn't expect Fuong Ki-fam to have such intelligence. Resolve a deadly battle between two houses really makes others look with different eyes. But those around the Crown Prince still need to be investigated clearly. So, the Empress Dowager ordered to inform Fuong Ki-fam to come and support her. Fuong Ki-fam was noticed by such a powerful character. Don't know what will happen. Do you know, what is the most powerful scripture of the early Ming dynasty? That is the Tao Di Zhen Jing version of Wei Di Yu. Vai Dai Ho, the most outstanding Taoist of Day Min. His scriptures can be considered a Taoist classic. Can be passed down for thousands of years. It's just that in the era of Fuong Ki-fam, due to slow transmission speed, so his scriptures have not been widely circulated. Although this scripture was written in the early Ming dynasty, but it was not until the late Ming dynasty, when it was dug up by grave robbers, can be passed on to future generations. In his previous life, Fuong Ki-fam pretended to be virtuous and flirted with girls, have memorized this scripture. The Queen Mother was especially devoted to Taoism. On the occasion of her upcoming birthday, Crown Prince Zhu Haoso wanted to personally copy the Buddhist scriptures, given to the Queen Mother as a birthday gift. Fuong Ki-fam saw the Crown Prince working so hard, immediately praised him for his filial piety. Who would have thought that the Crown Prince, this naughty boy, could not stand being praised? He gave up and gave the task of copying the sutras to Fuong Ki-fam. Still handsome face said, "Good brother, preach righteousness, share happiness, together in trouble." Fuong Ki-fam listened to the Crown Prince's words. Bewildered face. This time his filial piety was eaten by a dog. His laziness was blamed on him. The Crown Prince used the name of Good Brother to force him. Fuong Ki-fam then chose Vidaiho's scriptures to write. Who would have thought writing it would cause such a big disaster? The Empress Dowager collected many Tao Te Ching scriptures. There are hundreds of copies in total, but never heard of this version. So she asked the prince how he got this sutra. Chuo Chiu saw that the Empress Dowager looked angry. Don't know how to explain. The eunuch who was close to him once read this scripture. Then he said, "I see this scripture. Not the handwriting of His Highness the Crown Prince. I'm afraid there are people who have left the capital and are heretical, deliberately trying to mislead the Crown Prince." As soon as I heard the 4 words apostate from the scriptures and apostate from the religion, Chuo Chiu looked terrified. Unexpectedly, Fuong Ki-fam dared to copy the scriptures incorrectly. Under the pressure of the Queen Mother, Chuo Chiu decisively betrayed Liu Bian. Let both of them bear the blame. Liu Bian was so scared that he almost peed his pants, pounding the head like pounding rice, crying bitterly and said, "As a slave, I understand the rules of the palace very well. Absolutely do not dare to incite your highness to copy the scriptures incorrectly." The Queen Mother's face darkened after hearing this. She believed Liu Bian dare not. This person does not know the rules of the palace, and also very close to the Crown Prince. Even if the Crown Prince lied, he still wanted to protect that person. Besides Fuong Ki-fam, there is no one else. After the Empress Dowager confirmed that it was Fuong Ki-fam, she decided, must strictly manage those around the Crown Prince. She gave the heretical scripture she thought to the true person Puji of Longquan Pass. Personally verified, point out the places of deviation from the scriptures to Dieter the servants, then inform the emperor. She will punish this. The prince heard and felt heartbroken. This time you both take care of yourselves. What a good brother. Preaching chivalry. When Emperor Hongji heard this, he was extremely angry. Directly shows us what is called a point of admiration. Without saying a word, he forced the Crown Prince to kneel outside for 4 hours. Then afraid the prince sunbathed heavenly. Then he sent a eunuch to deliver the message. Tell the prince to go to a sunny place and continue kneeling. In front of the Empress Dowager, he pleaded for Fuang Qifam again. But the Queen Mother obviously recognized Fuang Qifam as apostate, although I will not fight or kill Fuang Qifam, but expressed that he did not dare to let him stay in the capital, continue to hang out with the crown prince. Emperor Hongji was also very troubled after hearing this. Princess Dedu still needs Fuang Qifam to re-examine her. Want to keep him? The Queen Mother immediately slammed the table. Could it be that the whole world? Is it only Fuang Qifam who can cure brain disease? Seeing the Queen Mother so angry, Emperor Hongji did not say anything more. What a coincidence. The real man is here. The late emperor was especially fond of Taoism when he was still on the throne. Alchemy for immortality. There are many people who take advantage of it, even manipulated the court. But the real person Fuda always kept his faith, closed door to meditate and understand the sutras, not with the world drifting along with the flow of life. After the late emperor passed away, the alchemists were all expelled. Only the real person Fuda rose like a kite in the wind, became the most prestigious person on Taoism in the north. He has wiped out the evil forces of anti-Buddhism. So this person's status is very high. Just one sentence can decide Fuang Qifam's fate. Even the Hongji emperor felt helpless. Fuang Qifam is a court official after all. But just because of the words of a Taoist, his future was ruined. Who would have thought that after meeting the Empress Dowager, Puji Zinren? Again, this scripture can be considered a Taoist classic. Dear Queen Mother, allow him to pay homage to the author of this scripture. As soon as the words were spoken, almost made everyone's jaw drop in surprise. The Emperor Hongji was even more moved. I didn't expect this brat Fuang Qifam to also practice Taoism. The Queen Mother was a little embarrassed, asked the real person if he had ever met Fuang Qifam in prison. The real person Fuda then humbled himself, even said that he had no right to comment on this person. The Queen Mother was extremely surprised. 1,000 times I never thought that I would read the sutras all my life, but did not recognize the pearl. Immediately transmitted the decree. Invite Fuang Qifam to Kantha Palace at thin hour on June 9th, with the Crown Prince to visit. Do you know what the hour of the dragon means? Do you know what the hour of the dragon means? At the hour of thin, only royal family members are allowed to enter the palace to attend the court. If Fuang Qifam comes at this time, there will definitely be rumors that the royal family wants to marry into the Fuang family. But in the palace there is only one princess of marriageable age. This is the precious gem of the Hongji Emperor. She had absolutely no intention of doing so, but she did not dare to disobey the Queen Mother. Can only rub forehead sigh. At this moment, Fuang Qifam was lying on the chair, lamenting the impermanence of life. It is true that people sit at home. Disaster fell from the sky. Just because of respect for the Crown Prince brother, reluctantly copied a scripture. Who would have thought he would almost get himself killed? The Queen Mother is really too scary. We must stay away from them in the future. But life is like that. The more you want to stay away, the more drawn closer. The more I want to leave, getting closer and closer. Ever since Master Puji read Fang Jifan's scriptures, always wanted to invite him to Long Choin Quan for a trip, many times sending invitations. We're all torn down by Fuang Qifam's men. He is really scared now. Really don't want to have anything to do with these priests. But God does not please people. The Queen Mother's birthday is coming soon. Transmit a single point. Ordered Fuang Qifam to bring him to Long Choin Quan to burn incense. No delay. Fuang Qifam could only reluctantly accept the order and thank him. The anger in his heart made his face change color. His disciples are Dong Dan and his fellow disciples, become a place to vent anger. But somewhere else, Wang Yaming was still not famous, standing outside the Tam Than Kak of Long Choin Quan to see Fuda Chan Nan. The disciples outside used the excuse that the master was in seclusion to refuse. As for Fuang Qifam, he brought a group of disciples. The young monks smiled and welcomed Fuang Qifam inside. Said that Puji Zenren had been waiting for a long time. This differential treatment made Wang Yaming stunned. Really do not take our future boss seriously. Puji Zenren used his eyes full of suspicion. Look at Fuang Qifam. You are truly unbelievable. This somewhat silly-looking teenager sitting in front of me can write such powerful scriptures. So he gave a test on the purity of non-action. How to explain? Fuang Qifam immediately broke out in cold sweat, secretly cursed this damned old man for giving him a difficult question as soon as he started. If he shows any weakness here, to the ears of the Queen Mother, then he will die for sure. No need to talk nonsense. This old man studied all his life. Dharma cannot be neglected. If you say it wrong, it will be more troublesome. No matter how I think, I still can't understand. Fuang Qifam resolutely gave up. And then you have to admire the ancient people's ability to supplement their brains. I wonder if Master Puji really thinks that Fuang Qifam's actions is pure and unconditioned, or to avoid embarrassment for both parties, find yourself an excuse. He himself, praising Fuang Qifam for things he did not understand clearly, no concealment, no pretense. Answer honestly, that is the meaning of pure and inactive. This old man's self-praise made Fuonki Fam blush. It is indeed worthy of studying the Tao. His eloquence almost made Fuonki Fam believe it. I thought it was true. Master Puji knew that Fang Ji Fan did not understand Taoism, could not help but ask Fuonki Fam, so where does this moral truth come from? Fuonki Fam started the deception mode, start making up stories, claimed to have met a master 5 years ago. The old man saw that his bones were unusual, determined to take him as a disciple, teach him magic. He reluctantly learned a little. Before parting, I gave him this scripture. Also told Fuonki Fam that his name was I Dai Dung. Having said these words, the person beside him, Fudi, felt like his butt was on fire. Scream. What? Master is still alive. Fuonki Fam's face was full of confusion. Talking nonsense like that and still get shot. Fuck. God, do you want to kill me? What is the cause which makes the prodigal son who fears neither heaven nor earth like Fuonki Fam, like a dog in mourning, run for your life from Long Choin Quan? And what is the cause which makes the prodigal son who fears neither heaven nor earth like Fuonki Fam? Without hesitation he returned to Long Choin Quan, with the old man full of enthusiasm. At the root of all this must start from when the real person Fuda heard the 3 words I Dai Dung. It turned out that Long Choin Quan, where Fuda Channam was staying, was founded by I Dai Dung. Later I Dai Ho traveled the world. Only then will the ultimate meaning of the true Dharma Sutra be known forever, and Fuda Chan Han is the orphan adopted by I Dai Ho. So for the real person Puji, I Dai Ho is both a master and a teacher. Also father, at this time hearing news about I Dai Ho, even outsiders can't avoid making mistakes. Even the real person Fuda did not expect that. Since I Dai Ho suddenly came down the mountain 40 years ago, then no news, 1,000 times unexpected, I was able to meet my master's work in this way. Fuonki Fam standing next to him looked a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, I Dai Ho has been missing for 40 years. If not, he would take the original copy of the ultimate meaning of the Tao Te Ching Jing and expose it. Then it's like Likui fighting Likua. One shot. Looking at the crying Master Puji, Fuonki Fam slightly regretted dragging I Dai Ho out to talk. Fortunately, the old man's key cultivation technique is not bad. Quickly recovered his mood. I asked you guys what I Dai Ho said when he left. Fuonki Fam started making up stories again. Said the Taoist praised him for his wisdom, is a rare talent. Hearing that, the old man was speechless. I have seen many shameless people, but never seen anyone as thick-skinned as this. This personality is truly a natural-born Taoist. The real person Fudu was extremely happy, constantly praising the master for his acting skills, can find a junior brother with such wisdom roots. It was Fuonki Fam's turn to be speechless. Love these days to be a Taoist you have to be thick-skinned. I regret it. Fuonki Fam heard the 2 words junior brother, immediately turn around. He doesn't want to be a rotten Taoist priest. Puji Jinren was not angry either. Begin to introduce the legacy of Long Choin Quan. Long Choin Quan has 4 levels of status, respectively Dai Dao, Triu Thean. Bei Dai is of course I Dai Ho. The Dao is him Chen Thuan and Fuonki Fam. If Fuonki Fam were his junior brother, in Long Choin Quan there will be 1 person below and 1 person above 10,000 people. Fuonki Fam is of poor interest. Listen and almost fall asleep. I was just lucky to have received some guidance from Venerable I Dao. This I absolutely cannot do. If my father finds out, I'll be dead for sure. Master Puji thought that Fang Ji Fan was really worried about these things. Explained to Fuonki Fam that our Long Choin lineage comes from Long Ho Mountain. Nat Dao does not need to keep himself pure. He can also get married and have children. Fuonki Fam directly put on the appearance of a spoiled young master. I am Namha, also an official. How can one practice in a monastery every day? Meaning beyond words, I don't want your shabby temple. Master Puji is really persistent. Leaned into Fuonki Fam's ear and whispered, the righteous way has never had many constraints. Going up and down the mountain is all about practicing. Junior brother, you are born with a destiny. Certainly have a great deal of affinity with the Taoist sect. How can I refuse? Seeing the old man approaching step by step, Fuonki Fam stood up abruptly, ran away to the outside of the temple, run and tell students to chase, finally ran down the mountain, to the tea shop, then breathed a sigh of relief. Sit down and discover. In the 6 people, 1 person was naturally added. Wang Yaming was not polite either, immediately asked for help. Fuonki Fam refused with a disgusted expression. Made Wang Yaming extremely embarrassed. About feeling this kind of tragedy, Tu Tin is the one who understands best. There is a reason why Fuonki Fam does not associate with Vong Duong Min. Wang Yaming's father is Wang Hoa. Every little bit is asking for movement and pulling. Fuonki Fam does not dare to tease his son. Just as everyone was chatting, the Taoist priests of Long Choin Temple shouted loudly, you still dare to ask for money? Have I paid yet? This is the location of Long Choin Quan. Sudden scream, like an arrow piercing Fuonki Fam's brain. Unexpectedly, he ran out of the capital from Long Choin Quan, but still have not run away from Long Choin-Kwan's territory. The surrounding guests also lamented the cruelty of Long Choin-Kwan. This year's snow disaster, plus the great drought. Long Choin-Kwan also refused to reduce the rent, now eat without paying, bullying the female owner to tears. The appearance of pear blossoms drenched in rain is so pitiful. Fuonki Pham took out money to comfort the shop owner. At the same time, ask how much land Long Choin-Kwan has. Listen to the owner tell the story. Fuonki Pham just knew. In the area near this capital, outside the royal manor, the land of temples and pagodas is the most. Fuonki Pham heard and then remembered, previously to promote sweet potato cultivation, his disciples have spread to almost all the famous families. The results obtained were insignificant. Unexpectedly, Long Choin-Kwan has so much land. If all this land were planted with sweet potatoes, how many people can survive this? Fuonki Pham was lost in thought. The landlady continued. Long Choin Temple holds many rituals every year. Acquire more land. So those priests were rich beyond belief. Moreover, the Chen Nat Dao does not have much discipline. There are Taoists who rely on their own teachings, also arbitrarily occupy land, outside raising 3 wives and 4 concubines. Whenever something happens, they bully poor people like us. Listen up to here. Duong Dan angrily slammed the table. Also tells about the Taoist priest in Long Choin-Kwan restaurant. Dog eyes look down on people. Vegetarian food, but each person has to pay 1 tael of silver. So expensive. He just muttered one sentence, was scolded as a poor scholar. Fuonki Pham heard and smiled. Decided to teach these priests a lesson. So he led everyone back to Long Choin-Kwan. Act out a scene of brother and sister. Touching love. Acting so well that it's down to 1 word. Once upon a time there was Confucius and Lady Gigu. Now there's Fuonki Pham, quietly kick the evil. In the Long Choin restaurant, little Taoist flatterer and servant, Wang Qianbao, the manager of the brothel, laughed heartily and exclaimed, today's harvest was good. There is just one thing wrong. Morning met some poor scholars. Made him feel a little unhappy. Just as Wang Qianbao was lost in thought, a foot suddenly appeared in the air, fly straight at his face. Extremely strong force, causing Wang Qianbao and his chair to be kicked over. The little monk who was serving beside him was scared and screamed. This kick from Fuonki Pham was not light at all. Wang Qianbao felt his eye sockets make a thud sound. Then from the eye socket, the pain was excruciating and spread throughout the body. The pain was so bad that he rolled on the ground. No one dares to face Fuonki Pham, bully his students. Now if you don't act like you're here, then is it the evil young master Fuonki Pham? Wang Qianbao also did not expect. In this Long Choin-Kwan, there is someone who dares to commit such a crime. What a brave man. Fuonki Pham stepped forward again, a look of contempt. Like a little tyrant, I am Fuonki Pham and you dare to touch me. Destroy this brothel for me, young master. Wang Qianbao covered his face, covered his nose and lay on the ground, whole body shaking in disbelief. There are people who are so crazy. Even the emperor's pure Long Choin-Kwan dares to break. Wang Yaming outside the door also looked surprised. This Long Choin-Kwan is said to have a relationship with the Empress Dowager. Fuonki Pham is so bold. But I like Wang Yaming very much. I said, old Wang, we don't argue. Can I be friends? As for Fuonki Pham's disciples, just now were literary scholars. Now under the command of Fuonki Pham, also began to show his fangs and claws. Tables and chairs were smashed to pieces. Happy to be with you. How generous. Just as Tang Dan was about to give Wang Qianbao some more, a loud shout rang out. Stop him. Only saw many Taoist priests rushing in from outside the door. In the middle was a tall, thin Taoist with an imposing aura. Is the eldest disciple of Long Choin-Kwan, Truong Triu Tian. He took a step forward, shouted, what a big guts. Do you know where Long Choin-Kwan is? How dare you assault here? Arrest all these people who don't know how to live or die for me? Today I must act on behalf of heaven. The temple is rotten to this extent. Wang Qianbao can openly rake in money. It is thanks to this great disciple Truong Triu Tian. Fuom smiled. Looking at Truong Triu Tian's gloomy face, completely ignore him. Truong Triu Tian was angry in his heart. Never seen such an arrogant person. Fuonki Pham was still as calm as ever. That hateful look really makes me want to punch him. His words made Truong Triu Tian even more angry. I am the junior brother of Master Puji. It turns out he is your uncle. Seeing your uncle without kneeling, do you want to die? As soon as the words were spoken, the street boys immediately fell silent, as quiet as a sheet. Truong Triu Tian's face became even more gloomy. Could not believe looking at Fuonki Pham. He just learned that his new master, a junior brother unexpectedly, the guy standing in front of me half smiling, half not. What a bolt from the blue. In this, the position in Taoism is greater than the sky. If Truong Triu Tian sees his uncle and does not kneel, then it is a sin to destroy the master's family. Of course, I can't reason with Fuonki Pham anymore. Just obediently kneel down. The other priests were as silent as clams. Fuonki Pham was smug and proud, seeing Truong Triu Tian defeated at his feet, pointing at the beaten Wang Qianbao. As the fourth-generation disciple of our sect, dare to disrespect me. Direct expulsion. Make him clean up for me. Wang Qianbao just heard. Tears immediately flowed. He knew he was done for. After dealing with Wang Qianbao, Fuang Qifan began to think about who would manage the brothel. Eyes scanned the crowd. Eyes stopped on a spectator who did not mind the big deal. An order that almost made the guy choke on sunflower seeds. A cold light flashed through Truong Triyutin's eyes. Who is good at brainwashing? Must find Diamond Fuang Qifam. Since Fuang Qifam appointed Le Triu Van to manage the menorah, this cowardly priest knelt down to block Fuang Qifam at Long Choing Quan Gate, cried loudly and begged Fuang Qifam to withdraw the order. He was really afraid of his senior brother, Truitian. At Long Choing Quan, no one dares to disobey the eldest brother. If he accepts a prostitute, in the eyes of the elder brother, Le Triu Van has become a villain in collusion with Fuang Qifam, with the strength of the eldest brother in the temple. Could kill him in a minute. He was really scared, looking at Le Triu Van's dejected appearance. Fuang Qifam did not think it was right to seduce Le Triu Van, told him to think carefully. Has he been willing over the years? Why are we all disciples of the Triu Tu boy? Truong Triyutin eats well and dresses well. Have money, have sweets, have women. And you, Le Triu Van, live a miserable life? Haha. Good food and nice clothes seemed to arouse Le Triu Van's desire. 2 words of suffering. It also seemed to make Le Triu Van a bit unwilling. Now the knife is at the neck. Dare not. Moreover, with Fuang Qifam backing him up, his mind suddenly flew to the prospect of defeating Truong Triyutin. I will rule Long Choing Quan. Withdrawing the head also dies. Stick your head out and die. Le Triu Van's blood boiled. Prepare to go to the mountain to risk your life with Truong Triyutin. Fuang Qifam smiled smugly. He knew that Le Triu Van was not good at all. Sometimes even one hand of Truong Triyutin is not enough. The reputation of Long Choing Quan is so bad, because the real person Puji had long since stopped asking about worldly affairs. Fuang Qifam made a ruckus in the dining hall. The aim is to lead out the real boss behind it. Truong Triyutin appeared. Everything will be easier to solve. Fuang Qifam first relied on his seniority, make him lose face, then challenged his authority, forced him to accept Le Triu Van as manager of the brothel. But Fuang Qifam used Le Triu Van, not because I respect him, just want to push Le Triu Van into a dead end, let him manipulate. To put it bluntly, then Le Triu Van is a chess piece of Fuang Qifam. Fuang Qifam can only rely on him, only then can one truly enter this Long Choing Quan chess game. After all, Fuang Qifam is just an auspicious object of Long Choing Quan. Looks noble, but in reality it has no effect on the owner. Only when Truong Triyutin is eliminated from the game, then Long Choing Quan let Fuang Qifam arrange things as he pleased. Of course, what Fuang Qifam is doing have only one purpose, that is to have 10,000 good fields of Long Choing Quan. Instead of letting scum like Truong Triyutin collect money, then let him take that land to reclaim. Good fields combined with his sweet potato variety would be able to solve a large part of the hunger problem. Fuang Qikoi is truly a good son of a family who does good for the country and the people. It must be said that the great Ming dynasty, also many disasters, just experienced a half-year-long snowstorm. Then came a drought that lasted for several months. The land failed. Complaints everywhere. The rumors are even more rampant among the people. There are even beggars singing. The nursery rhyme says that this is because the emperor did bad things, so the sky sent disaster. The conflict escalated. Some people even secretly attacked the soldiers to vent their anger. But Fuang Qifam knew from history books, June 17th will have a timely shower, can solve this problem. But what Fuang Qifam needs to do first is to find a scapegoat, together with him to perform a complete rain prayer. The crown prince leisurely eating melon to cool down is the most promising candidate, perhaps due to too much contact with Fuang Qifam. So he fooled me too much. The crown prince always felt that Fuang Qifam was trying to play a trick on him, clearly knowing that Emperor Hongji hates the most about ghosts and gods, but now you want to take him to do this rain-praying thing. It was obvious that Fuang Qifam thought he was short. I just want to use my little whip to relieve my anger. What a good brother. But the crown prince's competitive nature, the mind wants to prove itself, was seen through by Fuang Qifam. He directly launched his ultimate deception. Your Highness, this is helping your Majesty relieve his worries. If I pray for rain, your Highness will make great achievements. Even if you can't ask for it, then we can kill that bastard too. Then immediately go to the palace to apologize. Your Majesty considers filial piety. I will not blame your Highness. The prince is also very easy to fool. Listen to the devilish words of Fuang Qifam. Again feel this is a bargain, definitely no loss. So agreed. Fuang Qifam smiled slyly, immediately pulled Le Triu Van over, and bragged to the prince that this irresponsible guy is a master of rain-making. In fact, behind the scenes are threats and intimidation. Le Triu Van did not want to be dismissed, should be obedient, and for show. Leave the rest to Fuang Qifam. Just like that, the crown prince was dragged into the water by Flunky Fam in a daze, ordered the people to build an altar at the station of the palace, prepare for rain, but the prince looked at the bright sunny sky. I feel like I was tricked by Flunky Fam. How can it rain? Isn't that cheating the devil? He felt his mind was completely fooled by Flunky Fam. As for Flunky Fam, he looked very confident. Rain is... After all, he had already bet the life of that irresponsible guy. Actually, Flunky Fam only remembered roughly when it rained. The probability of killing Latriu Van is still quite high, and Duong Denho of Tram Su feel the crown prince is really too foolish. Then he sent Vong Ho to inform his majesty. I'll stay and see how things develop. Flunky Fam saw that almost everyone had arrived, began to urge the crown prince, act a love act for the people like children, so that later your majesty can look at me with different eyes. The crown prince is also worthy of being an Oscar-winning German actor. Of the cinema, the look of love for the people like a child, heartbreaking, really too standard, 2 consecutive months of crop failure, serious natural disaster situation. I am now the crown prince. Above cannot share the worries with father. Below cannot understand the suffering of the people. If I can't pray for rain today, I'd rather die. The look of pain, acting regardless, makes Flunky Fam feel it's a bit too much. He kindly reminded, but who would have thought that His Highness the Crown Prince would completely let himself go, immersed in it? If I die atone for my sins to the heavens, in return for heavy rain from heaven, then today I will die. Check out this performance. Made Liu Bian beside him so scared that he knelt down. Flunky Fam also did not expect that the rain had not yet been prayed for. The prince has already entered the role deeply. The situation is a bit out of control. On the other hand, Vong Ho also arrived in front of the palace. Report to the Emperor Hongji what the crown prince is doing. The crown prince is the crown prince. If it doesn't rain, wouldn't that prove the court's lack of virtue? But was punished by heaven. When Emperor Hongji heard this, he was extremely angry. Ordered someone to bring the crown prince immediately. No delay. Looks like this rain is not coming yet. Then His Highness the Crown Prince will hardly be able to avoid a small beating. Truong Triutin looked at the bright sunny sky and couldn't help but smile to himself. Since Li Triuvan was specifically named by Flunky Fam as managing the brothel, later he played tricks on Li Triuvan many times, even falsely accused Li Triuvan of stealing things, want to get rid of him at all costs. Unexpectedly, Li Triuvan was forced to come up with this trick to pray for rain. If you can't pray for rain, then it is the crime of treason. Zhang Qiaoxian had already sought out the Master Wang of the Road sect. Just wait for him to come down from the altar, we'll catch him. But who would have thought? Just when Truong Triutin thought that Li Triuvan was finished, then got slapped in the face so quickly. Suddenly there was a loud thunderclap in the clear sky. Immediately after that, it rained cats and dogs. Don't mention Zhang Qiaoxian's expression at that time, how special it was. It's like someone peed on my face. The leader of Daolo to stop Truong Triutin, the person who just called for wind and rain on the stage, became a meritorious official. As for him, Long Choing Quan is very fierce. Became a criminal who falsely accused his fellow students. No matter how he explains, the truth is out in the open. Truong Triutin just got off the stage. His Highness the Crown Prince saw Qi Wu succeed, also varied it, immediately turned to the Hongji Emperor to claim credit. Emperor Hongji did not pay any attention, but went straight to the side of the Crown Prince. Turning to Flunky Fam, he looked very curious. Is there really someone who can summon wind and summon rain? Flunky Fam hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Your Majesty is joking. How is this possible? Haiwu is just a swindle. But people believe in ghosts and gods deeply. The Crown Prince and the god Qi Wu are not fake gods and ghosts. But I'll let the people know. Heaven is actually protecting the court. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, I think Flunky Fam's handling is very satisfactory. Just, how did Flunky Fam know it would rain today? At this time, Flunky Fam had to continue making up stories. Said that when he was young, he was guided by a Taoist named Tiu Qin Dang, know a little bit about celestial observation. So I guess today it will probably rain. He deliberately spoke ambiguously. Flunky Fam is a brainless teenager, but the mind is not stupid. If it were really possible to observe celestial phenomena so accurately, maybe later he was hung on the altar, be a weather forecaster too. Emperor Hongji frowned, staring at Flunky Fam. What if it doesn't rain today? Flunky Fam did not know how to respond for a moment. His Highness the Crown Prince likes to show off and compete to answer. If you can't pray for rain, nature will tie him up. God bless. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, Is this human speech? Is human life a joke? His Highness the Crown Prince knew he had misspoken, hurriedly bowed his head, not daring to speak. Only then did Emperor Hongji breathe a sigh of relief, looking at Flunky Fam. Qi Fam, I didn't expect you to understand celestial phenomena. I'm wondering, what else is hidden in your stomach? Flunky Fam smiled, his face became serious. God can make a barren land yield 20 stone of grain. It should be known that the yield of each land sample of Daemin is only about 2 stone. This means Fuonki Pham can increase the food yield per acre by 10 times. In a flash, the warm pavilion became eerily quiet. Ta Kiem and the others were even more terrified in their hearts. If the yield of each sample can really reach 20 agar, they are willing to turn their heads down to be Fuonki Pham's night chamber pot. It can be seen that you are truly for the country and the people. Emperor Hongji heard and could not believe it at all. If that is really the case, the great Ming will probably no longer have famine. Fuonki Pham is full of confidence. Has defeated Truong Tri Yutin? Then the Long Choin Quan's image is considered in hand. That day will not be far away. Do you know what the consequences of eating too many sweet potatoes are? When the Duke of England first ate baked sweet potatoes, was moved to tears. Really delicious? The feeling when you take the first bite, it really made him feel like he was back on his wedding night. Fuonki Pham praised. Then, several sweet potato dishes prepared in different ways were offered. This made the Duke of England eat to his heart's content, completely ignoring the advice of Truong Tin's son. Don't eat too many sweet potatoes at once. You say he still gets angry with you. But everyone must know, eat too many sweet potatoes, there will be a magical gas accumulating in the abdomen, commonly known as the danchan. Miss Wakong ate too much, has reached this limit. Just saw him sitting up straight. Heroic spirit. Behind him arose a whirlwind carrying dust. Spirited, Fuonki Pham could not help but sigh. The internal strength of the Duke of England is truly invincible. The jest, not to mention the power. Just looking at this amount of air is enough to kill many people. Many people died, but this time when Kwok Kong came to Tay Sun, because the Tun Dan So and Tay Sun had requisitioned the rice fields of Long Choi and Quan to change to plant new trees, caused many complaints from farmers, and also claimed to have achieved a yield of 30 stones per sample. That's 15 times the normal output. This time the person who strongly advocated promoting the new tree was Deputy Batcho Truong Tin. The evidence that the censor collected for impeachment, almost as tall as a person. When Duke Kwok heard this news, the first feeling is, this brat Fuonki Pham lied about the production. Moreover, it is seeking death, even dragged his son into the water. There is no other way. He had no choice but to ask for instructions from the Hongji Emperor. Investigate clearly the source of this incident, to report to the court. At this time, Truong Tin was commanding the Tun Dayan army to water and fertilize. Suddenly felt cold down the spine. His nerves were shaken by the terror of his father. I thought the Duke of England came to congratulate them. Because sweet potatoes are in great season, Mr. Kwok Kong looked at the field full of green grass. Without saying a word, he gave his son a flying kick. Is all green leaves also called a good harvest? Indeed, following Fuonki Pham does not teach anything good. Even important national matters like food production, they dare to lie. Truong Tin pulled up the sweet potatoes with grievance. Explained to the Duke of England, sweet potato growing underground. 1 acre of land in the south has been harvested, so reported to the court, but not false. The Duke of England was immediately stunned on the spot. So embarrassing, but the stubbornness of a father made him still deliberately cause trouble. Give Truong Tin a fight, meaning beyond words, is the son of the Duke of England, but follow others to grow crops, completely humiliated the Duke of England. Truong Tin heard that, changed the usual cowardly attitude, firmly believes that farming is the direction of his life, and farmers are the root of the country. I vow to devote my whole life to the world. No regrets. This series of high-level discussions left the Duke of N stunned. Unexpectedly, the son before could speak again, making him unable to refute. For a moment, he seemed to see the figure of Fuonki Pham. It turned out he wasn't seeing things, but Fuonki Pham is really here. Meet the mastermind behind his son's change. And Kwok Kong immediately wanted to use all of the 5 elements martial arts. Fuonki Pham immediately put on a childish expression, put the sweet potato into Kwok Kong's mouth. Which Duke has ever eaten such delicious sweet potatoes? In a flash, I was conquered by the sweet, soft, and fragrant sweet potato. Fuonki Pham immediately showed the results of the harvest on a piece of land. Mr. Kwok really can't believe it. 1 acre of land yields 30 loads. It's true, sweet potato cultivation in Tay Sun was a great success. The emperor ordered the popularization of farming. From now on, the people can have enough to eat. The Tay Sun plantation's 100-man commander was promoted to the position of Thien Ho So. Everyone got promoted. Truong Tin made great contributions in crossbreeding sweet potatoes. Was given the title of Feng Then Ba, just as black skin. Surely it's not a plant brought in from outside. People often say the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is difficult. Unexpectedly, in ancient times, the relationship between sister-in-law and sister-in-law was not easy. The Queen Mother's birthday is coming soon. Fuong Cam Long's cousin from faraway Yunnan came to the capital to attend. The night before entering the palace, she went to Fuong's mansion to visit relatives. Fuong Cam Long saw his sister's face had scratches. Extremely angry, ask and find out. The eldest sister-in-law relied on her position as the head of the department, is the legitimate daughter of Teen Bakong, usually arrogant and domineering. For her, the second room from Namhabai always scolded her. Make things difficult. Although her parents-in-law and husband were good to her, but if not divided, still have to suffer bullying from the department head. Today I came home just because I was upset. Should stop by and sit for a while. Phuong Kanlong was extremely upset, because this is someone else's business, cannot intervene itself. Even if I intervene, it will only make my sister more embarrassed. The two could only look at each other and cry. Phuong Ki Pham saw all of this. In heart say nothing. Fast forward to June 9th, is the day the Queen Mother was born. Dai Men used filial piety to govern the world. This can be considered the most important event. Lanterns are hung everywhere. Fireworks exploded in the sky. The royal palace has been preparing for this day for months. But the number of women who can actually enter the palace of life to wish longevity, there are only a few dozen people. Phuong Ki Pham and the crown prince entered the palace, a little earlier than the ladies, and quickly sat down. Meanwhile, he looked around for the model. By chance, also see, the sister-in-law that the model often said was not easy to get along with. What a sore and harsh face. Look at first sight, see unpleasant. Phuong Dai also noticed at this time. Phuong Ki Pham was sitting next to the Queen Mother. This made her a little distracted, forget to perform the ceremony. When everyone knelt down to pay homage to the Queen Mother, then only Phuong Tha stood there, bewildered. In ancient times, this was considered rude behavior. If you think about it, it is a great disrespect to the Queen Mother, belongs to serious errors. The shepherd saw the right moment and immediately began to attack. Directly said that Phuong Tha was a relative of Ikwak Kong and was granted a marriage, but do not understand etiquette, break the rules in the palace. The implication is that she did wrong, should punish not lenient. She pretended to be the eldest son of the two family, volunteered to take the punishment for his sister-in-law, avoid damaging the palace rules. The implication is that I understand etiquette better than she does. Come and praise me. This performance of Muktha made Phuong Ki Pham sweat coldly for the model. This palace fight, the fighting strength of the Mu family must be at least 10,000, and his model only has 1,000 at most. Can't last 3 episodes or it will be over. Everything went exactly the way Mu Tha wanted. The Empress Dowager really praised Mu Thai, is a good and sensible child, also wanted her to come closer to see more clearly. This is truly a great honor for the Mu family. Mu Thi felt that she had won the heart of the Empress Dowager. I heard that Phuong Tha's nephew Phuong Ki Pham, for the brother of Queen Truong, and offended the relatives of the Empress Dowager, hurriedly took the opportunity to speak ill of Phuong Ki Pham, making Phuong Ki Pham want to swear when he heard it. The Empress Dowager found what Mu Thi said to be true. Could not help but ask, do you know Phuong Ki Pham? The pastor was enthusiastic. Still think I flattered the right place. More and more talkative, never met before. But who in this whole city? I wonder if Namaba Mansion has such a prodigal son. This person does not like reading books. Illiterate. All day party. In short, it's terrible. Phuong Ki Pham heard and was helpless. Directly raised the middle finger. The Queen Mother's face was cold. You only listen to what people say, so why dare to say so sure? Seeing that the Empress Dowager had such a reaction, Mu Tha said, immediately felt something was wrong. The Queen Mother turned to ask the young man behind her, Phuong Than Jia, have you always been misunderstood like this? Phuong Ki Pham obediently pretended to be innocent. Just this one move. His fighting strength in the palace fighting has reached at least 50,000. The whole body of the shepherd trembled, in a flash like seeing a ghost. She was completely bewildered. It turns out that Phuong Ki Pham is here. Moreover, he entered the palace earlier than the lady, apparently given special grace by the Queen Mother. Afterward, Phuong Ki Pham immediately showed his powerful fighting skills. It's embarrassing to say, I am the one who does not like reading books. Illiterate. All day party. This Phuong Ki Pham has such a bad name that everyone knows it. Met Mrs. The implication is you are a jerk. Gossip. I do not bother to argue with you, still treat you very politely. I heard from my aunt that the lady is especially virtuous. Originally wanted to go to the house to pay respects, but Ki Pham has a brain disease. Bad reputation? Afraid of disturbing the lady, so dare not come. Implied meaning I have always been very polite to you. But you are a noble lady. Discriminate against me, a person with brain disease? What a beast. Critical, this is absolutely critical. Beat Mu Thi to the point where there is absolutely no way back. It made people feel even more that the Empress Dowager coldly uttered a sentence. Bad news travels fast. Who said that our Phuong family has a bad reputation? The Queen Mother's retort. The protection is so obvious. Mu Thi's face turned pale, completely knocked out. Talking about tea ceremony, it still has to be Phuong Ki Pham. An old man over 70 years old knelt down on the ground. Call a teenager to perform magic. The Queen Mother and the ladies looked on in horror. Emperor Hongji also had a surprised look on his face. Only His Highness the Crown Prince felt normal. His good brother, it's not strange to do anything. What about Fuonki fam? Face also bewildered, also not as calm as His Highness the Crown Prince thought. Just feeling emotional, it's really thanks to that cheap master's blessing. Idaiho is really admirable, makes an otherwise awkward situation interesting. Look at the old lady just performed a failed act. Still a little reluctant, hearing the impressed dowager say that Fuonki fam's learning was profound, absolutely not useless people. Immediately understood. Why does the Queen Mother love Fuonki fam so much? Think again, Fuonki fam is just a green-haired kid. What do you know about religion? The Empress Dowager is definitely enchanted by Fuonki fam. Then things have changed. This time to wish you a long life, Muthi intentionally invited the famous Hong Fap Chan Nan of Jiangnan. All religious people know. Hodong Fap Shan Nunan is a man of great learning and talent, is a true Taoist, clear and upright morality, is a high-level humanist. The Queen Mother had also heard about it early on. The teachings of the true person Hong Fap were transmitted by Long A. Sen. Profound philosophy? Unexpectedly invited by Muthi. What if? Quickly send someone to invite Hong Fap Chan Nan into the palace. Mrs. the look pleased. This time I will definitely let Fuonki fam know. The old lady suggested that Fuonki fam was also well versed in Taoism. Why not ask the real person Hong Fap for advice? Fuonki fam sneered. Secretly sighed, this lady is really not an easy one. He did not care about that kind of consultation and discussion. Even if you lost to such a virtuous and highly respected person, then what does he lose? Just look at this lady's smug look. Really makes him hate. Had a report to Hong Fap Chan Nan. Who would have thought that Hong Fap Chan Nan just knew he was Fuonki fam? Immediately widened his eyes, instantly turned into a true fanboy. Said that a few days ago he finished reading the Tao Te Ching. See, the meaning is really earth-shattering. Unexpectedly met you here. Then he knelt down on the ground. Solemn ceremony? So there is a scene where a 70-year-old man calls a young man uncle. With Uncle Fuonki fam here. Even the true person Hong Fap does not dare to show off his axe in front of a carpenter. Then asked to withdraw. The Tine's face turned pale. Feel so. How could she have guessed? Why are there so many twists and turns in the Tao? This time it was a total loss. Luckily, their National Guard palace for this birthday celebration has been very strong. Hopefully there's still some hope left. Don't lose face too much. At this moment the eunuch spoke. Read the offerings of the longevity ceremony. The birthday gifts from the Duke of Wei's mansion are undoubtedly rare and precious treasures. It really took a lot. Just when reading about Nam Ho Bafu, the eunuch hesitated a little, stammered out a glass mirror. Then it's over. His Highness the Crown Prince heard the glass, immediately woke up. I know that Brother Fuong and Tae's son built a glass factory. One day can practice thousands of pounds. Emperor Hongji could not help but give a thumbs up, secretly praised his son. This son is really a #1 brother pit bull. Mrs. They standing next to her laughed silently. I didn't expect Fuonki fam to be so stingy. The lost dignity has now been completely regained. Fuonki fam took out a wooden box from his chest, take out a glass mirror. Mouth is not idle. This thing is the god who has spent his mind and heart. Prepare for the Lady Marigold. I hope to personally put it on the Queen Mother. The Empress Dowager felt that the world before her eyes was completely different. The world is so vague, in a flash became extremely clear, made her very emotional, even if there are mountains of gold and seas of silver. Not as good as this marigold mirror. Immediately wanted to reward Fuonki fam. Fuonki fam does not need a reward. Say a series of thanks to the teacher for her thoughtful teaching. The Queen Mother immediately understood, praised Fuonki fam as a good child, immediately happily appointed Fuongdai as second-rank lady. At this time Fuongdai was only a 5th rank in Nan. From 5th rank jumped straight to 2nd rank, unprecedented in the history of the great Ming. Muthi is just a 3rd-rank commoner. The Emperor Hongji wanted to advise and confer a 3rd rank on him. Then Fuonki fam quickly thanked him. This deal is done. Even the Emperor cannot fix it. Fuongdai's face was in disbelief. Completely dumbfounded. This reward is really too big, beyond her imagination. Mrs. Th's feelings are extremely complicated, so uncomfortable I want to vomit blood. It's all because she's usually too mean. Now the eldest daughter-in-law is a 3rd-rank lady, the second daughter-in-law is a 2nd-rank lady. Who do you think will greet who next? How scary is Wang Yaming when he goes crazy? I'm not talking about comparing with Confucius in building a country and building a house. Just look at the pile of people lying around in the courtyard, and you'll know. What a great combination of literature and martial arts. Without these 2 tricks, one cannot become a saint. But today he did not come to cause trouble. Just wondering, should especially come to ask Fuonki fam for advice. The method is a bit crude, But the important thing is to be effective. Didn't Fuonki Pham obediently listen to his advice? He really doesn't understand. Why did the royal formation fail? Not ago. The crown prince had also discussed this issue with Fuonki Pham. Due to poor response to my Lu's rebellion in Gizhou, leading to the entire army being destroyed, Lu's all face in the court. So the Emperor Hongji sent the royal family to be good at fighting, mobilize the best soldiers, want to destroy all the rebels of Milu at once. The royal family mobilized 50,000 elite soldiers from 4 provinces, prepared to stabilize and conduct a siege of the rebels in Gizhou. His Highness the Crown Prince, after careful consideration, felt the royal family's battle plan was perfect. Milu was just a ragtag group of a few thousand soldiers, under the siege of such a powerful army, will certainly be completely destroyed. His Highness the Crown Prince thinks that, this time the Milu rebels will be quickly quelled. Fuonki Pham looked uncertain. Faced with Fuonki Pham's doubts, His Highness the Crown Prince appeared extremely confident, said that he had recited military books by heart since he was a child, understand the main code and military service, dare not say anything else, but in this regard he's extremely confident. This battle the court will definitely win. Fuonki Pham also did not respect the Crown Prince. Pour cold water on it. In this world there is no sure win battle. Mai Lu was able to defeat the previous army with the weak. There must be a way to deal with the royal family. After listening, the Crown Prince felt that this brat Fuonki Pham was acting arrogant again. He is all theory. Neither of the two brothers were convinced by each other, so they argued loudly, completely pretending that Vong Ho was lecturing the two of them. Like air, in the modern way of thinking, the royal family's tactics are really no problem. But unfortunately Fuonki Pham is a time traveler. History has proven the royal family failed. This is also the reason why Wang Yanming knew the military situation in Gizhou. Fine Fuonki Pham. But at this moment, there was someone who wanted to know the reason even more than Wang Yanming. Fuonki Pham went to known Kak, respectfully answered the question of Emperor Hongji. The Mexican rebels, although few people, they look weak, but they have one advantage. That is, they are very familiar with the local terrain, can fight like a god, continuously attack and harass the soldiers. Our officers and soldiers are mobilized from 4 provinces. It is inevitable that you are not familiar with the land and water. We get weaker, the other side gets stronger. In such a geographical situation, not only could not find the Milu army, there is also the possibility of the guerrillas blocking the supply route. The advantage in the number of troops was completely not exploited. After listening to Fang Jifan's explanation, Emperor Hongji said, also angry to shake, "Is it possible that your great Ming has no way to deal with these bandits? There is a method, of course. They can fight guerrillas. Of course we can too. In the past, the Hun cavalry was powerful. Emperor Wu Han trained even stronger cavalry. Beat the Huns to pieces. We just need to establish a local paint company, send people to study the local terrain, mountain warfare training. We'll definitely destroy them. Follow the path of the enemy, make the enemy have no way out." These military insights of Fuonki Pham makes the ministers listen and be dumbfounded. No one expect. Fuonki Pham is also a military genius, really cannot refute. Just when Fuonki Pham was feeling smug and wanted to fly to the sky, Emperor Hongji interrupted him. Tell him to back off. The ministers were a little confused. Why not let Fuonki Pham continue speaking? Emperor Hongji is very angry. If this kid continues talking, wouldn't its tail be sticking up in the air? But this mountain enterprise still has to be established, so immediately gave orders, let people do it. The ministers looked at Emperor Hongji with meaningful expressions. It's true that I want to be a prostitute and build a temple at the same time. Indeed, all officials are cunning. If you have ever been a teacher, then grading, it is definitely a headache. Emperor Hongji also had such an experience, looking at the 4 identical test papers. Although they all discussed the painting of the land with different methods, but in the eyes of Emperor Hongji, just as countless little Fang Jifans are making trouble everywhere, made him mad. And another student of Fuonki Pham is Tutine. Then, like most other tributes, taking the theme of pacifying Mexico, he let out a sigh of admiration. There is absolutely no specific solution to the problem. What a bitch. Made Emperor Hongji extremely disappointed. If this mountaintop really has miraculous effects, then Gizhou has news reported back. Now it seems like it was just a farce. Fuonki Pham's luck ended here. The movie ends here. At this time Li Dongduong also said, the tribute students were mostly good at writing classical Chinese. As for current affairs strategy and troop deployment, he is really not good at it. Afterward, give the Hongji Emperor a different test. Emperor Hongji was surprised after reading it. The strategies in the exam, even compared to the Minister of War, also not inferior. Asked, that was the exam paper of the son of the first place winner, Vong Ho, Vong Dongmin. Emperor Hongji could not help but admire that Wang Ho had given birth to a good son. The top scorer of this imperial examination is temporarily decided to be Wang Yanming. The father and son both passed the imperial examinations, which is also a legend for all time. At this moment, Vong Duong Min was standing in the study looking out the window. Don't know what to think. His father Vong Ho called him several times. He just reacted. Why don't you go see the electric board today? How to take the exam? Wang Yanming is very confident. Frankly speaking, although his writing may not be as good as other tribute students, but if we talk about strategy, then no tribute can beat him. He is definitely number one. His father told Wang Yanming to be humble. But inside the heart is blooming. But Wang Yanming still paid some attention to Fang Jifan's disciples, decided to still go and see. Who would have thought? Outside the sewer, a long line of Fuang Qifam's disciples were kneeling. What is it? Turns out that yesterday there was an urgent report 800 miles from Gizhou. After Enqua Kong finished reading the content, report to the emperor without delay. The emperor immediately ordered, take Fuang Qifam to Known Kak to wait. Fuang Qifam went to Known Kak. Looking at the stern Emperor Hongji and a group of ministers, feel a little panic inside. Since he entered here, still no one said a word. Just let him kneel like that, completely clueless about what's going on. After a long while, Emperor Hongji slowly opened his mouth. Fuang Qifam, you really make things difficult for me. Fuang Qifam just heard this sentence. No matter if you are right or wrong, hurriedly pretend to be a good boy. Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Tolerance. If I say anything wrong or do anything wrong, please be merciful to me. God has brain disease. Young age. Don't want to die before getting married. This intense desire to live made Emperor Hongji laugh. The tense atmosphere just now immediately eased. Emperor Hongji said excitedly, I do not want to blame you, but I have a headache not knowing how to reward you. Looking at Fuang Qifam's face, he looked like he was someone who shouldn't joke with me. Emperor Hongji had to seriously explain. Today, good news came from the Guizhou front line. The mountain village has just tried its hand, defeated the Mylok gang. The news of this victory was so great that everyone found it hard to believe. Several confirmations, so it leads to delay. Fuang Qifam was so happy that he foamed at the mouth after hearing that. So that's it. Make me stunned for half a day. Immediately felt back no longer tired. Legs not hurt. It turns out that the tension was also because of the news of victory in Guizhou. This victory news immediately gave the standard answer to the exam. The truth is still the most eloquent. And Fuang Qifam's disciples, thanks to Fuang Qifam, all fill in the correct answer, directly occupied the table from first to fourth place, except for Tuten who disobeyed. That's why there was a scene of people kneeling in a row outside the palace. Tuten did not listen and got 33rd place in the exam, really humiliating the sect, making Fuang Qifam lose face to accept this disciple. The disciple saw Fuang Qifam angry, had to kneel down and beg for forgiveness for Tuten. This action is no different than teaching Fuang Qifam how to be a human. Fuang Qifam's face became even more purple with anger. Definitely give. They all knelt down and punished. What about Wang Yanming? Seeing that I only got 5th place, like a little wife suffering injustice, can't cry but can't help but cry, still feel guilty towards his little star. In fact, Wang Yanming's strategy was not without reason. He pointed out the shortcomings in the current commander Vong's fighting style, too hasty to surround and destroy, so he mobilized 4 armies to surround the rebels. Unexpectedly, the rebels were good at hiding and fighting guerrilla warfare. The core of Wang Yanming's strategy was, from quick wins to long-term fights. Once you enter the long game, the rebel logistics will not be able to keep up, will be at a disadvantage. But Wang Yanming overlooked one thing, the reason why the king was anxious, because the court was financially strapped. The court wanted to end the rebellion quickly, to save on more cost. Fuang Qifam's mountain and land enterprise focuses on 2 points. First, the rebels fought guerrilla warfare. We also fight guerrillas. Through training, improve guerrilla skills to surpass the rebels. Very good strategy. Second, the mountain camp needed fewer troops. Logistics costs are also less. Save money. The arrogant Wang Yanming finally learned to be humble. This time Wang Yanming did not lose. Did you ever step on the roof when you were a kid? Feel that wonderful floating sensation. Jia Bang used the excuse of natural disasters and the immorality of the court, but secretly attacked. The imperial guards patrol at night. There are signs of rebellion. To save face for the court, Emperor Hongji ordered the Jinyue within 10 days, caught Jia Bang's henchmen. The imperial guards constantly search for people in the city day and night. But it's been half a month. Jia Bang's henchmen have not been caught yet. On the contrary, every day you can hear the sound of people jumping on the roof of my house. Just like that, Fuang Qifam could not sleep well for several days, until no one knows the name of the eyeless man, kicked a hole in the roof of Fuang's house. Ouyangji felt sorry for his master who could not rest well. Even the dark circles under my eyes appeared. Should ask for fate. Emperor Hongji sent his master Fang Jifan to catch the criminal, with the good name that, so, there will be no more Jinyue to disturb the master's rest. What a filial disciple. Making Fuonki Fam touched, he praised all 18 generations of his ancestors. Let's like the magical brain circuit of a Duong Chai. But the words had been said anyway. Then our Fuonki Fam, I had to catch this thief. The students were also enthusiastic. Want to show off some skills when catching thieves. But with just these weak scholars, not even one person can beat it. Fuonki Fam told them to go wherever they wanted. In my heart I have already thought of a helper. Just as you might think, it is Wang Yangming, a man of both literature and martial arts. Since I got 5th place in the exam, Wang Yangming's spirit has problems. Tormenting myself, not wanting to think about Fuonki Fam day and night, already having a simple mind, he became even more confused. He really does not understand. How can one take exams and increase food production at the same time? Just predicted the war situation in Guizhou. Also thought of Sun Diadon. These questions kept swirling around in his head, make him hallucinate, like seeing Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. Come to point out to him. I say is it sometimes because of hunger, but the illusion before my eyes vanished. Fuonki Fam's figure gradually appeared. Wang Yaming just knew. So it was Fuonki Fam who came to answer his questions. He was so excited, like seeing a savior, patted Fuonki Fam on the shoulder. Hatch Haiyan Mei told Fuonki Fam to bring the answer to the northwest. In return, Wang Yaming and Fang Jifam will catch thieves. Fuonki Fam is in Taisun, preached morality to Wang Yaming and his disciples. Good things fall from the sky. How could Wang Yaming not go? It must be said that, with the fighting power of Wang Yaming, Fuonki Fam's efficiency in catching thieves is really extremely high. It took less than a day to catch the thief. Even the Emperor Hongji did not dare to believe it. Suspect Fuonki Fam, have you got brain disease? Arrest innocent people to make merit. But listening to the eunuch explain, this time Fuonki Fam has established a military order, a guaranteed output, not like joke. Also using thieves from the beggar clan to teach in Taisun. Emperor Hongji heard this and was confused. How does this have anything to do with teaching? Decided to go see for myself. What the hell is Fuonki Fam up to? The way is 1 foot high, 1 meter tall demon. The Imperial Guard to catch the thief of the beggar clan. Almost turn the whole capital upside down. Make chickens fly and dogs bark. Result, not even a fart can be caught. But Fuonki Fam and Vong Duong Min did not search at all. Just at an inn caught the thief of the beggar clan. The face of the Imperial Guards has truly lost all dignity. Especially Mo Bin, commander of the Imperial Guards. More ashamed. So he expressed his suspicions towards the thief that Fuonki Fam caught. What makes him say that a thief is a thief? Any evidence? Fuonki Fam had already expected that the Imperial Guards would not submit. Directly call the present people farmers in Taisun. Previously, the leader of the beggar clan Wang San came to testify. Obviously, Mubin did not believe such testimony. Thought that Fuonki Fam was completely teasing the Cam YV in them. Despise. Randomly drag out a farmer and say he is the leader of the beggar clan branch. If it were up to you, you will not believe. Emperor Hongji, who was eavesdropping nearby, also sighed. Why did Vong Tam take the initiative to confess, admit to being a rebel? That is the sin of death. But in truth, Vong Tam is indeed the branch leader, and the hideout of the thieves of the beggar clan, also by his choice. This is also the reason why Fuonki Fam can in one day has been caught. The thief of the beggar clan left the Imperial Guard helpless. People like Mu Bin, the high and mighty Jinya Wei, will not understand people like Vong Tam, the so-called beggar clan. Just a bunch of beggars hugging each other to keep warm. The owner is also a beggar. How good can it be? They family. Joining the beggar clan is just to have enough to eat. Not bullied. If there is a place to settle down. Who wants to beg? Who wants to disrupt the party? Until Fuonki Fam and the Crown Prince appeared, it gave him hope. Taisun became his final destination. In this place, he only needs to sell his strength to be able to eat and wear warm clothes. Live a peaceful life that I never dared to think of before. But since the general manager arrived, turned the whole capital upside down, he was afraid he would disappoint his 2 benefactors. The more afraid that one day Taisun will be destroyed in war, extinguished his last hope. So even if I risk being beheaded, he also had to testify. He hopes that even if he dies, can also let your family live peacefully in Taisun. Mo Bin obviously still did not believe it. Believed that Vong Tam had received benefits from Fuonki Fam. So nonsense. This made Wang Tam angry and cursed. If it weren't for you dogs not fulfilling your responsibilities, how can we become a rebel party? You are the ones who bully us, and the one who wants to kill us to get credit is you. Mu Bin was shot for no reason, so angry that he gritted his teeth. Luckily, Fuonki Fam saw that the situation was not good, immediately stepped up to advise. Wang San, Commander-in-Chief, is not a local official. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on Commander Mo. Injustice has a cause, Deb has an owner. This Wang San, these words really make me angry to death. There was a bit of Fuonki Fam finally decisively with Commander Mo. If you still feel the evidence is insufficient, His Tae-sun still has many people from the beggar clan helping him, can be slowly investigated. The commander sighed, also said nothing more. Fuonki Pham shouted loudly, everyone present. His subordinates stood in a row. Today I call you here is to expose this thief of the beggar clan, to tell you clearly about the ethics of being an official. Must say, Fuonki Pham is also a bit handsome when he is serious. Let's listen to teacher Fuong's small class opening. I ask you, those who are about to enter life, what measures do you have to suppress the rebellion? While you are still thinking, this smart guy Wang Yaming has learned how to interrupt. The saint said use education. Fuonki Pham could not help but admit. So why 2,000 years have passed, there are still so many rebels? Wang Yaming was suddenly left speechless by the question. Why? Fuonki Pham spoke up strongly. It's all because the Confucian scholars of later generations misunderstood. They think that the so-called education is to speak great truth to the people, then the world will be at peace. But it leaves out the most important thing, that is the people must be fed. Otherwise people are going to starve. Where do I find time to listen to you preach? Therefore, the solution to chaos is to feed them well. Only when full can one listen to teachings. Just become a citizen. Using a vulgar saying, if you have milk, you are a mother. The truth is that simple. After speaking, Fuonki Pham did not forget to show off his handsome appearance. A good official is someone who can turn rebels into followers like a teacher. Also using the Mandarin is the one who turns the people into rebels. Unexpectedly, Yang Ji-cheng had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Such an upright person. After listening, he started to flatter Fuonki Pham like that. Meanwhile, the always arrogant Wang Yaming fell into deep thought. In the sky of career flashed colorful lightning. Small drops of drizzle gently water all things in the world. At the same time, it also cleans Wang Yangming's soul. Wang Yangming? Originally, he was exiled to Longchuang Station at the age of 37 before he realized the truth. Now under the influence of Fuonki Pham, he realized it first. At this moment, the Great Tao is simple and easy to follow. Also have a mind. On the other hand, after hearing Fang Jifan's words, Emperor Hongji said, as for Vong Tam, the leader of this branch of the beggar clan, even if beheaded, also curious to find out where he wanted to stay, wanting to ask Fuonki Pham to take me for a walk around, the foolish prince appeared out of nowhere, volunteered to take Emperor Hongji to sea, scare his father to death. But after seeing the miserable residents of Tae-sun village, Hongji Emperor could hardly imagine, that's already living the good life. So what kind of life did these exiles live before? A life not equal to animals. Emperor Hongji could not help but wonder about his conscience. Am I a saint after all? If not seen with my own eyes, he cannot know. The country under one's rule, why are there so many rebels? Fuonki Pham not only taught his students a lesson, but also became the teacher of Emperor Hongji. Immediately afterwards, the Emperor Hongji ordered the leader to be beheaded. Everyone else is forgiven. Fuonki Pham led the Tae-sun people to Kowtow in gratitude. Cannot help but think, just wanted to lecture and show off to students. Who would have thought it would attack the powerful Emperor Hongji all his life? How to live the following days? What a sin in ancient times, Kunshi Huang burned books and buried Confucianism. Nowadays there is Wang Yaming burning books and harming people. Since realizing the principles of the Great Way of Simplicity and One Action, Vong Duong Min, looking back at contemporary Confucian scholars teaching about Confucius, and interpret the meaning of Mencius, really just nonsense, just to stir up the crowd. Textbooks were designated by the court for use in the imperial examinations. It's just a name without substance. In his eyes it was all scum. Might as well burn it all down. His father watched the holy books being burned. I have absolutely no idea what kind of madness this kid has gone through. Want to step forward to prevent. Was left speechless by a sentence from Wang Yangming. Father has read the books of sages for many years. Have you understood the great doctrine of the saint? The essence of the sage's way is nothing more than loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. But was later people interpreted in an extremely complex way? Do nothing, just bury your head in reading books, but want to understand the way of the saint. What a madness! To truly understand the way of the saints, must bend down to do practical work first, from there to understand. Improve yourself, only then can one attain the unity of knowledge and action. That is the principle that Fuonki Pham taught me. Wang Yaming said so much. Vong Ho did not understand anything else, but he understood the last sentence. My son turned out like this. It turns out that the culprit is that prodigal son. Vong Ho turned and went straight to the kitchen. Holding a 20-meter-long sword, he wanted to fight to the death against Fuonki Pham. Fortunately, the servants hugged his legs tightly, just avoided a rare event in the history of Dae Min. The champion assassinated the defeated son, and the prodigal son Fuonki Pham caused this incident. Not known yet, I just escaped a life of killing, but was humming and singing on the recliner in the yard. So comfortable, only thing is that off-key voice, It's a bit jarring. Just as Fuonki Fam continued to torment the flowers and grass, the sudden appearance of Wang Yaming interrupted him. Wang Yaming is very open and honest, told Fuonki Fam the whole story of burning books and harming people at home. The end result was being kicked out of the house by his father. Fortunately, he took this opportunity. Stay by Fuonki Fam's side to learn. Arrange everything for Fuonki Fam so clearly. Fuonki Fam looked at Vong Dong Min with a bit of social phobia, but began to doubt, not knowing since when I had accepted him as a student, not even a disciple, but wanted Fuonki Fam to be his teacher. Moreover, I also eat his food, drink his water, and sleep his sleep. Fuonki Fam felt that Vong Dong Min seemed to have some kind of illness, was about to refuse. Then Vong Dong Min poses in a powerful pose. It seems that if you are not satisfied, you will immediately fight. Fuonki Fam was immediately scared. Hurry to welcome. Indeed, fists are sometimes more useful than reason. Thinking about the process of becoming a disciple of others, then looking back at the process of Wang Yangming becoming a disciple, Fuonki Fam is currently like a little daughter-in-law who is suffering from injustice. Evil begets it. Fuonki Fam, you also have this day. What do you think is the purest, most innocent thing in the world? I think those must be the innocent words of a child. Emperor Hongji fell ill from worrying too much. Fuonki Fam had no choice but to go to Tae's son to find new medicine. It was already noon and still no sign. Fuonki Fam returns. His Highness the Crown Prince was impatient, wanted to personally go to Tae's son, but was stopped by Queen Tru. The royal physician said that His Majesty's condition is not very optimistic. The prince must be in the palace at this time. The Crown Prince wished he could chop these incompetent imperial physicians to pieces. Luckily, at this time, Fuonki Fam had run back in time, just avoided a bloody case. Fuonki Fam is expected to return, also a bit smug and soaring. Don't forget to pose to show off this indecent appearance. Even the Crown Prince couldn't help but want to hit him. What time is it? Grabbed Fuonki Fam, wanting taken to treat Hong Trithian to immediately. Who would have thought that Fuonki Fam would say he wanted to save people? Then no one can stay, especially His Highness the Crown Prince. Make the Crown Prince angry. If it weren't for the important illness of the Emperor Hongji, the Crown Prince has already fought a battle with Fuonki Fam. When Emperor Hongji recovered from his illness, the servants took the opportunity to tell Fuonki Fam to go out as well. Fuonki Fam made a cute face again and turned into Doraemon, finally took out the new medicine from his chest, read aloud to himself. The Emperor is sick. Eat a lot of dumplings and you will be fine. Fuonki Fam imitated the innocent tone of a child, makes Emperor Hongji disgusted to death. Fuonki Fam is shameless. Also not ashamed. Just say these are children and Tae's son. Heard that your majesty is sick. Should write a letter. Just because I don't know much, so you can only use the Sixi umbrella instead. The Emperor Hongji heard that it was a child's letter. Immediately uplifted, tell Fuonki Fam to continue reading. Your Majesty, I know the medicine is very bitter, but taking medicine will cure the disease. Your Majesty must try to be a good emperor. Don't be late. Emperor Hongji was an uninteresting man, normally also used to hear flattery. That genuine innocence made his heart suddenly ache. In an instant, tears filled my eyes. I think Mr. Fuong is definitely lying to me. The emperor eats 30 pigs every day, 5 cows, 100 chickens. Moreover, there are thousands of beautiful women serving him. How can it be sick? Emperor Hongji heard the following words, feel a little embarrassed. He snatched the secret letter from Fuonki Fam's hand and read it himself. If the emperor is a wise man, then we have rice to eat every day. The further you read, the emotion in the heart of Emperor Hongji grew even greater. Emperor Hongji could not control his emotions. Voice with a hint of sobbing, asked about the disease that always tormented him. Your Majesty, am I a tyrant? Fuonki Fam rarely seriously replied, no. Your Majesty is a rare holy monarch in 1,000 years. But Emperor Hongji still felt extremely guilty. Obviously, I tried very hard. Why are there still so many Wang Tam in the world? At this moment, Fuonki Fam suddenly remembered his previous life. A comedy master named Quach once said something like this, there was a man, everything is good. Top family, top education, top appearance, but in the end did not make any career. What is that called? That is life. Even though you are powerful, wealth comparable to a nation, there are still ambitions that you cannot fulfill. Therefore, Fuonki Fam could only advise Hong Trithian too. Vong Tam was like that. If your Majesty now blames himself, 20 years later, what will happen to little Wang San and the others? Having said that, Fuonki Fam resolutely withdrew. Strong medicine has been given. The rest can only rely on the Emperor Hongji himself. Truly worthy of the Saint Wang Yaming, his ability to imagine things is truly unprecedented. After Fang Jifan cured the heart disease of Emperor Hongji, he found the literacy level of the children in Tae's son to be alarming. Round diagonal X. It is easy to associate with other images. So he came up with an idea, put in Wang Yaming has a very big appetite, decided to use him properly. The most bull-headed educator in history. Wang Yaming was not very happy at first, assuming that they are court officials, but isn't it a waste of money to teach these kids? But the other brothers strongly supported their master's directive, show determination to thoroughly understand the guiding principle of the master. Who would have thought that after a few days of teaching, the other monks were tired as dogs? Wang Yaming began to enjoy the joy of education again, with students hoeing the land to grow crops, although very tired, but the joy of the season has really engraved in his heart, especially after a hard day's work. Come to student's house to have a full meal. What a simple yet genuine joy. Because of these things, Wang Yaming specially knelt down in front of Fang Jifan. Thanks Fuonqi fam for teaching me these past few days. Wang Yaming just did this move, making Fuonqi fam bewildered. Didn't I just tell you to teach? Long time. What are you up to again? Does this guy also have brain disease? Just when Fuonqi fam was doubtful, Wang Yaming began to imagine himself. At first, the students still did not understand. Why do you make us teach? Official work is busy enough. Travel hard just to teach a bunch of kids. What a waste of talent. Today, the student understood. Master wants us to know. Pursue the simple great path before the merger. Must have empathy. Fuonqi fam was a little embarrassed. I thought to myself I didn't think so at first. Wang Yaming continued to imagine. Students since coming to Taisun to teach, know what the people want. Just have enough food and warm clothes. When students read books, always think that the world's great will is the way, not knowing that one night there is no shelter. Today I understand, everyone has food and clothes, is the great wisdom of the world. Students, because all day full, have new clothes to wear, so have ignored the simplest needs of the people. What a terrible mistake. The master does not want us to think we are all right and superior. Immediately let us live with the people. Experience the suffering of the people yourself. Become parents who know the hardships of the people. Master has suffered for us. Student of all ages. Now I understand the meaning of my teacher. With deep gratitude from Wang Yaming. Make Fuonqi fam also had to widen eyes in surprise. The other brothers heard these words. It seems that he also understood Fuonqi fam's heart. Also knelt down on the ground. Fuonqi fam could not help but exclaim, Vong Dong Min is indeed a saint. Well said. Why didn't I think of that? This ability imagine is also very powerful. No wonder people can become saints. This power still exists. Surely you have heard the saying the first rank official suppresses the dead. But you do not know that, in the great Ming dynasty, officials of the same rank could also oppress others. Guizhou bandit suppression, although the royal family used the mountain camp strategy, caused heavy damage to the Milu guerrillas, but still could not catch my Lu. But one day I can't catch my Lu, then the rebellion in Guizhou will not be able to end. The rebellious tendency will become more and more serious. Emperor Hongji had to appoint Fuong Camlong as the general of Guizhou, immediately set out for Guizhou to stabilize the situation. Before you go, the good son Fuong Qifame offered Fuong Camlong a handbook, told his father to be very careful if he encountered difficulties, act according to plan. Son's concern made Fuong Camlong very touched, right in the eyes of Fuong Qifame. Fuong Camlong laughed loudly, when your father won the battle. I'm not born yet. Fuong Camlong could not help but sigh, besides pampering her son. This is really a tough old man. Fuong Camlong already had experience in judging Van Kwai. Subordinates are all veterans of the battlefield. After taking over the Guizhou Shandy Ying, the battle strength of the Mountain and Earth Army increased by another level, but even so, the power of the rebels is still very large, dared to openly attack the barracks controlled by the Ming army, causing heavy casualties to the Ming army sent to reinforce. Fuong Camlong reads the war report. The soldiers' blood can no longer be suppressed. Modern Mountain and Earth Enterprise elite, please go to war to destroy the rebels. Plus the latest news from the front lines, tens of thousands of rebels are attacking Anshan, the second largest city in Guizhou, position only after Guiyang. Once lost, the Ming army's defense in Guizhou was considered complete. In such a dire war situation, Vong that still did not agree to let Fuong Camlong lead Sun Diadong to battle, but wanted to personally lead the main force to Enthuan, fight to the death with the rebels, let Fuong Camlong stay to guard Kwaidong. This is the inhibition of the person that we talked about earlier. The official title of the royal family is governor, Fuong Camlong's rank is general. Nominally the two are equals, but in fact Dai Min used literature to govern martial arts. The civil mandarin has supreme authority. Vong that disagreed. Fuong Camlong also had no other choice, can only be angry, of course to make Fuong Camlong feel secure at home. Vong that also expressed his concerns, although Sun Diadong is strong, but I don't know why the rebels kept fighting more and more. The elite of the Mountain and Earth Army are all treasures, cannot bear the loss. If we can't catch my Lu, just start the Sun Diadong. Gain cannot compensate loss. Fuong Camlong heard. also see that as reasonable. So his plan, Vong that led the main army to rescue in Thuan, Phuong Canlong was forced to stay and guard Kwai Dong. At night, Phuong Canlong thought, open the brocade bag of Phuong Ki Pham. What catches the eye is Phuong Ki Pham's analysis of the war situation. I think the rebels will definitely attack in Thuan. He seemingly successful, actually in ambush, waiting for our army to come to the rescue, then take leisure to relax, defeat our army. If it is true as Phuong Ki Pham said, the main force of the Ming army will certainly suffer losses in Thuan. He suggested that instead of sitting and defending Gaiyang, it is better to take the initiative to attack, search for the rebel leader Mi Lu. Once we catch Mi Lu, the rebels will lose their heads. The crisis in Thuan will also be resolved accordingly. Do you believe it? The rebellion raged in the Ming court for 2 years. The hateful invader that everyone in the court wanted to chop into 100 pieces. What a beautiful woman. Completely different from the previous painting. After reading Phuong Ki Pham's brocade book, Phuong Canlong disobeyed the royal family's order to stay in Giang, quietly led 800 bodyguards, set out to find Mi Lu's hiding place. For fear of revealing his whereabouts, Phuong Canlong did not tell anyone. This news soon reached the palace. Emperor Hongji did not believe it at all. Phuong Canlong will run away when in battle. At this moment, Phuong Canlong was following Phuong Ki Pham's brocade bag, search for the most likely hiding place for Mi Lu Shijia Zhuang. It's just that all around that Jian Tri are mountains, because of unfamiliar terrain. So even though it is the elite of Sun Diadone, after searching for half a month without results, fighting spirit when starting from Giayang, also almost worn out. The whole army lost all vitality. Extremely miserable. Even Phuong Canlong's poisonous chicken dish also failed to encourage their fighting spirit. Fortunately, this was reported later. The hidden Shi Jianzai in the deep mountains has finally been found. Phuong Canlong immediately ordered a rest in place, eat all the dry food, prepare to attack the mountain camp once, capture the rebel leader Mi Lu. However, the elites of the mountain and earth army were tired as dogs, completely out of spirit. No way, Phuong Canlong could only use his unique brainwashing technique, has been passed down from the ancestors of the Phuong family. The general has a son, live the days like a fairy, in the capital. Beside there are dozens of servants, wearing silk and brocade, eat the best delicacies, things you may never enjoy in your life. Moreover, this son of mine is especially troublesome, offended many people, but no one dares to touch it. What about your son? Still peeing or playing in the dirt. Even a book cannot be rid, forever a soldier. In the future, I'm afraid I won't even find a wife. Your sons are like beggars in the streets, anyone can bully. Married men, several years also dare not sue a new outfit. You live like that, what is the difference between dead? These blunt words pierced straight into the hearts of these elites. Phuong Canlong felt the atmosphere had warmed up enough. It's time to get to the point. You certainly do not accept. Why is my son the one above me? And your wives and children are so poor, I tell you. That is because our ancestors did not spare their lives and fought for their lives, newly changes today. Without them, my son Phuong Canlong, no different from your son. Afterward, Phuong Canlong pointed at the mountain camp. The ringleader of the rebel Mi Lu is right in front of us. Great achievements are right before your eyes. Because of him, our army lost thousands and tens of thousands of soldiers. Cost a lot of money. Catching him is a great achievement. Want to change your fate and your son's fate? Today charge for me. The speaker was enthusiastic. The listener was indignant. The elites of the mountain and earth army shouted in unison. Fuck it. Then, in the mountain camp, a fierce battle took place. After countless casualties, finally caught the leader of the bandits Mi Lu. Just didn't expect it to be such a beautiful and charming woman. People often say beauty is a disaster. So is this type of beauty who builds her own career considered a disaster? Tell the truth, Crown Prince Chu Ho Chiu normally gives people a feeling of being silly and adorable. But in this field of military operations, then it is truly outstanding talent, wonderful. Just as Phuong Canlong successfully captured the beautiful thief Mi Lu, royal reinforcements arrive at Thuan, again fell into the siege of rebels. The court continuously increased troops, but the rebels swept more and more. The bandit Mi Lu is also very arrogant. Just surround, no attack. The purpose was to wear down the imperial army. Then we'll destroy it at once. What arrogance to the extreme. Even Crown Prince Chuo Chu could not help but sigh. Mi Lu, this woman is not simple. Can make the war so stalemate. Is definitely a person with extremely high leadership ability and good at charming people. She must have secretly incited the local lords in Gizhou. Natives revolt together. But the civil and military officials in Guzhou still have not awakened, still being stupid. As expected of Men Vutong, Chuo Chu glanced and saw the key problem. Then, the Crown Prince also relied on the report. It was analyzed that the veteran General Vong that had experienced hundreds of battles also could not do anything about Mai Lu's plan to besiege the city and attack the reinforcements, because once the Thuan falls, the whole of Guizhou will be destroyed without any defense. He, a governor, could not bear such great responsibility. Even though I know there is a trap, can only grit teeth to save, this is an open conspiracy. So the royal family took the infantry as the vanguard, cavalry support on both sides, step by step. Always be on guard against ambushes is a last resort. Fuonqi fam listened to the crown prince's analysis and report, can't help but give a thumbs up, truly worthy of being the Ming Wuzongzhu Haozhou. This military talent is really too awesome. In addition, Crown Prince Chuo Chu confidently said, just catch my look. The rebels lost their leader, then everything will be easy to solve, then comforted Fuonqi fam. In the palace, there is news that your father has fled from the battle. But I think he probably went to arrest Mi Lu. The Crown Prince again, based on the number of people and food that Fuong Camlong brought, calculated that he was not too far from Thuan, suitable for controlling frontline warfare. It can only be Longquan Camp and Practical Camp. After listening to the Crown Prince's analysis, Fuonqi fam said, really admire, can only say one word, admiration. Damn, that's awesome. You must know that Fuonqi fam is the one who previewed the historical plot. Only then did he know for sure that Mai Lu was hiding in Thuktian camp. But the Crown Prince only relied on maps and intelligence, which can infer these things, really too powerful. If Normal is not too middle-aged, later do not listen to the Eunuch's slander, then he will definitely be an extremely talented emperor in history. Say it again and again, the prince began to feel sad again. Because he is the future successor, no chance to go to battle to kill the enemy, but as a man of martial arts, I just hate that I'm not Fuonqi fam's father right now. If not, I would be in the deep forest of Guizhou right now, holding a long sword in my hand, fighting with the rebels to their heart's content. Even though the rebels stabbed him in the ribs, fresh blood splattered like rain, looking around at the mountains of dead bodies, feel life slowly leaving the body. After hearing the final drums and trumpets, collapsed in a pool of blood, that's the way he wanted to die, death on the battlefield, horse intestines wrapped corpse. Fuonqi fam heard so much that he saw the image. Tears could not help but fall. The wildest woman. Only the man with the horse pole can conquer. After capturing the beautiful thief Mai Lu, Fuong Camlong immediately turned into a killer god, returned to Guian to reorganize troops, then immediately go to Anshan. As for the royal family, although ambushed by rebels, but because there was a project before, so can still calmly command the retreat, does not cause widespread defeat, but can also take turns attacking and defending in an orderly manner. The soldiers in the barracks went behind to block the enemy. The first one fell down while the next one advanced, even used his body to stop the rebels. Try your best to buy time for the army to retreat. The war was extremely fierce. Even, the camp commander went ahead of Dang Thong after being hit by an arrow, let out a determined roar of anger, used the crippled body to block the enemy's pursuit. His lonely courage is truly admirable. At this time, Vongnet still did not forget to send war news to Kwai Dong, not to send troops to rescue, show the will to die. Kwai Dong cannot let anything happen, but it is true that misfortune never comes singly. The news then reported, behind the Ming army appeared a new rebel army. The path has been cut off. Vongnet really could not believe it. He gave Liu, the man most familiar with the terrain, withdraw the best troops, to protect morality. Moreover, many scouts were sent out. How can be ambushed? Because he never dreamed. The land reclamation plan was exposed. The local tyrant the Dong has rebelled, and Liu Tanyu is the local magistrate of Shuadong. Land reform and direct flow abolish the feudal system, affect the fundamental interests of the local chieftains. Who dares to touch your capital? I will risk my life with him. The mandarins in the court saw the local ruler mutiny, then the face is gray, and Thuan and Kwai Dong probably cannot be kept. Guizhou has a 90% chance of falling into enemy hands. Not only that, the power of the court in Guizhou could also lead to the local chieftains in Guangxi and Yunnan rebel together. Just like that, the entire southwest region will be free from imperial control. At that moment, Emperor Hongji and the ministers were extremely worried. The prince looked at the crowd with a pessimistic expression, smiled again, retell your previous speculation, let Hongji Emperor hear it again, and asserted that as long as the royal family could persevere, Fuong Camlong can definitely turn the situation around. It is true as His Highness the Crown Prince said, while the traitorous Dong tyrant stabilized the situation, while preparing to execute Vong that, our god of death, Fuong Camlong arrived in time, not only saved Thuan, but also suppressed each rebellious local chieftain, completely suppressed the rebellion in Guizhou. Why does the Crown Prince look so absent-minded? But told Fuongqi fam that he didn't want to try anymore. When Fuong Camlong single-handedly turned the tide of the battlefield in Guizhou, Emperor Hongji was extremely pleased, have the spirit to sweep the world. Crown Prince Chuo Chiyu, also boasted of his divine prophecy. Continue to give feedback after the big win. The Crown Prince believes that with the current situation in Gizhou, and few is no longer effective. Might as well take this opportunity to win, vigorously carry out land reform and circulation. Land reform. In any case, it will affect the fundamental interests of the local lords. If not handled properly, it could cause a new wave of rebellion. But now, Nam Abai in the hearts of the natives was in existence like a god of death. He is, no matter how unwilling the natives were, they did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, the Crown Prince asked the Emperor Hongji to grant the title of Pacification Queen to the Marquis of Nan, gave him full authority to handle all military and political affairs in Gizhou, to suppress Gizhou. Turkey. Fuonki Pham stood beside and exclaimed, truly worthy of being a member of the Chu family. Good genes. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Crown Prince in such a short time can think so carefully. Emperor Hongji also agreed with the Crown Prince's proposal. This made the Crown Prince, who had never been praised by his father, feel a little proud, but a later saying of Emperor Hongji poured cold water on the prince again. Are these all things taught to you by Fuonki Pham? Fuonki Pham immediately explained, and used personality to ensure, these were all thought up by the Crown Prince himself, nothing to do with God. Emperor Hongji thought that Fang Jifan was being modest. Happy laughing, appoint Fuonki Pham as Thiu Chimsu of Chimsu Palace. With the haphazard arrangements of the Hongji Emperor, Fuonki Pham felt helpless. Just want to live day by day. This is not bullshit. Make people bad. After leaving the egg, the Crown Prince began to be jealous of Fuonki Pham again. Said father of Fuonki Pham, will not treat Fuonki Pham so harshly. As for me, even though I have ideas, have courage, in the eyes of his father, we'll all attribute it to the masters. The prince did not understand. Why in the eyes of his father? I will never be that person. I don't want to try anymore. When one tries, but never received recognition, we'll have such a feeling of self-indulgence. Fuonki Pham suddenly realized, exclaimed, damn it. In history, after ascending the throne, Chu Hochi was arrogant and debauched, so the disease is here. It was because the Emperor Hongji had been beaten too much since he was young. He couldn't let the Crown Prince let himself go like that. If the purse has a hole, how will he live in the future? Immediately advised the Crown Prince. His Highness just doesn't know how to promote himself. Just grasp the method. Can definitely make His Majesty look at you with different eyes. Clap your hands. Then Fuonki Pham used his personality to guarantee. If the Crown Prince went to Taesun Library to study, can definitely change completely. Surprised His Majesty, the Crown Prince immediately became excited, very much looking forward to going to Taesun to study. Will the Crown Prince learn the method to make his father see him differently? Crown Prince Zhu Haozhou is finally a little cool, since secretly going to Taesun to study. Subjects like Duong Dan's drawing class or Tukun's geography class all failed to arouse the prince's interest. Only Wang Yaming's class, the prince watched with great interest, for nothing else, but because Wang Yaming's class quarrels every day. Very bustling. Supporters of Wang Yaming's psychology, and those who opposed Wang Yaming's psychology argued with each other every day. The dramatic arguments made the prince extremely happy. The prince's swear vocabulary also increased rapidly. Even more interesting is, the prince found that plowing the fields was more tiring than plowing a stallion. But after labor, eat the corn cake that was hard to swallow before, then feel strangely sweet. For the prince, this is a completely new experience. Furthermore, the Crown Prince also learned many things from Wang Yaming. For example, the annual agricultural promotion articles of the imperial court, originally intended to encourage farmers to plow, now in the eyes of the prince, just a bunch of officials who have never plowed the fields, imagine and write fake things. Their understanding of agriculture exists only in their imagination. The officials have no sympathy, only rely on imagination to carry out the main character. Like cause laughter, seriously harm the country, harm the people. The Crown Prince also understood the words that the teachers at the Chimsu Palace often said, reading books for 20 years, what is it like to achieve nothing? That's because they only know how to write, without working for yourself, not understand the nature of things, so much so that when he was scolded by the Emperor Hongji, why throw away all the court's agricultural promotion articles? The prince can also speak boldly. Those things are just a pile of scraps of paper, not worth God's time reading. The prince said such arrogant words, make Hongji Emperor, wanted to give the prince 2 slaps on the spot. Those were the articles that he and his cabinet ministers had unanimously approved, but in the eyes of the prince it is not worth a penny. Isn't this a slap in the face to the royal court? The Crown Prince looked at the Emperor Hongji, who was about to explode in anger. Just ask one question. Before you pass these agricultural articles, has anyone ever actually plowed a field? One sentence from the prince made everyone speechless. These people have been in the royal court for a long time. How can one understand the hardship of farming? Based on imagination, can you imagine the scene under the hot sun, your hands and feet never resting? Based on imagination, can you imagine the feeling of back pain and sore knees after hours? People who have never plowed the fields talk about agricultural promotion, like someone who has never been to the battlefield instructs a veteran to fight, a person who has never raised a horse but looks at the horse's appearance like that. Absolutely ridiculous, but the prince can be so confident. Dare to say agricultural promotion article is ridiculous? It's all thanks to the person who plowed the field. Only then can we understand the hardships of the people. The crown prince's words were full of dragons and phoenixes, making Liu Jian, the head of the 100 officials, feel ashamed. The essay on agriculture from years ago was what he used to present to the palace. He bowed deeply to thank the crown prince for his negligence. Thank you, crown prince, for pointing out the mistake. Seeing this scene, Emperor Hongji was no longer angry, even feel a little happy. I feel like my son has really grown up, understand the suffering of the people, couldn't help but praise the crown prince a few sentences. This also gave the crown prince more confidence to continue training in Tae-sun. Fuonki Pham could not help but sigh. Vong Duong Min is truly amazing. Just a few days, the prince has changed his skin and flesh, can reason with the courtiers. Who would have thought that it was because the crown prince watched those people argue every day? Learn by yourself. So sometimes the critics have some use. Do you think so? From the eloquent words of Crown Prince Zhu Haozhou in the warm pavilion, surprised the mandarins in the court. Liu Jian also secret. Give the name of your stupid son who never passed the exam. Thinking that the crown prince could still open his senses, this stupid son of yours can probably do it too. Unexpectedly I ran into the Hongji emperor. Came here to see the crown prince's condition out of concern. This is a bit awkward. When the two of them mingled in the school, then saw an old scholar save, holding pictures of Pham Trong Yem and Du Thiu Bao, questioning Wang Yangming's theory of the unification of knowledge and action. Considering that Wang Yangming said that people who read books do not know how to unify knowledge and action, then it is just trash, is to slander the readers. This example is really tricky. Pham Trong Yem and Du Thiu Bao both became famous through reading books, but they both had military achievements in fighting against foreign invaders, admired by book readers. Although Wang Yangming's theory has some truth, but try and choose doctrine has been in circulation for hundreds of years, not to say shake is to shake. Wang Yangming faced questioning, just smiled faintly. Can you compare with those two? If there is an alien invasion, can be one. The old scholar did not know how to answer for a moment, stuttering without being able to say a complete sentence. Wang Yangming continued to ask, when the Dat cavalry invaded, make people suffer. You who read this book, does anyone dare to fight with the Dat people? You have worshipped the merits of Pham Du. So have you studied the weaknesses of the Dat people? Have you studied the terrain of the northern border? You just close your doors and read the holy books. Learn nothing. Hands have no strength to tie chicken. Really come to the dangerous time. You can only die to repay the king. What good is it? His Majesty needs people whenever danger arises, can always stand up to solve the problem. In the court, most of them are readers, eat the people's food. When the people were massacred by foreigners, then sit at home discussing morality, just talk about the holy books. What a shame. The words of Wang Yangming, like a fishbone stuck in the throat of the old scholar. The old scholar saved him like someone else. Say one sentence if you are good, then do it. Wang Yangming, you are just talking. If the Dat person comes before, you are no different from us. Wang Yangming smiled strangely. You said a Dat person came before me. The old scholar thought that Wang Yangming was afraid. Immediately mocked. Mr. Vong is not scared to the point of shitting his pants, and dare to boast. Even when the old man learned to save him, he had not yet finished saying the word wild. Wang Yangming raised his right hand. Boom! Punched the 100 centimeters thick sandalwood table in front of him into pieces. Then he smiled and said to the old man, one Dat name is not enough, at least 30 names or more is worth fighting for. 40 names is okay. I was shocked at this moment. Vong Dong Min, in the eyes of the old scholar, he was no different from a murderer, made him tremble with fear, dare not say more. Liu Jian's son Liu Ji saw this scene, was immediately subdued by Wang Yangming, kneeled down on the ground, worship Wang Yangming as teacher. Liu Jian also received many benefits, cannot help but sigh in heart, have religion in heart, then should learn all the skills to serve the morality in the heart. This is probably the ultimate wisdom. Otherwise, what is the use of knowing the teachings of the saints? Emperor Hongji was finally relieved. Decided to let the crown prince stay here to study well. I admire this disciple. Fuonki Pham is also a bit interesting. Let the young people run wild. You say being a father is difficult. It's hard, it's so hard. especially as the father of the head of the court. This Liu Jian is even more difficult. He was obviously very learned, but the son-born is not a good soul. 40 years old and still failed the regional exam, made him worried about this year's regional exam. During the meeting with Emperor Hongji, Liu Jian lost his soul. Seeing Liu Jian lose focus, Emperor Hongji just remembered. He couldn't even remember what Liu Jian's son looked like. Shilshai, after asking and caring, only way to cancel today's agenda, and had someone prepare a carriage to take Liu Jian back to the palace. But in the sewers there was a different scene. Wang Yaming's disciples dressed like farmers, filth appeared outside the sewer, make other readers laugh, criticized for not having the appearance of a bookworm. Faced with questioning, the students were very calm. Just one replied, "Don't argue with a fool," making other readers only able to say cruel words. Say just wait, makes no practical sense. As every year, the person who gave the question this time was Truong's son, is another formidable scholar from the south. The exam is also scary. Danabang. Say half. Strange pauses. Candidates can only be familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, can remember where this saying comes from. Then when I put pen to paper, core ideology must be consistent with the explanation of Trine-Chu theory, and use your own words to present it, completely fixed pattern characteristic of ancient script. Furthermore, it must be completed within 5 hours. Scholars who do not read deeply cannot stand this perverted topic. Directly flip the table to quit the exam. The intention of the questioner is completely unacceptable. Even scolded the examiner for making things difficult for book readers like them. On the contrary, Wang Yaming's student Liu Ji was very calm. Under the tutelage of Wang Yaming, they basically do not need to delve into the moral principles of ancient literature, just consider it a craft. Analysis of good ancient poems, master the secret of ancient literature, practice doing exercises constantly, consider the ancient literature as a tool to become an official. Liu Ji thought so, then this difficult subject suddenly became not so difficult. The point of this paragraph is, it's just that Nine Vutu is a person of great wisdom but stupidity. The poem is nothing more than a poem about Nine Vutu's different ways of doing things when the country was prosperous and in decline. Different? Just like that, Liu Ji's train of thought suddenly opened up. The pen really writes like a god. Write and go. A few days later, the regional exam ended and was graded. The temple chose an auspicious day to issue the plaque. Old Father Liu Jian in the cold wind, waiting for the son to go scouting for news home. The servant advised him to go back to his room and wait because it was cold. This child, the old man was so worried that he could not calm down. If you fail again, he also did not know how to comfort his 40-year-old son. Who would have thought that Liu Ji would not say a word when he got home, directly threw himself into his father Liu Jian's arms and cried. Liu Jian saw this appearance and failed the exam again, could only choke up and comfort Liu Ji. It's all because his father is an official, gave me too much pressure. He saw all the years of effort. If you don't pass, then you don't pass, no matter what others say, just do your best. You will always be my good son. Seeing this scene, I feel like any father is better. The Emperor Hongji and the Crown Prince. I really don't know why the Crown Prince is so miserable. Listening to Liu Jian's heartfelt words, Liu Ji was so happy he cried. Tell Liu Jian it's a misunderstanding. He just couldn't believe he was at the top of the class. This made Liu Jian, who was expressing his true feelings, extremely embarrassed. The more conservative the reader, the more petty and narrow-minded. Take the old scholar who never confronted Wang Yaming as an example. Lost all face at Tay-Sun Library, he always wanted to regain his dignity. The imperial examination became his final chapter. Anyway, the court selected officials based on ancient literature, not based on unified knowledge and practice. He claims to have taught for many years, also has some reputation in the capital. The students are still very knowledgeable about classical literature. Just this time, can connect with students who passed the top 10 of the regional exam. I can definitely go to Xishan Library to slap Wang Yaming in the face. Let everyone see who is the role model for teaching and education. He saw Nungo try standing second and felt a bit familiar. Seems to be a former student of his. Being pleased, filled with pride, then was reminded by the student. Later Ngo Tre went to Tay-Sun to join the sect of Vong Duong Min. Immediately the old scholar almost vomited blood and died. Then he carefully looked at the list. The top 12 are all students of Wang Yangming. Tay-Sun Library is already on the top. At this moment he just wanted to die. Not only does old man Taiet want to die, other readers also began to doubt life. I really don't know where these evils come from. Make them suffer reading books for more than 10 years. All read in a dog's stomach. Fuongqi Pham also could not believe it. Less than a year, Wang Yaming gave him 13 grandchildren who passed the imperial examinations. This level of teaching is truly terrifying. No wonder other book readers don't want to live anymore. Not only that, after hearing the news that the Tay-Sun Library students passed the exams, the mandarins in the court, it was like seeing the savior. They fought to put their prodigal sons into Taesun, just like now. Parents are desperate to get their children into prestigious schools, academician Them Van also said. Even Liu Jian's 40-year-old stupid son can also be at the top of the class, then his prodigal son the Mo should also be saved a little. Then the Fuong family's mansion suddenly became bustling. Many officials, the name is to congratulate Fuong Qifam's grandson on his passing, actually want to go through the back door, let your children study at Taesun Library. Obviously, consider his Taesun Library a free kindergarten, so angry that Fuong Qifam had to scold loudly. What is there to celebrate? These bastards are just hit by something. This scene makes people's eyes and mouths wide open. My son passed the exam and came to thank me. Lujian Palace of Fang Jiffa. Bachelor's not as good as dog. One brick can kill two people. Are you angry? The Crown Prince was very impressive when he criticized the article advising farmers last time. This time, the regional exam made Fuong Qifam very impressive. Even the Hongji Emperor had to personally come to congratulate his disciples. All passed. Actually called Fuong Qifam alone. Ask him about a small-scale raid in Dadong a few days ago. Any comments? One can see Fuong Qifam in the eyes of Hong Trithian too, increasingly have a place. Need to find an excuse to discuss with Fuong Qifam. Speaking of Dadong, the capital is located nearby. Fuong Qifam immediately understood the worries of Hong Trithian too. That year, Nungolat entered the pass from Dadong. At Thomok Bao defeated the Ming army, captured the emperor of the great Ming dynasty Zhu Kuzan, the grandfather of Emperor Hongji. The Olat cavalry took advantage of the victory to charge into the capital, almost overthrew the great Ming. Although the Ming army eventually repelled the Olat, but the defense of Dadong, always considered by the court as of top importance. Emperor Hongji, this is fear of the incident at Thomok Bao that year happening again. Fuong Qifam understood clearly. Smile meaningfully, speak your mind. The fortified Dadong citadel. The northern Dat tribe was constantly suffering from natural disasters, not enough to eat. Fighting Dadong is just a waste of energy. This is also something that Emperor Hongji finds difficult to understand. Fuong Qifam said even Dadong city cannot be broken. Then where is the food to rob? So what did Dat raid Dadong for? Fuong Qifam said, Dat must be to cover up a larger conspiracy. Dat continuously encountered natural disasters. Winter is also difficult, so they must use the smallest price to complete the greatest robbery to ensure their food supply. So Dat just put on airs in Dadong, because they know well, even if Dadong city has no problem. But the army was worried about safety. The court also cannot be ignored. After this reasoning, Emperor Hongji found it very reasonable. But where's Dat's real goal? Fuong Qifam immediately pointed out, throughout the northern border of Daemun, militia management less. Outside the city there are many villages and markets. Only Liaodong region outside the border is likely to be the target of Dat. Fuong Qifam said these things are not speculations, because in his previous life he had read in history books. This year Dada entered Liaodong, carry out large-scale massacres and looting. The Great Ming suffered its greatest loss in 100 years. So that's why I say, without any knowledge and culture, then it is best not to travel through time, if not in those chaotic times, basically live no more than 3 days. Emperor Hongji felt that this was indeed possible. But Liaodong had the 3 guards of Duanyan defending it. Gonna Liaodong will also have some risks, Fuong Qifam said again, not to mention the loyalty of the 3 guards. Dat and looting will definitely win fast. Wait until Donium Tamvi reacts. I guess Dat has finished stealing things and run away. So Fuong Qifam suggested that Dadong should strengthen the security. As for Liaodong, we must plan soon. The green and the wild, to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Emperor Hongji heard this and his face became solemn. Although I feel that what Fuong Qifam said makes a lot of sense, but all is speculation. Dat is very unpredictable anyway. Attack anywhere is nothing strange. Border defense is no small matter. Finally still have to, for the Ministry of War to consider and handle. Fuong Qifam felt very helpless after hearing that. There is no other way, as an experienced person. He also could not force the Emperor Hongji to do as he wished, just sadly retreated. What is a good brother? It's when the world doesn't believe you. I still listen to you. After Emperor Hongji and Fang Jifan finished talking about Dat, Fuong Qifam immediately told his opinion to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was very surprised. Why, father? Don't you take today's attack on Liaodong seriously? Fuong Qifam explained, not without taking it seriously, but issued an order to Liaodong to strengthen its defenses, but the Ministry of War will probably still think that defending Dadong Citadel is more important. Anyway, in the eyes of the Ministry of War, the defense of Dadong Citadel is related to the safety of the capital. Liaodong may have an accident, but Dadong absolutely cannot have any negligence. Moreover, the steadfast and pure also means letting the people outside the city abandon their homes, flee into the city to avoid disaster. This is very difficult to do. If Dat does not come, the army and people are likely to revolt. A little more worry appeared on the crown prince's face. Then there is no way to save the poor people of Liaodong. Fuonki Pham said it was not so pessimistic, but must follow the method he says. The crown prince said with great righteousness, for the people. I don't know how this brain circuit develops. Again thought that Fuonki Pham would let him personally go to Liaodong, decide a life and death battle with Dat. Fuonki Pham had a headache. This is the head of a single-celled brain creature that just came up with it. Fuonki Pham told the crown prince to calm down. No need to be so troublesome. Only when the Emperor Hongji sent an envoy to Liaodong to proclaim the edict, find a way to make his most obedient student Aoyangji obey. Then secretly sent Liu Ban to go with him, and carefully instructed Liu Ban. If the steadfastness and purity cannot be done, then kill. In the eyes of the crown prince, Liu Ban had no other talents besides serving others. A bit confusing. What's the use of sending such a useless person? Fuonki Pham clearly understood in his heart, Liu Ban is a bully. In history, it was a great devil whose hands were covered in blood. With the cruelty of this name, can turn the heavens and earth of Liaodong upside down, to save life. Can definitely complete the task excellently. Just like that, under the secret arrangement of the crown prince, Aoyangji and Liu Ban arrived in Liaodong. You don't say, this great devil Liu Ban and oppressing the innocent people. What a genius. Those people who refused to leave burned down their houses. A few days have carried out the practice of steadfastness and purity to the utmost, even raised the Eastern Palace flag, brutally plundered the wealth of Liaodong, making the already miserable people of Liaodong even more miserable. Truly worthy of the name of the famous great demon king in history, after the wilderness is cleared, the whole of Kamcha turned into a giant prison. Everywhere are exiles from outside. Although they brought food, but there is no shelter from the rain and wind. One night passed, I don't know how many people never woke up. Liu Ban saw that the Jade Emperor had been there for half a month, but still no sign of Dat. He could not make any money in Liaodong. So I went to ask Odoang Trai if I could retreat. Odoang Trai said he had submitted a petition to apologize, and explained the advantages and disadvantages to the Emperor, all sins he will bear. But before the court sent someone to arrest him, no one can stop him from carrying out his master's instructions. Then he took out the sword that Fuonki Pham gave him, put on Liu Ban's shoulders. Liu Jin's act of burning down houses and looting property has been transmitted to the capital. Dongdan was indignant because of the people and army of Kamchao. Fuonki Pham thought compared to being robbed and massacred by Dat. Liu Jin's bullying is still acceptable. Later, tell the crown prince to find an opportunity to deal with him. The most important thing right now is this, equivalent to forging an imperial edict. Emperor Hongji will know very soon. The crown prince was sure to get a little whipping. Fuonki Pham also had to avoid it. So Fuonki Pham used the excuse of a relapse of his brain disease, told Dongdan to take him to the hospital. Who would have thought that Dongdan had not yet left the door? The crown prince was wrapped in bandages, happily ran to find Fuonki Pham, mouth shouting good brotherhood, enjoy happiness together, share the trouble. It seems that harming his brothers really makes him happy. The Emperor Hongji followed the crown prince with a dark face. It is clear that the crown prince forced his brother to lie, admitted to forging the imperial edict on behalf of Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham's eyes filled with tears as he praised the crown prince. What a good brother. He has never enjoyed happiness. When something bad happens, really call him to help. So these two cartoonists was punished by the Emperor Hongji to plow the fields in Taisun for a month. Fuonki Pham thought to himself, Chu Hao Chiu, what a rotten brat. I got beaten up, that's it. Why drag me into the water? Damn, I really make friends carelessly. The crown prince was very optimistic, also really trusts Fuonki Pham. At this point, he still thought about when Dat came to Kamchao. What position will he use to slap his father in the face? Fuonki Pham's face was ashen, he just wanted to die. Must be able to live to see that day. Now he was almost exhausted. In another place, Liu Jin saw that Dat had not arrived yet, then let his subordinates bring it along. The amount of money and property that has been plundered in recent days. Bribe the Dongsuang Lord Yunich Tiu. Thanks to Yunich Tiu for helping him remove his relationship with a Duong Chai. Put all the blame on a Duong Chi. Yunich Tiu is also an honest person. Receive money is real. Work very fast. He did exactly as Liu Jin's letter said. Report to the Emperor Hongji. Said Aoyangji was stubborn, used sword to threaten officials, rape innocent people, causing the people of Kamcha to suffer. Lucan tried his best to dissuade him, but could not help but succumb to the threat of the sword. Emperor Hongji could not help but sigh. Odoangchi committed a heinous crime. This time Fuonki Pham really miscalculated. The courtiers blamed him too much. Even he could not hold it down anymore. Tomorrow can only issue an imperial edict to punish him. Just as the Emperor Hongji was about to issue an edict to punish Fang Jifan, Dat Dat secretly sneaked to the vicinity of Kam Chao. Just when they were excited that they could loot freely, reality has dealt them a heavy blow. Outside of Kam Chao Citadel, only empty houses remained, and the warehouses do not contain food. After running 100 miles, through dozens of villages, don't say food, not even pots and pans in sight. At this time, the court also received news that the Dat Dat people had recklessly attacked Liaodong, crazy right outside Jinzhou City. Liaodong reported being attacked by the Dat Dat people at night. Emperor Hongji felt a chill down his spine after reading this. If it weren't for Aoyangji being put to death, determined to rape the wild, I'm afraid that now outside of Jinzhou City has soon turned into hell on earth. Not only that, if this time Dat plunders enough military supplies, then the whole of Liaodong, even the scribes will be under great threat. Oduang Chai here is making great achievements. Simultaneously, Emperor Hongji looked at the memorial impeaching Fang Jifan again, face a little gloomy. Fuong Qifam, to save the people from misery, also had to endure so much pressure, so he gave the order. Those who submitted petitions to impeach Fuong Qifam were all punished with fines. In 3 years. Before Fuong Qifam could say anything, Crown Prince Chuo Chu said timidly, "For the people of Liaodong, even if I get beaten up by my father, it's worth it." The Crown Prince said nothing. Just spoke. Emperor Hongji immediately scolded him. It was all Liu Jin who was sent by the Crown Prince. In the letter, he also accused Aoyangji of a crime, push all responsibility for rape. This made the Crown Prince so angry that he cannot immediately strangle Liu Jin. Such great merit, again ruined by this useless guy. And now, inside the Dat Dat army defeated in Liaodong, there is also a serious food crisis. Many Dat Dat brothers fought over the leftover food. But the Dat Dat people who attacked the Great Ming often did not bring military provisions, but relied on plunder for supplies. They really did not expect. The Great Ming had someone who could see through their plans. Like this time, not even a bit of food scraps to be seen. Dat Na can survive this winter for his family, can only take a chance. Even their most important warhorse, also killed and eaten by them, must capture Kam Chao Citadel at all costs. As for the Daimin court, after knowing that the Dat Dat robbery failed, also realized the seriousness of the matter. Based on the understanding of the Dat Dat people, they will definitely launch a major attack on Jinzhou City. But the army and people in Kam Chao City, but had no experience in resisting invasion by large numbers of Dat Dat people. If Dat Dat is allowed to break through the city gates, then all previous efforts are wasted. In the court, the question of whether to send aid to Kam Chao or not are arguing loudly. Emperor Hongji was also momentarily unable to make a decision. Just one wrong decision, then is the lives of more than 10,000 soldiers and civilians of Kam Chao. So he threw this problem to Fuong Qifam. Fortunately, Fuong Qifam had already made up his mind. Speak out your mind. No reinforcements sent. These Dat Dat people are the strongest army in the desert. The whole army attacked and no one could resist. Run 1,000 miles but can't steal food. Each person hungry to dizzy. At this time, if we send troops to support Kam Chao, it's like bringing food to the Dat Dat people. The Dat Dat cavalry will go crazy, looting of food supplies. At that time, Kam Chao will be most vulnerable. Now Kam Chao can do is waiting for the weather to get worse. Let the army and people of Kam Chao rely on the advantage of the wall. Exhausted the last of the Tator's ferocity. As soon as Fuong Qifam finished saying these words, Emperor Hongji has not yet spoken. There were ministers who stood up to object. They thought that the army and people of Kam Chao could not hold out against the Dat Dat cavalry. The soldiers and civilians in the city being besieged for a long time will lose their morale. Once the spirit is broken, Kam Chao will fall. All hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians of Kam Chao will be finished. Fuong Qifam smiled smugly again. What an interesting world. The court was still arguing fiercely about the delay in aid to North Korea. Outside of Kam Chao Citadel, a fierce battle broke out. To be able to take down Kam Chao Citadel in one fell swoop, the Dat Dat people almost all mobilized. Swords, spears, and stone-throwing carts rained down. In the blink of an eye, the people and soldiers of Kam Chao suffered countless casualties. Lai Zongdan in Liaodong commanded the riverside fighting all his life. Never seen so many Dat Dat people. I never thought that one day I would risk my life with the Tators. Meanwhile, the imperial censor Lithine came to question Alduong Chi. When will reinforcements arrive? Alduong Chai did not answer, just eyes not blinking. Look at the rocks carrying fire flying. Roar. Counterattack. Swear to live and die to protect Kam Chao. His steadfast gaze, causing the soldiers of Kam Chao to roar in anger. Liu Jin, this little man, no courage to face the Tators, but also do not want to see Oduong Chai as a hero, secretly scolded Aoyangji for reading books until he was stupid. Everyone was busy running away. Who cares about him? While Aoyangji was making a fuss, the Dat threw another round of flying rocks, causing the people in the city to panic and flee. But Aiyang stood on the city wall and remained motionless. Until the dust clears, Aiyang eyes remained steadfast, very much the demeanor of a great general in danger without chaos. The officer suddenly saw hope. From Aiyang, Duong Chai also told everyone with certainty, can definitely hold Cam Chao. Liu Yu were afraid of death, so he loudly scolded Ouyang. What the hell do you know about keeping a castle? No, nothing but slogans. The guards are about to die. Obviously lying. Your friend Li is untimely scolding words. Angered had Engon, who was won over by Duong Chi's great general demeanor. Haningam pointed at his friend Li's nose and scolded, You eunuch! How can one understand the great talent and courage of Mr. Aoyang? If you're afraid of dying, get out of the way. Don't be here to cause trouble. If you dare to talk nonsense, be careful or you will be beaten to death. Then raise your hand and shout. All the men in the city were taller than the wheels. Were all assigned to the combat team. Together keep the city. Though the people were filled with fear, but in desperate situations they encouraged each other to stand up, take up arms in turn. The keeping of the city can be interpreted like that. It was Aiyang's courage that encouraged them. A scholar who can't even tie a chicken can also take death to protect the homeland. The indigenous people born and raised here. Why can't we keep Cam Cha? But fight to the end. Just like that, the people of Cam Cha went crazy. Their eyes were red. Risk your life with that dat. That battle was extremely fierce. Fighting from day to night, then from dark to day. The situation of the tatars is extremely serious. Because he had to volunteer, his precious horses and hunting dogs followed him. Half dead. Even horse bones have to be simmered over and over again. To save, they had to make do with field mice and tree bark. Even the skin of the dead was peeled off, put in pot to simmer, to taste a little fishy. The tatars lack food and clothing. Attacking Cam Cha forever without success. The army is not strong. No more will to fight. Could only look at Aiyang on the wall with hatred. Ordered the entire army to retreat. This is the most miserable dat I have ever seen. Originally that dat considered Dai Min as an ant machine. Planned to burn and loot in Liaodong. To go home for a warm winter. Who would have thought that Dai Min had prepared in advance? Make them miss. The fat goat cannot be eaten right away. And also get a dirty body. Not only did the population lose more than half, even the war horses and hounds that followed are also considered food. The more I think, the angrier I get. The great gun that dat decided to kill his way back. Fighting for more than 10 years, sweep the desert. Has anyone ever been in this situation? So angry that even the wall of Jinzhou City could not be broken? He really is not willing. So late at night, the tatars secretly carried siege engines, prepare for a final battle. Just when they thought this counterattack will make the people and army of Cam Chao unable to react, then on the castle tower, suddenly a long line of archers holding rockets appeared. By order of Aoyang, arrows like fiery serpents mercilessly rained down on them. That dat people suffered countless casualties in an instant. It turned out that as soon as the tatars retreated, Ouyang followed Fang Jifan's previous instructions. Know that dat, a pack of evil wolves confronting the sky. How could such a miserable retreat be so quick? There must be fraud in it. Immediately repair all surviving soldiers and civilians' weapons. Increase vigilance. Be on guard against the next attack of the tatars. It is also thanks to this preparation, ready for any attack, which successfully neutralized the final desperate attack of the that dat people. The tatars completely lost the ability to counterattack, can only flee in disgrace. The great Gon that dat even shouted madly, We'll never come to this Cam Chao again. I really don't know that scholarly hand general. Where is it from? Damn it, it's a buffalo. Aoyang was also considered by his colleagues as the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. It felt like everything was in the palm of his hand. Their eyes looked at Duong Chi with respect. Duong Chi looked down at the fleeing that dat people. Neither happy nor sad. I don't know either. In the end, it's because of simple mind, or wholeheartedly follow the instructions of Fuonki fam. Or is it because of the training through the battlefield that makes him so calm? Anyway, in this battle against the tatars, he is really brave. Just like that, Cam Chao Citadel was protected. And news of the defeat of the tatars also reached the hands of Emperor Hongji. Memorial of the Imperial Censor Lithian. Can use 2 sentences to summarize. 1. Lithian is super brave. 2. The other colleagues are all trash. It really makes Emperor Hongji feel embarrassed. Then the commander of Liaodong Zhongzhan Guard. The eunuch of Liaodong also sent news back. Local story. 3 parties are needed to verify the authenticity. All 3 sections of the memorial boast about themselves, put each other down, but their assessment of Aoyang was surprisingly unanimous. Fuonki fam standing next to him thought that the situation in Cam Chao was not optimistic, hurriedly begged for Aoyang, his incompetent disciple. He said that Aoyang was always loyal and honest. Will definitely protect Cam Chao, even if it takes all the strength. Use up all your strength. Emperor Hongji looked surprised. Do you feel that Fuonki fam is too strict with his students? All three memorials praised Iang-ji to the fullest, also said there was no Duong Chai. I'm afraid Kam Cha has fallen long ago. Fuongki fam also did not expect Duong Chi to have this ability. Initially arranged for Iang-ji to go to Liadong, just because Duong Chai is more obedient, can resolutely follow his instructions. Hearing that the student had such achievements, Fuongki fam also did not need face anymore, said that it was mainly because of his good teacher. Emperor Hongji did not even bother to pay attention to this Thoi Bai Fian, happily stroking his beard. Do not spare words of praise for Duong Chai. What a rare talent. Mature, steady, simply a role model for life, is the model of the scholar. Fuongki fam's mind was dizzy. What is this? Obviously the strategy of holding the wilderness and defending to the death was his idea. Duong Chai was just following orders. How come now the whole thing? Besides being Iang-ji's teacher, it seems like it has nothing to do with him anymore. Speaking of pretending, Iang-ji is still better. Even Fuongki fam had to feel ashamed. After the victory at Kam Chao, Iang-ji was summoned by Emperor Hongji. Duong Chai knelt down on the ground, began to blame himself for not being able to keep the wilderness well, causing 13 innocent people to die. Please punish that pained look. There was absolutely no joy in winning the match, making the Emperor Hongji unable to help but comfort him that he was patient. Closing the bar is very much related. Inevitable mistakes? Cannot blame him. Furthermore, he also helped 100,000 soldiers and civilians of Kam Chao avoid being massacred by the Tatars, is a great and glorious work. He also does not need to blame himself too much. The Emperor Hongji said so. The simple look of Duong Chai. The more it climaxes, the more it says that Jinzhou can be kept, thanks to the unity of the people and army of Kam Chao, who worked together with all their might. He has no contribution, dare not take credit, and Duong Chai was more humble, giving up his work. Emperor Hongji felt that Iang-ji was a true gentleman. Loyal character, no competition for credit, also absolutely not denying his mistakes. From ancient times to present, talented people are as numerous as crucian carp crossing the river, but how many people have both virtue and talent like Duong Chai? Duong Chai is capable of shouldering the responsibility of reviving the country. Thinking so, Emperor Hongji immediately issued an edict, promoted Duong Chai to hand lam the Dakhak side. Enter the room to write the edict, stand before the emperor to listen to orders. The ministers in the court were all surprised, feel that Emperor Hongji is too emotional. This promotion of Duong Chai can be considered as reaching the peak. Throughout the academy, there was only one grand scholar who had a higher rank than him. Using school for comparison, equivalent to Yang-ji from an excellent student, jumped to management level, rank second only to principal. As for being allowed to enter the room to write the edict, stand before the emperor to listen to orders, equivalent to Yang-ji directly became the emperor's personal secretary. It's really a step up to the clouds. Boundless future. Yang-ji seemed to have slowed down a bit, no expression on face, bewildered and knelt down to thank. Fuongki just discovered, talking about pretending, he is not as good as his student. Duong Chai with that honest, silly face, unexpectedly in front of the Hongji emperor, more favored than me. It was obviously his plan. All the credit was taken by Yang-ji. He exclaimed, the saint was indeed right. 3 people go, there must be my teacher. Pretending to be invisible is the real deal. Crown Prince Chuo Chi was also very upset. The entire plan to close the barren land was proposed by Fuongki fam, but the one who carried out and sent the people was him. Because of this, he was also beaten up by his old father. Now it's successful, has made a contribution, but he did not dare to mention it. It was all because of Liu Yu, the person he sent. Success is not enough, too much harm. He wished he could immediately find Liu Yu to settle the score, but where is our friend Liu Bei now? Turned out that when he knew that Duong Chai was about to leave Kam Chao, the entire city was lined up on both sides of the road, volunteered to see Iang-ji off. Touching scene, made Iang-ji cry as he walked, until the carriage had gone several miles. He suddenly realized, seems to have forgotten something, but I can't remember. But our poor Liu Yu, just like that, left behind in Liadong. You say, a person's bad luck is due to his ability, or is it fate? Take Liu Jin for example. If according to normal historical developments, then in the end he will definitely become a great devil, cause harm to the country make innocent people suffer, but now because of the appearance of Fuongki fam, it seems like things have changed. From the beginning, Fuongki fam suggested that he try explosives. He was injured all over his body, but he still had to thank the crown prince for his concern, but now he was left alone in Liadong, and even took away his card, making him an anonymous beggar. That situation is really going downhill. Where did Liu Ban go before? Just say one sentence, old slave is a eunuch serving the crown prince, who dares not bow their heads and offer silver. flatter him a few words. Now he is struggling like this, said he was a eunuch serving the crown prince, then directly kicked out the door, also got scolded 2 times rotten beggar. What a real unlucky guy. To be able to fill the stomach, Liu Banban had a hard time earning a cake, but was still chased and beaten by the owner. He was used to acting like a tyrant in the capital. He does everything. When have you ever suffered like this? This moment, his longing for His Highness the Crown Prince had reached its peak. He silently swore, no matter what happened, he must return to the Crown Prince's side. At this time, an old woman saw him kneeling on the ground, lost in thought. Then he gave Liu Banban a corn cake. He seemed to see his savior. After 3 days of hunger, he finally said, "This place is not far from the capital, right?" The old lady looked at the fool and said to him, "Idiot, you're going the wrong way. You just keep going and you'll be in North Korea." Then only Liu Ban was left in the place screaming hopelessly. Just like that, I don't know how long passed. One day, His Highness the Crown Prince was walking around the capital city, suddenly felt like someone was following me. Suspecting that his identity had been exposed and he was targeted by an assassin, the other person suddenly knelt down and cried loudly. His Highness the Crown Prince thought he had met a madman. Just about to take action, then Liu Banban called out, "This servant is Liu Jin." Hearing that, His Highness said, "Hurry up and wipe your face with that dirty sleeve." Liu Jin was extremely tragic, but when His Highness the Crown Prince heard, then anger flared up again immediately. He originally thought that Liu Jin had fled because he was afraid of being punished. Who would have thought that this time not only did he not escape, but survived, even have the guts to appear in front of him? His Highness the Crown Prince angrily said, "You son of a bitch, dare to come back, punish you for 3 days without food." But when he saw Liu Jin in such a miserable state, His Highness the Crown Prince was a little reluctant. After all, Liu Jin was the one who served him growing up. Immediately told Lucan to quickly go home, take a bath, eat, and then come see him. Liu Jin cried and hurriedly thanked him. The one who used to beg on the street suffered many contemptuous looks. A difficult and arduous path like Liu Jin finally returned to His Highness the Crown Prince's side. His Highness the Crown Prince was baptized by his father again. He was so angry that he bangs the table. It was all because of sending that useless Liu Jin to Liaodong. So now his father just looked. He is not pleasing to the eye. The Crown Prince was a little unconvinced. He asked Fuonkifam, "There is news that he went to Liaodong, can definitely defeat the Dat army." Fuonkifam of course believes he has this ability. This is not flattery. Chuo Chu really had extraordinary military talent. Little Prince Dat is undefeated in history, was personally repelled by Emperor Wuzong of Ming Zhu Haozhou. But Fuonkifam told him, "What good is it to repel Dat? Tenacious vitality. Just don't kill them all. We'll still come back." His Highness the Crown Prince did not think of it, was considering whether to gather troops for the desert, destroy the Dat army in one go. Fuonkifam was a bit helpless. What good is it to destroy Dat? In the past, Emperor Wen swept through the desert, beat the Mongols and made them flee. The Mongol tribes almost entirely surrendered, but that was more than 100 years ago. Aren't they still being robbed now? His Highness the Crown Prince fell into a coma. So how to deal with the Dat? Fuonkifam immediately explained to the Crown Prince. Dat is just a tribe of Mongolia. Even if there is no more Dat, then there will be other Mongol tribes that change their names, continue to plunder the great Ming border. One Dat falls, tens of thousands of other Mongol tribes will rise. Dat in the desert is poor and barren. One robbery is enough for them to eat for a year, but even if we defeat them, there is no benefit at all. Just a waste of time, not even a decent trophy. To put it bluntly, they were just a bunch of bandits and robbers. Robbery does not require capital. Robbery is profitable, and we wage war. Then it costs money for real food. Was originally a losing business, not worth it at all. His Highness the Crown Prince heard Fang Jifan say that, "Feels like opening up a new path." Exclaimed, "Then we rob their territory." Fuonkifam once again admired the Crown Prince's brain. "That's the desert. Winter can freeze people to death." Monkey Crow, "The land is also particularly barren. What's the use of stealing?" The Crown Prince was a bit annoyed by what Fuonkifam said. Could there not be one? What measures to keep the border peaceful for a long time? Fuonkifam smiled slyly. Unless the desert can grow food, then the settlement problem can be solved. Then slowly appeared villages, citadels, form a new room, have successive salary, will gradually squeeze the living space of Dat people. By then, the living space of the Dat people will become less and less, or assimilate with the Han people, or be completely destroyed. The desert will become the world of the great Ming. The Crown Prince understood immediately upon hearing this. "I thought Fuonkifam would grow sweet potatoes in the desert." Fuonkifam smiled and said, "Sweet potatoes are not suitable for the desert. Hard make a living, soon there will be suitable crops." The hanging words of Fuonkifam made the Crown Prince so anxious that he wished he could pry open Fuonkifam's mouth. Tell him to speak quickly and stop hiding it. Fuonki fam really came from Tu Fi. That has a special plant. Potatoes. You tell me this kid Chuo Chiyu, how many are rebellious and disobedient? When Fuonki fam told him, potatoes can be grown in almost any desert, but is still in the critical stage of incubation. Specifically have to wait for news after Truong Tin experiments. Potatoes are a big deal. Tell him not to disturb Truong Tin's nursery out of curiosity. The crown prince outwardly agreed with Fuonki fam. Sneak into the warm house at night. Laughing at Fuonki fam as a big fool. He goes wherever he wants. No one can stop. Totally a rebellious brat. The more you don't let them do something, the more they want to do it. Once in, don't care if other people are busy or not. Look at the potatoes on the table. Immediately ask Truong Tin 3 consecutive questions. Is this potato? Zhangxin, how are the potato seedlings? Zhangxin, are you stupid? As for Truong Tin, because he was too focused, basically did not hear what the crown prince said. Just keep doing your job. Incubation experiment. The whole person is completely crazy. The crown prince did not expect that growing potatoes would drive people crazy. A little panic. At this time, Duong Dat beside him was already too familiar. Then explained to the crown prince, this is actually the first step of potato germination. Growing potatoes is a little more complicated than growing sweet potatoes. Cannot be grafted. Potatoes must be cut into pieces to sprout into young potato plants. Then show the crown prince their method of cultivating seedlings by cell. The temperature and humidity of each cell are different. Through the growth of potatoes, to determine the most suitable growing environment for potatoes. Furthermore, they also recorded growth status of each experimental seedling. Choose the optimal farming method to improve potato yield. After listening to Duong Dat's explanation, the crown prince did not expect that growing potatoes would be so complicated. Look at the potatoes that are not even as big as a hand. Then doubt. Such a tiny root. Is the productivity high? Duong Dat smiled innocently. Don't see potatoes as smaller than sweet potatoes, but each plant gives more tubers. Moreover, potatoes can be planted densely. Absolutely does not affect the yield of each plant, although it is not yet known what the yield of 1 acre of potatoes is, but can confirm that it will not be less than sweet potatoes. I wonder if the crown prince heard Duong Dat's nagging. Any words? Just opened my mouth and wanted to try what potatoes taste like. Threatened. Duong Dat hurriedly stopped him, seriously told him, sprouted potatoes are poisonous and cannot be eaten. Unsprouted potatoes must be cooked before eating. Thanks to Feng Then Ba, who did not mind the hardship, devoted all his heart to taking care of the potato nursery to get such results. After hearing this, the crown prince also praised Truong Tin for doing well. When plowing, one must focus on accumulating knowledge, then use that knowledge to farm better. Thoroughly understand the theory of unification of knowledge and action. Perhaps because the crown prince praised Truong Tin a bit too loudly, Truong Tin suddenly went crazy. Shout out loud, Your Highness the Crown Prince, then rushed behind the crown prince. The crown prince quickly avoided, stood aside bewildered. Truong Tin, on the other hand, seemed to protect his lover, sheltering a young potato plant. Someone stepped on the young potato plant. At this moment, 10,000 grass mud horses flew past the crown prince's heart. Really want to beat to death Truong Tin, who is seriously working. Oh no! Fuonki fam and the crown prince have an emotional crisis. Fuonki fam and Feng Then Ba Truong Tin hugged each other, was caught red-handed by His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince cannot accept it. Died of vomiting blood on the spot. You don't believe it? Here's the thing. Growing potatoes in warm houses has been around for some time. Today, Fuonki fam specially went down to the ground to check the potato harvest. Looking at the heavy potatoes, Fuonki fam was moved to tears, said not in vain several months of hard work. Feng Then Bai also agreed that it was indeed not easy. Looking at Fuonki fam's acting, His Highness the Crown Prince is not happy. Carrying manure and hoeing soil were both done by me and Truong Tin. You Fuonki fam lie around at home all day. Work your head. Acting again. Who would have thought that before Fuonki fam could even refute? Truong Tin lifted up Fuonki fam's rotten leg. It is said that Fuonki fam's hardship lies in his mental effort, not his physical effort. He is harder than us. Almost choked His Highness the Crown Prince to death. This bastard Fuonki fam also pretended to be innocent. Leaning on Truong Tin's shoulder, said aggrievedly, if everyone understood me like you, then we wouldn't have to work so hard. Truong Tin seemed to be comforting his wife. Say it's okay. I understand you. This scene directly made the Crown Prince vomit blood. I feel like what I just said is a bit redundant. It is clear that these two are accomplices. No longer cares whether anyone is struggling or not. Now he really wants to know, are these potatoes delicious? Fuonki fam also returned to normal appearance. Think about people who are used to eating noodles, eating rice, suddenly change to another main course. If it does not suit your taste, then it is really annoying. Thinking about this, Fuonki fam raised his hand, shouted, then let me show you my skills. types of potatoes, this noisy appearance. Really, His Highness the Crown Prince thought that Phong Ki Pham knew how to cook. Who would have thought that Phong Ki Pham would write calligraphy himself, right before the suspicious eyes of the Crown Prince and Truong Tin? Phong Ki Pham said falsely, I just wrote the formula. His Highness the Crown Prince just smiled and said nothing. As expected, that's your style, Phong Ki Pham. Not much to say. Phong Ki Pham immediately ordered someone to make the first dish of the day. French fries. Drop the cut potatoes into the hot oil. Fry until golden brown. Fragrant, crispy, soft melt in your mouth. Endless flavors. His Highness the Crown Prince initially did not pay much attention. How good is it? Just take a bite. Burst into tears. So delicious. Phong Ki Pham asked someone to make the second dish. Spicy salad. The sourness of vinegar combined with the spiciness of sumac. Bright colors. Rich, sour, and spicy taste. The prince snorted. Set out a tray yourself. Then Phong Ki Pham presented the last dish, potatoes. The prince was filled with anticipation for the delicious food. Take a big bite. Just chewed a piece and spit it out. Too hard to eat. This made Phong Ki Pham a little surprised. He gently instructed eunuch Truong. Tell him to get some millet porridge for His Highness the Crown Prince to try. The prince's face turned pale after just one taste. Phong Ki Pham said to His Highness the Crown Prince, 80% of the world's population had to rely on this to survive half a year. That thing you just spat out, if in a civilian home, parents must beat to death. Then he asked His Highness the Crown Prince to taste the mashed potatoes. This time, the Crown Prince had tears in his eyes and ate 2 large bowls in a row. No comparison, no hurt. So fragrant, Phong Ki Pham said there are potatoes, is to be able to completely solve the food problem of people outside the border, can also solve the problem of dat at its root. In a flash, the minds of these two idiots were connected. It was as if he had seen countless people calling them benefactors. Makes eunuch Truong feel a little embarrassed. It turns out that you two are true love. Damn it, is it just a side dish? You say a person for food. What kind of idea could you come up with to steal bamboo shoots? His Highness the Crown Prince insisted on eating beef stew with potatoes, making Phong Ki Pham continuously look at the chef. The chef is also out of options. Cows are farm animals. Killing without permission is illegal. Only cows that die of disease or old age are allowed to be eaten. The prince was unhappy after hearing this. How can we eat without meat? Dat eats meat every day, his body is strong. How can we fight dat if we only eat main dishes? The Crown Prince directly said to Phong Ki Pham, he saw a cow on the farm. But that cow looks a bit dark. You say it might be careless, crushed to death by a huge rock falling from the sky. The 5th Crown Prince laughed. Let the man pull that black-faced bull over. This made Phong Ki Pham stunned. In ancient times, cows were the guarantee of crop yields. 1 cow is equivalent to 4 or 5 healthy men. Killing a live cow is illegal. Not careful, you may have to pay with your life. His Highness the Crown Prince looked innocent. The cow was crushed to death by a rock falling from the sky. It has nothing to do with me. Afraid of what? Then gave Phong Ki Pham the cow slaughter certificate. Although there is a ban on slaughter, but there are still people who intentionally design traps of all kinds to kill live cows. Therefore, killing a cow also requires a license from the government. Phong Ki Pham could not help but praise the Crown Prince's methods. Because of food, it is really a pit for fathers, pit for people, pit for animals. The prince was happy. Tell someone to quickly make beef stew with potatoes for me, as expected of a special chef. In a moment, the whole dish radiated an aura that made people reluctant to eat, causing 2 gluttons, the Crown Prince and Phong Ki Pham, drooling. Who would have thought that just after picking up a chopstick, not yet tasted anything, 2 people have sprayed, not because it's hard to eat, but it was because the emperor suddenly came. What karma? Also said cow has black forehead. The space between their eyebrows is not white either. The cow had just been killed when the emperor came looking for it. The prince was so scared that he didn't know where to hide. Beef stew with potatoes is done. If his father sees, we'll definitely stew him. Phong Ki Pham was very calm. Told the Crown Prince not to panic. He has a license anyway. What's there to be afraid of? The foolish prince also laughed heartily. Yes, he has a license. What's there to be afraid of? But he thought again. Even Phong Ki Pham did not believe it. His father is such a smart man. How can you believe it? Isn't that playing with your little life? Not paying attention to Phong Ki Pham, who was going crazy, turned around and took the beef stew with potatoes and ran away. These 2 brats, the Crown Prince and Phong Ki Pham, because of eating beef stew with potatoes, that could make up a story about Mars crashing into Earth. Then a huge rock fell from the sky and crushed the cow. What do you think they don't dare to do? Almost caught red-handed by Emperor Hongji. Phong Ki Pham used potatoes again, coaxed the emperor to be stunned. Say what? Potatoes are most suitable for growing in the desert in Liaodong. Furthermore, through their experiments, At least 2 crops can be grown a year. The yield per acre is just more than sweet potatoes, not less, can be used as a staple food. When Emperor Hongji heard this, his eyes sparkled with stars, endlessly praised Fuongqi Pham and Truong Kong Kong, a person who is a genius at practical work. One is an agricultural expert. There are people like them. It is truly a great blessing of Day Min. But Emperor Hongji was worried. Potatoes, although high-yielding, but what about taste? Are people used to eating it? Faced with the doubts of the Hongji emperor, Fuongqi Pham must arrange it clearly. But looking at the mashed potatoes on the table, the prince hesitated a little. Really intend to feed this to your father? Fuongqi Pham is full of confidence. Say okay, but the crown prince pouted a little. He has actually tried mashed potatoes. That taste is really bad. He was really afraid that his father would kill both of them later. Fuongqi Pham does not think so, because mashed potatoes are so simple to make. The hardworking people can quickly eat. A full meal is the most important, much better than what they're eating now anyway. The prince clapped his hands after hearing this. Thought of something good. Then let your father feel the suffering of the people first. Fuongqi Pham suddenly felt a stream of negative energy. The prince flatteringly said to his father, before eating mashed potatoes, must eat this appetizer porridge first. Looking at the simple, rustic bowl of yellow millet porridge, Fuongqi Pham gave the crown prince a thumbs up. Okay, this is the trick I used on you before. Now you use it to entertain your own father. This is making you laugh to death. Emperor Hongji was quite happy. Feel like eating mashed potatoes and there is a whole process like this. Is there any other secret? Pick up the bowl and take a sip. The slimy, crunchy feeling when swallowing is so bitter and hard to describe. At that time, Emperor Hongji wished he could swallow them alive. What the hell did the crown prince feed you? The crown prince was successful in his work. Pretend innocence? This is just common people's millet porridge. I have tasted it. Not as delicious as you imagine, but it is the food of the common people. People suffer so much, the crown prince said so. Emperor Hongji, to hide his embarrassment, immediately sent someone to prepare his relatives to go with him, 1 mole per person. The lords tasted it, their faces grimacing. People are so miserable. Next, Fuongqi Pham brought mashed potatoes to Hong Tri Thien too. Emperor Hongji carefully scooped up a spoonful to taste. The result was just as His Highness the Crown Prince had predicted. After comparing the previous item, mashed potatoes are truly a delicacy. Both children praised their own intelligence. Give a thumbs up. This is the most disrespectful statement I have ever heard. Just because Fuongqi Pham said one sentence. No need to compare with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, which caused the lords to question him. Think he is a great traitor. Pollute the style. You must know that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were the greatest rulers of ancient times, highly respected by posterity. It is said that under their rule, the people of that time had noble moral qualities. Society is so civilized that at night there is no need to close the door. It is a model of the king's rule of the country. After the ministers tasted the mashed potatoes, they all exclaimed in admiration that heaven had bestowed grace upon His Majesty. All thanks to your wise Majesty. Like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors reincarnated, praised by his subjects like that, it is the highest praise for an emperor. But Emperor Hongji did not feel happy at all, but raises a question. The people of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors period are all faced with the question of Emperor Hongji. The lords certainly flattered, the holy king is above. People will definitely be well fed. But this flattery seemed to have kicked the horse in the foot. Emperor Hongji felt a little ashamed, murmured, yet my people do not have enough to eat, do not have enough to wear. Indescribable suffering. Am I still worthy of being a saint? The lords heard this. Utter amazement. A shame-bowed head. No one dares to speak up anymore. Emperor Hongji turned to look at Fang Jifan. Throw this question to him. Mr. Fuong, what do you think about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Fuongqi Pham was bewildered. Praise is no part of it. Just came across the deadly question and immediately dragged me in. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were sages revered by Confucian scholars. If he says one wrong thing, we'll be surrounded and attacked by Confucian scholars. Even the ministers standing beside him were sweating for Fuongqi Pham. But who is Fuongqi Pham? Anyway, I have offended many Confucian scholars. Thinking it worst, I'll just use brain disease as an excuse. He cleared his throat. I see that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are not important. As soon as he finished speaking, someone was not satisfied. Refute him. We read the holy books. Is to learn from the teachings of the saints. Wise man, you dare doubt the saints. Fuongqi Pham is not afraid of those who like to put hats on others, but continued to explain his opinion. God believes that learning or not learning from the sages is not important, as long as the reader has the heart to govern the country and bring peace to the world. Carry conscience. Try your best to practice great morality, then worthy of the title of reader. especially the time's national situation. People are different. How can we follow the way of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the wise man whom I pursue, even if it is as far away as the stars in the sky? God will also strive to pursue. That is the way of God. Fuonki Fam's words made Hong Trithian to ponder. Historically, Emperor Hongji was always diligent and hardworking. Finally exhausted to death, it can be seen that his goal is to become a good emperor. Emperor Hongji muttered, carrying within himself a conscience, "Try my best." Suddenly he felt relieved. Looking at Fuonki Fam and the crown prince, face full of admiration, "Old man, just go for it. I will be your strongest support." "What is it?" "But make the whole emperor's family eat happily like that." It turned out to be the item that Emperor Hongji confiscated from the crown prince, beef stew with potatoes. Since the crown prince ate beef stew with potatoes, considered completely conquered by this dish, every few days I go to Taesun for a meal. The cows near Taesun are really unlucky for 8 generations. Just like that, 30 children died unjustly. Fuonki Fam also could not bear it. Tell the crown prince to restrain himself a little. If this continues, one day the emperor will find out. The crown prince smiled smugly again. Tell Fuonki Fam to rest assured. The emperor is in the palace every day. Impossible to know. Moreover, even if the emperor finds out, he also came up with a wonderful reason. These cows were all hit by meteorites and died. It is from the crown prince. The reasons are not what ordinary creatures can think of. But what's even better is, just when he was proudly showing off his intelligence, then Emperor Hongji appeared behind him with a small whip. The crown prince immediately collapsed, hurriedly asked for help from Fuonki Fam. At that time the small whip, only 0.01 mm away from the crown prince's skin, hanging by a thread, a teenager holding a bowl of beef stew with potatoes, kneel before the Emperor Hongji. "Prevent, this is a dish that the ministers worked hard to make." While talking, he told the story of their tragic love. Incorrect, but it is to recount their purpose of trying to increase food production. Fuonki Fam said, "Increase food production to have surplus to convert into meat, from there so that everyone has meat to eat." He believes that only by eating meat can one have a strong body, can defeat that debt, clear the desert. The new Daemon has a bright future, and he was preparing to buy a herd of buffalo, horses, and breeding pigs. Put your livestock plan into action quickly. Emperor Hongji felt that Fang Jifan was right. But everyone has meat to eat. What does this have to do with this rebellious prince eating veal? Fuonki Fam was momentarily stumped. What does it have to do with anything? Not really. But fortunately, Fuonki Fam is a master at making up stories. He struggled to find a reason. That the people in Taesun worked too hard. The prince was heartbroken. Hope eating beef can help them strengthen their bodies, as expected of Fuonki Fam. The prince just gave him a thumbs up. This reason is much more believable than his. Emperor Hongji knew clearly that Fang Jifan was paving the way for the crown prince, but the matter is related to people's livelihood. Emperor Hongji still attached great importance to it, so do not pursue further. The prince also expressed, "We'll let the court provide young cattle for Taesun," but before everyone had meat to eat. Then Fuonki Fam and the prince were not allowed to eat beef anymore. He confiscated this beef stew with potatoes. Emperor Hongji was also a reasonable person. After confiscation, he brought it home for his wife and children to enjoy. Family members enjoy the peach blossoms. What a good husband and father. You say, is there any possibility that His Highness the Crown Prince is not your biological son? Do you know which livestock produces the most meat? I think you will definitely choose pig, but Crown Prince Chuhao Chu did not think so. He thinks pigs are as cute as he is. Same Sunit, if you raise pigs for food, isn't that eating yourself? He can raise horses, he can raise cows, but he absolutely does not raise pigs, and Liu Bayan also stood by to support. Not to mention the pig is as cute as the prince. Only talk about pork quality. Then fishy is smelly, sore. Basically no one wants to eat. Farmers do not want to raise either. Fuonki Fam's face was gloomy, secretly scolded Liu Bayan for being unreasonable. I eat more pork than you see running. And you eunuch are talking too much. Ancient pigs and modern pigs are not the same. The estrus period of pigs is very long. Uncastrated pigs once in heat will become hot-tempered, impulsive, run everywhere looking for love, too much loss. So it is not easy to gain weight. Killed meat, both smelly and fishy, smells worse than underwear that hasn't been washed for 3 years. But just cut off that pig thing. The meat will no longer smell. Eat it and you will feel delicious immediately. Of course the pig lost that thing. A pig's whole life has nothing to look forward to, besides eating and sleeping, then fat just increases. Therefore the meat ratio of pigs is extremely high. Actually, since the Eastern Han Dynasty, there has been castration of pigs, but due to poor disinfection, leading to very high mortality rates in pigs. For every 10 castrated, 7 or 8 will die. The high mortality rate makes people reluctant to castrate pigs. Pigs that are not castrated are not fat. Meat is hard to eat, so farmers do not want to raise pigs. so just do a good job of sterilizing the castration knife, ensure the survival rate of castrated pigs, then having enough pork to eat will no longer be a dream. Regarding this sterilization, Fuonki Pham did not see any problem. The difficulty is how to get the prince to agree to raise pigs. Fuonki Pham was forced to start brainwashing the crown prince. For our goal of everyone having meat to eat, must raise livestock to produce more meat. Pork is the best choice. Implement pork freedom. The people will become strong, can ride horses and shoot arrows with His Highness the Crown Prince. Roam the steppe. Fuonki Pham really understands the prince too well. Just hearing about the steppe makes me excited. Also don't care if the pig is as cute as him anymore. Directly ordered everyone in Taesun to raise pigs. Of course, to take care of the crown prince's mood, Fuonki Pham specially asked people to change the name of the pig to the station. So in Taesun appeared a scene of people and forts in harmony. I wonder how much fake wine that brat Fuonki Pham has drunk. Emperor Hongji praised the potatoes he contributed. At least it helped Dae-min not have to worry about famine for 100 years, made great achievements. Yet he dared to think that the Emperor Hongji would grant him a royal title, or marry a beautiful princess to him. I never dreamed of such a good thing. When Emperor Hongji said he wanted to build a 10-ward for him, he also has some criticism. Little did I know, that is the dream of many scholars. Because Fuonki Pham did not know such things, Hongji Emperor immediately asked him a fatal question. He was very curious. Sweet potatoes and potatoes of Fuonki Pham. Where did it come from? It seems that these plants are not native to the great Ming. Fuonki Pham immediately lost all his previous smug look, hurriedly knelt down to beg forgiveness. It must be known that the Ming dynasty strictly prohibited going out of the sea. Goods from abroad had only one way to enter the great Ming. That is the ambassador of the countries. It's forbidden, really forbidden, but foreign envoys do not come to offer sacrifices for free. They offered tribute mostly to trade with the Ming dynasty. But trading is not easy. Need to ask permission from the Daemin court first, and had to trade under the supervision of the Daemin officials at designated locations. Fuonki Pham secretly made such a transaction, completely unsupervised by officials. Is smuggling. The laws of the Great Ming were extremely harsh. Smuggling is even more serious crime. Light is death. Seriously, it affects the whole family. It's not that Fuonki Pham is not afraid of death, but he has other plans. If the Ming dynasty had not implemented the sea ban policy, can communicate with foreign countries through trade to obtain scientific and technological resources, then China in the future will definitely not have to suffer another 100 years of humiliation. As an experienced person, change the fate of the nation right before our eyes. How can he turn a blind eye? Looking at Fuonki Pham being scared and dumbfounded, Emperor Hongji cleared his throat. Actually, he had no intention of punishing Fuonki Pham. Just want to warn Fuonki Pham a little, so that he will act with more restraint in the future. The goal is considered achieved. After all, food is the most important thing for a country. Then asked Fuonki Pham, are there any other types, like sweet potatoes and potatoes, such miracle crops? Having just avoided a disaster, Fuonki Pham immediately cheered up. He began to introduce corn and pearl rice to the Hongji Emperor, these two high-yielding food crops. After hearing this, Emperor Hongji was extremely excited. Can't wait to see it with my own eyes. But these precious seeds in other countries, also classified, how can it be easily taken out? Fuonki Pham suggested, following the example of Minthan, to follow the eunuch Tambao to go the west, glorify national prestige, go to the country of Borogo to exchange seeds. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, immediately ordered the Ministry of War to take action, according to the way of the eunuch Tambao, build a good boat, train well, prepare well for gonna sea. Just like that, Dae-min originally followed a policy of seclusion, embarked on a maritime career. The age of the sea kings has come. Man's thirst for the sea never stops. The first Chinese to send a fleet to sea was Emperor Shai Huangdi. The purpose of going to sea is pure enough. It was for Tufuk to find the elixir of immortality for himself, purely taking public property for personal use. Unfortunately, I ended up overdoing it. Cannot ask for anything. Next is the time of Zudi. Send the eunuch Tambao to the west. Although it highlights the national prestige of Dae-min, also brought many foreigners to worship. Extremely majestic, but then found out except for pride, then no real benefits are gained. But on the contrary, it costs people money. People do not have enough to eat. Then what else to do maritime? Next is this time the great spirit of Hongji Emperor. In order to make the people of Dae-min no longer have to worry about food and drink, he specially called for the Minister of War, Liu Daxia, demand the ship's blueprints, nautical charts, and other nautical documents of the three jewels. Who would have thought that all these valuable documents would be burned by this guy? It turns out that since the time of Emperor Hongji's father, Minister of War, middle rank from the coastal area, understand the threat of pirates, want to go to sea to defeat pirates, went to Liu Daxia to ask for nautical documents. At that time, Liu Daxia raised high the flag for the country, for the noble people, condemn all maritime activities as mercenary, do things that have no real benefit to the people, so burned all the documents, extinguished the intention of going to sea of the following people. Now the Emperor Hongji demands, Liu Daxia could only kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Hongji Emperor's mind was like being stung by a bee. He really did not expect. Your great Ming has a great intelligence equal to Nugo Long. What a beast. The documents obtained when the eunuch Tambao went to the west, all are exchanged with money and human life, said Liu Daxia burned the documents, not as good as burning white money, and the lives and youth of that generation of sailors. The Emperor Hongji was so angry that immediately gave Liu Daxia a royal kick. This is also the first time that Emperor Hongji personally took action against the minister. You can see he was really angry. Liu Daxia saw that the situation was not good, hurried to explain. Fuongqi Pham, who was standing next to him, interrupted him, began to ask the Emperor Hongji more, so our great ocean spirit, is the dream of becoming the king of the sea still possible? Emperor Hongji pondered for a moment, suddenly open eyes, loudly shouted, this throne of the sea, I must do it. The ministers saw their leader's determination, also began to express the center in turn. The Ministry of War said, we will immediately build a maritime affair. The Ministry of Finance will wholeheartedly support the salary. To be honest, Liu Daxia is also unlucky. He burned the nautical charts before, just wanted to suppress everyone's intention to go to the west, while also gaining some fame. But he is not stupid either, then played a little trick, burn one set, keep one set. Just got beaten by Emperor Hongji and already wanted to say it, but was interrupted by this enemy Fuongqi Pham, not even a chance to fart. One should not be praised too much. To be able to go down to the Atlantic Ocean easily, the history department was ordered to arrange nautical chart documents when Zheng He went to the west. But this job, the name fell on the person studying at the Institute of Literature and History. But what can one do by oneself? Turn around and leave the work to the person who actually does it, the Sandman of the Star. So Fuongqi Pham, the person in charge of everything, also especially praised Tu Tin at the dinner table. Praise him for being clever and adaptable. So was given the responsibility, so that later there will be a future. Tell the students to learn more from Tu Tin, especially the king. People must study well. Unexpectedly, before Fuongqi Pham could finish teaching, Tu Tin's disciples knelt down on the ground, told Fuongqi Pham that he had lost his studies. This lightning-fast slap in the face almost made Fuongqi Pham suffocate. Asked Tu Tin if work had been too busy recently. No outlet, so no longer be skillful. Tu Tin was speechless at Fuongqi Pham's frivolous teasing. Solemnly said, while organizing the materials, I found a lot of errors. For example, one place on an island clearly has no fresh water, but note that there is. If you follow such a chart to go to sea, I don't know how many people will die. The places I pointed out were in error, have been compared with the ancient books of my ancestors. Going to sea is very important, so I want to correct these mistakes. Fuongqi Pham stopped joking after hearing that. Solemn face, you mean Zheng He's documents are wrong? Tu Tin explains, Zheng He also relied on this chart to go to sea. The material cannot be wrong. The problem is that the papers will get moldy and old. So every 20 years, the Ministry of War will copy the entire document at once. As I speculate, error occurred. Perhaps it was because the scribes despised the documents when copying books for formality but writing randomly. These are not the main point. It is important that I detect these errors. Reported to the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War said that all their officials had tested it. No problem. Assume He was kicked out. Then he looked to the person above him. That Wambushi. He scolded me again for being a rat-catching dog. So he was so angry he couldn't stand it. Immediately attacked Vong Bat. Luckily the brothers arrived in time. Pull him out in time, so as not to cause a disaster. Mainly he was afraid of causing trouble for Fuongqi Pham. Fuongqi Pham heard the whole story clearly. Smiled gently. I thought it was a big deal. Just eat well. We will handle this. Then turned back and said to Vong Thu Nan, in a domineering tone, later I saw my fellow disciples beating people. Then just go up and help fight. Understand? That fierce look made Vong Thu Nan terrified. Almost forgot this teacher is a famous prodigal son. If not satisfied, use hands and feet. Indeed, the one protecting his people must be Fuongqi Pham. From the capital, chaos broke out in the Ministry of War. Beat the superior. Was reported by Mao Wenqing of the Ministry of War before the Hongji Emperor. I request the Emperor Hongji to severely punish Tu Qin. It can't be because he is a student of Fuongqi Pham, but so arrogant. Fuongqi Pham cursed silently. If you can't beat them, go tell your parents. The Ministry of War only has that much ability. Faced with the angry actions of the mandarins, Emperor Hongji was also in a difficult position. In respect of Fuongqi Pham's many achievements, asked Fuongqi Pham to take responsibility for Tu Qin. This will pass. Mavansen did not expect. The Emperor Hongji is so biased towards Fang Jifan. You must know that hitting a superior will at least result in punishment. But just admit the mistake and that's it. Then aren't Fuang Qifam's disciples free to do whatever they want? Eunuch Tu standing beside him also kept blinking. His Majesty has already let you Fuang Qifam down. Admit your mistake and get it over with. But is Fuang Qifam an easy person? He confidently said that Tu Qin was not wrong. No need to apologize. A small mistake on the chart can lead to a big disaster. If the Ministry of War documents are incorrect, without timely repair, the consequences are unpredictable. Furthermore, I do not think that Tu Qin's attack on his superiors was wrong. If what Tu Qin said is true, so he is doing it for the great Ming country, and fight with useless officials, not only is there no error, but also can prove that Tu Qin is not afraid of the powerful. Keep your mind, one heart for the country. What a national salaryman. A series of cannon shots by Fuang Qifam made Emperor Hongji nod continuously. Mavan Sin saw that the situation was not good, immediately shouted the Ministry of War is absolutely not wrong, so Fuang Qifam and Mavan Sin argued fiercely. All think their charts are not there. Wrong. Emperor Hongji looked at the two people, neither willing to give in, had to come up with a compromise. We at Daemon have not gone to sea for nearly 100 years. It is not good to leave the country in a hurry. Why not first set up 2 teams of boats to go out to sea to scout the way? Fuang Qifam thinks this method is good. The Ministry of War followed Zheng Yi's sea route. The other team just followed Tu Qin's route. So, in the end we will know whose chart is correct. Mavan Sin also agreed with this method, but he still stubbornly said, I think our Ministry of War cannot. Wrong. Seeing that, the Van poured cold water again. We Daemin have not gone to sea for many years. Where did you get so many boats? What about the second team? Fuang Qifam smiled again. This is not difficult. The old fleet is still used by the Ministry of War to go to sea. Other ships can be requisitioned under the Crown Prince's name. The 5 armies Admiralty will investigate merchant ships trading at sea, then sailed under the name Taesun Library, led by Tu Qin himself as the vanguard. This way the court will keep face. Can also explore the way to the sea. Then Van could not help but praise Fuang Qifam for his intelligence and resourcefulness. Can think of such a thoughtful solution. This sudden compliment makes Fuang Qifam embarrassed. Emperor Hongji also found it good to hear, waved his hand and said, so let Bunbo and Tu Qin divide their troops to go to the sea. Story of a boat crew at sea. Leave it to the Crown Prince and Fuang Qifam to handle. Fuang Qifam proudly accepted the order. The Sea King is finally about to set sail. Out of the egg. Mavan Sin blamed them Van for defending Fuang Qifam. Going to sea is originally the job of our Ministry of War. Mr. Them supported Fuang Qifam to go to sea in the name of Taesun. What does it mean? Faced with a friend who has some resentment, then Van only said one sentence, I'm old. Almost choked Mavan Sin to death. I'm talking business with you. What does this have to do with being old? Then Van calmly explained. Old age is afraid of trouble. I just want to be left alone. Tu Qin was a student of Fuang Qifam. But don't ask about Fuang Qifam's personality. You poke him, he hits you. This old body of mine cannot take it. Why don't you just do a favor? Help this god of disaster. Mavan Sin looked disdainful. Heartbroken lament? Mr. Them, you have become the person you hated when you were young. Then Van could only smile awkwardly. Then Ma Wensheng turned his head and looked up at the sky. But it seems like I'm also living as the person I despised as a child. Tu Qin and Fuang Qifam insisted that there was a problem with Trinho's voyage. Certainly has basis. I also know they are not necessarily wrong. But I am the Minister of War. Must trust the Ministry of War, no other choice. Hope the vanguard of the infantry can give Fuang Qifam a suitable lesson. Then Van looked at Mavan Sin, still a bit unconvinced. Mavan Sin said nothing more. Return to the academy. Who would have thought that as soon as I stepped through the door, Wang Bushi was beaten by Xu Jing until his face was swollen like a pig's, was crying and demanding that them Van get justice for him. The academy is a place that focuses on discipline. How can this kind of superior person exist? Then Van also had a headache. Just finished one thing and another one comes. Had to tell the story of His Majesty letting Tu Qin go out to sea. Tell Wang. I also don't know how much hatred this Vong Bat Thai has. When he heard that Tu Qin was sent to sea, he was crazy with joy. Keep saying good sea. 8 or 9 out of 10 do not return. Even them Van wanted to strangle him. Who else is a colleague like you? Time flies. Sea day is coming. The Benbow boat and Tu Tin boat anchored at the shore. Two sides comparison. Tu Tin's boat is pitifully small. Fuang Qifam solemnly instructed Tu Tin. 9 out of 10 die in the sea. But for Daimon, for the people, for the enlightenment of the world, must go see. In any era there are people who live temporarily. There are also people who ride the wind and waves to explore new worlds. And you, Tu Tin, are the one who will definitely find the myriad secrets. Tu Tin listened to his teacher's teachings. Having chosen this path, he had already put his life and death at risk. Out of the loop, No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, he will try his best to bring glory to the great Ming dynasty. Then the great Ming fleet split into two and headed down to the Sunset Sea. Vong Bathi looked at Tu Tin going away and whispered smugly, inadvertently, glanced at Tu Tin's fleet fluttering a piece of torn cloth. On it is written clearly scum of the world Wang Bu Shai Hao. Almost made him fall backwards. His scum title Wang Bu Shi, I'm afraid it will be famous overseas. One cannot think too well sometimes. The vanguard of the infantry has been at sea for over a month. Mavan Sin is happy and cheerful every day, because once the Western invasion became a major strategy, then his position in the Ministry of War will increase. The power of the Ministry of War will also be expanded. Wait for the vanguard to return to confirm that the chart is correct. When the Emperor Hongji officially assigned the entire responsibility of going to the West for his Ministry of War, he can also slap Feng Qifem in the face fiercely, made Feng Qifem have to apologize to him. Just thinking about it made him shiver with pleasure. Obviously daydreaming is easy to do, but reality is cruel. Just as Mo Wensheng was trembling with joy, the prefect of Quanzhou came to report the news. The fleet of the Ministry of War, several hundred miles out to sea, was completely destroyed. Follow the chart to go. The fleet has encountered serious problems. Where there should be fresh water, there is none. Where there should not be reefs appear. The last boat was going west to Annam. Wait for that position. Just discovered it's a deserted island where birds don't poop. Ma Van Sin finished listening to the report. The whole face directly turned into the color of chicken dung. The Western army failed, lost too much money, made the Emperor Hongji extremely angry, scolded the Ministry of War for its excessively inaccurate chart. Before they had gone far from home, the entire army was annihilated. If you go a little further, the face of Day Min will be thrown out of the country. Ma Van Sin was no longer in a dreamy mood. Kneel on the ground and cower to beg for forgiveness. The Atlantic was already a big gamble. Losing bets will waste national strength. Winning bets will likely find the resource first. Open up development. Who would have thought that now the court is almost out of capital? Haven't left the house yet. Really embarrassing? Feng Qifem at this time, not taking pleasure in the pain of others because of the failure of the Ministry of War, but was thinking to himself, Day Min was now one step too late. China in the future will be many steps behind. Cannot because of the power of the Ministry of War, which made the Emperor Hongji lose faith in conquering the West. For the prosperity of the nation, he has the duty to stand up and cheer everyone on. So Feng Qifem said with a serious face, my disciple Tu Tin has gone to sea. He will definitely return successfully. I am willing to take his head and title to guarantee him. Emperor Hongji had never seen Fang Jifan so serious. Momentarily surprised, the Crown Prince also suddenly stood up to express his support. Feng Qifem hopes for the Hong Tri Emperor may continue to support the Atlantic plan. Emperor Hongji looked at the two young people so resolutely, grit your teeth, decided to trust their judgment. Let Tu Tin continue to go down to the west. Any news must be reported immediately. Feng Qifem immediately breathed a sigh of relief, secretly praying for Tu Tin. You must try your best. My life and property are all in your hands, if not just me. The hard work of hundreds of thousands of people of the great Ming will be wasted. The future of Day Min will also become bleak. What a wild prince I have ever seen. Dare to impersonate father to issue imperial edict. Also read the content aloud in front of everyone. Made many people hear. He still pretends to be favored. Moved to tears and cowered in gratitude. Then tell everyone, from now on you must call me Chu Du Tai according to the imperial decree. This mysterious divine operation alarmed his father, Emperor Hongji. His father never dreamed that he was still alive. The crown prince dared to carve the jade seal himself. What a bold move. If he is not punished, later still not turn the sky upside down. After knowing the content of the crown prince forging the imperial edict, Emperor Hongji's face darkened. Almost fainted. If the crown prince is like some people in history who have self-proclaimed themselves great generals, self-proclaimed grand marshal, or like Wang Mang or Cao Cao in history, self-proclaimed prime minister or something, then consider his son has great ambition. He will also serve the prince as a hero. But the crown prince here is just a self-proclaimed scholar. It's really Lei Fu forgiving? Open the door for Lei Fu. Lei Fu is home. Is his royal decree not worth a penny? With such a big mouth, do this trivial thing again. The most infuriating thing is that the jade seal was carved with a radish. The most infuriating thing is, if in another dynasty would any crown prince dare to carve a jade seal on his own, then either be executed or be deposed. But the Emperor Hongji had only one son, Crown Prince Chu Hao Chiyu. There is really no other way. Can only use the small whip to lovingly teach the prince. To Venenger, make him less arrogant in the future. Don't mess around. Feng Qifem also had to admire this farce of the crown prince. I give myself the holy decree. Make yourself a bachelor, as expected of that painful beating. After being beaten, the crown prince was still a bit unconvinced. So what if he wants to be a scholar? He likes the feeling of other people calling him a scholar. At that time, you can exchange knowledge with others. He felt so refreshed. Fuonki Pham laughed and said, "But your way of doing things is too unreasonable." The crown prince was still not convinced, thinking that the emperor was always targeting him. Must do something cool. Let the emperor open his eyes. Try asking. Use ridiculous farce to personally transmit fake imperial edict. Is that not enough to open the eyes of Emperor Hongji? Having said that, what a shame. Just as the two were talking, suddenly a kid chasing cats and dogs ran past. Dental, the brat's arrogant expression made the crown prince a little uncomfortable. Immediately asked Fuonki Pham, "Who is that guy?" Fuonki Pham explained somewhat reluctantly, "He is the son of the Grand Academician Shen Wen. His father said that since he was little he didn't like reading books, just like to beat people. When in a bad mood, hit women. If the mood is not better, then beat your parents." Mr. Them probably felt that his son could still be saved. Should be firmly put into Tae's son library. This prodigal son after entering school acted every day. It's all because them Van gave too much money. If he were to escape home, them Van will definitely get his tuition back. So no matter what, we must stop this loser from escaping. The crown prince heard this and suddenly had an idea in mind. It's all because Fuonki Pham taught the Liu family's son well. Immediately cheered. Majestic. If he could teach this prodigal son of the them family a good lesson, wouldn't that be awesome? The Shen family's prodigal son. What cruel tricks of the crown prince will I have to endure? When the rich meet the gods, prodigal son meets super prodigal son. Predictable outcome, since knowing Tae's son library. Noble mandarins, all fight to the death. Everyone wants to send their children to Tae's son library. Fuonki Pham, a swindler, saw the opportunity, immediately expand enrollment. Scarcity marketing organization. Sponsorship fee 300 TLs. Limited quantity. Buy now or miss out. So the Tae's son library students half turn into paid special students. Half of the poor students do not pay. Them Gao son of them Van. The more you pay an exorbitant price of 600 TLs to get in. This bastard who beats women and parents just came to school on the first day and beat up a classmate because she despised her classmate as a country bumpkin. She dared to approach him. While people were still hesitating whether to fight back or not, he directly said cruel words. "My father is them Van. Dare to hit me, watch out you die." Extremely arrogant attitude. To learn empathy. The school arranged for rich students to live with Liu Ming, but them Gao criticized. Liu Ming's place is not even as good as his dog house. He is definitely not here. Just as them ninja wanted to escape, then was pressed to the ground. Them Gao shouted, "Which damn dog has no eyes? Dare to block my way? My father is the grand scholar of the academy, Shen Wen." But the person who stopped him did not show any respect. His words were even more arrogant than them Nagao's. "Your father is them Van, my father is the emperor. You brat, see if you dare to run." After saying that he gave them Gao a royal family kick in the butt, them Van just heard that it was the crown prince. Immediately admit defeat, then cried for forgiveness. "Don't hit me anymore, I won't run anymore." The crown prince turned to boast to Fuonki Pham. "See, just hit and you'll be good. This way of teaching people is so much fun." Then the crown prince forced the Mingao to stay at Lu Min's house. Make him obediently live with them. Tomorrow morning make him work and study at the same time. Also threaten them Ningo. If he dared to be late, he would beat him to death. All in all, the crown prince, except for being a bit timid in front of his father, then in front of others still very powerful. Although the Mingao disliked the food, and also criticized the house as dirty, but because of the crown prince's threat, so I did not dare leave the room. Had to spread some straw and find a place to sleep for the night. In my heart I secretly blamed my father for really playing tricks on his son. I thought I would just quit school tomorrow. The next morning, them Ninjo cried and lamented that he missed home and his mother. Want to quit school to go home to visit family. The crown prince saw this. No, last night's teaching was not enough. Immediately told Fuonki Pham to tie the Mingao up. "Let him teach me a lesson. See if you still dare to miss home." At this time, the other students working around also slowly stopped. The crown prince saw this and immediately scolded, "Everyone stop and continue reading. If you dare to be lazy, I will beat you to death." The students were scared and hurriedly got back to work. Then Mingao also reluctantly joined the army of plow readers. Under the bright sunlight, then Minjao fell to the ground exhausted. Normally he is the only one who bullies others. Who would have thought that in Taesun there would be a crown prince who was even more powerful than him? This life is really unbearable. The more you cut the water, the more it flows. Every time you are lazy, you get a whip on your butt. The days the Ninga spent at Taesun Library were miserable. Just dare to be a little lazy. The whip will take care of it immediately. To him, but he only dared to be angry but did not dare to speak, because I really dare not offend. Moreover, he is His Highness the Crown Prince. future heir to the throne, yet he himself works in the fields. You still dare to nag, so miserable and tired that you don't want to live anymore? Then Ming also knows who is the big king and the small king. Just like that, Ming tried very hard to reach noon. After His Highness the Crown Prince gave permission to rest, he almost fell straight into the mud. Looking at the small, soft hands full of blisters, he cried sadly. This big, he had never been tortured like that before, dragging the tired body. Then Ming returned to the thatched hut. Wipe away tears, feel like I suffered too much injustice. At this time, Han Tu enthusiastically brought over a bowl of mashed potatoes, brought before them Nigo. Then Gao smelled the aroma of potatoes, but the arrogance in his bones made him speak harshly, even if starved. Also do not eat food of the common people. But the stomach growled loudly, then do not respect him at all. He also knew now was not the time to be vain, just hesitate a bit, then still, get mashed potatoes. He took a deep breath, as if forced to do something against conscience. The first time he discovered this guy was not bad. He had never even glanced at this man before. In the heart is only contempt. These people are very dirty and smelly, ignorant and stupid, no different from pigs and dogs. But today his heart was a little warmer. At least at my most lonely and helpless, he found out. It turns out the guy standing next to me is also human. People and pigs and dogs are inherently different. Before, the Minjo was always high and mighty. The servants around did not spare themselves, change all kinds of ways to please him. From then on, he thinks he is the one. The others are no different from pigs and dogs. Only I have rich emotion. Know how to cry, know how to laugh. What do the others know? When he realized the man in front of him was a human, suddenly from deep inside, for the first time, he felt ashamed. This feeling of guilt made him feel strange. But anyway, thinking about my previous attitude towards them, he felt terrible. The man obviously did not know the change in the Mniga's heart, but focused on cooking sweet potato porridge for the old mother. He sat down cross-legged, hold the wooden spoon and gently blow on the porridge to cool it down, then carefully put it in the mother's mouth. Old Lady Nungo pursed her dry lips and slowly swallowed. Then Mga looked a little stunned. They also know how to laugh. In Mnga's impression, these stinking guys are ignorant and stupid. How can they know filial piety? The Mga thought wildly. It was very difficult to say the first sentence to the man. What is your name? The man smiled and said, my name is Truong Tam Bat. In our clan ranked 38th. We country people don't even know how to name it. Just call the mouse in order. The Mingao suddenly realized, these people are not commoners at all, but like him, are living people with names, surnames, and feelings. He shed tears of shame for what he had done before. Some students at Tay Sun Academy were still not satisfied, could not stand the hardship at Tay Sun Academy, scrambled to escape from this place. Students running away is no different than insulting teachers. How can His Highness the Crown Prince let them do whatever they want? He continued to happily teach people. Then Mingao gradually got used to life here. During the time living with Truong Tam Bat, he knew that Zhang Samba's ancestors were from Jiangnan, so they are also considered fellow countrymen. Long exposure. Phil Truong Tam Bat is also very funny, moreover very Phil. During the arduous escape, he always took care of his old mother, until the old lady became seriously ill. He never left or abandoned her, but always served her wholeheartedly. Always find ways to cure mother. And his son, Little Tiger, also a very understanding child. After being treated by the royal physician, after resting, then Mingao returned to the tent, saw Little Tiger squatting peeling potatoes. He hurriedly stepped forward and rolled up his sleeves. Let me peel it for you. Soon, 2 bowls of fragrant mashed potatoes were brought to the table by him. Because of working day by day, Themgo eats very well. So the academy gave these students add eggs to nourish the body, have the strength to work. At first he was very happy. After eating mashed potatoes, happily took the egg that was rewarded, peel the eggs carefully. Little Tiger Boy squatted to one side, drooling. Then Minjiao felt a little embarrassed and coughed lightly. Do you want to eat? The child nodded vigorously, making him unable to react. Then Ningo thought, he must have had a hard time improving his meals. Why give it to this kid? Torn in my heart for a while. Finally he was helpless. Okay. I eat egg yolk. We eat egg white. While speaking, he placed the egg yolk in Little Tiger's hand. Looking at the child's obedient appearance, Minjiao suddenly felt guilty. I eat the egg white part more delicious. Is that a bit unethical? Instinctively, he switched the yolk for the white. Little Tiger said innocently, so this is the taste of chicken eggs. So delicious that Minjiao could not believe it at all. There are people in this world who have never eaten eggs. He suddenly felt a little bitter. His Shen family has chicken, duck, fish, meat, and everything, let alone a chicken egg. But a buffalo he wants to eat is not difficult. On Little Tiger's face appeared admiration. Smile and say you are so good. Then Ninga looked at the excited Tiu Ho too. He immediately stuffed the egg yolk into the boy's mouth. stroked the boy's head and said gently, just eat naturally. I will try to make sure you eat eggs every day. We'll also find a way to cure Mrs. Trong. Before, when reading books, I saw people consider human life as worthless as grass and trash. Then Ming always thought these commoners were really stupid. There is nothing to eat in the fields, so why not go down to the river to catch fish? Go up the mountain to find food? Until he, first close contact with death, exposure to poverty, he just understood, behind those seemingly gentle words, are blood and tears that no one knows. People say the child goes 1,000 miles, the mother worries, since sending them to Tae's Son Academy for reform, then Van and his wife, every day I dream that my son passes the imperial examination. But when they heard that the crown prince was the dean of the Tae's Son Academy, the beautiful dream turned into a nightmare, afraid that his son would die for trespassing. Then Van and his wife lost sleep day and night. Finally, there is no way. Had to let the palanquin bearers go to Tae's son. When the servant reported that the young master had returned, then Van was somewhat reassured. Luckily, at least one person is alive. It's good to be alive. So then Van Tam hurriedly lifted the curtain of the palanquin, but unexpectedly it was empty inside. Didn't you say the young master is back? Where are the people? The palanquin bearer looked miserable and hesitantly replied, the young master said he was not used to riding in a palanquin. Want to walk by myself? No matter what I advise, it won't work. Then Van and his wife were struck by lightning, face immediately pale. Has the son gone crazy? They know best what kind of person their son is. Even when in the palace, from front yard to backyard, this boy is also lazy and does not want to go. I just wish I could have someone carry the palanquin away. Now from Tae's son to home more than 10 miles. Want to walk back? What is this if not crazy? Then Van and his wife felt their hearts cut like knives. Just as the two people were lamenting in pain, then Gao suddenly appeared, put down the luggage, choked and knelt on the ground. Son studying abroad, make parents worry, sin worthy of death. Then Van looked at his son in disbelief. From a white-faced rich kid, become a dark-skinned angular teenager, especially the bright and spirited eyes, even a little choked up, seeing my son change so much. Then Van and his wife were extremely happy, but the servants of the Tham family were not very happy, especially when them Jal walked towards the maid Tu Diep. Maid Tu Diep tremble in fear. She thought the young master was suffering outside. Want to find the first person to vent anger. The other servants also gave Tu Diep sympathetic looks. Can see them go before the change. How brutal! But this time, things didn't go as they thought. Then Mingao took out a wooden hairpin he made himself, brought before Tu Diep. Tu Diep, this is what I learned from a carpenter. This is for you, I always bullied you before. But now we know, men should not bully women. This hairpin took me half a month to make. I don't expect you to forgive me, just hope to reduce the hatred in her heart. Tu Diep thanked the Mingao in a daze. I hope that even if this is just a dream, I also hope this dream can last a little longer, because the days without bullying were so wonderful. Then Mingao returned from the life-changing program in Tae's son. The servants were already terrified of them Mingao. Before, when meeting anyone in the palace, all looked at people with contempt. Today suddenly called out Uncle Man, make the strong lord directly pee his pants. Completely clueless. What's wrong, young master? Before it was all you and me, this sudden change, making old man a bit caught off guard, hastily replied I dare not. Then Mingao humbly held the list of books, asked old man to help him find some books. He wants to bring back Tae's son. Old man looked at the young master who had changed so much. I don't know what he's mad about. Absolutely dare not delay. Ran to the study. Look at the book names on the list. Not a boy. Or the rich young master some colored books, but spring and autumn annals, records of the grand historian, Book of Tang, several orthodox classics. At this moment, he confirmed that the young master had really gone crazy. The other servants also thought the same. The young master didn't even want to walk before, but now he's pulling weeds. If this is not crazy, then what is? Dear mother, tears streaming down, how much was the Tae son tortured? Then Van was happy to tears again. Meyer Lang has finally grown up. Simultaneously, he was also curious what did them Gao learn in Tae's son. Them Gao said embarrassedly, before coming to Tae's son, I think farmers are all ignorant, aggressive, and inferior people, deserve a life worse than a dog or pig. When I arrived at Tae's son, I discovered that those people were just like me, are all flesh and blood people. But why are they clearly not stupid? But life is miserable. They are obviously very hard-working, but always have to go hungry, and I clearly did nothing. To wear nice clothes again, eat enough. Later, Mr. Vong answered my questions. The people nurture the kings and generals, is to let those people learn courage, lead them to realize great ambitions. Those people only care about pleasure, enjoyment, self-interest, and showing off. Therefore, the most important thing I learned in school was shame. I cannot shamelessly enjoy it anymore. Speaking of which, he even had some disdain for his father. Father and son are noble academicians, but only know how to enjoy leisure. In and out are all dogmas. Mouth talks about morality, humanity, love for people, but it seems too far away from the people. These words are so harsh. What can them Van say? He was the one who sent his son to re-education camp. Can only say happily, Tae-sun taught his children very well. 600 taels of silver is indeed a worthy reward. He can even educate a bunch of rich kids. The current grand scholar sent another ancestor. But got a father. Oh no, people say daughters follow their husbands. Not yet husband. Her Highness the Princess has already revealed some of her favorite parts in front of her parents. Tae-sun Library's vacation ends. Them and Zhao can't wait to return to the academy to continue studying. The Them family couple reluctantly bid farewell to their son. Before leaving, he told Van that his parents were here. If anything, can tell parents in dreams, these are real parents, afraid that the son will not die soon enough. On the other hand, the Emperor Hongji heard that the Tae-sun was on vacation, waited a day and a night but still saw no sign of the prince, secretly cursed in his heart, this little beast doesn't know. Are his mother and sister missing him so much they're sick? But no one knows about Queen Truong and Her Highness the Princess. Happily playing in the royal garden. Does it look like you are sick? Only he had dark circles under both eyes, look a little tired. Obviously I miss my son like crazy, but had to find another excuse to say it. Maybe this is deep fatherly love. Young eunuch Tiu observed the expression. Go and ask. Heard, Grand Academician them sent his son to Tae-sun. Do you need to find scholar them to ask? The Emperor Hongji's righteous words. How can we summon a great minister for such a trivial matter? After that, them Van was called to known cax. Haha. Indeed, even the Emperor Hongji could not escape this fragrant law. When them Van was asked if his son could go home on leave, Grand Scholar them immediately understood. The Crown Prince is the Dean of Tae-sun Academy. His Majesty is concerned about his son. Mind immediately becomes flexible. Talking about the change in his son, unexpectedly after a month at Tae-sun Academy. My rebellious, turned into a great filial son who moved heaven and earth. The son never performed the ceremony with him, learned the ethics of loyalty and righteousness. It's all thanks to His Highness the Crown Prince and Tan Kian Bey's methodical teaching. After listening to them Van's words, Emperor Hongji was extremely surprised. He never expected his son to have such abilities. Them Van found flattery in the right place. Take advantage of the victory. Actually, what moved me the most was a saying from a god. The mandarins and scholars enjoyed everything thanks to the support of the people. But now the mandarins say they love the people, but do not know what people are. The burden cannot be shared by the king. Below cannot seek benefits for all people. Such a shameful scholar. I am ashamed. As he spoke, them Van knelt down. I am extremely grateful to His Highness the Crown Prince and Tan Kian Ba, had the grace to regenerate his son, said that Dae Min had such a crown prince. What a blessing for the country. This round of horse butt patting made Emperor Hongji really comfortable. Unexpectedly in the elite world, grand scholarship have such high regard for the crown prince. At this moment Emperor Hongji felt, the prince seems to be his biological son. Young eunuch Tiu saw that patting a horse's butt was so effective, immediately continued, saying that the crown prince would not return, must stay in Tae-sun to work, to relieve your majesty. This made Emperor Hongji so happy that his eyes narrowed, said that he had to tell his wife this good news. After hearing this, Queen Truong also had tears in her eyes, exclaimed that his son had finally grown up, must prepare more food to send to it, treat your son to a delicious meal, don't let your baby get too tired. At this time, Her Highness the Princess beside also said that Tan Kian Ba, serving the crown prince must be very hard, father should prepare a reward for him. This sudden request from Her Royal Highness, causing the old couple who were already in tears to be stunned. Is this the legendary unattainable grown woman? When a princess proactively asks her father to reward you, guess what she means to you? At first glance, it seems a bit sudden that Her Highness, the princess, wants to give food to Fuong Ki Pham, but not really early. In early winter, because Her Royal Highness is not well, specially sent the wet nurse beside to find Fuong Ki Pham to examine her. Fuong Ki Pham looked at the princess who seemed a bit weak, thought that the princess's old illness had relapsed, scared hurriedly took the princess's pulse. This time there was no wet nurse to make things difficult. Fuong Ki Pham's pulse-taking process was extremely smooth. Just this indirect skin touch, making Her Highness the princess a little shy, bowed his head, not daring to look at Fuong Ki Pham. That young girl's look is so lovely. To ease the anxiety in my heart, the princess began to talk, praise Fuong Ki Pham for knowing both how to treat diseases and how to grow crops. Truly a wonderful person. Those big round sparkling eyes, contains admiration for Fuong Ki Pham. This guy is really thick-skinned. Heard the princess praise, patted his chest and said it was natural. I am a studious child. Not to mention anything else. Just Fuong Ki Pham's shameless face alone. If we get 2 tenths of him, then it's not that bad that I'm still single now. Her Highness the Princess is also very white and sweet. Hearing Fuonki Fam say such shameless words, again very much agree. Speaking of his mother, told her about what had happened. Many descendants either rely on their family's power or influence, go around causing trouble, or all day long immersed in dreams. As for Fuonki Feng, he clearly came from a noble family, can have a full life, but teach others, care about the people. Really admirable. Fuonki Fam heard the princess's praise, in the heart happy as a festival, but the appearance is very good. Indifferently waved his hand, say that this little achievement is nothing. This guy seems to have been fooled by Fuonki Fam. Fuonki Fam is even more so. Her Highness the Princess felt even more that he was extraordinary. The more one to study hard, to not let Fuonki Fam down. Fuonki Fam heard the 3 words not letting him down, blushing in a flash, thought the princess was confessing to him. Unexpectedly, Her Highness the Princess's intention was to not disappoint his teachings. No matter how thick-skinned Fuonki Fam is, now also shyly turned away. The princess also realized, I was a bit vague earlier. For a moment the two fell into an awkward silence. A moment later, Fuonki Fam shamelessly spoke his mind. I wonder when your highness will have a brain attack next. Actually, I really like to come and examine your highness. Her Highness the Princess did not expect Fuonki Fam to be so brazen. In a flash blushing face, whispered actually tomorrow can also relapse. This unexpected love made Fuonki Fam a bit dizzy. Just like you when you first fell in love, so as not to worry parents. Fuonki Fam said, Your Highness, relapse should not be too frequent. A few more days. Who would have thought? Her Highness the Princess nodded in agreement unconsciously. The sour taste of love immediately spread. This is it. The origin of the princess's request for her father-in-law to give Fuonki Fam that food, the farthest distance in the world. Maybe that's what your parents thought. Let's say we just said it in passing. You may not understand, but it's specifically about the Hongji Emperor and the Crown Prince. You will understand. Since the last time Her Highness Princess said to appoint Fuonki Fam as governor, Emperor Hongji had drawn up a great drama in his mind. In his perception, Fuonki Fam transformed into a little nanny. Rice must be fed to the Crown Prince's mouth. It's cold, we must add more clothes for the Crown Prince. Before going to bed, I must tell the prince fairy tales. What about reality? The Crown Prince is working hard in the field. Fuonki Fam is sunbathing. The Crown Prince is studying hard. Fuonki Fam is sunbathing. The Crown Prince is doing his laundry. Fuonki Fam is still fucking sunbathing. The Crown Prince is the fool who buries himself in work. When he heard the oral edict of Emperor Hongji, Tankinba takes care of the Crown Prince. Hard work, high reward, special award of the position of royal censor. The Crown Prince's face was even uglier than if he had just eaten a dead fly. It was obvious that he was taking care of Fuonki Fam. Now that's cool. All the benefits are for Fuonki Fam to take. The Crown Prince was upset. Can only vent anger on the eunuchs who passed the decree, pretending to be profitable. Fuonki Fam stood awkwardly beside, bewildered. The story is not over yet. Immediately after, the eunuch who delivered the edict took out another box, brought before Fuonki Fam, said that this was specially made by Her Highness the Princess to thank Tan Qianba for taking the trouble to treat her. It is a homemade cake. Fuonki Fam heard and felt his heart bloom. The Crown Prince was even more resentful. Why does my real sister only send cakes to old man Fuong without sending it to him? This father is like that. Same with Sir. Obviously the one who suffers is me, but all the benefits were taken by Fuonki Fam. He just wants to pee. The Crown Prince exclaimed, Is there still royal law? Is there any law? Before Fuonki Fam could make a move, immediately rushed up and swept away all the cakes that Her Highness the Princess sent. Can only say it is extremely disfiguring. The Crown Prince also overestimated his sister's baking ability. After eating, he just knew that his sister was really his biological sister. Not sending it to him is good for him. He had never eaten such an unpleasant and deadly cake. After eating my sister's cake, maybe he will find it difficult to enjoy cakes in the future. Fuonki Fam was very happy at this moment. Thank God for giving him such a good brother. Crucial moments can really save lives. After that, Her Highness Princess met with Fuonki Fam. Shyly asked Fuonki Fam, Is the cake you make good? Fuonki Fam opened his mouth and said, Delicious. So sweet. Who would have thought that Her Highness the Princess would hear this? Silently shed tears. Fuonki Fam is still complacent. Thought his well-intentioned lie had worked. Moved Her Highness to tears. Unexpectedly, his extremely sweet words completely hurt the princess' heart. The princess sobbed and said, If you don't like these cakes, then just say it. I heard that potatoes and sweet potatoes are both sweet. Afraid you will get bored eating too much. Should make cake. Instead of sugar, add salt. Looking at the princess with tears in her eyes, Fuonki Fam was stunned on the spot. Fortunately, Fuonki Fam is worthy of his reputation as a famous prodigal son in the capital. With the matter of coaxing girls also has some skill. He used his eloquence, using painting as an example. It is said that realistic painting is the lowest, drawing ideas is the highest level. Of course he knew that the cake Her Highness the Princess made was salty, but when eaten in the mouth, feel the heart of your Highness, then from it is so. That is what is called sweet in the heart. Her Highness the Princess has not experienced life. How can I resist these words of Fuonki Pham? Her heart was like a deer running around, thinking she had wrongly blamed Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham, this hateful name, again take advantage, holding the little hand of Her Highness the Princess, said affectionately, Her Highness the Princess specially made cakes for him. He is really happy, but don't do it again next time. He felt sorry for the princess's small hands. Her Highness the Princess bowed her head in shame. Obediently answer, bastard, Fuonki Pham, do you still dare to be so shameless? Fuonki Pham, this kid is really a character. There is a plan to deceive His Highness the Crown Prince. Just yesterday, the Crown Prince washed his clothes, discovered an inverted triangle-shaped object. Curious Prince immediately used nose to smell carefully. The taste is salty like rotten fish, making him unable to help but ask Fuonki Pham, this strange thing, why don't I see him wear it normally? Looking at the Crown Prince's curious appearance. And see, look left and right. Fuonki Pham did not know how to respond for a moment. You said if Fuonki Pham spoke directly to the Crown Prince, what he held in his hand was a pair of pants to protect his children and grandchildren. Just by the Crown Prince just tried it on his head a little bit, then will he give a knife? Fuonki Pham currently has no other choice, can only lie to the Crown Prince. It was just his newly invented scarf, still in testing phase. I don't know if it works or not. His Highness the Crown Prince heard this, happily said no wonder. Then he personally suggested to Fuonki Pham, give him one tomorrow. Try first. Good things of brothers must know how to share. Then the Crown Prince tried to put the pants on his head again. Wipe face, but still feel inconvenient to use. Fuonki Pham looked at the Crown Prince's actions and was speechless. Can only secretly swear that from now on I will never wear pants again. If one day the Crown Prince does not learn its true uses, then surely the Crown Prince will cut off his head and make it a soccer ball. So Fuonki Pham quickly changed the subject, said recently he saw 3 cows with black spots on their foreheads, although walking briskly. But he still felt that these 3 cows would fall to their deaths, then happily said to the Crown Prince, tonight we will probably have beef stew with potatoes. The prince heard this and no longer looked as cheerful as usual, but his face was full of guilt, glaring at Fuonki Pham. Dissatisfied, why it is always me who does the dirty work. And you just stand there looking around, probably because he killed too many cows. The Crown Prince felt a little guilty, and Fuonki Pham was momentarily speechless. Is this all his fault? It's always him. After reading the cow's physiognomy, Fuonki Pham said, say which cow looks firm. Then the meat will definitely be very fresh and delicious. His Highness the Crown Prince happily went to ambush and took action. Now he turned to blame Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham understood the Crown Prince's childish nature early on. He smiled gently as if he was coaxing his wife. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. The important thing is to do it yourself. Then eat it to feel the best, right? The prince heard that and found it to be true. No wonder the cow was killed by me. We eat 3 bowls every time. Then the Crown Prince was overjoyed. Hugging Fuonki Pham loudly said, then let the wandering people in Tay Sun Mat Van open their stomachs a little. Let the Emperor see how this Crown Prince can dominate the world. His Highness the Crown Prince is truly tragic. Just killed the cow, improved the meal for Tay Sun, immediately called into the warm house by his father. Thinking that the terrible matter was exposed, he knelt down on the ground as soon as he entered the door, causing even the Emperor Hongji to be stunned when he called him. I thought to myself, what did this kid do again? Why kneel down on the ground so quickly? Kneeling down to perform this ceremony is also too skillful. Ask and find out. It's all because he's normally too strict, causing His Highness the Crown Prince to have a shadow in his heart, thinking that Emperor Hongji only needed to summon him to prepare for something. Looking at the timid and fearful Crown Prince, causing Hongji Emperor to recall the secret reports of Fang Jifan. It's all because I'm too strict. Always thought the Crown Prince was causing trouble, but suppress the Crown Prince? Always want to prove yourself. Actually, the Crown Prince just wanted to share the burden with his father. Understand these things. Emperor Hongji was prepared to listen to Fang Jifan's advice, to make the Crown Prince truly alone in the region. So as the Emperor Hongji, try to make yourself look a little gentler, said to the prince, call me Day. It's cause scholar them praised your Tay Sun Academy as very good, even his unruly son was disciplined. Understand the etiquette. Very good. Therefore, the Emperor wants to give me a chance to be the only one. Please take good care of the people who are wandering in Mat Van. Can you do it? The Crown Prince felt the trust of the Hongji Emperor for the first time. Confidently affirmed that you can do your best. Returning to Tay Sun, he loudly declared that from today onwards, Tay Sun no longer eats potatoes, but just eat beef stew with potatoes. The exiles in Taesun looked at each other in embarrassment. I think Xiao Zhou is stimulated by something, craving beef like crazy. Truanqi Pham saw that and quickly pulled him back. Yesterday I killed 3 cows. Just returned to the palace for a trip and already want to kill all the cows. What's so exciting? The prince said arrogantly. Father has given me the opportunity to be the only one in the world. Let me take charge of the welfare of the displaced people. We just need to feed the homeless people as well as in Dunmun. Father will definitely recognize me. Fuonqi Pham heard and had to laugh, secretly thinking the crown prince is really an idiot. Want to get high score? Must know the intention of the person who made the question. So he told the crown prince his ideas. Continuous natural disasters, food shortage, people have no food, became a vagabond and wandered. Your Majesty does not want me to only give rice to the people of Mat Van, but want you to have a way so that all the displaced people have food to eat. The prince heard and found it reasonable. Eyes bright, asked Fuonqi Pham to give his opinion. What should I do? Fuonqi Pham started to show off. Of course, action and perception must be consistent. That's why the scholar Tiu Chu went down to the village to guide the people. Go door to door to begin a thorough investigation. Continuing the story, through close observation over time, Fuonqi Pham finally realized Min Wutong in history, certainly not a well-deserved reputation. The fact that he was able to defeat the little prince in Daetong in the past, it is definitely not just pure luck. Don't see the crown prince as being a bit foolish and cunning, but this guy is really a talented commander, willing to share the joys and sorrows with others, But when he came to Taesun to settle the displaced people, educating talents, he also used himself as an example. Working with farmers, eat and live together, isn't this the basic quality of a leader? Sometimes Fuonqi Pham also had to envy him. This guy is not well except when he pretends to be sick, normally like a baby buffalo. Physical strength is also too good. If it weren't for Fuonqi Pham having a mental illness, excuse to be lazy, every day following the crown prince to cause trouble like that, certainly not a few days have to be scrapped. Why marry a princess later? Days and months passed like that. Finally, the day came for the crown prince and Fuonqi Pham to enter the palace. 2 people walked in the familiar forbidden city. The prince looked both tense and a little expectant. With an uncertain tone, asked Fuonqi Pham, "Does your majesty recognize my achievements?" Truonqi Pham knows. This is the first time after the crown prince became the only one in power. First time in the palace, this time success or failure. As for this crown prince, later in the eyes of the emperor, be a child or be a man. It's normal to be a little hesitant and a little nervous right now. Fuonqi Pham thought seriously. Now the prince, it is time to borrow outside power to assert yourself. So Fuonqi Pham gave the crown prince a thumbs up, affirmatively said, "Your Highness's efforts, everyone can see it. You will definitely be recognized by His Majesty." The prince heard and took a deep breath, seriously confided in Fuonqi Pham. Since he was little, the people around him always told him, "What not do?" That is a wise prince. But the more he read books, the more confusing it is. The wise princes in history, why do monarchs often end up mediocre? Because they compromise with the ministers too much, eventually formed the habit of following the wishes of the ministers. He did not want to become such a monarch without courage, have no opinions and judgments of their own. So he always persisted in doing things his own way. Sometimes he also feels really tired. I don't know what this attachment is all about. Sometimes I really want to follow their wishes. Fuonqi Pham stood beside him without saying anything, listening very attentively to the prince's complaints. Inside feel surprised. I didn't expect the crown prince to have so many evil thoughts. Fuck, I underestimated the crown prince before. Fuonqi Pham thought to himself. You have to be more careful in your work in the future. That's not all. The prince finished saying these words, suddenly leaned to Fuonqi Pham's ear and whispered, "Until I met you, Fuonqi Pham, I am really jealous, because whatever you do, everyone will sympathize with you, because you have brain disease. Several times at night I still bang my head against the wall, want to beat myself a brain disease." Speaking of which, the crown prince's tone suddenly changed, exclamation old Fuong. Actually I know sometimes you are petty and lazy, still like to pretend to be sick, but we do not notice. This has escalated to a personal attack. Fuonqi Pham immediately pretended to be innocent and said, "Your Highness, don't wrong good people. I am absolutely a good young man with upright character. It's just that Fuonqi Pham is a bit lacking in confidence." A little surprised, turns out this kid knows everything. The crown prince looked at Fuonqi Pham, who was pretending to be stupid, directly raised a middle finger. "Come on, I'm not an idiot. But no matter what kind of person you are, I only know you are old Fuong. I am little pig scholar. We are brothers." This sudden emotion, making Fuonqi Pham a bit caught off guard. Because the crown prince was so devoted to him, he should have some expression, hastily expressed sincere loyalty, use the most sincere expression possible. "Your Highness considers me a brother. I also consider your highness as my own flesh and blood. Then he used a chivalrous air and said, let's go. Let me go with you to prove it to your majesty. Someone who can do everything by himself. Then the two little fools happily and sincerely, together happily went to see the king. This prince is really fierce. Dare to speak ill of the emperor in front of the emperor. Just now, the crown prince and Fuonki fam, these two people together, there must be 800 actor brains, outside the forbidden city, performed a touching brotherly love scene. Entering the warm pavilion, the two of them still had not lost that enthusiasm. Continue acting, bow your head and pretend, obediently listen to the teachings of Emperor Hongji. And the Emperor Hongji sat solemnly looking at them, just like a cold-faced examiner in school. But the change of the crown prince also made the Emperor Hongji a bit surprised. Couldn't help but ask the crown prince why he had lost so much weight. Fuonki fam knows, this is the time for me, as a brother, to show off. There are words that the crown prince cannot say himself. Fuonki fam hurriedly stood up. Eloquent explanation, it's all because his highness is a good person. Live and eat with Liu Ming. Leading exiles to reclaim land is too hard. So thin, Fuonki fam still wanted to continue praising. The crown prince pretended to be a little annoyed. Blame Fuonki fam for his big mouth. Why do you say everything? As crown prince, do some things within your ability. Share the burden with the father. It is the crown prince's natural thing. What do you mean suffering or not suffering? Having said these words, the crown prince winked at Fuonki fam. You still understand me best? One person's eyes are really better at acting than the other. These two were born in modern times, absolutely two movie kings, but this little juggling act of theirs cannot fool the Emperor Hongji, obviously asking about the crown prince's health. Why are you suddenly indirectly boasting about the crown prince's achievements? Are you kidding me? Because it was said that the crown prince lived and ate with Liu Ming, the Emperor Hongji is resolute, following the wishes of the crown prince and Fuonki fam. Ask the prince directly how much rice is on the market now. If you can't answer, you will be beaten. The sudden question of the Emperor Hongji, like a stick of stun, leaving the crown prince and Fuonki fam unable to react. The prince could only honestly answer that he did not know. Hearing this, the Emperor Hongji flew into a rage. The crown prince said that even the price of rice had increased by 1% compared to last year. I don't know either. Dare to say eat and live with Liu Ming. It was in vain that he trusted the crown prince to take charge alone. And here joking and fooling him, an old man. Faced with the questioning of the Hongji emperor, the prince was suspicious again. Scratching his head, he interrupted the scolding of the Emperor Hongji. Father, don't you know? 9 cities people do not know the price of rice. Then he looked at his slightly brainless father and explained, rice on the market is all white rice. People basically have no money to buy rice, can only eat homegrown rice. They also have no way to sell rice, because the landlord had to take back a part. The government also had to collect a part. The rest is broken rice, bad rice, basically cannot be sold. The prince said so much. Emperor Hongji was a bit stunned when he heard this. Really? The ignorance of the Hongji emperor opened the prince's box again. Asked the emperor back, because he asked about the Liang family. So do you know why the people of Matvan became exiles? Emperor Hongji was asked in amazement. Unexpectedly, the questioner and the person being asked, swap places again, can only answer according to the chapter, because of a tyrant in Matvan. People have nothing to live on. The prince shook his head again and said, no. It's all because of those grain growers. Feel sweet potatoes. Potatoes are grown a lot. Prices will fall sharply. Affect their interests. It is better to leave the land fallow than to lease it to farmers. The land is abandoned. Farmers have no choice but to go abroad to make a living, and a large amount of land is abandoned. Food prices naturally increased. Emperor Hongji was completely bewildered. These things are not written in the secret memo. And what surprised Emperor Hongji even more is what the crown prince said next. Father knows, Matvan is 100 miles from the capital. On the way 21 people died of hunger, 37 sick people cannot walk. Emperor Hongji heard these numbers. Face gloomy to scary. Faced with these problems, he felt unable to cope. Can only say apologetically, Crown Prince said. These things are not written in the secret memo at all. The Crown Prince finally stood up to his father, leaving him speechless. In the end, Emperor Hongji could only try to salvage some face. It is easy for the Crown Prince to say it on his lips. You have to see, how did they settle Liu Ming? If not done well, still will beat them. Today the Crown Prince is unusually bold, completely changed the innocent appearance in front of the Emperor. It was all because he had silenced his father. Hard to refute. Can only hold the secret memorial and look at the humiliated father. This feels so good. The more he encouraged himself to continue speaking. But the Crown Prince was a bit too self-indulgent. Words are a bit too sharp, making Fuonki fam's eyelids twitch continuously. He can feel it clearly. On the Crown Prince's face, there were signs of blood and disaster. The Crown Prince said it with glee, but Emperor Hongji secretly made up his mind. If the crown prince cannot come up with a practical solution, leave a name in history. Then evening, we'll let the crown prince taste the family heirloom Thien Dien Vu Lam Tien, to Venger. Fuong Ki Pham is really impressed. The crown prince's suicidal personality. I feel like scolding my dad just now wasn't enough fun. Also wanted to summon the cabinet grandmasters to come, together discuss the matter of leaving his name. Making Hongji Emperor angry to the point of rolling his eyes. Keep saying 3 words good. If you are not afraid of losing face, then just call everyone, wait for the ministers to arrive. All eyes were on the crown prince. The crown prince took a deep breath. Present a memorial about the government and the people's plight to the Hongji Emperor. A thick stack of memorials, one look, and it looks like it has 100,000 words. Emperor Hongji looked disdainful. Why do memorials need so much nonsense? Who would have thought that when Emperor Hongji opened it to see? Just discovered myself too short-sighted. From the first line it goes straight to the point. There is hardly any verbosity. Detailed records of the exiles in Mat Van. Every house and every household is meticulously recorded. Name, age, interests, how many people in family, is anyone disabled, what is the nature of the disease, are clearly written. Clear. Emperor Hongji was shocked to see this. Unconsciously glanced, the crown prince investigated too meticulously, in which each household, all depend on the characteristics of each house, to make corresponding arrangements in the future. This is no longer just disaster relief, but have some respect for the fish, not as good as teaching people how to fish. It can be seen how much effort the crown prince and Fuong Ki Pham put into this. As for the crown prince's eloquent words just now, in his heart there was still a little anger, but now that anger has all disappeared. Instead, there was a feeling of shame that left nowhere to hide. The crown prince told him that he had washed the clothes, cook rice, personally lead people to reclaim wasteland. At first he did not believe it at all. Now he's sure. It was just that the crown prince criticized him for not understanding the suffering of the people. Incompetent tyrant. These words are indeed a bit extreme. It hurt this old man's heart a little. Hongji Emperor claimed to be the emperor of all dynasties. When it comes to politics, he is second to none. Today I read the crown prince's memorial. I just realized that I am also inferior to the crown prince. Cannot help but sigh. Give memorials to the ministers. Tell them to also consider the reality. How to... Then lower the thread. After that all the memorials were presented. Not only have to send a copy to the palace, but also have to write more, 1 copy sent to the East Palace. Obviously through this official record, the Emperor Hongji recognized the crown prince. Begin to let the crown prince gradually get used to politics. The crown prince was overjoyed. Can be recognized by the emperor. What an accomplishment. Especially for one person. But in the eyes of the emperor and the ministers, always classified as naughty, our crown prince is finally getting more and more formidable. Fuong Ki Pham and the crown prince put their heads together and prepared to do something good. Since His Highness the Crown Prince was recognized by his father, every day the inspectorate will send a batch of copied memorials. The Crown Prince has no power. It was not his turn to approve. The only thing he could do was cross it out. Just, some of the memorials are a complete mess. Makes the Crown Prince have a headache, forever without understanding, scolding these damn officials who can't even speak human language. Fortunately, Fuong Ki Pham was used to the Crown Prince's unrestrained way of speaking. If others hear the Crown Prince insulting the minister, will certainly be impeached by the ministers. What's wrong, Prince? While the Crown Prince was muttering, suddenly discovered a report from Korea. This Korean King Li Long. I hope the Emperor of the Great Ming will confer the title of Queen Mother on my mother. Below the memorial, had the consent of the great ministers such as Liu Jian, believed that the King of Korea was very filial. The court should issue golden books. The Crown Prince finished reading. A little knave asked, Fuong Ki Pham, was he also born from a concubine, but was raised by the Queen Mother? Do you think this is the brain of a harem creature? Fuong Ki Pham glared at him. This time you answered him even more. He will pursue these meaningless questions even more. If this matter is known to the Queen Mother, she probably wanted to strangle this rebellious son. She suffered 10 months of pregnancy. Why did such a perverse thing come about? Fuong Ki Pham looked at the memorial. A light flashed in his eyes. He thought that the court should not give a title to Li Long, then list a series of reasons. Actually, Fuong Ki Pham said that for a reason. History records. In history, this Li Long is called Yen Sungquan. He was a cruel tyrant who hated Buddhism and Confucianism. The famous Gipti Hao disaster in history was caused by him. He murdered many mandarins and officials. He is now a minister, wishing to receive the title of Daemun. Obviously wanted Daemun to suffer a bad reputation before he killed anyone. Actually, who did Li Long want to kill? Then it has nothing to do with Fuong Ki Pham. But you consider the Ming dynasty as a fool to take advantage of. Fuong Ki Pham is an ambitious young man of Daemun. Why should I tolerate you? So, Fuonki Pham and the Crown Prince hurriedly reported to the Hong Tri Emperor, but the news received was, the Ministry of Rights has issued the Imperial Edict of Ennoblement. What's done is done. The Crown Prince pulled Fuonki Pham back to the East Palace. Usually the Imperial Edict goes very slowly, from Liaodong to Korea at least a month later. If they had another Imperial Edict to warn them, if you ride fast, it will take half a month. Who said Fuonki Pham has 800 mind eyes? He knew clearly what the Crown Prince wanted to do, but pretend to be innocent. Just looked at the Crown Prince with a surprised expression. This made the Crown Prince so angry that he wanted to grab him by the collar, said it was for the court, for the great Ming dynasty. Now to the real deal. Why? Fuonki Pham was very reluctant, want to fall to the ground and pretend to be dead, but could not make up my mind, had to cover up and say, we have no other imperial decree. The prince smiled sinisterly again. This is easy. Liu Ji, this unlucky person, is the disciple of Fang Jifan. What a bad luck. Crown Prince for the court. For society, decided to fake the Imperial Edict. The Imperial Edict of Reprimand was sent to Korea early. Under his intimidation and seduction, Fuonki Pham could only worry about conspiring with him. In his heart he cursed the Crown Prince as the scum of the world, but the body is very honest to help the prince. Give idea, said to the prince, this cannot be hidden, still have to gag the officials, otherwise once the story breaks out, thousands of memorials and impeachments will be aimed at your highness. How can I stand it? Want to suppress the officials, then must convince Lu Gong first. If he does not ask, then this is easy to handle. The prince heard, also feel headache. Fuonki Pham calmly said, it's not like there's no way. Lu Gong is a man of great understanding. No wonder Fuonki Pham is a bad guy. Actually, he had already thought of all the backup plans. Don't see the Crown Prince here panicking, want for the country and the people. But every time the prince raised his hand, without the shadow of Fuonki Pham, this kid is very cunning. This time it was destined to cause trouble. Why not drag some more people to take the blame? So Fuonki Pham smiled, told the Crown Prince to send someone to invite his disciple Liu Ji. While waiting for Liu Ji, Fuonki Pham almost peed his pants. The Crown Prince in the East Palace has many collectibles. Among the dozen or so large seals, there is also the Emperor's seal. There is also a personal order from the Emperor Hongji. This made Fuonki Pham feel like my life is no longer mine. The Crown Prince saw Fuonki Pham's frightened appearance, a little contemptuous face, say, this is all specially authorized by the ancestors of Nan-tho Palace. Don't be afraid. If my father comes to me to cause trouble, then the people of Nan-tho Palace will come. There is such an operation. Fuonki Pham did not know what to say. An hour later, Liu Ji arrived at the Eastern Palace, hurriedly bowed to the Crown Prince and the two people. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham looked at each other. The plan to harm the disciple began to take place. As soon as Fuonki Pham came up, he confirmed Liu Qiat, said in the scriptures, then he really respects Li Ji. This moved Liu Ji, could not help but shed tears, choked up and said, Fuonki Pham's kindness to me is as heavy as a high mountain. Even if I have to climb mountains of knives and descend into seas of fire, hard repay. Fuonki Pham was waiting for this sentence. Liu Ji, an honest man over 40 years old. Just like that, he was deceived by Fuonki Pham and the Crown Prince. Carrying a fake imperial edict, he fled at night to Korea. He did not even have time to say goodbye to his father, Liu Gong. Looking at Liu Ji being tricked away, the prince could not help but laugh. I admire the disciples that Fuonki Pham taught. They are really not bad. Fuonki Pham angrily pulled the Crown Prince's collar. Your Highness, we are doing something big. Don't act like we're pushing people into the fire pit. Your Highness, aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep well at night? Not knowing this was what Fuonki Pham said to the Crown Prince, or talking to yourself. Anyway, His Highness the Crown Prince said he was not afraid. On the contrary, it is very interesting. As the proverb says, people sell themselves. I also help people count money. Cabinet Minister Liu Jian must have felt it very deeply. Since his son Liu Ji went to the library to read books, long time no. But in Liu Jian's heart he was extremely reassured. Boys can get to know more readers at the library, better than being locked in the study. Every time I think about my son turning 40, finally passed the bachelor's exam, Liu Jian especially thanked Fang Jifan, really helped him a lot. He thinks that Fuonki Pham, although his personality is a bit eccentric, also of brains, really a nice person. Let's just say Prime Minister Liu, is there something we misunderstand about the two words good person? Otherwise, how could it be said that Prime Minister Liu was betrayed, also helped people count money, because of the very good impression of Fuonki Pham? So in the story of the egg, when he heard that the Crown Prince's palace had left behind an imperial edict, he vaguely felt that even if this was true, it was largely the Crown Prince's idea. Fuonki Pham probably just got caught up in it unintentionally. But when he thought about it more carefully, this is too scary. The Crown Prince stamped fake imperial edicts everywhere. The sky does not have two suns, and people do not have two masters. It is not a joke. As a prime minister, must comply with national laws. He immediately suggested that His Majesty should thoroughly investigate this matter. If it is not true, can be proven clean. If that is true, those involved must be severely punished without mercy. To deter others, what made him a little suspicious was that, when he finished saying these words, Emperor Hongji suddenly asked about his son. What are you doing lately? Long time. Until the tide is out. He still did not understand the meaning of the Son of Heaven's words. In my heart many doubts arose. Are the Crown Prince and Fuanqi fam cunning or not? Your Highness, that person is the one with a criminal record who calls himself Xiaozhou Xute. Besides, such a thing is not without basis. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with your son. After a while of analysis by Lu the great Prime Minister, he felt his son was very honest, unlike the Crown Prince, or people with personality like Fuanqi fam. Can't help but laugh, even have some sympathy. Sire, the children that His Majesty gave birth to with Fong Can Vin are talented and capable. But what good is a dishonest person? Being a parent still requires a lot of effort. Day by day worry fear. Where is your house, Lu Ji? Although the nature is somewhat mediocre, but the good thing is that he doesn't cause trouble and stays calm. To give my heart complete peace of mind, Lu Dafu specially asked the gatekeeper, is the young master home yet? Who would have thought the gatekeeper's answer would be, made him feel like he was struck by lightning. Heard a few days ago at the academy, the young master has gone with His Highness the Crown Prince and Tan Keen Ba. Since then, the young master has not been seen again. Lu Dafu only felt dizzy. If not for the effort, must have fallen to the ground. Got it everyone. My son was tricked into delivering the imperial edict. When a courier is an envoy, it carries a false light, is a member of that bold crowd. Thinking back now, Fuanqi fam is really useless, really lacking in virtue. You even make fun of your own nephew. Lu Jian, what a waste of effort. Consider him a good person, really blind. At this moment, he just wanted to find Fuanqi fam and risk his life. This is the most harmful scholar I have ever seen. Lu Ji was tricked by Fang Jifan to go to Korea to proclaim the imperial edict. When I first opened the edict, eyes also wide open, almost fainted on the spot. The content of this edict is not a posthumous title, but all is scolding. The stern words are like disciplining a son. The more he read, the more terrified he became. One is king after all. But come to other people's territory and scold them like this. The publication, his little heart almost jumped out of his throat. Luckily, that idiot Lei Long doesn't understand anything about what Lu Qiat is reading. Still, Nave thanked the emperor for his grace. But Liu Ji knew, although Long did not understand, but the writing can communicate. Wait until he delivers the imperial edict to Long. He would know at a glance that this was a fake edict. Posthumously. By then, I'm afraid Lu Ji will have great bad luck. At this moment, Lu Ji realized, why did the Kong give him a brocade bag before leaving? After the edict was announced, he took out the brocade bag. Open up. On the paper was written a very large word, peach. Lu Ji immediately felt his head buzzing, referring to the content of the edict. Cannot help but shiver. After leaving the palace, he quickly fled. A few days later, the National University, the highest educational institution in Korea, was destroyed by Long, an enlightened thinker. Changed into service place, countless people were slaughtered like pigs and goats. The disarmament took place in just a few days. The number of people killed has reached thousands. Lu Ji hid in the crowd running north, but don't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he admired his master for being so wise and martial. Magic math, to the Korean National Army's massacre of Confucian scholars, can also be calculated. Prepare a brocade bag for him to escape early. Otherwise, he would have died in North Korea. In my mind, after returning home, must kowtow 3 times to his master. To repay, save the life of the master. What a stupid head this guy has. If he were not the son of the prime minister, then Fuanqi fam also did not want to deceive him. Until now, I still don't understand why. But that made him stay in a foreign land, faced with such a predicament. Actually, Fuanqi fam was still quite worried about Lu Qiat. Anyway, that is also his worship. On the contrary, the crown prince did not consider it a big deal at all. Eat then eat, drink then drink. As for the matter of deceiving the prime minister's son, he did not take it to heart at all. But, right around the time they were waiting for news from North Korea, a terrible news is spread. Rumor has it that the one who colluded with the crown prince and Tan Keen Ba, and Liu Tu, as the son of the prime minister, so why participate in such a fake imperial edict? Is there any more bone, still worthy of being a reader? In this story, what role did Liu Jian, the prime minister, play? In a moment the court was shaken. Endless speculation. There is no wall in the world that is windless. What comes cannot be avoided. Fake news from the East Palace, or false, the palace gate is not open yet. The ministers stood outside and discussed excitedly. British worker took the opportunity to pat Phuong Ki Pham on the shoulder and whispered, "The general idea is that Phuong Ki Pham is just pretending to be stupid, even if it violates the law of heaven. Also have to grit teeth, not accept. When necessary, just put all the blame on Liu Jun. Let those scholars tear each other apart." Phuong Ki Pham said angrily, "That's not very good, is it?" An Kuo Kong looked at Phuong Ki Pham, who was pretending to be scared, mocking him as really cowardly. Heart is not black, hands are not evil, but still dare to cause trouble all day. Phuong Ki Pham immediately tensed his face. "It seems like I just suffered a terrible injustice," said that he did not understand what Bagia said. "What the hell? Blame what? Why doesn't he know what he just did?" That innocent look, making the British Duke stunned. It took a long time to understand, with this brat's shameless face. What he just said is really, damn it, what a busybody. The palace gate opens, the ministers entered one after another. The censors were like dogs smelling shit, finally got their favorite bait. Impeach the current prime minister. The opportunity to make your name in history, to leave a lasting reputation, how can they be ignored? Even if you offend others because of that, it's okay. Officials are not afraid either. Back home, they are still the mirrors that are admired by scholars all over the world, but Liu Jian had experienced many years of turmoil in the officialdom. What kind of storms have you not experienced? With the impeachments of those petty censors, he didn't even bother to refute. Directly drag out their superiors, scold, this divine treatment, making Phuong Ki Pham stunned. The accused can still be so eloquent. Phuong Ki Pham could not help but glance at An Kuo Kong. What a shame. No wonder the military leaders were oppressed and trampled by the civil officials. They have been rolling around in the officialdom for many years. Just teach him how to pretend to be stupid and ignorant. Look at people, turn your hand to make rain, turn your hand to make wind. Also mentioned a sentence about the prince breaking the law. Also have to suffer like common people. It is clear that if you want to investigate, you must investigate to the end. His son is the crown prince and also Phuong Ki Pham. No one can escape. But who are these three people? The only son of the emperor in the palace, the only son of the head of 100 officials. There is also Phuong Ki Pham, the rising star of the martial arts group. Ministry of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, Censorate. What big heads must these three managers have? Dare to investigate deeper inside. The group of censors who were still shouting enthusiastically just now were speechless in a moment. The three officials nodded and bowed, said we'll definitely investigate thoroughly. Liu Jian's face was calm. So let's get today's agenda started. Phuong Ki Pham watched Liu Jian's divine moves. It feels like seeing the sun again. Exclaiming that it was indeed right to drag Liu Jian into the water. His old man Liu Jian is really too awesome. Damn, thanks to that he saves so much trouble. How if you ask who is the best at flattery? Then it must be Phuong Ki Pham of Day Mun. Just as the three officials were thoroughly investigating the Eastern Palace's forged edict, Phuong Ki Pham was calm and composed. Put all your mind to making money. Anyway, this matter was also temporarily put on hold by Liu Jian at the court. No matter how much the censors shouted, they did not dare to act rashly. He is really too leisurely to dump this pot on others, until a memorial was sent from Liaodong, just broke this illusion. The memorial mentioned the heartless King Li Long of Korea. Massacred the royal family and two noble families, extremely heavy casualties. Even more, changed the Anquan Temple, the place to worship the saint, to Xuangen, forced the palace maids to disguise themselves as prostitutes for his amusement. These things, each one of them makes people angry. Emperor Hongji did not expect it either. Li Long can be so heartless. This is a real madman. In fact, when Phuong Ki Pham reported the strangeness in the death of his assassin, Emperor Hongji never thought of it. Will have such dire consequences. Just think that if you just give a title, then just give it a title, probably not much of an impact. Now thinking back, if it were not for the false edict sent in advance, just praised him for being filial and virtuous. Just turned around, this person was killing everywhere, and insult the saint? Then wouldn't the scholars in the world overturn the heavens, saying Daimin is immoral, the emperor is a tyrant, foolish? If so, it really damages the national reputation. Emperor Hongji finished reading the memorial. Inside also trembled for a while. Almost been considered a fool, almost caused a big disaster. But countless ministers claim to be disciples of the saint, heard what Long did. Each person is also indignant. Curses rang out from all sides. Academician Shen Wen was so heartbroken that he almost fainted. Angrily muttered, if we do not punish Korea, we are no different from discussing business with animals. Phuong Ki Pham stood quietly in the crowd looking at everyone. In my heart I cursed, damn it, this bunch of guys come from scholarly background. Heard that the saint was insulted. Each one was indignant and indignant. Immediately demanded to send troops to punish. Dat invades the border every 3 or 4 days. I don't see them being so agitated. At this time Emperor Hongji also spoke up. asked the ministers. He had previously issued an edict. Do they remember? The ministers gradually calmed down. I also began to feel doubtful. Just remembered? His Majesty previously issued a decree. The decree was issued to Lei Long's mother, but in the blink of an eye. Why is it now a warning edict? Fuonki Pham saw the opportunity had come, also did not give the ministers a chance to think, immediately jumped out to flatter the Hongji emperor. What did you say, that His Majesty is wise and intelligent like a god? Saw through Lei Long's ambition early on. Then he issued a secret edict to the crown prince. Deterrence Lei Long, what a miracle. As soon as this word came out, making the ministers not understand what was going on, full to the point of bewilderment. It is truly believed that this is His Majesty's secret plan to overcome the mortal world. In the heart cannot help but feel guilty, secretly scolding himself for wrongly blaming the crown prince before. Blame Fuonki Pham, blame Lu Gong wrongly. Emperor Hongji smiled and looked at Fang Jifan. I admire this kid, I want to find some style in him. It's not easy, but this cleverness really makes people admire. It's just that this innocent flattery of Fuonki Pham, Emperor Hongji did not even bother to accept it, but directly exposed the truth. On the contrary, they also praised them for being a great conqueror of the river, have contributed to the country. As for the Emperor Hongji exposing Fang Jifan's lies on the spot, normal people would feel very embarrassed, but Fuonki Pham did not feel ashamed at all. On the contrary, he also agitatedly said that Emperor Hongji was wise, praised the benevolent Emperor Hongji. Not only did he not punish him and the crown prince for forging the imperial edict, His Majesty did not even bother, but always take responsibility for yourself. He really admired it. Even if you have the guts to stick to the ground, it is difficult to repay this kindness. As long as I don't feel ashamed, then shame is other people. This scene left all the ministers stunned. Crown Prince Chuo Chiu, truly worthy of his title as the great general of Ivu, just heard about the punishment of Korea. Eyes very excited look. Could not help but want to go to war. But as the only son of Emperor Hongji, do you think his father would agree? Just as he was about to say that, the Emperor Hongji interrupted him with a stern face. Tell him to step back first. After the Tumakbao incident, anything related to the Emperor's personal expedition, all become extremely careful. And the Crown Prince, as the Emperor's only son, nature is absolutely incapable of personal conquest. The Crown Prince could only be dissatisfied, complained to Fuonki Pham. His heart to conquer Korea still could not be quenched. Even suggested to Fang Jifan that if they could go to Liaodong. This sentence almost made Fuonki Pham's fatty liver jump up. You are the Crown Prince. Can this kind of self-inflicted death not drag me down with it? To extinguish the Crown Prince's intention to commit suicide, Fuonki Pham had to slowly coax, explain to the Crown Prince his view of the Korean situation. He thought that Lei Long looked like he was covering the sky with one hand in Korea. But in reality, there have been people in the court who have been dissatisfied with him for a long time. He is now nothing more than a bog giant, just a little push and it will fall. So to speak, it is too easy to eliminate Lei Long. Just let Liu Ji lead a few hundred, 1,000 Liaodong troops, escorted the fleeing Korean royal nobles to the court. Korean military officers secretly dissatisfied with Lei Long will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to act. By then, there's no need for Dae Min to do anything. Lei Long will die without a burial place. Fuonki Pham also have support. Historically, Lei Long, not long after the Giaptai rebellion, was led by the Korean military officer, launch a coup d'etat. Present, those who are stirring do not dare to act, not because of lack of force, but because they do not dare to take risks, still doubtful about Dae Min's attitude. Once the great Ming stance was clear, if we openly discuss the punishment, these Korean military officers will definitely take action. So Fuonki Pham guessed that, now North Korea just needs one final push. The Crown Prince heard this, immediately felt disinterested. If this Lei Long is really that useless, then it seems he went to punish, also cannot show the majesty of the great General Ivu. So what else does it mean? But if that is so, the Crown Prince was a little doubtful. Just now on the phone, why did Fuonki Pham not report? Speaking of which, Fuonki Pham was a little embarrassed. If I mention it just now on the phone, I'm afraid Lu Gong will have it. The intention is to make me bleed in the palace on the spot. The Crown Prince heard. Seems reasonable. Lu Gong had a hard time finding out that his son was still alive. Not even had time to be happy for 2 hours. Was proposed by Fuonki Pham. Let Liu Ji lead the Korean nobles to the court. Faced with hundreds of thousands of Korean troops, I'm afraid Lu Gong will strangle you on the spot. Fuonki Pham's heart was cold. Speaking of which, the Crown Prince laughed. Ha! You are still the cunning old man Fuong. You just kept quiet and didn't say anything before. I also like this type of rice that has been cooked into raw rice. While the court was still dealing with salary issues and discussed how to punish Korea, Liu Ji received a letter from Fang Jifan. Prepare to bring this group of Korean refugees back to the capital. Quanli also Li Long's adopted brother. Hearing this news, I was scared. Use not very fluent Mandarin to ask Lao Ji. Can we leave them in the cave? Even if I were a commoner here, I would still be willing. If we send them back to Korea, if it falls into the hands of his royal brother, I'm afraid that by then Lu Ji will also be taken away. Lu Ji, but he did not soften his heart because of Lei Ditch's pitiful appearance, without allowing the objection that, even if I go back with them I will die, must also follow the will of his master, when Han Than killed Lo Long, to restore peace to Korea. This sentence made Lei Ditch completely stunned. About Lu Ji's master. Recently Lei Ditch's ears are almost deaf. He did not believe that there were people thousands of miles away, can save them from burning water. He was also a little upset. Lu Ji was supposed to be the son of the great Ming capital. In status is more noble than him, a prince of a small country. Why don't you value your life so much? Always reminding that this is his master's order. I don't know what kind of drug his master gave him, making him insist on risking his life to return to the court. Seeing that Lu Ji really could not be convinced, Lu Ji immediately used the last move to report to Dai Min Emperor. I hope Lu Ji can change his mind. But this old man Lu Ji appeared very calm. If you like to gossip, then gossip. No problem, but things must be done as they are. So, numerous memorials were sent to the great Ming temple of Honglu. At this time Lu Ji, under the escort of the small horse army, led the way. They crossed the border river, start moving south. After arriving at a land not far from Seoul, bad news came from the Joseon palace. After Lei Long learned that Lu Qiat led people back to the court, specially sent 10,000 elite soldiers to intercept and kill Liu Ji's army, simultaneously issued a call to action. Who can get Liu Ji's head? Reward of 10,000 taels of gold. This crazy Lei Long dare to blatantly want to kill Liu Ji like that. This almost completely cut off his way back. Liu Ji's army had less than 1,000 men. Completely predictable. When the Korean army arrived, then the day of death will come. Lu Ji, when faced with Li Yi's questioning, attitude is always very determined. Actually, in my heart also a little scared, because in the master's letter it said, tell him not to be afraid. He is the imperial envoy of Daemin, is also the son of the grand chancellor of the cabinet. Lei Long did not dare to do anything to him, but that's for the average person. Lei Long is clearly a jerk from start to finish. Berserk, reality is so stark it hurts. Lu Ji thought about what the Koreans said, about how scary Lei Long is. Use torture to punish enemies. Feel every inch of my skin. Every pore wants to burst. The crown prince actually dared to say that in front of Fuong Ki Pham. Hope tyrant Lei Long kills Lu Ji. Do you think it makes sense? What can people say? Lu Ji was outside fighting on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, the person who stabbed him the most painfully was the crown prince of his country. The reason why the crown prince sentenced Lu Ji, it's strange to die at the hands of Lei Long, so he had a reason to crown himself, made general of the army to punish Korea, secretly led troops across the border into Korea, shows the martial arts skills of the young scholar Chu. Fuong Ki Pham looked at the prince with contempt. Feel this child's mind has big problems. Really do not want to say a word to him. But you pay no attention to the prince. He is more talkative. Perhaps it's because of teasing Her Highness the Princess recently. Should be loved and educated by the father. Said his sister cried too much. Really unbearable? Bow Fuong Ki Pham when you get married. Definitely don't marry someone like that. Seeing that Fuong Ki Pham did not say anything, the prince stomped his feet angrily, asked Fuong Ki Pham if he had any intentions towards his sister. Fuong Ki Pham secretly cursed in his heart. Oh my God! Your Highness, stop hovering in the atmosphere. When do you land as a human? Can only lazily follow the prince. You are right. You are right. Looking at Fuong Ki Pham a bit carelessly, the prince smiled and hugged Fuong Ki Pham. There is one thing you do not know. Yesterday, the emperor issued an edict ordering the Duke of N to lead 13 troops. So special. While speaking, he looked at Fuong Ki Pham with an unkind look. But I'm very worried about you now. The prince's words were mixed. Made Fuong Ki Pham completely dizzy. What do you care about? What does it have to do with me? The prince spoke slowly. Number one, of course it is related. You are the descendant of the Lam Vathian Ho Quan, is the son of the Marquis of Bun Te who rose to power. You say Fuong Ki Pham heard and cursed inwardly. Damn, isn't that the story? Clearly recorded in the Ming history records. It is a case that is considered typical of the discipline of the great Ming army is corrupt, in which the meritorious person cannot swear. Some people even ruined the emperor's work. Not a loser like me. The Duke of England once again represents the Son of Heaven. Go to thy Mu to report. News just out. The whole capital knew that danger was near. Thinking about having to take the lunar exam, Fuong Ki Pham immediately felt a little sad. I know that. He should practice his horse some more. But now it's too late to say anything. can only pitifully ask for help from the crown prince, said he had a brain disease, cannot living with Fuonki fam for a long time. The prince also learned to be cunning. On the face revealed some glee, then laughed and said, then you go tell your father yourself. Fuonki fam could only look at Chuha Chiyu with resentment. I thought to myself, this time it's over. This very intelligent prince has learned to be cunning. Maybe I should upgrade my tricks later, can fool this lovely name. As of February 9th, the menstrual cycle begins. Emperor Hongji specifically asked if Fang Jifan had arrived yet. Just mentioning the kid Fuonki fam, Mr. Kwakong did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was afraid that Fuonki fam would pretend to be sick and not come. So early this morning I specially ran to Fuong's house, capture Fuonki fam to the main camp. As a national elite that Emperor Hongji respected, others may not come, but Fuonki fam must come. Anyway, it's not a matter of attitude, come and lose face, it's just a matter of ability. The crucial moment, still have to distinguish big and small. Don't see that, and Kwakong is usually fierce towards Fuonki fam, but for this arrogant son of heaven it is also sincere. Not to mention that he was the one who brought Fuonki fam here, but also spoke up for Fuonki fam. Fuonki fam heard that his majesty came to see, then extremely happy, saying that even though I'm not good at horse riding and archery, but if your majesty personally considers, then we'll be fierce, spear 100 times. Emperor Hongji was very happy to hear this. This Fuonki fam will definitely find a reason to avoid. I didn't expect him to understand this so well. In my heart I cannot help but sigh. It's getting more and more calm. Today Fuonki fam wore a velvet outfit, a bit sinister, even though he is just a person without real talent, but still cannot change his habit of showing off. Hands clasped behind back, smiling happily, looking at the gloomy faces of the plantation officials. Advise everyone not to be arrogant, not to be impatient. Archery is not difficult at all. It's just horseback riding and archery. Master the technique. Everyone heard Fuonki fam say that, cannot help but blush. Last time I saw Fuonki fam riding a horse, he screamed several times, almost fell off the horse. Now I can calmly talk to them. In my heart I admire Fuonki fam very much. After Fuonki fam finished this scene, in the heart also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, while no one was paying attention, sneaking to the end of the line, clearly shows shameless nature. This parade was originally planned by the Hongji emperor. His impression of the nobles and military officers was not bad. A few days ago there was also trouble with North Korea. He wanted to take this opportunity to intimidate all directions. Let the vassal states see the heroes of the great Ming. But the parade is not only a cultural competition, but also compare martial arts. Archery is the foundation of martial arts. The first parade review is the archer of the descendants of nobles and military officials. But if you don't look, you won't know. Look then see, really shame. The soldiers just now were still in good spirits, neatly prepared to go on battle. What a shame. It turns out that the leading martial artist on this great wall, right ahead, to make the first achievement, fell off the horse again. The second officer drew his bow. Arrow shot, but like some unspeakable male disease, only flew a few meters, immediately fell limp to the ground. The more he looked, the worse the Emperor Hongji's expression became. But in the memorials he had seen, brave warriors or generals are praised as loyal and brave. Today, let him witness such contradictory manifestations with his own eyes. Emperor Hongji was so angry that he trembled. Originally took this opportunity is to show the prestige of Daemin. Now it seems like the family is putting on a show for foreigners. Emperor Hongji truly regretted it. Regret coming specially to see the parade. Hundreds of generals, all of them are extremely ridiculous. What a clown to come and have fun. Actually, it is not the fault of these noble descendants to be useless. After the incident at the Mokbao, precious descendants no longer take pride in the fact that our ancestors fought in the East and West, especially after the worship of literature and martial arts. Even martial artists see themselves as inferior. The great ministers came from scholars. A third-rank commander met a seventh-rank scholar, also dare not speak out. The tragedy of this parade can be imagined. If the Emperor Hongji had not witnessed it with his own eyes, how could one have expected that the generals who had previously looked so mighty to decline to this extent? In a moment, he no longer had the mind to blame these people. The greatest sorrow is the dead heart. Just about to return to the palace, Fuonki fam slowly rode his horse from behind. And why slow? Because Fuonki fam was afraid that if the horse ran too fast, cannot stop for a moment, it is not good to encounter any unexpected events. In front of everyone, Fuonki fam still knows how to keep face. Fuonki fam was also speechless. This worst parade in history once made the Emperor Hongji lose all face. But at that time, Emperor Hongji did not personally come to see. Even angry, there are limits. Who would have thought? History has now changed. Emperor Hongji personally came to see, was slapped in the face nakedly by family members in front of outsiders. One can imagine the mood of Emperor Hongji at this moment. Faced with this situation, he Fuonki Fem as a modern for-good youth should have stood up to restore face for Dai Min. The students of his academy practice the 6 arts diligently. Even if it is inferior, it is still better than these lazy people who cannot swear, even stronger than many lazy people on earth. After all, where is the best place to study medicine? Great Ming Tae's son is looking for Kifam. Parade school. The drums sounded like thunder, echoing in heaven and earth. Wang Shaoran of the Xishan Academy took the lead in charging. Normal in the eyes of others, he is just a reader, a letterback. No one expected his magic to be so sophisticated. Draw sword, draw bow, knock arrow. Absolutely no hesitation. This beautiful horse riding and archery performance left everyone in awe. En Kuo Kong's eyes lit up, could not help but praise, beautiful. Isn't this myself when I was young? So brave. So handsome. Fuonki Fam looked at En Kuo Kong with a bearded face. In the heart cannot help but despise. This old man really knows how to put gold on his face. Just on horseback. When you were young, you could compete with the Holy King in horseback riding and archery. But if we talk about education and research spirit, those present here, including himself, I'm afraid I'm not even worthy to carry shoes for the Holy King. You still dare to claim to be like others. Be careful or your father Vuong Ho will come find you to settle the score. Just as Fuonki Fam was busy criticizing En Kuo Kong in his heart, the people below rushed to see the target. Then shout, right in the middle of the bull's eye. On the wall immediately resounded with exclamations. That's the bull's eye. While the horse was running so fast, the man on the horse's back kept bouncing. And down. Chance to hit the bull's eye in the blink of an eye. If not luck, then this can be considered a divine sword. Fuonki Fam could not help but sigh. China 5,000 years. There are only a few people who can be called saints. Not everyone can do it. At the crucial moment, one must still be truly talented. Otherwise, how could there be the saying at 31 is established? 30 people are enough for them. Stand up and fight. Without great courage it is difficult to sit still. Emperor Hongji heard the alarm and hit the bull's eye. Also swept away the previous gloom. It seemed like a bright light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Following the good opening of Vong Thu Nan, the atmosphere suddenly became bustling. Finally got some parade look. The envoys of the countries also withdrew their contemptuous looks. Expression gradually became cautious. Then cheers rang out as someone rode out. Although no one can hit the bull's eye like Vong Thu Nan, but most of them hit the target. Compared to those martial artists who were making a fool of themselves just now, it was like heaven and earth, stronger than just a little. Emperor Hongji also smiled happily, looked deeply at Fuonki Fam. Finally, the students of Taesun Academy regained their dignity. Otherwise, Damon's reputation would be thrown overseas. What people fear most is experiencing too much joy, anger, love, and hate in a short time. Liu Jian felt that this was indeed not the life of an ordinary person. Just now for his son, he entered Korea to conquer Lamo, scared to the point of shaking legs. I hate not being able to pick up my sword and kill Fuonki Fam who incited my son. Who would have thought that the next second, Emperor Hongji would call to comfort him? Let me tell you, Liu Ji entered Korea this time. Like splitting bamboo, just received news of victory. The whole city of Hanthan cheered. Rebel along was tied up. Will be escorted back to the capital soon. News is like a roller coaster. Made him startled. This kind of great compassion and great joy. Finally, the ancestral graves are smoking. Or is it the ancestors' virtue? But torture this old man like that. He opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. Like a dream. Say so. His son is not only alive, but also made great achievements. What a great achievement. Almost without spending a single soldier or pawn. Just spent a little salary to solve Lei Long. That said, didn't that prove that Dai Min is loved by the people? 4C submit. Old Minister Liu Jun immediately realized the importance of this issue. He did not hesitate. Began to flatter the Hongji Emperor. The old minister congratulates your majesty. Congratulations, your majesty. Your majesty is famous all over the world. Virtuous reputation, spread the glorious fame of your majesty. Just said. Liu Jian even wiped away tears. But Takiam just reported that his son went to Korea, also full of surprise. From initial sympathy began to turn to jealousy. With such great merit, Liu Ji is afraid he doesn't need to participate in the competition. Enough to make the Liu family famous. The future is limitless. The reality is just as they thought. Emperor Hongji saw the news of victory. Praised Liu Jian for giving birth to a good son. This time such a great achievement. Directly bestowed upon Liu Ji a countship. This made Liu Jian so agitated that he forgot all moral words. Noble words like great righteousness are also forgotten. Must know that in Dai Min. If not a royal relative, then the title is extremely difficult to achieve. 150 years ago, in addition to the meritorious officials who appeared during the founding of the country and Jingnan, then later can be granted a hereditary title. It is a great grace. Titled is country of fellow monks, rich and noble forever. As for the previous cabinet ministers, if their descendants had some talent, then can also become an official, but if it is useless, then in the end can only return to the countryside to become a rich man. There are even unfilial children and grandchildren, finally fell into ruin. Now Liu Jian's family has another count. It's like the ancestors' graves are smoking. Great Ming Dynasty Hongji. I don't know which god I have offended. Half a year of heavy snow, half a year of drought. Now add this earthquake disaster. Liu Jian had just thanked the Emperor Hongji for granting his son the title of Earl, turned around and invited Fuong Qifam to the cabinet. Qifam, warm greetings. The purpose of the conversation is nothing other than, although this time Liu Ji was under the direction of Fang Jifan, has made great achievements, be titled. Mr. Liu Jian also admitted that Fuong Qifam really had a discerning eye, but people sometimes make mistakes, horses sometimes stumble, who knows, maybe one day I'll miss it. For the safety of my son, he is a father. Can only shamelessly discuss with Fuong Qifam. If you need your son later, then can you not kill first and report later? Give him a word. Fuong Qifam saw that Lu Qin said so, also not convenient to refuse directly. Can only swear by the light bulb. Absolutely do not use your son in the future. Take the reputation accumulated over many years of Fuong Qifam as guarantee. Liu Jian heard, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. This saying is no different than saying nothing. You Fuong Qifam have prestige. Do we still need this? Do you think it is true? Fuong Qifam saw Lu Qin coldly looking at him, had to change the tone. If I Fuong Qifang dare to kill first and report later, then lightning struck, but also at the right time. Right then, suddenly a bang, the ground shook, it was a bolt from the blue. While the electric light is on, Fuong Qifam suddenly had an idea. Fuong Qifam was bewildered, suddenly remembered something. The 14th year of Hongji, land subsidence in Lenko district Daidong, destroyed more than 15,400 houses and offices, crushed more than 900 people, livestock also died a lot. This was indeed a disastrous dynasty. There is not a single day of peace. Liu Jian saw such a big thing happen, also no longer had the energy to argue with Fuong Qifam anymore, directly chase away customers. Fuong Qifam also had a heavy mood, hurriedly left Nugomont. Just happened to see the crown prince panicking because of the aftershock. The ancients said about the collapse of heaven and earth, always carry an instinctive fear. The crown prince was waiting here. Fuong Qifam wanted to discuss with him about Tran Kwok Kong, because in this controversial plan, the crown prince played an important role. The Emperor Hongji specially secretly allowed the crown prince, can use the seal at will, to give himself the title of Tran Kwok Kong. I was feeling pleased, now I don't know what to do. When Fuong Qifam heard the crown prince mention the two words Tran Kwok, like a needle stabbed into the heart, a stream of righteousness suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, that is to save people. The crown prince saw Fuong Qifam so serious. His face pale, he said to Fuong Qifam, you are crazy. Who knows if this will continue? If there is an earthquake, don't run around. Fuong Qifam did not think it was right. Laugh out loud, I was born into this world, is to suppress demons and monsters. A little landslide. What can we do? Anyway, Fuong Qifam lives in this world. Really a good person. After the landslide, the capital was in chaos. Taesun Library personally went to Linkao district to provide relief. The news spread. Liu Jian, although expressing his approval. But there are many people who cry. Their son is a student at the library. Then Van is the most annoying person. He stamped his feet and hands. Just hate myself. Why didn't you marry them Ningo a wife before? To have descendants. Although my heart is burning with anxiety. But then Van's face was still as stiff as a duck's mouth. Take this action for granted. But here's the next story. Caused a stir in the court. Emperor Hongji looked on in amazement. Report the dumbfounded. His son ran away. He and Taesun Library set out west. Not long after, the whereabouts of the people of the Eastern Palace are unknown, like headless flies. Search everywhere. Finally everyone realized. The crown prince must have gone west. We have arrived in Lenka district. Emperor Hongji's face turned pale. On the face always keep calm. Finally revealed a rare ray of horror. Linkao district is now hell on earth. Crown prince, you only have this one son. But he dares to do such a thing? As a father, Emperor Hongji could not accept this bad news. He was directly tangled up. Although Chuo Chiu is normally very strict, sometimes even beat and scold, but he considered it the responsibility of an emperor. This child is all his hope. Yet he dared to be so bold. I don't even care about my life. Thinking about this, Emperor Hongji immediately opened his eyes wide, immediately sent someone to mobilize troops, go to Linkao district and bring back that rebellious prince, and at this moment, our lovely crown prince, after Fuong Qifam and the backs the house students of Taesun, go to Linkao district. The crown prince also followed behind. It's just a bumpy mountain road, and I'm late. Fuong Qifam left a day earlier. Finally caught up with Fuong Qifam. while he was comforting the people on the roadside. When he saw the crown prince, Fuonki Pham suddenly felt like he was going to explode on the spot. Such a dangerous place. Crown Prince, what is this idiot doing here? Are you crazy? If something happens, won't the Hongji Emperor exterminate the entire Fang family? While Fuonki Pham was surprised and scared, the Crown Prince rushed in front of Fuonki Pham like a gust of wind, then gave him a big hug. He told how he was in danger, how scary the landslide was. Luckily he ran fast, but when the Crown Prince saw behind Fuonki Pham, ragged figures, tried to act calm and said he wasn't afraid. Also asked Fuonki Pham if he was afraid. Tell Fuonki Pham not to be afraid. He is. The Crown Prince directly transformed into a warm and thoughtful young man, making Fuonki Pham a bit speechless. Say that my righteous spirit, how can be afraid? At this moment, the two of them were no different from two children, racing to see who is better. Makes people laugh and cry. By evening, Fuonki Pham and Crown Prince's team, it was very difficult to get to the district town. Below the county town, because of the broken dike, soon turned into a swamp. There were nearly 2,000 people there, rely on a little food brought from home to sustain life. Real order has broken down. If it weren't for the crowds, just afraid of looting happening at any time. No food, everywhere is a mess. Everyone was eager to leave this dangerous place, but no one knows, when passing through any mountain, we'll be buried under the mountain rocks. People follow the majority, so better stay here and wait. But hunger had begun to spread. The hungry people were going crazy. Start thinking, scoop up everything that can be scooped up from the water. The raging flood carried mud and sand, torrential downpours along the low-lying areas. If we delay one more step, then basically cannot wait for the court's rescue. This place have turned into hell on earth. Fuonki Pham pursed his lips. In the heart arose a sorrow. There is also a feeling of helplessness. It turns out that humans cannot win over heaven. Thinking of the past life reading history books, those small lines in history. How many such tragedies have been described? The Crown Prince was also silent. He found disaster relief to be a terrifying task, but it seems to have a strange attraction. So he led people to start digging the ground, build some simple structures. At the same time, food distribution began. Food is running low. So after discussing with Fuonki Pham, Vong Thu Nan had to boldly turn back, lead some people back to clear the way. Convenient protection group. Taeson's food is coming. The Crown Prince sat leisurely on the dike. In my heart I miss a bunch of bandits. Since he came to this place, have heard all kinds of legends about the great king on the mountain here. Except for fighting tigers, dozens of soldiers could not get close. I heard that archers are also very good. Just because the house is involved in a lawsuit, finally had to go down the mountain to become a bandit. Across a Daedon area, every time the Crown Prince heard, in the eyes flashed the light of excitement. For this band of bandits with great enthusiasm, can be said to be sharpening knives. By the third day, the food convoy has finally arrived. Just to be extra careful, the first batch of food only had 7 or 8 large carts. The broken dike was reluctantly rebuilt, causing the river water to gradually recede. More and more people started gathering here. Halfway through, a student went around to scout the area and reported, near where they were there were horsemen loitering. Looks like a robber. The prince heard that. Instantly uplifted. Night falls. The thief came indeed. The prince held a long sword in his hand. Spirited. Bright eyes, so excited that I almost cried. Today can be considered as the realization of your dream of going to war. Fuonki Pham felt like he was about to pee his pants again. Luckily, there were 5 disciples surrounding him from behind. Made him feel a little comforted. Anyway, when danger strikes, there are 5 students as cannon fodder. It's not a bad thing. As soon as everyone shouted, they rushed forward to fight the thief. The earthen wall project was built by the Crown Prince himself. Collapsed in a flash, a giant black shadow appeared behind the earthen wall, makes everyone pale. Lamenting how the Crown Prince's work is like tofu dregs, the shadow ignored everyone's surprise, directly shouted, "Dare to ask where Fuonki Pham is." Fuonki Pham was shocked by this loud scream, scared to the point of heart pounding. He was a little confused. He is still a child. Why look for him? Fuonki Pham felt he could not admit defeat, can only grit teeth to respond, just about to say some cruel words. Then the giant shadow suddenly knelt down. That pile is taller than many standing people. He choked and shouted, "Greetings, benefactor." The situation came so suddenly, making Fuonki Pham completely stunned. As the fire drew near, Fuonki Pham just saw clearly who came. This is an extremely muscular man. Full beard. If he wasn't kneeling, Fuonki Pham must have looked up at him. The burly man saw Fuonki Pham doubtfully, immediately respectfully explained, "His name is Hokai's son. I have heard of the wise benefactor Fuonki Pham for a long time. After the emperor passed away, he led people into the district to help and save people. really made him admire. He was originally a local here. Should especially come to thank and express gratitude. Fuonki fam heard that, gradually calmed down. Not just come to fight and kill. No matter what the authorities say, how many bad things has he done? Think this person dared to come? Then obviously a bright and brilliant person. In Fuonki fam's heart, there was already a bit of confidence. Get the point? Because the other side sees you as a benefactor saving the people. Of course I have to show that I am a person who loves people like you. Directly scolded Hokai-sun for harming the people everywhere. Only then can Hokai-sun have a chance to clarify the misunderstanding. When Hokai-sun saw Fuonki fam as a little boy, still have some doubts in my heart. Never expected an earthquake, leading people to reduce damage caused by natural disasters is such a young person. Hearing Fuonki fam scolding, in his heart more certain. Sure enough, I did not see the wrong person. Hurriedly explained benefactor, I am a local person. How can I hurt you? The thing is, I was harmed by someone else. Had no choice but to go down the mountain to become a bandit. Every day just rely on looting military supplies to survive. Fuonki fam was immediately stunned military officer. Fuonki fam was stunned on the spot military advisor. Mom? This guy is really brave. Speaking of His Highness the Crown Prince, he has not done anything remarkable. But personally going out and using force is not bad either. Originally intended to fight a great battle with Hokai-sun. Who would have thought this guy looks like a doorman? Come to ask for goods again? Fuonki fam winked at the Crown Prince. The prince immediately looked displeased, quietly looking up at the sky. In the heart born a loneliness because there is no opponent. Why is it so difficult to go to war? In fact, the Crown Prince was just pretending. His tiny arm muscles, not even as thick as the palm of a person's hand. If you really do it, even 20 princes are not his match. In the heart of the Crown Prince was not convinced, can only secretly find Fuonki fam and whisper, how can there be such a tall and muscular person in the world? His mother must have had a hard time giving birth to him, right? Fuonki fam could not help but sigh. His Highness the Crown Prince's imagination is as strange as ever. Helplessly smile, whispered to the prince, stop playing around. This man's ambition is not over yet, although still a bit chivalrous, but we better not intentionally anger him, especially don't casually mention other people's mothers. The prince felt his pride was hurt. He wanted to shout out loud, what are you afraid of? What is there to be afraid of? The Crown Prince is also proficient in archery. But when he saw the tall figure like a mountain in the distance, he obediently shut his mouth again. His Highness the Crown Prince is not stupid. You know who can be provoked and who cannot be provoked at this time. Turn around. He immediately punched and kicked Lu Banban. Lu Jin's face was gloomy, like being bitten by a dog. Why is he always the unlucky one? In the palace, after hearing the news that there were bandits in Lin Kao district, the Emperor Hongji could be said to be worried as if on fire. Restless sleep, thinking of his precious son if he encountered robbers. What if there is nothing more important right now? Directly ordered the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet to Kiem to lead, mobilize the center, personally go to Lin Kao district, find a way to enter the disaster area to find the Crown Prince. There was also a precedent for the court sending officials to disaster areas, but usually just a minister or a royal censor in the court. A scale like today is rare. It can be seen that Emperor Hongji is really worried. When Kiem and the others found the Crown Prince, almost cried out, the road here is so arduous. As the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, he was almost forced to come here. The mandarins usually bowed before him. Because in my heart I worry about my son, so there is absolutely no reason to forgive him. Kiem is famous for being a good debater, but was surrounded by a crowd. Everyone was talking big words. Finally got refuted to the point of being speechless. All the way urged to move forward quickly. To the dog of the Wang or Ma Zi next door, I dare not command like that. Moreover, he was about to rot, 1 foot in the coffin. Never suffered so much in my life. Don't see Kiem crying miserably. The Crown Prince really did not show any respect for them. It is said that they came to comfort the people in distress and to hunt down the bandits. The Crown Prince thought he would finally not need to eat rice balls anymore. Who would have thought that only time and these ministers would arrive first? Basic food has not yet been delivered, but is still drafting the program. This made the Crown Prince so angry he was fuming. Food has not arrived yet. Suddenly more than 10 mouths to feed. Isn't that more chaos? Before, the Crown Prince felt that the ministers were very good. Now he feels like these guys are just a joke. Kiem still wanted to explain it to the Crown Prince properly. How to rescue victims. Who would have thought that the opening would be full of empty words? The Crown Prince waved his hand impatiently. Speak directly to the problem they are facing. Kiem and the others were a bit stunned, but now they dare not speak up. Don't think the Crown Prince's words seem harsh, but it is undeniable that it makes a lot of sense. These are also the problems that disaster areas need to solve urgently. Takim also felt embarrassed. In the past, in front of the cabinet ministers, the crown prince's only duty is to be taught. Now seeing Akim being refuted by him to the point of being speechless, the crown prince was immediately overjoyed. Just looking at this group of people like Takim, he felt a little awkward. Should arrange the ministers. How is this useless? The crown prince glanced, suddenly thought of a fun game. Let the ministers go to the riverbank to wash clothes. Takim was stunned, a little angry. Thought the crown prince was insulting him. Just as he was about to put on the appearance of a cabinet minister, the crown prince did not give them a chance to refute. Say cruel words, do not wash also. 2 meals at each meal, only 1 handful of rice. Not even allowed in the tent. Must be outside. Takim still wanted to say something, but the body is under the eaves. Had to bow his head. Finally no mouth. Since the crown prince arranged for the laundry, at first everyone was very dissatisfied, especially Kim. But when he saw His Highness the Crown Prince personally doing everything, do hard dirty work, even Fuonki Fum, that scumbag with brain disease, also doing what I can, they are truly convinced. Takim's memorial was also written and rewritten many times. When I first wrote, I complained a lot. With His Highness the Crown Prince a little disappointed. Think the Crown Prince is too crazy, too confused. But on the second day, when my mind had calmed down, again thought that the Crown Prince loved the people like his own children. What a hero. But the child of 1,000 years cannot sit in any place. The Crown Prince is the future monarch. Don't risk it yourself. He loudly criticized Tae-sun librarian Fuonki Pham. A bunch of people reading books and not doing their main job followed Fuonki Pham to do bad things. In the end, when he saw that the Crown Prince was a good person, so that people in distress can settle down and make a living, eat and sleep with the people, close to each other, Takim found himself ridiculous. Is there any credibility left? When Emperor Hongji saw that the Crown Prince was still alive and well, first is overjoyed. Later, an irrepressible feeling of anger rushed to his brain. Emperor Hongji almost stood up abruptly. Gnashing teeth, that bastard is still alive. You bastard. What a nonsense. If he comes back, I did not kill him. Then I follow the Chu family. Liu Jian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Cannot help but tears well up in the corner of my eyes. But very strange, although your majesty mouth said, want to kill the Crown Prince? With the status of an old god, you should come out and say something. For example, your majesty, please calm down. The Crown Prince is young and naive, not understanding the matter, but now he had a strange thought. In the heart cannot help but exclaim, good. Hit him to teach him a lesson, or he'll end up on the roof. People say the child goes 1,000 miles, the mother worries. This time the Crown Prince did not go far, but also to places with extremely dangerous earthquakes. After receiving confirmation that the Crown Prince was still alive, Emperor Hongji no longer had the mind to handle the affairs of the court. The most important thing now, must bring this news, inform his wife Queen Trung himself. Anyway, these days, Queen Trung was always worried about her son's safety, all because Hongji Emperor was there to comfort her. Tell her, beside the Crown Prince were many high-ranking students of the Tae-sun Library, and with Fuonki Pham by the Crown Prince's side, is Fuonki Pham not trustworthy? Of course, Hongji Emperor couldn't help but curse in his heart. It's that Fuonki Pham's fault. If that brat hadn't run away, the Crown Prince was just prompted by it. Also run away. Then it's not so bad that they make their parents worry like this. Just mentioning Fuonki Pham, Empress Zhang actually believed in the devilish words of Emperor Hongji, although still worried and anxious, but not to the point of seeking life and death anymore. Emperor Hongji held the memorial in his hand. In the heart of 100 emotions, this time I can explain to my wife. Seeing my son safe and sound, the gloomy expression on Empress Zhang's face also relaxed. Absolutely safe, constantly advising the Emperor Hongji. The Crown Prince acts without thinking of the consequences. You have to watch carefully later. Absolutely cannot let anything happen again. Emperor Hongji also felt the same way. Expressed waiting for the Crown Prince to return. Must find a way. Only by tying up this cruel beast that doesn't care about anyone will it be good. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the relief convoy and a large amount of military provisions arrived. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham also said goodbye. This disaster relief, the two were almost escorted back to the capital by the mandarins. The closer to the capital, the two idiots felt even more uneasy. The prince also frankly said, this time back, I'm afraid the days will not be pleasant. Thinking of my father's lightning 5 links, then he was shaking all over. Fuonki Pham also frowned after hearing that. So pitiful. Tell the Crown Prince to be sure to say, Your Highness, this trip to Lamkau, completely unrelated to the Happy God. It was because His Highness cried and wanted to go. God has advised with all his might, begged to the point of bloodshed, but His Highness was still stubborn. Your Highness, please. The Crown Prince looked at Fuonki Pham, felt that Fuonki Pham wanted to use him as a shield, feeling a little unhappy. Deep brotherhood? You do not say I also know what to do. But you say so. I feel a little uncomfortable inside. Hearing the Crown Prince say so, Fuonki Pham immediately changed his tone, softly flattering. No offense if not. In my heart I feel uncomfortable. Life is better. God still wants to continue living temporarily. If there is no God, Your Highness, wouldn't it be losing a good brother who went through life and death together? After a while of flattery from Fuonki Pham, the prince was happy again. What a childish face changing so quickly. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham entered the warm palace. Emperor Hongji bowed his head without saying a word and read the memorial. The prince saw this situation. Without saying a word, Thud fell to the ground. The whole movement is very smooth. It seems that the Crown Prince also practices quite often, while kowtowing and apologizing to his father. Heartfelt words, very expressive, makes outsiders feel touched. Fuonki Pham standing next to him also quickly admitted his mistake. Emperor Hongji raised his head to look at the Crown Prince. He was originally planning to punish severely, but the Crown Prince suddenly acted like this, made him a little surprised. The sun he had been worried about these past few days darkened and became thinner. Seeing that, why do you still dare to do it? The anger that was previously pent up, in a moment all disappeared. He waved his hand. Tell the Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham to go rest first. Just 1,000,000 people arrived. Blink and chase people away. Can be seen in this process. Emperor Hongji's mind changed many times. The prince was as if pardoned, hurriedly kowtowed in thanks. The sycophant Fuonki Pham also quickly echoed. Out of the warmth pavilion, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief together, feel like just escaped from a disaster, but the joy only lasted one day. The next day, early morning court session, Fuonki Pham was impeached. Fuonki Pham was immediately stunned. He originally thought that these people were just full and lazy people who liked to cause trouble. The first person to be impeached should be Takiam. Anyway, that's a traitor from their pure ranks. The singer was praised by the Crown Prince. There is also then Chu Min Lei. As the proverb says, injustice has a cause, Deb has an owner. The troublemaker is the Crown Prince. The one who betrayed them was the Grand Chancellor of the Cabinet, Si Keon. It's never his turn. Fuonki Pham was targeted first. Fuonki Pham stood up without hesitation. This is absolutely unforgivable. Their feelings, thinking back and forth, feel the Crown Prince is the future emperor. Not easy to touch. Takiam is the cabinet's grand scholar. It seems that Liu Zhen and Li Dongyang also supported him. Also not easy to touch, so they admitted defeat. Then I felt that only Fuonki Pham and the others maybe can bear a little. Anyway, there is nothing to do when you are free. Fuonki Pham directly shouted in the court. What happened to me? This made Liu and who was impeaching him feel amused. Unexpectedly, Fuonki Pham jumped out and stabbed himself in the gun barrel. But then again, in this impeachment and impeachment, who wins and who loses is not yet certain. Two people in the court passed each other, just lacking asking about the other party's relatives and female relatives. The scene was extremely bustling. Fuonki Pham and Luan argued in the court. Emperor Hongji also found Fang Jifan a bit rude. If you are going to be impeached, then be impeached. What are you yelling about? Then Fuonki Pham was asked by Luan, bringing Taesun students to disaster areas, is it suitable? If something happens, someone dies, can Fuonki Pham handle it? Fuonki Pham calmly replied, I can handle it. If you die, then die. No big. Be more careful in your next life. What kind of talk is that? The people watching the excitement in the royal court were all startled. Then Van almost spat out blood. We are family. Tankingquak, we are family. Although it is said that Fuonki Pham took his son on an adventure, scared the hell out of him. But anyway, Taesun Academy for his son. He was still very grateful to Fuonki Pham. And others then consider to have witnessed the power of this brain disease. Indeed, the skin is so thick that even the city wall cannot stop it. Luan chuckled. He was looking forward to Fuonki Pham's performance. These people are all descendants of the mandarins in the court, are all talented and famous people of Dai Min. In Fuonki Pham's eyes, their lives are not worth a penny. This is really blocking your own way to live. Luan saw Fuonki Pham's stupid answer. In the heart is open flag in the stomach. He went straight to the core issue. Even tigers do not eat their cubs. You Fuonki Pham, although not their father, but consider himself a teacher, intentionally doing so. How can this be? Their lives are nothing but a joke. Fuonki Pham smiled and looked at Luan. Hey noble gentleman, in front of the people, even His Majesty the Emperor knew to take that as an example to warn himself. Then in front of the common people, what are the lives of those scholars worth? So Lin Kalan collapsed. The people are in a state of turmoil. If you can save people, what is the death of a few scholars worth? Don't say a few people died. So what if half dead? The fate of a scholar is fate. But other people's lives are not lives. You are also a reader of sages. What kind of books are you reading? Is he a boy? Fuonki Fam's words were full of sarcasm, made Lewin angry to the point of madness. What's all the fuss about? Why bring up the whole affair thing? What nonsense! Slander! Lewin was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Then questioned, "You say saving people is saving people?" Fuonki Fam already knew he would say that. Smile calmly. "We have prepared the things already, just waiting for you guys to come and ask." When Fuonki Fam mentioned the two words object, could not help but glance at Takim. Actually, if only based on my current strength, he really didn't have much courage to be on this street. The same name relies on the gift of gab to make a living and argue. Art has its own specialization. He is a workaholic anyway. But behind the scenes there was Takim's manipulation. Everything becomes much easier. Fuonki Fam is full of confidence at this moment. Takong is a very meticulous person. Work also very dedicated. Although I don't know why he helped him so much. But does it matter? It doesn't matter at all. What matters is him. Fuonki Fam is about to counterattack. Moreover, it is a real counterattack. Fuonki Fam felt excited just thinking about it. So he stared at Lewin with sharp eyes. Looked like he already had victory. Honestly, this performance was originally hosted by Takim. Who would have thought that in the end, he would personally go into battle? These people really only know how to bully the weak. Seeing that he was young and had a brain disease, immediately wanted to stomp on him. If I don't see blood today. Then later, how can Fuonki Fam stir up trouble in this capital? Looking at Fuonki Fam's expression, Lewin had a bad feeling in his heart. Emperor Hongji remained silent. At first I felt that this guy Fuonki Fam seems to have signs of brain disease. Gradually I finally began to recall what he had said. What the hell is Fuonki Fam talking about? He was also very curious to see. Very quickly Eunuch brought in Hong Sach. This Hong Sach is the household registration of Dae Min. Inside is recorded detailed information of the people. Fuonki Fam opened the Hong Sach slowly. The population of Lin Kao district is about 80,000 people. Post-disaster statistics. With the help of me and the scholars, only more than 900 people died in the natural disaster. The palace was bustling again. Humans are like that. If just talk, say a general sentence that the disaster has been calmed, it is difficult for people to have a deep impression, and Fuonki Fam gave the actual numbers. These numbers cannot be faked. Then began to question Liu, and these people can die. So Liu Shizong, the noble officials cannot die. Some scholars at Taesun Library. Is it a level higher than others? Are they the only ones worthy of living? Is it just the dead, not the so-called genius in Liu Shizong's eyes? Then everyone else deserves to die. At this moment, Liu Yuan was rendered speechless by Fuonki Fam. Inside my heart like 10,000 grass mud horses are running through. This time I feel like I failed to bully the weak. Hit the iron plate again. He and Fuonki Fam talked about morality. Fuonki Fam immediately scolded people. He said, "Fuonki Fam, why are you scolding people?" Fuonki Fam started throwing numbers again, leaving him speechless. Fuonki Fam scolded him again for not being human. Completely unconventional. Almost made him vomit blood. Lewin decided that it could not be like that. Let Fuonki Fam lead the rhythm. Then he took out his final move. Questioned Fuonki Fam why he urged the crown prince to go to Lin Kao. He and the scholars in the library were not afraid of death. If anything happens to the crown prince, then can Fuonki Fam bear the responsibility? This can also be considered Lewin's final counterattack. But when Fuonki Fam took out the Van Dandu, Lewin's heart suddenly thumped. There is a sense of time and space chaos. What the hell? Now even a scumbag like Fuonki Fam can also bring the people to speak. Fuonki Fam ignored Lewin's gaze that wanted to kill him. Word by word read the content on Van Danthu. Inside is a detailed record of the Crown Prince's leadership of the Taesun Library. The students went to disaster relief, although the words are not flowery, but very real. Emperor Hongji did not expect it either. His son actually went to the dike himself. Take the lead. Every day is like everyone else. Just rely on rice cakes to get through. Even he himself admitted that it was difficult for him to give up his noble status. Go out personally. A little incredulous, he asked the Crown Prince, "Are these all true?" The Crown Prince just listened to the content of the book of 10,000 people, in the heart both pleased and excited, but now hearing the Emperor ask, immediately like a bucket of cold water poured over the head, a little angry. Without saying a word, he began to take off his shirt. The prince took off his clothes in front of the courtiers. You certainly have never seen, but Crown Prince Zhu Haozhou did so. Faced with his father's distrust, he had no other choice, can only show the wounds. Covered in scars from disaster relief, the prince told a family story, recount the origin of each wound. Tell father, the prince did not come to Lin Kao to do nothing. Faced with his father's doubts, the prince felt extremely resentful. Can't help but ask, father's eyes are bright as torches, why always doubt me? Every day my father taught me to love my people like my own children. Now people are in trouble. I have been on a mission for a long time. Where did I go wrong? Emperor Hongji looked at the wounded crown prince, eyes a little wet. Sniff, sniff, in deep this is his only son. Although he hoped his son can become a benevolent monarch who loves his people, but that doesn't mean, how could he bear to let his child suffer like that? Just why do the crown prince's words sound a bit harsh? Eyes bright as torches, have you ever admitted that yourself? These are all words of the ministers. Faced with his son's question, Emperor Hongji sighed. A little ashamed in my heart, could not help saying, you have worked hard. The prince said solemnly again, no trouble at all. Compared to the people in distress, God is much easier. If they were one step late, that place must have been hell on earth, so I do not see. Hard work. Emperor Hongji knows clearly, at this time still blaming and investigating, then it has no meaning anymore. Or, rather, he basically did not have the nerve to scold the crown prince. Now he knows his son does better than him. Emperor Hongji gave the signal, let the prince rest aside. Let the royal physician re-examine the prince's wound. The prince returned to the line with great vigor. Fuonki Fame jumped out and scolded Luan for being too bold. The prince has a benevolent heart and is thanked by all people. Come to his mouth. Again, because of Fuonki Fame, he incited His Highness the Crown Prince to go to the relief. Isn't it obvious that His Highness the Crown Prince is ignorant and incompetent? Luan was asked to the point of being speechless and denied. He didn't mean it that way. Fuonki Fame has always liked to drown dogs. Especially when this person intentionally came to cause trouble with him. Directly blamed Luan. Said he was a spy of the Tatars, have bad intentions to defame the Crown Prince. Clearly, Luan almost vomited blood after hearing that. This charge is no joke. Still want to refute Fuonki Fame's slander of loyalty, but after a while of arguing, made Hongji Emperor hate Luan very much in his heart, making trouble for nothing, defaming the Crown Prince. So annoying, plus Fuonki Fame on the side added fuel to the fire. The Emperor Hongji directly ordered, hand over to the commander of the Imperial Guard, Mu Bin, to handle. Luan's face turned pale after hearing that. You must know that catching the wind and the ball is his forte. Unexpectedly today, him was harmed by others using false stories. Fuonki Fame stood to one side pleased. This is the end of those who like to cause trouble with him. When a woman loves a man, her feelings cannot be hidden. Your Highness, hard to wait. News of Fuonki Fame's safe return. Knowing that Fuonki Fame was impeached by someone else, she suddenly felt worried. So Fuonki Fame just finished the court. He immediately used the excuse of a headache and asked the eunuch to invite him over. Fuonki Fame is extremely shameless. Heard the princess invite him, handsome face like jade, immediately filled with surprise and anxiety. Mouth muttered, luckily I'm in the palace. Hurriedly told the eunuch to lead the way. Seeing Fuonki Fame smiling brightly as he walked in, the princess's heart was relieved. Then the two looked at each other, saw the princess's face looked haggard. Fuonki Fame could not help but ask with concern, Your Highness, did you not sleep well last night? The beautiful face of Her Highness the Princess cannot help but blush a pink. Unconscious, turned to face Fuonki Fame but could not see. Not sure, probably because of brain disease, Fuonki Fame saw the princess, has the shy demeanor of a young girl. In my heart cannot help but smile. Brain disease is inherently fake. This other people do not know. Could it be that Fuonki Fame doesn't know? I must say this brain disease excuse is really sweet. Using this excuse just might ease the awkwardness of both. Seeing that Fuonki Fame did not continue to ask, Her Highness the Princess, biting red lip, immediately agreed to extend his hand. Fuonki Fame put his hand on her wrist. The princess asked about Fuonki Fame's impeachment. Fuonki Fame smiled soft. Really don't mind. Impeached? He was used to it. Your Highness, like her husband was bullied. Instead of Fuonki Fame was indignant. They falsely accused you like that. But you are not angry. Fuonki Fame was naturally angry. Although Luan was invited to drink tea at Zhao Hell, Fuonki Fame still decided after leaving the palace, take a rock to knock on Luan's door. But in front of the princess of course cannot say like that. Can only pretend to be generous. Not everyone understands me. Let them slander as they please. Fuonki Fame so. Her Highness the Princess felt even more sorry for Fuonki Fame. Made her very sad. Clearly such an upright gentleman, but have to suffer so much injustice. Indeed, women are blind when in love. Fuonki Fame has none. Poor thing is those idiots who like to pick a fight with him. I see what you mean. Hearing the princess say this, Fuonki Fame's heart couldn't help but beat erratically. Is the princess confessing to him? In Fuonki Fame's doubtful eyes, Her Highness the Princess's beautiful face was red as an apple. She just realized that what she just said was a bit thought-provoking. Just bowed head and pursed lips. I know you are a good person. A man who stands on top of the world, bright and brilliant and generous. For the compliments of the girl I like, Fuonki Pham thought to himself, that's right. I'm that person. In the heart cannot help but have a little flutter, but very humble on the outside. Said that he also has many small shortcomings, but thinking for a long time, also could not say anything specific. Her Highness the Princess looked at Fuonki Pham. Puff a laugh. My brother said you are lazy. Nonsense, Fuonki Pham retorted. In the heart drew a circle of curses against the Crown Prince. The two of them kept talking back and forth. The awkwardness from earlier also disappeared. A moment later, and the eunuch came to report, Your Majesty knows that Hung Keen Bey is here. See, Prince is okay. Then invite to Nong Kak a trip. Fuonki Pham helplessly smiled at the princess. I prescribe a medicine and go. In the warm palace, the Crown Prince was treated with great respect, currently sitting comfortably in the chair, but his nosy nature still could not be cured. He asked the emperor what memorial he was reading. The Crown Prince met the eyes of the Hongji emperor. Neck cannot help but shrink. I feel like I'm talking too much again. While he was hesitating about how to defend himself, Emperor Hongji spoke slowly. Flood occurred in Kunzhou Prefecture. District Governor Nugo Jiangam led people to reinforce the dike. Fortunately, the embankment was considered to be preserved, but because of the continuous heavy rain, a granary because of the low terrain, so the food in the warehouse was flooded. The prince heard, very confused, interrupted Hongji Emperor. Father, not true. That's right. Why are granaries usually located in low-lying areas, and the gods in Len Kao and other places stored food? We'll put the granary in a high place to prevent unforeseen events. Then the Crown Prince paused for a moment. Think seriously? What's even more strange is, if heavy rain becomes a disaster, which the god in Len Kao once heard people say, the main problem of heavy rain causing disasters lies in the rising river water, even overflowing the dike. This Wujian prefect under the heavy rain, and also lead people to the dike. Isn't he afraid of drowning? Emperor Hongji was slightly startled. Only you Chuo Chiu are talkative. Then think, consider the reports of the other two departments. The three parts of the report are the same. According to Hongji Emperor, there is no major mistake. But the Crown Prince felt something was wrong. Frankly, remind the Emperor Hongji should be investigated thoroughly. The trip to Lin Ka was for him to participate in himself, operating situation in many places, completely different from what is seen in the memorial. At least when faced with a situation like today, he felt there were too many suspicious things. Emperor Hongji was slightly stunned. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be so stubborn. The silent person for a long time. Finally, Vin. The 4 words long were written on the memorial. Emperor Hongji seems to be in a good mood today, but did not blame the Crown Prince, but accepted the Crown Prince's opinion. It's all the Crown Prince's fault for this earthquake. Left a deep impression on Emperor Hongji. In the heart, very comfortable. My son seems to have some potential. Of course, still too young, don't understand things. There are some things that still need to be taught. Was about to calmly tell the Crown Prince about the way of kingship. Fuonki Pham just happened to be going from the princess to Nong Kax. Had to put aside the matter of teaching the Crown Prince. This little mouth of Fuonki Pham couldn't be sweeter. Finally found a chance to meet privately. How can there be no flattery? Just got up and gave Hongji Emperor a comfortable fight. Said that he and the Crown Prince left the capital. These days His Majesty personally teaches a lot. Must be busy day and night. Really makes him admire. Emperor Hongji automatically ignored Fang Jifan's flattery, and calmly said the Crown Prince proclaimed himself Tran Quoc Kong, so Tran Quoc Palace should be built. Go to taste. Fuonki Pham heard and was a bit unable to react. He did not expect that Emperor Hongji would take the joke seriously, just about to find an excuse to decline. Then Hongji Emperor said, Why do Fuonki Pham, you have contributed to the Crown Prince's assistance. But later if the Crown Prince keeps running around, I ask. So this is how Emperor Hongji thought of it. Solve the Crown Prince's safety problem from the root. If you can't control the Crown Prince, then take care of you Fuonki Pham. If anything happens to the Crown Prince, then find you, Fuonki Pham, to implicate him. This move is absolutely unique. Fuonki Pham frowned in resentment. I can't control your highness the Crown Prince. The Emperor Hongji does not care about your affairs. Does the prince want you to get drunk? Then see if he wants to harm you or not. Fuonki Pham's face was gloomy. Playing with you guys is so tiring. Anything can drag him into it. The point is, the prince at this time still smiled and said sarcastically, said that with Fuonki Pham's personality as a guarantee, will never run wild again. The problem is, does Fuonki Pham have a personality? Begrudge, Fuonki Pham took on the task of restraining the Crown Prince's actions. No way, because the Crown Prince used his personality as a guarantee, then Fuonki Pham will try to improve his personality. Anyway, in the eyes of Emperor Hongji, Fuongqi still has a little more personality than the crown prince. Work is also a little more reliable. So asked Fuongqi Pham, "What do you think about the memorial of the governor of Kunzhou?" Fuongqi Pham looked through the memorial. In the heart of sound, his impression of Nugo Jiang was, this person in history colluded with the Oko. But the so-called Oko is also not accurate. They are just a bunch of big families in the southeast because they wanted to make huge profits from maritime trade, but only connect with each other. For a person who everyone considers to be such a good official, Fuongqi Pham did not even bother to look at it. Speak your mind. I think this Wu Jiang has a big problem. Moreover, there are also quite a few officials who know that he has a problem. Otherwise, why does everyone think he is a capable person and also held office for many years, qualified locally, without anyone recommending him? Emperor Hongji was not surprised after hearing this. Feel a bit moral, but did not immediately confirm Fuongqi Pham's opinion, but frowned, signaling Fuongqi Pham to continue. Fuongqi Pham also knows just for this one reason. Unable to convince Emperor Hongji, continue to analyze. The only possibility is, there are many people who have benefited from Wu Jiang, so no one wants to say bad things about Nugo Jiang, maybe because of a relationship of interest or for other reasons. Others did not want to have too deep a relationship with Wu Jiang. Once this person has an accident, nominees are also responsible. Fuongqi Pham secretly observed the expression of Hong Tri-Thien too. Seeing no anger on his face, he continued speaking. Otherwise, with this person's background and position, was soon transferred to the court. This, Your Majesty, please investigate thoroughly. I am sure that Your Majesty will have an unexpected harvest. On the ink-stained face of the Emperor Hongji, a look of surprise was evident. He really cannot imagine a person who is praised from top to bottom can be a villain. Emperor Hongji glanced at Zhu Haoxiao, then looked at Fuongqi Pham. Unexpectedly, these two people are just like a memorial. That can know the hidden story behind. This made him a little unbelievable. But things have come to this, can only follow the suggestion of the Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham. Only after ordering a thorough investigation did Wu Jiang feel at ease. Then changing the subject, talking about the Crown Prince going to Tai's son to supervise the construction of the palace. Emperor Hongji said, the prince wanted to work, but after Tranquoc Fu was completed, the prince must come to roll call on time. If not, he will immediately dissolve the Tranquoc Palace. Fuongqi Pham also thought, Emperor Hongji really wanted the Crown Prince to be able to shoulder everything by himself. Unexpected, it turns out that they want to use Tranquoc Palace to tie up the Crown Prince. If the prince, as well as ordinary officials, every day must check in and receive work on time, then even if you want to escape, where to hide? Must say, the older the ginger the spicier it is. The Crown Prince just thought about having his own Tranquoc Palace in the future. Then happy face hurriedly accepted. With the prince's unusual personality, I really don't know, this little trick of Hongji Emperor may or may not work. A few days later, an urgent secret report was sent to the inner court. Emperor Hongji held the hot secret report in his hand, eyes like falling out. Kunzhou Prefecture encountered a great disaster. Dike broken, hundreds of people died, countless people scattered. The prefect of Kunzhou took the pretext of relief aid. Take this opportunity again. Secretly transferred all the food reserves in the warehouse of the Kunzhou government. Lie that it was destroyed by heavy rain. In fact, this food has been smuggled into the market. Sell a high price. Emperor Hongji never expected. This guy is so bold. The whole Danchao district was of one mind. Lie to the top and deceive to the bottom. In the memorial, also mentioned an incident 3 years ago when the Weichu warships patrolled the coastal waters, was attacked by Japanese pirates. More than 100 people died. Countless people were injured. 2 boats. Very likely, behind this story is related to the Jiangnan rich colluding with Japanese pirates. But the governor of Kunzhou, Wu Jiang, unfortunately came from a wealthy family. Emperor Hongji was so angry that his whole body trembled. Cold. Unexpectedly, everything was exactly as Fuongqi Pham and the Crown Prince said. This district governor is praised by everyone. What a cunning man. But a Wu Jiang is too easy to deal with. Just a single point. Disgrace? But what about the outsiders? What about those who fail to fulfill their responsibilities? Should we deal with them all? If you do so, wouldn't it become like the case of punishing the wicked and promoting the talented of Emperor Taizu Gao, one time to exterminate tens of thousands of people? Can he do that? The ice was 3 feet thick, not from a cold day. This matter is not just a matter of an imperial edict, is possible to solve thoroughly. Emperor Hongji was so angry that his eyes turned red. Wave. Sent a close eunuch to summon the Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham. When the Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham arrived at Non Kak, Emperor Hongji sat behind the imperial table with a gloomy face. The Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham glanced at each other. Everyone thinks that I have caused trouble recently, made the Emperor Hongji furious. Unexpectedly, the two of them had not yet confessed their crimes. Emperor Hongji flew into a rage and cursed, Danchao District Governor Nugo Jiang deserves to die. Two idiots. At this moment, the two people simultaneously wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. At the same time, the two people's eyes lit up. Sure enough, I guessed it right. The problem now is Wu Jiang and the Japanese pirates are not scary. The scary thing is that the nature of Japanese pirates is private business. Behind those thoughts, also had the secret support of the noble families of the southeast region. This is a huge benefit, with intricate relationships. If you kill them all directly, uproot, then the number of people involved is probably no less than 10,000, even several thousand. The problem is, this is not the time of Emperor Teizugao. If you really do that, we'll shake the foundation of the nation. This is also what gives Emperor Hongji a headache. He cannot issue this edict. Not giving up, he was really angry and unbearable. Fuonki Pham saw the dilemma of Hong Tri-Thean too. He suggested that the name of Tran Quoc Phu could be used. Establish an army to destroy pirates, both pirate and private boat checks. Furthermore, this army, when grown, can also escort fleets going west, can also quell the neighboring pirates, really kill two birds with one stone. The reason for using the name Tran Quoc Phu, not to avoid startling the snake, but in Fuonki Pham's heart there was already a suitable person, sent to suppress bandits. It is his disciple, academician editor Duong Dan. Emperor Hongji never expected this. The person Fuonki Pham recommended was Duong Dan, such a weak scholar. Hitting the snake to startle the grass is not possible. I'm afraid that after startling the snake will laugh to death. Fuonki Pham also smiled and said, although this disciple of his is a bit useless, but his clever plan to defeat the bandits, only this most useless disciple can use it. Emperor Hongji pondered for a long time. Think still, should prepare two hands, let Duong Dan try it out. At the same time, the Ministry of War must also mobilize elite troops. Contingency, this is also true. But Fuonki Pham thought of his students, being looked down upon like that by others, in the heart cannot help but have a little sadness. Although Duong Dan was his worst student, but was slapped in the face by the Emperor Hongji right there, still has some damage to Fuonki Pham's reputation. Minister of War Mo Wenqing has been depressed to death lately. Before there was the lower Atlantic Ocean, then there are shackles. Although the effectiveness of leg cuffs is still not ideal, but today I don't know what happened, was scolded by the Emperor Hongji like a slap in the face. Also do not know what bad luck has encountered. Anyway, His Majesty has ordered the Ministry of War to equip themselves with leg shackles. Elite mobilization? Prepare the shackles, but those pirates had no ships to go into the deep sea, can only stay near the shore to guard, but the pirates came without a trace, and left without a trace, so how to beat? Mavan Sin was thinking about this. Unexpected, was blocked by the Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham at Nugomon Gate. The two men looked at him with squinted eyes. The Crown Prince asked directly, Father ordered you to prepare the leg shackles. Coincidentally, we also have shackles. What a coincidence. In Mavan Sin's heart, it was as if 10,000 muddy horses were running through. It seems that before, the Ministry of War and the Tay Sun people also went to the Atlantic together, right? Is this a fateful encounter? Before Mo Wenqing could say a few polite words, the prince frankly wanted to borrow a few boats from him. Other things are easy to say, but as soon as I heard the boat, Mo Wenqing's face immediately fell. Frankly, he has no boat. The prince looked at his appearance, lazy to argue with him, directly extended his hand, wanted to borrow 5 boats. Pay in 3 years. Mavan Sin's heart trembled slightly. Awkward face. He must report this to His Majesty. Moreover, the boat belongs to the royal court. He also has no right to decide. The prince said without any restraint. His father was too contemptuous. Just ask Mavan Sin. Did he give these 5 boats away? Fuonki Pham sarcastically said from the side. If you don't give it, then forget it. Tell Mavan Sin clearly. His Highness the Crown Prince is narrow-minded. Bad character, but also vengeful. Although the Crown Prince knew this was a plan, but it sounds like Fuonki Pham is scolding someone. Mavan Sin gritted his teeth, said righteously, it must be reported to His Majesty. If your Majesty has an edict, no matter how much you want, the Ministry of War will give it all. The prince was not a patient man. Seeing Mavan Sin beating around the bush with him for so long, immediately pulled his face down. Really not allowed. Fuonki Pham also raised his eyebrows, pulling the prince's sleeve, then stopped talking nonsense to him. Your Highness is back. Hold the book. Write this debt down. As they spoke, the two pulled each other and wanted to leave. Mavan Sin at this moment wished he could vomit blood. What does journaling mean? He is here to contribute to the court. Great in self. Why can't you speak clearly? Mavan Sin saw the two people about to leave. I'm really afraid that His Highness the Crown Prince will find trouble for me in the future. Slowly hold out one finger. Means at most only one can be lent. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham looked at each other. Actually, their target is just one, the so-called 5 pieces, just shouting sky-high prices, pay on the spot only. The two people's eyes lit up. Happily accepted, looking at Mavan Sin's still somewhat worried expression, Fuonki Pham comforted him. Your Highness the Crown Prince's character. You still don't believe it, even if it is unbelievable. Can't you believe me, Fuonki Pham? If you don't say anything, then don't say it. As he spoke, Mo Wenqing's heart became even more bottomless. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham also did not care how Mavan Sin feels now. Anyway, the goal was achieved. The two happily said goodbye and ran away. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham, after setting a trap for Mavan Sin, obtained a boat. His Tranquoc Palace finally had something to do. But the Crown Prince gave Doang Dan a boat. Immediately wanted him to quell the pirates. Feel a bit unrealistic. Fuonki Pham somewhat despised the Crown Prince. What are you thinking? A boat can only carry 300 soldiers. Not even enough for pirates to stuff between their teeth. Want to destroy pirates completely. They have a lot of work to do. This boat is only for Doang Dan to use for training troops. Contempt is contempt. But the truth about this matter still needs to be told to the Crown Prince. So Fuonki Pham asked the Crown Prince, why are pirates so rampant? Forever banned, for the benefit. Just someone go to the sea. Still have significant profits. Pirates will never be completely eradicated. The prince heard and suddenly woke up, directly proposed solutions. Well, that's easy. Directly open for people to go to the sea, see how they do. This is the lovely place of the Crown Prince. That's also the reason why Fuonki Pham can pee in the same puddle with him. Sometimes, problem solving should use linear thinking like the prince. Thinking too much ahead, worry over and over, we'll be tied up by countless people. But want to open the sea is not. The situation is huge. Current emperor, hardworking love people, is the master of the Trung Hung. But the problem is that he is a rule follower, want to let you dismiss all opinions. Almost impossible. Fuonki Pham looked at the prince, cannot help but praise the prince's intelligence. The Crown Prince heard Fuonki Pham's praise, asked Fuonki Pham teasingly, you say every day that the emperor is wise and holy? Again said the Holy Palace. But a lot of times, father and I have many disagreements. So who do you say is the truly holy one? Faced with the Crown Prince's teasing, Fuonki Pham thought for a while. Among the princes, His Highness is the most wise. Among the emperors, Your Majesty is the most famous, are very famous. Follow beside you. The subject learned a lot. Seeing Fuonki Pham flattering to such a proficient level, the prince finally understood why every time the emperor wants to punish Fuonki Pham. Then again, elephant head mouse tail. But I myself am always the one being beaten. It was obvious how shameless he and Fuonki Pham were. Not at all on the same level. If he doesn't get beaten, who will? After talking with the prince, Fuonki Pham returned home to find Doang Dan, began to impart the technology to him. Doang Dan heard that he was about to return to Jiang Nam Din Kao, a little nervous inside, have some hope. Since I entered the sect of my teacher, the arrogant Jiangnan actor of the past, gradually have a little self-esteem. Senior brother Ayang Ji protected Jinzhao and made great achievements. Junior brother Vong Thu Nan is famous throughout the world. Even Tuken has gone out to sea, even though he is Lu Ji's disciple. Now also pacified Korea, made great achievements. How much pressure is this? He also longs for one day. I myself can be like the eldest brother and the youngest brother, even his own worship established industry. Now the opportunity is right before your eyes. How could he not cherish it? So tonight, Doang Dan listened very attentively. Under the command of Fuonki Pham, maybe other things cannot be learned, but listen to the teacher, imitate it and you will not be wrong. Fuonki Pham relapsed into his lazy habit again. After finishing his work, Doang Dan went to Jiangnam, then retreated home to sunbathe, and heard good news. Lu Jie stabilized Korea under the name of Imperial Envoy, and supported Lai Dich to become king, now led the Korean envoy back home. He didn't expect Lu Jie to return so quickly. Fuonki originally wanted to let him play some more role in Korea, stayed there for 10 or 8 years to help him buy Korean ginseng. I must say, Fuonki Pham's heart is really big. If you really do as he says, let Liu Ji wander outside for more than 10 years, then his father, old Liu too, I'm afraid I have the intention of killing the whole Fuong family. People really can't stand being reminded. Fuonki Pham was leisurely drinking tea. Liu Ji has arrived. As soon as he saw Fuonki Pham, he bowed. Fuonki Pham was speechless. Originally intended to call in sick to go home to escape the hustle and bustle. Who would have thought that this disciple would come to disturb his peace so early in the morning? Can only lazily respond and come back. At the same time, boundless pride arose in my heart. I am so... But is the father and grandfather of countless people. Does that reduce life expectancy? Liu Ji saw his mixed emotions. In Korea, he had faced life and death countless times, and each time thanks to the wisdom of the master, Based on the brocade bags, the miracle of salted fish flips over. Looking at Fuonki Fem, he said with admiration, since returning to the capital, I had not yet returned home and had already gone to see my master. Fuonki Fam suddenly understood. Turns out that's why he came early in the morning. Unexpectedly, this disciple is also very filial. Looking at Liu Ji, Fuonki Fam really wanted to scold him. Why not bring some Korean ginseng back? But immediately after that, he swallowed these words. As a human being, you must know how to keep your religion. Can't just talk about money. Fuonki Fam is not that kind of person. Only he can believe this kind of self-deception. So Fuonki Fam said, he felt Liu Ji's filial piety. But don't do things like that again. His father was always waiting for him to come home. Although this master, twice as tall as his father, but father is still father. Liu Ji looked at Fuonki Fam gratefully, thinking that his master was too trustworthy. Whether it is character or intelligence, he is admired. Then Liu Ji sadly said, in Korea, he explained to Li Dich some things about psychology. Li Dich was studious. I really admire the great way of my master and teacher, so he took him as his master. Fuonki Fam heard and immediately jumped up, started cracking his fingers. Feel brain is a little bit not enough. These disciples really let themselves go too far. The hierarchy is a bit messy now. Just arrange it like that. Shouldn't he be called master now? Just heard the word ancestor. Fuonki Fam felt a slight headache. 8 generations of ancestors doesn't seem like a nice word. Fuonki Fam still had not recovered for a long time. Finally nodded vigorously. Anyway, the disciple has already received it. What can a master say? Trustworthy character is fine. From kind, the person carrying a dream on his shoulders about a sea king of the great Ming emperor. At this time, his teacher had completely forgotten him. Normally when Fuonki Fam talks to others, often boasted about having 5 successful students, every time had to ask Dong Dan to remind, he just remembered that he still had 6 students. It must be said that Tu Chen was forgotten by his teacher, how pitiful, but at this moment he, still stupid, riding his human scum Wang Buho, cruise on the vast and majestic ocean, explore the sea for the master. Chart notes, from Kunlich standing on the side of the boat, looking towards the land ahead. Down to sea for 3.5 months. These 3.5 months, drifting at sea is boring. But so what if it's boring? The scum of the world, Wang Buho, is still not afraid of storms. A straight line. The island that was supposed to appear did indeed appear. He followed the route that the family had researched. One way south. His boat even stopped briefly at the port of Annam. There was a brief stop. His appearance received a warm welcome from Annam from top to bottom, because Tu Tine had hinted to them that His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Ming came here, this time, is to come to comfort the King of Annam. The Annamese people really believe. So a lot of supplies were brought on board. Annamese people show their majesty. Of course, this is closely related to the scum human Captain Wang Bahao. From Tin. The messenger Tin spoke very pleasantly. Always keep face for the Annamese people. The Annamese also offered a beautiful woman. Tu Tran also happily accepted. After a night of luxury, he set out again on the second day. Carrying the greetings of the Annamese people, he continued his journey south. Tu Ten enjoyed this feeling very much. The feeling of eating for free when hitting the shore. But every night, when keeping a logbook, in his mind he could not help but remember one person, write and rewrite words of longing for his teacher. Thinking about my teacher, both have the grace to impart the teachings, answer doubts, and just save my life. The reason he accepted this arduous seafaring job, it was because of the research of ancient tales that the two family had devoted themselves for generations, and also to repay his teacher. Hope one day the teacher will look at him with different eyes. Who would have thought that when he thought of the emotional moment, suddenly eyes wet with tears. In his diary, Lakbai continued writing, the days drifting on the boat, there is not a day that does not feel like hundreds of fingers are scratching at my heart. This suffering is not something ordinary people can bear. Does my teacher worry about me? If one day I die at sea, I hope my parents and teachers can hold back their grief, absolutely cannot be sad because of me. Right and right, tears could not help but fall. Sigh, I mean to Tin, does your inner self need to be so rich? His teacher in the capital eats well and drinks well every day. Ever think of you? Big idiot. People don't benefit from you. Don't worry about the adults in the house. Just say I'm disadvantaged because I don't have education. Since watching Ming Dynasty defeated Sun, I just realized how difficult it is to protect a dynasty. But there is a question that always lingers in my mind. After all dynasties are ruled by monarchs, full of disaster. Or only the imperial dynasty under the reign of Emperor Hongji, so many disasters. Just finished the landslide in Lingkou district. Now Ningbo prefecture is experiencing a drought again. Why can't there be a peaceful day? If it weren't for Fuonki Fam, I wonder how many people will die. Just as Emperor Hongji was sighing, will there be cannibalism in Ningbo prefecture? A memorial from the Ningbo prefect has been sent before you. He dared not look any further, but then he saw Tranquoc Palace. Order to go fishing. No one returns empty-handed. Go empty-handed. When I came back, I got more than several 100,000 taels of gold. The more Emperor Hongji looked, the more he found it hard to believe. I feel that the Ningbo prefect must be worried crazy, or hallucinating from hunger. He told this news to the ministers in the court. Everyone looked at each other. Everyone felt this could not happen. People in trouble eat seafood every day, so this is still a disaster. This is clearly a paradise. After confirming that the memorial was real, Emperor Hongji was suddenly overjoyed. The big rock in my heart has also been lifted. He thought to himself, could this be heaven's blessing? Our ancestors virtuous, so why is this a good omen? We can understand why the prince's personality is so unusual. Turns out it's family genetics. Sigh, if your ancestors really have the virtue to bless you, how good it would be if the great Ming dynasty did not have natural and man-made disasters. Why do we have to torture people to death like this? Emperor Hongji naturally would not think so deeply. Now the only thing he wanted to clarify, what tricks did the Crown Prince and Fuonqi fame play, which can make Tranquoc Kong majestic and awe-inspiring? In just 3 short days, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of seafood can be exploited, so he was a little impatient for the Prince and Fuonqi fam. Go to the palace immediately. Wanted to summon the Crown Prince and Fuonqi fam? Then I must make the ministers wait a bit. Fortunately, Emperor Hongji allowed the ministers to dine in the palace. I just heard in the memorial that people in trouble ate fish soup. Many people's stomachs are already rumbling. Hearing Emperor Hongji say he wanted to pass on the throne, many people breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw the eunuch serving mashed potatoes, the faces of the ministers all turned black. Emperor Hongji is too stingy. When the mashed potatoes first appeared, everyone eats it and finds it strange. Taste is not bad, but now honestly, I'm sick of it. If you are hungry, take it out to fill your stomach. But this is royal use. What the hell is this? Mashed potatoes in the palace are so hard to eat. This is everyone's intuitive feeling. But for Emperor Hongji, the mashed potatoes today were really not good at all. He ate perfunctorily. Reluctantly full, Emperor Hongji had a kind of illusion. Next, who will go to calm whose disaster? Emperor Hongji was worried that the people in Ningbo were having to eat dirt. Think if I were in the palace dressed in brocade. Eat delicacies, inevitable in the heart of insecurity, so lately he has been having mashed potatoes for breakfast. Must share the joys and sorrows with the people. Just realized today, at noon, Emperor Hongji resolutely invited all the ministers, come to a mashed potato party. The ministers pretended to be very happy. Slowly enjoy the aroma of mashed potatoes, in the heart already cursed. Simultaneously, in mind cannot dispel the description in the memorial. Yellow croaker fish soup is really fresh and delicious. In the heart feel more dissatisfied. People in disaster areas eat yellow croaker every day, and we eat this. Just when the ministers were secretly complaining, the Crown Prince and Fuonqi fam arrived together. Emperor Hongji looked at the two of them deeply. Could not help asking, you two were together just now. Fuonqi fam's performance as a hunting dog is really very smooth. Just such a simple question. He also did not forget to flatter. Sure enough, all could not escape His Majesty's eyes. The god and the Crown Prince were really together just now. Your Majesty is wise. It's just this flattery from Fuonqi fam. It's a bit insulting to people's intelligence. If two people are not together, it must be two groups of eunuchs calling people. There will be first come first served. Now the two of them come together. Weren't we just together? Even a fool can see that. You use this to praise the wise Emperor Hongji. No matter how you look at it, it's like you're making fun of people. But fortunately, Emperor Hongji was generous, also got used to Fuonqi fam's habit of flattery. Take a deep breath. Ask the two people just now, what are you doing? The prince opened his mouth. Cooking fish. Tranquoc Palace received a quick message from Kavi, bringing a yellow croaker. And I and Fuonqi fam are thinking of ways to kill fish to make soup, to bring to the kin to taste. Emperor Hongji looked at the ministers, feel a little tight in the stomach. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so many mashed potatoes. Rarely is the prince filial, also know to bring fish to me. Now he was in no hurry to ask, how were these hundreds of thousands of pounds of fish caught? But really want to know, what do people in disaster areas eat? The prince was noisy, personally scooped a bowl of fish soup, and brought it before the Emperor Hongji. Emperor Hongji drank it all in one gulp. Suddenly arose an indescribable feeling. Because there is a sea ban, so there is not much seafood in Daemin. Emperor Hongji loved to eat fish, but most of them eat river fish, never eaten such fresh seafood. For a moment, I felt a little jealous of the people in the disaster area, thinking people eat fish soup every day, eat until weak and unable to take in more, but he ate mashed potatoes for several days in a row, suddenly feel like an idiot. Emperor Hongji finally could not hold back the doubts in his heart, ask how these hundreds of thousands of pounds of fish were caught. Fuonqi fam thought, this is the trade secret, How can you say it casually? It can only be said that knowledge and action are one. He knew that these kings and ministers like to hear great principles. Then he went into cheat mode. Say he is a man of conscience, cannot bear to see the people suffer, but conscience alone is not enough. Who in the world is not a saint? Who does not have conscience? Everyone knows that Confucius wrote Than Nan, strong writing of the meaning of the word, but to exercise one's conscience, need to find a way to solve the problem. Finally, after he looked up many ancient and modern books, figured out how to catch this yellow croaker. So immediately called someone to practice. Unexpectedly, it was really successful. With this answer, Emperor Hongji was very pleased. The other ministers also listened very comfortably, except for the fact that Fuongqi Pham claims to have a conscience. This matter still needs to be discussed again. Then everything else is fine. This time, Fuongqi Pham's fishing method received great praise from the Hongji Emperor. To be able to conduct operations at sea better, the Emperor Hongji specially issued an edict. The Zen Go Fu of the Biku Guard can ignore the sea ban. This means Baikovi has legal status to fish. No need to fight in the name of fighting the Japanese. Go fishing all day. Chu Hao Chu and Fuongqi Pham looked at each other. In the eyes revealed a smile. Deep down there is a kind of pleasure when a plot succeeds, because there is so much space to work with. The most important thing is that later on you can raise the boat and train the team. Entering the vast ocean is a great subject of study. Need to slowly polish, slowly practice, and it's a good thing this all started with fishing. Speaking of which, Ma Vanthang suddenly remembered Tutran going down to the West Ocean, face full of worry. Now Tutran has no news. He was thinking whether to continue sending warships, go explore the Atlantic Ocean or not. The court poured in so much salary. If Tutran does not return, then this minister of war of his really can't do it anymore. I don't know what kind of scolding I will get from the court. Mentioning Tutran, the ministers also focused his eyes on Fuongqi Pham. Everyone felt that Tutran was a bit weak. Not trustworthy. If I don't come back this time, how much salary will go down the drain? At that time, Fuongqi Pham, you patted your chest and guaranteed. Especially Dong Dong's eyes seemed to want to kill if he didn't return. So how is this any different from a scam? Wasted all the salary of the Ministry of Finance. At this moment, Fuongqi Pham felt a little guilty in his heart. Secretly thought if Tutran was really alive, then the scum of the world Vong Bat Hao has not been destroyed, then Tutran must have reached the Strait of Malacca. It's just a test drive anyway. But only, or perhaps this is a confirmation for the voyage, just confirm eligibility. Should go back too. But now it's been almost 2 years, so far no news. Could something really be happening? Fuongqi Pham felt the pressure was so great, especially the Hongji Emperor was looking at him like a hungry tiger. Fuongqi Pham could only grit his teeth and say, Tutran is the disciple I respect the most. Will definitely come back. If Tutran does not return, I'm willing to punish myself with 3 cups. Mevang just heard Fuongqi Pham speak so strongly. Still have some confidence in my heart, but when I heard the last sentence, he almost cursed out loud. Fuongqi Pham, you are really shameless. Seeing the ministers about to be furious, Emperor Hongji came forward to relieve him. Said that on the vast ocean, thousands of miles of waves, who can confidently guarantee that? Then just wait a little longer. If Tutin still does not repent, the court will send warships to the west to explore. That said, but the complexion of the king and his ministers were not good. Who was it that was bragging and boasting like thunder in the first place? It's just that His Majesty has already decided. Moreover, it is difficult to predict when going to sea. Perhaps there are countless wise men in the court, but hundreds of years of sea experience, plus the deliberate neglect of the ocean. The entire Ming dynasty was completely ignorant of the sea. Books and documents from the Song and Yuan dynasties, it is just considered by some people as a joke. After being copied, also soon completely deformed. Only weird people like the Tu family, full of several generations of ancestors, go collect and research those ancient books that no one cares about. So anything related to the sea? Fuongqi Pham felt that they were no different from elementary school students, and is not a graduate yet. He has 6 disciples anyway. At most he will punish himself with 3 cups. What a shame. The strongest water master of the great Ming, also the most elite sailor, but still could not deal with thousands of Japanese invaders, was defeated by the Japanese invaders, 600 or 700 people lost, also caused 2 large warships to be seriously damaged. The news has been transmitted. Mavan Sen's face immediately turned green. This is the elite sailor, the strongest the infantry can come up with. Who would have thought there would be such heavy losses of soldiers? Things have come to this. He can only come here to plead guilty. Emperor Hongji looked at the memorial with a gloomy face. The first thought was to beat Mavan's son to death, not to mention the lost wages and military supplies, also the amount of money for the battleship built. Yet they could not even defeat a small group of bandits. Mavan Sen also very disappointed. admitting to being in a coma, bowed and begged the Emperor Hongji to allow him to resign. Emperor Hongji coldly looked at Ma Wenqing. Want to run when something happens? There is no such good thing in the world. The infantry is now a mess. Spent so much salary, but nothing can be done. Honestly, now no one wants to clean up Ma Wenqing's mess. He wants to go somewhere is not that easy. Ma Wenqing's face turned pale. He wanted to die. Emperor Hongji's face was cold, ordered that all involved be punished, especially Thich Canthong as commander. This story, someone must take responsibility for this failure. Great Ming, even the small Japanese invaders could not cope with it. Then how can I face my ancestors? What a joke. Fuonki Pham saw the face of Hong Tri-Thien too was extremely scary, scared to breathe. At this time he absolutely did not dare to go to Lu Hu ruins. Hearing of the great defeat, Fuonki Pham sighed in his heart. Also know that this failure is almost a historical inevitability. A flock of ducks has been dry for more than 100 years. Really think just need to close a few. Warships like the time of Tambao Eunuch. Is it possible to defeat a horde of Japanese invaders across the ocean? This is not Fuonki Pham losing his dignity, but fighting at sea is a technical job. It is absolutely not just courage that can win, let alone courage. Soldiers hungry for 3 days 9 meals. Hungry tigers. How can you compare your courage with those brutal bandits? How can courage be compared? But at this time, hearing that Emperor Hongji wanted to punish Shi Jingtong, Fuonki Pham was still a bit surprised. This Thich Canthong seems to be the father of Thich Ki-Kwang. This person can be considered a famous general. Although the achievements are not equal to Thich Ki-Kwang, the so-called father is not as good as son, but Fuonki Pham thinks Thich Canthong just hasn't met the right time yet. The Chenghua and Hongji periods that he lived through, the court was basically not very vigilant against the Japanese invaders, so nature could not give him the opportunity to perform. But even so, Thich Canthong still relies on real ability. That has appeared in history. Fuonki Pham hesitated for a moment. Should I risk it for Thich Ki-Kwang's father once? Ponder for a moment. Fuonki Pham suddenly burst out laughing. The ministers looked at Fuonki Pham like he was an idiot, still laughing out loud now. What a suicidal act. Emperor Hongji thought that Fang Jifan had developed a brain disease. Fuonki Pham shook his head, also did not pay attention to the stupid looks of everyone, and told the Emperor Hongji about his views on this matter. This is like the old agricultural extension letter. People who do not understand farming wrote a letter of encouragement to farmers to reclaim land and cultivate. Now Thich Canthong is that farmer. The court wrote a letter of encouragement to agriculture. Tell him how many boats to have, how to practice, when to go to war. The result is that the earth has changed, so whose fault is it in the end? Fail in the court, put the blame on a farmer. Like that the court can never progress, loses. Things have come to this, the court should examine itself, find the problem. To revise. Fuonki Pham rarely speaks a string of morals. Emperor Hongji was silent for a long time, carefully pondered Fang Jifan's words. He called Fuonki Pham over. Because I see this person has many tricks, maybe this person has a new perspective. Wait until he thinks carefully. Just discovered that Fuonki Pham was scolding him. Emperor Hongji's face turned red, but then suppressed his anger. If traced back to the origin, it is a matter of the court. But the problem is who under the sky understands naval warfare? Fuonki Pham slowly said 2 words, Duongdan. To save the famous general father he had never met, how far can you go? Fuonki Pham, in order to save Thich Ki-Thong, father of Thich Ki-Kwang, also spent all capital, using the student Duongdan, taking the killing of a giant fish that was even bigger than the egg as a bet, to hand over Thich Canthong to them. Tranquoc Palace was falsely accused, and used the heads of his 5 disciples as security. Even Emperor Hongji was surprised by Fuonki Pham's generosity. But what made Emperor Hongji suspicious was, doesn't Fuonki Pham have 6 disciples? Why do you keep betting on 5 students these days? Did he forget that Tu Tin was going to the west? Or is it that in his heart, Tu Tin is already dead? These thoughts suddenly flashed through the mind of Emperor Hongji. To show generosity, he immediately issued an edict demoting Thich Canthong to the position of Deputy Thien Ho. Send a Tranquofu. Actually, Fuonki Pham's idea is very simple. Thich Canthong is indeed a very talented person. This time he made a big mistake. Even though the emperor did not punish him, then he can only live a comfortable life all his life. Fuonki Pham wanted to give him a chance like the son of Thich Ki-Kwang, to be able to freely roam. Because the Emperor Hongji gave him face, then he let Duongdan catch the giant fish. 1 is to establish authority, 2 is to be able to conduct military exercises. At the same time, we can also see how capable Thich Canthong is. What is there not to do? Furthermore, because of this failed engagement, making it a little difficult for the Ministry of War to raise his head, just in time to be able to rob the remaining boats of the Ministry of War. Crown Prince Tranquoc Phu heard that Fuonki Pham wanted to rob the boat of Bun Bo, then a little shy. Feely is really omnipotent. Some suggestions are not as straightforward as his. Directly asked the emperor like that. Fuonki Pham smiled and glanced at the crown prince. This glance made the crown prince's pride stimulated. He is the emperor's son after all. The eyes of Fuonki Pham. Don't you believe he has that ability? Want it? Fuonki Pham waved his hand. Because the crown prince is the biological son of his majesty, if not for his character, and no brain disease, no matter how generous your majesty is, then I'm afraid you would have died 180 times. The crown prince glared at Fuonki Pham, pondering for a long time, suddenly burst out laughing. This word is not acceptable, but not without reason. But the crown prince did not care. Perhaps it is because I am the emperor's son, so that's how to develop such personality. If I were someone else's child, then it wouldn't be like this. From this we can see, the root of the problem is in the child. The naughty prince is the father's fault, cannot blame him. The crown prince's ability to let others scold him in the face and still be happy makes Fuonki Pham feel ashamed. Sure enough, the crown prince's face was not normally thick. Fuonki Pham was too lazy to argue with the crown prince about this issue, but was thinking about how to write a memorial. Only then could he make the Emperor Hongji hand over the navy of the Ministry of War to him. Emperor Hongji found the memorial difficult to write. Mavansin immediately said, "These 4 ships are the only warships of Penglai Water Camp. If Penglai Water Village had no boats, what to do when the Japanese invaders come?" Emperor Hongji knocked on the table, secretly thought Penglai Water Village cannot be without boats. But what if Penglai Water Village has a boat? Emperor Hongji was still a little angry inside. But when he saw Ma Wen-sheng's embarrassed appearance, the remaining scolding words were finally not said. Ma Van-sin wished he could just die. He really doesn't want to do this position of Minister of War anymore. There is no taste at all. Can only tremble and say some meaningless words. God deserves to die 10,000 times. Emperor Hongji could only sigh helplessly. From ancient times until now, deep love is hard to keep. Only talent can move people's hearts. Even though our ancestors were poor, then the people of Yuwu and Yongkang from ancient times to the present all have tradition. Might as well not need it, but cannot live afraid of death. Their poverty comes from calculation engraved in their bones, so they greedily enjoyed the days of joining Tran Quoc Phu, be made a guard. So these fearless guys just need money. Dare do anything, even if it means letting them hunt for giant fish never seen before. After finishing his bet with Emperor Hongji, Fuonki Pham returned home, immediately had a headache thinking of ways to catch whales. Then write a letter to Duong Dan. The letter has been sent, but in his heart he could not help but feel a little self-reproach. Whale hunting is a very dangerous business. He could only shamelessly hand this matter over to Duong Dan. Then in the letter, he sighed and wrote, "If I hadn't stayed in the capital for important matters, then I really hope to be able to be with this disciple whom I value the most, sharing the same fate, now can only stay in the capital to wish Duong Dan good luck." Duong Dan also did not disappoint the trust of his teacher Fuonki Pham. Do as Fuonki Pham said in the letter, reinforce the boat with strong ropes at the bow and stern. After a struggle with the whale, finally caught the whale. Fuonki Pham happily went with the crown prince to report the good news. Report to Emperor Hongji that a few days ago, Duong Dan led his troops to the sea to fight the whales, making the sea red with blood. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds. Whales are as big as boats, teeth as tall as a person. But the guards remained undeterred. The brave generals charged forward, finally killed the whale. The whale bones are currently on their way to the capital. Emperor Hongji rubbed his forehead. Still feel Fuonki Pham is bragging. Teeth as tall as humans. How is this possible? Couldn't help asking, did Fuonki Pham and the crown prince see it with their own eyes? The prince gestured and said, "What old man Fuong said is true." Emperor Hongji looked at the crown prince and shook his head helplessly. "In my heart I thought people also say shit is both sour and sweet. I believe what I see. What you see and hear is all fake." Emperor Hongji said, "I really want to see if there is such a big whale. It's not that I don't believe your words. It is just that the reports of local officials are often exaggerated. Well, let's wait until we see the real thing." The crown prince and Fuonki Pham looked at each other. Makes sense. Can't see the real thing. It is useless for them to say anything more. Emperor Hongji saw them coming, and a few more instructions. He issued an edict that the examinations would be held next spring. Let Taesun Library try harder. Afterward, Emperor Hongji suddenly asked Fang Jifan a question about his father's memorial. Does he know? Fuonki Pham was a bit confused. In his father's recent correspondence, there is nothing about submitting a memorial. All unimportant things asked him if he had eaten yet. Although Fuonki Pham did not want to agree with his father, but his father sent a letter from Guizhou, travel thousands of miles to ask him if he has eaten yet, then it must be 10 days or half a month later. He did not just eat, had to go dozens of times. Isn't idleness the mother of distraction? Fuonki Pham could only helplessly ask, what did his father do? Emperor Hongji looked at Fang Jifan with a strange expression. I don't know whether to tell him or not. Bloody stories happen every year. Today it's finally Fuang Qifeng's turn. He was stunned by Hatch Hoyanmei's news. His father had a child with the traitor Mai Lu behind his back, but this news was not told to him by his father. But it was the Emperor Hongji himself who told him. This made him suddenly feel abandoned. The old man used to depend on him. Why is the will so steadfast? Kneeling under the beautiful pomegranate skirt again, the crown prince, his good brother, seeing Fuang Qifeng a bit disappointed, hurriedly patted his shoulder to comfort him. Actually, that's fine too. I would love to have another brother. Fuang Qifeng still found it a bit hard to believe. His father did the same. Emperor Hongji snorted coldly, not just hiding him. That year, Fuang Qifeng let Fuang Qianlong guard Gizhou, is to wish Gizhou lasting peace, so he did not order him to escort Mai Lu back to the capital to be punished, but let Fuang Qianlong improvise. Who would have thought he was so convenient even in bed? Now it's good. Make one pregnant. Coming birthday. Paper cannot wrap fire, just frantically presented. To put it clearly, it is called mutual love, and Mai Lu is a wanted criminal. To put it harshly, is a crime of treason. Emperor Hongji looked at Fang Jifan with a cold face. Tell him to try. How should the emperor handle this? Fuang Qifeng shut his mouth. Don't know what to say. Anyway, this story is crazy, it's crazy. But the bloody stories of the governors of various places, really not a few. Really cannot say the reason. Ni Lu is indeed a wanted criminal. But that year, Emperor Hongji really issued an edict, told his father to improvise. How to deal with it is his father's business. There is just one thing wrong. The court thought of everything, both his father's way of solving the problem. Just one thing not to think of. His father used the most primitive method, from the beginning of human history until now, to solve this problem. It's done. What can Fuang Qifeng say? Food is natural. His father was no exception. Fuang Qifeng could not say anything. The crown prince was impatient again. Think this is no big deal. Because of the Marquis of Bunte of Dai Min. Marry Mai Lu and have children. What's wrong? Consider it a marriage. Fuang Qianlong's story can be big or small. Emperor Hongji considered. He was too lazy to bother with the crown prince's nonsense. Just because of a short decision, then lower the order to reprimand, let him follow. At the same time, congratulations to Fuang Qifeng on having a younger brother. Fuang Qifeng breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Emperor Hongji. Just heard the news. He was still a little confused, along with congratulations to Fuang Qifeng. He is a bit silly. There must be many people waiting to see his joke. This is understandable. Why can't his father remarry? Why can't a second wife have children? This is common sense. That year because of me, how much suffering, father. Thinking maybe after arriving in Gizhou, the string in my mind has loosened. What's the matter? Fuang Qifeng still wants a girlfriend. Want to get married again? Seeing so many people. Looking at him with a slightly strange smile. Fuang Qifeng really laughed, declared his father was happy. Surely overjoyed. In the next few days, he will hold a party in the mansion. Invite your majesty and the ministers to drink a cup of wine to celebrate. Everyone looked at Fuang Qifeng happily, a little bewildered. Normally speaking, oh, so this guy is a person with brain disease? How can it be measured by common sense? I don't know, in the end, love went astray, or is love cheating? In short, he is Fuang Qifeng's father, colluded with the Mexican traitor. Maybe because of guilt, letters from home in Guzhou have been very diligent lately. All I ask is if Fuang Qifeng is doing well these days. How at home? Fuang Qifeng is very happy every day, received countless congratulations, but in my heart I still find it hard to accept. The old man hid his son and went out to do man-woman things. This old man is a piece of trash. He did not reply, so the correspondence became even more diligent, has reached the level of 1 day 1 speed. Wake up early in the morning. The maid Tiu Hong Hong was helping Fuang Qifeng get dressed. Just told him that Gizhou has another letter. After a few days of self-adjustment, Fuang Qifeng softened his heart. I think I should still reply to a letter. To avoid worrying the old man who secretly gave birth. Bao Tiu Hong Hong delivered the letter home today. Just finished reading the letter. Fuang Qifeng almost vomited blood and died. Bullying people too much. This is really bullying. His name is Fuang Qifeng. The child that his father and Mai Lu gave birth to. Name Fuang Tiufa. What does this mean? If you don't know how to name it, don't name it randomly. What is it, Fuang Tiufam? Not his child. Fuang Qifeng muttered and cursed. Tiu Hong Hong smiled. Congratulations, young master, on having another younger brother. Fuang Qifeng sighed. What brother? It's sister. Fuang Qifeng's anger came quickly and went quickly. He saw that his father had a problem with his mind. Girl? Name Tiufem again. If this gets out, we'll definitely be laughed at. Thinking of Gizhou and other places too remote. Bad air, not a place to raise children. Wait until the baby is 1 month old. He will take it back to the capital to raise. Everything is available here. Can be raised to be a noble lady. To stay in Guzhou. 8 or 9 out of 10 will become a naughty girl. Tiu Hong Hong heard the word welcome home. Blushing cheeks, the princess bowed her head. Shyly say a word, yum master? What a bad person. Fuan Qifam was bewildered. If I'm bad, I'm not as bad as my father. Luckily, at this moment, Dang Qinban was excited and wanted to rush in. Just heard Tiu Hong Hong say 2 words true and false. Then stop, obediently stand outside to explore. See, nothing happens. The god of wealth said impatiently, young master, come out and see. Come out and see. The well bones have been brought to the capital. So big, scared to death. Fuan Qifam waved his hand. Cool it. Prepare to write a reply letter to his father. The letter roughly reads, can the name Fuang Tiufam be changed? Laziness is not that bad. Moreover, the baby eats very well every day. No big. The most important thing is, send someone to take Tiufam to the capital. Anyway, there's something here. Finished writing the letter home, he gave the letter to Dang Qian. Outside the door, the crown prince happily rode his horse in. Invite Fuan Qifam to the palace to see the whale. Fuan Qifam did not hesitate. For the horseman, with the crown prince, I am the wind, you are the sand, entwined towards the forbidden city. The strong wind knows the strength of the horse. Grass swaying, see the citadel. When Emperor Hongji saw the whale skeleton, he was extremely shocked, especially under this skeleton. A group of small people like ants were walking around. This skeleton is even bigger than a normal stingray. Emperor Hongji, originally not very interested in the giant fish that Fuan Qifam described, anyway, around him were all bookworms. They study day and night. Every day just busy polishing words. 100,000 troops. They can be said to be 800,000 troops. There is nothing they dare not say. There is nothing they do not dare to exaggerate. When he heard that a giant fish was coming, he did not want to see. He is the son of heaven after all. There is a lot to worry about. No free time to do this. But when you actually see something this huge, Emperor Hongji suddenly felt suffocated. Stand under rip. He felt like a baby in diapers. In the heart of 100 thoughts. How much meat should there be? Can feed a lot of people. Emperor Hongji gently stroked the giant skeleton. Suddenly body trembled. Red eye socket. Then his face became solemn. Suddenly pulled out the sword at his waist. Shouted loudly, if this monster comes back to life, do you dare to fight it? The whole school was silent. All was silent. Actually, everyone understands. This story cannot be verified. You say you dare. No one can deny. But when they saw this giant corpse, even though it is just a skeleton, they were soon soul scattered. Even if I say dare, probably will also become a laughing stock for the world. Being accused of bragging. Seeing that no one spoke, Emperor Hongji said, then said with emotion, if no one dares, so why is this monster here? Only a few dry bones left, but the people in the town's palace, from Dongdan up, down to the lower level generals, between big waves and strong winds, fought with dead fish. I asked, what is this? What is this? This is courage. Be fearless. It is also 9 deaths and 1 life. The Tran Quoc Palace was trained for less than a few months. Disaster relief. Never again. Make everyone brave. I feel worried for the country. There are loyal ministers and good generals protecting Day Min. Let me be here to admire this giant monster, so that you can enjoy peace. There are definitely people like that. Say many words in a row. Emperor Hongji looked a little tired. At this moment, the crown prince and Fuan Qifam entered. Everyone followed in. The prince heard from afar. Dare not. In the heart of indescribable excitement. 3 steps into 2. Cried a He dares, don't say 1. Even if it is 3 years old, he is also absolutely fearless. Emperor Hongji looked tired, looked at the crown prince with a little worry. He believed what the crown prince said was true, but I am the crown prince. Every day I only think about fighting and killing, meet anything blood rushes. Hate not being able to rush up and fight with people. Aren't you stupid? Emperor Hongji sighed. The crown prince thought his father did not believe him. He loudly declared, if you don't believe, then let him go to Ningbo right now. We'll kill. Several giant whales came before us. Emperor Hongji waved his hand, signaled that he believed. In my heart, I don't know whether I should be angry with the crown prince or not. He found there was no way with this prince. Why do you keep hitting and not stop? Fuan Qifam hid in the crowd. Look of unfamiliarity. This name of yours, drunk on the battlefield, please don't laugh. How many people have returned from war? Emperor Hongji pointed forward. Want to know how they caught and killed? Fuan Qifam scratched his head, not knowing what to say. He wasn't there anyway. But the soldiers of Gavi are all loyal people from Yu and Yongkang. That place is a bit poor. Barren land. Many mountains, but his loyalty to Dai Min is unmatched. Poor below. These words touched the heart of Emperor Hongji. He looked around at the civil and military guards, each person in silk brocade. Plump face, feel sorry for the poor, never received national grace, again for the great Ming we strive. In danger, the big whale still bravely moved forward. That's admirable. I understand clearly if one day I step back, then it will be a total loss. I admire them very much. The ministers saw the emotion of the Hongji emperor. Any angel, everyone would love such heroes, honest and simple. Upright, no matter how poor for many generations, but the emperor has commanded. Still loyal, even when faced with the most terrifying monsters, also absolutely not back down. Of course, except for overly loyal young men like the crown prince, there is only the ferocious Daji, and the giant whale in the sea can stimulate his interest. Must kill himself. The vast majority of people are ordinary people. They will be afraid, will also be shocked, especially those who have read the book, Man with Great Fortune. It is difficult to give up the wealth and glory that we have. It is difficult to have courage to rush into the water. Emperor Hongji could not help but praise. Fuonqi Pham is taught a good disciple. Afterward, entrusted the responsibility of destroying pirates to Tran Quoc Phu. The remaining 4 ships of the army was also assigned by the Emperor Hongji to the Tran Quoc Palace for management. Destroyed, this action of the Hongji Emperor made the Crown Prince extremely happy, shows that the Emperor has assigned the entire task of fighting the O invaders, let him handle it. After feeling the vibration from the new toy, the nosy nature of the Hongji Emperor was also stimulated, smiled and asked Fuonqi Pham, I heard your son was born a girl. Fuonqi Pham sweated. It is a good thing not to leave the house. Bad news travels 1,000 miles. He usually helps old people cross the street. Why does no one know? These tabloid rumors spread fast. Fuonqi Pham forced a smile and replied, Yes, that's right. Emperor Hongji curiously asked what the girl's name was. Fuonqi Pham choked for half a day before being able to say it. Fang Xiafan. Emperor Hongji muttered once. He felt this joke was enough to make him happy for the rest of his life. Happy mood praise. What a cool name. Meaning even though she is a little girl, must also work hard for Day Min. Your father is really thoughtful. Fuonqi Pham's smile is uglier than his cry. In my heart I thought, damn you. So doesn't my name mean both a vase and a jar? Great Ming Dynasty. Thinking about this, Fuonqi Pham suddenly felt that his father's name was quite cunning. The emperor just knew his name. Well, no, this family is definitely loyal. If this story were placed in modern society, this name is as effective as Fuong A Quoc, but Fuong Tiu Phin is a girl's name. Really a bit. Fuonqi Pham could only sigh. Silent, in the capital, people were still immersed in the greatness of the giant fish. The Emperor Hongji issued an edict, reconstruct the skeleton of this fish, on display at Kansun. People gradually have a new awareness of the ocean. Minister of War Ma Wenqing was under great pressure. Discussions about the sea, inevitable, spread to the shipyards. Initially asked to build a sea boat, the Ministry of War had to beg everywhere to get money. A lot of money and food were spent by the Ministry of War. But the Penglai water camp of the Ministry of War had no fighting power. What a shame. Now the silver is spent, food is, the boats are all going, people are also practicing, but where to go? The Ministry of War's exploration fleet was destroyed. Ma Van-sin himself was so worried that his hair turned white, because the end of the year is coming. He had to go ask for money again. Without money, the person who is practicing cannot continue to practice. The half-built boat cannot be completed, but money is not that easy to get. Unrecorded, Minister of Revenue Li Dong was too lazy to pay attention to him. Ma Van-sin had to send a henchman. Then Mr. Ma Van-sin also had to speak softly. No confidence left. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I feel. As the Minister of War, why must we bow down to a minister of the Ministry of Finance? Moreover, the more he humbled himself, the opponent is getting more and more aggressive. He also boasted that, if Ma Wenqing does not accept, then go before the emperor and make a complaint. Their guard from top to bottom will not spit out a single grain of rice. There is nothing to negotiate. He thinks I'm nothing, but dare not get angry. Who is to blame then? Who said his infantry is incompetent? The West has no achievements. In the heart holding a belly of anger, Ma Van-sin sent someone to bring today's report. And then he saw the name he had been waiting for, the King of Death. Ma Van-sin's eyes seemed to contract, whole body as if electrocuted. Happiness comes so fast like a tornado. The King of Death has returned. Moreover, they had already passed Xi-Yang. To the ancient tomb of the book, he is too familiar with this place. This is the end of the 7 Atlantic descents. It was the farthest place the great Ming could go after going west. If this route had been cleared, so that means the Ming fleet will follow this route, can reach places even further than the ancient Tome of Da. So, next trip, after this experience and certification, we'll continue to move west. Ma Van-sin instinctively touched his chest. How much The past 2 years, human or ghost, he wanted to drag those damn academics out and curse them, those damn imperial censors of the censorate, those useless guys from the Ministry of Finance. He has been holding this anger in for 2 years, but today fate finally turned. Ma Van Sin immediately sat up, his back straight, instantly causing the young soldier who was about to step out of his headquarters to turn back. The memorial hit the young soldier straight in the face. Then Ma Wenqing loudly scolded, Axiang is a national policy. The infantry is ready, just missing the east wind. What the hell do you guys have the guts to do? How dare you play tricks at this time? No salary. Great sin forever. Is Li Dongduang good? You dogs carry. The young soldier opened the memorial and read, the king of the mortal realm is not dead. Come back, the whole person is soft. Ma Wenqing, who just now said that anything could be negotiated. Smirk again. I was speechless just now. You dogs. Absolutely no negotiation. Now a small minister like you dare negotiate with my minister of war. He shouted, tell the little soldier to go home quickly, said to Li Dongdong, the salary he needed if he lacked even a penny, ruin national affairs, then Ma Van Sin I will drag Li Dongdong out, then dogs like you. Having said that, Ma Van Sin calmly said, sit down and have a sip of tea. So comfortable? It's been a long time since I felt this comfortable. I, Ma Van Sin, also have this day. Then he stood up, looking at the young soldier's face changing constantly, then go the door. While walking, he instructed his subordinates to prepare to enter the palace. Sitting in the palanquin, Ma Van Sin suddenly woke up. Tutan's return. It seems to have nothing to do with him. What the hell is he happy about? Back then, he also often made fun of Tutan going to sea, but shameless is still shameless. Thinking back, Tutan can return. Then the Ministry of War also has great advantages. At least the other salary didn't go to waste. Then earn some more money. Also have more confidence to sit in the position like now. The more Ma Van Sin thought about it, the more he realized that thing called face is really the biggest obstacle of life. Only by living shamelessly like Fuonqi Pham can one be comfortable. Then, he happily entered the palace to tell the good news to Emperor Ungji. When Emperor Hongji heard this news, also a bit do not know what to do. Taerun, word by word read the report. A long time later, he took a deep breath. God bless our great Ming. Emperor Hongji rubbed his temples. Very emotional. On that vast ocean, how many hardships and dangers, yet they were adrift at sea for 2 years. Not to mention the stormy waves, not to mention the monsters under the sea, not to mention the robbers you might encounter on the road. Just having to leave my homeland for 2 years, then what will you be like? The king of death? Not ordinary. What a respect. Emperor Hongji immediately issued an edict. 10 days later arrived at Chanjingard. I want to personally meet the king of the human realm. With colleagues, when Fuonqi Pham and the crown prince received the news from the palace, 2 people are playing marbles in the yard. The crown prince, the fool who was deceived by Fuonqi Pham and lost 800 taels of silver. Lost to the point of panic. The crown prince suspected that Fuonqi Pham was setting a trap, deliberately cheated him of his money. Honestly, what is there to doubt? The total mind vision of the crown prince and Fuonqi Pham added up to 800. Then Fuonqi Pham has occupied all 801. What more could there be to doubt? Aren't you cheating the landlord's stupid son out of money? Of course, Fuonqi Pham definitely would not admit it. He started to swear using the lives of his 5 disciples. If he dares to do something immoral like deceiving the crown prince, then his 5 disciples will die without a whole body. Just then the palace people arrive, summoned 2 people to the palace. The crown prince now no longer bothered to argue with the shameless Fuonqi Pham. The 2 of them arrived at Nong Kak. This place is so bustling. People whispering about legends, about the king of death. Emperor Hongji saw Fang Jifan and the crown prince arrive, immediately smiled and said, Fong Can, I have been waiting for you to come here. I want you to be a vanguard officer. To Tianjin welcome. Striker Fuonqi Pham frowned slightly. Words not yet uttered. Emperor Hongji interrupted him. On the dragon table. Stern look. Justice has been decided. The ministers have advised you. No need advise anymore. I want to go to Tianjin to personally welcome Tutin and the others ashore. Fuonqi Pham just now knew. It turns out Tutin has not yet arrived at the capital. Just got the news. At this time, Fuonqi Pham wanted to see Tutin even more. This name has made him famous. Fuonqi Pham thought to himself, only the devil can stop his majesty. Who dares to stop his majesty from welcoming my Tutin? I, Fuonqi Pham, will risk my life with that person. Emperor Ongji was very happy. Do not spare words to praise Tutin. This is not ordinary. Fuonqi Pham also shamelessly said, of course, Tutin is the disciple he values the most. Looks like Tang Dan. He also so. Indeed, to be a successful person, then must know how to lie. Fuonki Pham reported to Thien Tanvi at night. But there was one thing he didn't expect. In the capital, someone wants to kill him. This person is none other than... It was Wang, the one known as the scum of the earth, not the scum of the world of Tukun, but the king is not a hero. The king returns and will surely be famous throughout the ages. Wonderful world. From now on, just mention the Western royal family. Everyone will know the name of this scum of the world. As a historian, he may not love money, cannot regret the hat, may not even spare life, but only the people cannot be ignored, now for all eternity. Royal School of Tang history. Children and grandchildren are still present in this world. I'm afraid it will all be changed to old Wang next door. Can't lose face. This makes people live in disgust. Dead and still trampled forever. How can the king? How can swallow this angel? He wished he could chop Fuonki Pham into 100 pieces. As for Fuonki Pham, he is a person with upright views. He hates most fighting, killing. Peace is the main theme of humanity. Making others disgusted to death is his purpose. When the Emperor Hongji visited Chanjingard, catch the sea breeze, his mind gradually opened up. Never seen the real sea. He was shaken by the vast ocean. Once again emotional. There are people who dare to explore like Tutan. What a lucky day for Dai Min. And when the Emperor Hongji was moved, the crown prince was hiding to the side, whispering to Fuonki Pham. Well, my guess is not wrong. Father will definitely say how brave someone is. How talented. Then learn from Cao Cao to look at the East Sea. Speak out your desire for talent. That's how the father is. Even a small bean-sized story makes me sigh. Why are people so emotional? You see, isn't it better for people to just eat and sleep? Just bring trouble upon yourself? Let's say that Emperor Hongji has 2 cases. Not so bad for they. How dare you slander me behind my back like that? Old man Fuonki Pham is much wiser. Every time the crown prince secretly criticized his father, Fuonki Pham was silent. He is not stupid. How dare you follow the crown prince to talk nonsense? The crown prince saw that Fuonki Pham did not initiate conversation, immediately rolled his eyes. Wink or find a boat later. Go to the beach together. Fuonki Pham definitely said no. He's a coward. The prince was stunned after hearing that. He never saw anyone can talk about his cowardice so brazenly. Are not, as expected of a shameless person. Fuonki Pham looked at the crown prince's slightly disdainful eyes. Fuonki Pham felt that this sentence was not convincing enough. One more thing to say. The most important thing is that the god has a brain defect, fear of seawater reemergence, commonly known as hydrocephalus. That's not good. Fuonki Pham stood at the pier. See the boat shadow. The tattered boat carrying the scum of the world, the not-so-heroic king, was slowly approaching. Fuonki Pham looked at the boat's shadow, suddenly felt the sea breeze made my eyes uncomfortable. Rub then tears fall down. The prince stood beside him, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Ask a question, old Fuong. Are you crying? The prince was forever amused by such things. Since coming to Tianjin he has never left Fang Jifan's side. Fuonki Pham wiped his tears. Explanation: the wind is too strong. Blow into the eye. Annoyed, then ignored him. Lie that face. The prince took out his telescope, trying to find a familiar figure on the big boat. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. On the boat, there was no sign of Tu Tran. Fuonki Pham could not help but complain. Inside there is a little discomfort. His heartlessness is just his appearance. Actually, he loves this disciple Tutine very much. Teacher and student for many years. Even dogs have feelings. Yet there are shameful people who dare to gossip behind my back. Think Fuonki Pham is a heart of stone. These people deserve to be shot. When your first kiss is taken by a man, robbed, how does it feel? Fuonki Pham and Tu Ten try to reunite their teacher. The long-lost word master made Tutine's bones go soft. Without hesitation, he hugged Fuonki Pham with one arm. Tears wet Fuonki Pham's whole body. Fuonki Pham looked at Tu Tin with a different face. In my heart, I cannot help but feel emotional. 2 years ago, he sent Tu Tin out to sea. Is because he hopes that someone can find a future for this nation. But when it comes to actually setting sail, saying I don't miss you is a lie. Now teacher and student reunite. Fuonki Pham, although on the surface, still pretending to be profound and unpredictable, looking at Tu Tran's messy hair, cannot help shaking head. I've suffered. Fuonki Pham's gentle words made Tutine tremble. Then shout he's back. Instinctively kissed Fuonki Pham on the cheek. Fuonki Pham felt more and more, have a bad feeling. Unexpected next second. Tutine's mouth has been drifting at sea for 2 years without ever being washed. Pressed against Fuonki Pham's lips. Fanfan exploded. This was his first kiss. He couldn't even have the princess he loved the most. But it was stolen by his beloved disciple Tutine. Fuonki Pham gritted his teeth. Tears streamed down. Tutine did not pay any attention. In Frankish kissing it was routine. Fortunately, Tutine still had some reason left. Just touch it a little bit. Resolving awkwardness can lead to a situation where master and student become enemies. The prince standing next to him shivered. Scared to the face green. This tin is too scary. Every time I see someone, I rush to kiss them. He was afraid Tutain would do the same to him. Then why not throw up last night's dinner? The crown prince secretly liked Fuongqi Pham. This is also bearable. Mr. Fuong is a real man. After a recent excitement, after the teacher and student calmed down, Tutin began to report what he had experienced on this sea trip, and he also said that this time he brought back some envoys, aimed at restoring their tribute to the great Ming. Fuongqi's very curious how many envoys Tutin brought back. As Tutin slowly spoke the 47 moves, Fuongqi Pham almost choked to death. Although I know that the other 47 countries are just symbolic numbers, there are some countries that are only as small as a hand, but such a large number still made him a little surprised. But he had not yet digested this news. Then Tutain whispered to Fuongqi Pham. They also ambushed the Portuguese, steal their boat, captured hundreds of prisoners, including many craftsmen and sailors. Not only that, he is still in the west, recruited more than 100 Frankish craftsmen and sailors. Fuongqi Pham was very surprised. These people are exactly what the Atlantic needs now. Curious how Tutain recruited these people. Tutain looked at Fuongqi Pham meaningfully. Your face shows what I mean. Fuongqi Pham was bewildered. Does this count as human trafficking or something? Tutain, you are spoiled. Humph, then don't you look at who my teacher is? People say nearing turns black, near the light is bright, near Fuongqi Pham is better than Fuongqi Pham. Fuongqi Pham also did not expect Tutain to be so bold, invite so many craftsmen. Currently Day Min is in dire need of shipbuilding, but for 100 years now, the craftsmen of the great Ming were all lost along with the ban on the sea. Shipbuilding technology has been at a standstill for hundreds of years. Forging fire spears, fireworks, and memories of shipbuilding have all become unfamiliar. It is urgent to bring a breath of fresh air. Fuongqi Pham could not help but admire Tutain's vision. As expected of his most favorite student, hearing Fuongqi Pham's compliments, Tutain immediately felt elated. Fuom smiled. From the sleeve took out a large picture book, stuffed into Tutin's hand, looking deeply at Tutin. Tell him later when the audience, the first thing to offer is this. Cat Hong said this was after arriving at Mokok. Eunuch Tamba hurriedly returned. Leave a treasure, not in time to take away. Tutin heard. Bewildered face. Antiques from 100 years ago are so careless. Master, isn't this too hasty? This treasure is actually the paper of our great Ming. Is goatskin better? Although Tutin had doubts in his heart, but dare not doubt his teacher, but without hesitation put the painting away, nodded seriously. See you later, your majesty. We'll offer this first. Fuongqi Pham was very satisfied with Tutain's attitude, immediately advised, if discovered, do not be afraid. Just say, this is because His Highness the Crown Prince forced me. It's best to just bite to death. This is the treasure that the eunuch Tambao left behind. Tutain looked at Fuongqi Pham. In my heart I exclaimed, truly worthy of being my teacher. I have already thought of the way out for him. Emperor Hongji and his ministers, long-awaited sit. When he saw Tutain with disheveled hair, black step, Emperor Hongji frowned slightly. In his deep memory, Tutain was originally a white scholar. Elegant gesture, but now the whole person has completely changed. Emperor Hongji's heart trembled slightly. Can't help but admire Tutain's hard work. Quickly ordered someone to bring a brocade chair to Tutain. After Tu thanked Emperor Hong Tri, go straight to the main topic, the things that the master has entrusted. He told every word to Emperor Hongji. When Tutain opened the scroll, a map is... On the map, 5 big characters appeared, world map of 10,000 countries. Everyone was shocked. Emperor Hongji was even more moved. Tears welled up in my eyes. This world map. Actually, it was because Fuongqi Pham relied on memory, used projection method to draw. He always, Dai Min can have a look, more intuitive about this world, get people's attention. But if he directly brought out this map, even if people believe him, I'm afraid it's hard to get attention. But now the trip to the west was extremely urgent. Speaking of going to the west, Eunuch Tam, Xing, he was naturally the founder of the Western expedition. People nowadays value antiques, all believe that the ancestors' things are the best. So I can only borrow Tutain's hand body to regain my soul. It looks like the effect is very good, especially Emperor Hongji. See the small text below the map? Want the country to be rich and strong, cannot ignore the sea. Riches come from the sea, danger also comes from the sea. Once the king of another country conquered Nanyang, China is in danger. Our fleet is invincible in every battle, can be used to expand trade, control all intentions, make them not dare to dream of going to Indonesia. The kindness of Eunuch Tambao in the past was soon forgotten by the world. But now, when the whole court realized the importance of the sea, looking back at the words that Eunuch Tambao said 100 years ago, Emperor Hongji's eyes turned red again. Then lower the command, let all the offices hang up this fish map. To let people see the vast sky and earth, remember the contributions of our ancestors for the country and the people. Next, From the capital, he again presented the rare treasures obtained during this sea voyage. For the Emperor Hongji, being a very stingy person, on normal days I can't even bear to eat or drink. Hongji, Emperor, before Tukan's filial piety he happily accepted. Admire these rare treasures. From the scriptures it is easy to obtain. The West is indeed full of rare treasures. That's not all. From the scriptures, he also told about the journey, spreading his virtues. Western countries all admired the virtue of the great Ming for no reason. So 14 countries sent envoys to follow him back, to be on good terms with Daemin forever. Then he told the story of the 47 countries to Emperor Hongji. Everyone are all like Fuonki Pham when hearing this news for the first time, almost choked to death. Everyone's first reaction is feel Tukan is cheating. It is a happy thing for all nations to pay homage, although these countries are of slightly lower quality, but still can stick some gold on it. Emperor Hongji smiled, inside as happy as opening the flag. Tukan's family is truly a great achievement. Tukan hurriedly said, I dare not accept this sea trip, all thanks to the virtue of your majesty, thanks to the teacher's daily teachings, with the dedication of the people on the boat. Emperor Hongji naturally did not believe in Xujing's success could come from his own holiness, such a lie. But these words are necessary for the people to believe, so after Tukan finished speaking, Emperor Hongji nodded discreetly, then turned to look at Fuonki Pham, praise him for teaching these students so well. Fuonki Pham of course knows he is very formidable, but he still humbly said that he was ashamed and did not dare to accept. Originally the story ended here. Just be humble. Very normal. But damn Fuonki Pham, again feel like not finished saying, it's embarrassing to say, with my little talent, not qualified to teach students, they are all self-taught. This is a bit too much. It's like one stick kills a boat of people. Who among you here does not have disciples and children? Fuonki Pham said he was just a small talent. Is not, slap everyone hard or what? With just as little talent, that every student is good. Odoang Chi chased that dat army. The first-ranking scholar Wang Yaming was full of enthusiasm, training talents all over the world. Disciple Lu Jiping awakened Tang Dan. Tran Kwa Kong was defeated by Kawai Dung at Tukun. Down to the Atlantic opened the great maritime route. Who can survive like this? Emperor Hongji was very happy. Jia Hoa Fuonki Pham, it's rare that you still know shame. Then again praised Tukin for his great achievements at sea, promoted to deputy censor of the court of censors, appointed as royal envoy to the sea, general manager of all affairs in the West. Fuonki Pham was startled in his heart. Promoted, and it's not a small position. There were two types of Ming dynasty officials. For example, the Royal Sea Patrol Commissioner. This is not an official position but a wrong position. Like the eunuch Tambao, Xing He with the title of Imperial Commissioner General. Eunuchs are very similar. But want to go abroad? It is not enough to rely on a wrong position alone. Want to please everyone? Must have the official title of Imperial Envoy. Not only that, on the road still have to communicate with other countries. If the level is not enough, just afraid will also be shy, scared. Therefore, the Emperor Hongji especially showed mercy, appointed Tukun as Deputy Censor-in-Chief of the Imperial Censorate. This is the real official position, the third class. Normally, only provincial governors are allowed to hold this position, from a small 7th-rank Hanlin Academy editor. And yet in one step he became the 3rd-rank Deputy Imperial Censor. This is completely against the common sense of the officialdom, but so what? Daimei, who else is qualified to lead the fleet out to sea? Going to the west is the current national policy of Daemin. What an important matter. It's not that Tukun can't leave the court now, but the court cannot be without Tukun. From Kun now is the best seafarer in the world. He has rich experience in management and sailing, have excellent perception of the vast ocean. He is even good at communicating with other countries. Such a person no one can replace, but Tukun never expected it. Emperor Hongji appointed him as the right deputy censor. A little vague in mind. Wait until you come to your senses. Hurriedly knelt down to thank. Stayed in Tianjin for a few days, then returned to the capital. Fuonki Pham and Tukun also returned to the capital. Just arrived at the palace, then saw a row of warriors standing in front of the house. What's up? Is there anyone who dares to come to Bin Teha's mansion to cause trouble? I think in this world, besides the difficult mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, then there is another relationship that is also very awkward. That is the relationship with stepfather and stepmother. When Fuonki Pham saw the guard in front of the house, immediately knew it was Dai Lu Dao Kensu. He just didn't expect. This stepmother is very powerful, and also brings so many guards. You should know that a gentleman is one in virtue, not in power. The old Fuong family relied on their virtue to stand firm in the capital. People only have you, but no enemies. What is this trick now? How chaotic do you want to be? When Fuonki Pham entered the main hall, heard the cry of a child. The crying made Fuonki Pham's heart soften. A woman with a turban on her head, holding a newborn baby in diapers, Evaluate Fuonki Pham just entered. Fuonki Pham suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Stand still. Why is it so stuffy at home this time? The woman took her eyes off after a long while. Is that Ki Pham? Fuonki Pham did not expect my Lohan to speak Chinese so well. No wonder he was able to collude with his old father. Suddenly he felt a little sore in his heart. Then he said a little embarrassedly that he was Fuonki Pham. Mailu is also the first time being a stepmother. A little tense. Take a breath. My father said I have a brain disease. Has there been a relapse recently? Fuonki Pham shook his head. Obviously the two are still somewhat strangers. Milo continued to ask, do you have any enemies in the capital? Fuonki Pham's mind was a bit unable to process. What is this question? Milo said, I am not good at communicating with you, but think again, we are all family. As family, nature has no enemies. Tell me, I will help you vent your anger. We will be at peace later. This perverse reasoning left Fuonki Pham stunned for a while. Just spoke up, I always use morality to influence others. Never quarreled with anyone, beside only friends. No enemies. Milo looked deeply at Fuonki Pham. My intuition told me he was lying. What Fuonki Pham said was not the same as what his father said, but she did not pursue further and continued to ask, so what do you want? What do you want? I will give you a meeting gift. Fuonki Pham did not need to think, blurted out, I want to get married. Milo heard and laughed again. She likes straightforward teenagers like that. In their place, which girl do boys like? Sing love songs directly to people. Absolutely no secret. She smiled, generously said, which girl do you like? I can be your matchmaker. Fuonki Pham saw Milo being so straightforward, suddenly a little shy. He stammered, Chu family. That is royalty. She is the current dynasty's Princess They Kang. The smile on Milo's face gradually disappeared. Frown, or should we change to another girl, or change it to something else you want to do? Fuonki Pham shrugged, instantly lose all spirit. This is expected. I knew they couldn't do it. In my heart of despair. Old man, I have tried my best to have a good relationship with my stepmother, but there is no way. You should still withdraw. He ran away. Wanna run? The baby in Milu's diaper cried out again. Cry loud. Milu hurriedly shook her arm, gently coaxed Tiufa. Fuonki Pham, on the other hand, was in no hurry to leave. Curiously approached, teasingly he poked the baby's little nose. The baby cried louder. Fuonki Pham was a little embarrassed. The child's eyebrows look a little like mine. Very handsome, also very beautiful. Fang Xiaofan opened his eyes wide. Curiously looked at Fuonki Pham. Milo appeared a little shy. It's hungry. Want to breastfeed? Ki Pham, stay away for a bit. So Fuonki Pham hurriedly ran away. Although there were suddenly 2 more women in the house. For Fuonki Pham, it's not a bad thing. As long as Mailu doesn't mind him, it's fine. Emperor Hongji sat solemnly, still wary of the legendary female rebel. She is still a little scared now. Milo is about to go see the Queen Mother. But Emperor Hongji still felt a little uneasy in his heart, so deliberately summoned in advance. Thinking of the endless troubles that Mailu had caused for the great Ming, Emperor Hongji felt a little unhappy in his heart, hate that Fuon Canlong even more. Bright face, loyal all his life, but was blinded by beauty, suddenly caused him such a problem. Mailu met the Emperor Hongji, immediately bowed his head in worship. Extremely tame, this made Emperor Hongji finally breathe a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Mailu did not know manners. Accidentally do something against the rules, then it is really difficult to solve, hard to handle. Unexpectedly, Milo is so humble and respectful, not all like a crazy traitor. Just got up and admitted the mistake. Thank you, Hongji Emperor, for your tolerance and kindness. Forgive her sins, give her a chance to change as a person. This is both kind and sincere. Emperor Hongji's expression became more and more conciliatory. In my heart I sighed, this old boy Fuon Canlong. Not bad. Teach children to be religious. There is also a technique to treat a wife. Mailu saw that Emperor Hongji's expression softened. Immediately he presented the imperial book of the Guizhou natives. Emperor Hongji could not believe his eyes as he looked at the imperial book. Unexpectedly, Fuon Canlong's land reform and return to Guizhou has progressed to such a commendable level. Yet there are 370,000 indigenous people recorded in the imperial book. This means the court has completely taken control. Guizhou Aboriginal situation. These natives has also been completely under the direct control of the government. Now all belong to the border area. Emperor Hongji was overjoyed. Long-standing problem finally worked in Fuon Canlong's practice. Unexpectedly, he also thought of sending out a garrison commander and establishing a religious order. Land, after all, people depend on food for survival, regardless of whether it is the Han or the Turks. All need to eat rice. Now, the court sent a plantation governor. Teach people to cultivate the land. grow high-yield food crops. This person can make people full, will surely make the Turks respect. What is the matter with the Turks? Will also contact, learn and communicate with them. But these captains will become a bridge between the government and the Turks. What happened in the camp? The captains all get the first news from their report to the government. Simultaneously, they can slowly pass on Chinese to the Turks, using an etiquette, gradually affecting the lives of these Turks. Emperor Hongji was both moved and surprised, just as I was about to praise Fuong Canlong to the fullest, but thinking back, it feels wrong. Fuong Canlong was originally a rude and violent person. It is impossible to suddenly become so sophisticated and intelligent. If he could think of this way, then there is Ghost. Thinking about this, Emperor Hongji looked at Mai Lu deeply. Is this the musician's intention? Mai Lu leisurely said a few words, meaning she always listens to her husband. Roughly means she wants to live well with Fuong Canlong. She is understand the Turks better. So she supported Fuong Canlong in coming up with these strategies to govern the people. It was just to make the imperial court treat the Han and the Turks equally. Only then can the soil reform and circulation be successful. Emperor Hongji nodded in satisfaction. Mai Lu spoke very smoothly and reasonably. Besides, she is Turkish after all. Understand the Turks best. So her suggestion, these are all directions that the courtiers could not think of. Ming was once a character that gave the whole court a headache, but now become the one who helps to restore the land and return the flow, stabilize the southwest and future disasters. This made Emperor Hongji extremely happy. All previous resentment disappeared. Feeling happy, he asked Mai Lu if he had a Chinese name. When he knew Fuong Canlong, the brute still hadn't given her a name. The better your mood, Emperor Hongji directly gave Mai Lu the name Liu Rui. Means a person who gets what he wants, following the principles. Mai Lu did not hesitate. Happily accepted, Emperor Hongji nodded silently. This is a very intelligent woman. Really underestimated her. But think again, if this woman wasn't so smart back then why did Day Min besiege and destroy it for several years, but still useless? Now this person is willing to wholeheartedly submit, always thinking of ways to pacify Guizhou for the great Ming. That's not a bad thing. Give her the name Han, actually also intend to accept her. The story of Fuong Canlong is considered over. Others are worried about their women. Meanwhile, Fuong Qifam was worried about his father's woman. When he learned that Mai Lu was summoned to the palace, in his heart he was very worried, afraid that Mai Lu would say something wrong, then everything will be ruined. The Fuong family is known as a loyal family, absolutely cannot be broken. Why did Fuong Qifem dare to rely on his father's name? Do wrong, but people are still afraid and dare not touch. Isn't it because of this loyal reputation? Who would have thought, when he anxiously entered the warm house? Then the Emperor Hongji was laughing heartily. Praise his father. Dedicated sender. Seeing this scene, Fuong Qifam just realized he was worrying too much. Not waiting for Fuong Qifam to open his mouth, the crown prince, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out, "Father, why is Buntehao so loyal and devoted?" Emperor Hongji was in high spirits, also did not pay attention to the crown prince's curiosity, but told the story of Buntehao and Kwai Cha bordering in Nam. Annam has evil intentions, dared to secretly move the border marker deep into the territory of Day Min. Fuong Canlong did not know what medicine he took, but bare-chested hair down, right in front of the Annam Mandarin, carried the border marker 4 or 5 miles south. Fuong Qifam was speechless. My father is really idle and reckless, also not afraid of being crushed to death by milestones. But think again, his family in Annam also have history. For example, Mr. Fuong Qifam's grandfather had suffered in Annam. Like his grandfather, Trine and Nam, who fought to the death with the enemies, with countless honors, sweep away rebel bandits in the deep mountains near Annam. His Fuong family can be said to have a grudge against Annam. Fuong Qifam took this opportunity to speak, "Your Majesty, Annam is a wild wolf. Dare to plot the land of the Celestial Dynasty. What a bold... I am a loyal, upright, and iron-willed minister of Day Min. Really cannot stand it. Fuong Qifam just heard about the milestone. The spirit of Annam and we are incompatible. Because of his father's hatred for his country and family, the more want to cause trouble. Beat the dog underwater." Emperor Hongji was not as agitated as Fang Jifan, just smiled at Fuong Qifam's suggestion. The enemies are a bit too much. Find an opportunity to scold them a little. They will just present a petition of apology. Fuong Qifam still did not give up. But I heard that the king of Annam is in the country, dare to call himself emperor, have ambitions to unify the West. Emperor Hongji did not have any major reaction. Just say we'll send someone to investigate. Fuong Qifam knew as soon as he heard. This little investigation will definitely be done perfunctorily. There is the example of Emperor Van Hong in Annam before. Emperor Hongji on the matter of reclaiming Jiaochai district. Clearly not interested at all. At this moment a eunuch hurriedly ran to report, The queen mother was waiting for her daughter-in-law from the Fuong family, feeling a bit impatient. Only then did Emperor Hongji remember. Today Mai Lu entered the palace to meet his ancestors. Can't help but laugh. Tell me Lu to go there quickly. Fuong Qifame also insisted on going along. Was scolded by the Emperor Hongji. Women talk. What are you doing? Fuong Qifame choked for a long time. Menace your majesty. I am a... But his skin is still thin. Speechless, bowed his head and pretended to be dead. Seeing Fuong Qifame obediently bow his head, Emperor Hongji's expression also softened a lot. Your father made many contributions in Guizhou. Tell me, what do you want? I will reward you. Fuong Qifame secretly glanced in his heart. How many times did the Emperor Hongji say he would reward him? But all is nonsense. Just fool him, but Fuong Qifame still thought carefully. Begged Emperor Hongji to spare some women who had just given birth. Clean background. Full body. The best is the loyal children. Usually read books, have some education. Emperor Hongji was surprised when he heard this. Looked at Fuong Qifame with strange eyes. In the voice carrying resentment, tell Fuong Qifame not to cause trouble. He hates such things the most. He only had one wife in his life. So of course do not like people with weird hobbies. Fuong Qifame just now remembered. My last words were easily misunderstood. Faced with the strange gaze of Emperor Hongji, hurriedly explained this was for his sister. He himself has no special interests. He is still a child. Emperor Hongji sighed. Cold face that can only let people try to find. Such a lady is not easy to find. The prince stood beside him listening, seeming to understand something. Happy to say it. He knows. In the eyes of Emperor Hongji, a cold light suddenly flashed. You know what? The prince was frightened and regained his composure a little. Stammered. The gods know that only when a baby is born can there be that. Just know that. The others do not know. Emperor Hongji shouted loudly, get lost. The prince was as if pardoned. Run away. Fuong Qifame was sweating, scared to the point of pounding heart, also hastily said goodbye. There is a saying, you bring evil upon yourself, then have to accept it. The prince did not quite understand the meaning of this saying. Fuong Qifame explained frankly to the crown prince, is a person once done something, and trusted, others must be trusted unconditionally, trust that person. Now your highness must give Duong Dan and the others absolute trust. Before they were chopped into minced meat by those bastards, must believe that they can succeed. If not, everything is personally involved. Everything needs your help. Your highness cannot clone himself. What else can be done? Just now, there is a report. Overseas raided they Chao. There are about 1,000 of them. The army and people obeyed the order to fight but were defeated. More than 400 people were killed, killing countless innocent people. Rape, robbery in one day. Then got on the boat and left. Unknown. This report made everyone terrified. Too arrogant. The veins on Emperor Hongji's forehead popped out, because before, although rampant, but not to that extent, I did not expect them to be so devastated. After the ministers analyzed, this raid by the bandits felt like a declaration, although it is robbery, but did not stop for too long. They Chao is not an important town, not much wealth. They might be plotting something big, to be able to shake the tide, want to show the court. Seen as revenge for the Emperor Hongji sending someone to quell the rebellion in Penglai, the water master Jawa, and the next target of the Japanese invaders, most likely Ningbo. Tangdan's Ningbo water camp made a lot of profit from fishing. If we capture Ningbo naval base, not only can he show off his power to the court, but can also plunder Ningbo naval base, get a great deal. Fuong Qifame took a cold breath. He felt that what the ministers said made sense. But he was very confident about Duong Dan and his group. Then he said to Emperor Hongji, as long as the pirates dare to come ashore, Tranqua Palace Biova, we'll definitely give the thief a fatal blow. Everyone thought that Fuong Qifame was bragging. These pirates are all reckless people who operate overseas. Even an army of 1,000 men is no match. Moreover, his Tranquoc Palace only has 300 people. Actually, Fuong Qifame also felt a bit guilty. But like he said, I brought this upon myself. I have to admit the boastful words I said, even though it feels impossible, must be thick-skinned to say it all. He immediately expressed to Emperor Hongji, the crown prince and he built the Tranquoc Palace by OV, has cost so much effort. The crown prince probably does not dare to guarantee, can the OV fight against the O bandits, but he dares to guarantee, Tranquoc Palace Biova, top and bottom absolutely will not run away, but will fight to the end with the pirates. The crown prince looked at Fuong Qifame in surprise, this bastard, well we dare not guarantee, and you dare, this is talking to the emperor, that he this crown prince, no faith in your Tranquoc Palace. The crown prince secretly cursed Fuong Qifame as a bastard, then also hurriedly echoed, I dare to guarantee. Emperor Hongji choked. For Fuong Qifame he believes, but how long has the Tranquoc Palace been established? The most important thing is, their numbers are too small. These people are not small in courage. Catching a big fish was enough to prove their bravery. But pirates are rampant in the southeastern coastal region. Come without a trace, go without a trace. Brutal and stubborn. Countless imperial officers fought against them. Never had a win. This newly established Tranquoc Palace by OV. Can we really beat them? Emperor Hongji was deep in thought for a long time. Lower the order, regardless of whether it is in time or not. Immediately mobilize troops from all departments to Ningbo Prefecture. Contingency planning. This matter was decided with a slap of the table by the Emperor Hongji. Then there was a dialogue between Fuongqi Pham and the Crown Prince. The reason was because Fuongqi Pham and the Crown Prince had just left Mankak. The foolish Crown Prince did not know. Some nerve is broken again. Drag Fuongqi Pham to Ningbo. Fuongqi Pham did not go. He still intends to move his hands and feet. Begrudge. Fuongqi Pham could only use vivid examples from his previous life. Teach His Highness the Crown Prince a lesson. But the Crown Prince was still very worried about the Tranquoc Palace Navy. What if the whole army is destroyed? Fuongqi Pham had not thought about this problem before. Can only comfort the Crown Prince. He has many disciples. If failed, we'll rebuild another Ningbo water camp. If one is not enough, then two. If two is not enough, then three. 4. Ever descendants. If you can't defeat the bandits, then never give up. Let's support Fuongqi Pham's determination to pacify the bandits. Was a lieutenant during the Hongji period. Is the weakest and most useless official position I have ever seen. Being captured by the Nanjing lieutenant is even more hopeless. After reviewing the court report, Daicha was plundered by pirates. The next possible target of attack could be the Ningbo naval base. In the secret report after the war, there was a name Nakano Jiro. Emperor Hongji turned pale. Several years ago, a group of bandits escaped to Nanjing. More than 100 bandits, again brazenly went to the suburbs of Nanjing for a day tour. Defeat the garrison army. Finally unknown whereabouts. The only trace left is a line on the sign of the Ha Pagoda. Jiro Nakano. Destroy him that. Where's the Ha Pagoda? That's where Emperor Hongwu used to be a monk. Not only that, 3 words on the signboard of the Ha Pagoda. It was also written by Emperor Kalhong himself. The result of such a symbolic object was left to provocation by the O people. Emperor Hongji was extremely angry at that time. On the one hand, he was disappointed with the officials in Nanjing. On the other hand, it was because the ancestors' relics were desecrated by the Oko. Royal dignity was lost. At that time, the officials in Nanjing, in order to avoid more severe punishment, had to try hard to exaggerate the name Nakano Jiro, say in unison how tall this person is, how powerful is the sword technique, is the #1 arrogant general overseas, have the strength that thousands of people cannot match. The warriors under his command are as elite as ghost soldiers. There is no way to save life. The officials in Nanjing could only resort to this last resort. Anyway, got hit in the face by a stupid bandit. Uncatchable person, what can be said? Say he is just a rookie, but we cannot catch. Doesn't that prove they are worse than rookies? So can only keep hyping this person up, inflated to the point of earth-shattering, blown to the point where they basically don't know, this is human or demon. But unexpectedly Nakano Jiro appeared now, because to escape the previous crime, has exaggerated the power of the Oku to such an extent. Send ordinary officers to Ningbo is not possible. The officials in Nanjing could only report to the imperial court to mobilize the Saling Guard. Heilangvi, as the name suggests, of course the soldiers protecting Heilang. This army is the elite of the great Ming. Except for the great Ming emperor, no one is allowed to mobilize the Heilang Guard. After receiving the report from Nanjing, Emperor Hongji, not angry, it seems that people really believe in the rhetoric, which the officials in Nanjing had said several years ago. Where is Nanjing? People can come and go freely. After showing off, then swaggered away, this time attack Ningbo Prefecture. I'm afraid Ningbo is in danger. It's just that Emperor Hongji is a bit reluctant. Just a bunch of bandits. Is it really necessary to mobilize the Xiaoling Guard? Lu Jian said this was a big deal. Emperor Hongji was a little emotional. His great Ming raised 2 million great troops. Jiangnan alone has 800,000 armored troops, yet no army can go to war. If you feel emotional, just feel emotional. Emperor Hongji still accepted Nanjing's request. Solve this headache. Emperor Hongji sighed, asked Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham what they were busy with recently. Lu Jian brought what he knew, said roughly to the Emperor Hongji, isn't there going to be a spring festival next year? The Crown Prince was teaching the scholars at Taesun Library how to read books, while Fuongqi Pham is babysitting. Father and son, big eyes glaring at little eyes. Feel this conversation suddenly come to a dead end. Emperor Hongji forced himself to sigh. Fuongqi Pham is truly a good brother. Lu Jian was actually holding back, wanting to badmouth Fang Jifan. Don't say that, you heartless thing. To take care of my sister. He also wrote a book series on childcare experience. Said that children are the root of the country. Is the most important thing in the world. designated for students to buy. Lu Jian is a disciple, must buy 10 copies. This amount of silver made Lu Jian really uncomfortable. That experience of taking care of children. He even looked it up, it was all nonsense, how women can produce milk. He also said a long string. This kind of people have reached the point where they need money and not face. Lu Jian was not comfortable exposing this matter. Can only laugh. What a joke. Nakanojiro, the #1 overseas Wakaku, which the Nanjing captain had exaggerated, was killed by Hokai-sun in one go. In the blink of an eye, the bandits were scattered. The fool runs away. The Tran Kwok Palace's captain took advantage of the victory to pursue them. Lu Jian looked at the report and fell into deep thought. According to the report, Jiro Nakano was directly beaten to death by the 1,000-man Hokai-sun with a punch. Just what kind of scary person is that Nakano Jiro? The Nanjing governors, don't they all consider him the #1 overseas general? While there is certainly an exaggeration in that, but such a giant is definitely not incompetent. They are all bandits. Several hundred people chased and killed several thousand Ming soldiers, but this group of people is like splitting bamboo, directly beat the bandits to pieces. Originally thought that the Ningbo water camp would definitely die without a doubt. Dongdan and the others will definitely die without a burial place. The people of Ningbo will also meet with disaster. But who would have thought things would turn out like this? But it was the Ningbo Navy chasing the bandits. Emperor Hongji looked at the memorial. Everyone feels this world is crazy. He never thought the result would be like this. Initial, Nanjing officials even asked you to mobilize the Imperial Guard. Why did this group of bandits encounter Tran Kwok Fu, beaten solely? After all, the Oku is too strong, or is our great Ming army too weak? This made Emperor Hongji pensive. But this battle really showed the majesty of Day Min. The court's face improved a little. Emperor Hongji could not help but laugh out loud. Excited, he kept praising Tran Kwok Fu, the loyal and brave navy of the guard. Tran Kwok Fu under the command of this crown prince really makes you look at it with different eyes. In his heart, a myriad of emotions welled up. How many people are in favor of the nation? Everyone only thinks about benefits. How many people really devote themselves to their duties? On the contrary, these poor black people, recruited by Captain Baikau. So brave, it's hard to imagine. In the heart of Emperor Hongji, in a moment filled with so many doubts, a group of new Marines recruited less than half a year ago. How can it be so scary? And Hoai-sun, I heard that he was a bandit before. Now I devote myself to Tran Kwok Fu. So brave. Of course, there's also Dong Dan, a scholar. Why was I taught by Fong Ki Pham? Suddenly become a talented person in charge of a side. Emperor Hongji really wanted to know the answer. Hate not being able to immediately meet the Crown Prince and Fuong Ki Pham. But at this time, the Crown Prince and Fuong Ki Pham still did not know, because the Emperor Hongji was too agitated, has presented the price to Tae-sun. Go see them yourself. In Minlun Duong and Tae-sun, all the masters have to be on duty at the Han Lam, the only two great sages, only the Crown Prince and Fuong Ki Pham. The prince personally went up to the podium to teach the students. Actually, normally speaking, the prince is just a half bucket full of water making big-sounding man. People who can't even memorize the 4 books and 5 classics dare to discuss with scholars about the truth. What a joke. But you are the Crown Prince. You are the one with the power. You can say whatever you want. He has the capital to be so capricious. When the Crown Prince ascended the podium, immediately asked his first question, what is Chai Min? What is... Speaking of this, the Crown Prince on the podium also looked somewhat dignified, obviously well prepared. Fuong Ki Pham actually also urged the Crown Prince to give a lecture, because he found out, if the Crown Prince were to go to school, with the Crown Prince's personality, he will most likely avoid it. But Fuong Ki Pham lied to the Crown Prince, Your Highness, as the Dean of the Academy, how can you not teach students? But for the Crown Prince who always wanted to be better than others, hearing that I was immediately excited. Forget to eat and sleep to read books. He absolutely did not allow himself to be laughed at by his students, because to prepare for this, he had not slept well for half a month. Even marbles games are not played with Fuong Ki Pham anymore. Everyone has a side that likes to be a teacher. The Crown Prince is no exception. Can you believe it? A prince who was never afraid of heaven or earth, but also stressful at times. When the Crown Prince asked what Min was, all the students were silent. This was the first time they heard His Highness the Crown Prince give a lecture. Also a little stressful, dare not answer casually. The Crown Prince felt a little speechless in his heart. Turned to look at Fuong Ki Pham for help. This bitch Fuong Ki Pham is actually avoiding your eyes. The prince could not help but feel angry in his heart. It took more than half a month to prepare. The result was that something happened right on the field. The students saw that His Highness the Crown Prince did not say anything, dare not speak up. The scene was a bit awkward. But now, several people were eavesdropping and quietly entered Min Luan Dong. Emperor Hongji visited Tae-sun for the 5th time. Tae-sun gave him a sense of intimacy. He witnessed Tae-sun becoming more and more prosperous. But, at this moment, seeing his son standing on the podium, Emperor Hongji was happy in his heart, but the mood becomes extremely complicated. The Academy's dean is just a nominal prince. The prince did not like reading books since he was young. I usually read books but only understand half of them. Yet dare to loudly stand on the podium to teach others about education? Really not afraid of losing face? How much does my son weigh? Emperor Hongji understood clearly, so he regretted coming here a little, especially when faced with Liu Zhan and Xi Kan accompanying him. Emperor Hongji's face became slightly hot, but he kept a smile on his lips. Not angry. Anyway, the Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham also made great achievements. Defeated the bandit Zhong Erlang, make the court face bright. Emperor Hongji saw the Crown Prince standing foolishly on the podium. Like an idiot. Really want to carry you down? Don't embarrass yourself anymore. Takim, an old fox, saw the Crown Prince on the podium. In my heart cannot help but laugh. Suddenly asked the Crown Prince, what is the difference between psychology and physics? Today he wants to know, how did the prince view psychology and physics differently? The prince saw that someone finally responded. In the heart breathed a sigh of relief, but when he turned back, saw his father again, his face changed instantly. Your Majesty is right. When his eyes came, deliberately turned away, afraid of others knowing, the man preaching on the podium is his son. The Crown Prince was surprised by his father. Momentarily absent-minded, because the Hongji Emperor has always looked down on him. So I don't understand why the Emperor came here today. The prince regained his composure, decided to answer seriously, to make the Emperor look back at himself. What is reason? Mind is the mind. Some people value reason, believes that the human heart must obey the laws of nature, control your desires, but that's not true. People are filial to their parents, not because morality teaches to do so, but a thought that naturally arises in the heart is due to human nature. Human behavior is generated by the mind, not because of the ceremony. We overemphasize reason. Restrain the lust in the heart. That's not necessarily a good thing. The Crown Prince then gave many examples. Each example is explained very vividly, especially about human heart in temples, military discipline of soldiers. Emperor Hongji also looked at the Crown Prince in surprise. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to make so much progress. Can isolate the problem, point out the evils of the current court. However, in it, the Crown Prince said that his father came from his heart, want to become Gyuthuan, but in the mouth criticizes fame, also criticize acts of loving people like children. He believes that pursuing fame is not shameful, but hypocrisy is shameful. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, face long like a pump. The prince was smug and self-satisfied. Speak out what is in your heart. So happy, Fuonki Pham watched the Crown Prince tear his biological father to pieces. Feel quite refreshing, exclamation, only a fool like the Crown Prince. Dare to be so bold. Dare to expose one's back in public. But he did not have time to be happy for long. Then the Crown Prince turned the spear to his head. As for that Fuonki Pham, he is strangely lazy, full of cunning and intrigue. But so what? That's nature. Mind is reason. In the mind there is good and evil. That's why we need to pursue goodness in our hearts. This old man Fuong is still okay, right? Just a little lacking in virtue, but not evil. Damn it, it's clearly a roundabout way of scolding people. Fuonki Pham was not able to speak at this time. Can only laugh. The prince spoke endlessly for a while. Feel comfortable all over. Clap your hands, I'm done. Having said that, he resolutely got off the stage. In Min Luandong, there was immediate silence. Everyone has different expressions. Emperor Hongji's face showed no joy or anger. Hands clasped behind back walked out of Min Luandong. Crown Prince Zhu Haozhou fully demonstrated the comfort of an only child. Based on the fact that the emperor only had him alone, he works without thinking about the consequences. After dissing the emperor, satisfying the craving, the Crown Prince suddenly remembered his father's family whip, a little scared. How could the Emperor Hongji give him a chance to escape? Not long after, the Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham were dragged before him. But the Hongji Emperor did not directly scold the Crown Prince, but to show them the memorial about the destruction of Tran Quoc Palace and reports of major pirate raids, to see the meaning of this great battle. Very unusual posture, like Daemon. Finally found a way to deal with the pirates. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham finished reading the memorial, comfortable all over, a worry in the heart finally resolved. Fuonki Pham thought to himself, those previous boasting words. Fortunately, there was the military training method of matchmaker Thichki Kwang, can indeed restrain the bandits. Extremely inappropriate. Fuonki Pham himself could not believe it. This is a total win. More than 400 bandits were almost completely annihilated. For a moment he was a little confused. Emperor Hongji praised loudly, praised his merits. He just recovered from his surprise, hurriedly flattered the Hongji Emperor. I thought of something that could make your Majesty happy. Then everyone is happy and relaxed. So it is not difficult, because in this process God is very happy. After saying that, he winked, try to look happy. Emperor Hongji happily looked at Fang Jifan. Although he knew that Fuan Qifam's words were a bit exaggerated, but these flatteries sound very pleasant, much better than that unfilial son. Emperor Hongji looked pleased. No more worries in the heart, much lighter indeed. I came here to ask, how did you train your troops? What is the secret to defeating the enemy? But now that I say this, Emperor Hongji glanced at the Crown Prince. After listening to the Crown Prince for a while, I roughly understand. This is what is called elite soldiers. Make people full, make the soldiers no longer worried. Then they will naturally dare to sacrifice themselves for the court. These words also have a moral. The prince on the surface humbly said that he did not speak well, but inside I was very pleased. Fuan Qifam saw the emperor so happy, immediately went forward to make a suggestion. While the Wako suffered heavy losses in Ningbo, ordered Dongdan to lead troops to the sea to wipe out the pirates, to avoid future disaster. The prince also responded enthusiastically. Emperor Hongji smiled and glanced at the others. What do you think, my lords? The ministers all thought that the time was not yet ripe, although the pirates were beaten to a pulp. But if they went to sea, the court would be completely ignorant of overseas affairs. I'm afraid that will give birth to arrogant soldiers will definitely fail. Emperor Hongji also thought it was right. Immediately put this aside, asked Fuan Qifam to make a program, send to the Ministry of War for research and then consider further. Fuan Qifam originally wanted to take advantage of the victory to advance, but also know that Emperor Hongji is an extremely conservative person, so nothing more to say. Emperor Hongji finished arranging things, eyes turned to the Crown Prince. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Warn the Crown Prince not to speak nonsense when he goes out in the future. Must know how to be careful with words and actions. The prince frankly stated that he was not wrong. Emperor Hongji looked at the stubborn Crown Prince, almost died of anger. I do not say it is my father's fault. You never heard. The prince thought for a moment. Try to search in your memory. Then shouted, but I do not say it is my father's fault. I just said that father also has selfish intentions. Is it wrong to have selfish thoughts? If so, it is also considered an error. Then Fuan Qifam deserves to be cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. Fuan Qifam narrowed his eyes. Looking at the name of the second generation, not only did he make his father and brothers lose their lives, momentarily speechless, I can only hope that the Emperor Hongji will give the Crown Prince a good beating. Emperor Hongji's face was gloomy. In front of the ministers, it is not convenient to act up. The prince was still immersed in complacency, completely unaware of how dangerous he was. The way of wanting to be a teacher is still not over. Still cold-faced continued to diss his father. Father, please listen to me. King absolutely cannot pretend to gain fame. Emperor Hongji was so angry that he burst out laughing. I have received the teachings. A deep look without saying anything. It seems that after the prince returned to the palace, hard to avoid a 5-lash family law. Middle-aged people, so sad, even royalty is no exception. Just now, someone wrote to Tae's son. Tiu Kun leaned into Hong Trithian Tu's ear and whispered a few words. Emperor Hongji suddenly stood up. Red eyes. After a long while, he slowly told the Crown Prince to immediately follow him back to the palace. Visit the prince's great-grandmother, Crown Prince Chuo Chiyu, still feeling pleased, but just heard it was startled and scared, before I could ask why. Emperor Hongji suddenly remembered that Fang Jifan also had some basic knowledge of medicine. Regardless of whether Fuan Qifam had doubts or not, he still brought him back to the palace. Fuan Qifam knew for sure what had happened. The Queen Mother is so old. Is it possible that thinking about this, Fuan Qifam's heart felt a bit heavy. The Empress Dowager was not bad to him. This is not the most important thing, but since coming to this world, Queen Mother, probably the first person he knew to die. They say the older you get, the more familiar with life and death, then everything is taken lightly, but it's easier said than done. It's not that easy to take it lightly. The prince immediately became like an eggplant hit by frost, flattened. As they ran back to the palace, inside and outside Nando Palace were crowded with people. Emperor Hongji saw many royal physicians, was walking around in a panic, already have a bad face, immediately scared to the point of face bloodless. A sadness welled up in my heart. This is his ancestor. In the past he was wandering and struggling. The child has no mother in this palace, entirely based on ancestors, to get to where we are today. Today Empress Truong was as frantic as ants on a hot pan. Saw the Emperor Hongji coming, hurriedly knelt down on the ground. I deserved it up. Although her feelings for Emperor Hongji were very deep, but as the queen and the head of the harem, such a big thing happened, she admitted her guilt as a matter of course. Emperor Hongji frowned, saw the princess beside him crying until her eyes were swollen, like needles pricking my heart, but still tried to smile. personally helped Empress Truong stand up. Tell them not to worry. The ancestor will be well soon. Fuonki Fame hid behind, seeing the princess cry so sadly. Suddenly feel heart touch. At first I didn't feel sad. At this time also feel choked in the heart. The prince grabbed a royal physician, questioning ancestors, what happened when everything was fine? Is it dangerous? The royal physician trembled and replied, the Empress Dowager was just in a coma, but the Queen Mother was old, and also too angry. So I'm afraid the situation is not very optimistic. Emperor Hongji looked at the Empress Dowager, trying to hold back tears, loudly asked the Empress Dowager why she suddenly fell into a coma. At this moment, the person kneeling on the ground was so scared that his face turned pale. Marquis of Yinzhou Chu Kunzheng tremblingly said the reason why the Empress Dowager was in a coma. Reason. It turned out that the only son of the Chu family, Chula, was out hunting, betrayed to the Dat by a close relative. The Dat people felt that Jula's identity could be used, so do not kill for now. Emperor Hongji immediately understood. Although the Queen Mother had married into the royal family long ago, but after all the Chu family is still her maternal home. My maternal family only has this grandson. Who would have thought this would happen? The Dat people obviously realize Chulap's identity is not ordinary, so surrounded him. Do not rush to attack. The purpose is so clear. This is to lure the Ming army to come to the rescue. But once the Ming army left the border, but fought field battles with the Dat people in the desert, isn't it to give the Dat people a chance? Take 1,000 steps back and say, even if the Ming army wins, the Dat people failed and ran away. So what? When they retreated, wasn't it as easy as turning their hand to kill Zula? The Queen Mother heard this bad news, cannot stand the blow, so fainted. The only grandson of the Chu family, just look at it, he's about to fall apart. How could the Queen Mother bear such a great blow? Isn't this to end the Chu family line? The Emperor Hongji was so angry that he almost vomited blood, pointing at Chu Tanchine. Without saying a word, the royal family of the Great Ming are truly a bunch of useless people. The Empress Dowager has a brother like Chu Tanchine. Honestly, not much different from the Truong brothers of Truong Honghua. Both were not well educated since childhood, suddenly from a normal family, became a royal relative of Day Min. Cultural and intellectual level is completely out of touch. Fuonki Fam despised them. No wonder Fuonki Fam's reputation has been so bad lately. It's all because of scum like them, has lowered the limit of the great Ming dukes. At this moment, the idiot Chu Tanchine was still crying and whining. My child, I am crying. The Emperor Hongji was so angry that his blood boiled. If something really happened to Chula, I'm afraid his royal grandmother will also follow. Emperor Hongji tried to suppress his grief. Try to calm down. Tell Chu Tanchine to step back first. Then, the crown prince and princess ordered, these days must be with the head ancestor, the British Duke and the Minister of War. See if there is any possible way to save people, without harming national dignity, then you can try. The ministers felt troubled in their hearts. How can we save this country? Basically cannot save. The incident happened outside the border. The Great Ming absolutely cannot deal with the tatars. Reach any peace terms. Remember the old days, Emperor Tong was taken prisoner by the Olat people. Dai Min was not threatened at all, but is determined to counterattack. What's more, now it's just a Chula. Finally, Emperor Hongji glanced at Fang Jifan, told him to stay and look after the crown prince. The crown prince is a man of honest character, must have a caretaker, to not do anything beyond the limit. At this moment, the crown prince was like a mad ghost, gritted teeth and muttered words like swearing to never see eye to eye with that Dat. Fuonki Fam obeyed the order, look after the crown prince. Don't let him do anything stupid. But his eyes were on the princess in the corner. Seeing the princess cry so miserably, he was heartbroken. Go forward and softly comfort the princess. The Queen Mother will be fine. As long as Jula returns, the Queen Mother will definitely return happily. Princess in tears shook his head and said that Chu Lap would not return. Fuonki Fam could not bear the princess's sorrowful expression. Makes him want to cry too. He considers himself a strong person. Years ago, Tu Kun went to sea for 2 years without news. He did not cry even though he was such a close disciple. Odongchi and Kam Cha, life and death unknown. He did not shed a tear, but today seeing the princess's appearance made him very sad. Can only firmly say to the princess, he will definitely bring Chula back. The princess raised her pretty face. In the beautiful eyes still filled with tears seemed to contain surprise. Feel that Fuonki Fam is a person who always has a solution. But soon this astonishment was gone. Seemed to remember something, face, even more sad. Immediately used a commanding tone to say to Fuonki Fam, I don't let you go. Fuonki Fam did not know how to respond. He really can't guess a woman's heart. No wonder he never had a girlfriend in his 2 lives. The prince heard that, looked at Fuonki Fam with anticipation. In his heart, Fuonki Fam is a person who can do anything. When Fuonki Fam said that it was a bit dangerous, only he could. The prince sighed, anyway cannot because of a scum, but let such a close brother of mine go. Fuonki Fame did not know the crown prince's roundabout thoughts, but secretly returned to the princess, continued to comfort the princess. Seeing the most loved one lying unconscious, can leave any time. How would you feel? The Emperor Hongji allowed the crown prince and princess to stay next to the royal grandmother. I went to the temple alone. By this time, he is like a child. Cry until tears and snot run down. Memories of the past like a movie running through my head. He still remembers that he used to be a lonely person with no one to rely on. Grandma doesn't love. You don't love, until he was brought to Nantho Palace, see the royal grandmother, saw her eyes filled with tears, hugged him tightly, then face solemn, coldly told the eunuch to pass the message to Chukyun them. This child, if the emperor does not accept, who will accept this child? You say this child was born by a palace maid, so you go tell him, everyone is a palace maid. As for Chukyun them, he also came out from the belly of a palace maid. From today, this child will stay at Nantho Palace. If a hair is missing, then do not say there is any grace. Even if the emperor came here, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Emperor Hongji still remembers these words very clearly. At that time he thought that the royal grandmother spoke very sternly, but also helped his young soul find support. Although later, the royal grandmother was quite strict with him, always remind him not to follow his father, but now that strict yet affectionate imperial grandmother was lying on the bed unconscious, gasping for breath, making a middle-aged man, the pillar of the family like him, really is extremely painful. And on the other side, after receiving the imperial edict and Kwak Kong and Mavan Sin, like ants on a hot pan, was discussing countermeasures with civil and military officials, but think again. The countermeasure they discussed was that there was no countermeasure. Chulap was besieged outside the pass. The purpose of the tatars was too clear, is to use the Ming army's departure attack the reinforcements. This person is basically beyond saving. Mavan Sin's face was gloomy. His army had just stabilized when something happened. In his heart he cursed Chulap as a scum. Why do you keep going to the border to hunt when everything is fine? Do you think the prairie is your home? Just like to wander around. Later, Mavan Sin found this was not a small matter. If I just study it for a moment and then report to your majesty, is helpless. Isn't that too hasty? He intended at least have to study until the day after tomorrow to submit the memorial. That is considered the duty of a subject. And Kwok Kong could not help but curse in his heart. Still, these infantrymen know how to pretend. In fact, I thought in my heart that there was no way, but still appear to be wholeheartedly studying. Really too. The next, Fuonki Pham received a detailed report from the Ministry of War. After many investigations by the Imperial Guard, finally determined that Chula was under siege. The tatars were stationed only a mile or two away, spread out on all sides, obviously playing the trick of startling the snake. Although the tatars were not sure whether the Ming army would leave the border or not, but who knows? This person is after all the grandson of the great Ming emperor's grandmother. They intentionally left it to the Ming dynasty. A little hope. The essence is to lure the Ming army out of the city. Fuonki Pham carefully confirmed every bit on the map, roughly determined the location. He decided to make a big move. The Chulap guy's life or death is not important. The important thing is your highness the princess. Will Fuonki Pham find a girlfriend or not? Still see if it can be saved. Can Chulap be saved? May the queen mother recover. Instant decision. Fuonki Pham decided to save people. He immediately rode to Tae's son. Send someone to clean up the balloon made last time. Brought to Shanghai Pass. By the way, also sent someone to bring them Gao, a talented but timid medical person. As soon as the Ningao heard that Fuonki Pham sent him, immediately felt extremely honored, face flushed with excitement. Fuonki Pham smiled gently. Tell him the Ming do not talk in secret. Now I have a very dangerous task for you to do. Ask you if you will do it. The foolish Them Gao immediately agreed without hesitation. Even felt like he could die for Fuonki Pham. It is truly a blessing for 18 generations. Fuonki Pham could not help but sigh in his heart, as expected of the son of Grand Scholar Shen. What a kind and innocent child. To ensure that after a mission fails, Grand Scholar then will not cause trouble for me. Fuonki Pham again used the usual trick to deceive people. Say something that in the whole Tae son, he likes them Nga the most. Then told them Ningo not to be too sure. This trip is very important. Need people with both intelligence and courage to guard. He wants to go then go. If you don't go, there's no pressure. Then Mingao just heard that Fuonki Pham likes him the most. In a blink of an eye, eyes red. Still choked up, said Master. Students, even though they have to face fire and fire. No word. Fuonki Pham was also inspired by his courage. Highly praise him. Then gave him a piece of paper. Tell him to sign it, until something happens. His father came to claim him. Them Gao saw the book. Dizzy. I only see a sentence above life and death don't matter. Take care of everything. He wanted to raise his head and say to his master, is the word take it upon yourself misused, but Fuonki Pham had already taken up the pen and ink. Thinking for a while, then Ningao did not hesitate. Directly hold the pen, solemnly sign your name. Add fingerprint. Fuonki Pham looked at him with admiration. Put the letter in my heart. Immediately felt at ease. A moment later, the convoy set off. Fuonki Pham also followed. Them go riding a horse. Suddenly have a very uneasy feeling in heart. Just feel my right eye keep twitching. When they arrived at Shanghai Pass, Fang Jifan began to repeat his plan to Sheno and the others. Explain detail. Them Ningo listened but half understood and half didn't. But time is running out. Fuonki Pham looked straight at them Nungo. Very seriously told him, there are many things you just need to remember. No need to understand. Someone will take you to heaven soon. Don't be afraid. You must be at the appointed place before dawn. Then you only have 2 incense sticks worth of time to save people. If you can't save people, captured by the taters, you must remember, absolutely do not reveal my name. Then Mingao heard and was silent for a while. Great spirit. Say if caught, he would rather be a broken jade, not make good tiles. He will solve it himself. Fuonki Pham smiled and shook his head, took out a brocade bag from his bosom and gave it to them Nigo. Tell him, if you are really captured by the taters, follow the words on that piece of paper. Make sure he doesn't die. Then Mingao did not expect Fuonki Pham to have so many ways. Both tense and a little heroic. Say enthusiastically, students will definitely think of every way to bring people back. Please rest assured. In the barracks, a large balloon was filled with air. Duongbo quickly climbed into the bamboo basket, started calling them Ningao up. But looking at this strange new object, then Mingao still almost peed his pants, finally figured it out. What does Fuonki Pham mean by going to heaven? Fuonki Pham stood under the balloon, waved to them Gao in the basket, shouted at him, you must come back alive. I love you. Then Min Jiao completely did not hear what Fuonki Pham was saying, just feel the world spinning. Fuonki Pham waited until the balloon disappeared into the sky, just returned to the barracks to wait. There will be news by tomorrow at the latest. Just can save people or not. Fuonki Pham is really not sure, but man proposes, God's will is in his hands. Having a way is better than having no way. Life is like that, always full of surprises and wonder. Fuonki Pham thought of this, cannot help but feel extremely emotional. The great Ming has a saying called the Son of Heaven guards the country's gates. The capital is only 500 miles from the front line of Shanghai Pass. News that Fuonki Pham led the team to run to Sun Haiquan. Very quickly it reached the ears of Emperor Hongji. The Queen Mother has regained consciousness, but his complexion was still frighteningly poor. Cannot say. Emperor Hongji personally fed him a bowl of fish porridge. But the royal physicians were still not optimistic. This is a disease of the heart. Such an old person. How can I stand such a blow? Keep it up. High chance of not making it. When Emperor Hongji heard that Fang Jifan had arrived at Shanghai Pass, face slightly changed, Crown Prince Chuho Chu beside him bowed his head, just heard and got excited. Scream loudly. He has been so repressed these past few days. Suddenly choked up and screamed, speak. In his heart, he had also had countless thoughts of wanting to save people, but when it comes time to do it, then become shy. Unexpectedly, the cunning and slippery old man Fuong is not afraid of death. Why so brave all of a sudden? Dare to rush into the tiger's den and wolf's mouth, really makes him admire. The princess was so scared that her face turned pale. Just feel heavy-headed. Emperor Hongji stood up abruptly. Why is he so bold? If anything happens again? Lost life. How should I talk to Bun Te Hao? Also accompanying him was the son of Grand Scholar Shenao. Shen Wen, out of the pass is lawless. Faraway land wide sky. Does not it know? The prince was very excited. If he had known, he would have followed Fuonki Pham. Great man. What are you crying here for? Rush out of the pass. Isn't it okay to just catch all those damn dat? What's up? The prince is still as lovely as ever, open and want to beat and kill. In his unhappy heart, he secretly cursed Fuonki Pham as a good-for-nothing. Sneak out to do something big without inviting him. The Emperor Hongji was worried and walked back and forth. Oh no, just lost a grandson of the Chu family. Now there's another child of Bun Te Hao. Behind him is also the son of a great academician. Is this buy one get two free? Emperor Hongji felt a slight headache. Thinking of his ancestors, cannot help but more upset. Tu Kun standing next to him had a hard time speaking, but still mustered up the courage to say slave. In my humble opinion, this time Fuonki Pham is taking a risk. But think about it, what is the person who is really in a life or death situation? With Fuonki Pham's personality, he is the person who understands best the principle that a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. Fuonki Pham seemed to have been seen through by this Tu Ban guy. But in the eyes of Emperor Hongji, Fuonki Pham is loyal and upright. For the Queen Mother is also a filial piety. Now risk your life to save people. How can you let your servants slander you at will? Immediately furious. Scared Tu Ban's face turned pale. hastily knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Emperor Hongji laughed coldly. Tell him to get out. Tu Ban Ban had never seen the Emperor Hong try so solemn. No longer dare to hesitate. Hastily retreated. But at this moment, them ninja's soul was still flying in the air, watching Yang Bao adjust the direction of the balloon, convenient to pee outside. Asked him if he felt like flying straight down 3,000 feet. Them Ga was speechless, feeling that Duong Bin is really an idiot. It is worthy of being married to a wife who works as a security guard. Two people on a balloon, just talk nonsense from one thing to another. When the sky is dimly lit, there is a little light. Them Ninjao tried hard to hold the binoculars, search every corner. Very quickly he happily discovered Chulap was hiding under a tree not far away. The nearest place to them was a nomadic bandit, about 300 or 400 steps away. But obviously the other side did not know. In the sky not yet completely bright, a giant balloon floating in the sky. It was in the desert sky, a giant strange balloon appeared. Even if you were the one who slept last night, or the one on patrol last night, are all times when the body is most tired. Postman named Dongbo. Start slowly closing the valve of the kerosene tank, wait for the balloon to reach a moderate altitude, slowly fly toward Jula. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, the postman resolutely threw down the iron rope, wait for the two to hear, jumped down from the bamboo basket. Then, without looking back, he ran towards Chulap. Then Mingao was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. A dat was dozing off. Had a little dizzy, wait for him to rub his eyes and look closely. Then saw two people coming out from under the balloon. Then desperately run towards the bottom of the tree. This dat guy feels like he's about to suffocate. Early morning, especially when it is still dark, a man who lived long in the desert and have no culture suddenly see this scene. Besides feeling scared to pee my pants, there is also an unspeakable fear. When he finally realized what was happening, the two of them came under the tree. Then each person helps one person, rush back to the balloon. According to his loud voice, more and more dat people are noticing something strange here. They rushed from all directions, full of doubts. Why did this fall from the sky out of nowhere? But wait until they react. The four Sheno people were panting as they turned back onto the bamboo basket, quickly cut the cable connected to the iron rope. The balloon slowly rose. The dat people saw that they could not keep up any longer, can only hatefully shoot arrows towards the balloon. But now it's too late to do anything. Originally, for the dat people, is a game of cat and mouse. But who would have thought that playing all his life would be a heroic act? Finally blinded by the hero, then Minjiao just came back to his senses. Seeing that Chu Lap was still scared out of his wits, he immediately reported to his family. Who would have thought that Chu Lap? Just heard of them Nigo, the name of the person who only knows how to hang around all day. Full of, if you do nothing well, you will be startled and scared. Duongbu saw that someone dared to slander his benefactor, then how can be satisfied? As he spoke, he grabbed the axe beside him, threatened Chu Lap to be careful with his words. He doesn't care what Marquis, no Marquis, dare to say something bad to his benefactor. He will throw Jula down from the balloon right now. Chu Lap saw the situation. Pale face, quickly speak kind words, said that from now on Fuemki Pham is his reincarnated parent. I will definitely treat him well in the future. Only then did Duongbo's expression soften, knowing that the axe in his hand scared Chu Lap. This axe is definitely of no use, immediately thrown straight out of the basket. But what a coincidence, Crown Prince Ngak tried to that dat. At this time he was furious and scolding his subordinates. The duck was in the mouth and flew away. How can I not be angry? What made him even angrier was, the subordinate told him again, the person was saved from heaven. This made him completely unable to contain his anger, even if there are gods. It is also to protect the descendants of Genghis Khan. How could these be Han people? While saying that, he wanted to punish these people for their negligence. The people of Tuanda all begged in confusion. Crown Prince Ingat Triat saw an axe falling from the sky again. He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but discover these damn Tundi clansmen, hugged his leg tightly. Keep yelling at them not to lie. Ningak Triat's legs kept struggling, but it was too late. Familiar with horse riding since childhood, hailed as the bat two of the steppe. I can't think of it until I die. I was hacked to death by an axe that fell from the sky. The adults looked at this sudden scene. Forgive them. The warriors of the steppe fear neither heaven nor earth, also scared by this supernatural force. Extreme panic. Fangjafan at Shanghai Pass, looking forward to Duongbu and them Gao's return, just thinking about the two of them being in a life and death situation. In the heart there is a little pain. That's his beloved here. Fine, now he knows heart touch. Why didn't you feel hurt when you harmed Lu Ji last time? That's light. In harming disciples and followers, Fuengki Pham absolutely did not soften. Just as he was searching the sky with binoculars, then vaguely saw the balloon fall down a few miles from the palace. The falling posture was really miserable to look at. Fuonki Pham saw that, hurriedly rode back to the scene of the accident. Halfway there, immediately saw three people in ragged clothes, like a beggar. Limply walk, Shenhao's nervous tension. The moment I saw Fuonki Pham, immediately relax, whole body like mud fell to the ground. This gloomy experience is really too scary. Fuonki Pham hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Laugh out loud, I knew you would come back alive. Where's the nephew Chulap? Chulap's face turned green and white, hesitated a moment, obediently kneeled down in front of Fuonki Pham, kowtowed to thank Fuonki Pham for his rebirth. This favor he will remember forever. Fuonki Pham thought to himself, is this what Jula looks like? Absolutely not inherited from the impressed dowager at all. Fuonki Pham did not say much, said to Chulap, remember well, the urgent matter is to return to the capital quickly. Will he find a girlfriend? I'll see if it's on time or not. Chulap was a little embarrassed, causing the maternal grandmother to become seriously ill. Seeing that Fuonki Pham did not want to pay much attention to him, immediately began to please Fuonki Pham, Hung Kinbai and also Big Brother Dong. Brother, them saved my life. I will really remember this kindness. You just wait and see. When I return, I will definitely bless you all. My grandmother loves me the most. Fuonki Pham just thought, look at Chula. I just have something I need your help with. Chulap rubbed his hands. Just say it. In my heart I admire Hung Kinbai very much. Don't say help. Whether it is mountains of knives or seas of fire, then it is nothing. Fuonki, whisper Her Highness the princess is not married yet, still at marriageable age. Chulap immediately felt a little dizzy. What do you mean? Fuonki Pham coldly smiled at him. Makes Chulap's skin crawl. Chulap shivered. Discuss with Fuonki Pham, or let's just talk about going through hell. On the other side, Them Van's face was pale. Paleface received the imperial edict done. It's all done. His son has gone to Shanghai Pass. Heard that he went to save Chulap. In his heart he was extremely uneasy, asked for news everywhere, but could not ask anything, like ants on a hot pan. Then the emperor suddenly asked his daughter's date of birth. Does that mean you want your daughter to be the crown princess? Isn't this obvious? Something must be wrong with them, Gao, or die one life. In short is certain death. If not, why is there this edict in the palace? The reigning emperor has only one son. The crown princess is the one who will definitely become the mother of the world in the future. For the Them family, this is of course a great joy, but clearly this is his only son, Them Nimgo. Changed by Nip. It seems that the palace also feels a bit guilty about this matter. Want to take the opportunity to reward to comfort him. He is an old god after all. The white-haired man sees off the green-haired man. What a heartbreaking story. If this grace does not come, then so be it. Once it comes, the meaning is already obvious. Them Gao is dead. Them Van choked and knelt down on the ground. Just know how to cry in pain. He naturally knew that it was the grace of Lei Ting and Lu Ju. Also know this grace. What does it mean to the Them family? Them Van felt pain in his heart, and with great difficulty he lowered his head. Thank you. The Queen Mother was still considered sober, now started talking nonsense again. The illness worsened a bit quickly. Emperor Hongji was restless all night because of the matter of the impressed dowager, gradually began to accept the truth, but she was always troubled by one thing. Them Van, the eldest son seems unlikely to return alive, so she brought great favor. This crown princess placed on Them Van. But what should we reward Fuonki Pham with? He had no intention. He is really a bit elusive. Fuonki Pham usually seemed lazy and indulgent, but at the crucial moment, he unexpectedly helped him relieve his sadness. Thinking of Fuonki Pham, Emperor Hongji could not hide his worry. Xiao Jing was scolded for badmouthing Fang Jifan last time. This time wiser. Tried to praise Fuonki Pham as a talented person. Most importantly, be extremely loyal to His Majesty. Did many great things for the court. Really powerful? Emperor Hongji heard and sweat profusely. Therefore, what if something happens to Fuonki Pham? How will he comfort Fuonki Pham's relatives? Tiu Kun secretly hated in his heart. He thought carefully about this kid Fuonki Pham. With the personality of Fuonki Pham, he is the one who understands the principle of a wise rabbit with 3 burrows best. Thinking back, the person who was really 9 parts dead and 1 part alive was Them Nigo. The Emperor Hongji did not listen and still scolded him. Now he rolled his eyes and lied. Your Majesty believes it wrongly. Emperor Hongji looked at Xiao Jing. My friend, you are right. Such a loyal and devoted person. I have been too cold. So then, you go to proclaim. Today we'll bring Fuong Tiufan to the palace. His parents for life is in 1,000 miles. His brother said here. Emperor Hongji was moved. No more Emperor Hongji looked over again. The Queen Mother fell into a coma again. The Queen Mother seems to be in trouble. It is God's will. It is difficult to disobey the will of heaven. Then children should prepare early. Truin and Kwok Kong Chung Mao to the tomb of Emperor and Tong to choose land. This funeral absolutely cannot be done carelessly. Emperor and Tong passed away early. His grandmother will be buried with him. Just do it like that. Having finished these instructions, Emperor Hongji fell silent once again. How deep is his love for the Empress Dowager? Without the Queen Mother, there would be no him. But in life there are always reunions and separations. This is something that no one can escape. Outside Ngomong Gate, Them Van Thong was kneeling there, 2 hands raised in gratitude. In deep my son is really creating karma? There has not been a single day of peace for years. I should have known. I'd rather leave him in Nanjing to indulge in debauchery, even if I spend my whole life being a useless person. So what? The son should not be a man, but at least alive, can still be inherited, also of grandson. To say it 1,000 times less, even a nephew is not allowed. Don't you have great-grandchildren? But now countless thoughts flash through his mind. The desperate son becomes a dragon. Is it that difficult? Such a great price to pay? Think again and again. He blamed Fuonkifime again. So many disciples. Do I have any grudge against you? Choose no one. Why did you choose them and go? That silly kid them and go. In his heart he was sad, but could not say anything. Anyway, them and Ja did the right thing. Fuonkifame did not take him to steal chickens and catch dogs. He knelt here, continued to ask Eunice to inform. Today no matter what, he must also meet his majesty. From the mouth of the emperor to get some news. Just as we were struggling, suddenly there was the sound of horse hooves behind. Riding a horse in the palace is against the rules. Although Ngomong Gate is not part of the Forbidden City. But anyway, it was already on the edge of the Forbidden City. Who dares to ride a horse here? He. Extraordinary courage. The man was in turmoil. But do not pay attention to these things. For him, no matter what happens, nothing strange, but the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer. Suddenly someone shouted at him, "Father." Them Van then unconsciously turned his head back. This voice is so familiar. Not even though it turns to ashes, you also recognize it. Is that Them Gao? When Them Van saw them go running towards him, perfect and flawless, Shen Wen's body trembled like a sieve, like in a dream. Unexpectedly, the beastly child that he missed day and night was still alive, said then raised his hand and hit wildly, just scolded loudly, "My wise gave birth to a beast like you. Parents are still alive should not go far. You do not understand this principle." Then Minjiao was beaten to the point of kneeling on the ground, continuously nodded in apology. Fuonkifame saw Them Van's murderous expression. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Suddenly have a little want to run away. Unexpectedly Them Han Lam's child-beating skills, and is as proficient as the Emperor Hongji. Surely when Young also practiced the family secret. Then Them Van shouted at Them Gao again, started attacking Jula. The name of the guy who eats all day and is lazy. The name of the guy who hunts all day long. Why did you save him? You risked your life to save him? That kind of person deserves to be beaten to death, dismembered into 1,000 pieces. Obviously the angry words were a bit harsh. Fuonkifame glanced sympathetically. Chulap was feeling a little sad, patted him on the shoulder, softly comforting, "Don't take it to heart. Scholar Them has always been straightforward, talk without restraint." But before Fuonkifame could finish comforting Chulap, heard Them Van speak ill of him. "Is there anything it doesn't dare to do? You follow that brat Fuonkifame. What is there not to do? You don't know what kind of person he is. All day long relying on brains to cheat everywhere. Others do not know. I still don't know." Them Gao trembled with fear, want to explain something to Fuonkifame, but was loudly interrupted by Them Vanla. Fuonkifame from afar saw this and was a bit annoyed. Fortunately his mentality was stronger than Chulap's, not directly expressed on the face. Chulap secretly glanced at Fuonkifame, seeing that Fuonkifame's face was not red and his breathing was not rapid, a calm and composed look, in the heart startled. This person has thick skin? In the capital, it is rumored that this person is shameless and thick-skinned. Indeed true its reputation. Fuonkifame and Chulap both chose to take a detour, from Vumon to the palace. 2 people walking side by side like thieves, although on the outside it looks majestic and imposing, but actually feel a little guilty inside. Anyway, it's to let someone else's son sacrifice himself, save people get slandered behind their backs, also not convenient to refute. Them Van looked at Fuonkifame with a somewhat unhappy expression. Fuonkifame smiled and looked back. It is not possible to take it back. He stared at Them Van, clearly still holding in mind Them Van's scolding just now, still holding a grudge. Must say Them Han Lam, it is indeed worthy of a bookworm to experience great storms. Saw Fuonkifame smile. He also cannot keep a cold face, also smiled back. Then the two greeted each other warmly, as if the previous events had never happened. Them Van was like a spring breeze blowing through, praising Fuonkifame. Teach son methically. Fuonkifame also opened the awkward conversation mode. Frankly admit to being ashamed of poor education. This time let Jule return, causing them Ninga to be on the verge of death. He felt Them Van changed his attitude again. Wave hand. What a big deal. I, a scholar following the career of war, Chungquan story, Mountain of Fire. There is no reason to frown. Xuanzi can be effective for your majesty. The old man was extremely happy. Must say still a reader. He can make sense of anything. Face skin is also really thick. Only then did them Van realize something. Looking at the perfect son without a single blemish. Thought of his daughter again. His Majesty has issued an edict to choose her as crown princess. Son not dead. Daughter becomes crown princess. Such a great benefit fell into the hands of the them family. At this moment them Van's eyes lit up. Suddenly felt Fuonki Fam was especially cute. Even Chula's ugly face. Also see ugly but cute. So innocent, so pleasing to the eye. Fuonki Fam and everyone hurried to the sleeping chamber of Nihando Palace. Emperor Hongji did not leave, staying by his side to watch over him. The Queen Mother woke up again. Very good mood. Emperor Hongji held the hand of the Empress Dowager, constantly sighing and sighing. Just these past few days, he had been preparing for the worst, though my heart aches. In front of the Queen Mother still trying. Forced smile. The Crown Prince and Princess knelt under the tower, dare not stand up, just hold a handkerchief to wipe tears. The Empress Dowager only felt her heart ache, slowly told the old story to Hongji Emperor. When it comes to the emotional part, caught a few times, that fragile breath makes Hongji Emperor look with heart touch. The Queen Mother seemed to be giving instructions for the funeral, said that she had a good grandson like the Emperor Hongji. This life has no regrets. It's just that her maternal family has no future. When she was alive, she had some grace. If she were gone, I hope that the Emperor Hongji does not hate them, but also cannot be used. Then the Empress Dowager looked tired again. Funeral instructions. Not knowing if he could be buried with Emperor Intong, will Emperor Intong still recognize her? Emperor Hongji held the hand of the Empress Dowager tightly. Hands are getting colder. Emperor Hongji suddenly burst into tears, like a child kneeling before the Queen Mother. Uncontrollable emotion. The Queen Mother held out her hand, gently patted the back of Emperor Hongji, face increasingly pale, scary. Once the Emperor Hongji loses his temper, he cannot control himself. The Crown Prince also burst into tears. But at this moment, a eunuch hurriedly entered. Your Majesty, Zula has returned. Come pay your respects to the Queen Mother. In the palace there was still a sound of crying like thunder. Even if someone hears something, also just think because I'm too excited, so the illusion is born. The little eunuch was nervous. Raise your voice, Your Majesty. Chula's back. Come pay your respects to the Queen Mother. One scream. In the palace there was immediately no sound. All sound was silent. Emperor Hongji had a slightly amused expression on his face. Eyes swept over the little eunuch. The Queen Mother seemed to feel, I'm half awake and half asleep again. Look at disbelief. The Crown Prince was a little bewildered. Everything is too weird. Chulap outside the pass. The Ming army basically never came out to rescue. Dai Min also absolutely did not send any envoys to negotiate peace. In this situation, this person is almost certain to die. Want to live but cannot live. The Chu family even prepared a whole pile of clothes, just waiting for bad news from outside the border. We'll bury his clothes in the Chu family mausoleum. Chula returns. Feels like cheating. Emperor Hongji's face was cold, and the eyes carry sharpness. He was in no mood to joke at the moment. But at this moment, someone outside burst into tears. Go straight in. No one can stop. Your Majesty, God. While speaking, he kowtow, I am a god and cannot tolerate any death. Make your highness worry. Deserves to be chopped into 1,000 pieces. He began to kowtow repeatedly, head covered in blood, but the only thing you don't have to worry about is damaging your face. Everyone had not yet reacted. Still bewildered, the Queen Mother looked at him with difficulty. Makes people think they have seen a ghost. It looks so ugly. Then he ordered someone to take out the flower glasses. Then you can really feel it. What appeared under his feet was actually wax. Chulap did not hesitate, looked up, eyes filled with tears, smiled and said to the Queen Mother, come and see. Come see. It's Chula. A sound. The Queen Mother did not know where the strength came from, slapped Chulap straight in the face. Beast, you dare to come back? What a waste, you dare to come back. Chulap said nothing, hurriedly knelt down and said, I deserve to die. Please punish me severely. If we talk about the most cruel person in Dai Min, then it must be the Queen Mother. Chulap has a low status. I beg your Majesty to punish him severely. The Queen Mother was not polite at all. Immediately order someone to give Zula 20 slaps. Chulap, on the contrary, was very generous and loudly said, God is not afraid of pain. Speak bright words. As long as you are happy, my lady. The Empress Dowager, her face full of regret, was supported by the Emperor Hongji. Angry face. It is clear that Zula must be taught a lesson. But on the contrary, Emperor Hongji advised, it's good to be back. This is... punishment will come later. The prince also begged from the side. Father is right, 20 lashes is too heavy. It's better to hit him 17 or 18 times. The great-grandmother was not satisfied with her anger. I beg your help. Chulap heard that the crown prince wanted to take action, immediately shrank back. He is not afraid of eunuch executing him, even if the imperial guards take action. He's not afraid, because he did not believe those people would dare to use heavy hands. But he heard the crown prince wanted to make a move. Tears immediately filled his face. He did not understand what grudge he had against the crown prince. I'm still his uncle. Hurriedly crawled to the ground to beg for forgiveness. The Empress Dowager snorted coldly. Glanced at Chulap. Just now was because of anger. Now listen to Chulap begging. The anger in my heart also subsided somewhat. Asked Chulap if he dares to mess around again in the future. Chulap did not dare to say anything else. Hastily admit mistakes and ask for forgiveness. He was really afraid that the crown prince would act cruelly. Hit him, this guy. The queen mother felt. Things that are stuck in the heart. In a blink of an eye all disappeared without a trace. The whole person's complexion became more rosy. Actually, the royal physicians here are very worried, afraid that this is a reflection, but seeing the queen mother's complexion getting better and better, then understand the disease in the heart is cured. The disease in the heart has just healed, then all diseases are gone. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Now finally it feels like amnesty. Then the queen mother wanted to eat and drink. The royal physicians were even more joyful. They admired from the bottom of their hearts. Logically speaking, your majesty is at a rare age, yet can withstand such happy and sad things. Indeed rare, what a powerful old lady. Emperor Hongji saw that the Empress Dowager had recovered, also very happy. Cannot help but ask Chulap how to return. Chulap thought about this, immediately face happy smile. Fly back, the queen mother is feeling mixed emotions. Seeing this guy still dares to mess around at this time. Cannot help but angry. Chulap wanted to cry. It is obvious that he is telling the truth, but people do not believe. Emperor Hongji felt even more that this brat was hopeless, or just beat him to death. Seeing that the explanation was not finished, Chulap could only mention Fuongqi Pham. When Emperor Hongji heard the 3 words Fuongqi Pham, immediately stunned. Fuongqi Pham really did go to Sun Haiquan, also brought them Ninggo. Now Chulap said it with reason and evidence, can only let Fuongqi Pham in for an audience. The princess heard that Fuongqi Pham had returned. Actually, the queen mother recovered from her illness just now. Her mood was a little better, but thinking about Fuongqi Pham having no news, still very upset inside, eyes slightly downcast, not wanting anyone to see his sad face, long wet eyelash. A moment later, Fuongqi Pham and Ninggo, them Van I both walked in with high spirits. As soon as Fuongqi Pham entered, Emperor Hong Tri frowned. You quickly tell me everything. How did you make people fly? Then how to save Chulap and return. He did it on purpose. Just want to show off to Fuongqi Pham. Let him obediently tell the truth. For Emperor Hongji, flying back is a fantasy. Fuongqi Pham, from the moment he entered, saw a gaze directed towards him. Fuongqi Pham glanced, followed that gaze, immediately saw the princess kneeling on the ground, sneak a peek at him, in the deep eyes, filled with. Fuongqi Pham pretended not to see, saw someone beside the princess, said, it was Sheno and Yang Biao who were taken to heaven. Then save Chulap and return. As for explaining the principle of rising hot air, the structure of a hot air balloon can help people fly. Fuongqi Pham did not bother to explain, because no one will understand. Emperor Hongji's face was full of surprise. The prince next to him interjected, I don't believe it. Even if you beat me to death, I still won't believe it. You do not fly up for me to see. I don't believe it. Father, I think this is a conspiracy. Fuongqi Pham is definitely doing it. Or maybe, this is basically Fang Jifan and Fang La colluding. Deceive father. Father, tell him to try flying. Let's see. This is a good brother. At the crucial moment, biting you is biting very badly. Hear the prince say so. Emperor Hongji was indeed a little moved. To be honest, all my life, how many books have you read countless memorials, also heard countless rumors about good omens, but never seen anyone fly. He of course knew what the prince intended. But Emperor Hongji himself was also very curious. Fuongqi Pham heard their conversation. Secretly happy, he is worrying about the farm. Hot air balloons cannot attract customers here. Now release hot air balloons in the Forbidden City. It's like advertising your farm. In prime time. Say it and do it. Fuongqi Pham did not beat around the bush anymore. Tell the risk-taker to Tae-sun to bring the hot air balloon immediately. This old Emperor Hongji did not allow him to enter the warm palace. Want to talk to Fuongqi Pham privately. He felt a little uncomfortable inside. Morally speaking, he is watching your majesty grow up, should not be jealous. But inside I feel uncomfortable, afraid that Fuongqi Pham will play tricks behind his back. Fuongqi Pham entered the warm palace. Bowen Thanksgiving. Emperor Hongji was extremely calm and waved his hand slightly, meaning no need for formalities. This is not grace. was won by Funky Pham himself. He is just a fair reward and punishment. Otherwise people will laugh at you. Funky Pham heard and immediately understood. This word has hidden meaning. In my heart I can't help but whisper, is Emperor Hongji misunderstanding something about him? Do I need to flatter to justify myself a little? While he was still hesitating, Emperor Hongji spoke first. Say there are no outsiders here. My lord and subject, feel free to talk. Also praise Funky Pham for being very experienced in teaching others. Duong Dan's performance in defeating the enemy this time was not bad. He also wants to learn, but it is just imitation. Funky Pham thought to himself, how can they be the same? My student are all people with natural talent, and the person that His Majesty wants to teach was born a scum. Two people are inherently different. How can compare? He just had some doubts. The prince often goes with him these days. Why did you anger your father to this extent? Emperor Hongji just mentioned the crown prince. Then anger flared up again. Scolding endlessly? Good-for-nothing prince. Funky Pham saw his good brother being scolded again. Hesitated for a while. Still speak a fair word on behalf of the crown prince. He thought there must be some misunderstanding. His Highness the Crown Prince is a genius. Never before. It is the blessing of our great Ming. Emperor Hongji heard Fang Jifan say that and found it very unpleasant. My son, you don't know how it is. This statement of Funky Pham is really not convincing. It's as if Emperor Hongji is an idiot. In the eyes of Emperor Hongji, a cold light flashed, but soon became moderate. What else can be done? Who said my son doesn't try hard? Emperor Hongji sighed. Said the crown prince is the root of the nation. That's why. Just retreated left and right. There are words that cannot be left unsaid. He has only one son. If there is one more child, then there would be no need to worry so much. Funky Pham nodded in agreement. Although he just praised the prince for being good, but in his heart the prince, if I don't become emperor in the future, in some respect, can also achieve great success. For example, being a general, be a farmer, be a work. This guy is truly a natural talent. Just a fate arranged him to be the crown prince. There is no other way. The burden of the country in the future must be shouldered by him. So as a crown prince, to become an angel, what should be done to be appropriate? Funky Pham gradually felt Emperor Hongji is about to get to the main point. But he thought again, really don't understand. Finally a prince. What talents are needed? Because in this world, there are many princes. Before inheriting the throne, no etiquette, full stomach, praised by people. What about reality? After they inherited the throne, be emperor, in the blink of an eye, he became a tyrant and a tyrant. Their brutality is truly astonishing. Emperor Hongji was a little confused. This name is Funky Pham. The ability to speak sideways and backwards is not small, but think again. Also feel is not without reason. Then Funky Pham told in detail about the talents of King Zhou of Shang and Emperor Yang of Sui, tyrants. Their talent, which is not outstanding. He believes that the difference between a wise king and a tyrant lies in empathy. By the way, flatter Emperor Hongji a little. Your Majesty is a sympathetic person, but the prince is even more sympathetic. Live and eat with the people. Feel the suffering of the people. Emperor Hongji thought that what Fang Jifan said made sense. So the story of Funky Pham sending the prince to plow the fields, live and eat with people, he did not object either. Funky Pham shook his head again, say, he did not send the prince to plow the fields. It was not because he incited the crown prince to live and eat with the common people. The crown prince is a man of great opinion. Once decided, 9 buffaloes cannot pull it back. He and his people suffered and were happy, simply because he wants to. So that's why I say, he is an unprecedented crown prince in the history of dynasties. From ancient times to present, no one can compare with him. Emperor Hongji blushed. Suddenly said, but you can't do some women's stuff with him. What a disgrace. Funky Pham was stunned. Says, been going around in circles for a while now. It turns out that the purpose is just this. He was still wondering why Emperor Hongji had so much free time. But you bring up so many things. Nonsense, Funky Pham was about to explain. Then, outside the palace, the Duke of An Kwok changed into a royal robe. Urgent matter report. With the principle that housework should not be talked about outside, Emperor Hongji told Fang Jifan to step back first. Think carefully about how to handle this crown prince case. Funky Pham is really unlucky for 8 generations. Just stepped out of the warm door, ran into the Duke of England who was coming to see him. The Duke of England holds a Bagua heart. Evaluate Funky Pham from top to bottom. Seeing his appearance, he is very brave and doesn't look like a gay person. With some doubt, he approached Funky Pham. Question, I heard that you and the crown prince are doing housework recently. Funky Pham was momentarily speechless. It's a good thing that no one knows. Bad news, this is not female work. Which is one of them? Mr. Kwok Kong looked disappointed. One of them? Isn't it still women's work? As a man, why don't you do other things? Why do these things? Fuonki Pham had nothing more to say. There is no way to explain this properly. He performed the ceremony, then run for your life. On this side, Emperor Hongji could not swallow this anger no matter how he thought about it. Feel the prince story. Making women's clothing must have been known to all the mandarins in the court. Really too much loss of face. That being said, he told someone to bring the crown prince tomorrow, prepare a set of Wu Liantian heirlooms for the crown prince, to loosen up the crown prince's skin, to teach him a lesson. As soon as Emperor Hongji finished saying that, then the gay man turned pale, scared to death. At first he made fun of it, was originally aimed at Fuonki Pham. I want to tell your majesty that guy Fuonki Pham again incited the crown prince to cause trouble. But who would have thought? His majesty wants to capture the crown prince and fight him. In the palace there are so many eyes and ears. If his highness the crown prince gets beaten, who is the instigator? How can he stand it? Xiao Banban could only scream and kneel down on the ground, choked up and begged his majesty to forgive the crown prince. Who would have thought that Tiu Banban would try even harder to defend the crown prince? Hongji Emperor felt even more that what Fang Jifan said earlier was correct. The crown prince has a strong character. What he likes to do, 9 buffaloes cannot pull it back. What he doesn't like, no one can make him do it. Speaking of this women's workshop, if the crown prince is not interested in this, who can force him to do it? No, the more the Emperor Hongji spoke, the angrier he became. If I do not collect him, how to face ancestors? Face the people of the world? To conclude, the Emperor Hongji hated that he could not grind his teeth. Tomorrow to the palace, bring that rebellious son before me. If he still does not repent, I must kill him. Tiu Banban felt a chill down his spine after hearing that. It's over, he doesn't understand. Why am I clearly accusing Fuonki Pham, corrupted the crown prince? This is how it turned out. What the hell is this? Tiu Banban still wanted to say something more, but was shouted at by the furious Emperor Hongji. Tiu Banban was startled. A Shen face had to give up. In Taesun, based on color and pattern, the crown prince organized a party. Taesun women knitted hundreds of sweaters. Fuonki Pham saw that, quickly told the crown prince to try it on. The crown prince put on his sweater and happily ran out. Fun activity. Mouth still mumbled happily. This sweater is much better than the cotton one. It was a little uncomfortable to wear at first, but the arms and legs are much more flexible. Old Fuon, are you cold? Or should I take it off for you to try on? Just said and wanted to take off his shirt. Fuonki Pham was speechless. Quickly wiped the runny nose. Look at the idiot outside in the cold. Want to take off your shirt? Hurriedly stopped. No need, no need. I wear it myself. I know it myself. The crown prince stopped moving. Disdainfully glanced at Fuonki Pham. Only, like a rag. This sentence is quick to learn. Don't choke old Fuong to death, but Fuonki Pham still can. Why not? Just have the merit. Iron can be ground into needles, let alone just a sweater. You just wait. Anyway, Fuonki Pham is the type of person who loses to others but not to battles. Have to talk first, no matter what happens later. These two names, Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham, having nothing to do so playing housewife, knitted sweaters are both warm and durable. When Fuonki Pham said he wanted to sell cheap, the Crown Prince expression was a little choked. It turns out he summoned people. How much effort? With just one sentence of Fuonki Pham, considered in vain. Fuonki Pham was also very surprised, immediately saw the Crown Prince's aggrieved expression, so he patiently explained that the sweaters were just samples. Our real business is selling wool to make money. The sweater we net, half a month passed. In total there are only a few dozen, more than 100 cases. Even if you sell 100 teals, how much can a case earn? But wool is different, large-scale weaving possible. Moreover, weaving a sweater is not a difficult thing. Even housewives can do it. The proverb is very true. We do not make sweaters. We are just wool carriers. The prince narrowed his eyes, happily patted Fuonki Pham on the shoulder. Must be 3. These days of weaving clothes, my hands are almost crippled, finally seeing some return on investment. The prince laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. He has dreamed of getting rich for too long. He is so hungry for money. Maybe from money is not important. The important thing is that he needs to prove himself to others. Fuonki Pham agreed to divide 3 cities for the Crown Prince, made the prince happy as a feather in his cap. After that, he and the Crown Prince parted ways, happily returned to the palace, but just got home, he fell to Yang Guanxi, that blind man, dare to give orders in the palace, except him. No one is allowed to burn coal without reason. No waste. The owner's money must wait until he returns before it can be burned. Do you hear what people say? Who is this looking down on? I, Fuonki Pham, may lack virtue and heart, but the only thing we don't lack is money and coal. I have nothing in my house, but feel free to burn coal. I, Fuonki Pham, am the one with the mine. Even family members can't keep warm. This matter to let outsiders know. Wouldn't that make me laugh at Fuonki Pham? Duong Quan Su heard that the young master had returned. overjoyed, just heard the young master screaming, hurriedly pricked up his ears to listen. Young master, just heard him scream. I immediately understood in my heart that the young master's personality was still the same, still a loser. He felt a little sad inside, touched his beard but did not dare to speak. Sneak away, Fuonki Pham deliberately spoke so loudly, also to let Doang Quan Su pay attention in the future. Don't be so stingy. Anyway, Fuonki Pham is a famous person. He was too lazy to argue with Doang Quan Su in front of him. The most bustling dong market in the capital, merchants gather. Fuonki Pham for the sweater launch, specially ordered Trine Quoc Phu to build a high platform right in the middle of the crossroads, make the road clear. Immediately blocked. Only a small path as narrow as a goat's intestine remained. Immediately made the people angry. Whose family is so immoral? Dare to block the way? Who is so arrogant and domineering? Who is so arrogant and domineering? Before, even though doing business legally, also cannot avoid being mistranslated to make things difficult. The merchants waited with their necks stretched to see the excitement. But wait, also not see a single mistranslated name. Not only is there no mistranslation, but not a single officer was seen. Even the usually overbearing ones often come here. Tea-drinking demands of merchants such as the Imperial Guard or the Eastern Workshop. All dead, not a name in sight. The merchants began to complain. Is this trying to cut off people's business? How immoral. This is not business. This is clearly a dead end. Want to push people to death? Fuonki Pham finally understood. How much has my dignity declined? But he still felt a little resentful. The subordinates have already done this much. Then why leave a small path like goat intestine? Having gone to such an immoral extent, why not be a little more immoral? It's really not working. Harm the excess. Do you know what is the best level of business? Later generations all said, Ming Dynasty business faced countless troubles. So the seeds of capitalism, although born at the end of the Ming Dynasty, but not growing strongly. But in Fuonki Pham's heart, doing business in the Ming Dynasty, simply easy. Not afraid of anyone causing trouble. Want to show something, like Jobs Dip. Can instantly gather thousands of customers, moreover everyone lined up, looking forward to waiting. The government voluntarily maintained order, also did not see any ghosts or monsters. Doing business to this extent almost feels like being an official. So happy, he also did not think about what his identity is now. Dunvian Mark was translated by Anna. The officials did not dare to look up at him. I'm afraid I can't serve this master well, who dares to come and ruin his party. Before, because of war, anger was caused. After knowing that it was the strategy of Din Vian Hao, everyone immediately became strangely quiet. No one dares to say a word, complain a sentence. Everyone stood still obediently. Dare not speak up. Even people who needed to pee didn't dare move. This is the reputation of Fuonki Pham outside. Even the strategists of the northern town palace, after hearing that Fuonki Pham set up a stall at Dong Market, attracted countless people to see, also dare not act without thinking, to prevent accidents, also only dare to send people to investigate, really don't understand what Fuonki Pham wants to do. Of course, what Fuonki Pham did, it's not as complicated as they think. Just go to Dong Market to promote sweaters, to create a buzz for the future woolen career. Right under the high platform, as people gradually became interested, a eunuch panning came to Fuonki Pham. Tell him, Your Majesty, please let Du Chihin into the palace. Fuonki Pham looked very regretful. Why did Your Majesty suddenly remember him? Just the Emperor summoned, who dares not obey, can only obediently serve below the stage. The high platform leads towards the palace. The responsibility of selling fur coats is given to Fatty Wong. When Fuonki Pham went to Nugomun, from afar saw Crown Prince Chu Hao Chu. The prince looked foolish. Deliberately delay. Do not want to enter the palace. At this moment he saw Fuonki Pham coming, immediately happy and excited. There is one more substitute. At least there is one more victim. He felt much more comfortable. Seeing the Crown Prince's expression, Fuonki Pham said, Suddenly have a feeling that something is wrong. According to the temperament of Emperor Hongji, what good is it to summon the Crown Prince into the palace? So he smiled awkwardly at the Crown Prince. His Highness has also entered the palace. The prince nodded, then walked side by side with Fuonki Pham. Excitedly asked Fuonki Pham how the situation was at Dong Market. Fuonki Pham grinned at the Crown Prince. With Vong Bio there, nothing will happen. The prince was eager to know, in the end, is there any silver to be found? He also wants to die for money. Fuonki Pham thought to himself, Crown Prince, this fool still hasn't escaped from the pleasures of the mundane. Tell the Crown Prince sternly that making money is secondary. The most important thing is that Your Highness must have the world in mind, worry about people and country, must make the people have clothes to wear and food to eat. That was His Highness' original intention. Your Highness, please remember these words, then will not be beaten. The Crown Prince glanced contemptuously at Fuonki Pham. Feel Funky Fam is really fake. He does not know. Actually, these are all Funky Fam's sincere words. Funky Fam is truly a person responsible for history. Worry about people and country. What do others think? Does it matter? I Funky Fam am a man who loves his people. Type 1 if you think Funky Fam is right. What do you think? The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Emperor Hongji had originally called the crown prince to see him first. Who would have thought that the crown prince would drag it out to the point where Funky Fam would arrive, but still have not reached the vision of known cax? Emperor Hongji waited until he was a little impatient. I know these two names are mixed up again. Anger flared up in my heart. The prince is really too much. Dare to delay this old man's work. So the Emperor Hongji ordered the eunuchs, let the prince kneel outside for a few hours. Let Funky Fam go in first. Xiao Ban Ban stood beside her inside, feeling terrified. Finally understand who is the chicken, who is the monkey king. His cold sweat was flowing. Mood fell to rock bottom. The prince considered himself to have been offended by him. Funky Fam entered known cac. I also feel a little uneasy inside. But Hongji Emperor looked at him with a smile. Made him feel more scared inside. Just about to kneel down to pay respect, Emperor Hongji waved his hand. The prince just kneels out there. Funky Fam weakly replied. Poor prince. Don't know what happened. But His Majesty's punishment of him must be reasonable. So he knelt out there without hesitation. It's so cold, but he doesn't know how weak His Highness the Crown Prince's body is. Can you stand it anymore? Emperor Hongji heard Fang Jifan's answer, almost burst out laughing. Funky Fam saw Hong Trithian to smile. Also laughed. Emperor Hongji is fine. Say, the prince has thick skin and fat flesh. Probably bearable. On the contrary, you Funky Fam have a weak body. That's why I let you into this warm house. Afraid you cannot stand it. Now the crown prince is kneeling. Should I stand up? Funky Fam looked innocent. Completely clueless. What does this have to do with him? Just about to open his mouth to ask. Hongji Emperor's eyes gradually became cold, completely no longer smiling like before. Funky Fam's heart was in turmoil. Could not help but secretly complain in my heart. Fuck you, the Emperor is a son of a bitch. You are unreasonable. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you pretending for? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I Funky Fam, men of gold on their knees, on the knees of heaven and earth, kneeling before parents. What's the big deal about kneeling to your father-in-law? Kneel of toll. Kneel fluently. Seeing Funky Fam kneeling down, Emperor Hongji did not say anything more. Hold up the memorial. Read it yourself. Funky Fam knelt down with an uncomfortable face, thinking of the crown prince kneeling outside in the cold wind, in his heart also a little more balanced. Emperor Hongji read the memorial for a while. Really calm, just glance occasionally, looked at Funky Fam kneeling. Funky Fam tried to learn from the previous crown prince, whispering and groaning as if dying. He even thought about rubbing his forehead. Fainted here, make a fact is passed out. Seeing this, Emperor Hongji said, put down the memorial, call the crown prince in. By this time his anger had subsided a bit. Yesterday, although it was called to beat and kill, but today a little warning. Finally also a little reluctant. By the way, let Funky Fam stand up. Funky Fam hurriedly thanked him. Then pretend like your legs don't listen. Deliberately staggered. Look of extreme pain. The prince walked in happily. Majestic atmosphere to greet the king. Emperor Hongji looked at the crown prince with a smile. Friendly tone. How is it? Is it cold outside? This prince is really stubborn. Think for a moment, originally intended to say cold. Then the emperor will surely feel pity. The matter of scolding the child was also over, but I cannot say cold, because the child has come wearing a sweater. If you say cold, shouldn't you smash the sign yourself? Emperor Hongji heard this and said, eyes filled with surprise. He seemed to have been defeated by this rebellious son. Until now, I have not seen him crying miserably in prison. But here with me discuss it. Funky Fam heard him say 2 words. I knew that today I would definitely be beaten by that prince, framed to death. But he admired the prince very much, because of perseverance in principles, even though he was hung up and beaten arrogantly by the Hongji Emperor, also absolutely not give up. The Emperor Hongji was so angry that he trembled from the crown prince's words. I thought the crown prince had been kneeling for so long, there will be some remorse. Unexpectedly not ashamed to do women's work. On the contrary, it is an honor. There may be errors, but there is an error that is not corrected. Is this still human? Tu Ban Ban saw the situation like that, hurriedly advised His Majesty. I have a word. The prince is not familiar anyway, let alone this female art. It seems the prince does not understand very well either. All taught by Funky Fam. Funky Fam is angry. Tu Ban Ban, you son of a bitch, how dare you defame him? But before he could even retort, the prince quickly counterattacked. Nonsense, who said I'm not as good as him? You go and ask around. I know best. Tu Banban's legs went weak. Thud fell to the ground. Good job, Prince. He had nothing more to say. The Emperor Hongji was heartbroken and his head ached. Scolded loudly, you rebellious son. When everyone is doing housework, what expression do you think Emperor Hongji will have? Right now, facing the crown prince again and again without change, the Hongji Emperor finally became angry. Is really angry. Wrong it may be, but you did not correct it, and still stubborn. Then that is not what the prince should do. This is no longer a simple matter of doing wrong, but it has come to the problem of attitude. As the future emperor of the great Ming, is the place to entrust the welfare of the whole world, yet so stubborn. Then would be making a big mistake. How could the Emperor Hongji allow such a thing to happen? Looking at the prince still standing there, the Emperor Hongji was angry. Today I must beat him to death? Who would have thought that just as Emperor Hongji was about to take action, a trembling eunuch came forward to report? The grand scholars and a group of officials came to report the good news to His Majesty. The angry Emperor Hongji felt it was ironic. What fun could there be at this time? Ims wanted to refuse. Then Fuonki Pham and Tu Banban were careful with every detail, hurriedly opened his mouth to ask for an audience. Tu Banban is even more daring. Tell the mandarins to quickly come in. To make up for the grudge he had made with the crown prince, the Emperor Hongji had no choice but to temporarily restrain his anger. Glared at the crown prince who was holding his head high and arrogantly, using the calmest tone possible to threaten the crown prince. I will deal with you later. The crown prince was not convinced and said that the Emperor Hongji was unreasonable. Fuonki Pham thought to himself, the crown prince is still too young and inexperienced. Too little beating. 8 or 9 out of 10 fathers do not speak morality, but also want to reason with his father, either retarded or stupid. The ministers just entered and congratulated His Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty, opening with such a sentence, making Emperor Hongji both speechless and ashamed. Where the hell does this good news come from? Just as he was doubting, then them Van's wide mouth tearfully recalled. His Highness the Crown Prince and Marquis Dunvian did not mind the hardships, created the sweater, making countless concubines amazed. Emperor Hongji was stunned after hearing this. What is the difference between manufacturing and crafts? Isn't this mocking the Crown Prince for not doing state affairs? Seeing the Emperor Hongji doubtful, then Van was a bit impatient, hurriedly boasted about his son them Nimgo. Personally knitted him a sweater, he dressed very warmly. Simply a treasure. The ministers saw them Van showing off his son. Also said, my son also knits sweaters for them, can show his son's face in front of His Majesty. Is a good thing the national dynasty uses filial piety to govern the world. This filial piety is more important than anything else. Only then did Emperor Hongji suddenly awaken to a great realization. Oh, so everyone is doing housework, and all for his father. Thinking about this, his face softened a lot. Suddenly I felt like I was a bit too excited just now, then looked at the prince. Where is your sweater? Although the tone was still stern, but the anger in my heart has somewhat subsided. If so, this is just pure filial piety. On the contrary, it is a commendable thing. Moreover, everyone knows. Why did the prince not know? Thinking about this, Emperor Hongji felt that he was being too harsh on the crown prince. Naturally feel a little guilty. The crown prince heard the Emperor Hongji ask about his sweater. He did not hide it, said to the Emperor Hongji, he is knitting 1.5 now. One is for the queen mother? What about the other half? Is preparing for his mother. Emperor Hongji was a bit speechless. The moral is like that. Having good things, of course, must quickly pay respect to the Empress Dowager. This is a precious filial piety. As for his mother, it can also be said that it is reasonable. Even if the prince gave it to him, he also did not accept it. Must give it to Trung Hong Ha to feel secure. The problem is, listening on the phone is still a bit harsh. To clear up the confusion, Emperor Hongji smiled slightly, coldly glanced at Tu Banban. So it was a misunderstanding. Tu Banban shivered. He suddenly realized, it seems that I have fallen into an even more terrifying situation. Just because he accidentally told a joke about the crown prince working as a maid. This not only offended His Highness the Crown Prince, but also made His Majesty think that he was a troublemaker. This is a dilemma. After Emperor Hongji learned that the matter of the female palace was just a misunderstanding, his various things that are beneficial to both the country and the people, again only cost about 100 large coins. What does it look like, but so precious? So Fuonki Pham obediently went to the heavenly palace. Never expected, the first time I took off my shirt was for the emperor. Emperor Hongji held the sweater that Fang Jifan had taken off, put on. Apart from the slight itch in my neck, it felt warm. But looking at the crooked lines on the body, with messy stitches, a little bewildered, especially after looking through the sweaters of the other ministers, then bowed his head and looked back at his shirt. Cheap is expensive indeed. No wonder Fuonki, I was so excited to offer my sweater. But what can you say? My dear son doesn't even think of knitting me a sweater. Just know how to say sinful. Lead everyone out of the egg. The cold wind outside was blowing fiercely, but Emperor Hongji did not feel cold. So the mood is cheerfully teasing. Crown Prince, is this Fang Jifan's idea? Fuonqi Pham really has a few more tricks up his sleeve. It's just that practical ability is still very poor. You guys in Taesun every day talk about knowledge and action being one. You are form but not consciousness. As for Fuonqi Pham, he is knowledge but no form. Translated roughly means Crown Prince. You are such an idiot, and this brat Fuonqi Pham is a useless guy. Of course, this is just a conspiracy theory interpretation. Emperor Hongji may not have meant that. Emperor Hongji thought for a while, this brat Fuonqi Pham has brains. Knitting like this is also understandable. So he took Fuonqi Pham's sweater. It was not in vain that Fuonqi Pham had spent his heart and soul in suffering. I say, what does Fuonqi Pham's poor knitting skills have to do with his brain? He is not mentally retarded. It's just that his hands are clumsy, okay? Same with Fuonqi Pham. Don't miss any opportunity to flatter the Hongji Emperor. After confirming that the Emperor Hongji had received his sweater, his eyes immediately filled with tears. Turn on award-winning actor mode. Your Majesty is wise. Everyone takes glory as glory. But your Majesty does not look at the surface, but value the substance. I am blessed to have met such a wise king, your Majesty. What a blessing for 3 lives. The villainous face of Fuonqi Pham, causing the Crown Prince standing next to him to twitch. Not good at treating diseases. Flattery is a series of words. What a coward. Although the Crown Prince did not like Fuonqi Pham's way of doing things, but Emperor Hongji liked it very much. He was flattered to the point of extreme joy. Then asked, so what is the output of this sweater? Fuonqi Pham solemnly reported, Tranquoc Phu is doing its best to speed up the progress. We'll definitely find a way to get the cheapest price, quickly dominate the market. No, it has to be quick, bringing this practical warmer into every home. Emperor Hongji felt much more comfortable after hearing this. He saw more and more that whenever it came to the Crown Prince's affairs, I easily lose control. Then I thought again and realized I blamed the wrong person. In the heart cannot help but have a little upset. Rarely am I generous once. Let the Crown Prince and Fuonqi Pham try to do well in the future, regardless of whether Tranquoc Phu was framed, or Knit Sweater's open academy. Later whatever happens, then this emperor will rule over them. I just don't know. This kind of warm father-son love between the Emperor Hongji and the Crown Prince, how long can it last? When the famous general fought against the Ming dynasty, your father's hair turned white and affectionately call you master. How would you react? Commander of the Ningbo Naval Base Hong Long, along with the army to suppress the enemy, Ningbo Governor Wen Yanqing, with the 1,000-man guard of the National Palace Thich Can Thong, finally arrived at the capital in the midst of blinding snow, after the two met the current emperor, together to Dunvianha Mansion, just when Fuonqi Pham had just finished school and was preparing to return to the palace. Thich Can Thong's passionate voice reached his ears. Then Fuonqi Pham saw a general. Eyes filled with tears knelt behind me. Bodum. Then loudly shouted, students, Thich Can Thong pays respect to his teacher. At that time, Fuonqi Pham was completely stunned. What is this? Exclaimed, have I been having bad luck lately? Why haven't you left the door yet? Have you ever met such a shameless bunch? Is this blackmail? It really can't be blamed on Thich Can Thong for being too agitated. Not long ago he was still a sinner. In the blink of an eye became a meritorious subject. This change of identity is too fast. All are the merits of Dun Vian Hao. He just got today. These days, what he thinks about day and night is to meet the legendary Dun Vian Marquis. This time I met a legendary person, a person of great talent. Full stomach, noble character, both literary and martial. So young that it makes, one must be amazed. A talented person like Zhu Zhiang in this world, only one person every 500 years. How could he not be excited? Fuonqi Pham's reaction was also considered quick. When I heard the name Thich Can Thong, immediately moved. This is the father of Thich Ki Kwang, so he hurriedly stepped forward to help Thich Can Thong up. Enthusiastic inquiry? Thich Can Thong was bewildered. From the accounts of Duong Dan and Hokai's son, he knew that Dun Vian Hao was an extremely arrogant person. He does not consider anyone. In his eyes, everyone is scum. Even Duong the Hawk can be named on the golden board, head of armor, but also made great achievements. Such a disciple, who is his teacher, are all worth bragging about. Yes, but Dun Vian Hao is very stubborn. I heard that there are disciples who only passed the second-class doctoral exam and was beaten to death by Dun Vian Hao. He is just a rude brute, and most just a small vice-chairman, to tell the truth, in front of Fuonqi Pham, just like an ant. But looking at Fuonqi Pham's gentle and happy appearance, and even wanted to lift him up. Thich Can Thong knelt there and refused to get up. Fuonqi Pham thought to himself, how embarrassing. Borrowed his son's military book, just got this loan in Ningbo. But these things cannot be said. I, Fuonqi Pham, am a person with upright views. If it weren't for wanting to drive out the Japanese invaders, why did I steal your son's book? So in dealing with Thich Canthong, Phuong Pham felt a little guilty in his heart. This is because his noble moral concept is disturbing. Always feel like pawning other people's things is a disadvantage. Protecting the country against foreign invaders is not easy. Thich Canthong was stunned, looking at Phuong Pham's gentle and happy appearance, so touched that tears welled up in my eyes. The whole person was shaking with excitement. Life is really unreasonable. A person who is friendly to everyone, he is close to you, you will not feel any problem. On the contrary, it feels natural. But a fierce loner, meet everyone also shout loudly, only for a small character like you is gentle and caring. Then immediately, like dry wood meets fire, burn up a fierce fire. A warm current instantly spread throughout Thich Canthong's body. Thich Canthong tears fell down, extremely excited, and even opened his mouth to ask Phuong Pham to accept him as a disciple. Otherwise he will not stand up even if he dies. Phuong Pham immediately felt that this world was crazy. Or crazy. What the hell is this? Is he also a person with integrity? Stealing his son's art of war? How can I have the face to accept you as my student? I, Phuong Pham, have been brilliant all my life, cannot do such a thing. Looking at Thich Canthong hugging his thigh tightly, determined to become a disciple, Phuong Pham immediately felt extremely guilty. But this, he could not say it, so he sighed. Choose a neutral solution, to let Thich Canthong be his senior brother. Thich Canthong's body trembled. What are my talents? Is this a joke? He shook his head and firmly refused Phuong Pham's request. Phuong Pham finally couldn't argue with Thich Canthong. Reluctantly agreed, then clasped his hands behind his back and sighed, life is so lonely. Speaking of the most powerful agency of the great Ming, I guess everyone will definitely talk about the Imperial Guard and the Eastern Depot. But in reality it is not so. The Crown Prince's Trang Quoc Palace is truly unique. If you say where is the poison, it is in the place inside it. Besides the very intimidating looking Trang Quoc Phu sign, then its level of tatters is not even as good as the district office. But this is not the most unique thing. The only thing is that there are two weirdos in here, is the Crown Prince and Dun Vian Marquis. Because this is the Crown Prince's royal palace. The court did not provide salary, no fee, but they feel only use 30 taels of silver to renovate the house. Really too stink. Better not fix than not fix. Just a little rain and the yard is like a cave of water. The Crown Prince could not help but blame Phuong Pham. Could our Trang Quoc Palace be any more miserable? Guess what Phuong Pham said? He gave the Crown Prince a nickname, is the Sevenfold Conception. This is a thatched hut, only I am virtuous and respected. This is a bit like you are lecturing people. But people are playing tricks on you. The prince gritted his teeth, unhappily glanced at Phuong Pham. Spend a little more money and you die. People who like to stand and talk don't have back pain like that. Phuong Pham hates the most. So of course he did not hesitate to refute. So why didn't your highness pay at first? The prince was immediately hit like a bean, hesitated for a long time before admitting that he had no money. Phuong Pham was immediately speechless. You are poor but you still have reason. Okay. The Crown Prince saw that he could not argue with Phuong Pham. Immediately turned to talk about business. This time the Dat army advanced south. Dat Khan's goal was very clear, which was to attack Dae Thong directly. Although the national power of Dae Min was 10 times stronger than Dat, 100 times but still has obvious weaknesses, millions of soldiers along the long border can only defend at each base. Today, there are only a few thousand troops left. Even with prior preparation, it will still be difficult then. Furthermore, the Emperor Hongzhi spent all day immersed in the Palace of Civil Administration. People like us are also very negligent. I wonder if the Dae Dong Quan's combat power can withstand it. The Crown Prince is very pessimistic about the situation in Dae Tong. If this time I don't make the Dat army suffer, next time they come again, the army and horses at Dae Dong Quan are beyond expectation. Can we only rely on the Phi Chao Don of Trang Quoc Phu? So he discussed with Phuong Pham where to fight. Only then can the full potential of Phi Chao Don be brought into play. To deal a fatal blow to the Dat army, the prince could not help but frown. Very awkward look. If he were in Dae Dong, that would be good. Lead a team of centers himself, lure them to the chosen location. Phuong Pham shook his head again, firmly said a little wrong. He remembered an old story in history. Historically, that is, when Crown Prince Chu Ha Chu had just ascended the throne, Little Prince led troops to invade Dae Dong. At the same time, a very dangerous incident happened in Dae Dong. The wall of Dae Dong was collapsed on one side by explosives. Records in history books are unclear. Thinking back, this must be an insider planted by the Little Prince, secretly bribed the defenders, and planted a lot of explosives in the wall. The wall just collapsed. The Little Prince immediately led his troops to attack Dae Dong. In other words, He is right here. If Akong suddenly cooperated to knock down a section of our wall, then it can almost be affirmed that Dat people will definitely take advantage of the victory to advance, to station troops at a pass near Dongquan, launch a crazy attack on Daedong, because just need to break Dongquan, then behind will be a plain. There are countless riches. They can even recreate the ancient Tumak Bao incident, one-way kill straight to the capital. Fuonki Pham thought seriously for a while. Think that little prince is absolutely not an impulsive person. This time suddenly down south, absolutely not simply because his son is dead. Anyway, must immediately send Africa to fight at Dongquan front. Get ready. It is not right to say that the crown prince is stupid. He is more cunning than monkey. He saw through all of Fuonki Pham's pretense of impatience. It is not true to say that the crown prince is cunning. He just kept babbling nonsense. Like just now. After he and Fuonki finished discussing Dat going south, then he felt hungry again, so I thought let's eat something. After eating a piece of beef, he does not discriminate, shout out loud. This beef? Even more delicious than the beef that Fuonki Pham and I beat to death. Can this be said out loud? Fuonki Pham immediately denied, saying he was confused. Cows all fall to death. It is clearly stated in the cow slaughter book. It has nothing to do with us. There is such a thing as a matter of principle. If this principle has problems, will be the source of disaster. You are a butcher, and go everywhere shouting that I stole and killed the cow, afraid that others do not know the four virtues. Even if the palace suspects you have done something bad, decided to turn a blind eye. But you keep yelling like that, then it is difficult not to punish you. For example, a company today looks down on people with college degrees. If you keep quiet, then no one will say anything to you. But if you deliberately say it out loud, such blatant discrimination, then it is your fault. This point Crown Prince Zhu Haozhao can never learn. The Crown Prince ate very happily. I don't see anything wrong with my blabbering at all. Fuonki Pham looked at the Crown Prince's silly appearance. Also just know how to shake head bored. 2 days, emergency message sent. Something's wrong with Daedong. Not sure. A section of wall at the northwest corner. Again people buried explosives underground. After a loud bang, the wall collapsed a few meters long. In a moment, the whole of Daedong fell into chaos. In the majestic Daedong, there are people who are bribed by Dat people. Makes the people in the court cannot imagine. Emperor Hongji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But right now, the crown prince standing in the Kantham palace couldn't help but laugh, just when everyone was in a mess, are trying to cope with this terrible threat. Then you are the crown prince and you can still laugh? Immediately someone stood up to question the crown prince why he was laughing. The crown prince stood up without paying attention. Word by word says the situation in Daedong, all within trying but few's expectations. Emperor Hongji's face was a bit unsightly. Although the Dat people have only just attacked Daedong, the capital still has hundreds of thousands of gold, silver, jewels, and ochres. Once entered, there will be countless soldiers and civilians, suffered casualties at the hands of Dat. You are the crown prince and you can still laugh. Hongji's eyes almost rolled back. Glare at the crown prince. The crown prince did not care, very leisurely analyzed the war situation. Every action of Dat, all lie in the palm of Tran Quoc Phu's hand. Emperor Hongji was stunned. The courtiers were in an uproar. Some people find it hard to believe. Some people feel unhappy. Some people also hold a glimmer of hope. But this is a big deal, not a joke. Once Daedong falls, the consequences are not just earth-shattering. The academicians were dissatisfied with the crown prince's overly optimistic attitude. The crown prince is the crown prince, should take the army and people as the most important. Nowadays the people are as fragile as rice leaves. You are the crown prince and yet you stand in the court and say such arrogant words. This is an absolute no-no. Advise the crown prince to respect himself. The great Ming civil officials may not do anything well, but if talking about emotions then, that's number one. The crown prince was a little annoyed. He thought that what he studied in the court was useless. What is it about? It's a matter of tactics. Things have come to this. Should have thought of a way to deal with it. Pondering countermeasures. Not everyone is wearing a funeral face. Open your mouth, people. Shut up, something dangerous. Not arguing about his attitude. By criticism, just as the Hanlon scholars were arguing, in the crown prince's heart, anger boiled for a moment. Loudly scold the officials to shut up. At this moment, the crown prince was like an angry little lion. The palace immediately became quiet. Fuonki Pham almost suffocated. He stood from afar looking at the high and mighty Emperor Hongji. Because the distance is too far, so cannot see face clearly. I wonder what expression Thean Tu is having right now. How are you? But Emperor Hongji did not say anything. Obviously he also saw that his son was right, but just heard His Highness the Crown Prince say he wants to take them to Daedong. Just heard the Crown Prince scold them for only doing formalities. Many people almost fainted. This is not something that Truquan should say. How could you say such cruel words? It's unbearable, unacceptable. The face of the Station Master Dong Din Ho turned pale. Thump, he fell to the ground, crying miserably. Many people also knelt down in pain. It was as if the prince had used violent language to cause serious injury. One by one they asked the prince to grant them death. Fuonki Fam hid in the dark, understood clearly in my heart. The crown prince can never fight them. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. These people just need one to kneel, one to cry, one to scream. Then there is the name of loyalty. Both in accordance with Confucian ethics, just showed willingness to die for the court. With the appearance of a prisoner, completely pushed the prince into a position of being criticized by thousands of people. The prince was so angry that his face turned pale, whole body In the end, I couldn't help but coldly snort, "You're a beast in human form, don't know what's going on," indignantly waved his sleeve and left. No goodbye. Crown Prince, this unfilial son, in front of Fuonki Fam he accused his father. Talkative, making Fuonki Fam scared out of his wits. It's all because of what happened in the palace earlier. His father did not say a word from beginning to end. In the eyes of the prince, Emperor Hongji was not blinded by his ministers. Then he is a tyrant, or maybe I know it in my heart but don't dare to protect him. Shows that his father values reputation very much. Every day he just wants the scholars to praise him as a holy king. Such an emperor as a father in his eyes was completely fake, is a hypocrite. These stupid idiotic words, only the crown prince, such a straightforward person, could say it out loud. Fuonki Fam heard and thought to himself, luckily I'm not your father. If I, Fuonki Fam, give birth to such a child, will definitely take 10-20 concubines, every night diligently plowing, must have more sons. If not, I would die stuck on a tree like that. Really too pathetic. Fuonki Fam looked at the prince who was still angry, could not help but advise. Why bother about those people? We're big doors. Just focus on your work for now. And them, no need to pay attention. Don't be angry because of them. Anger is weakness. Only the weak. What a pointless vending. Your Highness's behavior now makes one feel like a child. Look at me, I'm not angry at all. I'm still very happy here. The prince heard, glared at Fuonki Fam and smiled like a child, laughed and said he was also very happy. He's not weak, but the strong. Now the urgent thing is to take this opportunity, give the Dat people a fatal blow. Fuonki Fam saw the crown prince being scolded by him for a few sentences. Immediately happy, also secretly admire myself, really awesome. Then tell the crown prince that Phai Tu Nin had saved him early. 3 days ago he gave the order. Once the Dat person reaches the intended location, that night will immediately conduct air strikes. The prince gritted his teeth. Just leave it to the courtiers, keep arguing and talking fast. Whether the plan will succeed or not remains to be seen this time. If not effective, I have nothing more to say. Go to the palace immediately and confess, but once successful, just see how I deal with those people. Fuonki Fam nodded with sweat. The two of them left the martial gate one after another. Then someone ran from behind. The prince stopped and looked back. Tio Ban. Immediately angry, hate in my heart cannot kill him. A few days ago, Lu Jin secretly informed him, said Tio Ban, dare to tell his father about his bad deeds. That's why his father was angry. Tio Ban usually met him and always acted honest and loyal. Who would have thought he was such a shameless and despicable person? Tio Ban saw that His Highness the Crown Prince seemed unhappy, in the heart slightly startled. Sure enough, I don't know who doesn't have eggs, secretly reported to His Highness the Crown Prince, but he still had to pretend to be deaf and dumb and said, Your Highness, His Majesty has an oral order? The prince looked indifferent. Tell Tio Ban if you fart, let it go. Makes Tio Ban laugh and cry. Looks like I really offended the Crown Prince, but the Emperor assigned him to do it, so he repeated once the words that Emperor Hongji had told the Crown Prince. The prince listened for a long time, also do not understand a sentence. Xiao Ban carefully explained, His Majesty's intention is to not make the prince angry. Should also pay a little attention later. Your Highness, please think about it. That is electric care. Go tell your father. Be careful, I will not go anymore. The prince left a sentence and was about to leave. Fuonki, although I don't like this old shaman Tio Ban, but now, still want to ease the situation for his good brother. Eunuch Tio, what His Highness the Crown Prince means is, Your Majesty's good intentions, you already know. You come back to serve. The Crown Prince wants to say, Fuonki Fam, you are distorting my intentions, but then shook his head. Can't help but say, Old Fang, you are still the best to me. We are really good brothers. In this world, only you understand me the most. You and I are not related. But more than brothers, Fuonki Fam smiled secretly. Life is impermanent. Who knows, maybe in the future I and His Highness the Crown Prince will be related. What do you mean? The prince suddenly became alert. Looking at the prince like an angry bird, Fuonki Pham thought to himself, oh my god. Too sensitive. How could you think that? I want to find a girlfriend, but it's so hard. In this broken leaky pond of Tranquoc Palace, the prince's eyes were filled with bloodshot. He has been staring at this for 3 days. 3 days have passed and there is still no news from Dae Dong. Whether this military action will be successful or not, in his heart there was absolutely no certainty. At this moment he was in a mess. He was afraid that once the action failed, but the Dat Dat people continued to invade Dae Dong, the consequences would be unimaginable. He could only look at the map again and again. Fuonki Pham thought more openly. He tried his best. If failed, then have to think of another way. Worrying here is useless. So he and Wen Yanqing set up the table. Pot. Thinly sliced goat meat, dipped in special sauce. Take another sip of wine. What a delicious. Fuonki Pham kept calling the crown prince to put down the map. Come eat something too. Who would have thought that the crown prince's niece would come up? Must look for clues from the map. But the crown prince also did not forget to tell Fuonki Pham to keep some meat for him. Fuonki Pham was too lazy to pay attention. Obviously looking at the map is useless. But the crown prince refused to eat or drink anything. He could not do anything to this stubborn buffalo. Just as Fuonki Pham and On Ningansen were drinking heavily, the crown prince was so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his back, holding a big bowl and slurping it up, was looking down at the map in a daze. Then Vong Bio happily brought the news of Phi Chao Don's victory. The crown prince shouted, dropped the bowl of rice in hand, one step forward, snatched the paper, two hands shaking, hurriedly opened the paper. On the paper is written, fate is not like fate. 6 short words made the crown prince's body tremble. These days what he feels most clearly is pressure. In front of all the civil and military officials, he flew into a rage. Although the emperor did not punish, but he understood clearly what those officials were thinking about him. Isn't it just a kid? Isn't it that His Highness the Crown Prince is too arrogant, too rude? These old men's judgment of right and wrong is ridiculous. What a joke. What he needs is a great catastrophe, a great disaster that Phi Chao Don brought to him. His hand holding the paper kept shaking, face sometimes pale, then slowly turned rosy again. Fuonki Pham also really wanted to know what is written on the paper. The crown prince pretended to be in pain again, told Fuonki Pham Phi Chao Don finished. Fuonki Pham's sadness immediately surged. What do you mean? Why is it done? So his disciple the Mingo. What about his subordinate Dong Biu? Fuonki Pham did not believe it, said while wanting to snatch the paper from the crown prince's hand. The crown prince there muttered that all were dead, said while wanting to swallow the paper in his mouth. It must be said, the crown prince's acting has also reached the level of winning the Little Golden Man Award. So true. Too emotional. Luckily Fuonki Pham was quick. One hand snatched the paper. Open and see, his eyes wide. Fate is unpredictable. Damn it, just now, Fuonki Pham was still full of pain. Anyway, it is my disciple. Be a good kid. Another name is Duong Biu. This name is a buffalo head name, but also a living life. Now he knew that the crown prince was playing a joke on him this time. Fuonki Pham gritted his teeth. It's hard to feel a little emotional, but it was ruined by the crown prince. The crown prince excitedly hugged Fuonki Pham. Laugh out loud one. Olfu we won. Those damn people are just talkers. Military salary? But to no avail. Look at our Tranquoc Palace. This is where big things happen. Fuonki Pham felt like his neck was about to be broken. Face red with choking, shortness of breath. Only now did I discover that this crown prince's body is really very good. No wonder he was beaten by his old father and is still alive. The crown prince raised his eyebrows, released Fuonki Pham, pacing back and forth in the yard. Fuck those bastards. See how I handle them. Fuonki Pham's eyes and mouth were wide open, looking at the crown prince swearing. Stunned for a long time, speechless, the crown prince was excited and passed away, pulling Fuonki Pham, who was still in a daze. Let's go. What is Mr. Fuong still standing there for? Hurry up and pack your things. Let's go to the palace. The great victory of Phi Chao Don was enough for the crown prince to hold his head high. He wants to see those ministers who talk about righteousness all day long. What will say? His Highness the Crown Prince is always, that stubbornness no one can cure. After hearing the news of the great victory of the African army, pulled Fuonki Pham and ran to the palace, swear to wash away the shame of the past and leave angrily. And today is the day of suspension of classes. The Hanlin officials and the Eastern Palace lecturers must all gather together. Just taught the scriptures to His Majesty, also to teach knowledge to His Highness the Crown Prince. But last time the Crown Prince left in anger, argued with the Hanlin officials very discordantly, especially Dong Kung, a group of lecturers led by Dong Din Ho. Almost all were killed by His Highness the Crown Prince. Crushed to the point of losing face, these Hanlin officials felt very uncomfortable inside. But the noise for a while had no results. The Emperor Hongji did not punish the crown prince. This makes them very confused, think that His Majesty is too indulgent. The crown prince died without repair. It was his father's fault. The crown prince was disrespectful to them. Your Majesty has a great responsibility. But when he started teaching in the lobby, the crown prince must be present. But when Dong Din-ho saw the position of the crown prince, then understood what happened. The crown prince was sulking, definitely not coming, so Dong Din-ho was a bit sad, pretend to be for the country and the people, causing the Emperor Hongji to worry about the Daidong affair, must pay attention to the crown prince's education. The crown prince is the king of the country, but for 2 years he has not read books anymore. Dong Din-ho, whose real name is Chim Su, but could not teach the crown prince. But now the crown prince does not even bother to participate. Just like this, I'm afraid the country will be shaken. Come on. Dong Din-ho did not say anything more. Emperor Hongji looked at Yang Ting thoughtfully. Visible person. Dong Din-ho was completely disappointed in the crown prince. More precisely, is the Han Lam group that Dong Din-ho represents, was completely disappointed in the crown prince. Emperor Hongji was silent for a moment. Say nothing. The crown prince's loud shout outside echoed into the palace again. Arrogantly ordered the eunuchs guarding the gate to get out of the way. The words are not finished yet. The crown prince stormed into Changwon Palace. Fuonki Pham followed behind the crown prince. Feel like a fool. Every time I follow the crown prince to do such rash things, sooner or later there will be a day of end. The crown prince entered the palace, immediately saw Dong Din-ho kneeling on the ground, along with the bewildered faces of the Han Lam crowd. In his heart he roughly understood what was happening. After greeting his father, the crown prince directly questioned Dong Din-ho. Asked Dong Din-ho if he was accusing him or not. This is getting a little awkward. In front of how many people? The crown prince is not respectful. My teacher. This slap landed squarely in the face of the book readers. What a shame. The Han Lam group felt like they were about to suffocate. What is called mouth movement? Isn't it arranged for them to be here to teach etiquette? Teach the prince to read? Isn't it for the people? The crown prince did not think it was right, said that he was worried about the people of Daedong, worry about Daedong soldiers, and you and Lam. Dare to talk bad about me behind my back. What is the moral? Are you still human? Dong Din-ho is a man of great integrity, said that the fight against the tatars was not based on anxiety, but must practice virtue. If the king does not cultivate virtue, then what to use to fight against that dat? The crown prince is a bit arrogant. This sounds familiar. Before it sounded a bit logical. But now it sounds ironic. The crown prince loudly objected. Want to fight against that dat? Need to have prisoners. Everyone was excited. People talk about morality. Cultivating virtue is the virtue of Confucius. But the crown prince said there was no need to cultivate virtue. Just use the prison. Saint wants to be a prisoner. What else is there? Dong Din-ho was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The crown prince took out a piece of paper from his sleeve, shouted loudly, it's the prisoner. Keep the prisoner. Then you guys sit here and discuss. Daedong just sent urgent report. The prison camp raided outside the city. The great tatars were defeated. Such shocking news has just been released. Changwon Palace was just nosy and chaotic. Suddenly quiet again. Dong Din-ho's face turned pale. He suddenly understood. Why is the crown prince so aggressive today? He was a little skeptical. That Dat cavalry was just outside Daedong Citadel. Even though it is a great victory, then also not possible. In just a few short days, this is unbelievable. But Hongji Emperor's face darkened. Those two words, great victory, seemed to resonate with his heart. He was still silently considering just now their arguments, but now the Emperor Hongji could no longer sit still. Quickly told the crown prince to present the report. Then in the eyes of the Hongji Emperor appeared 6 words. Not disappointing. Defeat, as the saying goes, action speaks louder than words. Although Emperor Hongji found the crown prince a bit naughty, but last time in the palace, he was Actually, the person he was angry with was not the crown prince, but this Han Lam group. As a father may think that your child has some bad points, but you all insist that the crown prince is foolish. Then it is different. Emperor Hongji is also human. In the heart inevitably arise negative feelings. But Dong Din-ho here kept emphasizing, if the crown prince continues like this, he will shake the country. This made Hongji Tianzi feel that it was not necessarily so, but even more worried. But now it's good. These Han Lam guys in the palace are very strong-mouthed. But in the end, the person who helped him solve the problem, drive back the tatars, helped the people of Daedong to be at peace. Still the crown prince's Tranquoc palace. Emperor Hongji just wanted to declare to everyone, his son is absolutely not as incompetent as you say. You say 1,000 words, 1,000 words, say how many morals. But the one who did the job in the end was still the crown prince. Emperor Hongji gave the border to the eunuchs. The eunuch immediately understood His Majesty's meaning, brought the draft to Dong Den Ho. Dong Den Ho looked at the words not disappointing expectations, great defeat, suddenly feel extremely dazzling. The Crown Prince spent the whole day alone with Fuong Ki Pham. He had a grudge early on, just not convenient to take effect. It is difficult to find an opportunity, then was destroyed by this great victory. His heart was a little confused. Try to look at those 6 words. I felt these 6 words like a knife stabbing into my heart. Suddenly he seemed to find a loophole. Remember what is the so-called defeat here? Killing 10 people is also a great defeat. Killing 20 people is also a great defeat. But that army had 50,000 cavalry, cover the sky and earth, aggressive atmosphere coming. That Datgan personally led the battle. Heavy weapon, intend to break through Daidong Pass, like splitting bamboo. So has the Daidong crisis been resolved? How many casualties did the Tatars suffer? These things in simple terms, not mentioned at all. Emperor Hongji looked towards the Crown Prince. The heart that had just been lowered hung back up. The Crown Prince was also a bit bewildered, absorbed in joy, but forgot this detail. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, why did the Great Tribulation reach its climax? Then Mavan Sen, Minister of War, like a madman rushed into Chongwen Temple, mouth constantly coughing, 2 hands raised high memorial, seemed to use all his strength to shout, great teep. The whole body was like a person being beaten down, falling to the ground. This loud scream of his attracted everyone's attention towards the memorial in his hand. As for himself, he was forgotten by everyone. Emperor Hongji hurriedly ordered someone to read the contents of the memorial. The memorial in front was written in a mess, until finally revealed, this time killed 15,000 dat people. The whole Chongwen Palace was in chaos. This was almost a total annihilation. Daidong is in danger. Now completely safe. Emperor Hongji breathed a sigh of relief. Just accept the truth before our eyes. This time I'm afraid I've hit the Tatars hard. Also scares it. In the next 10 years, Dai Min will no longer worry about the Tatars invading. Emperor Hongji felt a little lightheaded. Feel very comfortable. Directly appointed them Gao as Tranbak Marquis. Dongbun became Tanambai, Feng That Ung became too. The Crown Prince was still a bit bewildered. 15,000 people, even if it means killing 15,000 cows, then that is also a very hard job. On this point, the Crown Prince was very understanding. Killing a cow is not an easy task, yet the 300-man African team killed so many in one night. The Tatars are really formidable. When he came to, eyes began to light up. I Chuo Chiu will also have this day. He was about to open his mouth with a smug look. Then Fuong Ki Pham regained consciousness. He was bringing medicine to share the joy with the Crown Prince. Saw the Crown Prince standing there with his arms crossed. Immediately felt this name seemed not modest enough. Hurriedly pulled the Crown Prince with all his might. The Crown Prince was dragged staggering, was about to get angry. Fuong Ki Pham resolutely knelt down and began to flatter the Emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Brave African team, once defeated the Ho army. This is all thanks to the benevolent virtue of His Majesty. Your Majesty is wise. Long live the Emperor. The Crown Prince looked at Fuong Ki Pham very methodically. There, with a look of admiration praising his father. Lip movement. I would like to say a few words frankly. Fuong Ki Pham took the opportunity to pinch his arm hard. The Crown Prince said angrily in a low voice, don't pinch me, but also understand Fuong Ki Pham's meaning. Had to be with Fuong Ki Pham, began to flatter the Hongji Emperor. The Emperor ruled the world with virtue. The African generals all admired the Emperor's grace. Father is so awesome. Father is wonderful. Someone once said, the greatest pain in life is the loss of someone, but the money is not spent yet. Fuong Ki Pham now deeply understood. After knowing the African team won big, the face of the Emperor Hongji was red, and he greatly rewarded all directions. Even the Crown Prince was granted the title of opening the palace. Tran Quoc Phu was appointed with civil and military officials of the 5th rank. No need to ask, the Crown Prince can mobilize himself. As for Fuong Ki Pham, he doesn't even have a single hair. So he just stared at the Emperor Hongji. I hope this old man remembers me. It's rare for him to lose his mind for a moment, suddenly become generous. If I wait for him to get over this excitement, turn back into that harsh, stingy emperor, then nothing will happen. So Fuong Ki Pham deliberately coughed once, finally attracted the attention of Emperor Hongji. On my side. But the words of the Emperor Hongji said, almost choked him to death. This old boy pretends not to understand. Or how? Asked him if he was sick. Damn it! Your whole family is sick. Fuong Ki Pham could only painfully express that he was not sick. Just a few days ago worried about Daidong. Can't eat or sleep well. Not rest. Luckily he is young. Body can still bear. The Crown Prince glanced strangely at Fuong Ki Pham. Thought? Fuong Ki Pham is truly a shameless storyteller. Obviously these days, he and Wen Yanqing were happily eating hot pot, drink and sing. How fun! In his mouth, he turned into a loyal minister worried about the country. Emperor Hongji frowned slightly after hearing this. The enthusiasm just now is also faded by more than half. Say a sentence, Mr. Fuong has worked hard, then send the royal physician to Tae-sun tomorrow to take Fuong Ki-fam's pulse. He is my right-hand man. The body is important. Fuong Ki-fam's face turned red, found that selling carpets was not effective. Who would have thought that Emperor Hongji would sigh? Before he could finish his sentence, he added another sentence. Fuong Ki-fam's teachings were meritorious. That African team, also created by Fuong Ki-fam, reward Fang Jifan with £5 million. Copy the memorial. Let the world know. Parents teach their children with merit, should also be praised. Liu's mother was also ordered. Fuong Ki-fam felt bored as soon as he heard £5 million. I am £5 million underweight. Damn it! It's like someone said to the richest man, we'll reward you with 5 million coins. That's a bit disrespectful. I, Fuong Ki-fam, look like someone who lacks money. What a fucking Emperor Hongji, he's completely sober now. Now he began to feel a little regretful. Once lost a marquis and an earl. There are still countless buffaloes and horses. It seems a bit too generous. Just now open the golden mouth, also not convenient to change mind. Can only smile bitterly and shake head. Then another edict was passed down from now on. The crown prince no longer needs to study at the Cheam-su Palace. The crown prince will go to Tae-sun, at Tae-sun to handle the military and political affairs of Tran Quoc Phu. The Cheam-su Palace of Fuong Ki-fam seemed to be in name only. Originally, Emperor Hongji had good intentions, because the Cheam-su Palace could not educate the crown prince, but also had a very deep conflict with the crown prince. Then, continue to let the academicians above and below the Cheam-su Palace look after the crown prince. Also no longer makes any sense. If so, then the crown prince should just graduate, do whatever you want, to avoid later. The Cheam-su Palace and the crown prince had another conflict. The conflict is getting deeper and deeper. Later the crown prince was afraid he would not be able to forgive, but Duong Den-ho just heard. Almost fainted, once the Cheam-su Palace lost him. What is the difference between it and a normal academy? His future as a cabinet minister was already decided. Isn't it completely gone up in smoke? He is not willing. Immediately protest loudly. There are always people in this world who don't know what's good for them. It is clear that Emperor Hongji has given the Cheam-su Palace the utmost respect, but Duong Den-ho still does not know enough. When the crown prince heard his father say, later he can go to Tae-sun to handle the military affairs of Tran Quoc Phu, the whole person was so happy that he went crazy. Doesn't that mean later he can be upright? Stay in Tran Quoc Palace every day. Furthermore, there is no need to look at the gloomy faces of masters like Duong Den-ho anymore. That's awesome, but Duong Den-ho did not know good from bad. Firmly oppose, also said a widely circulated argument. I'm afraid His Highness the Crown Prince's mind is damaged. This sentence is really shameless. The way of governing the country obviously does not need him to teach anymore. The Crown Prince's military and civil authorities, playing in Tae-sun is more fun. Much better than a master like him who is only good at talking. No need for him, Duong Den-ho comes to teach. So this guy Duong Den-ho brought up the word psychology again. What a shame. What is mind magic? That is to say, if the crown prince did not have the guidance of the Cheam-su Palace, may not have virtue. Bad morals. In this, ethics is a very important thing. No morality is unworthy of virtue, is a very scary story. Fuong Ki-fam saw this shameless old man, dare to launch this killing move. Dealing with his brother, he also cannot control morality, do not offend people anymore. Immediately brought up the matter their previous discussion about the great calamity of the non-prison camp. When arguing with Dae Kithach, he said, at that time Duong Den-ho said, if the prison camp can kill 300 dat people, then he Duong Den-ho. The name will be written backwards. If you Duong Den-ho speak of morality in mind, then you should set an example, talk the talk. Let His Highness the Crown Prince know what is called mind control. After hearing Fuong Ki-fam say these words, Duong Den-ho, immediately gloomy face not saying anything. Changing my name means I won't have the surname Duong anymore. But will it be ha? Isn't this a great disrespect? If this news gets out, his name is Hadain Duong, wouldn't that be a big joke? The prince saw that old man Fuong had a sharp tongue, making Duong Den-ho stand there dumbfounded. Immediately also loudly added fuel to the fire. A gentleman keeps his word. This is what Master Yang taught me. How can a person not keep his word? Duong Den-ho bowed his head. He is a nobleman, to put it bluntly, relying on this face to roll around in the royal court. Change surname? From now on really cannot raise head again. So he had to be patient, bowed his head and said nothing. Want to cover up the matter. Seeing that Duong Den-ho did not say anything, the prince continued to add fuel to the fire. If the master does not speak, so from now on, if I lie to you, untrustworthy, it's all because of you, the responsibility is all yours. Duong Den-ho's face changed. The academics also changed their faces. Although His Highness the Crown Prince's words are a bit shameless, but Duong Cheam-su really did not keep his word. A man without faith cannot stand firm. Moreover, he is the crown prince's teacher. Set a bad example for His Highness the Crown Prince. From now on, the prince talks nonsense every day. Can it all be blamed on you, Duong Dun Ho? You must know that the crown prince is the future monarch of Daeso, king without credit. Everyone looked towards Duong Din Ho. Duong Din Ho felt his price was being pushed up, but he still did not say anything. In my heart I thought, if I can endure today, new human on human. In the end, it was still the Emperor Hongji who felt compassion. Remind the prince not to be reckless. Just now was just a joke, not considered real. Although the crown prince was very unwilling, but there is no other way, can only listen to old father. No more. Just as the crown prince stepped out of Chongwen Palace, immediately complained to Fuongqi Pham, said his father was really a person who ate the apple tree and fenced the fig tree. Only trust outsiders, elbows are sticking out. Fuom smiled. It's not difficult to say that I want to express my frustration. Deal with the youth like Duong Din Ho. He has many ways. Dare to bully my brothers, then be prepared to be shamed forever. People still say that Hades is easy to deal with, unpredictable little devil, but die half dead. Fuongqi Pham is both king of hell and king of hell, and also an unpredictable little devil. Duong Den Ho offended him and the crown prince will surely be shamed forever. News of the great victory spread quickly. Almost everyone, when hearing the news of this victory, all feel unbelievable. Countless people were moved and amazed. What the hell is this Phi Tu Don? But right now, the group of people from Phi Chao Don is about to arrive at the capital, received another directive from Trang Quoc Phu. They will take off immediately, finally landed in Taisun. After receiving the order, they started repainting the balloon. Themo cried until his eyes were dizzy. It seems that the project really values him the most. If not, why would such a great achievement be left to him? He was directly granted a Marquis title. Duomba was also a bit confused. 8 generations of ancestors were farmers, and yet he was knighted. The benefactor's treatment of him is beyond words. Just as the two were feeling grateful for Fang Jifan's great kindness, Phi Ko Don flew over the capital. Caused a big stir. Countless people wanted to see with their own eyes what Phi Ko Don was all about, as they saw each giant balloon. Flying low over the top of Thien Lin Tu Tower, a giant black shadow covered the sky. Makes people feel extremely oppressed. Many people looked up at the sky with both surprise and curiosity. Countless children wanted to chase the balloon and run. There are even many people waved his hands in awe toward the balloons in the sky. Just as the giant balloons got closer and closer, they spotted the black balloon in the lead. Painted red, above written Bain and Tam Thut and Den Duong Hao. The defeat of the mind is easy to understand, but who is Den Duong? There are not many people with the last name Ha. This name is weird. But according to the rumors of the scumbag Wang Bushi from the past, many people feel that besides this name, it can't be anything else. At this time the whole capital was quiet. Countless people have engraved these 3 words in their hearts, and the balloon slowly flew over Thien Nin Temple, then slowly glided through the eastern market. In the Forbidden City, Emperor Hongji clasped his hands behind his back, watching the black balloons slowly move forward in the distance. When he saw the big red letters on the balloon, the Lost Mine and Den Dong Hao, the first reaction of Emperor Hongji was a bit of bewilderment. Then his expression started to become a little strange. Finally he took a deep breath, like eating a dead fly and being silent. In my heart I cannot help but sigh. The crown prince and the children of Fuongqi Pham are so naughty. The honest Duong Dun Ho was ruined by them. People say prevent fire, prevent theft, prevent best friends, but has anyone seen the brothers' room like a thief room? The crown prince and Fuongqi Pham, after using Africa to tease Dong Den Ho, the two happily returned to Trang Quoc Palace. This street is usually quite deserted, should be treated as a dining room by the crown prince and Fuongqi Pham. After all, the crown prince and Fuongqi Pham are not people who are fussy. Take it easy. Today the dentist has delicious food again. Besides a bowl of yellow croaker soup, there is also a roast chicken. It was all done by that scholar Wen Yanqing. Speaking of Wen Yanqing, so interesting, obviously the Ningbo prefect. This time I have made great achievements in destroying the enemy, but do not care about fame, only think about eating. After joining Trang Quoc Phu, became the personal chef of the crown prince and Fuongqi Pham. I must say he is also very talented, especially braised tofu with pickled cabbage, do really great. Even the emperor's life is not as good as his. The crown prince and Fang Jifan, after tasting Wen Yanqing's grilled chicken, more and more praise. They had never eaten such fresh grilled chicken. The prince ate voraciously, staring at the last chicken wing, loudly demanding to bring into the palace for his sister, afraid that greedy guy Fuongqi Pham will steal it. But Fuongqi Pham changed his fighting attitude as before. On the contrary, he kept nodding like a chicken pecking rice. Strongly agree, and praised Wen Yanqing's cooking skills as unmatched. Her Highness must have had enough of it. Take this chicken wing away. People will definitely like it. The prince was startled. put the chicken thigh down, squinted and stared at Fuonki Fam. Like cannibal. Fuonki Fam looked at the crown prince with a bewildered expression. Is there a problem? The prince smiled but did not smile. Asked Fuonki Fam, old Fuom, how do you see my sister? Is she beautiful? Fuonki Fam's heart skipped a beat. The prince smiled, but in the eyes like want to kill people. Fuonki Fam cursed in his heart, damn it, what a shame. Just hearing about the princess makes me want to go crazy. Alluvial water does not flow to the fields outside. Good brother, how could you harm your sister? Fuonki Fam appeared very calm on the surface. Inside his panic, calm down, your highness. I see that the princess has an ordinary appearance. I don't know if she is beautiful or not. What's wrong, your highness? What's the problem? The crown prince finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If every day we have to guard against our brothers like we guard against thieves, he really cannot stand it. But then he felt something was wrong. What is this normal princess? His sister's so beautiful. Is Miss Fuong's eyes blind? Eat full, drink drunk. The crown prince entered the Quianing palace with satisfaction, eager to bring grilled chicken, offered to his mother and sister. But see, Queen Zhang and the clumsy princess are knitting sweaters. The prince saw the princess's clumsy appearance. Can't help teasing. This sweater is even uglier than Mr. Fuong's. This needle is knitted wrong. Call us. I will teach you, princess. The princess was startled, immediately pouted and told Queen Truong. Only then did Empress Zhang know that this rebellious prince had arrived. Angry scolding sneaking around. Aren't you afraid of startling your little sister? The prince smiled, said that he came to pay his respects. Just delivered the grilled chicken wrapped in lotus leaves to the palace to process. Then, painfully evaluating the sweaters they were knitting, snatched the princess's knitting needle, skillfully knit each knot of wool. See, it's like this. The princess looked hurt. Red face, I knitted it myself. It's my business if the knitting isn't beautiful. The prince seemed to have discovered something. There is something strange about this shirt. This size is not suitable for father. Not mine. Little sister, who are you knitting this for? The princess was about to cry from anger from the crown prince. The prince remembered the consequences every time he made the princess cry. Startle. I dare not tease her anymore. Hurried comfort. It's just that my words were a bit abrupt. Little sister. Stop crying. Crying a lot is bad. No wonder old Fuong said I was born with an ordinary appearance. Can't tell the difference between good and bad. The princess was speechless for a moment at this sentence. Then her tear-filled eyes filled with anger, glanced at the crown prince, shouted, you talk nonsense. Then upset face. The prince did not think so much. He just suspected that Fuonki Fam had other intentions, but not care about his sister. Will have other thoughts. But he said so. Is considered, provoke the feelings of Fuonki Fam and the princess or not. Many people like to read stories where the male lead crosses time. Feel the male lead is golden hands. Smooth sailing, but who knows if you have no talent at all. Let you go back to the past. You cannot live 3 days. This story is not far away. Just about speaking an equal alone. Most people don't make it. Why say that? Then wait until you see Fuonki Fam's next actions. Then come talk right and wrong with me. Rested for nearly half a year, the last Atlantic fleet also prepared to depart after Fuonki Fam reluctantly said goodbye. With his most beloved student Tu Tin, the next day he was summoned to Nantho Palace urgently. As he entered the palace, immediately noticed the tension inside. The prince knelt on the ground with his back straight. Emperor Hongji and Empress Zhang and the Queen Mother both showed worried looks. Fuonki Fam knew at first sight, this is a difficult family matter to resolve. Indeed, Emperor Hongji's face was cold, signaled to Fuonki Fam not to speak first, immediately began to scold the crown prince. You forged the imperial edict again. How many times is this? And also gave titles to your uncles. You are really brave. The crown prince said that he did not do it on purpose. Noichalap came to find him, said he admired him very much, want to see his skills. The prince thought that they were relatives after all. He admired himself again. Then the prince showed him. What does Chalap want to do? Then he did that for Chalap. The Emperor Hongji was so angry that his face turned green. Threw a draft of the imperial edict to the ground. Fuonki Fam took advantage of the moment when Hong Tri Thien Tu was not paying attention. Pick up this draft. Turned out to be an imperial edict appointing 3 people to the position of governor of the country, the guardian of the Golden Continent. Fuonki Fam couldn't help but click his tongue. That's a bit tense. The Emperor Hongji angrily scolded the crown prince as an animal. They go like this. There is no turning back. Your great-grandmother, your mother will sooner or later be angered to death by you. The crown prince also seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. Today, even his great-grandmother and mother did not defend him. It was obvious that both of them were very angry. The prince also felt very wronged in his heart. He completely did not understand what was going on. He really just showed off a little bit, unexpectedly caused such a big disaster. Make the elders angry. Fuonki Pham understood everything in a flash. Who? Hurriedly confessed. In fact, the three marquises were tricked into going to sea by a god. Who would have thought they would drag his highness into this? This matter is all wrong because of God. Fuonki Pham decided to honestly plead guilty. Such a big black pot. For no reason was the crown prince burdened. He could not bear it. Anyway, Fuonki Pham is also a moral person. The prince was surprised when he heard that. Old Fuong was truly righteous. Emperor Ongji was furious. It's time. Fuonki Pham, you still think about taking the blame for the crown prince. Can you bear this crime? Fuonki Pham was stunned by the scolding of the Emperor Hong Tri. Why did he become the one to take the blame for the crown prince? It was obvious that I incited those three idiots to go to sea. I, Fuonki Pham, will not change my name. Sit without changing surname. It's me? Although the Emperor Hongji was angry with Fang Jifan for his crime of treason against the king, at this point, he still wants to take the blame for the crown prince. In my heart I cannot help but sigh. His brotherhood with the crown prince, such a big crime, and he still dares to stand up. Look back at the crown prince, this unfilial son, still avoiding until now. Refused to, just when the Emperor Hongji was angry. Finally, the Queen Mother sighed. Compared to the Cha family name, the Queen Mother still felt more sorry for her eldest grandson. Empress Jiang was also there to advise Emperor Hongji. Don't be too hard on the crown prince. Emperor Hongji's treatment of the Zhou family and the whole Truong family's gang, actually not a good impression. Just now, serious face. One is because he feels the crown prince is being unreasonable. On the other hand, also hope, give the Empress Dowager and Empress Zhang an explanation. Now seeing both of them advising, will naturally take the opportunity to give in. Pretending to fiercely warn the crown prince, if he does it again next time, watch his head. The prince was not convinced, but since there were no witnesses, can only choke with anger but dare not refute. From Nan the palace, the crown prince grabbed Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham thought he was exposed, face turned green, but saw the crown prince with tears in his eyes, said, Old Fuong, you are so righteous. I really did not expect it. Such a great sin, and you are willing to bear it for me. Aren't you scared? If it really killed those bastards from the Truong and Cha families, to appease the anger of the two Truong Cha families, father will have to flay you to pieces. Fuonki Pham felt a little embarrassed in his heart, but looking at the prince with tearful eyes looking at me, he really could not bear to tell the crown prince the cruel truth. So he said with great dignity, I, Fuonki Pham, really thought so. Maybe beheaded. But His Highness the Crown Prince considers me a friend. How can I, Fuonki Pham, retreat? Don't tell me your majesty just cut off my head. But even if you torture me, 5 horses tear apart, let me die without a burial place. For the sake of loyalty to His Highness the Crown Prince, I also absolutely do not blink an eye, because I, Fuonki Pham, value righteousness. These words moved the Crown Prince to the point of confusion. Make the prince determined. You must treat Mr. Fuong better in the future. His character can no longer be doubted. I say, do you have the talent of lying like Fuonki Pham? How can you say such flattering, nauseating fake words? When the end of the year comes, Fuong's house is very bustling. Fuonki Pham reluctantly had to wake up very early. Then the disciples and followers came to pay their respects. The disciple is fine. Fuonki Pham only has 7 people. Still reluctantly remember. But a whole crowd of followers rushed in. Makes Fuonki Pham dizzy. Besides the 2 disciples, he had tricked Lu Ji and Shen O. Then he did not recognize anyone else. But that did not affect the admiration of the disciples for Fuonki Pham. Anyway, the Mo has been made a marquis. Live example right there. This gives many people hope. Follow the master and go. There will be delicious meat to eat. Master Fuonki Pham, disciple, do your best. Master value you very much. Of course, he also did not miss this once-a-year opportunity to pretend. He specially called Lu Ji up in front, asked his father if Lu Jian was well these days. After receiving a definite answer, he said, Little Liu is healthy, then we are assured. The disciples in the hall were all stunned. Lu Gong is Lu Ji's father, and Fuonki Pham is the master, calculated to be 1 level higher. Normally, Fuonki Pham did not dare to call Tu Lu in front of him, but closed the door and called out Xiao Liu to pretend. Then the atmosphere is also very enough. What a beast! The disciples all looked at their master with red eyes. Master is really amazing. Master is really amazing. Even the current prime minister only calls him Xiao Liu. Who in this world has such spirit? No wonder out on the street. I heard people say I am from Taesun Library. From mandarins to commoners, 3 religions and 9 sects. They all treat me very politely. The name of the master is spread out on the street. Then it is really splendid. All morning, Fuonki Pham lived in a state of admiration and worship from his disciples. But feel free to be a king and avoid. Wait until it is very difficult to send all the followers away. Then the true person Li Triutin was appointed by the royal court and came again. In front of outsiders act like a superior person. But Li Triutin just saw Funky Fam, immediately knelt down on the ground. Head down, hate cannot bury head in the ground, to show respect to Uncle Funky Fam. Funky Fam looked and felt a headache. Immediately asked Li Triutin if he was doing well these days. Li Triutin said life okay. Mainly do good deeds for the business. Also worked as a magician for royal palaces throughout Beijing. Funky Fam heard, thinking being a magician must make a lot of money, right? Li Triutin humbly said that outsiders do not accept money. All are rewarded by the clans. There is no fixed number either. Many get 10,000 taels of silver, at least a few hundred taels of silver. Sometimes people also donate a little land. Funky Fam took a deep breath. This life is more comfortable than him. Li Triutin was startled and scared. Hasty flattery. Now the small path can earn the wind and water to arise. All thanks to Uncle. Tiu Dao is truly a man of conscience. Have conscience? Uncle, if you need me, please come to me. Always there. Need money, need salary, need land, all available. This little path also belongs to the uncle. These words sound so sweet. Funky Fam finally understood. Why are there always flatterers around leaders? Because it sounds really comfortable. Seeing that Li Triutin understood the matter so well, Funky Fam told him to bring 30,000 taels of pocket money tomorrow. Who would have thought that Li Triutin would not even blink an eye? Immediately agreed. Funky Fam felt a little regretful. This guy is really rich. I knew I would have charged a higher price. This bamboo tree is no fun to knock on. Li Triutin still had to go to a religious ceremony in the afternoon. Trinvu should stay at Fuong's house. I ate some cake and then hurried away. Before you go, he solemnly saluted Funky Fam again. Ask Funky Fam if there is anything else he needs to do. Funky Fam looked at this rich man who made a lot of money. Really speechless? Tell him to knock again. He really is not that thick-skinned. In the end I could only helplessly scold, go away. Li Triutin was happy after hearing that, but still go away. Long time no hear. Sounds so familiar and natural. To tell the truth, this is his uncle. Then reluctantly said goodbye to Funky Fam, happy to be a wizard. The student also has its own disadvantages. The first day of Tet, groups of disciples came to visit. Made Funky Fam's patience wear out completely. Finally the 16th has passed, news spread in the palace. His Majesty is not feeling well. Funky Fam was still muttering something in his heart. No wonder I haven't seen the crown prince for the past few days. Funky Fam could not help but admire the imagination of ancient people. Emperor Hongji's health is not good, but the royal physicians diagnosed all kinds of symptoms. Some people say it's a cold, some people also say it is a case of dementia. The most ridiculous thing is that there are rumors that Emperor Hongji had kidney failure. Funky Fam heard and also, take a breath of fresh air. What kind of etiquette is this? Your Majesty has only one queen. No concubine, but also have kidney problems. How much effort is this? This is a joke. Open door joke. The joke has come home. For a man who only loves one woman his whole life, as diligent and upright as the Emperor Hongji said, this is indeed the greatest insult. Funky Fam heard the news that Long's health was not good, so he asked for an audience. But not allowed to enter the palace, order him to assist the crown prince well, on behalf of the governor of the country. He could not help but feel a little sad. Suddenly remembered that Emperor Hongji passed away in the 18th year of Hongji. But in the 16th year of Hongji, body has begun to weaken. At that time people guessed, is it true that Emperor Hongji is reaching his twilight years? Start to immerse yourself in the indescribable pastime in the palace or not. The emperor suddenly stopped seeing foreign ministers. Even the usual things are left to others to handle. Moreover, Emperor Hongji is only over 30 years old now. In middle age, why so? It was not until the 17th year of Hongji that people just realized that the emperor was not well. Died in the 18th year. These 2 years almost lived in illness. Completely misunderstood this kind, hardworking and people-loving emperor. Funky Fam could not enter the palace. No other way had to find a Duong Chai. Iangji was a distinguished scholar of the Hanlin Academy. His Majesty is not well at this time. He must always be by His Majesty's side. At the same time, record the words and actions of His Majesty. To compile documents for the Academy. Listening to Iangji describe, Funky Fam heard it like appendicitis. If it is appendicitis, then it is a bit difficult. In this, appendicitis is called appendicitis or appendicitis. In short, this may be a minor illness in later generations. The doctor will gently say one sentence to cut it off, but in this day and age, you can't cut this thing. Uncut, in the stomach can only let it rot, swell and hurt, causing all kinds of terrible diseases. Just die. This is almost an incurable disease, can only wait to die. Fuonki Pham thought to himself, if it is really appendicitis, I'm afraid there is only one way: surgery. Thinking about surgery, Fuonki Pham could not help but feel a little scared, hurriedly shook his head. At this time it is still not advisable to act rashly. That kidney may hurt for another year and a half. Really harms your Majesty's life. The news of His Majesty's seclusion in the palace has not yet spread outside. People just found out. His Majesty almost began to hide himself. Time has come to spring in the blink of an eye. Fuonki Pham also spent a lot of effort on this spring trip. The Crown Prince is now nowhere to be seen. Fuonki Pham wanted to cure His Majesty's illness, but dare not cure. Now if you don't cure it, you will live. If I dare to go for treatment, the Emperor died. Who is it for? So can only delay. See how it goes. The Grand Chancellor of the Cabinet, Akon, presided over the Xiangjing examinations, admitted to hospital on February 15th. At this time people no longer care about the affairs in the palace. I heard that a few days ago His Majesty summoned Takim. Your Majesty seems a little weak. Told Takim to choose talented people to fill the court, then give some praise and encouragement. When Takim was about to leave, he saw a look of sadness in the eyes of Emperor Hongji. Takim's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, I don't know why, tears started flowing, immediately knelt down and asked His Majesty if he was not feeling well. Emperor Hongji remained silent for a long time without giving an answer. This made Takim even more depressed. You know, if His Majesty is just suffering from a common illness, will not be so. After receiving the order to go to the hospital to pay tribute, he personally led the examiners, worshipped the painting of the saint in Min Luan Duong. Takim just came back to his senses. Don't think much more. Every etching exam inevitably attracts a lot of attention. Kun is no exception. Especially last time, Taesun Library admitted 15 people to the bachelor's degree at once. The more the capital is shocked. This inevitably makes people a little dissatisfied. The Northern Zili tribute students were originally in the imperial examinations. Limited level. What else can Taesun Library do? Although the founder of Taesun Library directly involves 6 doctors, but people still do not believe in this evil. So much so that bachelors from other places came to apply. Everyone wants to make Taesun Library look good this spring. When Liu Ji and his 14 fellow disciples arrived at the temple to pay tribute, outside the court there were countless students waiting impatiently. Wait until a firecracker goes off. The sewer gate opened. Liu Ji and his fellow disciples followed each other in. Although this was not the first time Liu Ji had come to the examination hall, but still a little uneasy in my heart. I myself was a scholar who failed the exam many times. Trust was soon eroded to nothing. Because of entering Taesun Library to study, just past the provincial exam of Bak Tri Li, Liu Ji couldn't help but wonder, will I be so lucky this time? But this question in front of him made Liu Ji a bit confused. Impossible to be a Taoist. This topic is so familiar. This sentence comes from the doctrine of the mean. On the surface it says it can't be stolen, but in fact, the beginning of this sentence is Tao is not far from man. Actually, this sentence also speaks of the simple principle of great morality. Confucius believed that the truth is right next to people. Not complicated. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Liu Ji discovered that he had done this question before. Moreover, do 3 exercises at once. Every pose feels unsatisfactory. So the teacher explained. Finish teaching and then continue doing it again. Liu Ji suddenly closed his eyes. Try to remember. Wait until he opens his eyes again. Smile slightly. Without hesitation, but directly put pen to paper. Less than half an hour, a completed ancient poem. While others are still struggling to think, some people reluctantly started writing, but still trying to ponder, each word with unusual care. Anyway, this is an important exam that affects their whole life. Liu Ji has already started the first comparison, waiting for draft. After he saw that it was completely flawless, then today's exam is over. The mailman began to collect the papers. Meanwhile, Liu Ji leisurely left the examination hall. Hacking is so cool. Fuonki Pham is still worried about the exam. Told Dang Keen to go out to the park to see the situation. I'm at home waiting for news. But before Dang Keen could arrive, then the prince arrived. The crown prince looked worried as he saw Fuonki Pham. Immediately exclaimed, "Oh no." Fuonki Pham looked at the crown prince with pity. The prince lost a lot of weight. On the face also lost the usual silly look. So he asked the crown prince softly, "Is that okay?" The prince bowed his head. Look of utter pain. "Oh no, father is probably terminally ill." Fuonki Pham found it confusing. "How dare you say it is a terminal illness?" The prince almost cried as he replied. The royal physicians confirmed and reconfirmed. "Confirm this is Coalfield." Fuonki Pham secretly cried out, "Oh no. It's appendicitis." In this, appendicitis is a real incurable disease, but if placed in later times, then it was just a minor surgery, just like circumcision. Talking about circumcision, Fuonki Pham is still very experienced. He has never had an appendectomy. The crown prince grabbed Fuonki Pham's shirt. "Tell him to think quickly." Fuonki Pham shook his head. There is really no way. Are you kidding me? Want to cure appendicitis completely? There really is no good way these days. The only way is surgery. But let Fuonki Pham hold the knife, trim on the emperor's belly. Kidding, even if he dares to risk the whole world. The surgical conditions of this time were too rudimentary. The mortality rate is not low. Wouldn't that be a crime of sacrificing soldiers? The crown prince heard Fuonki Pham speak and really had no way. Then the whole person collapsed. Shout, done, I'm done. Our family will be broken. The queen mother was so heartbroken. The girls are also very sad these days. Fainted several times. I don't know if it can stand. Just mention her royal highness. Think of her suffering because of this. Fuonki Pham immediately made a cruel decision. Said that he just remembered a way. Only the crown prince can save his majesty. Afterward, Fuonki Pham tries to use easy-to-understand principles. Explain in detail what is the story of the coal field. It's the small intestine down there. It's broken. The crown prince looked at Fuonki Pham in surprise, nodding like a chicken pecking rice. Just like the pimples on your face? Incurable, but the wound just kept festering. What will your highness do then? The prince is truly a cruel man. Without hesitation, he replied firmly, cut it off. This cut is awesome. Everything can be cut, like cutting chives. Cut the kidney, cut the damaged part. But in the world there are a bunch of people with unclear minds. All day thinking about healing, determined to revive the damaged area, and the crown prince seems to have seen through the nature of modern medicine. That is, when Fuonki Pham praised the crown prince for his potential to become a famous doctor, the prince felt deeply insulted by his ego. A person who comes to Dan Kwai and Kwai Lin cannot distinguish between them. You dare say he can be a famous doctor? I wonder who is the sick one in the head. Fuonki Pham also ignored the crown prince. Strange thoughts in his head. For him there is only one sentence, want to save people. Then must go against fate. And the crown prince is the most important factor in this fate-changing process. The prince took a deep breath, still not sure. Can this thing really cut? Fuonki Pham waved his hand. Call Liu Banban, the experienced cut-off man, in. Tell him to tell the crown prince how it felt after being cut. Liu Banban was really played to death. This is the pain of his life, but still had to submit to the authority of the crown prince and Fuonki Pham. So painful, but tell it all at once. The prince's face turned pale after hearing this. Cried out loudly, Father, don't be a eunuch. Fuonki Pham looked at the crown prince's appearance. Immediately knew the crown prince had misunderstood, so Fuonki Pham patiently explained. Any road leads to the capital, not really wanting to cut off His Majesty's indescribable thing, but just borrowing personal experience to keep the wound from getting infected. There are also secrets in the silkworm room, how to prevent harmful bacteria. The prince wants to save people. Then from now on must learn how to disinfect. Practice cutting his kidneys on his ass. Then have to stitch the wound. Must make sure he is still alive. Wait until you have mastered the butt exercises. Then confine prisoners to practice. The crown prince looked at Fuonki Pham curiously. Will it not die if cut? Fuonki Pham is fine. Dead or not, just cut and you will know. After removing the kidneys of more than a dozen prisoners, if there are 3 people in a row who don't die then confine patient with colon to cut. If they can be saved or the number of survivors is not small, then His Highness the Crown Prince can personally cut open His Majesty's stomach. Hear the stomach being cut. The prince was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He finally understood. This Fuonki Pham, why do you say he is the most important link? Is this telling him to practice well and then go cut out his father's kidney? Isn't this a shithole? Fuonki Pham looked at the crown prince's thoughtful expression, solemnly said, Your Highness, this is our only chance. Now we need to find a really sharp knife, find ways to build a hermitage, also have to find disinfectant. Other things like alcohol, leave it to me. Your Highness only needs one thing, your hands must not shake. Mine like water. By then there will be countless kidneys for your Highness to cut. The prince took a deep breath. He also did not know why he believed Fuonki Pham. But anyway, he decided to give it a try. Then Fuonki Pham invited Vong Nat Dao, who specializes in cutting and retaining graters. The Wang family since the time of Hongwu Ga Huandi lived by cutting the indescribable. This traditional craft is due to the many cuts, but the person who was cut had a very high survival rate. So in the eunuch world, Vong Nat Dao has some reputation. Under the threat and enticement of Fuonki Pham, Vong Nat Dao happily offered the way to make the temple, and some traditional cutting techniques that don't kill people. Wang Yadao is still very talented. The room was completed very quickly, tightly sealed without a single gap. Inside do not know what kind of medicine sprinkled, although the smell of medicine filled the air, but makes people feel very secure. Fuonki Pham clearly understood the difference between a famous doctor and a person who used him. It's all in the practice. Want to cut kidney well, then have to cut more. This child prince has good physical ability. Now start training completely in time. He has endless resources to practice with anyway. But when they actually get down to it, after careful research, then found out that pigs do not have appendix. Or even if it has an appendix, I don't know where it is. That being so, had to invite prisoners. So a man over 40 years old, stripped clean by the crown prince, to be a guinea pig. First time doing this, the prince has no experience. Immediately asked Phuong Ki Pham what the first step should be. Phuong Ki Pham hesitated for half a day. Tell him to think. In a moment, the crown prince suddenly felt this guy Phuong Ki Pham is not trustworthy at all. He was a little suspicious. Could it be that his old man could only rely on him to survive? But the crown prince quickly dismissed that thought, decided to trust Phuong Ki Pham. Then not long after, a heart-rending scream was heard. The crown prince and Phuong Ki Pham, these two are truly too cruel to do the experiment which tortured Liu Ban to a pulp. The stinking devil soup that Wang Yidao used to anesthetize, they fed Liu Ban in bowl after bowl. Finally found the stinking devil soup has a good anesthetic effect. Directly let that dat guy drink a big bowl too. As the crown prince was about to open the knife, Phuong Ki Pham could not help but sigh. This guy Dat is truly a treasure. In the desert you can make military achievements. Once inside the palace, not only can you dig coal, but can also be used to cut kidneys to practice skills. The crown prince looked at Phuong Ki Pham without saying a word. Feel he seems to be seriously ill. Tell him not to keep threatening me with a knife. Tell him to hurry up and draw the diagram. Then the crown prince waved his hand and the knife fell, as expected of a martial artist. Clean and tidy, pull that thing out. Then the sharp blade glided through. The kidney was immediately cut off. The two people struggled all day. The final sewing was the part that the crown prince was most proud of. Intentionally sew a cute bow on the belly. When stepping out of the hermitage, Phuong Ki Pham sighed deeply, and the prince laughed heartily. Feel quite interesting. Phuong Ki Pham despised the crown prince's strange hobby. Wipe the sweat from your forehead, hope the other's alive. The prince thought, feel like no big deal. These dat go everywhere burning and killing people. Heinous crime, worth dying. The prince is really a crow's mouth. That dat guy really didn't live past 2 days. Immediately die, but it's not that the crown prince didn't cut well, but it was because the surgical side of that guy Dat got infected and died. After the first surgery, it seemed like a switch was turned on the crown prince. Become especially diligent. The next day the surgery continued. This time the effect is not bad. When the prince saw a man whose stomach he had disemboweled, alive and breathing in front of me, suddenly arose a kind of magical feeling of the creator. To focus on technical research, the crown prince and the two of them deliberately looked for the two of them to be responsible for recording the entire surgical process. The crown prince's surgery, in a sense, it is a valuable experience of the surgical profession. The next thing to do is to keep up with the surgery, receive each patient, discover a problem during surgery, slowly find ways to improve. With the increasing number of surgeries, from the fear of holding a knife for the first time, it's time to eat and check on the patient's recovery after surgery. That technology is called breakthrough. Final has reached the point where surgery can be performed on truly paralyzed patients. After a series of difficult operations, the crown prince finally completed the surgery. Step out of the closet, but he sighed a little. I feel like the cut today is not very decisive. This man suffered from the same disease as his father, but do not know after kidney removal can really live or not. The results of this experiment are extremely important to him. Phuong Ki Pham was beside the crown prince comforting him. This surgery will definitely be a success, although the crown prince was very uneasy, still waiting until the next day to see the patient. The patient is slightly weak, but the body condition is very normal. Considered alive, but I wonder if there will be any side effects after surgery. The prince thought, cannot help itching hands, hurriedly told someone to arrange for a few more patients. He wants to work a few more shifts to observe the data. This perverted crown prince is fierce and fierce. But made Phuong Ki Pham suffer. The prince wanted to use his sword, so had no choice but to drag Phuong Ki Pham along. The surgery lasted nearly half an hour. Before and after, even though Phuong Ki Pham was just standing, 2 or 3 shifts a day like that, enough to make Phuong Ki Pham's back and knees ache. With the prince's ability, every day there are bedridden disabled patients brought in. Phuong Ki Pham was almost exhausted. He knew any skilled physician are all through countless surgeries that accumulate experience, but also have to let people rest. Just when Phuong Ki Pham was about to lose his strength, then the patient who had previously had his appendix removed began to recover. The prince then slowed down, go to observe the patient's condition. This finally reassured the prince. Just watch a few more cases, is possible brain surgery. Don't say, the crown prince is still a bit excited. People often say invisible appearance is fatal. So what about the style of the front in front of you? Have you seen? At the end of the month, the Kong Vian finally announced the list. Phuong Ki Pham specially asked for permission from the crown prince, who was going crazy about surgery, to go see the board. except for 15 people from Taesun Academy participating in the exam, then there are more than 100 other bachelors. Hearing that the brothers are about to have results, everyone was excited, also want to go see. Fuonki fam really enjoyed the atmosphere of watching the board. So early in the morning, the Black Master and disciples gathered in Taesun. Fuonki fam is outstanding. Wear a hat, dress like paint, be the guy who stands out from the crowd. On the contrary, other teachers and students dress much more simply. Wait until everyone arrives at the palace, then this place is a sea of people. The scholars saw behind Fuonki fam is a group of Taesun students. Then they whispered, this name Din Vian Hao is too ostentatious, a martial artist who opened a library to teach people about gossip. It is really disrespectful to Thanchu's Confucianism. As soon as this word ended, someone immediately told him to be careful with his words. Tell him still dare to talk too much. Haven't heard that Taesun recently caught people in wells, then how to cut the belly. They took out all the liver and heart. The government officials did not dare to ask. Still dare to slander here. Is Dun Vian Hao not afraid of being captured? Than Van just said that. Everyone fell silent. The look in Fuonki fam's eyes was also much more complicated. There are too many rumors about Fuonki fam. This person discovered sweet potatoes and potatoes, saved countless lives. Anyone with a little conscience, all have more or less respect for him. But there are rumors that this person gouges out people's hearts, rampant, beat people and scold people at the slightest provocation. And there is also Hen Lam Thich Hyat Vong. Isn't he an honest character? Yet he was directly labeled as the scum of the world by Fuonki fam. There is also Chan the Fu Chan the Duong Din Ho, who are respected people. The name is spelled backwards. Just such a person. Previously, the tricks of the book reader were useless against him, but his tricks to deal with readers directly hit the vital point. If you want to be elegant when reading books, I will make you lose all elegance. If you want to be proud, I will crush your face. Like Duong Din Ho, everyone sympathized with him, but just hearing those three words, the three words Ho Den Duong immediately came to mind. At this moment, in your heart you have compassion, but still cannot help but laugh. Many people heard that Fuonki fam was addicted to alcohol, but as soon as I saw him, I feel this guy is very handsome, sometimes very polite to the crowd. Reveal a friendly smile. It's not as scary as it sounds. Fuonki fam did not have time to care. What did people think about him? His heart was filled with anticipation. The test preparation method is definitely effective, but how great the effect is remains a mystery. Of course, in addition to practice questions, Fuonki fam's biggest trump card is predicting exam questions. Just add this topic to your practice. Is enough, but even so, also cannot stand stupid people like pigs, if there really is such a stupid person. Even practicing the questions can't pass the exam. Then Fuonki fam could only give up, as each sheet is posted. Fuonki fam felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest, more nervous than when taking university entrance exams, but when he saw the name Taesun Academy on the list, he felt suffocated with excitement. 15 people passed. The first, second, and third place winners are all Taesun students. The leader, Lu Ji, felt like my scalp was going to explode. He never expected to have this day. This is the original board. He completely admired Fuonki fam. Fuonki fam's position in his heart, even taller than his father. Anyway, his father only gave him the form, and Fuonki fam made his gloomy life more colorful. Taesun students, even though they passed, but the ranking is slightly lower. Now like just swallowed a fly. No fun up. Kneeling before Fuonki fam, kowtowing and admitting his mistake, everyone seemed to feel the scene from 3 years ago again. Same time, this is a suffocating feeling. Makes many people want to bang their heads against the wall and commit suicide. Fuonki fam was silent. Compared to 3 years ago, he no longer felt the urge to hit people. I'm an adult now anyway. Cultivation is also available. Can only comfort these students. Second-class doctorate, then second-class go. If retake, won't it take up the juniors' spots in 3 years? This is fate. Still should leave some chance for the juniors. And now, many other readers also wanted to faint. This year's Taesun Library's affection has ended. 3 years later, they had finished arranging the internal affairs. Still want to continue to dominate. You son of a bitch. Everyone glared angrily. No way. How can I live like this? Gasping for breath by the bed, suddenly sat up. Cold wind and night rain penetrated the window bars. Today announced the gold list. Emperor Hongji struggled to keep his spirits up, trying to support the exhausted body. He wanted to use the remaining life. Do what you can for the crown prince. But the ministers really made him worry no less. But do not bring the gold board. Takim knew clearly that Emperor Hong Tri was looking forward to the golden list. But the story of 15 disciples of Taesun Library all passed the exam also made him suspicious. The exam should have been set by you. Cheating is absolutely impossible. But there is something strange about it. When reviewing the article as Ho Min, He also did not know who had written these essays. Wait until you see for yourself. Then no, it turns out they all came from Taesun Library, so Taekim did not know whether to bring the board or should come to the crime. Emperor Hongji was stunned after hearing this, then took another breath of cold air. He found it hard to believe. Who would have thought that Taesun Library would occupy all the golden lists? This is indeed remarkable. But isn't that forcing people into a corner? Taekim said there was something strange. Must be because of this. The purpose of the 8 ancients is to select talented people, to let all scholars in the world study the 4 books and 5 classics. Based on the 4 books and 5 classics, take the imperial examinations. But now, Taesun Library alone occupied the top position in the imperial examinations. 15 people won. What about the next department? And give others a chance. This time the imperial examination was cheated. Can't help but make Hongji Emperor think, it must be Funky Fam playing tricks again. I wonder what you came up with. So what about the next department? Taesun Library, how many people will take part in the contest? How many people will pass? How can we continue to play the game of selecting talented people by imperial examinations? Do not give the scholar hope. Isn't this not giving people a way to live? Emperor Hongji these days, worrying about just one problem? That is, my time is running out. Can the crown prince shoulder the burden of the kingdom that his ancestors passed down? Emperor Hongji looked the people in the warm pavilion. These people are all his right-hand men. He placed great trust in them. In the future, they will certainly become the crown prince's assistants. The old gods accepted her. But is that enough? Obviously not enough, but this time Taesun Library, 15 people have passed the doctorate exam, plus 6 previous people. Then there are 21 talented young people. The future will be people of integrity, characters not to be underestimated. They met the crown prince. Must also be called Grand Master. If the crown prince succeeds to the throne in the future, they will be disciples of the Son of Heaven. The more I think about it, the more I see it. Emperor Hongji felt the problem he was always worried about has all disappeared. 15 people passed, soon to be a doctor, are all disciples of the crown prince. If he dies, can also rest assured. Emperor Hongji thought of this. Feel relaxed, smile. Thinking of Jinki, Taesun Library had 15 people pass the exam, but the court does not distinguish between before and after. For 15 more people among the candidates who have not passed, added to the list of successful candidates this time, give them the same status as comrades. With the sudden decision of Emperor Hongji, Taekim was stunned, but immediately understood the meaning of the emperor. The intention of the court is rely on imperial examinations to attract talented people from all over the world. Now Taesun Library is alone in the world. What can you do? Abolish the imperial examinations? Obviously not possible. Investigate Taesun Library. Are you kidding? The current crown prince is the head of the library? Because people are good, but you go investigate them. Are you looking for death? The rules of the imperial examination cannot be changed. Taesun Library will definitely return 3 years later. The future is even more terrifying. Who knows how many candidates will take the exam by then? The court must give others a little chance. So the solution of Emperor Hongji was very simple. 15 additional people as collaborators. How many passes Taesun Library? The court will add that much. So then, other students will not worry about having talent but no way to advance anymore. Only the reputation doesn't sound very good. Anyway, we are the original members. Future may be Trengayan, is Bangnan them Ho, is the head of the second class, etc. And you are just an additional comrade. The future is also only given to the same doctoral degree. Emperor Hongji breathed a sigh of relief. Taesun Library accidentally helped him solve a worry in his heart. He just sighed in his heart. Now the crown prince has Taesun Library as a foundation. If I really reach the point of no cure, then maybe die without regrets. Being a father is really hard because of your children. The imperial examinations are always a mixed bag. Unfortunately, Funky Fam is very happy. This time Taesun Library had 15 people pass the exam at the same time. So the court issued an order to build 10 directions and 1 gate to praise Taesun Library for nurturing talented people for the court. The golden list of first prize winners, second prize winners, third prize winners, along with the golden sea of doctors, has been hung on the outer wall of Taesun Library. Funky Fam was now looking up at each sign. Very pleased, then he happily picked up the pen and wrote the sentence, eat the bitter and swallow the bitter, just became a superior person. Give it to Dangkin next door to frame and hang up. Dangkin received the order, then flattered Funky Fam again. Young Master Mighty, now the whole capital knows there is a young master. They don't even dream of winning the board. Who does not know the young master's reputation? Isn't it just constant scolding? Isn't it too respectful to the young master? If you ask why Dangkin is so excited, it's all due to the huge changes these past few days. He was supposed to be just an Iran boy, To put it bluntly, he's just a hunting dog, but became rare. Invited by several bachelors and masters, flatter and shout, little brother not only invited him to eat and drink, also give him money to spend. But what he had to do, it was when Fuonki Fam decided to recruit students, then immediately notify the bachelor's degree holders. A few flattering words of Dankian makes Fuonki Fam extremely comfortable. Those followers are too flattering and formal. Half a day to squeeze out a few sentences, kinda cliche. Makes Fuonki Fam very dislike. So Fuonki Fam decided to have a good chat with Dankian. But at this moment, the prince's eyes were dark, like a panda coming to ask Fuonki Fam, is the library story done yet? Go back and have your kidney removed. Fuonki Fam was in the middle of his rant, just heard about kidney surgery, immediately felt a little nauseous. Wanting to vomit, the prince was so angry that his nose was crooked. Started scolding Tu, who had been his assistant for the past few days. Just standing next to him makes me tense. Can't do anything. If he really had to cut open his father's stomach. They weren't even scared to the point of peeing their pants. How can he be at ease then? Fuonki Fam was both amused and annoyed. The prince just finished grumbling, but did not give Fuonki Fam any chance to be lazy. Forced Fuonki Fam to go with him for surgery. After several days of research, the prince had a little more to say. The improved version of the rotten drug soup now has stronger anesthetic properties. The scalpel was also improved. Dosage of hemostatic drugs after surgery have all been modified differently, even after nephrectomy. When can I eat? Eat something. How to recover? All of these have been adjusted. After the crown prince and others had tried to cut out dozens of kidneys, this has greatly improved the survival rate. Fuonki Fam was threatened by the crown prince's authority, can only obediently go with him to Tae-sun. There was a strong man tied to the operating table. This strong man came to see a doctor, but just arrived at Tae-sun, was tied up on the operating table again. This made him scream in fear, no cure no more. The crown prince and Fuonki Fam are such conscientious people. How can you see death without saving it? Directly gave that strong man several bowls of improved, stinky demonic potion to drink. Then the world became quiet. There are really too many such patients. Cannot remember. Fuonki Fam served as the crown prince's assistant. The crown prince's state was extremely comfortable. The surgery was completed in no time. During surgery, the two people instinctively discussed a bit on the length of the surgical patient's indescribable objects. The crown prince's unintentional words made Fuonki Fam stunned. Perhaps the prince's infertility problem lies here. History has proven the current crown prince also has no children. There are many causes of infertility. What kind of prince is he? Everyone says one thing, but now Fuonki Fam suddenly discovered. Looks like he found something interesting. Some things are too long, very harmful to men. For example, prone to infection, or for example, cause localized edema in a certain area. Of course, the most important thing is, it can lead to sterile. Fuonki Fam stared at the crown prince. Is it because of this? In this, although there are many people who like cleanliness, but the crown prince was certainly not a hygienic person. Plus some places are too long. Should be able to. Fuonki Fam was silent for a long time. He felt like he was discovering a new continent. To put it another way, suppose the prince cuts off the foreskin, so is he able to have children? Since this thought, Fuonki Fam in later surgeries are all foreskin cutting for patients who are too long. The minor surgery was performed by Fuonki Fam on his own, all very successful, very neat. Compared with nephrectomy, then this minor surgery is really too simple. The prince just had his kidney removed. Just tease Fuonki Fam for having strange hobbies. There is no shortage of eunuchs in the palace. Why cup? That is not right. Who knew Fuonki Fam practiced circumcision so enthusiastically? Main objective? It's the crown prince who specializes in cutting people's kidneys. The prince is fine, still smiling innocently. I think most people probably never experienced the scene of life and death separation from a confidant. The prince and Tae-sun tried to do surgery just to be able to save his father completely. But life is unpredictable. Right after he finished his 50th surgery, a eunuch with a terrified face, vaguely find him, tell him that his majesty is critically ill, urgently summon him and Fuonki Fam into the palace. When they ran back to the palace, enter the palace. Queen Mother, Queen Truong and the princesses all sat behind the curtains in the room, sobbed softly. Emperor Hongji lay on the sickbed, breathing weakly, seemed to be in unbearable pain. Her eyes were cloudy, pale face. Below she knelt, several noble ministers, everyone's face was ashen. Lu Jian's face showed an unconcealable sadness, seemed about to faint. Fuonki Fam just saw this situation, then know this is want to kill her. He did not expect himself to be one of the people who was entrusted with her. Thinking back, Emperor Hongji could be so tolerant of me, surely in my heart, considered himself the chosen one to assist the crown prince. This is absolute trust, does not contain any impurities. As soon as he saw the prince coming, Emperor Hongji's eyes lit up a little, although the stomach ache caused him unbearable pain, but still tried to smile. Mouth mumble call his son's name. The prince immediately knelt down on the ground, tears like, then prostrate yourself on the ground, continuous head banging. Crying miserably, Emperor Hongji tried to suppress his pain. Every word said how worried he was about the prince. From now on, I hope everyone will wholeheartedly assist the crown prince. If the prince does something wrong, please do not blame. The relatives are all people with children. Nature should understand my feelings. I have only one son. Consider it more important than his own life. Everyone's eyes were red. Behind the curtain, the cries of the women became more and more miserable. Fuon Qifam heard and felt heartbroken. The prince cried, sobbed silently, even completely collapsed. Fuon Qifam cursed in his heart. By this time, Prince, why are you so depressed? Fuck, let's talk about kidney removal. It's too late to cut, but the prince clearly forgot, or is emotionally broken. Absolutely no time to think much. Fuon Qifam never expected the situation to turn out like this. He let the crown prince preside, because he knows very well about kidney surgery. With the status of a subject, he can't suggest such a big thing, can only let the prince say, then must convince Queen Truong, but I am a foreigner, but wanted to cut the emperor's kidney. Isn't that seeking death? So in his plan, this is the prince's business? As for me, from beginning to end, I can only be a supporter, and is very reluctant to do, but this prince, usually talkative, day by explosions, screaming loudly, also said he wanted to go to the border to kill people. Damn it, now you collapse again. Fuon Qifam started to sweat coldly. At this time, still heard Emperor Hongji constantly trying to open his mouth, probably because of the stomach ache, makes the face even paler. There is no more time. Prolonging it for a moment might add a bit of danger. Fuon Qifam fiercely pulled the back of the prince's shirt. The prince still did not respond. Fuon Qifam's face also turned pale. Red eyes suddenly had a feeling of indescribable tragedy. He shouted loudly, this bloating is not necessarily incurable. The whole palace immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at him. Terrified, the prince suddenly stopped crying. Yes, bloating can be cured, so why am I crying? He suddenly woke up. Just now don't know what to do, but completely lost control of emotions. Fuon Qifam looked at the tear-stained face, even more bewildered. Looking at his prince, hate cannot give him a slap. I was gonna let you come out. The result is still me, Fuon Qifam. You see, the Empress Dowager also directly called Fuon Qifam. You say, here's the roll call. What is up? You wait and see me, Fuon Qifam laugh on the guillotine. Fuon Qifam had to grit his teeth. Bloating is curable. God said this. Then prepare yourself to die without a burial place. The Empress Dowager stared at Fuon Qifam, seemed to think for a long time, knew word by word ask how to cure. This is the scariest problem. If it is medication, then everything is easy to say. But it was a cesarean section. It must be known that the ancients attached great importance to the integrity of the body, because after all, the dead still have an afterlife. If the person is dead, something is missing on the body, then it is inevitable to have some regrets. The crown prince was now one step faster than Fuon Qifam. This bloating must take out father's kidney. Take it out and it will be cured. The prince now opened his mouth. In Fuon Qifam's heart, he finally felt comfortable. A little more, damn it. I almost got killed by you. But I heard that taking kidneys, everyone took a breath of cold air. Is this a laparotomy? A little creepy. Listen up, right in this silent palace. Suddenly, Emperor Hongji, who was lying on his sickbed, coughed. I'm not dead yet. Everyone now realized, Your Majesty is still here. Emperor Hongji breathed out a sigh. Try to hold back the pain. Word by word said, Mr. Fuong said it can be cured, so let's do it. Cure it. Then with great difficulty he gave a command, roughly meaning he lived and died in a heartbeat, willing to let the crown prince and Fuon Qifam act, no matter what the outcome. Who dares to use this to slander the two of them, will be punished. To deter others, Fuon Qifam, this shameless guy, because Emperor Hongji has a good character, in such a dangerous moment, still thinking of protecting him, this made Fuon Qifam touched, must marry the princess. He made up his mind, this son-in-law position he must do it. The prince's whole body trembled. Calm down emotion. Emperor Hongji was seriously ill. Moreover, have made such a decision. Next all eyes must be on him. The crown prince did not waste time either. Immediately send someone to take the emperor to Taesun. As for him and Fuon Qifam, they went one step ahead. Gallop to Taesun. Now timing is everything. They have to prepare before surgery. But what Emperor Hongji did not expect was, the first thing when entering the meditation room is to force him to take off all his clothes. This made Emperor Hongji extremely ashamed. I didn't say to take off my clothes before. The prince looked natural. Do you have to wear clothes to operate on appendix? Emperor Hongji was a little embarrassed, although the pain is intense, but still feels a bit weird. As for the crown prince, he was used to it. Look in one place, could not help but curiously said old Fuong, father's skin is really long. Emperor Hongji was stunned when he heard this. What is this skin naked? The feeling made him very uncomfortable. Now it's not just physical pain, but also suffer mental torment. It's better to die. Fuong Qifam raised his thumb, applaud the prince's bravery, even dared to tease his father. The crown prince loudly told Tu Ban Ban in the lobby, now start burning incense. After lighting 11 incense sticks, then loudly reported, there is no way to record in this era, so I have to use knife, time must be grasped. If not too long, too much blood loss, then the appendix is gone, but the blood also dried up. Fuong Qifam personally gave the Hong Tri emperor the rotten devil soup to drink. Then take out the rope, tie up the Emperor Hongji. The operation is a bit rough, but there is no other way. Surgery these days is like that. The rotten devil soup cannot be compared to the surgical anesthesia in the previous life. Still very painful. Emperor Hongji took a breath of cold air. Now he regrets it. The crown prince looked at the Emperor Hongji, solemnly said, Father, I will definitely do my best, after determining the location of the appendix. The prince was a little embarrassed. The hand holding the scalpel was shaking slightly. Dissecting someone else is like dissecting your own father. There is a difference, of course. Fuong Qifam saw the crown prince's hesitation, but time waits for no one. Remind the prince. The prince's hands were sweating, hand-swinging knife. The appendix was immediately removed. Fuong Qifam took out the appendix. Could not help but let her eyebrows dance. Your Highness, look quickly. Indeed worthy of the title of Son of Heaven. This appendix is unusual, and has a domineering aura radiating in all directions. The monthly report found countless appendices. Never seen such a great and extraordinary appendix. Lift in the palm of your hand. Have the desire to worship. See this appendix. Immediately made the god want to shout out loud. Long live your majesty. Long live the holy emperor. Long live the Emperor Hongji is dying. Just feel dizzy. Thought I would never wake up again. Hearing this I was immediately excited. Dilated blood vessels. Blood vessels stop flowing and fill up again. Like it wants to burst out. The crown prince patted his father's chest to comfort him. One side scolded Fuong Qifam to stop being crazy. This appendix is rotten. Great what? Fuong Qifam was a little embarrassed, used to flattering the Hongji emperor. Temporarily irretrievable. In front of the crown prince he smiled and let it go, then put the appendix down. I really have nothing to say to these two bold idiots. After treating the wound, the two were so hungry that they stuck together. The crown prince tried to check his father's breath, although breathing is a bit weak, but still quite stable. Now rest assured, for careful care, this surgery can be said to be perfect. Just how the recovery will be later, then no one is sure. The prince seemed to be in a slightly down mood. If not, then my father can imagine how much pressure he has to endure. Fuong Qifam also had no other choice. Can only stay by the prince's side to comfort him, say warm words of encouragement. You absolutely could not have imagined. What is the greatest wish of Crown Prince Chuha Chiyu? That is to hang the emperor and beat him. Let the emperor also taste the feeling of being hung up and beaten. But now the crown prince looked at his father lying on the sick, breathing a little weak. My only wish is that my father recovers soon. And Emperor Hongji on his sickbed, still have a nightmare. I dreamed that I kept falling into endless darkness. But suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. It was my son's voice. The prince's voice was like a ray of light. Momentary, tear apart the dark and gloomy night in dreams. Emperor Hongji was delighted. For his son, I have to live on. But wait until consciousness gradually recovers. What entered your ears was my greatest wish. Is there a day? Let the emperor also taste the feeling of being hung up and beaten. Listen up to hear. Emperor Hongji's blood pressure suddenly increased. The pale face suddenly turned a little bloodshot. It seems that Emperor Hongji did not die of illness, was also injured to death by the crown prince's words. But you still misunderstand the crown prince. Immediately after that, the crown prince said sadly, now the emperor is sick and in this condition. I just hope you get well soon. Other things do not dare to hope for anymore. These words just came out, although the Emperor Hongji has not yet awakened, but inside was crying out loud. This son is really worth my love. But Emperor Hongji was still moved too soon. In it, he heard Fuong Qifam say something about sacrifices again. The crown prince then severely scolded Fuong Qifam. Tell him not to always think about the skin above. How about a little longer? You are so brave. Even want to cut this? Do you want your father to become a eunuch? Emperor Hongji seemed to have understood something. A fierce survival instinct suddenly spread throughout Emperor Hongji's body. The amount of adrenaline in the body is like a volcano erupting, causing Emperor Hongji to suddenly regain his strength. No recovery is not possible. Who knows if I don't wake up? These two devils. What terrible things will happen to you? Emperor Hongji coughed lightly. The crown prince and Fuongqi fam immediately happily ran before Emperor Hongji. Emperor Hongji looked at these two faces. Even if turned to ashes, I will recognize it. Feels a bit like a dream. It's unbelievable. He really is alive again. If it weren't for the painful wound on my stomach, he really couldn't believe all this was true. The crown prince and Fuongqi fam saw Emperor Hong try awake. The big rock in my heart also completely dropped. Next, Emperor Hongji just needs to recuperate well. There will definitely not be any sequela. The prince stood beside him. So happy I can't breathe. Emperor Hongji felt emotional in his heart. This is really difficult for the crown prince. He looked kindly. The son still hasn't rested after surgery. Tell the prince to go and rest. He wanted to say a few words to Fuongqi fam privately. Also want to rest. After the crown prince left, Emperor Hongji tried to raise his weak hand, hold Fuongqi fam's hand. Looking at Fuongqi fam, sincerely express gratitude for the life-saving grace of my in-laws. Please keep it in mind. The Fuong family and the royal court share glory and shame. As long as I and the crown prince are still on the throne, then Fuongqi fam you will be rich and noble forever. Fuongqi fam nodded shyly. Anyway, he really did nothing. Just help put the hemostat a little, and surgical knife only. Emperor Hongji smiled and said, you don't need to be embarrassed. Just why were you so bold just now? Why do you keep talking so long and short? Although Emperor Hongji asked this question in a weak voice, still makes Fuongqi fam blush. He is an innocent boy after all. But because Emperor Hongji asked, Fuongqi fam thought, still honestly answered about his previous speculations with the crown prince. Emperor Hongji also suddenly understood. Why are your children not ordinary? Was criticized by the ministers for exclusively favoring Empress Trung. But in fact the crown prince had ladies in waiting by his side, but still no children. This is indeed like a wake-up call from a dream. Emperor Hongji frowned deeply. Long silence. After a while he finally asked, what happens if I cut it? Fuongqi fam took a deep breath, said there is nothing that cutting cannot solve. If still not working, then it proves that the cut is not good. Cut one more time. This Presti must explode. Fuongqi fam still wants to try it once, but without the emperor's permission, is almost a myth. But once the crown prince has no children, not to mention that his friends, Fuongqi fam cannot be cruel, but for the Fuong family, this is also a very important matter. Otherwise, Fuongqi fam will be full and satisfied. Do nothing. Every day you make people practice cutting that. Are you sick? Emperor Hongji still did not say a word, but could not help but say, got experience breaking this time, made him have great confidence in Fuongqi fam's medical skills. But this is after all a matter related to my only son, still difficult to decide. After a long while, Emperor Hongji said, then cut it, then told Fuongqi fam to step down. He wanted to think carefully before deciding. Today is a good day. Taesun Team 130. The crown prince won nearly 200,000 taels of prize money. Finally got back the money spent on flood control of Huai River. This disaster in Hoya, Emperor Hongji was restless day and night. This time he decided to choose another talented person. Took out some money from the treasury to repair the dikes. We cannot let the people suffer from floods anymore. Originally, Emperor Hongji was still having a headache about who would go to rule the country. But who will be responsible for the money? You never expected it. A football match again helped him easily earn so much money. He seemed quite excited, but still tried to contain his joy. Tell Tu to make a report for the cabinet to start working. But after the football match, some are happy, some are sad. Tich Sun and Din Hung Hyun both suffered heavy losses. Unexpected, the top-rated mining team was defeated. Countless people are depressed because of this. Chatter, finally everyone suddenly discovered. Article by Chu Dae though. Predicted early on that the mining team would lose. Unfortunately, those idiots, no one believes them. Now thinking back, this level of football analysis of Chu Dae though. Really amazing. For a moment, previous issues of football magazines have sold out. Who is the Chu Dae, the divine dragon that can see the head but not the tail, also caused a lot of speculation from people. The more people found his articles, passionate about research and analysis, new football issue released, bookstores large and small were packed with people. Football newspaper sales. Rapid growth. It turns out people think buying football lottery tickets is just to watch football. Why bother reading those football analysis articles? But now I know. Listen to expert analysis. Will definitely not be disadvantaged, especially the article by Chu Dae though. In the next 10 days, there are still some matches left. Must see Chu Dae those analysis then calculate further. Everyone rushed to buy, as if afraid of running out of stock. But who would have thought that after those people bought it, overturned the whole bridge, also could not find the product of Chu Dae though. They originally bought it just to see Chu Dae tho's article, and then learn something from it, to brag to friends and relatives. but found no. In a moment, countless people holding the prayer were furious. Early in the morning, I ran to line up. Just want to buy Chudae those goods. No results. That's ridiculous. Football fans are angry, everyone must have seen it. So the bookstore was in trouble. It's not about money anymore, but is playing with people's feelings. Fuonki fame eagerly ran into the palace. This is not working. Not only did the crowd vandalize the bookstore, but also because of Chudae's request, which in Tae-sun there are many people who want to have. This kind of thing just needs someone to add fuel to the fire. Even Fuonki fam could not do anything. He had no choice but to rush into the palace. Solving this problem still requires the person who caused it. Fuonki fam smiled bitterly and begged Chudae to write a poem to address this urgent situation. Emperor Hongji's face had no extra expression, but smiled, asked is there any cost, although Fuonki fam had already mentally prepared for this, but he still underestimated the level of shamelessness of His Majesty. Where is the face with such a son-in-law? Also does not make the level of morality of His Majesty increase a little. This was the first time Fuonki fam suffered such a great loss from Hong Tri-Thean too. Big loss. Finally had to reluctantly spend 800 taels for 1,000 words, buy a bunch of prayer materials from the Emperor Hongji. Fuonki fam looked at the appearance. Hongji Emperor had prepared in advance and was momentarily speechless. This dense text gave him a headache. Every word is silver. All his money from selling the house, the dowry he worked so hard to earn. Fuonki fam really did not expect. Emperor Hongji played this game again. Truly a lifelong money player. In the end, he was fooled by his father-in-law. Fuonki fam hugged those papers. Very complicated inside. Want to say something, but in the end sighed in my heart. Well, it's better not to say anything. Actually, this time he intended to collect 20,000 taels. Anyway, autograph goods are just small profits. But once there is Chudae though, will lead to great popularity. The business possibilities that can arise in the future are endless. 800 taels of silver, 1,000 words hala, Fuonki fam said big words. New Year's Eve, Emperor Hongji, in addition to being interested in football, again began to pay attention to the road being built in Dinhung district. Late at night, more than a dozen students were devoting their hearts and souls to the project, sitting on the warm bed, complaining about this damn weather, making them less likely to watch football recently. In it, one person laments that his luck is so bad, buy anything also lose, and that Chudae though in Ka Kun, predict 3 times in a row, Hibs, the other time I missed was also bad luck. Who would have thought the opponent would equalize with a penalty? In a moment everyone was in an uproar. Some people think that Chudae though is so mysterious, isn't he their master? Having said that, everyone's body was shocked. These people always mention their master, then in the eyes all shine. Is there anyone in this world more powerful than their master? Besides their master, who dares to call himself Chudae though? Kong Bang was outside. Fuonki fam was startled. In my heart I cursed, do you guys want to kill me? Emperor Hongji knew that the new year was coming, but there are still students here repairing roads and laying foundations. Very emotional. So that night I specially asked Fuonki fam to take me to visit. Who would have thought that before even entering the door? Heard inside. Some people are gossiping that Chudae belongs to Fuonki fam. Emperor Hongji could not help but cough lightly. Looked at Fuonki fam with meaningful eyes. Fuonki fam's face was speechless. Immediately pretend it's not me. Not me, they are talking nonsense. Emperor Hongji leisurely pushed open the door. Everyone saw a stranger wearing a dragon robe come in. Momentarily bewildered, seeing that the person next to this person was their contractor, more than a dozen students were instantly petrified. Emperor Hongji took the first step. Gently said people do not need to pay much attention. Hearing him say that, everyone reacted in panic, hurriedly knelt down on the ground. Fuonki fam also smiled and said, His Majesty has come to visit everyone. Then don't pay much attention. His Majesty has a good temper. Stand up. What a flatterer. Coming here, do not forget to flatter Emperor Hongji. Wait for everyone to stand up trembling. Emperor Hongji also glanced around the room. Besides a heated bed with a charcoal stove, most of them are drawings in dense numbers. Emperor Hongji could not help but sigh. It is not easy. Building a road requires so much dedication from everyone. Today we come to witness with our own eyes. Just know everyone is hardworking. Emperor Hongji smiled gently. Tell people not to be afraid. Just talk natural. Then ask everyone, why did you study this road construction subject in the first place? People don't know what to say. After a long while, someone honestly said, in this world, there must be people to build. They are all scholars after all. Failed studies. Learn this way of building bridges and paving roads. What's wrong with being beneficial to the country and the people? Emperor Hongji happily applauded. Their words were very simple, but very easy to touch people's hearts. Their work, all day with their teacher, commend their dedication, unity of will, action, and conscience. As we see it, these disciples did it. What as he said, Emperor Hongji took the wine bag on the table and opened it. Fuonqi Pham stood by and watched, bewildered. Does your majesty want to practice empathy? Take a suit, to express joy with the people. Fuonqi Pham was about to open his mouth. Then the Emperor Hongji gulps. A big gulp of wine poured down the stomach. Fuonqi Pham was a bit stunned. Want to say something but dare not say it. How to say this? This era is mostly royal wine and national wine. Fairly low alcohol content. Just now, the Hongji Emperor drank the second drink that he improved. Alcohol content over 42 degrees. Just one sip is enough to burn my throat. Yet Emperor Hongji drained the cup in one gulp. The consequences are imaginable. Fortunately, the will of Emperor Hongji is very amazing. Desperate resistance. Sore throat. Intestines boiling like a pot of water. Don't lose face on the spot. Just sit quietly for a long time. No more words. Fuonqi Pham saw Hong Trithian too sitting still. Hurriedly stepped forward to speak up. Praised the student's spirit of perseverance in working during Tet holiday. Looking at the Emperor Hongji, he turned to stone. Fuonqi Pham felt emotional in his heart. He is not good at bragging, not even drinking alcohol. He is not qualified to carry the shoes of Emperor Hongji. Seeing that Emperor Hongji was about to fall asleep, Fuonqi Pham quickly helped Hong Trithian to walk, leaving only a bunch of bewildered students. Back to the carriage, Emperor Hongji almost collapsed on the sofa. Even though nearly half an hour had passed, his face was still bewildered. Emperor Hongji was a little tongue-tied. What wine is this? Why so powerful? Fuonqi Pham did not dare to say that it was him who did it. Emperor Hongji rubbed his forehead again. Wait and see. Tomorrow a Mungai at Kin will be bustling. Fuonqi Pham was thinking, this fat old man won't come looking for me tomorrow to settle the score, right? Muben's news really frightened the Emperor Hongji. The first thought that came to his mind was, ing Fei. Still alive, Fuonqi Pham just heard that there was a riot in Denheng district. Thousands of people holding sticks and weapons were also bewildered. Yes, how is my beloved student? Moben was truly confused by the Hongji Emperor. Ing is probably fine. It's just that the people of the two districts of Trak Chao are afraid of being in trouble. People of Denheng district heard that the people of two districts of Trak Chao and used the base road paid for by their taxes to fix it. Eyes were red. The other two districts did not pay taxes. What is it based on? So many people carried weapons, said to bribe. They are searching everywhere. The carriages of the two Zuozhou districts had to run desperately on the road. Emperor Hongji was a little bewildered. What do you mean? Road protection? Muben was both laughing and crying. The information that the detectives he sent to investigate did not come back much. I only heard that the new road opened up a lot of trade. This road is money. Who walks on this road in Denheng district is to hinder their path to wealth. The leader is the old man Fuong Duong Cat of Fuong Trang. Emperor Hongji frowned. Isn't this the old man Fuong who was seriously ill in the memorial just now? Are you dying? That new star was not only healthy, but can also aggressively command troublemakers. If the riots target the county office, then stop. Even the Emperor Hongji can understand. The people resented the district office to the bone. That harsh policies are worse than fierce tigers. Can't swallow this anger. But look at this. Obviously people are very energetic. Ran away to cause trouble for the people of the two districts of Trak Chao. Isn't this when the army looks up, said he was about to die? Fuonqi Pham's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He never expected that a remote road could bring wealth. He had foreseen it, but he did not expect. These nobles have such strong fighting power. Just had some wealth. Just heard someone wants to share the profit. Pick up the thing now. Fuck it. These rich people are so dark. Fuonqi Pham was speechless. He has never studied the issue of right-of-way, so he looked towards the Emperor Hongji. Emperor Hongji felt like he had seen a ghost. It is certain that it is about to happen. Suicide tax, now bold and daring. Commander of the bribery. This can obviously only be explained by supernatural stories. It's just that the story's ins and outs are not clear yet. In his heart he vaguely felt, the world is probably going against many people's imagination, seems to be developing in an uncertain direction. Emperor Hongji could not help but say to Fang Jafan, what is this? Fuonqi Pham could only close his eyes and speak his mind. He said before, taxes are to take from the people. 4 people. He guessed the road was repaired by now. Previously it took 5 or 6 days to travel from Dinheng district to Tanthan, at least 2-3 days, but now it is different. The road has been repaired. The fastest freight wagon can go back and forth in 1 day. Dinheng is the poorest county in Back Truck Lai. In the capital, the price of whole rice is up to 10 van per kilo, but in Dinheng district, the same kind of rice only costs 3 or 4 coins, but still no one buys. There is new asphalt road. Dinheng district and the outskirts of the capital are no different. Not only the rich can profit from it, that the people of Din Hung district can all make a profit. If not, how can you quickly gather so many people just by relying on your background? Surely there are many common people, proactively protect their own interests. Emperor Hongji was a little confused. There was a road before. Why don't they want to go to the capital? Fuonqi Pham despised the Hong Tri emperor in his heart. Isn't this why you don't eat minced meat? Before the roads were difficult to travel, labor and material costs during transportation are too high. Now the roads are easier to travel. One day can go back. Risks and shipping costs are reduced to a minimum. The merchants now discovered there was profit. The meaning of the new tax regime is that rich people make a strong country. The government collects taxes to enrich the people. People-centered, meaning whether the court or the government want to collect more taxes, must make the scholars and the people rich. They are rich then, have to pay more taxes. The new court and mandarins have the motivation to build more roads, to create more libraries, even support the gentry and the people to do business. So, those gentlemen, those rich people, even though I can't bear to pay so much tax, also understand that these things will eventually benefit you. They are not willing. No resentment in the end. Emperor Hongji gradually got a big picture in his mind. He blamed Fuonqi Pham for not saying these things sooner. Fuonqi Pham smiled bitterly. He said it. Emperor Hongji blamed Fan for not speaking clearly. But looking at the situation before our eyes, it seems like things are developing in the direction Fuonqi Pham said. Emperor Hongji had even more expectations for Dingsing County. But at present, Din Hung district is in turmoil. He needed to immediately summon all officials to discuss countermeasures. Discuss countermeasures. Emperor Hongji was a little agitated. Previously, it was not said in the memorial. Is Mr. Fuong angry to death? He wanted to see what these people would say now. The crown prince winked at Fuonqi Pham, meaning there will be a good show to watch later. Fuonqi Pham appeared dignified and generous. The captain has ascended. Now is a good minister to rule the world. Your Highness, you are a scoundrel. Don't look at me. What does it look like? This sudden proposal caught the mandarins off guard. Everyone had no idea what was going on. People whispered. Liu Jian and the others revealed some worries. The news they heard was that something might have happened in Din Hung district. But what is it? There is no exact news yet. The official of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Yinggao, is upright and majestic. Recently there are more and more ministers expressed dissatisfaction with the reform. Although the reform only took place in the small district of Din Hung, but the mandarins' worries about Hasai land grew deeper. Wang Gao is not convinced. He doesn't understand. Why does Emperor Hongji insist on such a change? He is the emperor's teacher. Do not expect Emperor Hongji to confront the scholars. Emperor Hongji saw that all the ministers had arrived. Stern face. Something happened in Dun Hung district. The court must come up with a response. Hearing this news, many people are starting to get excited about taking action. This is the best time to abolish the new law. Wang Gao did not give in to anyone. First person to stand up, close the door on the rebels. It's always been like that. He said, if the people are not forced to the brink of collapse by oppression, then definitely would not dare to be so bold. Current plan, absolutely do not impeach, should be comforted. Wang Gao took the lead in condemning these rebels. In short, this is all due to the government's overreaction. This responsibility should not be borne by the gentry and the people. Just like that, all new clues can be pointed at the culprit. Wang Gao just spoke. Many people stood up excitedly. To prevent the matter from spreading, should bestow royal grace, meet the aspirations of the gentry and the people. Then the chaos will be eliminated. Everyone spoke up, each one a word. Very bustling. Everyone in the palace considered this an excuse to take advantage of the matter of Dun Hung district. Then someone pointed the spear at Fuonqi Pham. Want to see what he thinks about Dun Hung district's affairs. Fuonqi Pham did not expect someone to call his name. A little surprised but then laughed. He shares the same opinion as everyone else. Now the people have a request. How can you arbitrarily impeach? So the new strategy is correct. In his short-sighted opinion, just respond to the people's wishes. Then things will naturally go smoothly. Everyone was stunned. I'm afraid Fuonqi Pham has taken the wrong medicine. Fuonqi Pham did not just take the wrong medicine. He continued, who dares to say a word of impeachment? Then it is to confront your majesty, not worthy to be your servant. Emperor Hongji smiled and nodded. If so, then follow Chu Than's words. The scholars and people of Din Hung district were in an uproar over the road issue. Very noisy. Respect their innocence. Will not pursue further. In the palace, silence as a sheet. Something seems wrong. It is not that the people cannot bear the burden. Is it because of the brutality that the government is in turmoil? What does this have to do with roads? Emperor Hongji smiled as he looked at these foolish people. This road was built by the people of Din Hung District using their tax money. It is really not satisfactory to let others use it, especially set up road from Dun Hung District to Post Station. No horse-drawn carriages are allowed on the roads outside Din Hung District. Violators will be severely punished. To be fair, Din Hung District can gradually send people to patrol along the road. Whenever there are carriages coming from the two districts of Zuozhou, all have to pay fees. Liu Jian, Wang O, and the others were all a bit confused. What the hell is going on? Emperor Hongji smiled. Din Hung District and Kiao's, the route is to protect the road. The mandarins and people of the two districts of Trakchao want to profit from this path. The mandarins and people of Din Hung District naturally refused, so that caused the problem. He also wanted to ask Chu then. In the previous memorial, he always said, the people were oppressed by Aoyangzi, as if about to fall apart. But now it seems people are still very active. Wang Gao's face turned pale. Want to see the memorial? Just looking down, his face changed dramatically. Indeed, there is no such thing as officials forcing people to rebel, just to protect the road. That causes the struggle between the people of Din Hung District and neighboring districts. Aoyangji's path of cultivation not only does not cause public resentment, on the contrary, it turned out to be a really good thing. Wang Gao was about to question, is it because the Jin Yai Wei wanted to please His Majesty that makes this memorial go against the truth or not? The emergency report from Dun Hung District was delivered. Emperor Hongji wanted to take a look. Wang Gao was indeed a bit impatient. If we let Fuanqi Fam's disciples continue to act like this, then they are finished, so Wang Gao immediately asked for instructions. He wanted to see what Aoyangji's memorial said. This is of great importance. The high-ranking officials participating in the impeachment were also impatient, rushed to ask for opinions, also want to see what is written in the memorial. Emperor Hongji smiled faintly. Glance, tell Wang Gao to read. Only then did Wang Gao breathe a sigh of relief. In his heart he thought if the memorial Aoyangji presented, definitely want to take this opportunity to explain the matter. He does not believe there are no loopholes in Aoyangji's memorial, but when he read the part where the people felt pity, implored the Emperor Hongji to rule over the Din Hung Road for them, where taxes and public servants of Dun Hung District contributed, while at Dun Hung District paid taxes, but the two districts of Trakchao benefited, Wang Gao was like seeing a ghost. As I read out each signature and fingerprint on the back, Wang Gao could not bear it any longer. Fall to the ground. Emperor Hongji immediately slammed his hand down on the table. Crisp sound makes everyone's heart skip a beat. Many people hurriedly knelt down on the ground. Stuttering death, the eunuchs of the great Ming dynasty are all good men. Save this handsome guy's name for you. The craving for food has reached the highest level. Do you believe it? He dares to bring spicy hot pot, which the crown prince used to dip the beef, drink it all in one go. This kid almost died from the spicy heat. Even human people don't dare to play like that. So our friend Liu, he did it. Fuanqi Fam shook his head and praised Liu Binbin as a real man. I really admire this old man. Craving for food to this extent, there is no one left. Emperor Hongji first attended court after recovering from his illness. When he is in high spirits, rosy face appeared at Can then dine. The mandarins were finally relieved. Emperor Hongji was also very happy. Immediately announced the postponement of his imperial examination will be held on the 3rd of next month to test new tribute candidates. The ministers all nodded in agreement. Honestly speaking, this year's imperial examination leaves people without hope. That Taesun Academy, all a bunch of beasts that can devour living people. Most of the talented candidates that the mandarins predicted would pass. In fact, there are quite a few people who fall from grace. Even those who pass the exam do not rank high. So the ministers for this imperial examination also no longer interested. Moreover, Taesun Academy still has His Highness the Crown Prince in charge. Every day, he took out some memorials from the palace. For everyone to simulate discussion. The Crown Prince took the position of Emperor and sat in Tranquoc Palace. 13 tributes became courtiers, Fang Jifan and Wang Shaoran and the others, then become a university scholar and cabinet minister. One by one, the memorials were brought out. Then let Liu Ji and others target these memorials. Give your opinion. The so-called imperial examination is the book of essays. The essence of the book is that the emperor asks about state affairs. Give a test. For example, where there is a flood, to let the students give their opinions, see who answers better. Tranquoc Fu has no other resources. But there is the latest memorial copied from the court, as well as the votes of the cabinet ministers, and the emperor's approval. Even on that matter, court discussion in the court session, in short, everything is available, based on the continuous work on current affairs, along with practicing opening hacks like that. The tribute students of Taesun Academy are hard to not be good. This is the truth that having someone in the court makes it easy to become an official. Moreover, behind them is this hacker, His Highness the Crown Prince. As for Kung Kanna, The Emperor Hongji was recuperating in Tae's son and recovered as before. Only then did Queen Trong feel relieved, so she immediately turned her attention to the Crown Prince, about whether the Crown Prince who was cut can give birth to a prince or not. She, a mother, was very concerned. But the stories investigated from the East Palace made her extremely disappointed. Since the Crown Prince recovered from his illness as before, like an animal he had sexual relations with 11 concubines, 39 times in total, but after the diagnosis of the gynecologist, but no one got pregnant. This made her, as a mother, really a little worried. Do you believe it? His Highness the Crown Prince was written on the exam paper by Liu Ji and others, praising his achievements as comparable to Yao and Shun, causing a stir in the court. Jinki Stab Kun Emperor Hongji gave a proposal, can make people do it. The people were happy from the beginning of Kun and Han, everyone is shouting like that, but how many can do it? But when the candidates finished submitting their papers, Hadin Duong, the name of the old man who is hopeless in the officialdom, put on a righteous face again, said that Taesun Academy as Crown Prince, personally teach students about books and theories. The Crown Prince is the Crown Prince, understand your Majesty's mind, so students of Taesun Academy will definitely be at the top of the list of essays. For other candidates, this is too unfair. So Adin Dong suggested, why is this imperial examination not announced in front of everyone, for His Majesty to judge for himself, and the ministers here supervise, to demonstrate the fairness of this royal examination? This time Duong Dun Ho seemed to have given it his all. Now he wants to be a god. Because of his image, it was too difficult to keep integrity. Then go for it. Become a determined rebel. Emperor Hongji looked at this cunning man and felt a little soft-hearted. Definitely agree with his request. Later heard in the writings of Liu Ji and others, take the Crown Prince for example, comparable to Yao and Shun, become a person who makes everyone admire. Hongji Emperor heard this, his face slightly stiffened. On this point, he absolutely could not have expected. Actually, these 15 people's essays did very well. Anyway, have been practicing for many days now. The biggest mistake is the controversial citation. Duong Din Ho was a bit worried at first, so that breathed a sigh of relief again. Taesun Academy takes the Crown Prince as an example. Isn't that implicitly saying that Yao and Shun are not even as good as the Crown Prince? In the heart of the Hongji Emperor is very complicated. No voice. Liu Ji really is not convinced. Step up to object. Think that the Yao and Shun era is too ancient. His idea was how to subdue them, how to make the world safe, for people to settle down and make a living. So he thought that the Crown Prince was the region of the country, the sword library, coal mining nurturing new shoots against the Japanese invaders. These actions is the policy of pacifying the people and promoting the country in accordance with Day Min. So he took the Crown Prince as an example, talk about how to tame them, what is impossible. These words do have some truth to them, but many Han Lam expressed contempt. Given that, this is not a question of whether the Crown Prince can be used as an example or not, but is to compare the Crown Prince with Yao and Shun, have suspicion of flattery. Many people are bustling, want to refute Liu Ji. Liu Ji was very calm. After all, he is a student taught by Vong Lu Nan. Actually, before putting pen to paper, he hesitated. However, when His Highness the Crown Prince and his master were teaching, when taking the test, there is no requirement for them to address this issue, but once done, the great principles that his teacher taught him instantly surged in their hearts, could not help but put down the pen. Emperor Hongji frowned. I feel that what Liu Ji said is not wrong. Citing historical facts inherently has different ways of thinking. He believes that the quality of the essay should still be used for evaluation. These words of the Hongji Emperor just uttered, the Hanlin mob immediately exploded. Think that Hongji Emperor here is preparing to defend his son but not defend reason. Everyone was arguing non-stop. The Emperor Hongji had a headache from the noise. Absolutely abandon. Leave a sentence, we'll discuss it tomorrow, and then leave. Emperor Hongji did not expect. Liu Ji and the others were so enthusiastic. In their eyes, the Crown Prince became the Holy King. Knowing this earlier, Emperor Hongji would not be so foolish even if beaten to death, publicly so that the ministers can comment on these articles. Emperor Hongji felt, the exaggeration of Liu Ji and others is too much. What virtue does the Crown Prince have? But then he was moved, fallen to thought. Just now he saw the expressions of Liu Ji and the others. Very respectfully, as if completely unwavering in his belief that he was right, the Crown Prince is the Holy King. Emperor Hongji thought of this, could not help but gasp. I really don't know what kind of sleeping pills the Crown Prince gave them, but make them believe so. The Crown Prince heard the test results. Everyone was crazy with joy, shaking head wagging, praise Liu Ji and others as true disciples, always think of him as the Grand Master. But after Liu Ji and the others recalled, feel again, I have caused trouble for the Crown Prince and the Kong. So everyone turned pale and did not dare to speak. The crown prince was so happy that he danced around. In his testing is a small matter. The most important thing is that people who read this book still have a conscience. Before, it was always other people who taught him how to be a person. Now it was his turn to teach these disciples how to be human. He enjoyed this feeling very much and comforted Liu Jie and the others not to blame themselves. Fuonqi Pham on one side was trying hard to rub his temples. The tree is taller than the forest. The wind will surely beat. If it weren't for the illusion that brought His Highness the Crown Prince into it, then their achievements can definitely be at the top. Just now this trick again. Things have become much more complicated. They are readers. Each person's mouthful of saliva can kill the Crown Prince. It was just a normal test. Now it has become a difficult problem to test the Crown Prince. Fuonqi Pham thought for a moment. If so, we can only make a perfect test. So Fuonqi Pham immediately sent someone to spread the news. Tay Sunjiang has just recruited 1,000 farming households. No background limit. Use a lottery to decide whether or not to settle. The Crown Prince was bewildered. I don't understand the intention behind Fuonqi Pham's actions. Fuonqi Pham just smiled mysteriously. Tell the Crown Prince from now on, out there anyone attack them. Don't argue with outsiders either. Everyone just wait for the good news. Liu Jie, this fool, was pushed into the midst of the storm. As the son of the Prime Minister, but openly flattered the Crown Prince like that during the examination, this makes people worried. As a reader, must have spirit, not to exaggerate the Crown Prince like that. What kind of system is that? But now the exam is still open. His Majesty also seems unable to decide. Before the results, many ministers and scholars sharpen their knives and swords. If Liu Jie and the others can all come out on top in the exam, then how is this contest fair? Everyone just needs to flatter His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Why do we need to do literature? The clear flow of information is like that. Whenever I encounter this kind of argument, then like being injected with chicken blood, not showing any of his righteous stance. Then not. Impeachment memorials fell like snow in the cabinet. This time even the cabinet could not cover it up anymore, because it involves their son. Liu Jin looked very worried. The Liu family's reputation is very important. If someone says you are a sycophant, later the entire Liu family will be ridiculed by the world. You say everything is fine. Why do you have to quote His Highness the Crown Prince? He shook his head, but did not speak, but wait for His Majesty to make a decision. The attitude in the palace at this time has become the key. The Emperor Hongji had the most headache. It is those memorials that look like blood stains. This is not worth it. These memorials and impeachments can be pretended not to see. The board decision may also be a little late, but the problem lies in the fact that tomorrow is mid-month Dini. Duni is held twice a month. Is the great court. All the nobles and officials from the 5th rank and above had to participate. This done, could the Hongji Emperor choose to escape? If you avoid, then it is no longer the style of the Hongji Emperor. But once he ascended to the throne, facing hundreds of courtiers, countless censors and academicians, those people sharpening knives, what will happen? Emperor Hongji thought, immediately no longer in the mood to read memorials. Frustrated, he pushed the memorial to another corner, then close your eyes and rest. Dawn breaks. The Crown Prince and Fang Jifan set off together. Prepare to attend the early morning meeting. Wait for them to arrive at Nugo Mun. This place is already crowded with people. Everyone has different thoughts in their hearts. Some people think, some people are full of spirit. A group of young people are in the most high spirits. This is a good opportunity. The Ming Dynasty's civil service, institutions to date, has been completely controlled. Huan Kuai eunuch in the palace, now is not their opponent. Under the influence of courage and daring to speak, they are like mad dogs smelling shit. Whenever there is a little wind blowing, the grass sways. Is to speak frankly to leave a name in history. The Crown Prince looked at these people as if they were a bunch of big monkeys. Mood is completely unaffected. Emperor Hongji saw his size darting around. Look sideways, look up and down. Even when kneeling, there is no heart. Kept winking at Fuonqi Pham. In my heart speechless, is this your good son? There will definitely be a storm in the court today. Everyone calm down. Some people have begun to attack the Crown Prince, thinking that the people of Tay Sun Library had no good intentions. Praise the wise Crown Prince. Loving the people of Daemin like his own children, his merits directly surpassed Niu Thuan. This is intended to support the killing of the Crown Prince. Duong Denho also cried and complained, said the Crown Prince was young, inexperienced, but there were some petty people who deliberately surrounded the Crown Prince. Use all flattery to please. If this continues, I'm afraid the country will be shaken. As soon as this word was uttered, the officials were in an uproar. The Crown Prince is good, but beside him there is a bad guy. As a once respected imperial teacher, he painfully exposed the truth. Here, exposed. In addition, seeing Duong Dinho with tears in his eyes, everyone was moved. It is pointed out that the Crown Prince has not yet learned the art of emperor. was called by others as having the merit of catching up with Yo and Shun. This is not a long-term solution. The people of the world all hope that the crown prince will be a person who understands etiquette, using the royal way to educate the world, a holy king, not a crown prince who only relies on the praise of some flatterers to be complacent. But complacent, everyone is righteous and kind. The crown prince also did not expect, my reputation is this bad. A little disappointed, these streams argued fiercely. When it comes to fighting talent, there is really no one like him. Fuongki Pham really wanted to rush up and shout who, but considering the lofty theories of Dun Duong Vien Van Kung, he measured himself a little. Oh well, I'm just good at pretending to be cool and cursing people. Reason really cannot win. These people are the professional hired cursors. Reasonable, scold the crown prince without being vulgar, in every word, only deep concern from the bottom of the heart for the crown prince. The crown prince was scolded to the point of starting to doubt life. The angry youths thought that the crown prince was surrounded by bad people. The crown prince is such an idiot. Believe the words of these wicked people. Dare to compare with Niu Thuan. Also did not go to ask who Niu Thuan was. How can the crown prince be paired to Dun Duong, that evil man? The wise men have scheming minds. Seeing the power in the court had been established. Very happy, even though his majesty is determined to abolish Tay Sun Library, or face all the pressure. Even the dragon face is furious, cover for himself and other youths. Then Dong Din Ho is also the winner, but just as Dong Dun Ho was thinking about good things, Xiao Ban Ban limped into the palace. Shout loudly, something big is happening. Everyone in the palace changed color. Obviously everyone was startled by Xiao Ban Ban's appearance. What is up? Why so? Emperor Hongji's mood was already not good, just heard something, more and more uneasy. At this moment, the crown prince and Fuongki Pham looked at each other, all burst out laughing. When you were in the Ming dynasty and wanted to recruit 1,000 householders, but more than 100,000 people came. What kind of scene is that? When Xiao Ban Ban loudly announced this news, all the ministers felt it was unbelievable. Still thought that more than 100,000 people wanted to rebel. Who would have thought? These people compete to come work for His Highness the Crown Prince. In 100 officials, some people, after thinking carefully, suddenly someone agitated, two eyes shining. Isn't this just to make peace with them? Yao and Shun in the world. The people admire the Holy King, take refuge in the saints and sages. Today, more than 100,000 people came to Tay Sun to seek refuge with the Crown Prince. Not to say, the people have great expectations of the Crown Prince. As soon as this word was uttered, the Kandan palace immediately fell silent. What is Than Lu? Than Lu is the representative of the people. They went down to see the people, go up to heaven. The main responsibility is to represent the people, to expose the crimes of the emperor and the court. But now this moment, tens of thousands of people turn to the Crown Prince like that. How overwhelming is the public opinion? They are here representing the people to discuss the Crown Prince. Is it worth it? How absurd is this? Dong Den Ho was also a bit stunned at this moment. Recruit 1,000 pages, but up to hundreds of thousands of people. This shows that the Crown Prince's prestige among the people was unprecedented. But unfortunately, he put all his efforts into one gamble. No matter what, this play must go on. To finally gain the reputation of a loyal subject. So Dong Den Ho doubted these people. Is it forced or not? Recruit 1,000, but up to 100,000. This is so weird. Invite some commoners to ask clearly. The Crown Prince was quite angry at Dong Den Ho's suspicions. Emperor Hongji also looked at Duong Ho with a cold face. Is this human language? A basin of dirty water was splashed on the Crown Prince. Now if the truth is not clarified immediately, how much will it affect the Crown Prince's reputation? Emperor Hongji glared at Yang Ting fiercely. Immediately ordered Thuan Thien Fu to invite people. These commoners looked at the mandarins in the court. Everyone is worried and anxious. Fortunately, Emperor Hongji came down to comfort him. Only these people could answer Duong Den Ho's question normally. Although these people do not read many books, but also has an unusual survival intelligence. That is who gives them enough food to eat. That person is a good person, is the saint, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Tay Sun is the one who can feed people. So they do not mind the distance of thousands of miles. The hope is slim, also had to come to work for the Crown Prince. After asking these people, Duong Den Ho was completely stunned. Those who previously acted with him as heroes, all gone, don't even dare to breathe heavily. Even common people were on friendly terms with him, at this time as well as avoiding the epidemic, dare not look at him. Emperor Hongji immediately regained his spirits. A few days ago, I was scolded by the ministers to the point of not being able to lift my head. Everyone says that the Crown Prince has a traitor by his side. Yet there are still people who flatter the Crown Prince as Yo Shun. Honestly, this flattery is a bit too much. So he did not dare to speak up, want to protect the Crown Prince, but don't know where to start. But now it's good. Hundreds of thousands of people flocked there like that, has become his support. Emperor Hongji pointed to the officials in the court, scolded, until the end said the most severe words to Dong Denho. As soon as the two words shame were uttered, Dong Denho's face immediately changed. These two words for book readers? Absolutely cannot say it myself. Say a person's no shame. This is almost equivalent to the book reader curses his ancestors for 18 generations. But if these words came from the emperor's mouth, then it will be called true tam hitting the black heart. It's no different than gouging out hearts and cutting flesh. Dong Denho now felt scared. Your Majesty has reached the destination and stopped, but the attitude has made itself clear. If he still wants to keep his last bit of dignity, can only resign himself. But if because of being honest and truthful one is dismissed from office, at most he will go to a nursing home, everyone will respect him. But what does the so-called righteous man mean now? 20 years of studying. After entering the world, I had to work hard to build it up. Calculate enough way, but now all gone up in smoke. Dong Denho finally could not bear it anymore. Kneel down and cry loudly. The prince also did not expect. Today is my most glorious day. Dong Denho asked to resign from office. For some people, it is inevitable to feel like a dead rabbit and a fox, but for the crown prince, is a great thing. Honest officials always say that fame and fortune are fleeting, now completely ephemeral. Dong Denho is also considered as a person who seeks people and wins people. The happiest person was still the crown prince. He also does not know, I have such great prestige among the people, to the point that the common people do not know Yao and Shun, only know the virtue of the prince. The Emperor Hongji looked at the crown prince in disbelief. I never thought that I would criticize the crown prince for everything. Time and time again people came to denounce the crown prince. When wild, but not knowing those seemingly crazy things, beneficial for the country and the people, make the prince have prestige among the people. Hongji Emperor's heart was a bit complicated for a moment, but was quickly taken over by joy. After all, he was his only son. The crown prince heard the Emperor Hongji's voice trembling slightly as he called out, I don't know why I feel so sad. I am always treated like a child by others. The emperor was either disappointed or furious with himself. Today is considered an eye-opener for him. Can get the approval of the emperor. The crown prince is not easy. Then the crown prince looked towards Fuong Qi Pham. Sigh, if it weren't for Fuong Qi Pham, then there would be no Tay Sun, then there will be no Tran Quoc Fu. These grudges against Fuong Qi Pham and him, from today considered completely deleted. Those people just now were still arguing eloquently, all obediently buried their heads in the sand. Emperor Hongji pointed at the crown prince, directly praised the crown prince as his unicorn child. Having a crown prince is a blessing to our ancestors, is also the blessing of the world. As soon as this word was uttered, considered as decided. Whether the crown prince is Yo Shun or not is not discussed for now, but what he does now are all looking towards Yo and Shun. Therefore, Emperor Hongji believes that the crown prince has been promoted from a rebellious son to a spirit son, like a tattered bronze sword, has been upgraded to an epic bronze sword. The prince heard. I was deeply moved. Never in my life have I received such high praise. Red eye socket. Tears. So Mang raised his head. He is arrogant. Manly man. How can you cry in front of everyone like that? Immediately afterwards, Emperor Hongji also have some feelings. Praising Fuong Qi Pham for assisting the crown prince also has great merit, is also his rare son. The ministers were all silent. No response, for many honest people. Today people with the surname Chu or Fuong. Makes sense, even though the tongue is sharp, despite the classical evidence, can be compared to the crown prince's 1-hour recruitment. But there are hundreds of thousands of people coming. Then the Emperor Hongji asked the two how to prepare this crowd. The crown prince was stunned, glanced at Fuong Qi Pham. Fuong Qi Pham also looked bewildered. He was only thinking about digging a hole at that time, but do not think about burying people. In the heart suddenly have a little despair. The prince was a poor man, so money to arrange for this crowd. All will fall on his head. Because this time pretending is completely for the crown prince, I'm afraid this time he will lose so much that he won't have any pants left to wear. So much pain. Fuong Qi Pham to let the crown prince show off his power. Set up a big chess game with 100,000 people. Awesome is awesome, but the wallet is almost empty. His heart was bleeding. This time he lost tens of thousands of taels of silver. How much pocket money is this? But then again, also considered as clean ass. After going through the discussion in the court, Emperor Hongji no longer made things difficult for the crown prince, and the Tay Sun library of Fuong Qi Pham brought happiness to the people. Immeasurable merit. The students are all talented. He also no longer has any worries. Start approving each exam paper, and asked someone to choose a good day to hang the sign. Fuong Qi Pham really likes the atmosphere outside the palace garden. That bustling, bubbling feeling. Seeing his disciples' names on the golden board, he was extremely happy and excited. Furthermore, he also likes to see other scholars after they fail the exam, then beat chest and stomp feet, scream miserably, along with countless sore eyes. But today hang the board, outside the palace is deserted, extremely cold and desolate. Fuonki Pham could not help but see this scene. Pull down. What does this mean? Has everyone gotten rid of trivial pleasures? Have all fame and fortune gone up in smoke? Fuonki Pham could not help but sigh. Looks like him, Taesunlar, has completely broken the hearts of those who read this book. The list is also monotonous, lacking any suspense. 15 top doctors are all people of Taesun Library. Their say let the people down. Take His Highness the Crown Prince as an example, which has caused great controversy, but now there is no debate at all. 15 people took the top spots. Fuonki Pham felt very satisfied. Rarely this time His Majesty has also been capricious. I can't even pretend anymore. Who praises myself? I will put that person on top of the list. In fact, there was a lesson from Ho Dun Duong before, along with the heartfelt words of the people in the palace. Regardless of whether it helps or not, these scholars are also silent as mice. At least get out of the wind for a while. Really? Later generations always have a misunderstanding about book readers, think that book readers are shameless people. But the truth is, people also need dignity. Fuonki Pham suddenly felt that he was not mature enough. Temper getting worse. People are also increasingly perverse. Compared to myself before, there really is no difference at all. Because of a little thing, which made people lose all face. If it was before, I would have cut my tongue off first, and then think about it. He thought all morning, finally figured it out. The so-called maturity. It is only after people step into society, crushed by society, no longer able to control oneself, should become careful, shy, rational, clever. That's why people call it growing up. But this life, Fuonki Pham tragically discovered, on him, everything is reversed. Now it's Fuonki Pham who is destroying the whole society. Therefore, no wonder why the crown prince in history grew older and more stupid. Daily quarrel with the people of the world. Innate both plummeted. More and more arbitrary. After thinking through this argument, in Fuonki Pham's heart he could not help but sigh. These old men are not good. Do not let anyone step on you too much. Let me suffer a little loss. Then how will I grow up? Oh, it's over. It's really over. All those who cannot fight back. The prince is a sister crazy guy. As long as Fuonki Pham mentioned the princess, he became perverted. He also loudly declared that in his Ongji dynasty, there would be no son-in-law. Even if there is, the son of the next day cannot be seen. Fuonki Pham laughed coldly in his heart, lazy to pay attention to the prince. Her Highness the princess will be his sooner or later. He Fuonki Pham once said it, even Jesus could not stop him. What's more, the crown prince is an idiot. It's just that now he needs to wait for the opportunity. Hit the nail on the head. Wait for him to make his move. Must be a fatal blow. We cannot give the crown prince any chance to play tricks. It's too early to say anything now. Fuonki Pham was also too lazy to argue with the crown prince. But the prince said, the great true man of Longhu Mountain went to the capital to pay his respects to his father. This made Fuonki Pham feel a little uncomfortable. It is said that when the great true man was talking before the court, had such severe kidney pain that he lost his composure in front of the emperor. There is an 8 or 9 chance that the kidney will have to be removed. Fuonki Pham cursed even louder, curing my ass. Logically speaking, Fuonki Pham is a senior of Dao Tu. If we consider the position of Truong Dai Chan Nan, then must be one level lower than Fuonki Pham. To the capital, should not come to pay respect. Is Fuonki Pham this uncle? Who would have thought this guy quietly waited for the emperor to summon him? That's too disrespectful to Fuonki Pham, such a rude great sage. In his hands he also holds many temples and business properties, also did not give Fuonki Pham any part. Fuonki Pham could only tell the prince, life and death are determined by fate, wealth from heaven, save the monkey. The prince narrowed his eyes, felt that Fuonki Pham was definitely harboring bad intentions. This surgery was also unsuccessful. By evening, the prince returned to the East Palace, idle with nothing to do. Based on the principle that youth cannot be wasted, energy needs to be released, immediately sent someone to call Liu Xiu to come to the bed. But the person who went away for a while then returned by himself. The prince waited impatiently, angry and scolding people, asked why only one came back, no one to serve him how to sleep. The little eunuch said again, too new is unreasonable. Just say I'm well. The prince heard and laughed again. Also know how to play pervert. He said, if it weren't for her unwell body, I, the crown prince, have not yet given you the chance to relieve yourself. Then asked Liu Xiu what disease she had. The little eunuch recounted the symptoms. The prince narrowed his eyes. The more I listen, the more it sounds like pregnancy symptoms. Since adulthood, he is always looked at with unusual eyes by others. He is a great man. should have had a lot of children and grandchildren. If not, isn't he a eunuch? Although it does not show on the face, but in his heart he always wanted to have children. This is also one of the reasons why, even though it was cut off by Fuonki Pham, he still chose to forgive Fuonki Pham. After that, Fuonki Pham met with disaster. He was almost in a deep sleep in the middle of the night, was dragged out of the blanket by the Eastern Palace's people. The prince saw him coming, immediately took out his diagnosis notes and gave them to him. Fuonki Pham looked down, all symptoms fit. It is very possible that it is really true. Fuonki Pham clasped his hands behind his back, a bit confusing. Such obvious pregnancy reactions? Why do I know now? The prince was also stunned after hearing that. Why? Then send someone. Captured Eunuch Zhou and almost missed a great event. Eunuch Zhou also had a wronged face. People with medical conditions like Liu Xiu knew. During this time, suddenly appeared 5 people. Finally, there was a midwife named Deng, over 20 years old. In the East Palace, only the crown prince is male. But suddenly there are so many pregnant people. How dare an old eunuch like me make arbitrary conclusions? Their symptoms could only be attributed to colds. The crown prince and Fuonki Pham were both stunned after hearing this. 7 hits in a row. This is 2 against the heavens. Did this really happen? Fuonki Pham quickly asked someone to bring the diary. If you are pregnant at the same time, so that means these 7 people get pregnant at the same time within a few days. Calculate like that. Just flip it around for a while before and after. After consideration, sure enough, there was a record of Deng Thi's story on it. Immediately, every single name matched. Fuonki Pham felt a little reluctant to look. This beastly prince is really too righteous. Why not even Mrs. Deng spare? That's perverted enough. What a picky eater. Waiting for the prince to put down his diary. Excitement in the eyes. Excited to the point of dancing. Just praise Fuonki Pham for cutting well. Fuonki Pham rolled his eyes. Secretly scolded the prince. This beast is really fierce. Just finished surgery and can hit 7 times in a row. There are these precedents. I'm afraid that in the future, the ladies of the Eastern Palace, there will be no peaceful day tonight. The prince was hit 7 times in a row. This time it can be a great buffalo law. Before, whenever others asked him why he didn't have children, the prince still felt a little uncomfortable inside. Men are proud anyway. He is the prince. I can't say I can't. Enduring the line is an extremely serious matter, let alone the crown prince. The prince never mentioned this to anyone, but still very upset inside. In the eyes of outsiders, he seems heartless and indifferent, but no one knows this is his greatest pain. But now it's good. 1 shot to 7 princes. It's really crazy. Now what he wants to do most is find his father, tell his father the good news, let his father know. If we talk about the number of stars, you are not equal to me. As for having children, I'm 1 step ahead of you. The so-called wave after wave pushes the previous wave. Times are different now. The crown prince wanted to take away the humiliation his father had given him before. Respond to his father. Thinking about this, the crown prince couldn't wait and pulled Fuonki Pham away. Fuonki Pham's face was bewildered. Feels like I'm about to enter the tiger's den. Emperor Ongji woke up very early. Just drank porridge. Just watched the show. After the last illness, he also began to pay attention to health care. This early rising was the only habit he retained. I heard that the crown prince and Fuonki Pham came to see him. Emperor Hongji was momentarily surprised. Comes early? Midnight sleepless. Is this a robbery? The prince was breathing heavily. Life is important. Emperor Hongji looked coldly at the crown prince. He shouted and asked. The prince was still planning to perform the ceremony. Seeing the emperor's attitude like that, stopped moving immediately, but turned to stand up straight, facing the Hongji emperor. Hams, look like old man want to teach son. Emperor Hongji's face turned pale. Angry to Trump. Rebellion, is it really rebellion this time? Fuonki Pham let his hands fall down, and knew this result. He really couldn't bear to look at this precious father and son pair anymore. Hurriedly congratulated the Emperor Hongji. Emperor Hongji's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Solemn looked at Fuonki Pham. Tell him not to speak yet. Let him guess. The crown prince often sees me, like mice seeing cats. This boneless thing, if there is no great joy, and also related to him, the crown prince would never dare to act so recklessly. If I guess correctly, the crown prince's circumcision was a success. When the Emperor Hongji said it was successful, just those 3 words, still carrying doubt in his voice. Although no one understands me like my father, but in his voice there was still, little shiver. He only has 1 son. This is a single transmission. Too fragile. Moreover, the crown prince still has no hair. Made him really worried to the point of madness. If you don't understand this clearly, being hasty won't help. Should always try to be patient and not blame. Otherwise the crown prince would have been killed long ago. Ongji Emperor's whole body trembled as he stared at Fang Jifan. This moment, he is no longer the high and mighty son of heaven, but like a normal grandfather, hearing the news of a grandchild. After receiving an affirmative answer from Fuonki Pham, Ongji Emperor was so excited that he held his chest, staring at Fuonki Pham, still a bit hard to believe. After Fuonki Pham used his entire family's lives to guarantee, the Emperor Hongji just trembled. Spicy nose, burst into tears. The Chu family finally has an heir. What does an emperor fear most? The most fearful thing is to die in the second life, which directly affects the country for thousands of years. Forever and ever is because of lack of descendants. Inhuman successor, Emperor Ongji cried, made Fuonki Pham panic again. Momentarily flustered, the crown prince's aura of awe and pride also weakened somewhat. Emperor Ongji wiped away his tears, still a little unbelievable. The most regrettable thing in his life, it is at this age. Everyone in the house holds their grandchildren, but I only have one son, even nephew not have. Royal family affairs are state affairs. Now he finally has nothing to regret. After Emperor Hongji's emotions stabilized, he praised Fuonki Pham, he really solved his worries. Then again a little excited said, I wonder how many princes there will be among these 7 people. Future princesses? Asked the prince. Have you told the good news to the Queen Mother and the Queen Mother yet? If they knew, how happy would be. As he spoke, the Crown Prince was about to go and report the news, but was called back by Emperor Hongji. This is funny. Emperor Hongji decided to personally lead the Crown Prince away. Fuonki Pham secretly glanced at the Crown Prince. In heart's eye, indeed big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. Lu Jin wanted to come and report the news, was stopped by the Crown Prince. The prince wanted to go and report the news, was stopped by his father. This is a big official crushing someone to death. The Emperor Tungji just left, front leg just finished. The following few cabinet ministers arrived. News just sent yesterday. Annam and Guizhou had conflicts. Both sides drew their bows and swords. The meaning of the Teen Kwok Kong mansion seemed to want to take this opportunity to take revenge. Reopen borders. On the contrary, the Guangxi provincial governor again think that should take communication as the main. There was a precedent during the time of Emperor Wen. The imperial conquest cost money and resources. Such a big deal. Lu Jian and the others needed to discuss it carefully with the Emperor Hongji. But when they came to the egg, then found out that everyone was gone. Only one unit remained to guard. When he saw Liu Jian and the others coming, just remembered that it turns out that your majesty left in a hurry, forgot to send someone to the cabinet to inform. After hearing the good news from the East Palace, the elders, 7 ladies and Dung Mama were pregnant. His Majesty brought the Crown Prince to Nanlo Palace. Liu Jian and the others immediately changed their expressions. 7 people were of course not the focus of attention, but His Highness the Crown Prince already has an heir. The great Ming dynasty is about to welcome the Crown Prince. Among those 7 people, there will definitely be a Crown Prince, right? Even if there isn't, based on the ability to create people like Buffalo, within 3 years we'll definitely have many children and grandchildren. Why worry about this? Liu Jian and the others knelt before the warm pavilion. Immediately tears flowed. If the Crown Prince is born, then the court is considered stable. The Crown Prince still has no heir, has long caused people to have many excessive thoughts. For many noble families, what they have to consider is not just the immediate, but also 10 years, 20 years later. 10 years, 20 years later? What if the Crown Prince still has no heir? By then His Majesty was feared to have passed away. Crown Prince succeeded to the throne, so who will rule the court in the future? Because of these concerns, not a few people secretly began to make friends with the sensible princes, so that if there is a chance later, can enter the great treasure, to let myself be a chicken and dog in the sky. The more distant the royal family also cherishes great peak. It is inevitable that there is a plot. But now, finally, the Crown Prince has given the world a heart-calming pill. Liu Jian and the others refused to leave, determined to kneel here, wait for Emperor Hongji to return to congratulate. As for the Nan the palace, Queen Trong led the princess to pay her respects. The Empress Dowager looked at Tun Hainai with a gloomy face, immediately comforted Queen Trong. Kids, it must be possible to cure the Crown Prince's secret illness, then just wait and see. If the sky falls, it's not a big deal. Why do you make me so miserable? Be generous. A lecture. Truong Hongha felt warm in her heart. She really felt that she was not calm enough. Lose the dignity of a queen. She respectfully looked at the Queen Mother, who was still calm and composed, was about to say something, then heard a eunuch outside reporting. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Marquis Dunvian have arrived. Talk about rigidity. It is the fact that the Crown Prince has 7 children before he gets married. If you say it at home, then feel free to say it. Emperor Hongji was determined. Must solemnly kneel to the Queen Mother, then said some bright words to report to the ancestors. I was moved to tears, leaving others bewildered and not understanding anything. The Crown Prince really could not stand his father's tardiness. directly flipped the table, loudly told the queen mother that she had given birth, moreover gave birth to 7 children. As soon as the words were spoken, the Emperor Hongji was talking nonstop but suddenly fell silent. The palace suddenly became eerily quiet. Almost everyone stopped moving, until the queen mother asked the 7 children with some doubts. Then the palace restored its liveliness. The crown prince calmly said that this was only temporary, the undiscovered ones. I don't know how many more. Fuonki Fame heard and secretly cursed animal. How long has it been favored, but has made so many people suffer? The old lady's eyes widened, staring at the crown prince. Choked asked, "Is it yours?" The crown prince's smile immediately disappeared. Face down. "What do you mean? If it's not mine, then whose is it? Could it be Fuonki Fame's?" After receiving the crown prince's definite answer, the queen mother was extremely excited, immediately arranged the status of these ladies. The imperial dynasty has always been a mother relying on her children to succeed, must title them. 1 is to let them rest assured to take care of their pregnancy. 2 is for when the baby is born, not considered to be born by a palace maid. After all the busy work is done, everyone just remember another meritorious official, Fuonki Fam. Fuonki Fam is very good at talking and eating. I dare not accept credit at this time. Hurriedly shook his head, humbly said that he could only guarantee to cure His Highness the Crown Prince. And this time there are 7 fetuses. It was all because the Crown Prince was truly diligent and hard-working, persistently forgetting to eat and sleep. At best, he only takes 1/10 of this credit. The Crown Prince is the one who worked hard and suffered. Actually, at this moment, in Fuonki Fam's mind, he was thinking, I'm gonna get rich. Once treating the Crown Prince, immediately gave birth to 7 children. Is there any more effective advertising than this? Imaginable. From now on, what kind of scene will Taesun Medical Academy welcome? Continuing the family line is the obsession of this era. Mean, you may be maybe incompetent, can eat and do nothing, but absolutely cannot have no descendants. Under current sanitary conditions, people with excessively long foreskin are the most susceptible to reproductive diseases. This is different from the cause of infertility in previous lives. Circumcision is a simple minor surgery. Just keep cutting down. Taesun Medical Academy, after 1,000 years, will definitely stand proudly at the top of the world, become the father of modern medicine. Thinking of this, Fuonki Fam became even more excited. What he said when he came to Daemin he would do great things, now gradually being realized. This feeling of success step by step is wonderful. The Crown Prince heard Fuonki Fam give credit to him. In my heart, I sighed. Lo Fuong is still the most honest person. Regret for always saying he was lazy and gluttonous before. Misunderstood him too deeply. This guy always shows his attitude clearly at the crucial moment. Really touching, but sometimes people should not be too mean, otherwise no matter how well done, will also become someone else's credit for no reason. Clear, the Crown Prince's image has never been very good. Fuonki Fam's face was sincere, sincerely give credit to the Crown Prince, but the Queen Mother was not pleased about this. If the Crown Prince can really give birth, was born early, she told Fuonki Fame not to be modest. He is a blessing that heaven has given to Daemin. This merit, although not the founding of the country, but for the royal family, it was a great achievement. How should the reward be given, after all? Let Fuonki Fam say it. In the palace there is nothing that cannot be given. This sentence, nothing is impossible. Really great value. As long as Fuonki Fam doesn't say anything, give me this country, then basically everything is negotiable. Fuonki Fam felt excited after hearing that. In my heart I am happy as a festival. So I want to marry the princess. Isn't it as easy as flipping your hand? Proverb says anything unusual must have a monster. Always flatter with rewards. Mouth always mumbled that Emperor Hongji was stingy like Fang Jifan. Today I don't know why suddenly changed personality. Humble, the Crown Prince gave birth to a son. He also did not dare to accept credit. Even if it was the Hongji Emperor who personally promised, let Fuonki Fam speak. Want to reward what? Fuonki Fam still stood there pretending, said that what the court gave to their Fuong family, already too generous, don't talk about him, even his father did not dare to admit it. Fuonki Fam so. Emperor Hongji was even more terrified. This guy refused again and again, really not like his style. Emperor Hongji always felt that there was a hidden meaning in the words of this brat Fang Jifan. I'm afraid there is an unpredictable plot. So the Emperor Hongji was alert, frowned slightly, and the Queen Mother again found Fuonki Fam's words very appropriate. Everyone says Fuonki Fam has a brain disease. What a pain. Right now, Fuonki Fam suddenly had red eyes. Tell the story of how I lost my mother when I was young. All our father hard to raise. Never felt mother's love. Hearing the Queen Mother treat him like that, in his heart still has something sad. Emperor Hongji also lost his mother at a young age. At this moment I can't help but sigh. Silently shook his head, regret in heart. Very emotional. The Queen Mother's eyes were also slightly red. Usually Fuonki Fam always smiles happily. Very honest and simple. It turned out that the child had no mother. It is commendable that he is so resilient. At this moment, Truong Hong Hao understood something. Very calm, sneak a glance at the princess, saw the princess was also gloomy, see Fuonki Fam pitiful. Truong Hong Hao thought to herself, "You fool! Fuonki Fam has said this much. He is saying he is a child without a mother. Tell everyone your troubles." As expected, as Queen Truong Hong thought, Fuonki Fam sniffled, started changing the subject to the matchmaker who arranged the marriage for him. Ask about marriage, everyone just woke up now. Turned out that this child saw that the crown prince had also given birth. I am lonely and alone, not married yet, leading to so many sad stories. The Queen Mother heard this and immediately said gently, Fuonki Fam's marriage story. She is the boss. Emperor Hongji smiled. This kid usually looks carefree. But because of marriage, I am so heartbroken and sad. It is hard to imagine. It's just getting married. Why does it have to be that way? Truong Hong Hao was lost in thought. Seemed hesitant. The princess's face was red. Unconsciously tiptoed out of the main hall, escape into the atrium. The prince laughed and interrupted. I thought it was some big deal. 300 girls. I can match you up. Fuonki Fam heard 300 girls. Once again secretly scolded the prince as an animal. If I can do that, what need to you? Fuonki Fam did not care about the stupid prince, hugged the Queen Mother's thigh and cried for a while. The Queen Mother heard him say that and felt sorry for him. Heard Fuonki Fam compare himself to his mother, heart has softened early, with so much effort, but still so pitiful, if not master him. What else? The Queen Mother told Fuonki Fam, if you like any girl, just say so. No need to be shy. Fuonki Fam timidly said he did not dare. Say it, the prince will beat him to death. The crown prince's smile suddenly froze on his face. These words sound a bit familiar. What does this mean? Then he unconsciously looked towards the princess. Found out that his sister was nowhere to be found. The prince suddenly felt his head explode. Emperor Hongji looked surprised. Always feel this sentence is a bit off. As for Truong Hong Hao, she seemed to have prepared herself mentally. Tell Fuonki Fam to stop beating around the bush. Just say it. Fuonki Fam felt like he had eaten a pill to calm his mind. The prince felt his heart jump out. Fuonki Fam continued to hug the Queen Mother's thigh. Words are terrifying. Directly express feelings. He wants to marry the princess. The prince was so angry he wanted to explode. He looked around, but could not find the knife. In my heart I cursed that guy named Fuong. I knew you had a devil in your heart. Indeed, you and I are sworn brothers. You want to be my brother-in-law? Bastard, when Fuonki Fam said he wanted to marry the princess, the palace suddenly fell silent. Emperor Hongji's mind was buzzing. My cabbage was bulldozed by pigs again. He was a little unacceptable. Truong Hong Hao breathed a sigh of relief. There is a feeling of relief in the heart. How could she not know her daughter's thoughts? It's just that she didn't feel comfortable saying anything. Princess is her only daughter. Naturally, she also wanted to find her a good home. But since the time of Emperor Wen, to prevent foreign interference, royal princesses often marry commoners. The position of prince consort Dui thus became an idle position, mainly take care of ancestral worship. But the Jin dynasty was different from previous dynasties. Princess of the Jin dynasty was the only daughter of the royal family. Extremely noble, Queen Truong Hong naturally did not want it. The princess married into a commoner family. Moreover, Fuonki Fam is handsome. Still not married, also a great meritorious person. Have talent. The most important thing is that my daughter likes it too. If the princess really lowers her price to marry Marquis of Din Vian Fuonki Fam, there will certainly be many dissenting opinions in the court. Anyway, it is breaking tradition. Furthermore, if Fuonki Fam becomes the prince consort of the capital, so what about his title? These things still depend on what Fuonki Fam says next. On this side, the crown prince, after hearing that Fuonki Fam wanted to marry his sister, eyes like wanting to kill people cannot be hidden. The Queen Mother was also stunned for a long time, finally took a deep breath, staring at Fuonki Fam. Today is a great day. She was really happy. The result is a kid like this, pitiful clown hugging his leg. Make many such requests. Young age, what a thick skin. Parents place their children where they sit. Matchmaker, and he is fine. Go up by yourself. Shameless, but when he saw Fuonki Fam's horoscope, especially looking for someone to calculate for this relationship, the Queen Mother could not help but gasp. 8 characters of Fuonki Fam and Princess They Kang. Why are they so compatible? Worship and you will be blessed. Better safe than sorry. The Queen Mother believed in these things the most all her life. The prince was standing beside his good friend and exposing him, loudly said to the Queen Mother, never trust Fuonki Fam. Fuonki Fam in the path of justice has a high rank and high position. I used to brag to you before. Taoists in the world are all his disciples. These calculations are absolutely unbelievable. But how can this foolish prince compete with Fuonki Pham? Because Fuonki Pham dared to say it, nature is fully prepared. He replied to the crown prince in a heroic and majestic tone. Misunderstand me, then stop. Why insult the real people? They are all enlightened people. This word just came out, clearly shows Fuonki Pham. Fake. The Empress Dowager's face was indeed solemn. Reprimand the crown prince as the crown prince. Don't talk nonsense. These virtuous people. Why? Because of being close to Fuonki Pham, but cheat and lie. If outsiders hears, what kind of order is that? The prince was scolded until his face turned red. Still want to refute? The queen mother glanced at her and she was so scared that she shrank back. The queen mother patiently watched. Take a deep breath. For Fuonki Pham, she still has a very good impression. He is a very honest man. Reliable. People also know how to follow the rules. There is also Chu Lap of the Chu family. Luckily Fuonki Pham saved him. These things pile up. The queen mother was moved. Fuonki Pham really has a good eye. Seeing that the queen mother was moved, he added another spark. He sincerely said he was willing to give up his title of Marquis, become a commoner. From now on, absolutely do not interfere in the affairs of the court. I only asked the queen mother to agree to this marriage. Regarding Fuonki Pham's attitude, the queen mother was very pleased, then asked Emperor Hongji what he thought. Emperor Hongji could not help but feel embarrassed. Fuonki Pham was an important mandarin of the court. In the future, he will be one of the ministers assisting the crown prince. Fuonki Pham's talent has been proven in many places. Even though he is a freak, or have any strange talent, at least many things that the court could not solve, he solved all of them easily. At this time, told Fuonki Pham to obediently become the son-in-law of the capital. Every day go to the royal temple to worship ancestors, still have to sacrifice to heaven and earth, really made Hongji Emperor extremely embarrassed. He looked deeply at Fuonki Pham, could not help but kick the ball back to the princess. Anyway, the princess got married. The prince heard, like grabbing a pole. Said sister definitely not interested in Fuonki Pham. Who would have thought that the younger sister would reply? It is all up to the queen mother and queen mother to decide. Was predestined? Nature must follow the will of heaven. The ancestors have seen through the mandate of heaven. I must. The prince was stunned. He felt his heart like being hit hard by something. Only now did he understand, so the whole family secretly agreed. He is the only idiot jumping around here. He was so angry that he shouted, "Day room, night room. Hard to guard against thieves." At this moment, the crown prince's mood was really bad. There is a feeling like all thoughts are ashes. Although he had doubts before, but anyway, don't think that deep. In his heart, his sister would never look at any man, even though an excellent man like him is not worthy. But in the end, he still miscalculated. When the princess looked at him with tears in her eyes, he knew his sister would be difficult to change. Fuonki Pham, as his brother-in-law, is afraid he cannot escape. Half an hour later, Fuonki Pham happily walked out of the palace. The words have come to this point. The rest is up to the Empress Dowager and Empress Zhang. He had to give the royal family some time to blush. Most importantly, his bastard father still hasn't gone to propose marriage. He just left not long ago, then saw the crown prince rushing over. Fuonki Pham's expression changed. First reaction is to run. But how deep is the crown prince's physical strength? In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Fuonki Pham. Both of them were breathing heavily, big eyes glaring at little eyes. The prince was about to open his mouth, was interrupted by Fuonki Pham. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, keep your dignity." The crown prince was stunned by Fuonki Pham's words. "What do you mean? What do we have to save face for?" Then Fuonki Pham said loudly, "Allow people to have children, not allow me Fuonki Pham to get married. What is the moral? Normally we say good brothers. Is there anyone who is a brother like you? My sister and I are lovers. Our story, what does it have to do with people?" The prince was a little hurt by what he was told, pursed lips standing there dumbfounded. Originally intended to come here to show off first, but looking at the crown prince's appearance, Fuonki Pham is still soft-hearted, this nerveless brain. Anyway, later he will also be my great-uncle. Fuonki Pham had to comfort the crown prince himself. Didn't we say we wanted to be brothers for life? Why can't you even bear to leave your sister? Are we still brothers? If I had a younger sister, I will not bear it. The crown prince heard Fuonki Pham say that, finally got a reaction. He counterattacked Fuonki Pham. "Good for you, you also have a younger sister named Fuonki Pham." Fuonki Pham was stunned, cursed under his breath, "Fuck. Almost forgot. He is..." So Fuonki Pham revealed a painful expression, sadly said, "Your Highness, she is still a child." The prince waved his hand. Gloomy face, can only reluctantly say that it is because his sister is not lucky, and I myself have sworn, consider Fuonki Pham as a blood brother. will not do anything to Fuonki Pham. Having said this, the prince sighed again. Looked dispirited, don't want to pay attention to Fuonki Pham anymore. Fuonki Pham looked at the crown prince with slightly red eyes. In the heart cannot help but feel a little uncomfortable. Comfort again, your highness. Isn't it just me being your brother-in-law? We brothers are hands and feet. If your sister doesn't marry me, she will have to marry someone else. Can you stop it then? Think about it, if she marries those shameless lowlifes. Debauchery and shamelessness. Your highness does not feel pain in your heart. The crown prince tried to evaluate Fuonki Pham. Feel it. Seems Fuonki Pham is exactly the kind of person he just talked about. The prince was furious again. Tell Fuonki Pham to shut up. If you keep talking. He was afraid he could not control his 50-meter-long sword. Fuonki Pham could only sigh. Tell the prince to think about it. A man of love and loyalty like him. What's wrong with being heroic? The prince was so angry when he heard this. Grabbed Fuonki Pham's neck. Give him a deadly warning. If Fuonki Pham dares to bully his sister, we'll definitely skin him. Fuonki Pham smiled innocently. The two people stood shoulder to shoulder in silence. Anyway, what happened has happened. Besides choosing to forgive, what else can be done? About Fuonki Pham shamelessly coming to propose to the princess. Later, Emperor Hongji and Empress Zhang also discussed this privately. No matter how you look at it, Truong Honghal agreed. Emperor Hongji also had no other opinion. But what he cares about most is, so Fuonki Pham will be forced to give up his title, to become the prince consort of the capital. I'm afraid that would be a disadvantage to him. Truong Honghua thinks that we should adapt to the situation. Everything can be flexible. Even Tranquoc Palace can grow out of thin air, so what cannot be changed? Emperor Hongji glanced at Empress Zhang. It really makes sense. Now is not the time for them to rush. The Fuong family has not yet officially submitted a petition for marriage. How can they mess up their footwork? Just wait for Fuong family to submit a petition and then we will decide. After the couple finished discussing the princess's matter, eunuchs came to report. Grand Scholar Liu Jian heard the good news of the crown prince, kneeling outside the warm pavilion waiting to congratulate his majesty. Only then did Emperor Hongji react. This is double happiness. Just now I was distracted by Fuonki Pham. He forgot. This is the good news that the crown prince has given birth. The minister saw Emperor Hongji from afar. Everyone was extremely excited. Then congratulate the Emperor Hongji. The prince had no children. This is a big deal. Now it's finally okay. 7 at a time. Just help the court stabilize. They were also really happy. When the ministers asked the Emperor Hongji, Fuonki Pham made such great achievements, how to reward? Emperor Hongji smiled again. Said he was thinking about it. Royal daughter married. It is his face. Have to pretend to be classy. Waiting for the shameless Marquis of Bainte to come and ask for marriage can be considered. Liu Jian and the others felt strange. Such great merit. But just say think about it. Your majesty is indeed famous for being stingy. But it makes sense. Such great merit. What should be the reward? To be frank, it's not good. How can it be said that Fuonki Pham is gynecologist because the crown prince is pregnant? So this is a great achievement. So isn't that just for the world to laugh at? Emperor Hongji was afraid that Liu Jian and others would question him. Quickly changed the subject. Liu Jian just remembered. Today is to discuss the affairs of Annam. Emperor Hongji looked down. Understand clearly in heart. In the past day, Min withdrew from Annam. Officially recognized Annam as a vassal state. In which, although it saves face, but it was tantamount to a military defeat. Although Annam nation appeared to be submissive on the surface, but in my heart I have some contempt for Dai Min. Began to invade neighboring strongholds and countries, now a hegemon in the West. Very stubborn. So, although in the letter sent to Dai Min he claimed to be a subject, but when he closed the door, he called himself emperor, claiming to be the true Chinese. The Milu tribe spread across Yunnan and Gizo. Bordering Annam, after the Milu rebellion, Annam pretended to help Dai Min destroy Milu, but took the opportunity to invade. A large amount of territory of indigenous tribes such as the Milu, forces have penetrated deep into Yunnan and Guizhou. Originally these territories were all mountainous. Dai Min is too lazy to argue, but then things suddenly changed. Milu became the wife of Pingxihao. His tribe, nature also became a force loyal to the court. The Nailu clan was chased by the enemies to Yunnan and Guizhou. Deep inland, now behind them they have Fuong Canlong, the governor of Kwaicha, as support. The former earthbenders failed in their rebellion and had to take care of Baotuk. Of course also want to return to his homeland. This fight is getting more and more filled with the smell of gunpowder. Previously, the court sent a royal envoy Annam to reprimand the king of Annam, demand that he return the lands he has invaded. The king of Annam only made empty promises, entertain the ambassador, say many nice words, but the border remains unmoved. Not only that, the situation is still escalating. Emperor Hongji was extremely angry after reading this. Immediately issue an order to inform the world, close the market with Annam, blame this country, suspend all trade with Annam, see how they react. If they don't know when to stop, by then it will be difficult to avoid war. Right now, Minister of War Ma Wenqing suddenly came to report Yunnan and Guizhou, Dania Buntehao and Chuta's army also contracted the epidemic. Life-threatening? Oh, the hearts of parents in the world. This Buntehao also seems to be a good father. He defended Guizhou for the country. Unfortunately, an epidemic broke out in the army. While on patrol got sick. Now life is like a candle in the wind. He presented a memorial to the Hongji emperor. Please marry for my son. In the memorial, he used passionate words. If the Emperor Hongji agrees to this marriage, he wished to be stripped of his title. Even if I die, I can close my eyes. Liu Jian and the others were a bit embarrassed. People are about to die. Buntehao is still thinking about this. But they do not know that, for Buntehao, his son, Fuongqifeng, is good at everything. Just a little unreliable. Reputation is half good and half bad. If he were alive then, everything is easy to say. If he no longer had this precious son, cause some big trouble, I'm afraid it's difficult to arrange. What will the future of the family be like? He no longer thought about it. He just hopes to be able to make this marriage happen. Even if his son becomes the prince consort of the capital, become a good son-in-law, based on the love that His Majesty has for the princess, he will be somewhat assured. His son was considered to have some protection. Even if it causes great disaster, there will also be someone to clean up for him. This is the last wish before dying. Of the great mandarin guarding this border, Emperor Hongji naturally understood the meaning of Marquis Binte's words, but at the same time, he was more worried about Buntehao's health, so he immediately ordered the royal physician to quickly go to Guizhou, find every way to cure Buntehao. Fuong family is a loyal family, who is not devoted to the court until death. If Fuongqifeng finds out about this, I wonder how worried he will be. He found himself starting to worry about Fuongqifeng, that kid's feelings. Obviously, the more important thing to consider is chaotic situation in Yunnan and Guizhou, but the epidemic broke out so big, synonymous with the death of countless people. Ming rule in Yunnan and Guizhou will weaken. In addition, the current conflicts with Annam, it is difficult to guarantee that Annam will not take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Emperor Hongji was extremely worried. Every time malaria broke out in Yunnan and Guizhou, previously synonymous with defeat on the battlefield, or riots, hope this time can pass safely. Emperor Hongji sighed. Bright eyes looked towards Liu Jian and the others, word by word told them. He wanted to marry the princess to the son of Buntehao, Fuongqifeng. Asked them what they think about this. Liu Jian and the others were silent. Princesses should not lower their prices to marry meritorious officials. In the eyes of many people, this will increase the risk of extramarital affairs. But right now, Buntehao was seriously ill. Death was right in front of his eyes. Fuong family is a famous loyal family, always uphold loyalty and filial piety. Fuong Camlong is old. Malaria is not an incurable disease, but the mortality rate is very high. Once infected, to people of Fuong Camlong's age, almost impossible to survive. Consider 1 foot in the coffin. If you object now, then E is not reasonable. Moreover, the situation in the southwest is very critical. The court still needs Fuongdi and her clan. Try to maintain the situation, otherwise once the southwest is in chaos, unpredictable consequences. Liu Jian and the others exchanged glances, expressed that they had no opinion. Only then did Emperor Hongji breathe a sigh of relief, immediately issue an edict to confer a title on the unmarried crown princess Chu Tuven, praise Fuong Camlong for being more loyal than others, ordered the palace to marry the princess to Fuong Camlong's son Fuongqifeng. Fuongqifeng received a letter from home at Tae's Sun Library. If it is a letter from home, it's better to say it's a will. In a letter from home, Marquis Bunte instructed Fuongqifeng, hope he can keep the family business in the future. From now on, absolutely do not be as willful as before. Fuongqifeng finished reading this family letter. In the heart cannot help but sad, feel very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, his father contracted malaria. Life-threatening, also did not expect that after he proposed to himself, and go 1 step further, asked the court to grant him and the princess a marriage. Although Fuongqifeng was helpless, in the heart also a little worried. Disease like fire, once out of control, then I don't know how many more people will die. Malaria in this era can be considered an incurable disease. The urgent thing now is to control the disease, save the city. So Fuongqifeng hurriedly went to find Mr. Truong, person in charge of growing the goldenrod plant. Since Tukan brought back seedlings and seeds last year, has started planning to nurture this precious plant. Mr. Truong has spent so much effort, but now there is no other way. No matter how rare it is, it must be done. Saving people is still the most important thing anyway. In the previous life, people have extracted from the bark of the kijiak tree, get sodium hydroxide. This became an early antimalarial drug. Later, with the development of the pharmaceutical industry, quinine was made from the ingredient of sodium ketone. Quinine production. This special medicine is extremely effective against malaria. Making quinine is not easy, but if there is kimkina bark, then making original quinine would be much easier. Just dry the bark of the kimkina tree and grind it into powder. Is able to cure malaria. In fact, the real antimalarial elixir of posterity. It is artemisinin of the female writer Tu Yu, only with Fuonki Fam's half-baked level. Then the desire to extract artemisinin from the plant Artemisia annua, no different than a fool talking in his sleep. Although the Anhwa alone has the effect of supporting anti-malaria, but cannot be made into a specific medicine. Therefore, it can only be used as an adjunct. After a busy time, hundreds of people work tirelessly day and night. By the third day, then this simple quinine is considered ready. 300 pounds of quinine, with the medicinal properties of this quinine, actually enough to deal with the current epidemic. Of course, to prevent the epidemic, relying on specific drugs alone is not enough. We also need to prevent and control diseases. At first, people had no idea where the disease came from. Just think it's because of the wrong soil and water, so let the disease spread everywhere, not finding the right treatment, just treat randomly. Eventually the mild illness turns into a serious illness, and finally die of disease. However, Chinese medicine is still much more advanced than Frankish medicine. Unlike them, no matter what disease, just let out a few pounds of blood first and then we'll see. If that's not enough, then release a few more pounds. So scientific, Fuonki Fam finished these things, start writing letters, tell them briefly, on how to use quinine, and told military barracks everywhere to focus on mosquito control. Thus, the spread of this disease will be able to be reduced across the board. Wait until these are sent, then Fuonki Fam's heart felt a little more at ease. These days he can't worry about anything else. Without knowing that, at this time Taesun Medical Academy was extremely bustling. Many people have started asking about having children. Hear the news, His Highness the Crown Prince has had 7 pregnant women. The whole city almost exploded. Everyone was going crazy talking about this. According to rumors, His Highness the Crown Prince seems to be unable to have children. But strange, I heard that Taesun cured something. Cut. Children will be born soon. There are 3 types of unfilial piety, the greatest of which is having no descendants. Then not having children is like the sky falling down. I don't know how many people, because of their children, but seek treatment everywhere, and even more so, how many couples have discord because of this. Now, Taesun accepts people to repair, so customers come in droves, but there is no shortage of patients at present, but lack of master swordsmen. While the work of repairing the Taesun people was thriving, the Crown Prince who had been missing for so long finally arrived. Taesun Crown Prince, this brother really has nothing more to say. Since understanding my sister's feelings, he knew that from now on, the little girl always followed him since she was little. In the future, I will probably just follow that stinky brat Fuonki Fam. Every time I think about this, he was like a wounded animal, licking wounds alone in the East Palace. So still don't want to pay attention to Fuonki Fam. But when I heard that Fuon Cam Long had an accident, the Crown Prince finally could not bear it any longer, hurry to see his good brother. Thinking that at this moment, Fuonki Fam must be very sad. But when he saw Fuonki Fam's calm appearance, the prince immediately felt as if he had just been played, painful trick. Angry to stomp feet, scolded Fuonki Fam for not going to Gizzo yet, not worried about his father's condition. Who would have thought that Fuonki Fam would say so carelessly, life and death are numbered, he believes his father will recover. The Crown Prince felt that Fuonki Fam must have gone crazy from grief, should pat Fuonki Fam's shoulder to comfort him. The past is... Fuonki Fam saw that the Crown Prince spoke very sincerely, in the heart also a little touched, secretly cursed, I really thank you. What can you do for Fuonki Fam now? He tried his best, sent medicine to his father. The work of the person is over. Whether it can change for the better or not depends on God's will. Do I really have to cry here? Curse his father. Die soon. What Fuonki Fam is worried about now is epidemic in the southwest, those with ambitions in Annam. Should we take this opportunity to strike first? Whenever it comes to military matters, it is as if the prince was immediately injected with chicken blood. Eyes lit up immediately. His father feared most that anything would happen to the world. Whenever anything happens, I can't eat or sleep well. But this Crown Prince is always afraid of chaos in the world. If nothing happens, then feel lethargic and lose spirit. Listen to Fuonki Fam said. Prepare to send FQ Battalion and Baikavi to the south to prevent unforeseen circumstances. What should the prince do if he is afraid that the enemies will not take action? If so, my great Ming, win people over with virtue, then there will be no more reason to conquer. Isn't that too tasteless? So the crown prince quickly clasped his hands together. Mouth mumbles, small life is not bad. You enemies people, don't be a coward. Just as the crown prince was praying devoutly, then outside there were eunuchs coming to announce the decree. The content is just roughly stripping Fuonki Pham of his title of Marquis of Din Vian, demoted to the position of Prince Consort of the capital, then got married on the same day. Fuonki Pham received the imperial edict. Happy as a feather, finally he can marry the princess he has been longing for day and night. The crown prince walked toward Fuonki Pham with resentment. Originally intended to cause a bit of chaos, expressed disapproval of this marriage, but just thinking about Fuonki Pham's father who was in critical condition, our cute little prince held back again. Just a little pout. Fuonki Pham married a wife and forgot his father. Fuonki Pham argued again eloquently, said if his father knew he married the princess, maybe too happy to jump out of bed. Made the prince grit his teeth in anger. But the story is not over yet. Just as the two were arguing, there were eunuchs to announce the decree. But the edict was very strange. Open your mouth, and it's already the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, the Duke of Zeng, making both the crown prince and Fuonki Pham dumbfounded. What's up? Crown Prince. Trine Kuo Kong, the crown prince, looked bewildered, hurriedly snatched the imperial edict. This edict is exactly the same as what he did. The great cause of Trine Kuo Kong was created by himself, inside with anti-counterfeit markings, but the carvings on this edict are extremely delicate. Even the anti-counterfeiting signs are hidden in the seal. Not wrong at all. The eunuch was terrified, hastily apologized, snatched back the decree, speaking speed like a machine gun, began to summon the prince consort. Captain Fuonki Pham, very pleased with me. I have just established Tran Quoc Palace. Captain Fuonki Pham's contribution is not small. Now I obey the emperor's orders. Summon Fuonki Pham to Tran Quoc Palace. By order of Tran Quoc Hao, Fuonki Pham listens. After hearing that Fuonki Pham also wanted to pee his pants, the crown prince has no right to blame Tran Quoc Hao. The prince was foolish. Even his title of Tran Quoc Kong was self-proclaimed. Although the title of Tran Quoc Kong was just a product of self-indulgence, but according to the development of Tran Quoc Phu, in the end, the whole court had to turn a blind eye and admit it. Anyway, now Tran Quoc Phu is also a powerful government office. The royal family initially refused to acknowledge it, but if he issues a dispatch to the infantry, Minister of Infantry Mo Wenqing dares not admit it. But now there is another product similar to Tran Quoc Kong, appeared out of nowhere. This was supposed to be the prince's joke. But the problem is, the prince was also bewildered and did not understand what was going on. Fuonki Pham also did not know whether to accept or not, because this edict is clearly true, but he is fake. True, true, false, false. God knows the prince is not stupid. The whole world dares to play him like that, only his father Hong Zhijianzi. It's just that his father is so old, and yet still play childish games like that, made the prince a little upset and dissatisfied. Fuonki Pham felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. This time Baba took away the title of Marquis. His status as the son-in-law has almost no responsibilities left. This was contrary to the emperor's original intention. Hope Fuonki Pham can assist the crown prince. There is a huge contradiction. Everything he did was approved by the emperor, believing that these things are beneficial to the country and the people, very useful to the court. How can I let Fuonki Pham stay for the rest of my life, every day with the princess? Wasted life. So, the decree of the crown prince in Tran Quoc Kong has been created. In the name of the crown prince, he blamed Tran Quoc Hao. Continue to govern Tran Quoc Palace with the crown prince. People will certainly have their say about this, but so what? What does this have to do with Emperor Hongji? This is the prince's business. If you have anything, just go find the prince. The prince was used to being foolish. What can you do to him? Bang! The potty chair was put on the prince's head, but if we talk about this carefully, is not right either, because Tran Quoc Palace is real. Fuonki Pham is Tran Quoc Hao. He became the number 2 person in Tran Quoc Palace. This really existing structure is also gradually becoming like the noon sun, who can ignore. Fuonki Pham was given the title of Tran Quoc Hao, happy in heart, although he did not receive any salary from the court, but received the salary of the East Palace. He can definitely eat this Chu family's rice. It doesn't matter whose food you eat. The prince played all his life. In the end, he was blinded by that old fox. Fuonki Pham compared the previous crown prince's decree. I admire this Chu family's old man. He is really an expert in forging imperial edicts. So it's genetic. This old man's craftsmanship, but not inferior to the son who is the crown prince. Looking at the prince's sullen face, Fuonki Pham was also helpless. Emperor Hongji had just finished digging. The son was also a little happy, but when he saw the table full, dozens of memorials and impeachments, then also headache not only. These memorials, most of them were unhappy with the princess's devaluing of Fuonki Pham. They think this breaks tradition, increase of extraterritoriality. But because of the cabinet's tacit agreement on this, plus the pacification of Hao Zongbing, His Majesty has issued an edict to the world. The boat has been built, despite objections, but not as intense as imagined. What worries the king and his subjects the most right now is epidemic in the southwest. 9 years ago there was also a big rain, took the lives of more than 40,000 people. At the same time, the Han army weakened, leading to rebellion. A large number of Han people left their homeland, scattered and fled. Such an epidemic shake the foundations of the great Ming in the southwestern provinces. It's definitely not just a few tens of thousands of people dying. What made the Hongji emperor even angrier was Yunnan officials formerly belonged to the duke's office. To Zongguan, then hide then avoid, everyone was bewildered, everyone is helpless, and also impeach and attack each other, clearly want to put the blame on someone else. Emperor Hongji is really difficult to understand. Disease is scary for one thing. Why is everyone so scared? Liu Jian and the others laughed bitterly in their hearts. This disease is really scary. This thing cannot be seen or touched. Just stick with it. 8 out of 10 will lose their lives. It's even more terrifying than fighting on the battlefield, but bad things kept coming. There was another report sent from Gizhou, said that Bun Teha was critically ill. Persistent high fever. Persistent vomiting. The skinny person lost dozens of pounds. Look at how long it will not live. But these days Bun Teha still patrols the camps, drag the sick body to comfort people. Emperor Hongji was extremely surprised when he heard the report. How terrible is malaria, you don't know. The sanitary conditions and medical level of this era, malaria is almost incurable. Once the outbreak occurs, countless people die from the disease. Report a few days ago, Fuong Canlong was critically ill. Heard, the symptoms after malaria outbreak are extremely terrible, for both body and mind is torment. Yet Fuong Canlong was still on patrol at this time. How much willpower is this? Disease is a natural disaster. But after natural disasters, the most frightening thing is man-made disasters. Whether or not man-made disasters occur, have great relations with the local governor. Bun Teha was seriously ill and about to die, still dragging this crippled body, patrolled the camps and comforted the soldiers. That is why it is guaranteed that the commanders and the heavenly protectors in Guzhou still stay at home. There was no mutiny in the army. Liu Jian and others said this, tears welling up in my eyes. Even though there are grudges and barriers between literature and martial arts, such a loyal person, even when near death, still does not forget to worry, still makes people extremely admire. Damon is lacking such people. If everyone is the Marquis of Bunte, then why did so many things happen? Emperor Hongji's eyes were filled with tears. Heavy-hearted, with Bunte Hao you can be worry-free. But if bad news about Bunte Hao comes, who can replace you to guard the border in the future, comfort all directions? Impeachment failed, both talented and virtuous. For the ancients, virtue always comes before talent. Fuong Canlong is not necessarily a person with supernatural talent. In the army, he was not the only one who made great achievements. But Fuong Canlong understood clearly, only have a loyal reputation is the greatest guarantee for children. So even if I have to die, also have to choose where to die. Die for the country, for the people, for the army. But everything Fuong Canlong does, also because of his son, because of the young man's deep love and blood, are thousands of miles away. Emperor Hongji, remember since his coronation, Fuong Canlong everywhere obeyed the order to fight, never shy away from danger. Extremely depressed, he ordered that if anything happened to Bine Te Marquis, send someone to Gizhou to build a temple for the loyal, send people to worship, so that the incense smoke never stops. Trinquoque said, the attack on Annam was ripe. The prince heard, the whole person is excited. In mind are all strategies to deal with Annam. Fuong Qifem may seem carefree on the outside, but in my heart I am worried about the epidemic. I don't know if Quinnen is effective. Is his father's condition improving? These doubts were all floating in his mind. But worried, it's no use, he can't go to Gizhou. If he goes, he can guarantee. Fuong Canlong was lying on the hospital bed seeing him taking risks. Run to the epidemic area, then do not die of disease. Be angry to death, instead of worrying. Might as well go crazy with the crown prince. Build a plan to pacify Annam. The two of them looked intently at each location on the map. Clearly both the crown prince and Fuong Qifem are all thinking of ways to play a big game. If you have beaten, then must beat to death. Beat the opponent to the point that for 3,000 years they did not dare to fight back. How many pieces are there on the map? Replace the force that the governor's office can mobilize. The two researchers were very attentive, not paying attention to the person behind. Emperor Hongji's eyes were still red, in my heart full of compassion. This time he came. The name is to comfort Fuong Qifem, the son of a loyal minister. But actually, he came to commemorate the Marquis of Bun Te. Emperor Hongji was a little annoyed with these two brats. In times of emergency like this, also have a mind to research about Annam. What a shame. But it was clear that the two were just talking on paper. Emperor Hongji remained silent. He wanted to hear the Crown Prince's opinion. The prince gave, "It is the same way of fighting as the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded Beijing, attacked directly on Dago from the sea. Dago is the gateway to Beijing. Then forced the Qing Army to deploy nearby defense forces, forced Qing Army and Eight Kingdoms Alliance, decisive battle in the Qinghai area. And the same goes for conquering Annam, taking advantage of the pirate attack on Ningbo, attack on the port near the capital of Annam, capture the port. Annam's internal affairs will certainly panic, will definitely withdraw troops, hope to protect the capital. But once their army had gathered, then can use fire attack cannon, beat a batch to pieces." Fuonqi Pham secretly lamented in his heart, although Min Wutong's reputation in history is not very good, but when it comes to fighting he is no pushover. Want to attack Annam from land? It is just like Emperor Van Hong conquered Annam in the past, mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops, step by step attack the gates of Annam in the north, is not only slow, but also very expensive. Hundreds of thousands of troops march together, even if it is like splitting bamboo, then the huge loss is also unacceptable. The Crown Prince's fighting style is very smart. Praised by Fuonqi Pham, the Crown Prince was a little pleased, even began to arrange the Emperor Kai Van, saying that Emperor Wen fought in battle was just a brawl. Others say that Emperor Wen was good at using troops, but as he saw it, this ancestor of Emperor Van Hong, only worthy of being a cleaning soldier under his command. Emperor Hongji was watching the two men discussing strategy on paper. Feel not very trustworthy, consider war as child's play. Feel that at least the two of them still have some heart for the world. But as soon as he heard the Crown Prince proudly mock Emperor Wen, Hongji Emperor's face immediately turned green. Emperor Wen is your great-grandfather Zhu Haozhou. Without him, there would be no you. You dare to be so arrogant here? Talk nonsense. What an unfilial son. If Emperor Wen in heaven is sacred, know that in his descendants, there is a fool like you. I'm afraid I'll have to crawl out of the coffin in the mausoleum. Slap you to death, you ungrateful thing. The Crown Prince laughed proudly, eyes just moved, suddenly saw a figure. The Crown Prince's smile instantly stiffened. Laughter stopped. Feel a little cold on the back of the neck. The stiff smile immediately turned into a frown. Bang! Kneel down on the ground. This brat is good at everything. Just mouth without barrier. Dare to say anything. Typically pleasure is the mouth, bringing disaster upon oneself. After seeing his face like his father died and his mother died, he knows with his toes. If you do not quickly and obediently admit your mistake, then what will be the outcome? Fuonqi Pham's heart also jumped. A little panic. I don't know why Emperor Hongji is so secretive. Appear here. Emperor Hongji's eyes were like knives, glared at the Crown Prince. Now is not the time to argue about this. Now he was a bit disappointed in Fuonqi Pham. Blame Fuonqi Pham's father for being so sick. Why are you still free to hang out with this rebellious prince? Fuonqi Pham also felt wronged. Always remember father in heart, but his father was thousands of miles away. Worrying is useless. Can only discuss military matters with the Crown Prince to disperse the pain in the heart. Emperor Hongji looked at Fang Jifan's haggard face. Only now do I know that I blamed him wrongly. Everyone has their own way of expressing pain. It's just that Fuonqi Pham's method is a bit unusual. Emperor Hongji suddenly thought of Fang Jinlong. People are thousands of miles away. A loyal minister may die in a foreign land. The resentment in my heart instantly disappeared. Sigh. Comfort Fuonqi Pham. His father's condition is not good now. Must be prepared in mind. Fuonqi Pham heard, a jolt in my heart. Could it be that the medicinal effects of quinine were not what he had imagined? Or is this medicine delivered too late? But his father was seriously ill and could not be cured. Hucha sent back bad news. Thinking about this, Fuonqi Pham could not help but shiver. If not, then why did Emperor Hongji personally come to Taesun to tell him these words? Your Majesty is an introvert. Moreover, there is a big event in the southwest. Why do you have free time to run to Taesun? Thinking about this, the sadness in Fuonqi Pham's heart these past few days, immediately offered, thinking of his father's thousands of good things. But the capital and Tanchao are as far apart as heaven and earth, to the end also not met. His chest felt like someone had hit him hard, in a flash lost breath, choking to the point of discomfort. Tears and eyes also involuntarily fell. Don't look at him as normally heartless and useless, but now really encounter this heartbreaking thing. Fuonqi Pham's whole body immediately collapsed, mouth screaming like crazy. Dad, you died unjustly. I gave the medicine to Dad. Fuonqi Pham cried miserably. Emperor Hongji was startled and terrified. The more sad the mood. A doubt also arose in his heart. Could it be that Marquis Bunte had passed away? Just as Emperor Hongji was about to speak, asked Fuonqi Pham why he was crying. Grand Chancellor Liu Jun and others rushed in. Liu Jian's face was beaming. Fresh face. The rest of the people are also celebrating Tet. hate not being able to hang lanterns and flowers. Just open-mouthed said, Your Majesty, Greyjoy. Fuonki Pham felt like he was in trouble. Emperor Hongji was in turmoil. Just heard Liu Jian said Greyjoy. He immediately frowned. What's so happy about that? Liu Jian did not say much. Presenting the letter of peace from the Marquis of Bun Tay, Emperor Hongji received the letter. Take a look. Face became strange again. Glanced at Fuonki Pham. Slightly doubtful asked, Do you have any special medicine? Fuonki Pham looked bewildered. Yes. Didn't I just say it? I sent medicine to my father. Emperor Hongji looked helpless. Look at Fuonki Pham. Don't cry anymore. Your father is not dead. Take your medicine. Miraculously cured. The epidemic of the generals in Guizhou also began to subside. Then blamed Fuonki Pham for having good medicine. Why not say so sooner? Make people waste so much love and tears. Fuonki Pham secretly cursed Hong Trithian too in his heart. You dare say? You say half-baked? I thought my dad was really dead. The matter has been decided. Emperor Hongji felt relieved in his heart. Suddenly felt the matter of marrying the princess to Fuonki Pham is an absolutely correct decision. This Fuonki Pham has a way to solve any problem. He happily pointed at Fuonki Pham. This is God's will. In the words carry some complacency. Liu Jian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The great hour has come. Their mood also became cheerful. In unison, flatter, the commander-in-chief is indeed unique. I bow to you, my God, makes Emperor Hongji extremely happy. In him, can see a bit of the Crown Prince's complacent figure. This Crown Prince really does not make people worry less. I haven't seen him for a few days. Can cause great harm. Emperor Hongji, looking at each urgent letter sent from Yunnan and Guizhou, the whole person was stunned. Last time, he saw the Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham researching Chan and Nam. I thought it was a joke on paper between two people. Who would have thought, just a few short days, the Crown Prince's message reached Yunnan and Guizhou. Furthermore, he specially appointed Bante Marquis Fuongcan Long as the General of Righteousness, lead the army to the south to fight the bandits. Emperor Hongji's eyes turned red as he watched. This is too much. His father's not dead yet. This rebellious son dared to issue an edict of punishment without permission. Makes Emperor Hongji so angry that his scalp trembles. Immediately send someone to arrest the rebellious son, the Crown Prince. See if his old man beats him to death. The ministers around also looked at the Hongji Emperor with a sorrowful look. In recent years, the court's etiquette has declined a bit. In the past, people could be patient. Can this be tolerated? Not giving a real explanation is unacceptable. Although it is true that Annam invaded the border, but because of Annam that great war? Really not a wise move. Northern Annam has mountains and hills. The army wants to overcome. I don't know how much savings I have to spend. The Ming army has always attacked Annam. Never won. The enemy's people took over all the favorable conditions of time, place, and people. So how long will it take to attack Annam? If it's just a year or two, it's still possible. But if it lasts 3 or 4 years, then do not know how many people will die, how much salary loss. The great army of Emperor Van Hong entered Annam in the past, is also worn to death. If you repeat the same mistake, by then cannot go forward, but cannot retreat, in a dilemma. What if Emperor Hongji thought about it and had a headache? The proclamation has been announced to the world. That is the Crown Prince's intention. If he immediately gives the order, revoke order, not only will the enemies laugh, but the world also believes that in the palace, the Emperor and the Crown Prince were at odds. Everyone will think that True Quan has no prestige at all. How could the Crown Prince break his trust? Hongji Emperor really wanted to kill the Crown Prince himself. This is putting him in a difficult position. As a father, he absolutely does not want in front of the world, criticize the Crown Prince's mistakes, making the world think that the Crown Prince is a wild and immoral person. Just think of what the Crown Prince has done. He really hates not being able to punish the Crown Prince on the spot now. A moment later, the eunuch sent back to report, the Crown Prince and the royal consort are still missing. I heard you patrolled the farm yesterday. Emperor Hongji was so angry that he vomited blood. Isn't it obvious? The two boys knew they were causing trouble, so they ran away. Ran away? Make the Emperor Hongji scream in anger. Even if you dig 3 feet of soil, you must find them and bring them back to me. A farm in Dongcha. The Crown Prince was leisurely hunting. Before their plan succeeded, he dare not return. Based on his father's personality, must be very angry now. May do irrational things. Fuonki Pham was a bit worried. Avoiding like this is not the way. He has not married the princess yet. Because of this, I'm afraid the kiss trial will be delayed. There have been some good days these past 2 months. If you miss it, you don't know when you will have to wait. The Crown Prince laughed at Fuonki Pham again. A great man. 4 seasons. What are you pretending for? His Crown Princess is still pregnant. Isn't he already out? Fuonki Pham looked surprised. That Thai is the main concubine chosen by His Majesty. is also the younger sister of his disciple, them. Oh, unexpectedly, she got pregnant right after marrying into the Eastern Palace. Since the Crown Prince really let himself go. Cannot help but admire the Crown Prince. What a baby-making machine. So many children. The Crown Prince laughed again, said that this was not a big deal. Fuonki Pham immediately rested his chin on his hand and began to think. Or is he also trying to have many children like the Crown Prince? If not, his family has so much money. What if no one breaks the family? The Crown Prince laughed, but just halfway through laughing already felt something was wrong. Fuonki Pham is thinking about having children. So who are you thinking about having a baby with? Continuing to think in this direction, the Crown Prince is angry. Strangling Fuonki Pham warned him, "From now on, don't talk about having children in front of him. Otherwise I will strangle him." Fuonki Pham was thinking seriously about passing on the family lineage, but being strangled by the Crown Prince like that, I realized, I love you, Crown Prince, for fun. Do you think I'm joking? Your mother and father, think of him. Lu Mo-ren in history is also a person of reputation. Everyone calls him Lap Hongdi, revered as the leader of the 8 tigers, but since Fuonki Pham appeared, his life was going downhill. No longer has any dignity in history, now turned into a house cat that only knows how to steal food. Things on the battlefield change in the blink of an eye. The Crown Prince was also uncertain. Will his siege tactics succeed or not? Fuonki Pham was also thinking, what should they do if they fail? Should we prepare a little in advance? The Crown Prince glanced at Lu Jin, the cannon fodder. Isn't it already available? Fuonki Pham immediately understood the meaning, although this excuse seems a bit forced, but the greatest effect of the substitute is, Emperor Hongji needed an excuse to back down. Such a big thing happened. I have to kill 1 or 2 people before I can talk. Letting the Crown Prince die or Fuonki Pham die is impossible, so we can only blame Lu Jin. Fuonki Pham looked at Lucan with pity. It's really too unfair for him. The great eunuch Lu once ruled the world. Just like that, they ruined it. The prince also helpless. There is no other way. Every pot must have someone to bear it. Who told Lu Jin to show his loyalty to him for nothing? Willing to sacrifice for him. Give him a chance. Hiding in the manor. Actually, Fuonki Pham was very worried inside. To avoid being discovered by others, they hid in the manor and never went out. Otherwise, with the power of the crowd, it's hard not to be detected. Fuonki Pham and the Crown Prince almost lost contact with the outside world. I don't know how the war in Annam is going. I don't know what the current situation of Emperor Hongji is. Fuonki Pham even thought, perhaps Emperor Hongji just wanted to kill the Crown Prince. In your Majesty's heart, Fuonki Pham may be innocent. If so, he can return to the capital openly. This thought just came to mind. Fuonki Pham became even more impatient. My heart is burning with desire to return. The Crown Prince's situation is similar. 2 days ago I was still very excited, but very quickly could not stay here anymore. But dare not show up, could not help but sigh in front of Fuonki Pham. If there is any news, how nice it would be to know right away. Fuonki Pham heard the Crown Prince say that. Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. Free time is free time anyway. So he locked himself in the room, told Lu Jin to secretly go buy some things, hold ceramic pot as battery. The prince found it hard to believe. This is clearly a vase. What does it have to do with electricity? Whether related to electricity, then it should be called a new battery, right? Fuonki Pham suddenly discovered. Explaining these things to the Crown Prince is a waste of time, but I feel that what little Trudutai said is very right. This early battery really looked like a can of canned goods. The world today, the fastest means of communication is carrier pigeons. It's just a pity that the safety of pigeons is not high. The Crown Prince said before, if you can get the news immediately, that would be great. Fuonki Pham immediately thought of the telegram. Want to build a telegraph? First of all, we have to solve the battery problem. Luckily, Daemin at this time have enough materials to make telegraph, very easy to do. The Crown Prince followed Fuonki Pham from beginning to end. Curious look, wait for everything to be ready. Fuonki Pham began to teach the Crown Prince telegraph code. The prince has always learned new things very quickly, soon understood everything. Just what the hell is Fuonki Pham doing? He still cannot understand. Until he came to another room 100 meters away. The radio transmitter made a crackling sound. He was so surprised that he understood. Hold the template, start doing it the way Fuonki Pham, translate first group of numbers, then combine into the word electricity. Looks so magical and interesting. The prince smiled. Until all the letters were put together. Your Highness, are you hungry? Let's go home. The prince immediately beamed. Holding the paper I just wrote, Panning ran back to the manor. Fuonki Pham was sitting in front of the radio with a serious face. Very serious look. See the prince come in. In his heart arose a feeling of what a bitch. I told you to use telegram code to communicate. The prince is like an idiot. Just remember to use the transmitter, so ran back to the small house. Send I'm hungry. Go eat delicious food at noon. After sending the telegram code, the prince began to wait patiently. He has a hot temper. eyes wide open staring at the radio. But still no news. He cannot eat it alive. A long time later, Fuonki-Fam replied, Your Highness, God thinks we are unreal. The prince was bewildered. I don't understand what unreal means. Is there no rice in the jar? He replied, Why? Fuonki-Fam slowly replied word by word. Eunuch at the city gate. The prince was immediately scared shitless. Hurriedly replied, I am definitely scared. Beat him to death, so simple and brutal. Just like the crown prince. Fuonki-Fam replied, News does not fight back. There were too many people. Fuonki-Fam was in the telegraph room. As for Tiu Kun, he led hundreds of Dong Suong vassals. No hurry, just stand out here waiting. Fuonki-Fam just discovered, this thing is hard to use. When primary industrialization was not yet complete, then this thing is just a toy for him and the crown prince. The most important thing as a human being is to be aware of the times. Fuonki-Fam is very understanding. Because I was found by Tiu Ban Ban, he did not hide anymore. Definitely reveal the crown prince on the other end of the line. Wanna bear the wrath of the Hongji emperor? He alone certainly cannot. This crown prince must be dragged along. In the warm pavilion, Emperor Hongji looked at you two with a solemn expression. My Vanthang appeared very wronged. In my heart I kept cursing you rich guy. Why is he so unlucky to be the Minister of War? Thinking of himself as the Minister of War of the Hongji dynasty, only one step away from being a great hero, also considered to be trusted by His Majesty. But in the past 2 years after the taters, it was the Okao. Caused him a lot of trouble. Now this Annam case is out again. What a bad luck. Fuong Canlong has led his army into Annam. The Emperor Hongji blamed the Ministry of War. So far no solution has been found. The infantry was in a panic. What should the army do? Say hit is hit. Where is the infantry? This is a big deal. No research for a year and a half. How can we come up with a solution? Of course, Mao Wenqing did not dare say that to the emperor. In the Ministry of War, the vast majority opposed sending troops. However, the precedent of Emperor Wen still remains. Too much damage. But today, Emperor Hongji summoned them. Asked Dai Min if he could win the Battle of Annam quickly. This is no different from the ancient Kuomintang. Has sent troops to battle, but cannot beat. The army has already departed, and yet called a shaman to tell fortunes. What's the point of fortune telling when it's already happened? Fortune telling my ass. On the battlefield. Unpredictable change. Who knows if the Ming army will suffer a great defeat? How could this be predicted? But Emperor Hongji asked very seriously. He accepted the truth of Tran Kwok-Fu, even though I wanted to kill the prince. But anyway, the main thing is still important. He remembered Fuonki-Fam and the Crown Prince of Taesun discussing strategy on paper. Each enthusiastically put forth a battle plan. He does not understand politics, so he called those who he thought were talented here, want to hear their opinions. Honestly, Emperor Hongji towards the Crown Prince and Fang Jifan still have some faith, even though he didn't believe his son, also do not believe in the many achievements of his son-in-law. But just listen, Mao Wenqing and Ingo Gong's uncertain tone. His heart hung up again. Just then, Tiu Friend led Fuonki-Fam and the prince back to the palace. Anger choked in the heart of Emperor Hongji. Immediately have an object to vent. Looking at the Emperor Hongji, he was a bit angry. Mai Van-Sin and An Kwok Kong looked at each other with a bitter smile. Hastily retreated, Emperor Hongji waved his hand again. Tell them to stay. Let Fuonki-Fam and the Crown Prince in for an audience. Emperor Hongji looked at the Crown Prince with a cold face, scolded him for having such courage. Arbitrarily mobilized troops, deceived the whole court. What a sturdy wing, the prince said again. He is the reserve army. These are all things he should do. Emperor Hongji did not expect the Crown Prince to dare to disobey. Cannot cure some. Then asked Fuonki-Fam if he admitted his guilt. In Fuonki-Fam's heart, there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past. He clearly understood the principle that honest reporting would result in leniency. False confession will be imprisoned. So Fuonki-Fam righteously and sternly said, he read the holy books. In the book it says the sky does not have two suns, one who does not have two masters, yet the king of Annam dared to call himself emperor. This is breaking the biggest taboo in the world. He and the prince are just too stupid and naive. Believe in the heresy of Confucius and the sages in books. Want to punish the unjust for your majesty. Emperor Hongji heard Fang Jifan's strong argument, still thinking how. In response, the prince next to him echoed, that's right, then asked his father back. The Annamese people proclaimed themselves emperors. Decadent ritual? Disregard the authority of the celestial dynasty. See the discipline of the dynasty. Really do not consider father anything, but the emperor ignored it. Worthy of ancestor. Annam does not follow the religion. I am your servant, sharing your sorrow with your father. So why does the emperor blame me? Then beat the child to death? Then the prince put on a heroic expression. Who would have thought that Emperor Hongji would immediately become furious, scolded the prince as an animal, still dare to argue. The crown prince originally thought that Fuonki Pham was just talking nonsense, making his father speechless. Then I say a few words, can also make his father ashamed. Who would have thought it was a bit too much? Emperor Hongji was angry. You still dare to rebel. You must know that, as the crown prince's father, standards of treatment of others are not the same. Fuonki Pham can argue strongly. Because he is a subject, he supports doing so. Just need to speak out your principles, express your thoughts, as long as Fuonki Pham has no selfish intentions, truly devoted to the court, relying on the loyal family lineage of the Fuong family, plus the status of son-in-law, then naturally everything can be forgiven. But this prince is the future emperor. All day just know how to argue, still look like a military reserve. Seeing the Emperor Hongji angry, the prince immediately admitted his mistake. But it's too late to regret. Emperor Hongji expelled the high-ranking officials. If I don't give the prince some color today, then he really considers his father as Hello Kitty. This prince, should we charge him some fees? Every time he caused a disaster, he was caught by his father. To say it again is to say it again. Every time the emperor intended to beat him, then things will change. Just as Emperor Hongji was about to reprimand his high-ranking officials and family law for the prince, then a eunuch ran quickly. Bring urgent newspaper from Annam. Emperor Hongji heard this. Stop what you are doing immediately. Looking at a thick stack of memorials, Emperor Hongji was a little nervous. When I opened the first petition, the emperor's brow furrowed even more. Just 1 month of hard work. But Annam has been defeated. This seems impossible. Even though the Gizo army set out from Gizo, go on without stopping, then with this time, also not sure to reach the capital Thanglong of Annam. But the second memorial made Emperor Hongji shaken. This is a letter of surrender from the king of Annam, Tung Thuk. In the letter, Tung Thuk used earnest words, pleading as if about to cry. He was deeply aware of his mistake, deeply regret the mistakes made. Compare yourself to a person who is worse than a beast. At the end of the letter, he asked Dai Min to generously forgive him and treat the Annamese people kindly. Emperor Hongji finished reading. Take a deep breath. The last sheet is the detailed war report, meticulously recorded the course of the battle. Emperor Hongji could not believe it when he saw the war report. The more I watch, the more terrifying it gets. He was not surprised by the bravery of his soldiers in battle. He was no longer even surprised by the might of the Flying Eagle Battalion and their extraordinary fighting power. What terrified him was, the content of this war report is exactly the same as which the Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham discussed on paper in Tay Sun, not wrong by a millimeter. This is scary. The course of this battle completely follow the plan of the Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham. These two have outlined, from being attacked and invaded by bandits, threatened the capital of Annam, then forced Annam to concentrate a large army in the royal capital, finally the Eagle Camp. While the enemy did not know about the fire attack of the Flying Eagle Battalion, suddenly appeared in the sky of Thanglong, threw down countless gas tanks, turned Thanglong into a sea of fire. Every step, all match what was discussed on paper. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham, these two evil men, paper discussions were like child's play back then, now proven in practice. Not only that, results obtained, even beyond the imagination of Emperor Hongji. Emperor Hongji was overjoyed, looks very excited. He raised his head and glanced at the Crown Prince. The prince was scared and quickly bowed his head. I thought my father wanted to settle the score with me. But Emperor Hongji asked the Crown Prince where to learn military strategy. The prince was stunned. This strategy was originally learned by himself. He started from a young age, study how to lead troops to kill. After 10 years of research, even in dreams think about drinking the blood of enemies. But Emperor Hongji did not believe that the Crown Prince studied on his own. The cheerful face suddenly revealed an unhappy expression. Think it's just a lie. Still dare to exaggerate yourself. Clear. Emperor Hongji never read the Wuzong Shilu in the history of Ming. Otherwise, how could he not know that his son, a man who has never experienced real battlefield, could command the Ming army which was rotten at that time, defeat the Iron Cavalry which is as powerful as the midday sun? Emperor Hongji was a little angry. Think the Crown Prince is a bit too much? How can a king compete with his subjects for merit? The prince really felt like he had been bitten by a dog. I feel like all my years of studying military strategy have been for nothing. In the eyes of the emperor, he became the one who wanted to steal Fuonki Pham's credit. The prince wanted to explain, but seeing the attitude of the emperor was not happy, so lazy to compare. Anyway, knowing your own strengths is enough. Seeing his and Fuonki Pham's plan succeed, the Crown Prince was filled with emotion, eyes filled with tears. Hard work and practice for so long, really worth it. People only judge heroes by their results. The Crown Prince arbitrarily sent troops to attack Annam, finally got everyone's approval. As for Dong Dan and Thich Ki Thong, I don't know what karma I created in my previous life, but met an unreliable master like Fuonki Pham. When Emperor Hongji finished reading the report about the great victory in Annam, he praised his son-in-law to the heavens, but Fuonkifam humbly said, "This great victory is all the credit of the crown prince and the generals of the army." He absolutely dare not take credit. Seeing Fuonkifam say that, Emperor Hongji was not happy. Say loudly, whose work is his work? Are you afraid that others will take your credit? Having said that, he accidentally glanced at the crown prince standing to the side, clearly in the heart of Emperor Hongji. Fuonkifam was the one who made great contributions in this battle of Annam, and the crown prince, just someone who wants to steal the credit, a foolish king. In his heart he could not help but sigh. Besides the fact that my son likes to show off, then this battle is really perfect. So he began to praise. This battle was won so beautifully, if not full of praise. How can I show that I have a discerning eye? But Fuonkifam deliberately did the opposite. Looked at the memorial with a heartbroken expression, scolded Duongdan the damned predator, obviously can strike at dawn. But he had to wait until noon to attack, make the enemy eat another useless breakfast. And the other guy Thich at first I was determined to make him my master. If it weren't for his kindness, could not bear to see him crying miserably, then he would not have accepted this idiot. Obviously can lead troops to surround the left flank. He directly led his troops to charge straight in, like in a deserted place. What a fool. Completely failed to demonstrate the power of the formation he taught. Fuonkifam tried his best to curse. On the contrary, it makes many people feel ashamed. The crown prince heard this, also happily started to follow, shouted loudly, "Duongdan, this guy is really stupid. How could such a person get into our Tranquoc palace, go to battle without knowing how to seize the opportunity? When I get back, I must beat him to death. And this damn them Ningo. Without him, I would have lost 3 Africans. If you let others go, definitely won't lose that much. It can be seen that this guy normally trains African soldiers. How negligent. I can't take it anymore. When I get back, I will give his sister acupuncture." The crown prince spoke more and more excitedly. Words are more and more ridiculous. Fuonkifam heard and his face turned pale. He just wanted to pretend to be cool. The crown prince has gone too far. Why did he bring the matter back to his sister for acupuncture? Say it out. The Emperor Hongji was speechless. Bright eyes glanced between the crown prince and Fuonkifam. Look at these two guys talking to each other. Scolded those officials without mercy. No matter how you listen, it doesn't sound right. Tang Dan and the others are all people who have made great contributions. 1 month of pacifying Annam. What a glorious event. Even if it was Hu Kobin of the Han dynasty, I'm afraid I can also compare. Now it's good. These two guys said nothing. Emperor Hongji heard and was angry. Immediately shouted, "You two shut up, don't talk nonsense. The generals are on the front lines. Who does not achieve great success? There is both merit and hardship, but when it reaches your mouth, it becomes worthless. Don't stand there talking nonsense. If not, I will absolutely not forgive you." The crown prince is obedient. Fear swallowed the words behind. Fuonkifam was not convinced. Although being looked at by the Emperor Hongji made him tremble slightly, but he was not afraid. He said loudly, "In your majesty's heart, Duongdan and others are great contributors. But in my heart, he is still just a useless disciple of God. The disciples are like sons of the gods. It is natural for God to be harsh with his children. That is the right thing to do. Your majesty blamed me for being harsh with Duongdan. And others, what is this moral?" Emperor Hongji was a little stunned. This kid just praised him. He started arguing with me. Emperor Hongji also did not indulge Fang Jifan anymore. "Even if you say right, it cannot be that unreasonable." Fuonkifam still said eloquently. In fact, the plays performed by the prince. All battle plans were drawn up by the crown prince. Now married the princess. So why? His majesty still thinks that the crown prince has no merit. On the contrary, scolding his son-in-law. It can be seen that in the hearts of fathers, it's all like that. They are always unacceptable. My son is more excellent than me. Like Tran Ningi saw Duongdan and others make achievements. Feel uncomfortable? What the hell is he? Because of such prejudice. Just covered his eyes and ears. God scolded the student. Your majesty does not like it, but his majesty did the same thing. This is not just allowing officials to burn down houses, without letting people light lamps. It turned out that Fuonkifam had gone around in such a big circle. In addition to scolding Duongdan and the others, pretend to be cool, is actually feeling indignant for the crown prince, claim credit for the crown prince. The crown prince heard this. Tears are about to fall. In my heart, I feel that old man Fuong is still a sincere person. Still cannot forget him. This love is more than siblings. It was not in vain that he washed underwear for Fuonkifam. Emperor Hongji heard Fang Jifan speak such eloquently, also a bit absent-minded. Unexpectedly, this great calamity. The battle plans were all drawn up by his son. Nor may I scold my son. How is this any different from Fuonkifam scolding his disciple? Fuonki fam's disciples are all such talented people. Mavansin heard this, secretly admired in my heart. No wonder this Tiu Fuong is getting more and more popular. This eloquence, I'm afraid even Xiao Jing's thick skin is not as good. Emperor Hongji was silent for a while, said to the Crown Prince, I really made you upset. I can be like this. The ancestors will be very happy to see it. Then tell the Duke of England, tomorrow is the day of the ancestor worship. Tell your ancestors about the Crown Prince's merits clearly. The Crown Prince laughed heartily like an idiot, innocently told his father, I am not resent. Shameless. Today is a good day. The princess's wedding is coming soon. The construction of the princess's palace is almost completed. Lubu also chose a good day. Fuonki fam's father was not in the capital, so these things must be presided over by other elders. Fuonki fam thought and thought. Find the Duke of England. People worship their ancestors dozens of times a year. From ancestors to the Emperor of Heaven, all can worship. This professional level, the Duke of England dares to accept first place. Surely no one dares to accept second. These rituals, ask him is the right song. An Kuo Kong looked at his increasingly excellent nephew. Do everything right. Very meticulous, almost replaced the function of Father Fuonki fam. Fuonki fam suddenly opened a new door. I didn't expect there to be so many rules here. This time An Kuo Kong was even happier than when he was worshipping his ancestors. Explain in detail to the studious Fuonki fam. You have become the prince consort of the capital. Later must also learn from the old man. Single-sided, to add to the ancestral rites. This story of marriage and marriage proposal, it's actually like ancestor worship. You have to study hard. Don't embarrass Dad. Fuonki fam is just curious, but he's not stupid. If from now on all my life I only do ancestral worship, even if he agrees, even the Emperor Hongji could not agree. An outstanding young man like him still wants to pursue the sea of stars. He immediately told the Duke of England. He does not want to study. He has brains. The Duke of Go was talked to the point of wanting to hit someone, but suddenly remembered this is the child of my younger brother, so he began to doubt life. Why don't I have brain disease? Thinking of myself as a martial artist, Mr. Okong cannot be like his younger brother Bun Tae-ha who fought on the battlefield, every day is busy with these ancestral worship ceremonies, really made him a little bitter. Wait until everything is settled. A few days later, the palace people came. The leader is Tiu Kun. It can be seen that the standards of the royal court this time are really high. As soon as he met Fuonki fam, his friend smiled brightly and congratulated him. There was absolutely no sign of personal animosity between the two. Today, you bring a pretty girl. This girl is a bit old. Shy face, red eyes. Seems involuntary. Seeing Fuonki fam's bewildered expression, Tiu friend smiled and explained to Fuonki fam. This is a kiss test. Fuonki fam's whole body was instantly stunned. Can this game still be played? Although in the previous life, premarital sex had become a trend. But in this day and age there is this kind of kissing test. Made Fuonki fam extremely scared. In fact, the custom of trial marriage originally began during the Ming dynasty. There is a story like this. Emperor Wanli gave the eunuch Feng Bao, in charge of choosing a husband for Princess Vin Nin. Feng Bao, after receiving a large bribe, chose a rich young man with tuberculosis as his son-in-law. Who would have thought that this tuberculosis his patient would die before he even lived 2 months? Princess Vin then lived as a widow for 12 years, until death still have a pure body. From then on, the Ming dynasty secretly had this custom of trial marriage. Now it seems that the history books are not wrong. This is truly the Chu family tradition. A few days before the wedding, we'll send a girl to test the prince consort. Avoid letting the princess get on the wrong bus to the nursery. Fuonki fam, a modern-day elite youth. How can we accept the feudal customs? Immediately, he refused to try kissing with a righteous attitude. Tiu friend was confused by Fuonki fam's pretentious appearance. The #1 loser in the capital, debauchery for years. Now you play this trick with me? Who are you kidding? He smiled immediately. Tell Fuonki fam not to cause trouble. Finished work, have to take people home tomorrow. To check again. Fuonki fam's heart skipped a beat. What should I really do? Look at the girl crying. He was a little reluctant. Moreover, this girl looks like she is 26 years old. Fuonki fam, he is still a child. But he does not have the prince's interests. Fuonki fam was irritated by Tiu's urging. Definitely get angry. He grabbed Tiu's collar and said, No, you are still nagging. See if I hit you. Only then did Tiu Kun know that Fuonki fam was not joking. So he immediately became serious. Tell Fuonki fam that this is the rule of the palace. Cannot want to quit is quit. The captain is a man. Why? If you have the courage, then just go. But he couldn't. I dare not. Fuonki fam scolded loudly. This is a bad custom. I just don't want to. To Tiu, you just go tell. If you want to sue, then sue. Men must live openly and honestly. Steady. Know how to advance and retreat. Ask without shame. Funki fam is like that about the trial marriage. The world is like that now. Whether concubine or wife, can also be given to others at will, can even gain a reputation for helping people do good deeds. Moreover, it's just sacrificing a girl. But Funki fam who has lived 2 lives, if only for the so-called kiss test, really hurt a good girl, then it is really not even as good as a pig or dog, no matter how others see it. Funki fam would rather cause a big noise and chaos, also absolutely not compromise on this matter. He and despicable people like you are not the same. You friend, you first told him you wouldn't tell. Willing go to jail for him, the hind leg stood before the Emperor Hongji. Scold him, the facts prove it, a eunuch's promise is not a man's promise. Really? Unbelievable. Back to Nongkap, Tukan cried loudly. Add salt and pepper to the story, appear to be in great pain. He said Funki fam after many years of investigating the private parts, not close to women, is this still a man? For so many years he has never seen anyone not touched. Those stinky things, maybe it's the body. No disease, then also have other interests. Emperor Hongji, listen to Tu friend you talk bad about your son-in-law like that. Immediately unhappy, shout loudly I also do not touch the smelly things, then not. The seller was scared to the point of trembling, hurriedly explained, Your Majesty is the son of heaven, how can Funki fam compare? For the welfare of Her Highness the Princess, better be careful. Emperor Hongji was annoyed by Xiao's nagging. This complicated wedding. He is really lazy and doesn't want to care. Bao Tiyu and his friends went to the palace of the 2 queens. Don't bother him again. Funki fam, after chasing Tukun away, in the heart cannot help sigh. In ancient times, wanting to be a purely good person, it's really not easy. Although later feminism was somewhat extreme, make people feel disgusted. But men these days speak a word from the heart. As a member of the male, Funki fam also could not bear to watch. Simply a bunch of scum, including that guy named Chuo Chiyu. But when Funki fam heard the maid Tiu Hong Hong confide in him, he instinctively touched Tiu Hong Hong once, just discovered that he and the prince are of the same ilk. Loudly cry out for justice for scholar Xiaozhou. Not the scumbag scholar Xiaozhou, but it's just man nature. Of course, with this hateful view, Funki fam is still extremely disgusted. But when he saw Tiu Hong Hong change from crying to laughing, Funki fam could not control himself, in the heart born a fragrant law. In the evening, the eunuchs came to the palace again. This time the person who came was not Tiu Kan, but behind the eunuch there was still a palanquin. This time it was sent by Queen Truong, a young girl of 28. I knew the person before was young, and do not know how beautiful it is. Funki fam could not help but swallow his saliva. This mother-in-law really understands men. Seeing that Queen Truong had taken action, I'm afraid this marriage is not worth trying. Funki fam decisively negotiated with the people in the palace. Try kissing, but must be his man. If not, he would rather become a monk. Early the next morning there was news, in the palace has compromised. The eunuchs came early in the morning with the method. Funki fam hugged Tiu Hong Hong, wake up from a sleep. Tiu Hong Hong put on her clothes, was immediately taken to Nantho Palace. In Nantho Palace, Queen Truong could not sit still. Important to daughter's happiness, she could not help but pay attention to reports from various places. Funki fam is really getting more and more suspicious, as the queen tried to keep calm. Half a stick of incense later, the old maid finished checking and returned to report. According to the test results, the commander-in-chief is very good. The body is many times stronger than normal people. The old maid spoke very frankly, making the young female officials blush. Queen Truong was overjoyed. The demands of this age on men is to take the continuation of the family line as the standard. Women can be maybe uneducated, but must be able to continue the family line. So even if you are finished, also have descendants, the old maid confirmed that the son-in-law has a good body. Queen Truong felt like she had taken a sedative. So rest assured, thinking about the princess's future life, it will surely be happy and fulfilling. This mother could not help but be happy. This brat Funki fam is finally married. The wedding day, he followed the Duke of England to welcome the princess out of the palace. A street show-off. Really cool. Wait until the princess's palace. Funki fam could not help but swallow his saliva. This is too epic. The princess palace is located next to the Imperial Academy, surrounded by a moat, holding the essence of the whole city. Near the palace, it is really a building not easy to find. Unfortunately, this is not Funki fam's yet. The princess's palace is the princess's residence, but inside there are also many female officials and eunuchs, said to be the princess palace, not even as good as saying a dental office. Later, Funki fam wanted to meet the public. God also has to go to work, report, and ask for permission. Thinking about this, Funki fam wanted to swear again. Wedding night, there is always something good. Two people together cannot avoid unsaid words. The work is not done, but only for a few days. The princess palace could not bear it. The female official in charge of the princess's palace, but did not dare to offend Funky Fam. Mainly this guy is a bit stupid. Talk loudly, ask about your parents. So the female officer sued Queen Truong. After hearing this, Empress Zhang was a little angry with the female official. Wedding bird. This is reasonable. The female official groaned and complained. It's not that she's nosy, but the son-in-law has been coming 3 or 4 times a day these past few days. Stay here overnight. Before, there was no such rule in the princess's palace. The great Ming's son-in-law is actually very miserable. Every time I come to see the princess, I have to report. But report not to the princess, but with these female officials. But the female officials usually do not want the son-in-law to meet the princess, because that would make the princess not formal enough, making the son-in-law more lenient. That's why I often feed my son-in-law butter. The end result is, princess is even at a discount, or marry a worthless man, or even though there is a husband and wife relationship. But even a month is not sure to meet once, even more miserable than the coward and the weaver girl. They did not expect. The commander-in-chief this time is a fierce person again. Different from the common people before. They dare not offend. Hearing this, Empress Zhang was also a bit surprised. Go 3 or 4 times a day. Staying overnight is a bit too much. Princess the Kang is different from ordinary princesses. She is her aunt. Should we let His Majesty issue an edict? Blame Funky Fem. What can she say? She could only sternly warn the female official. This story must not be spread outside. If transmitted out, she will not be polite. This female official seemed to have given up. Cannot block. Still have to secretly hide. Treat the prince consort of the capital. Must also use virtue to win people over. I'm afraid that later, she can only pretend not to know anything. Princess of the royal family. Do what you want. Afterward, Funky Fam immediately considered the princess's palace as his own home. This place is really more comfortable than Fuang's house. Most importantly, everything here is provided by the palace. In other words, the things Funky Fam eats and uses here are all public property. With the principle of benefit not to take is stupid, he was first moved to tears for the princess's palace chef. Then the female officer changed her expression every time she saw him. Finally keep the eunuchs. But to avoid being an eyesore, he kicked them all out of the hospital. So then, the entire princess palace is in his hands. Funky Fam immediately felt extremely comfortable. By September, princess body is a bit unusual. Invite the royal physician to examine and then you will know. Is happy, suddenly have a baby. Funky Fam was a bit confused in his heart, but happy to death. That stupid prince, maybe because of hatred towards Funky Fam, disappeared for a while. Don't know what to do hiding in the East Palace. Suddenly appeared today. Immediately shouted to Funky Fam that she was about to give birth. He is going to be a father? Funky Fam was stunned for a moment. Young scholar Chu is going to be a father. This is indeed a cause for celebration. The great Ming has a successor, children and grandchildren, is a symbol of a prosperous dynasty. The palace was also busy early. Initially, there were 7 pregnant concubines. Then the concubine became pregnant. But after that, in the Eastern Palace, there were no more pregnant ladies. Of course, this is also related to the arrangement of Empress Zhang. The prince is too playful. If this continues, the body will not be able to bear it. Empress Truong secretly replaced a series of beautiful ladies in the East Palace, according to the aesthetics of Truong Hong Hao. Very successful. At least, the crown prince's complexion was also much better. If we talk about all of Funky Fam's students, who is he most proud of, then that person must be both literary and martial like Vong Dunan. After getting married, Funky Fam would hang around the princess's mansion whenever he had free time. Now the princess is pregnant again. He rarely comes to work, but today he was called into the palace by the Emperor Hongji. Now defeated him. The court was shocked. The whole country celebrates. But how to manage Annam became a thorny problem. Want to educate Annam? Need to send a talented person there. Annam country was planned by Funky Fam and the crown prince. So Emperor Hongji wanted to ask Fang Jifan's opinion. Minister of Rights Truong Sin recommended the famous scholar Tran Vong to at that time. Funky Fam shook his head after hearing that. Without any respect, immediately rebutted. He thought that Jiaoqi was different from the situation in the country. Want to educate the Prince of Jiaoqi? Must be a person of great wisdom and courage. He did not know whether Mr. Tran was a wise and brave man or not, but among his disciples there was a man named Vong Dunan. That's the person. He assured that if Vong Dunan went to teach, can definitely sleep soundly. This word just came out. Many people are bewildered. Assuming that Vong Dunan is just a newly appointed 7th rank official. No matter how excellent, is still too young. Not enough to delegate responsibility. Funky Fam does not think so. Because being young is good, Jiachi is thousands of miles away. If not, should we let old man Xuan Ku go? The reason why Fuonqi Pham recommended Vong Lunan, there is a reason for it. This student's personality is eccentric. But if talking about education, Fuonqi Pham is not bragging. Can only apologize to say that the people here are trash. Of course, education is secondary. Vong Lunan is also an extremely attractive person, but personality appeal is the easiest thing to conquer others. King Lunan is like him. Both have an aura that makes others admire. Of course, to go to Jiaocha. Also not sure need Vong Lunan. He has so many students. Everyone is excellent, but Fuonqi Pham chose Vong Lunan. Not only because Vong Lunan is good at talking, but also because Vong Lunan is very good at fighting. Among the students, he is the best fighter. This era, human ability to resist disease is still quite weak. Moreover, it is very easy to be incompatible with water and soil. From the capital to Annam, completely different climate, normal human body cannot bear it. But Vong Lunan is different. His health is very good. In recorded history, this guy offended Liu Jin, who was at the height of power at that time, deported to Longchuang in Gizo. Liu Jin sent assassins halfway to kill him. At that time, Liu Jin had reached the level of great power, was called the Emperor Lap. So then think about it, is the assassin he sent bad? Definitely the best assassins of their time. But what about the results? Still let Vong Lunan escape. Then Vong Lunan went to Longchuang, Gizo alone. Not only live healthy but also return from Longchuang. Moreover, he also comprehended the great path in Longchuang. Good body, good fighting. No morality, and also be a limited person. Never easy to compromise. How unparalleled patience. Furthermore, historically, look at his experience in pacifying the rebellion of King Nin. Vong Lunan can still do it to the point of not panicking in times of danger. In times of chaos can still think calmly and can quickly win people's hearts. Stand firm. By one man's strength turn the situation around, finally pacified the rebellion. It would be a pity if such a person did not go to Jiaoqi. If not for the time limit, Fuonqi Pham wanted to take him to Makok Da so that people there can also taste the taste of winning people over with virtue. Emperor Ongji also knows Vong Lunan is a learned man. Moreover, Aoduongqi, the fake seller, has said it many times before. Among the brothers, Vong Lunan's talent is 10 times greater than Aoduongqi's. Now Fuonqi Pham has recommended Vong Lunan. Emperor Hongji was silent for a moment, so I agreed to try it. Truongthang heard and became impatient. He was very dissatisfied with Fuonqi Pham. Education is the responsibility of the Ministry of Rights. What kind of etiquette is this, you Fuonqi Pham? Butting in, he expressed that Vong Lunan was a Bayantu who took up the position of D Hawk. Hard to please. His reminder made the ministers awakened. Bentu's just a 7th-class man. That D Hawk was in charge of managing the education of a province. The scholars of a province are all 3rd-rank mandarins. Fuonqi Pham immediately understood Truongthang's intention. This is because he is afraid of stealing the credit of the Ministry of Rights. Fortunately, Fuonqi Pham made a request for distraction. Ji has a large land area, should divide the 2 places to do better study. Mr. Trang can take up the position of deputy envoy in Thanglong, and Vong Lunan took office in Champa. Truongthang also has no further opinion on this matter. Emperor Hongji immediately issued an order for him to quickly depart to take up his post. No delay, the Duke of England went to the Thai temple again. The reason is all because of Fuonqi Pham's crow mouth. Then the crown prince said he was about to give birth. Come to show him that you are going to be a father. Who would have thought that Fuonqi Pham would keep saying he liked girls? I didn't expect him to be right. The crown prince's 7 concubines, born another B-girl, gave birth to 7 children in a row. All girls, in this world of clans. The meaning of son is very big, but fate is so wonderful. The crown prince hit 7 girls in one breath, made the whole dynasty of civil and military officials depressed. As for the academy, then everyone was like in a funeral. Where is the emperor's nephew? To wait for this nephew, made them wither and die. Fuonqi Pham cannot understand people of this era. Attachment to so he obediently hid in the princess's mansion, almost a month without stepping out, but he escaped the first day. If you can escape the first day of the month, how can you escape the 15th day? The crown prince finally came to the door, complained to him why it was all girls. Fuonqi Pham comforted the crown prince again. Boys and girls are the same. Nothing bad, he only likes princesses. How lovely! Moreover, he has prepared a full-month ceremony for his children. Each princess 30,000 taels of silver. The crown prince shook his head. It's not that he doesn't like it, but cannot swallow this anger. Now the whole world knows he gave birth to 7 girls in a row. Aren't people laughing at you for not having the ability to give birth to a son? The crown prince muttered. He wants a son so badly. Fuonqi Pham found it funny again. He hopes the princess can give him a baby girl. The crown prince heard, like a madman. Cover Fuonqi Pham's mouth tightly. Tell Fuonki Pham not to talk nonsense. He also wants grandchildren. 2 people eating and drinking, wine and high spirits. The crown prince suddenly had another fit, cry out in lamentation. Why 7 people? Even if there is a boy out there, we still have some dignity. Fuonki Pham looked and shook his head, could not help but advise, isn't there still consort them? How could your highness be so unlucky? Also gave birth to 8 more daughters. The crown prince glared at Fuonki Pham, tell him to shut his rotten mouth. Luckily, at this moment Lucan ran in panic and reported, said them Phi did not know why, sudden severe abdominal pain. Fuonki Pham heard. Pale face, what a bad luck. As soon as he finished speaking, God slapped him in the face. The crown prince was startled. Also impatient. Now he put all his hope into the concubine. Who would have thought that something would happen to Lady them? Wait for the 2 people to run to the East Palace. The East Palace was in chaos. The crown prince's heart suddenly jumped. Feel my legs a little weak. Normally I probably won't see anything, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that he was also scared sometimes. A royal physician saw the crown prince coming, hurriedly saluted and said to the crown prince, the concubine is afraid she is about to give birth prematurely. Furthermore, depending on the position of the fetus, may be difficult to give birth. The crown prince heard this. Hate cannot kill these useless doctors. He is such an emotional person. The midwife had come before, are the best of the best, but it didn't work. The crown prince frowned. Suddenly a feeling of sadness arose. Can't help but sigh, God is so unfair. What have I done wrong, but want to destroy me? Fuonki Pham secretly replied in his heart, you must have done something, but now is not the time to say these things. In this day and age, having children depends entirely on luck. Premature birth plus fetal malposition. This was almost a death sentence. No difference. Just when everyone was desperate, Fuonki Pham cautiously said to Hong Trithian too, if the royal physician has run out of options, must die, or try the God's way. Perhaps because the posture of the Duke of An Quoc was not correct, just finished the ceremony at Thai Mu, the East Palace had an incident. Begrudge, Fuonki Pham had to stand up and say his own way. That is the belly slit. If the royal physicians had not run out of options, he also did not dare to give this opinion. No way, his way is also full of risks. Just a little carelessness could kill both them Phi and the baby. Emperor Hongji was a little bewildered. Feel that Fuonki Pham only has one move, no matter what the disease is, must move knife. The crown prince felt as if he had found a life-saving straw after hearing this. If you want to move, then move, as long as it can save people. Fuonki Pham said again, this matter should still ask for permission from them Phi. At this time, them Phi was in so much pain that he was half dead. Just saw Fuonki Pham ask me. She was reassured. For the Shen family, Fuonki Pham is a divine character. Her elder brother Them Gao has achieved what he has today. All thanks to Fuonki Pham. The fact that she could become the crown princess also cannot be separated from Fuonki Pham. In her heart, Fuonki Pham is an extremely formidable person. In this world, there is nothing that can be difficult for Fuonki Pham. She knew she was near death, but still worried about the child she was 8 months pregnant with. All the hope of her life, all put on this child. Just now she was screaming but not crying, but just saw Fuonki Pham. Tears immediately flowed. Begged Fuonki Pham to save her child. 2 words construction, Shinfei's mouth said, made Fuonki Pham tremble. Deep inside a little touched, although he likes to take advantage of men, but a woman my age called me construction worker, made him feel a little strange, but Fuonki Pham knew, this one word attack is responsibility. Damn it, Fuonki Pham's blood immediately boiled. Risking his life, he sent someone to quickly bring them Phi to Tay's son. He must think of every way to save his daughter. The prince suddenly felt, I think someone took advantage of me, but now there is no time to calculate so much. Looking at Lao Fuong saying these words, on the contrary, it made the prince feel secure, because he knows the rest. Just follow Fuonki Pham's arrangement. The prince is the master of the sword, that cannot be escaped. But who will be the assistant? Fuonki Pham felt embarrassed again. The matter of disemboweling the crown princess with the crown prince, he was a little worried. Such is the atmosphere of this era. The crown princess is a woman. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. The most frightening thing is that people's words are intimidating. After all, the crown princess's status is too special. Fuonki Pham is not a fool. Avoiding evil and seeking good is human instinct. He wanted to push this assistant job to Imperial Physician Tong. The prince was nervous again. Without the cooperation of Fuonki Pham, he is not at ease. Emperor Hongji stood to one side. In my heart is in turmoil. Suddenly there is a ray of hope. He is very clear, has come this far, can only be treated as a dead horse. So the Emperor Hongji immediately sent someone to deliver the decree. Crown Princess them the became brother and sister with the royal prince consort Fuonki Pham. Them the worship Bun Te Marquis Fuong Can Long as her adoptive father. Change them to Fuong the emperor is the emperor, directly to the person changing their name, no discussion at all. But Fuong Pham quickly understood the meaning of Hong Tri Thien too. Only when solemnly accepting brother and sister like that, only Fuong Pham can completely not worry about anything, absolutely no one dares to complain. But Fuong's reputation can also be completely preserved. Preparations completed, the Crown Prince and Fuong Pham quickly arrived at Tae Sun. You two look at me, I look at you, are all a bit tense. Next thing to do, deciding the life and death of the Crown Princess and her unborn child. After all, this is the Crown Prince's woman and child. After a while of explanation from Fuong Pham, the Crown Prince also roughly understood the surgical process. Clear, the difficulty of this surgery was much more difficult than he expected. Fuong Pham was actually more nervous than the Crown Prince. Because of the surgical instruments of this era, of course it can't be like the previous life. Can the surgery be completed now? Must look at the prince's swordsmanship. The first caesarean section of the Ming dynasty, under the meticulous manipulation of the Crown Prince and Fuong Pham, has been completed perfectly. If not absolutely necessary, Fuong Pham absolutely would not take such a risk. In this era, there are basically no conditions for caesarean section. The situation, can Fuong Phi survive? It remains to be seen if she can hold on. Emperor Hongji waited outside anxiously. Truong Hongha also tried to stay healthy, waiting for the results of the surgery. The 7 children were all healthy before birth, only the concubine. Suddenly something happened. Emperor Hongji could not help but sigh, said to Queen Truong. Or tomorrow, let's send in Kwok Kong to go to Thai Mu again. May the ancestors bless you. Truong Hongha had a worried look on her face. Last time I also prayed to my ancestors and Kwok Kong also said that day there were good clouds. But what about the results? I wonder if he didn't shower and change clothes. So have offended ancestors or not? Emperor Hongji heard this and felt even more upset. I think I must ask clearly next time. Although he trusted in Kwok Kong very much, but who knows for what reason. The more Hongji Emperor thought about it, the more his heart ached. At first he was worried that the Crown Prince would not have an heir, now that the children are here, worried about not having a male heir to inherit the country. No successor. What a scary story. There have been so many stories like this in the past. The country is given to the children of the same race, so that when people die, even the worshippers were negligent. Who do? Emperor Hongji thought of many things that were difficult to let go of, also a lot of things to worry about, like Fuong Pham for example. If the son is stubborn and rebellious, he can tolerate it. The Crown Prince can also indulge, but if he does not have any descendants in the future, can others tolerate? Just as Emperor Hongji was lost in thought, the prince walked out of the bedroom with his child in his arms. Honestly, there is such a troublemaking son, then be a parent. Emperor Hongji and Empress Zhang were really worried too much. The prince held his son in his arms, face full of arrogance. As for Fuong Pham, his face was gloomy. He was very worried about Fuong Phi. People of this era are deeply influenced by the times. For them, son is more important than all. Women are not respected. Emperor Hongji hurriedly walked over, loudly asked Fuong Phi and the baby if they were okay. The prince calmly replied, "They are still alive for now." Emperor Hongji's face fell. Want to beat this unfilial son to death? Fortunately, Emperor Hongji soon got used to the Crown Prince's temperament. Honestly, if his mouth did not say a few unpleasant words, Emperor Hongji was still worried. After knowing that this time she gave birth to a prince, Emperor Hongji was almost in tears. The first thought that came to his mind, tomorrow is the day for the Duke of England to go to the Thai Mu temple to pay respect to his ancestors. For him, passing on the family line is the duty his ancestors gave him, which is now finally unburdened. Looking at the baby in my arms, Emperor Hongji was filled with mixed emotions. Fuong Pham did not miss the opportunity to flatter. Immediately praised, how similar are the prince and Emperor Hongji. When he delivered the prince, there seemed to be fairy music echoing in my ears, sometimes hidden, sometimes visible. Extremely dignified, made him almost kneel down and worship. Emperor Hongji was shocked by these words of Fang Jifan. Flattery is a bit ambiguous, holding the prince and laughing heartily. Actually, this is the same story. Say 1,000 words, say 10,000 words, flattery is never too much. After all, even if you are a rational person, also has an irrational side. If you see someone flattering another, in the heart inevitably spit a mouthful of saliva. Shameless, but if that flattery reaches my ears, if you have a little self-awareness, although my heart is happy as a festival, it's hard to avoid hoak a little back. Am I really like that? But if people capture what you cherish most. But praise, at this time, the so-called reason has gone to hell. No matter how exaggerated, we'll think in heart. Isn't it? Well, everyone is thinking of the same thing. From this we can see, Life in this world, absolutely not noble. Also absolutely must not think that I am going too far. Or will your majesty not feel this way or that about me? Capture what people love most. Just say it, just praise it. The proud person works from morning to night all day. Make my back hurt. A lifetime of hardship paying off mortgage. Emperor Hongji looked at his grandson. Now feels so much like me. The prince could not help but think, clearly like me. Why does everyone talk like the emperor? Obviously, the prince did not understand the principle that the arm cannot twist the thigh. As the proverb says, say 1,000 words, say 10,000 words. Flattery is never too much. Good work is not as good as good flattery. During the event of delivering the royal son, the crown prince's contribution is clearly greater than Fuonki Fam's, but Emperor Hongji thought it was natural for the prince to do so. As for Fuonki Fam, he wholeheartedly gave his opinion, just to protect the royal family. After the incident, he still said nice things. Flatter to the point of comfort. It's like killing two birds with one stone. So Emperor Hongji let Fang Jifan speak for himself, want to reward him something. So Fuonki Fam took this good opportunity, make a shameless request. He came to the princess's palace every few days. Feel the princess' beautiful house. Why not reward him directly? He is also convenient there. No need to run back and forth anymore. Before that, I ran there every day. Still sleeping in the palace. Pretend not to see. Well, just close one eye and open the other. But now it's even more outrageous. Directly asked to stay. This is not considering yourself an outsider anymore. Emperor Hongji was happy in his heart. Anyway, the rules are almost all broken. The princess was his only daughter. Fuonki Fam also had a hard time walking. Only if he agrees, will surely make the court stir. Much gossip. Pressure is not small. But for him, who just had a prince, that was just a small matter. So Emperor Hongji agreed to reward Fang Jifan. But still feel this reward is not enough. Feeling the dowry given in advance is a bit small. Let Fuonki Fam choose another estate from the royal fields of his ancestors, considered as dowry of the princess's palace. Considered part of the princess's dowry. Therefore, people who know how to talk and flatter, the benefits will be huge. Fuonki Fam also did not expect. Emperor Hongji was so happy. Today is so generous that there is no limit. Couldn't help but be so happy that my nose almost ran. Of course, Fuonki Fam is not stupid. Tell him to choose the royal dress. This is the most troublesome thing. Choose a good place. Emperor Hongji will definitely think that Fang Jifan is unreasonable. But if you choose a bad place, but he himself was not satisfied. Fortunately, Fang Jifan kicked the ball back towards Emperor Hongji. For Emperor Hongji to consider for himself. Emperor Hongji became hesitant again. I can't remember how many fields I have at the moment, but there is nothing to reward. The prince again spoke in a despicable tone. He thinks that man is a great man. Land must be earned by oneself. Support his wife. How can I eat this royal jelly? Isn't it in the desert that land is being reclaimed? All are included in the princess palace. How much has the princess reclaimed? Then calculate for the princess palace that much. Fuonki Fam listened and was bewildered. Just admired the prince's timeless thinking. Just silently scolded his mother. This is really on purpose. Turn the subsidy system into a commission system. Purely positive stimulation. If you want more, you have to try yourself. This prince is truly a man of great ambition. He doesn't like Fuonki Fam hiding in the manor all day. Lazy life. That's why we decided to go to the desert. It can be considered that the crown prince was smart for once. Your manor in the desert. Want to be lazy? The dat people will come to rob. This is to force Fuonki Fam to try harder. Protect your manor. With a talented person like Fuonki Fam, cannot help but say, this stimulant is very effective. Emperor Hongji heard the crown prince speak loudly. Instinctively feel a little unhappy. But think again, he suddenly realized, this is indeed a good idea. Dealing with a talented yet lazy person like Fuonki Fam. Then what else? So the Emperor Hongji was happy. Granted to Fuonki Fam the Macbac region. As soon as the Emperor Hongji and the crown prince thought he had fooled Fuonki Fam, then in Fuonki Fam's heart flowers bloomed. In posterity, Mongolia is a good place. I don't know how many have appeared. The city has a GP per capita that crushes the entire interior. There is no other reason. Just one sentence with a beak is enough. Fuonki Fam pretended to be in pain. Said he just wanted a cozy life with wife and children. Just give him a piece of land to retire on. Moreover, Macbac is not the land of Daemin. Isn't that like chasing crazy people and scolding deaf people? Aren't you taking him for an idiot? Listen to Fuonki Fam talk about the two words retirement. Emperor Hongji was not happy at that time. If you Fuonki Fam retire, who will work for the crown prince and my eldest grandson? Resolutely refused Fuonki Fam's request. Macbac has decided. Fuonki Fam was as happy as a festival. Wait for me to make money. One day you will cry. Fuonki Fam got a big bargain. Started thinking about reclaiming Macbac. Not knowing their previous plans. How is it going now? Can you grow a lot of corn and potatoes? We must quickly send Trong Tin to Macbac. Only he is the most trustworthy. After receiving the award, Thanksgiving, Fuongqi fam just realized that giving birth is really tiring. Thinking of my sister, immediately the Crown Prince and Lion Muoi entered the delivery room. Seeing Fuongfai's appearance, the Crown Prince's first reaction was heart-touch. During the surgery, he felt nothing, but after done, thinking about how I had cut layer by layer on Fuongfi's stomach, cut open, then sew it back up, then stitch the wound, but from start to finish, Fuongfi gritted her teeth and tried to endure. Motherly love is so great. If it weren't for the children, surely Fuongfi could not bear it anymore. Think so. The concubine that her parents forced her to marry the Crown Prince, then he really cares about Fuongfi. So beautiful. Still very young, even younger than him. A girl at this age can have such a belief. What a mess. The Crown Prince felt a sense of admiration from the bottom of his heart, thinking that only such a woman is worthy of him. Worthy of me, this irreplaceable Crown Prince. Fuongqi fam standing next to him sighed. Tell the Crown Prince to be less narcissistic. Don't take everything personally. His sister is so awesome. Later when the grandson grows up, he the one who made you, must tell him about his mother's hardship. The effect of the antidote is not very good. Fuongfi seemed to hear them talking, have a little reaction. She lost so much blood that she was almost on the edge of life and death. She herself did not know if she could live. Now, what she wanted to know most was whether her child was safe. After receiving an affirmative answer from Fuongqi fam, Fuongfi revealed a few comforting smiles, staring at Fuongqi fam. Very solemn. Please Fuongqi fam, if anything happens to you, must take good care of her child. Fuongqi fam looked at Fuongfi, could not help but hold her hand, solemnly said to her, you must. Then he leaned close to Fuongfi's ear and whispered, His Highness the Crown Prince has a strange temper. Just afraid something bad will happen to my nephew. This saying is not wrong. The truth is ahead, the so-called bad behind. Not to say life is in danger, but is in an inauspicious position. Now the Emperor Hongji is still in power, still suppress the Crown Prince. But what if he is gone? What will happen to the eldest grandson later? What will it encounter? Who's to say? This is when the greatness of a mother is shown. She felt, life is silently leaving me. But when I heard my child may encounter bad things later, her pupils suddenly contracted. Steadfast faith. Whatever, you have to try too. Fuongqi fam looked at Fuongfi who had regained his composure. Beside her smiling, tell her to rest assured, there is a god doctor brother here. Everything will be okay. Wait until out of the delivery room. The Crown Prince was still bewildered. He really doesn't understand. What did Fuongqi fam say just now? Why just a moment? But Fuongfei's spirit has changed. Fuongqi fam of course could not tell the truth to the Crown Prince. Immediately tricked the Crown Prince, said that because of your highness, so she must live well too. The foolish Crown Prince believed it, also praised Fuongfi as truly an extraordinary woman. He is very admirable, Fuongqi fam thought in his heart, but now medicine is not enough, had to rely on will to resist. This will is mystical, but the human desire to live can really help people create miracles. Of course this miracle also has its limits. For now, we can only treat it as a dead horse and turn it into a living horse. The next, Fuongfi started to have a fever. Post-operative complications had obviously begun to take effect, but just finished surgery and cannot take medicine. She could only cover herself with the blanket and try to hold on. Fuongqi fam almost every day, all came to visit her, looking at her again and again gasping for breath. Lost soul and fell asleep. But every time I wake up, keep tormenting like that. 4 days have passed, the skin wound has healed completely, the wound has begun to close, but the high fever persisted. The prince is a heartless and useless man, originally like a romantic, actually don't have much feelings for women, but Fuongfi gave birth to a son for him, and is struggling between the line of life and death, day and night together, even though we are people with hearts of stone. Seeing this woman, dragged back from hell again and again, seeing her miserable appearance, also cannot help but feel compassion. How chaotic is the royal harem? The commander-in-chief decides everything. I don't know if it's because someone took good care of me, or is it because Fuongfi has a strong will? She survived at last. But when Fuongqi fam met Fuongfi's biological father, them Van, then a little confused, not sure how to address them Van. If viewed from them Ga's perspective, then he is them Ninja's worker. From Fuongfei's perspective, then he is the elder brother. Final, Fuongqi fam could only helplessly call them Van old them. There was no other way. After all, Fuongqi fam was the Crown Prince's brother-in-law, and the Crown Prince is Fuongqi fam's brother-in-law. If we really consider the order of seniority, then everything is a mess. This is so chaotic. Fuongfi has joined the Fuong family, become the daughter of Fuong Canlong, Fuongqi fam's sister. For them, this is not worth it. As long as Fuongfi is alive, the prince is safe, then he was satisfied. Fuongqi fam sympathized with the hearts of parents in the world. Seeing them Van was worried about a pair of children. Then he told him that Fuongfi was now alive. The prince was also born. Tell him to rest assured. Don't worry about anything else. The great Ming has a successor. The future still has a lot of work waiting for them to do. Fuongqi Fam's words were like a wake-up call. Stabbed straight into them Van's heart. Yes, no matter how you look at it, then them Van Wang is still the biological grandfather of the prince. He the head of this sect. From now on, just rest assured to assist the prince. After comforting them Van, who was worried about his daughter, Fuongqi Fam finally returned to his beloved Fuong mansion. As soon as he entered the door, Dang Qian, the hunting dog, had tears streaming down his face. Tell the story of missing the owner. Fuongqi Fam pretended to be emotional. Housework, national affairs, world affairs. He has to worry about everything. Make him forget home. He also wants to go home, right? But it cannot be. Dang Qian also followed Fuongqi Fam's words and flattered. Actually, everyone knows. The reason why Fuongqi Fam did not come home, isn't it that you stay in the princess's palace every day? Fuongqi Fam looked at his loyal hunting dog, but flattery is not even 1 part 10,000 of mine, Dang Qian said meaningfully. Later he will be in the princess palace. No need for this hound anymore. But remembering the love of all these years, Fuongqi Fam left him a job as an errand boy. If done well, this is a great achievement. No need to worry about clothes later. Then Fuongqi Fam took out the map, only in a Tay area, the place that posterity called the Silver City, sighed. This place was also once the territory of the Great Ming. The Great Ming dynasty once established a military position here. But unfortunately, after Emperor Hongji ascended the throne, the Tatars constantly harassed and attacked Hexi. The civil servants thought that a Tay was too damaged, causing Diamond to bleed continuously. If you want to save money, it's better to leave a Tay. Anyway, that land is not fertile. Therefore, Hongji Emperor retained several important towns in Hatay. Fuongqi Fam always feels extremely regretful. The Ming dynasty abandoned Hatay. It is indeed short-sighted. Because he did not fight the Tatars in Hatay, then, the Tatars will continuously attack Liaodong and Datong. The ambition of the Tatar is difficult to satisfy, but the cutting off of Hatay also meant cutting off communication between the Great Ming and the West. The ancient Silk Road was also completely cut off, making important towns like Lanzhou become isolated islands. Moreover, lost the silver mine, Silver City with amazing reserves. If we only consider copper mines, this place is known as one of the 6 great copper veins of China. Reserves and quality are the best in the world. This place is like a giant treasure trove, but the result was that Emperor Hongji left. Thinking of this, Fuongqi Fam immediately felt that Hong Tri Thien too was really a loser, but now the royal family has bestowed this place upon him, then he must make good use of this resource, exploit this land. Right now, the only threat is, this place has almost become a grazing ground for the Tatars. Although the Tatars did not go there often, just come to mow the lawn, but the Han people almost did not dare to invade, so Fuongqi Fam decided, give this chance of sudden wealth to his hunting dog. Just discovering a mineral deposit is considered a great success. Dang Qian cried and said he didn't want to go. But under the threat and enticement of Fuongqi Fam, then does Dang Qian have the right to protest? Can only agree with a face like a funeral. Actually, Fuongqi Fam does not have any mineral mines. He does not want to get rich by marrying a wife, otherwise will be trampled underfoot all life. Just discovered the mineral deposit, then Dang Qian can escape slavery. By then, will it be difficult to get married? Having a distinguished background as a servant of Fuongqi Fam, this whole life be a rich man, enjoy glory and wealth. Isn't that great? These days, Emperor Hongji is always happy. Even in the womb, there is a bit of absent-mindedness. All in mind is thinking about the prince, hate not being able to quickly finish everything at hand, to go to Kunning Palace, look at the prince, seeing your majesty happy. Liu Jian and the others were also very happy. The prince has too many uncertainties, although I feel he is smart and clever, but still feel a bit uncertain. The appearance of the prince gave them more hope. The ministers chatted freely, even if it is the flood in Hue. People also not too worried, just follow each step to treat it. At this time, Fuongqi Fam came to pay his respects. For the desert land that the Emperor Hongji bestowed upon him, he still feels a little guilty, partly. This reward is too heavy, Fuongqi Fam said very sincerely. But in the heart of Emperor Hongji, again feel Fuongqi Fam is criticizing this desert land. Although Daemon even in Hatay region, almost give it to people. Where else can I get desert land? To be honest, this is a bit of a lie, Fuongqi Fam. But the Hongji Emperor also hoped for Fang Jifan. Don't hide in the princess palace all day. Do wrong. Must find him something to do. Now Fuongqi Fam proposed not wanting this desert land. How can this be done? Doesn't that further demonstrate the stinginess of the royal palace? Emperor Hongji and Liu Jian glanced at each other. Liu Jian and the others all smiled. They have heard this story too. Actually speaking, maybe it's because Fuongqi Fam is too arrogant on normal days, but this group of civil and military officials and Fuongqi Fam had no enmity. Some people even have some fate with him, but seeing Fuongqi Fam's dejected appearance, especially when he lifted the desert land, with the imperial edict to support the princess, with a bewildered look. Thinking back, it was really a happy thing. It's so gratifying. Everyone teased the second son, no one dared to refuse. This is your majesty's good intention. Even if they wanted to, they would not have this blessing. Why did Captain Tutor refuse? Seeing everyone agreeing, he cannot follow. Fuonkifam was secretly happy. They are deliberately teasing me. Actually, everyone is very happy now. The prince has it. Everyone is so excited. Now it's rare to see Fuonkifam embarrassed even once, more happy in heart. It is purely the psychology of adults teasing children. Emperor Hongji could not help but laugh. Also unexpected, the ministers today are in such a good mood, but thinking carefully, I found out that it was not true. Fuonkifam is my son-in-law. The ministers teased their son-in-law. Aren't you teasing me? Then the Emperor Hongji coughed, solemnly told Fuonkifam not to refuse anymore. Emperor Hongji is not stupid. In recent years his vision has broadened. The more clearly we understand that throttling is death. Just think of a way to create the origin, is the morality that maintains the world. But want to open the origin. Among the civil and military mandarins no one has real power. Tell them to save money. Then each of them has extraordinary abilities. Of course, when making this decision, Emperor Hongji still felt a little guilty in his heart. Anyway, this is also my son-in-law, saw relatives teasing. Fuonkifam could not help but feel a little sad, but there is no other way. Who said it was rare for him to find such a promising son-in-law? Is it really possible to let him stay in the princess's palace, all your life do nothing? So the Emperor Hongji softened his tone a lot, said to Fuonkifam, said to be a reward? Then it is the reward, consider it as dowry. Wait until later if you really have the ability to conquer this desert land, whether it is horse raising or land clearing, it's all up to Fuonkifam to decide. The words of the Emperor Hongji were very sincere, making the ministers not convenient to make noise anymore. Fuonkifam saw this father-in-law, really consider this as a sending matter. Also, he did not refuse anymore. Fuonkifam returned from the palace, then saw Jiangdan and Dang Qin had finished preparing their luggage. They are preparing to go to this silver city. In this place is called Kamluvi. Of course now the Forbidden City Guard has been abolished. They need to go beyond the influence of the Dat people to get to the old area of Forbidden City, in the nearby mountains prospecting for minerals. Besides Jiangdan and Dang Qin, there were also a few dozen people following. There are some disciples of Fuonkifam, with some miners who used to work in the mine. These dozens of people gathered into a horse herd, go search for treasure in the deep northwest mountains. Dang Qin cried until his eyes were swollen. This was his first time out of the capital, but this time, not only have to leave the capital, still have to go thousands of miles, cross the Dat residential area. Although Fuonkifam repeatedly assured, winter has come, the Dat people rarely appeared in the old area of Jin Woi. But this is still a life and death mission. All his life he only knew how to serve the young master, not knowing what else to do. Now the young master told him to go to that godforsaken place. He was really a little scared. Jiangshan did not cry at all. He was full of anticipation for this trip. As a student of Fuonkifam, the pressure is really too much. His fellow disciples, whoever takes it out is a great meritorious person. He was the only one teaching at Taesun Library, also worked at the academy. But he knew very well, even though he has achievements, compared with countless people of the same age, he is much more excellent, make people admire. But for Fuonkifam students, he is the shame of his teacher, in his heart, always eager to achieve. Even when faced with danger, never waver. Because the feeling of humiliation is really too uncomfortable. Sometimes he wished he could just die. Watching Jiangdan and Dang Qin go away, Fuonkifam felt a little sad inside. Another student gone. But this mission of Jiangdan, I'm afraid it's not easier than Tu Tin. This is no different from Zhangquan of ancient times, go deep in enemy rear. Before the discovery of the mineral deposit, absolutely no one wants to go to that middle of nowhere. Avoiding evil and seeking good is human instinct. So Fuonkifam had to send Jiangdan, then tell the world the value of that place. Fuonkifam also knows where silver reserves are extremely rich, in which precious metals include gold, silver, copper. Current reality, the Franks had not yet actually colonized America. The large amount of silver they discovered, not yet flooded into Daemin. Silver prices are very high right now. As for the bronze, then there is no need to say. He only remembered that the bronze in Silver Town was of very good quality. Of course, the only thing that Fuonkifam knew about Back Town, that is, later there will be a writer writing about Han Hong here. Very well written. Same, like him, is a person who has overcome mediocrity. If this mineral deposit cannot be explored with current technology, he was really clueless as to what to exploit. Surely the old men in the court will laugh to death. Fuonkifam helplessly sighed, then happily returned to the palace. Vong the Nan has arrived in Jiaochai. With Dihak, the two people do not get along. Tran Vong to impeached him for not taking care of the government. responsible for observing. On the contrary, Vong Thunen impeached this stubborn Dahak. In the memorial also scolded words, beat around the bush. The crown prince could not help but praise after reading it. Book readers are different, swearing without being vulgar, but neither side made any real achievements. The Emperor Hongji did not take sides, tell them to do their duty, teach and educate the people. Just like that, neither of them was convinced by the other. Keep arguing back and forth. 1 month later, Thang Long suddenly had an urgent report. Thang Long was peaceful inside and out. Recent days Dihap. Wide dissemination, ask for advice on everything, remember the heart of the Holy Spirit, tried to build Temple of Literature, but unexpectedly there were rebels, burned down the Temple of Literature, call for expelling the Ming, killed 7 officials. Throughout the city, Xiao Xiao's disciples are getting restless. Emperor Hongji was furious after seeing this. Building a new Temple of Literature is an old rule. Temple of Literature completed, then the Dihak official must send someone to worship. This is also one of the educational methods. But who would have thought? Those who gathered together directly protested. Isn't that the funniest thing in the world? This shows that several months of education not only did not make enemies readers submit, even the resentment of the Jiacha people increased day by day. Emperor Hongji was a little disappointed with Chen Wangzu. What a great scholar in name only, Crown Prince of Jiuchai. Attitude towards Daemin has reached its peak. The responsibility of the medical officer is to promote academic excellence. But what about the results? Cause such a big deal. What a joke. What's more frightening is, behind this hatred, representing not only a group of princes, but behind the people of Jiaochai is a lot of land, are countless pages controlled by them. There are also relationships. The symbiotic interests between middle and lower level officials have taken root. This, if all the Ming dynasty's officials were dissatisfied with the court, what will be the consequences? The helpless thing is, the great Ming had no choice but to rely on these people to maintain dominance in Jiuqia. Without these people, Jiachi will only become more chaotic. Emperor Hongji thought for a long time. Then he ordered Fuong Cam Long to be on guard early. Don't let the incident that happened when Emperor Van Hong entered Jiuchai happen again. Things that have happened. Minister of Rights Trung Sin's face was full of shame. Tran Vongta was recommended by him. What can he do about this? Can only apologize to the Emperor Hongji. Tell the story of the difficulties in educating Jiaochai. Emperor Hongji waved his hand. No more words. Now we can only see how the situation will be in the next few days, and how is the educational progress of Vong Thunen. At the same time, Tran Quoque also sent a memorial. The Crown Prince finished reading. Just want to kill all the rebellious Jiaochai people. Fuong Qifam advised the Crown Prince again, don't kill people easily. Killing is easy, but after killing people, they still do not submit. That's the hardest part. In the past, Emperor Van Hong killed few people in Jiachi. In the end, nothing was gained. Looking at the Crown Prince's bewildered expression, Fuong Qifam told the Crown Prince to rest assured. Must learn how to lead a team, otherwise just work to death. With Wang Shaoran there, the people of Jiaoqi can't do anything. Speaking of Vong Thunen, the Crown Prince caught once, think that Vong Thunen has a bad temper, always staring at others. Aizi, don't know where to go. Teach others. He is very good at horseback archery, but how to look? Then that guy doesn't look like someone who can do great things. Fuong Qifam was told by the Crown Prince again, Vong Thunen could not do great things, then who can do great things? As an all-powerful warrior, besides being handsome, he is not as good as him. Then the other talents of Vong Thunen are all excellent. Fuong Qifam told the Crown Prince to rest assured, he respects Wang Shaoran very much. As for Jiaoqi, let him wait and see the results. The situation in Jiaoqi is becoming increasingly tense. A few small rebellions have begun to break out, but there was Fuong Can Long guarding Thang Long. These rebellions are not worth mentioning. It's just that the tense situation still makes people nervous. So Fuong Qifam and the Crown Prince were summoned to known Cax. In the hall, many ministers were whispering and discussing. A few days ago, a man claiming to be a member of the NM royal family raised an army in rebellion, gathered several hundred people. Fortunately, it was suppressed in time. The most hateful thing is that among the participants, there are 3 people. Is the world of Jiuchai. If it were just rebelling fishermen, it would be easy to deal with, because it is difficult for them to build a career. But if there are people involved, then these people often have deep-rooted local relationships, also know how to read and write, often have more strategies than others, very easy to grow the rebel army. The most regrettable thing is, these rebels before starting, came to the old house of Nguyen Van, a loyal servant of Dai Min, killed his whole family, and scolded him as a hunting dog of Dai Mun. Hearing this news, Fuong Qifam was confused and did not understand. Wasn't Nguyen Van the former envoy of Annam, after Annam was destroyed? Emperor Hongji believed that he had made great contributions to the court, so kept him in the capital, for an official position. I didn't expect these damn rebels to be so arrogant, and even dared to destroy Nguyen Van's family. It is said that when Emperor Hongji heard the bad news from Guyan Van, then vomit blood and faint, cannot help but feel emotional. Ask Fuonki Pham what he thinks about this. Fuonki Pham choked, not knowing what to say. It was clear that the rebels considered Nguyen Van a traitor, so he killed his whole family to vent his anger. So Fuonki Pham could only pretend to be extremely heartbroken. I beg the Emperor Hongji to issue an edict of praise for the whole Nguyen Van family. This is a truly loyal family. If Day Min was in Jiacha, the more loyal ministers there are, then why worry about these petty rebellions? Moreover, Nguyen Van is also a great clan in Jiao Chai. This time the Nguyen family in Jiachi encountered such a disaster. Your Majesty should let Nguyen Van return to Jiao Chai to keep him loyal to the great Ming. National service? To let the people of Jiaoqi denounce the rebels, such a central person. If Damon does not use, who else can use it? Emperor Hongji nodded repeatedly. The family business of people for generations were burned down by the rebels. It is said that even ancestors were dug up and their bodies dug up by the rebels. Some was killed. Concubine also lost. Are you afraid he is not loyal enough to the great Ming? But this person understood the situation in Jiaoqi very well. In Jiaochai still have some relationship. After all, he is a member of a great clan. Let him go to Jiuqia. Maybe it will have some effect. Then, the Emperor Hongji immediately sent someone to issue an edict, praise the loyalty of Nguyen Van, as well as the loyalty of the entire Nguyen family. Besides, and specially appointed Nguyen Van as the Jiaochai criminal envoy, wait until he gets better, then immediately go to Jiaoqi, criminal affairs specialist, at the same time hunt down the rebels. At this moment Fuonki Pham could not help but sigh. Nguyen Van is not easy. His loyalty to the great Ming? I'm afraid not many people in the world can do it. Wait until he finished saying this, and the known Kak became unusually quiet. What is this really like? Many people understand it in their hearts. The ministers tried to suppress their expressions, replied in unison, this loyalty is truly rare. The prince burst out laughing, see many people looking back, quickly put on a serious face and exclaimed, good man. People like Nguyen Van, for Daima, is extremely helpful. At this point Fuonki Pham felt extremely emotional. To tell the truth, the Jiaochai rebels are really hateful. If you want to rebel, then do it. Why kill someone's wife and children first? What a mess. People with upright views like Fuonki Pham, then absolutely will not do such despicable things. It is said that Nguyen Van vomited blood and was half dead. In Fuonki Pham's heart, he couldn't help but worry. I wonder if this Jiaoqi envoy's body can still endure it. If he can't stand it, then he must be saved. Such a person, even with lanterns lit, it's hard to find, the prince's good man sayings. Instantly, causing known Kak to fall into an awkward silence. The Emperor Hongji was also angered by the crown prince's behavior. Why is this man already a father, still so unstable temperament? Fuonki Pham was very optimistic about the chaotic situation in Jiaochai, thinking that his student Vong Bayan was there. Jiaoqi will definitely be fine. Truong Thang felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Think Fuonki Pham speaks harshly. Every day he hyped his disciples up to the sky. Stop exaggerating, and yet have to add a sentence that is not like others. Obviously stepping on others to lift yourself up. Truong Thang wanted to say something, but opened his mouth but could not say anything. Think again. Also blame myself for recommending to Hawk for being too old-fashioned, but was criticized by Fuonki Pham. He still feels a little uncomfortable. Unable to regain face in the Jiaoqi issue, he put on a fake smile. Ask Fuonki Pham how the land reclamation in the desert is going recently. Unexpectedly, Truong Thang just said this sentence. The first person to change his expression was the Hongji Emperor, hitting the nail right on the head. The news of Fang Jefan obtaining land in the desert soon spread throughout the capital. Anyway, this young commander-in-chief now is... There are all kinds of rumors about him from every corner. It is said that Fuonki Pham has land in the desert. In the court and outside, everyone considered it a joke. Anyway, a person can do such a big thing. To make such a great achievement, being envied and hated is normal. That is... Fuonki Pham's failure is what makes it interesting to watch. Truong Thang just asked. There are people eagerly waiting to see a good show. Just now everyone heard the bad news about that editor, still trying to suppress his face and pretend to be in mourning. Now that's good. Finally can laugh out loud. From top to bottom, from Lu Jun to Mavant, everyone teased each other. The prince saw this and could not help but get angry, scolding and mumbling. Why criticize the ministers for nothing and then laugh at Fuonki Pham? What's so funny about the desert? Even if all is golden sand and sky, then it is also royal land. The prince spoke louder and louder. Everyone saw that His Highness the Crown Prince was a little angry, immediately dare not laugh anymore. Only Lei Dongdong is stupid, blurted out this desert land. Wasn't it the Crown Prince who suggested it to His Majesty? The prince was bewildered, asking the ultimate question of life, who am I? Where are we? What do we want to do? Then put on an innocent face. Said that he was just talking nonsense at that time. Who would have thought his father would believe this story? He had long forgotten this talent for being fickle. Made the Emperor Hongji so angry that his hair stood on end. The prince saw his father glaring at him, immediately numbed scalp, cannot help but tear up, hastily performed the ceremony and withdrew. Want to run away? Fuonki Pham sighed in his heart. How lonely and bored are these ministers? How tragic must life be? Just brought this lame joke out all day. Fuonki Pham was too lazy to argue with these people. Following the prince's example, he quickly retreated. Emperor Hongji's face was already unusually embarrassed. Immediately lost patience and waved for them to leave. Out of the warmth pavilion, the prince walked away lamenting, never stopped being indignant. He saw Li Jin also smiled, told Fuonki Pham to make his son kneel as punishment for 3 days and 3 nights. See if he can still laugh. Fuonki Pham was amused by the crown prince's adorable appearance. Bullying people is not bravery. Moreover, I'm not angry. The prince is really stupid. It is clear that he is the one who caused it. Now act like you are the victim. Just as the two of them reached Ngomon Gate, someone delivered a letter from Ben Luvi to Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham just heard, immediately shocked. The letter said that Jiang Shen had discovered a huge mineral mine. Among them are 2 places, a lake and a river, that contained gold placer. Not only that, also discovered 2 copper mines, an iron mine, and a place that could be a silver mine, also included as a mineral map, which roughly marks the locations of the mines, and detailed survey results. These are all rich mines, very high quality. Initial reserves also seem extremely amazing. Jiang Shen and others found the first copper mine in the Jinsha River. Later, then he began to frantically explore the mountains. As a result, more and more minerals are discovered. Fuonki Pham looked until his eyes were dizzy, cannot help but shiver. The foolish prince saw Fuonki Pham like that, thought he was dead, comfort him in his grief. Dead is anyway, I have many disciples. Fuonki Pham did not have time to pay attention to the crown prince's nonsense. His mind was now a little dizzy. Is the feeling of not having seen it for a long time, being stunned by a large amount of wealth. At this time, South American gold and silver had not yet poured into the Great Ming. The value of gold and silver is extremely high. Copper is what the Great Ming needs. Fuonki Pham took a deep breath, without saying a word, clutching the letter, immediately ran towards Ngomon. He wanted to tell this good news to Emperor Hongji. This cannot be hidden. Moreover, Fuonki Pham did not want to hide it. Instead of exploiting secretly, it's better to be fair and square. This desert land is finally worth something. Gold, silver, and copper bring more than mere wealth. Emperor Hongji felt a little regretful for listening to the crown prince. Now every time someone mentions this desert land, all made this emperor feel a little embarrassed. This is really a bit of a mess. Just now I was still holding back. The minister saw Fuonki Pham leave. The atmosphere in the entire known CAC became lively again. Trongtheng laughed at Fuonki Pham's impatience. Whenever the desert is mentioned, face was not natural. Mavan since, said Fuonki Pham is still too young, then do not know. Who has mental problems? Imitate the prince and say a good person. Everyone tried to give their opinion, but tried to restrain himself, cannot be overstated. So one person says one word, one person says another. Even the silently Dongyang said something. In the desert at least you can raise cows and goats. Moreover, Fuonki Pham is still trying to grow food in the desert. The future may really be possible. Everyone laughed. This is a beautiful prospect. But who can plan it? Just because of a little bit of infertile land? But let countless people risk their old lives. Emperor Hongji saw everyone teasing him. Face cannot help but change, looked so embarrassed. But at this moment, Fuonki Pham and the crown prince returned. The face of the Emperor Hongji grew long. The smiling ministers then stopped smiling. Make a serious face. Fuonki Pham was not polite either, just came in and said, the desert land that the Emperor Hongji bestowed upon him, for a prince consort like him, really too precious. Please, your majesty, withdraw your order. Just give me a few acres of land. Listening to Fuonki Pham say the desert is a noble land, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths dropped open, looked at the Emperor Hongji in unison. In those eyes clearly said, your majesty, Fuonki Pham is mocking you again. You do it yourself. Emperor Hongji frowned. Unhappy face, he opened his golden mouth, and has declared to the world, the desert area was awarded to Fuonki Pham. Why is this kid still playing tricks like this? Obviously want to embarrass him, can't get off the stage. The Emperor Hongji used a tone that allowed no doubt. Tell Fuonki Pham not to be vague about this matter anymore. Otherwise will be severely punished. Lu Jian's face was honest. In my heart I thought, Fuonki Pham, this kid is too pretentious. This desert is not worth a penny. Isn't that the territory of the Great Ming? Give you. No one in the entire dynasty objected. The people in the world also have no opinion. So just accept it happily. Every few days he refused. Isn't that embarrassing, your majesty? Your majesty is a bit stingy, but can't we just make fun of the desert every day? So later on, your majesty will know how to speak in front of the courtiers, how to face the people in the world. Fuonkifam's face was full of grievance. He is clearly a loyal descendant, always plotting and planning for Day Mun. Why is your majesty so confused? I must definitely stuff this feng shui treasure land into him. He cannot accept. Fuonkifam sees money as trash. Love your country more than love your parents. Fuonkifam from head to toe belongs to the royal court. It's yours. Seeing Fuonkifam's face full of grievance, Emperor Hongji's face softened. Finally, still soft heart, he was not a decisive killer. Was about to open his mouth to say a few words of comfort. Fuonkifam stuttered again. He was afraid that the Fuong family would earn too much money. Bad influence. This Ate region has many gold mines, silver mines, and copper mines. There is also a coal mine. Such precious land, it is better to give it to the court than to him. Why can't that be okay? Emperor Hongji did not give Fang Jifan any chance. Direct refusal. Everyone looked at Fuonkifam's pitiful appearance. All could not help but laugh. But when the Emperor Hongji could not finish speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Just now I think I heard gold mine, silver mine, copper mine, and coal mines. The face of the Hongji Emperor was first filled with surprise, then he laughed disbelief. How is that possible? Ate is all rocks. How can there be any museum? He thought that Fuonkifam must be deceiving him. Fuonkifam smiled bitterly again, delivered Jiang Shen's letter to Emperor Hongji. Then the face of the Hongji Emperor was as if his parents had both died. Silence for a long time. I don't know what to say. Fuonkifam gently asked from the side, or please your majesty, withdraw the order. Your highness and princess, please save some money. Life can also be reluctantly passed. Your majesty's taboo is the important thing. Emperor Hongji felt like he was bitten by a dog. Being emperor for more than 10 years, actually he is the one who saves money. He took a deep breath, a little moved. It's just that he can't seem to let go of this face. Words spoken are like spilled water. Moreover, he is the emperor. Golden-mouthed jade words cannot be changed. The crown prince then pretended to say that Fuonkifam was talking nonsense. Now if I revoke the order, how can the emperor have the face to call himself the king's father? You heard there's a new emperor. Have you revoked the order? No way. The old face of Emperor Hongji turned red. In the heart immediately choked a breath. This foolish prince punched. Makes his heart ache. Now I want to take it back, but I have no face anymore. What do you mean by stubbornness? Although Fuonkifam expressed his sincere feelings, wanted to surrender the desert to the court, but the words of the Emperor Hongji were like spilled water. Spilled water is hard to collect, even though he really lacks money. Even though now he regrets it a bit, but it has come to this. The prince just added fuel to the fire. Emperor Hongji completely suppressed this idea. Decide to be a good person to the end. Although my heart hurts, still firmly said to Fuonkifam, the desert was the reward for him and the princess. This matter is not discussed anymore. Fuonkifam could not help but reveal a smug look. Say thank you to Hong Trithian too. Then Fuonkifam suddenly said, he wants to donate all the minerals to the town government. As soon as the words were spoken, immediately made the important minister excited. They never expected it. This kid Fuonkifam really treats money like trash. Such a large mine, if you say no then no. Liu Jian and the others all looked at Fang Jifan in amazement, as if they had heard wrong. Mouth open, face full of disbelief, Emperor Hongji was even more stunned. Looking at everyone's surprised faces, Fuonkifam secretly felt happy in his heart, then slowly lift your chin. Inflated self for a while. Said he saw fame and fortune as passing clouds, gold and silver treasures like mud. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is wise. Since the establishment of the town government until now, has made countless contributions to the court. He offered these minerals, is to hope the prince has these riches, can help Hongji Emperor to shoulder more. Emperor Hongji felt happy in his heart. No need to worry about these troubles anymore. For him, this is the greatest reward. Cannot help but say, Fuonkifam's talent for flattery is truly superb. As soon as these words were spoken, not only was the prince moved to tears, Emperor Hongji's eyes turned red after hearing this, mouth corners trembling. Seeing father and son being moved to the point of going crazy, in Fuonkifam's heart flowers bloomed again. What is the use of mineral deposits? Isn't it digging out gold, silver, and coins? The Franks invaded the world, looting gold and silver everywhere, making their royal family and nobles extremely rich. But so what? What can their wealth bring in return? For Fuonkifam, the meaning of desert land is not mining, but the discovery of countless treasures. There will be countless people coming to the desert to mine these minerals, until countless people gathered at the mine will form forces and build barracks. They need food, so they will cultivate the land nearby. Minerals need to be refined, mining needs tools, so there will definitely be a factory built. The desert has a large area, people rely only on their feet, it may take a few days, also not sure to get to the nearest town. Then a large number of horses are needed. There are still many goods that need to go in and out of the border, so the demand for buffalo and horses only grows greater. There will be people who start learning to raise buffalo and horses. The mine belongs to Tranquoc Palace, but the land belongs to Fuon Ki Pham. Countless people here eat, dress, love, travel. Then the reclaimed land is his. The pastures and the horses on them were also his. Even the metallurgical factory was left in Hatay. As more and more people came to Hatay in search of wealth, a large amount of minerals are mined. Countless people became rich thanks to this opportunity. Hatay connects with the western regions. The great Ming will definitely restore trade with the western regions. Countless trade associations in the name of tribute will pass through this Hatay throat area, will eventually stay, also carried away a lot of wealth and fire. That is the long-term plan. On the contrary, minerals can only bring currency. For Fuon Ki Pham, currency is not real enough. People, land, grasslands, trade routes, workshops are more practical things. Fuon Ki Pham felt like he had sublimated. He has escaped from trivial pleasures. History will remember his contributions. Everyone will know. In this world there is a man named Fuon Ki Pham. He's not selfish. Unselfish, he shines for love, illuminate the entire Hatay region. So refreshing, this kid Fuon Ki Pham is so good at acting. It is clear that he benefited greatly, but pretend to be for the national cause. Under his efforts, finally squeezed out a few tears, he really cried. Honestly, people who give up their immediate wealth for long-term plans, even Fuon Ki Pham was very heartbroken. Think of the silver coins available. Fuon Ki Pham could not help but sob. Seeing Fuon Ki Pham reveal his true feelings, everyone was touched. The kings and ministers studied Confucian classics from a young age. On Fuon Ki Pham's body he saw principles that only existed in books. In everyone's heart there are great waves and strong winds. They suddenly discovered. It seemed that their previous prejudice against Fuon Ki Pham was too deep. In the past, they all think that Fuon Ki Pham is a scum of the world. Of course later, they gradually changed their views on Fuon Ki Pham, but still feel this boy. Not to their taste, they still prefer honest people like a Duong Chai. Constantly. But now they find out they were wrong, completely wrong person. You have a mind. Are you willing to give it all to the court? This question has had countless answers from the past to the present. It is hard to believe in this world. Almost even if you hold up a lantern you can't find such a person. The prince sniffed. He actually thought, after Fuon Ki Pham knew he found the mine, we'll definitely be like him before, arms crossed laughing heartily, then restored the arrogant and unruly look as before. I look like I have rich people's money, but he never expected. Fuon Ki Pham gave him all these treasures. This moved the crown prince immensely, tears falling down. Sobbing said, Fuon Ki Pham is his brother, like his right and left, then immediately jumped into Fuon Ki Pham's arms, cried out loud for a while, said that in the future he would absolutely not mistreat Fuon Ki Pham. That tearful touching scene, like brothers lost for many years recognize each other. At this moment, Fuon Ki Pham thought to himself, how to call on countless poor people to go to the border to dig for gold, in high-speed transport head, dreaming about the future. Fuon Ki Pham thought of this, could not help but burst into tears. There is also the legendary Silk Road. Taoists are everywhere. The traveling merchants are countless. Countless people came to dig for gold. Reclaiming wasteland, lavender can also be grown. Just thinking about it made Fuon Ki Pham extremely excited. Couldn't help but pat the crown prince's back and say, good boy, your highness. Uncle loves you. Emperor Hongji also took a deep breath. Seeing the crown prince and Fuon Ki Pham as brothers, in the heart there is a strange feeling of security. Ki Pham really always thinks for the crown prince, his intention to donate the mine. That is, I hope the crown prince can show his talent at Tranquoc Palace. Truong Sen was also surprised, bitterly smiled in my heart, this brat Fuon Ki Pham. Actions always surprise people. Then shamelessly gilded his own face. What did Fuon Ki Pham say that made him know such a great meaning? All are the work of propaganda. What if Fuon Ki Pham just heard, inside very uncomfortable, what he knows the meaning of? What is this missionary work? Your mother, I sacrificed my beak and it turned out to be listening to your teachings. These days, Truong Sen also teased him many times, said, actually, Fuon Ki Pham and Truong Sen do not have any deep hatred, just different stances. Fuon Ki Pham is a gentle person, do not want to argue with others, of course mainly Truong Sen. He is the minister of rights. Fuon Ki Pham also could not break his leg with one snap. Anyway, we have to give the court some face. But now that Fuon Ki Pham heard about his missionary work, then not happy. Fuon Ki Pham smiled and hid the knife. Praise Truong Sen said right, as expected of the minister of rights, but before Truong Sen could be happy, Fuon Ki Pham sighed again. The court recently encountered many difficulties, both eclipse and natural disaster. We also have to educate Jiaoqi. Fuon Ki Pham is the recipient of the favor, can only try my best, offer these outside assets to repay the country. Then suddenly asked Truong had received the national grace yet. Immediately the atmosphere in the egg became tense. In Truong's heart, there was a thump. Suddenly feel like just stepped in dog shit. He smelled an unusual aura. But he still couldn't help but jump in. Almost everyone found out. Something terrible is about to happen, but there is no way to stop it. Can only pretend to be stupid. Fam on speaking skills may not be able to compete with these young officials, but just set traps in words. Make Truong suffer a little disadvantage. Still can do. When Fam asked Truong if he was receiving the country's grace, everyone knew he was setting a trap for Truong. Truong also knows, but he still couldn't help but jump in. Then Fam smiled and asked Truong. He donated so many mines, and Truong, a minister, is a typical model for the world's justice. Should I donate something? Truong was immediately stunned, looked up at Emperor Hongji. Only saw the face of Hongji Emperor is also strange. He is the son of heaven. The subject should not be allowed to pay salaries. That's not polite. But he thought again. People like Fam have also offered their beaks. Set an example first, and you are the minister of rights, Truong who teaches the 4 directions. Should we also set an example? Liu Jian and the others looked away. This is moral coercion. Forcing morality is the most immoral, but this thing has a lot of market. Even the next life, this is still a powerful weapon to kill people with public opinion, especially in this era. The only thing Liu Jian and the others could do is absolutely not to let the fire reach you. Pretend not to see anything. It's none of my business. Then just leave it. Truong was asked to his face, old face red with choking. It was very difficult to squeeze out a sentence that his family has no mind. Fam pretended to be a swindler again. Sigh. Money much or little, everything depends on fate. The most important thing is the heart. Truong immediately lost confidence. Looking at Fam, he wanted to kill him. Was about to say something. Fam interrupted him again. He has a house in the capital. 2 separate houses. In the countryside there are thousands of acres of good fields. Say it all. After hearing that, Truong breathed a little faster. Unexpectedly the brat Fam investigated so clearly. He tried to keep smiling. Said these things were all left by ancestors. Fam said with great righteousness. Is it true that ancestors are more important than the court? Looking at Fam's clear eyes, Truong wanted to take a knife and slash someone. Thinking to himself, why weren't his ancestors more important than the court? If it were normal someone would say that to him. He naturally will not care. But here, in front of the Hongji Emperor, what can he say? This land was really left by his ancestors. Actually, Truong is considered an honest person. Is a good official. But even if it is a good official, can't give your land to the court to make achievements? Looking at Fam, he seems to be forcing people like that. Truong thinks so. Take out 1,000 soil samples. It's like shutting the mouths of the world. But Fam was quick-witted. Just opened mouth and said, why does he have to donate 10,000 samples? Seeing Truong about to get angry, Fam sighed again. Then sadly said, if you don't want to donate, then don't. Not anyone. Also have noble virtues like him. No donation then no donation. Fam put on this show is the most fatal blow. This clearly means that Truong is calculating meticulously. A stingy minister of rights. If this gets out, I don't know what will happen. Even if people understood his dilemma, will surely laugh at him too. Truong wants to die. He was cold and silent. Thinking of just being patient until the lower dynasty, even if not for yourself, must also leave something for future generations. At this moment, the crown prince could not help but speak up. Old Fuon, why do you force people to donate land? He can't bear it. Usually, I always say that business is a waste of land. Actually, it is to let others live in poverty and gain enlightenment. All are told to others. Truong's face suddenly turned red. An unknown fire immediately arose in my heart. Truong, he is a man with face after all. So he shouted loudly, donate then donate. The court needs it. I donate 10,000 acres of land. Exactly 10,000 samples. Liu Jian and the others' hearts sank to rock bottom. The Minister of Rights has already offered it. So shouldn't they do something too? In their hearts they secretly cursed Fam, this bastard. Truong, how did this old man fall for this trick? Fam and the crown prince laughed. Said that the Ming dynasty's civil officials were not greedy for wealth, martial artists not afraid of death, center of hope. The crown prince said that the Truong family only had more than 10,000 acres of land. He heard that Takim's family to master is scary, have hundreds of thousands of acres of good rice fields, serving like cloud. Takim heard vaguely, his whole body trembled, his old face turned red from suffocation. Hurry to find a reason. Run away. Fam, a man with 800 mind eyes. Why not mind yourself to make money? This does not contradict his building of a market in Atay for trade. Actually, he had thought it through carefully. These mineral deposits need be exploited, must be permitted by the court, for a large number of migrants to Atay. This era, in normal situation, without the permission of local officials, do not allow civilians to act on their own, move once moved voluntarily, will be exiled. Not only that, the Hatay corridor is still in the hands of the that dat people. One might then have to station more troops at Lanzhou line, from there threaten the that dat people. In short, want to have this property, then must mobilize the power of the court and Tran Quoc Phu. It takes a lot of people. Just one person is absolutely unswallowable. So Fuonki Pham and the Crown Prince were in Tran Quoc Palace, has drawn up a plan for mineral exploitation. Currently, even if there is public recruitment, still needs support from the court and outside. Saying that, Fuonki Pham immediately thought of a person. The Zhang family's women cannot receive guests, and Fuonki Pham is an important guest in this government. Outside, then only his son Truong Nunganhai can receive him. But what Fuonki Pham never expected, Truong Sen's son was a cripple. While the two were chatting, then Truong Sen hurriedly walked in. Angry face, just saw, in the heart also a little wavering. Truong's trembled, but the son is here. Even though he glared at Fuonki Pham, then just breathed heavily. But no impulsive action. He doesn't want outside fighting. Let my son know, so try to control your anger. After chasing son away, Truong Sen angrily stepped forward to warn Fuonki Pham. Don't be too much. How dare you threaten his family? Fuonki Pham then cried out for injustice. This donation was obviously voluntary on his part. Why are you now accusing me like this? Obviously also donate mines. Truong Sen gritted his teeth. This is his ancestral home, is the ancestors left. In this life he is not greedy or possessive. The royal salary is only a little bit. He alone has to support his family. If there is a day, he is no. What should his son do? Who will feed it? Fuonki Pham is also worth mentioning. His son has no legs, but still have hands. Makes Truong Sen wish he could find a knife. Kill Fuonki Pham immediately. Fuonki Pham saw the tense situation. Quickly took out a contract from his sleeve. No more joke, but went straight to the point, discussing business with Truong Sen. Say it proudly. They admired Truong Sen's act of donating the mine. So His Highness the Crown Prince discussed with him. Can't let Truong Thong Du suffer. The mine of Tran Quoc Phu is about to be established. In the future, we will actively search for minerals throughout Hatay, mining and digging. So this mine is divided into 100,000 acres. He spent 200,000 taels of silver, buy 20,000 samples, decided to divide 10,000 acres for Truong Thong Du. Consider the land donated by Truong Thong Du has been converted. Wait until Tran Quoc Phu's mine goes into orbit. Then the profit will definitely be much higher. Compared to 10,000 acres of land of Truong Thong Du, grow some of that fruit. Truong Sen was stunned. Speechless, the old man's face turned red as he looked at Fuonki Pham. This is no different than saying that in the mine Fuonki Pham offered, he also has a stake in it. Clever words touch people's hearts. Look at this 10,000 share contract. Truong Sen could not help but exclaim, can you guarantee that you can earn money? Fuonki Pham is not sure. It can only be said that under favorable business conditions, of course if there is a natural or man-made disaster, then it is just waste paper. Is this mine exploitable? First of all, we must ensure the safety of Hatay, then had to let the people migrate to Hatay. No human resource, no wealth. Only when there is wealth can everyone prosper together. At this moment Truong Sen suddenly woke up. He thought to himself, why is Fuonki Pham so kind? Turns out it's because of this. Want to recruit people to Hatay. Even if there is an official dispatch, then also difficult overlapping. As the proverb says, on policy, below of countermeasures. What local officials fear most is people migrating. Local officials want to have a good reputation, often have to consult local officials. Only with the support of local gentry, they are considered good officials. But many of the scholars are not easy to deal with. The gentry are people who live off the land. The land is in their hands. In their hands, the more local population. Then their land is rented out, the higher the profit. But if all the young men leave, then human resources will be lacking, their profits will be greatly reduced. Fuonki Pham nodded repeatedly. Listen to teacher Truong's lecture. In my heart I thought, he is indeed a local tyrant. The twists and turns in here, if you are not an insider, you basically cannot know. His and the Crown Prince's plan will also be hindered by these local tyrants, cannot proceed smoothly. It seems that his offering 10,000 shares to find Truong Sen was right. The Minister of Rights is indeed worthy of his name. Fuonki Pham was more and more surprised the more he listened. Worship, how can one understand so many ways to deal with the powerful? Truong Sen was a little embarrassed and angry. Isn't this redundant? Before today, Truong Sen, he is one of those local tyrants. Fuonki Pham slapped his forehead. Wake up, he almost forgot. Indeed, the danger of a traitor is the greatest, because of a traitor is the person who understands best about his former self. After being taught a lesson by Truong Sen, Fuonki Pham immediately understood the danger in it. I must say that Truong Sen teaches very professionally, especially the worship of the cabinet ministries and the mandarins in the royal court. in which the tricks are even more complicated. After Truong Sin finished telling these tricks, then said to Fuonki Pham, there is one more very important thing he has not said. That is, don't come to his mansion again. Fuonki Pham heard, immediately furious. Is this old man's feeling that he hates him? Truong Sin seemed to be seen through his mind. Old Faith then hastily made up a story and spoke eloquently. Tell Fuonki Pham that he is talking nonsense. He did that because he was afraid that others would see that he was an insider. This kind of thing must of course be done in secret. Fuonki Pham narrowed his eyes. Secretly cursed in my heart, I believe you, damn old man. You wicked thing, for the deed is done. Fuonki Pham also did not entangle with Truong Sin anymore. Goodbye. Suddenly saw Truong Ganhai limping in the front yard. Truong Ganhai smiled and greeted Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham looked at this person who didn't leave the house all year round, stay at home all day, untainted by the world, again gave birth to a feeling of being people from the same horizon and sea. He himself found it strange, perhaps in his heart, still keep a virgin land. When he knew that Fuonki Pham had to leave first, Truong Ganhai still limped and insisted on seeing Fuonki Pham off. In Fuonki Pham's heart, a strange feeling arose, then told Truong Ganhai that maybe he could go out for a walk. What is the future if you stay in the yard? As he spoke, he searched for a rope, measured Truong Ganhai's leg circumference and length. Without waiting for Truong Ganhai to say anything, he let him stop. Returned to taste. The crown prince was already waiting impatiently. Fuonki Pham leisurely crossed his legs. Tell the crown prince that everything is ready. Much more brilliant than the crown prince's method. That old man Truong Sin not only understood, but also poured out all the secrets to him. Just follow his method. Sure success. As he spoke, he took a pen and paper and wrote back to the crown prince, told the crown prince to think for himself. He is in a hurry. I have to get a prosthetic leg soon. This foolish crown prince is not very active in his official duties. Just heard the part about a leg, then excited to death, blaming Fuonki Pham for trying to break someone's leg. Why not call him for such a good thing? Fuonki Pham looked at the crown prince as if he was caring for a mentally handicapped person. Advised the crown prince that as a father, don't always shout to kill like that. Then he wrote down everything Truong Sin had said. All rewritten. Then he went about his business. Early the next morning, Fuonki Pham stormed to the Truong family office. Someone wanted to stop him. He scolded me and I was completely stunned. Where Fuonki Pham wants to go, is there anyone who dares to stop him? Didn't Mr. Tin drink poison and seek his own death? The Truong family was in chaos for a moment. Many people dare not come near, just stand and watch from afar. A moment later, Truong Ganhai limped over. Fuonki Pham led Truong Ganhai into the living room. Take out a package, take the shoe inside out. Already? Forcefully shoved the shoe into Truong Ganhai's leg. Truong Ganhai looked bewildered, still not react, until this seemingly heavy shoe made him feel. It seems like his legs are still there. He suddenly understood. Fuonki Pham smiled and helped Truong Ganhai up. Tell him to try. Zhang Yuanx's body trembled, a little dare not walk. Gradually he got a little used to it, although the steps are still very awkward. But in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of indescribable joy. Although it is difficult to travel, moreover still limping. But at least he could get rid of his walking stick. At this moment, Zhang Yuanxi's eyes suddenly turned red, tears in eyes as if about to flow out. Fuonki Pham smiled and looked at Truong Ganhai, asked him if it was okay to bring it in. As long as it is usable, later can rely on his shortcomings to gradually improve. Zhang Yuanxi's body suddenly lost balance. Whole person fell down. Looks like he's about to fall head first into the ground. But who would have thought that Truong Ganhai would suddenly make a loud noise, kneel down on the ground? Thanks Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham was so scared that his face turned pale. Why thank people? Why are you so surprised? It's really scary. Fuonki Pham helped Truong Ganhai up. Say family, don't say two words. He and Truong Sin are close friends. His nephew may get well. Then the uncle like him is also happy. These words moved Truong Ganhai to tears, completely ignoring the fact that Fuonki Pham was taking advantage of him with words. Then Fuonki Pham turned on the slippery mode, told Truong Ganhai there is nothing difficult in this world, just afraid of people without heart. What's so scary about losing a leg? He also has brain disease, still not facing difficulties and moving forward. Marry the princess, become the king's son-in-law. To be tranquil how? Truong Ganhai listen. Eyes lip. Everyone has physical defects. Why not aspire to be like normal people? Truong Ganhai was filled with enthusiasm when Fuonki Pham said that. Find empathy. Fuonki Pham saw that it was getting late, so I said goodbye to him. Actually, he was afraid that old man Truong Sun would order his arrest. Maybe beat him up. It is best to run away first. Life is so wonderful. Sometimes a random word of encouragement from someone else can change the trajectory of a person's life. Fuonki Pham also did not expect His boasting while at the Truong family mansion have consequences like this. Truong Gananhai, a young man with delusions of grandeur, listening to Phuong Kifam's encouragement. Just like that, he limped with his prosthetic leg. All day long, go to Tae Sun to find a master to study. Phuong Kifam feels this guy. Why so simply like a madman? But think again. He seemed to feel it too. Deep in Truong Gananhai's heart there was a desire, an incomplete human being. Dae Cat wants to prove that he can be better than others. At this moment, Phuong Kifam still innocently thought in his heart, Truong Sen really has a good eye. Yet he sent his son to find him. It can be seen that his reputation has spread far and wide. Everyone knows him. Phuong Kifam's teaching is very methodical. Unexpectedly, Truong Gananhai told Phuong Kifam that he was afraid his father would prevent him from going to Tae Sun. So he just left an envelope at home and came here. At this moment, Phuong Kifam's heart was filled with great turmoil. This is running away from home. His father wouldn't come here with a knife, would he? Truong Gananhai again tearfully begged Phuong Kifam to keep him. Learn a little courage. He thought it over. If you do not learn true courage, then die but not go home. You the great controls the floods, through the door not into the house. Although the master is disabled, his will is strong. Although the body is disabled, but still have the same spirit. Phuong Kifam could not hear the other things clearly, but being scolded as brain dead is clearly audible. Why is this kid still cursing people? I really want to slap you. The smile on his face also stiffened a bit, but he knows, Truong Gananhai, this child is very innocent. Definitely don't think so much. Moreover, looking at his determined appearance, words have come this far. If he is a martial uncle and chases people away, then there is really no compassion. Well, I'll have to let someone take him to school. The crown prince stood beside him, gnashing his teeth. Thought that Truong Gananhai's legs were not convenient. We'll make their Tae Sun library a laughing stock. Phuong Kifam then refuted the crown prince. Anyway, people still call him uncle. It's just that my legs are not comfortable. What if he really has the ability? The crown prince was extremely heartbroken. Believes that Phuong Kifam is destroying the reputation of Tae Sun library. This library can be said to be at its peak today. On the one hand, it was because the crown prince taught well. He is not working as the director of this library for free. On the other hand, the students are not bad. At least there won't be someone as twisted as Truong Gananhai. The reason why the crown prince thinks it is not good, because in his eyes, Tae Sun library is his life. Not allowing a single useless person to appear, but now it is clearly recruiting a useless person. Although Phuong Kifam argued with the crown prince, but was told so by the crown prince, I also feel a little guilty. It seems that this Truong Gananhai is useless. But he is a proud uncle. The nephew has opened his mouth. It's not a good thing if he doesn't accept it. Anyway, Truong Gananhai has been accepted. Have to take it one step at a time. But that afternoon, something happened to the horseback archery course. Truong Gananhai broke 2 bows as soon as he got up. The crown prince shouted angrily, "Let him see what is called archery." Truong Gananhai bowed his head in shame, dare not breathe heavily. Innocent look. How did he know this bow was so uncertain? Kind-hearted Phuong Kifam took the crown prince's bow. Give to Truong Gananhai. Let him do it again according to the method that the crown prince taught. Truong Gananhai learned in the right way. The crown prince crossed his arms smugly. Just watch. Laughingstock. Truong Gananhai pulled the bowstring made of cow tendon without hesitation. Maybe the bowstring is too tight. The bow body cracked a sound, break into 2 pieces. The crown prince was a little bewildered. He had never seen a bow like this, but it was broken. Phuong Kifam opened his eyes wide and mouth wide open. Is this the unicorn arm of a 30-year single person? How much power does this guy have in his hands? I'm afraid even Hokai Sun will come. I'm not that scary. Zhang Yuanxi's tears were about to fall. What the hell is this? Broken again, Phuong Kifam's mind was buzzing. A long time later to come back to my senses. Quickly sent someone to get Tai Tai Gong. Thiet the Kong, as the name suggests, is a complex combination of metal, bamboo, wood, and horn. Very sure, normal people basically can't pull it out, usually used for display only. Even Phuong Kifam also only saw Vong the Nam pull once, but only pulled half the moon, reluctantly can shoot out. Truong Gananhai did not hesitate. Take a Tai Gong, then take the name, pull out strong. The bowstring was instantly pulled into a full circle by Zhang Yuanxi. Then the Lang Na sword was instantly infused with an enormous force, then tear the wind and fly away, directly pierce the beer, then through the whole training ground, disappeared without a trace. Everyone was silent, looking at Truong Gananhai like looking at a monster. The crown prince looked so much that he wanted to kneel down. Phuong Kifam also looked until his legs went weak. Tell Truong Gananhai to rest a bit, avoid arm injury. But Truong Gananhai has already taken the name out. Once again in a flash the bowstring was pulled taut, still a full circle. Phuong Kifam wants to cry. The crown prince was a little bewildered. What is the situation? The crown prince is a man who likes to make great achievements, Previously, he did not take the disabled Zhang Yuangxi seriously, but after Truong Gaianhai shot 3 arrows in a row, then completely dumbfounded, face sometimes green sometimes purple, suddenly felt my talent for bragging, it's not worth showing off. This beast Truong Gaianhai is almost trampling him to the ground, watching the arrow fly away. Targets flew out of the field, in Fuonki Fam's mind. In a flash, the image of the TV series of the previous life appeared. Just like the 800-mile story, one shot kill one demon. Is this too exaggerated? Anyone who's ever shot a bow knows, this thing called bow and arrow, once you have shot, then the right arm opens, strongly pull the bowstring, this uses up a lot of arm muscles. So the ancients used bows with rules. Bows cannot shoot continuously, have to hold your breath, nourish the spirit, after one shot, after accumulating more than half a cup of elaborate tea, can continue to pull the bow. As for Truong Yunhai, his face was not red, his breathing was not rapid. Shoot 3 arrows in a row, moreover all are stretched to the maximum. It really completely crushed the crown prince. Fuonki Fam swallowed his saliva. Don't know what to say. The target that the crown prince had just shot with 100 shots, in front of Truong Gaianhai, it was just child's play. It's like playing slingshot. The prince saw this, his face shameless, said that as long as Truong Gaianhai called him master, he would teach him the 100 steps crossing the Yang River. Truong Gaianhai was a little hesitant. Although simple, but not stupid, turned to look at Fuonki Fam. Under the nod of this lady secretary, Truong Gaianhai accepted. The prince was so excited, hands clasped behind back, heart filled with joy, bright eyes stared at Truong Yunhai, but tried to act like a master horse archer. However, just now was frightened by Truong Gaianhai's scary arm. But the gentleman does not forgive the enemy. The prince is a man who values technology. Do not value, facing Truong Yunhai respectful attitude. The prince used all his strength to put into his legs. It was difficult to pull the defective bow in hand. Look straight ahead. Stand still, Truong Gaianhai imitated. But his legs are not convenient. When turned to the side it looks funny. 2 legs cannot stand. The prince withdrew his palace, was trying to correct Truong Gaianhai's movements, but saw him suddenly pull the bow. Although the movement is not standard, but again, Truong Gaianhai pulled the iron bow that weighed dozens of pounds to its fullest extent, but still stand firm as a rock, hands do not shake at all. Extremely stable. The crown prince felt himself being pressed to the ground by Truong Gaianhai again. After rubbing, suddenly felt a little pain in the face. The corners of the mouth cannot help twitching, feel a little ashamed. This new cheap disciple, even a tongue cannot stand, but stable as a rock. Truong Gaianhai seemed to see the crown prince's doubts, face not red, slightly not folded, retract work, said to the prince, from a young age he had to learn to stand firm. Otherwise, the common man fell a somersault, turn over and stand up, and if he falls, want to stand up again, very difficult. Listen up to here, the prince understood immediately. It turned out that Truong Gaianhai was used to standing on one leg must be very steady. Any imbalance can make him fall. Moreover, his upper arm is so strong, one not steady also difficult. The prince wished he could bang his head against the wall. This is a cripple. It is true that God has closed the door before your eyes, will also quietly open a window for you. The crown prince no longer has any face on this training ground, teach Truong Gaianhai anymore. So it was decided that it would be better to find a place with no people to teach medicine. The crown prince and Truong Yunhai just left. Someone came from the palace again. The eunuch was sent to deliver the news. Emperor Hongji summoned Fang Jifan over. The messenger of Dat Dat has arrived. Fuonki Fam's heart did not have many ripples. That's how the Dat Dat people are. Always fight and talk. Eat at a disadvantage and see that you can't steal. So he found an opportunity to send an envoy to ask for marriage. Dai Min and them are just that. But once they fatten us up, become crazy again, holding a knife and riding a horse to the border. Fuonki Fam did not have much sympathy for the Dat Dat people in his heart. He doesn't like fickle people. But the purpose of the Dat Dat people's coming was clear as day to him. Last time the Dat Dat people suffered 2 heavy losses, that's why they temporarily don't dare go south. Not enough rice to eat, life cannot go on. They are in dire need of tea and salt. Ivarin pot. These are all essential necessities. If Daemon does not provide, life will not go on. So now send messengers again. It's just that what surprised Fuonki Fam was, Emperor Hongji summoned him again. Clear, Emperor Hongji no longer considered his son-in-law an outsider. After Fang Jifan and the 5th prince reached a betting agreement, decided to compete a month and a half later. The 5th prince just came out of the womb. The proud and arrogant look instantly turned gloomy. Kai Bat Dat used a probing gaze to look at the 5th prince, used Dat Dat language to ask the 5th prince, are they being too hasty? The 5th prince frowned. This time he came to Dai Min to negotiate. Asking for a relationship is just an excuse. His Fuhem was blessed by Chang Xingqian. Is the king of the land. Kinan's How can I be willing to be a vassal of Min for the rest of my life? This time he was specially sent here. Real purpose is to contact the royal family of the great Ming. If you send someone often, I'm afraid that the prince will not be at ease. Still hesitant, Kabat thought too much. The fifth prince, how can one be a reckless and easily provoked person? The bet a month and a half later with Fuonki fam. That's what he meant. This just happened to attract everyone's attention. That way he can have more contact with the royal family's secret room. The fifth prince has a cunning face. In the eyes of others, he is just a reckless show-off. In fact, he inherited Kun's mind. This match, in his head, in just a moment, he had a complete plan. He will never lose, and will get what you want. In the warm palace, Emperor Hongji's face was pale. Fuonki fam is too reckless. It's really child's play. At that moment, the emperor did not immediately interrupt. Just don't want to show it publicly. My opinion is opposite to Fuonki fam. Anyway here, there are also Dat people. If the Dat people think that the great Ming emperor was not pleased with this prince consort, then it will be hard to avoid making Fuonki fam lose face in front of outsiders. But when Fang Jifan finally made a bet, Emperor Hongji was about to stop him. It's too late. Fuonki fam and this fifth prince, like dry wood meeting a big fire, pop a sound and it was burning fiercely. Wait until the fireman reacts. The two of them soon committed suicide together. The Emperor Hongji was angry, asked Fuonki fam what is he doing. Fuonki fam showed a calm expression. Speak your mind. This fifth prince, although he appears to be rude on the outside, but as he saw it, his Chinese was a bit slurred. But the classic quotes are all accurate. The fifth prince was the son of a Dat Han. Learning sinicization is a natural thing, but a Dat person wants to study well. Then you must have enough patience and hard work. So he saw that this person was definitely not a reckless person, but the fifth prince deliberately acted so rudely, deliberately making noise here, even make a covenant. I'm afraid there is another plot. The Emperor Hongji was only concerned about this covenant. At this time, listening to Fuonki fam's analysis, just woke up. His face softened a lot. Thinking back carefully, then indeed it is, the fifth prince did so on purpose, not to provoke the military and officials here, make them not have time to think deeply. Emperor Hongji breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Fuonki fam really wanted to send disciples to compete with the fifth prince, to fulfill the covenant. It seems he was worrying too much. Who would have thought that Fuonki fam would look at Hong Trithian too strangely? If you bet, of course you have to complete it. I am a man of integrity. The smile of Emperor Hongji slowly disappeared, saying so many useless words, which is to see through the scheme. Plan on. I thought this was just borrowing someone else's words, but the results say so much. Still want to compete. Emperor Hongji's face gradually turned cold. This fifth prince learned from a young age. Good archer, good archer. How can Fuonki fam compare with others? How can we joke about important national affairs like that? But Fuonki fam did not think so. Is his disciple to compete with the fifth prince? Although he also learned some swordsmanship. But if you go into battle yourself, then it's too easy for the fifth prince. Originally, many people in their hearts blame Fuonki fam for being arrogant, but hearing Fuonki fam say to let the disciples compete, I thought he really had a trump card. Who would have thought that Fuonki fam would seriously say to everyone, this student of his is new to school, still trying to learn swordsmanship, so as not to distract, will not say the person's name. Listen again and again, Fuonki fam said. Everyone else can't hear clearly, just heard two words clearly, just entered school. Hear clearly, even the Emperor Hongji could not bear it. In my heart I cursed a damn thing. His face turned pale. This covenant, related to national dignity, Min cannot break his promise. Moreover, it is also related to Fuonki fam's life. If not, Fuonki fam can continue to live shamelessly. But it affects the reputation of Mun, will be laughed at. Seeing that the Emperor Hongji was so angry, Fuonki fam hurriedly admitted wrong and apologized. Emperor Hongji's face was ashen, told Fuonki fam to move aside, go apologize to the princess. Things have come to this, he cannot control anymore. Lu Jian and the others sighed, shoot this thing, they don't understand. The most important thing is, although Fuonki fam often acts recklessly, but people soon got used to it. If he were not so rude, then he is not that spoiled son of a bitch anymore. It's just that everyone's heart can't help but doubt. This, Fuonki fam can always surprise people at the end. Flip your hand to make rain. Will this work? It is really possible to train a disciple in a month and a half, but his swordsmanship is even higher than that of the fifth prince Dat. The betting spread very quickly. Just one night, inside and outside the capital has spread like crazy. It seems that the Dat people are secretly spread the news, so much so that this story even reaches the streets. The theater is also talking. Some people even guess, if the commander-in-chief loses, will you jump into the river to commit suicide? Because of this, people argued until their faces turned red. Some people think that a gentleman's word is his own. 4 horses hard to catch. If the commander loses, will definitely be embarrassing and hard to bear. Life is worse than death. Commit suicide to atone for sins to the world. Some people say, no, he is the son-in-law. Enjoy endless glory and wealth all your life. What is so unintelligent that you commit suicide? Someone said, if not, will not be laughed at by the world, ashamed to death, until someone said one sentence that ended all arguments. That's ridiculous. Is Fuengdu still afraid of being laughed at by others? If Fuengki fam really could commit suicide, then I don't want to take my father's last name anymore. In the town palace, the crown prince grabbed Fuengki fam by the collar, rode towards Fuengki fam, scolded Fuengki fam for having no conscience, not human only a month and a half time, but dare to push others to death. Fuengki fam pushed the crown prince's hand away again. To put it bluntly, is a month and a half not enough? How did the crown prince brag to me before? Why pretend to be a good person now? I really believe in the devil's mouth of His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was a little bewildered, after a while said, I was just bragging then. I didn't expect you to be so excited. What to do now? Beat the 5th prince to death. He hated him to the bone. If you want to lose, he will die for sure. Fuengki fam could only sigh. If that time really comes, no other choice. I really have no face to live on. So please try harder, Crown Prince. Teach me and he will. The Crown Prince frowned. He could try his best to teach Yuanxi archery, but he was worried that Yuanxi's aptitude was not good, cannot learn the trick. If you really lose, also advise Fuengki fam not to die. Isn't it just being scolded for being unfaithful? This story, Fuengki fam did it more than once or twice. These words of the Crown Prince made Fuengki fam blush. What are you saying? Am I Fuengki fam that kind of person? At this moment Yuanxi limped over. Must kneel down. Pay respects to uncle and teacher. The Crown Prince looked at Yuanxi's clumsy appearance, cannot help but hold forehead. Speechless face, Fuengki fam looked at Vianhai, asked him if he knew about this bet. This uncle planned to send children to destroy the prestige of the Dat people. In Yuanxi's heart, a storm arose. He has not been practicing archery for long. His uncle gave him such an important responsibility. This moved the child to tears. Fuengki fam said gently, such a good thing to make a name for yourself. How can the fat flow into the fields of outsiders? Of course it has to be for the children. Besides, this bet was meant to encourage you. The Crown Prince will wholeheartedly teach you the art of archery. You just need to work hard. Yuan heard. Tears big as beans fell down. This uncle really did not accept it in vain. Everyone looked down on him since he was little, even though his father loved him, but never trusted him, to the point of not letting him show his face. Only his uncle always encouraged him, think he is not inferior to anyone. Whatever, he also could not disappoint his uncle's expectations. Yuanx, even if it costs life, also absolutely not let Uncle Fuengki fam lose face. Fuengki fam exclaimed that Vianhai was a good child. Let him and the Crown Prince go practice. There is no time to waste now. This bet, the most worried person is Wang Banzil. Fuengki fam is the soul of Tae-sun. Once Fuengki fam committed suicide, apologized to the world. Then what kind of system is it? He came anxiously. Follow behind Fuengki fam nagging non-stop. People do not worry about the future. Disaster near, a young master like you, how can you joke with your life? Fuengki fam was annoyed by what Vong Bantu said. Slap him. My death is my business. You ought to. What nonsense he. Do you have a brain? If you want to lose, you guys quickly send people to watch me day and night. If I have suicidal thoughts, will you not stop it? At that time you find dozens of strong men. Just watch out. Can I? You are usually smart. What nonsense are you talking about today? I want to change people. Wang Banzi was beaten and felt a little dizzy, but immediately understood Fuengki fam's meaning. Fuengki fam clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head. Was the morality of the ancients that high? Why is everyone afraid that I'm really going to die? How strange. Year and New Year coming. It's hard to get a day without snow. In the palace, Emperor Hongji sighed. The bet is today. About this, the whole city was buzzing with talk. Great commotion. Humans have always had an innate fascination with taboos. Moreover, this matter is also related to Dae Min and Dat. The enmity between these two countries is deep-rooted, although people are not very optimistic about this, but also very interested in discussing. Entertainment is so poor these days, even if it is indescribable, cannot do every day, will damage the kidneys. So in this world, is there anything more attractive than these bets? Emperor Hongji was very worried. If Fuengki fam loses, really will commit suicide. The ministers all said no. With the intelligence of Fuengki fam? Definitely not. The cabinet ministers all said with certainty. making the Emperor Hongji somewhat reassured. The princess cannot be left a widow, right? But if Fang Jifan wouldn't commit suicide, why gamble? Looks like Min will lose all face this time. The Emperor Hongji ordered. Chuang-sen presided over the sword fight. Hope this match. Both sides comply with the rules. Don't let anything happen. On the castle tower, the crown prince and Fuang Qifam, smiling and greeting Chuang-sen. Chuang-sen always felt that there was something strange in the crown prince's eyes, but Fuang Qifam was especially polite to him today. This made him feel a little complicated, a little uneasy in my heart. Is your son in the library? Are you being bullied? Really? He had wanted to ask Fuang Qifam many times. How is Chuang Gunhai now? Want to speak up, but saw people staring. In the end, I had to swallow my words. Right now, Dat-Datsu came to Fuang Qifam. He was ordered by the fifth prince. Come to speak clearly. The Dat-Dat people compete in sword fighting, are all opposites. Only then can both sides compete with all their might. Chuang-sen's face immediately changed color after hearing that. If so, what if I hurt someone? Why were these requirements not mentioned before? Dat-Datsu laughed again. They said they were rivals from the beginning. Who would have thought that Min would set up a target to shoot at in the desert? It's just child's play. On the step, they fought, divided into high and low skill levels, also determines life and death. So he brought the fifth prince's contract of life and death. If no one dares to fight Min, then that's it. In a moment, there was a commotion in the castle. This is clearly a plot of the Dat-Dat people. They had not spoken before. Results wait until the world knows. Everything is arranged, also called projection. If Min does not agree, will be laughed at for knowing that he is not as good as her. Dare not fight to the death with the Dat-Dat people. The prince heard and laughed again. Shooting beer is really not fun. Two people facing each other makes sense. He likes the type that is both high and low. Just decide to die like this. The crown prince wanted to sign a life and death contract with his disciple. Chuang Qifam was also excited after hearing that. Loudly shouted, if you shoot dead your fifth prince, don't cry then. Dat-Datsu saw that the plan had succeeded. Blooming face. He had absolute confidence in the fifth prince's horsemanship and archery skills. As the drums stopped, the fifth prince walked majestically into the city, but inside the cave of Min, pitch black again. Not as the people on the wall waited impatiently. Why is it taking so long? Just as everyone was talking excitedly, they saw a cripple leaning on an iron rod, limped into the yard. Chuang Gunhai's face looks of either disdain or suspicion, cannot help but feel down in the heart, makes him very uncomfortable. Cheers from the crowd, also stopped when he found out he was lame. All showed a look of disbelief. Why is a cripple competing with a Dat-Dat person? Is there a mistake? Faced with audience skepticism, the crown prince and Fuang Qifam appeared very calm. The fun is about to begin. Chuang-sen actually did not care about the battle in the city. He is a man of letters after all. The petty talents of these five people are nothing to see. But when I heard everyone say the word cripple in unison, Chuang-sen's face immediately darkened. All his life, he hated the word cripple the most. Who would have thought that as soon as he took out his telescope to look, almost choked him to death? That's his son. Chuang-sen shivered. Pale face, said as he rushed towards the female wall. Want to climb over the female wall? Jump off this wall. At this moment he had abandoned his dignity. Scold Fuang Qifam for being immoral. Even if I offend him, it's not so bad that he has no descendants, right? He only has this one son. Fuang Qifam remained calm. Look like it has nothing to do with me. Dat-Datsu saw that. Face also turned pale. The fifth prince, the archer of Dat-Dat, have to compete with a cripple. What could be more humiliating than that? A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then this cripple must die. Can't be humiliated like that. At first, the fifth prince Dat-Dat was still very far away, completely disregarding who the opponent is. He is the archer of Dat-Dat. Within 180 steps can hit 100%. But gradually, the fifth prince squinted his eyes and observed carefully. Newly discovered Min. What a cripple. In a moment he was furious. This is deliberately using the lame. To insult him, the archer of Dat-Dat. What a shameless bastard. His eyes were spitting fire. Must shoot this cripple dead. To wash away the shame that Min had caused. Chuang Gunhai was not affected at all. Eyes looking far ahead, the fifth prince Dat-Dat was about 300 steps away from him. This distance is very suitable. Most importantly, this city is surrounded by high walls on all sides, so there is no wind, will not affect his performance. After determining the location, Chuang Gunhai's face remained calm. In this life, even though he is known as the son of the Minister of Rights, he himself is anonymous. This is a rare good opportunity. He wanted to prove to the world. He also has a name, not just the son of the Chuang family. Everything is so familiar. Laying a sword in hand, then draw the bow, pull the bowstring to full tension. In a moment, The noisy city wall suddenly became quiet, although it was just starting to shoot, but anyone who has a little knowledge about archery knows, even though he is an excellent archer, even the best bow and arrow can only shoot 350 paces. You can shoot, but at this distance, the arrow was like a crossbow at the end of its flight, basically no more force. Shooting at this distance is completely pointless. Accuracy will also be lost. So people are used to shooting arrows within 100 steps. This way the arrow has accuracy and penetrating power. Everyone saw Truong Gyanhai's actions. Deep in the heart cannot help but reveal disappointment. The fifth prince saw Truong Gyanhai's actions. A faint smile flashed across his face. It's true that you measure your own strength, but with a whoosh, the tip of the wolf-toothed sword shot out like a meteor. On the city wall, Truong Sin stopped crying. He widened his eyes, almost pressed against the wall, holding his breath. Eyes quickly searched for the tip of the wolf-toothed sword. Wolf-toothed sword, thanks to the optional vortex, tear the wind and rush away, straight until passing by the fifth prince Dat, stopped after being stuck in a pile of rocks. The rocks were smashed to pieces, shoot out everywhere. A piece of broken rock hit the back of the fifth prince's hand, made an H. The fifth prince was completely stunned. That's 350 steps. Ordinary people, even if it's 250 steps, this sword has run out of power. But now this sword tip is 330 steps away, still so powerful. Thinking of this, the fifth prince was a little frightened. How strong is this guy's arm anyway? But soon after, in the heart of the fifth prince, a fierce look appeared. For those who regularly shoot archery, want to shoot the second arrow accurately, must have time to rest. This is his chance. As long as he takes advantage of this opening to enter the 250-step range, with his 100-step strength, can definitely shoot the opponent dead. When Truong Gyanhai shot out this sword tip, people just realized Truong Gyanhai is not as simple as everyone thinks. For the failure of the first arrow, Truong Gyanhai did not take it to heart at all, but quickly adjusted. Anyway, new environment also needs time to adapt. So the second time he drew his bow and shot an arrow, more and more strangely calm. His name is Truong Gyanhai. Come here to learn from my uncle. His uncle had a brain disease, but can still be famous in the world. And he also want the world to forever remember his great name. The second sword tip tore through the air and rushed forward, made the fifth prince who was riding his horse feel like he was going crazy. Such a connection. He didn't know how the cripple across from him did it. He instinctively wanted to avoid it. But it's too late. In times of danger, the fifth prince groaned softly. This damn sword tip was embedded in his thigh. The fifth prince staggered. Excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain. Almost dragging this crippled leg. Want to get close to Truong Gyanhai, that damn cripple. To kill your enemies with your own hands. Truong Gyanhai did not care whether the second sword tip hit or not, because the third sword tip was on the bowstring. His heart was as calm as the surface of an ancient well. In my mind there is only Fuonki Fam's image, who encouraged him to leave the house, the one who taught him how colorful life can be. At this moment Truong Gyanhai's blood was boiling, great passion hidden in the bottom of the heart, because of the purity that is suppressed in the body. In this moment all exploded, followed by a 6-shot barrage. The fifth prince Dat, famous for his horsemanship and archery, was shot into a beehive by a cripple. He fell to the ground like mud. The whole person's heart was shot to pieces. Truong Gyanhai had a hard time getting in front of the fifth prince. The fifth prince breathed heavily, like a dying lion. Unexpectedly he, descendant of a noble royal family, died in the hands of a cripple. He is very unwilling. He used almost all his strength. Asked Truong Gyanhai what is his name. Truong Gyanhai thought for a moment, said to the fifth prince, "My uncle said, I am the secret weapon, cannot arbitrarily reveal oneself to the enemy. Will not tell you." The fifth prince roared unwillingly at last. Finally the neck collapsed. Just die in resentment. Truong Gyanhai breathed a sigh of relief, ignored the fifth prince, and limped towards the inner city gate. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses. Thunderous cheers immediately erupted. This prince, bullshitting also requires skills. Truong Gyanhai fired 9 consecutive shots, killing the fifth prince Dat, made his father Truong Sen move to tears. The prince is still bragging, taught him 2.5 levels of swordsmanship, made Fuonki Fame exclaim internal action, 2 cities with 1.5 words added after. This atmosphere, similar to adding a semicolon after a number in modern times, but the atmosphere is amazing. Truong Sen had only one son. But the most important thing is, this son is a cripple. For the future of this son, he soon lost all hope. But now that hope is rekindled. The crown prince's favorite disciple. How many people in the world can do that? Not only that, this story of 9 swords has become famous throughout the world. Who in the world does not know? His son shot and killed the fifth prince Dat. Just this one point, enough to be recorded in history. Thinking about this, Trungsen was in tears. I hate not being able to kneel down and call the crown prince father. The crown prince was extremely happy. This minister of the ministry, 3 times a day I come to talk bad about him. Don't think these ministers privately call him His Highness the Crown Prince. Very friendly, but once in front of everyone, immediately become the face. I have moral character. Without any criticism of the Emperor Hongji and the Crown Prince, to show how much they hate evil. Damn it, I don't know how to be an official. But now this great grace and virtue, the words engraved in my heart from Truong Sun's mouth, made the prince a little dizzy. Everyone was also scared by the Crown Prince. I thought the Crown Prince was real. Just point out Truong Gaianhai a little. But Truong Gaianhai is already so powerful. In the Forbidden City, Emperor Hongji was a little worried. Even though it was just a bet, not worth it, but he still felt uneasy, tired, confused, make him confused, no longer have the mind to read the memorial. At this very moment, a eunuch hurriedly entered to report that there was news from the East City. The 5th Prince of Dat requested a confrontation again, and signed the contract of birth and death. This made the Emperor Hongji angry and he cursed. Think of a Dat prince as an ambassador. Today, dare to provoke. Final, killed a scholar of the Tay Sun Day Min Library. If the court does not care and ask, then where is the dignity of Day Min? But if you get to the bottom of it, then isn't that saying Dai Min doesn't keep his word? Emperor Hongji was so angry that he trembled. Face is usually gentle, now revealed murderous intent. Who would have thought that the eunuch would weakly say another sentence? This time, the son-in-law that the governor sent was still a cripple. Emperor Hongji was terrified, fell down on the throne, eyes staring into space, asked Fuonki Pham if there is a problem with his mind. Quickly call the royal physician to treat his brain. Emperor Hongji really could not understand. A cripple was sent by Fuonki Pham to gamble. What does this mean? Could it be that the cripple has a grudge against Fuonki Pham? He is borrowing a knife to kill someone. Thinking about this, Emperor Hongji shook his head. This Fuonki Pham character is not that bad. On such an important occasion, borrow a knife to kill someone for personal gain. Moreover, this story is also related to Hatay, and a big bet in Hoda. I'm afraid that Fuonki Pham is not someone who doesn't care about the big picture. But think of a layman. Compete in archery with the best Dat in the world. Emperor Hongji could not help but feel speechless. The Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham, these 2 children. It really does not make people worry less. Still, my eldest grandson Chu Tu Mak is the least to worry about. No trouble at all. Xiao Ban Ban's face stiffened. Dare not refute, the current prince is still just a falcon. What more trouble can it cause? If it could cause trouble now, isn't it a monster? Speaking of Chu Tu Mak, in the heart of the Hongji emperor, he could not help but feel a little more gentle, no longer impatient. At this time, a eunuch rushed in to report, the bet in Dongdan has a win or lose result. Emperor Hongji nodded. No further questioning. In your eyes, the outcome of this victory or defeat is clear. Students know archery, so that eunuch can probably lift the tripod too, right? The eunuch saw that the Emperor Hongji reacted indifferently. I thought I had not said it clearly enough. Immediately talkative, said that the bet was earth-shattering. The crippled archer of the great Ming has entered the tube city. An arrow from 800 feet took the life of a Dat dog. Emperor Hongji heard and could not believe it. His eyes widened. 800 sets in the palace. Tu Tone could only shoot 150 feet. I didn't expect your great Ming to have such brave warriors. Quickly send someone to summon him. You must see clearly the truth. People at the crucial moment. There is a brave brother who comes to help. What a lucky thing in life. The prince is really lucky. Have a brother like Fuonki Pham. Emperor Hongji looked at the descendants of the great Ming. Look of surprise. Why does this person look familiar? A bit like Truong's son. It turns out that the 2 are father and son. Emperor Hongji was overjoyed. The Lantern Festival brings forth a hero. The crown prince stood beside him and felt a little nauseous. Isn't father telling a blatant lie? He and Fuonki Pham are only 18 years old teenagers. Okay. Truong Gaianhai is almost 28. What is a teenager? Hongji Emperor's expression changed as he was mumbled by the crown prince. A little unbelievable. Zhang Yuang's swordsmanship was taught by the crown prince. He immediately asked the crown prince where he learned swordsmanship. The prince was a little embarrassed. After a long time of hesitation, he said that he figured it out himself. Emperor Hongji was stunned. Really look at the crown prince with different eyes. This boy is smart, really smart. Just all day long tinkering around with things. Today, Emperor Hongji saw the crown prince's great change of expression. In my heart, I want to test the crown prince a little. See if there is any progress in Tay-sun recently. Immediately in front of the ministers asked a question. Presently, Du Dao Truong Gaianhai has shot dead the 5th Prince Dat. Although it has shown the majesty of our great Ming, but how will the Dat people react? As soon as this word was uttered, the ministers all looked embarrassed. This is not difficult to think, But many people do not want at this happy time. Again touch the difficult matter. Trong Sen thought that war was about to happen. This fifth prince is the last son of Dat Dat Khan, now die in the capital, even if there is a contract of birth and death. But according to the character of the Dat Dat people, will definitely be angry, but sent troops to invade. Everyone nodded, killing someone's son. How can this anger be swallowed? No one can stand it. If it were human, it would definitely be unforgivable. But the crown prince had a different opinion on this matter. Hesitated whether to say it or not, glanced at Fuanqi Pham. Phuom smiled, gave him an encouraging look. The prince now spoke his mind. He thought that this villain Dat Dat Ham was not an ordinary person. From the last time he was robbed in Africa, all proved that Dat Khan is absolutely not a reckless person. He guessed that even if Dat Dat Khan was angry, but will never act rashly, which will most likely send messengers again, continue to ask for peace. Emperor Hongji looked at the crown prince in disbelief. Liu Jian and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. All disagree with the crown prince's views. The prince cried out a little impatiently. He has studied Dat Dat Khan very carefully. In fact, the Emperor Hongji responded to the crown prince's words. Also do not keep in mind, at this time it was already lucky that the Dat Dat gang didn't come to kill him. Also send people to escort. What a joke. Seeing the crown prince and the ministers about to argue, Emperor Hongji could not help but turn to look at Fang Jifan. Want to ask him what he thinks. Fuanqi Pham smiled again. He trusts the prince. Emperor Hongji frowned. Not understand, ask, don't you have any opinion yourself? Fuanqi Pham affirmed. He was sure the crown prince's judgment was correct. Of course, Fuanqi Pham is not stupid. What makes you believe the crown prince unconditionally? Because there's a basis in reality in this story. Fuanqi Pham understood best in his heart. The person who understands Dat Dat Khan best in this world. He is also the person who is called Little Prince in Day Min history books. It is our Ming Wuzong Zhu Haozhou. Historically, Chu Hao Chu always wanted to compete with the Little Prince. So when he was still the crown prince, has always studied the Little Prince. 10 years of research, from the Little Prince's method of combat, as well as the tricks the Little Prince used to conquer the tribes, to his family situation. All were known to Chuo Chu like the back of his hand. While everyone is still confused, call Nan Dat Han as Little Prince, then Chuo Chu almost knew all 18 generations of Nan Dat Han's ancestors. Got it? That's why Chuo Chu was able to ascend to the clouds in one step. After becoming emperor, fight a decisive battle with Nan Dat Han, finally beat him. Therefore, Fuanqi Pham firmly believed that the crown prince's guess was correct. No one understands clearly. Dat Dat Khan is better than him. Emperor Hongji was clearly a little unhappy, but he said nothing more, just looked at the prince deeply, told the crown prince to concentrate on reading books in Tay Sun. Afterward, awarded his student Trong Nguyen Hai the hereditary title of Thien Ho, made this old man Trong Sin move to tears. I would like to thank the crown prince and Fuanqi Pham, promoted his son. Emperor Hongji smiled, mood immediately comfortable, finally feel the joy that fighting brings. Normally when these subjects talk, everyone has a teaching tone, unexpectedly also can see them crying miserably. Move as his. This made Emperor Hongji feel happy in his heart. Out of the cabinet, Fuanqi Pham breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the bet is won, just wait and see how the Dat Dat people react. If the Dat Dat people withdraw from Hatay, then a large number of people and laborers were displaced, can be filled in immediately. Fuanqi Pham believed that the crown prince was right. The prince clasped his hands behind his back. Smug look. As for Truong Nguyen, he limped, following closely behind the crown prince. Like a Zhang Yuang's swordsmanship improved rapidly. It can be seen that he was born with a natural talent for archery. It would be a shame not to use such a talented person. Fuanqi Pham really wants to fully exploit his potential. On the one hand, he spared no expense in having the palace's people make better bows and arrows. At the same time, a deputy must be recruited. This deputy must also be like Truong Nguyen, must have good character, quality, moreover must be good at coordination, can communicate with Truong Nguyen, also must have good eyes, good direction, can be familiar with measuring distances by eye, can also distinguish wind direction. Such a person, even Fuanqi Pham is one of those people who only appear once in 1,000 miles. Having both virtue and talent is easy to say, but choosing is very difficult. Fuanqi Pham resolutely let Truong Nguyen choose. Truong Nguyen chose again and again, finally picked one. When Li Ai excitedly stood in front of Fang Jifan, Fuanqi Pham was stunned. This king of Korea still hasn't left. Li Ai shook his head, said that here happy forget the way home, do not want to return home. Fuanqi Pham wanted to slap him. Is this eating at his house? Such a big country that doesn't care. Who would have thought that Lai Yu would say so eloquently, said that he would occasionally pay attention to the great affairs of his country. He was happy in the upper kingdom. The others did not dare to usurp the throne. Fuonki Pham was really speechless with this old man. Looking at Liengi trying to open his squinted eyes, Fuonki Pham's body trembled. This is a good sprout. Looking at his eyes narrowed into a line. Innate ability to concentrate. It's amazing, Fuonki Pham coughed once. Anyway, he's his disciple. Chase also go, well, let people like to do leisurely work. What else? Beat him to death. Come on, it's a life after all. Even a Fuonki Pham also could not bear to kill. Moreover, this is still his disciple. After tricking Li Yi into believing that he had stolen 3,000 pounds of Goryeo ginseng and tiger bones, Fuonki Pham was happy and delighted. The Crown Prince personally had someone open a shooting range in the back mountain. In addition to having the food delivered on time, others are not allowed in or out. Let Truong Hai and Li Ni practice swordsmanship there. Lan Ai is a very gentle boy, completely unlike those descendants. Every little bit is screaming loudly. The first time he and Truong Hai cooperated closely, it was to shoot dead the cows that the Crown Prince raised in Tae's son. That day, the Crown Prince had beef stew with potatoes. Fuonki Pham's meat is very delicious. Endless praise for today's beef is not ordinary. Just as the two were eating happily, Wang Bio panicked and ran to report to Fuonki Pham. Something happened in Guizhou. Something happened at home. Guizhou people revolted. Tens of thousands of people attacked a palace. Among them was a person who claimed to be Nguyen Diep, is the royal family of a Nam country, self-proclaimed Emperor of Annam. Fuonki Pham frowned after hearing that. Annam was originally part of the territory of Dae Min. The people's hearts were not stable. Many Annamese people are stubborn and difficult to tame. Now, of course, the scene of the past when Emperor Van Hong conquered Annam was repeated. These Annamese people are back again, clearly unwilling to be subjects of Jiao Chai under the rule of Dae Min. The Crown Prince heard the news and loudly said that it was only a few tens of thousands of rebels. Give him 30,000 elite soldiers, then can beat them to pieces without leaving any armor. Fuonki Pham shook his head again. The fear of turmoil, he understood very well. Historical research shows that, once a major rebellion occurs, if not prevented in time, the army was unable to quickly suppress the attack because of the attack will certainly create a great burden for the court. More and more civilians will be caught up in the war. Lost everything. By then, what can they do? We can only rise up together. Fuonki Pham suddenly had a headache. It is not easy to subdue the Annamese people. Conquering Annam was difficult, which makes it even more difficult to get them to submit completely. The prince could not help but speak out in criticism. What kind of teaching is this, Wang Shaoran? Jiao Chai's strange people were completely useless. Looks like that's all. Fuonki Pham shook his head. He did not believe this was Wang Shaoran's responsibility. He is just a spirit possessor anyway. Fuonki Pham absolutely did not believe that Vong Dunam was so weak, thinking if Emperor Hongji heard the bad news, probably will be angry enough to vomit blood. The Crown Prince thought it was because his father ate too little beef. Body is not. If I could be like him, even if the sky falls, you can still be calm. Fuonki Pham was completely confused by the Crown Prince. In the words of Lei Van Long, then the prince is truly a genius. Fuonki Pham has not slept well these past few days. He was very worried about Vong Dunan. Among the disciples, Vong Dunan is the person he likes the most. Rebellion in Jiao Chai rose like a storm. His father returned to Giang to defend the town. Pacification is not a matter of one day or two. But this disciple of Vong Dunan has a hot temper. Fuonki Pham was worried that something had happened to him. If anything happens to Wang Shaoran, who will take care of his funeral? Fuonki Pham at this moment looked a bit like a biased parent. There are obviously many filial children. He especially loves the child who is a bit naughty. It is really human nature is inherently convenient. Fuonki Pham sighed for a while, saw the prince jumping around. Very excited. In my heart I hope one day I will personally go to Jiao Chai to pacify it. Emperor Hongji received an urgent report. Faces very ugly. Angry said Jiao Chai people are indeed cunning and unpredictable. It's really a frustrating thing. To prevent the Jiao Chai people from rebelling against Dae Min, learn from the lessons of Emperor Wen's time, continuously transferred a large amount of salary to Jiao Chai to prevent local officials from robbing civilians. At the same time, general amnesty was granted to Jiao Chai. Also sent great scholars to try to educate them. The Emperor Hongji has issued several edicts, temporarily exempt taxes for Jiao. Originally thought that this leniency can make Jiao Chai people submit, make them loyal to the court. Who would have thought a rebellion has completely gone down the drain? Not only did the great scholar Tranvong to disappoint him, Wang Shaoran recommended by Fang Jifan, also not make any difference. Emperor Hongji originally wanted to reprimand severely, but anyway, I'm used to being generous, only point down, point remove two people. Fuonki Pham licked his lips. If he wants to be dismissed, then just dismiss him. He was just worried that Wang Shaoran's teachings would not be successful. Anger turns to shade. He was originally a hot-tempered person. Accidentally kill, then it is troublesome. Fuonki Pham is now very worried about his safety. After hearing this, Emperor Hongji's face was filled with confusion. How to hear? Is it like Fuonki Pham's personality? Seeing that Vong Thonan is also very kind? Not to that extent. Lai Dongdong felt that Fuonki Pham was exaggerating. He was the one who watched Wang Shaoran grow up. In his, Vong Thonan is a very calm person, is a sincere gentleman consistent in action. Absolutely not. Fuonki Pham glanced in his heart, secretly scolded Li Dongdong for being too immature. The true son is not a weak woman. He is equivalent to half of Wang Shaoran's father. Don't you know what his personality is like? Emperor Hongji felt a little annoyed when he heard them talking about this nonsense. Directly ordered Bun Teha to lead troops to suppress. Just this rebellion made him feel that this Jiaochai land was really boring. It's not delicious to eat. It's a pity to leave. If the people of Jiaochai do not submit, keep going like this, the great Ming dynasty continued to pacify. But the Jiaoqi people constantly rebelled. This is indeed a vicious cycle. Emperor Hongji took a deep breath. In sadness, the so-called expansion of territory is really difficult. It's not just about war. The prince, on the other hand, thought that, wait until the troops are dispatched. Then it was too late. Now the new rebels have just emerged, just a motley bunch. So need to be as fast as possible. Assemble an elite team to raid them. When hit to pieces, the most difficult of which is to need a brave general to lead the charge. But if we talk about who is the bravest person in the world, then of course it was none other than him, the crown prince. To put it bluntly, the crown prince wanted to send troops to pacify. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, then face, Liu Jian and the others could not help but sigh. The prince is really idle and frivolous. Emperor Hongji originally wanted to reprimand the crown prince, already have children, but why is it still so unreliable? But the words came to my mouth, finally just smiled bitterly and shook his head. My son is grown up now, no longer a child who can do whatever he wants. If you want to fight, then fight again. The prince was kept in solitary confinement. Maybe because I was beaten a lot since I was little. Should have a very strong heart. Beaten out of the warmth pavilion. He shook his head, immediately threw the sadness in his heart to the ninth cloud. The crown prince gently wanted to say something to Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham quickly interrupted him. Speak to the crown prince in a righteous tone. Please don't mention the story of going to Jiaochai again. If the crown prince dares to go, I will definitely report it immediately. The crown prince was choked by Fuonki Pham's words. Scolded Fuonki Pham as a flatterer and coward. Once upon a time there was Confucius' 3,000 disciples discussing the Tao. Now there are 3,000 disciples of back and to pacify the rebellion and destroy the enemy. Jiaochai rebellion. Inside and outside the court, rumors abounded. Believed that the court and Jiaochai were in danger of being vain. This made Emperor Hongji extremely heartbroken. That's the world. If all goes well, people will naturally praise it as opening up the land. But if something happens, people immediately think it is a waste of money and people. Is vain? Emperor Hongji was saddened by this. Originally conquering Jiaoqi was a rare achievement. He had the Duke of England pay homage to his ancestors 3 times. All his life he worked hard and diligently in politics, also have no other desires, just want to be a saint. But the Holy King does not do that easily. His civility is still reluctant. As for martial arts, it is really hard to say. The loss of Atay in the past was also because of him. It took a long time to swallow Jiaochai. He was overjoyed. Issued many edicts. Must treat Jiaoqi people well. Also request copies of these letters to be sent to the local authorities. On the surface, these edicts were for the Jiaochai people to see, actually to show off to the world, let the people see how powerful he is. The story that Emperor Wen could not do in the past, he did it. But I have not been bragging to my ancestors for long. Jiaochai rebelled again. He just discovered, Jai is a fucking hole. If we give up Jiaochai, if he passes away. What if the ancestors asked about Jiaochai? How do you answer? Emperor Hongji could not help but feel a little pained. He was hesitating whether to admit his mistake first, then reform the policy, rebuild the national policy to govern Jiaochai or not. He wanted to leave for future generations, a peaceful and happy Jiaoqi. This makes people a bit speechless. The Emperor Hongji always felt that he could only criticize himself. Looks like a wise king. Liu Jin looked at Tu Toichiyu, cannot help shaking head. I feel that Emperor Hongji is still too tolerant. Who knows that this self-confession, on the contrary, will please the troublemakers? By then the gossip only grew louder. Sure enough, the edict of apology was just issued. Immediately had Hanlam the hawk, jumping out chattering, use a teaching tone to say, the Hongji Emperor can bravely admit mistakes. So comforting. Commendable. Emperor Hongji's face was expressionless. This holy thing sounds so annoying. It is said that only an emperor with good civil and military skills can be called a holy man. Never heard that issuing an edict to admit one's mistakes is also called a holy virtue. Isn't this mocking people? But this is not all. Henlam Thai believes that the situation in Jiaochai is complicated. The great Ming's annexation of Jiaoqi was not necessarily a good thing. Jiaoqi people are not educated. The court on the contrary suffered even more. Emperor Hongji was depressed, too lazy to argue with the Henlam about this. Who would have thought he would not say anything? The Hanlins took advantage of the situation even more. The more you say, the more it goes too far. Emperor Hongji was not happy, could not help but say a few words. Education is the responsibility of the academy. But now I do not see you all wholeheartedly teaching. The people then made sarcastic remarks. Face but heart. Today they say children cannot be taught. Tomorrow again say barbarians can be taught. I really don't know who else can educate. Clay also has 3 parts anger. Originally Emperor Hongji was extremely troubled. Who would have thought these people would make a big deal out of this? Finish speaking. This is a bit fiery. Emperor Hongji was too lazy to pay attention to the Hanlin group anymore. Preparing to retreat, then Liu Jian and the others rushed in. Seeing the haggard appearance of Emperor Hongji, Liu Jian's eyes were a little red, knowing that the Emperor Hongji was mostly troubled by Jiaoqi. Now that's good. Jiaoqi Great Alliance. Such important news just came out. The palace suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Emperor Hongji suddenly held his breath. The rebellion has been pacified in less than half a month. Liu Jian was so happy he cried. Extremely excited? Not even half a month. Within 4 days the rebels were pacified. The one who quelled the rebellion was Wang Shaoran. No wonder his teacher said he had a hot temper. When he heard the news of Jiaochai rebellion, immediately led the scholars of Jiaochai recruited at Tramthan. Go calm down now. Marching continuously for 3 days. During that time, countless heads were beheaded, even directly shot dead the self-proclaimed royal of Annam, Nguyen Dun. Emperor Hongji. After listening, my legs felt a little weak, almost fell. Although the rebels were just a bunch of temporarily gathered into a motley crowd, even weapons were lacking. But who dares to lead 3,000 men, marched hundreds of miles, but dare to fight with them? But that's not the scariest thing. The first great thing in the world is the music and preaching ceremony. Those 3,000 priests can follow Vong Du Nan without hesitation, not only unlike other worldly people, take up arms against the court, but on the contrary he followed Vong Du Nan. Go calm down. This is the work of education. This merit is really scary. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, long silence, then slowly uttered 4 words. Jiaochai can be determined. This Jiaoqi can be educated. 3,000 people read that book, are all scholars of Jiaochu. Later will go to educate people. Can also strengthen the spine. Vong Du Nan has achieved such results in half a year. Can make countless readers fight for the great Ming. So why can't Jiaoqi be ruled and have peace forever? The words just ended. Emperor Hongji's eyes were like a knife. Look towards Chu and Lam. When Fuongqi Pham learned from the crown prince, Vong Du Nan led 3,000 Jiaoqi scholars, beat the rebels to pieces. Then the eyeballs almost fell out. Fuongqi Pham knew that Vong Du Nan was a fierce person, but never expected it to come to this extent. Although, later generations also had people who claimed to be disciples of the royal school. Mouthful of talk about temperament, consider royal studies as a profound essence, word-by-word research, then gives birth to a sense of inexplicable superiority. He thought he had learned the profound teachings of the kin, and was smug and smug. Who would have thought that their master, reading and preaching are just hobbies in my spare time? But his specialty is killing. From Jiangxi to Nanning. If not, the title of Marquis of Hungqin will be posthumously awarded. And where did the Thay Van Than come from? Is it really true that it is a deposit bonus? While unconsciously, Fuongqi Pham put his hands on his hips. In the crowded disciples, Wang Shaoran did not make him worry. At first, I believe he could make a career in Jiaochai. Sure enough, he was not mistaken. As a teacher, Fuongqi Pham was extremely happy. The prince also smiled happily and took credit for himself. Said he was also the director of Vong Du Nan. Fuongqi Pham could not help but glance contemptuously at the crown prince. The prince was happy, so he ignored it, as if seeing nothing. Then again, the matter of the academies entering the school. Fuongqi Pham looked a little surprised. Emperor Hongji, have you opened this? In Fuongqi Pham's eyes, Emperor Hongji is a good child taught by a great minister, unexpectedly also played a trick like that. Remove the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Directly give that gang a move, stab to death. But Fuongqi Pham really likes it. The past years have been a lot of things. Finally made Hongji Emperor see many things clearly, like this group of academicians. You say they are not excellent. How is that possible? They are all people who came from the imperial examinations. But times have changed now. But they have not changed. For Jiaoqi it is believed that it cannot be educated. But Vong Du Nan did it. This made the Emperor Hongji completely disappointed in this academic crowd. Rotten wood that cannot be used, why keep it? What he needs is someone who can do the job, not a bunch of useless chatterboxes. Emperor Hongji thought to himself. Vong Dunan wants to educate 3,000 disciples. How difficult this is. These academics are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Even the commander-in-chief, Fuang Qifeng, is not as good. When the scholars heard the Emperor Hongji speak, they are not even as good as that scumbag Fuang Qifeng, then almost fainted. How can you insult people like that? But the academicians only dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Who told Fuang Qifeng to have such a good fighting disciple? Emperor Hongji could not help but sigh. Wang Shaoran goes to the battlefield alone, rely on his strength to subdue 3,000 people. Pacify rebellion? Jiaoqi was pacified in less than 10 days. Will there be more rebellions? There are these people there. He doesn't need to worry about Jiaoqi anymore. Just Wang Shaoran alone. Enough suppression. Urgent news from Jia. Emperor Hongji watched it over and over again countless times. Cannot help but sigh. Vong Dunan is the real pillar of the nation. 10,000 academicians cannot compare to him. When the Emperor Hongji once again finished reading the urgent report, directly issued an edict praising the achievements of Vong Dunan, title Lord of War, ordered Vong Dunan to educate the people of Jiaoqi, and granted Vong Dunan the position of Jiaoqi de Hakdu Duc, governor of a province. All the readers who participated in the judging were awarded the title of bachelor. Emperor Hongji was extremely excited, then began to act with the prince. On the surface say, the prince spent all day teaching people and educating them. But this group of academics are all about talking. Punish the crown prince and re-educate these scholars. Let them learn what is economy. The prince was very dissatisfied. He is the dean of Taesun Academy. What does it have to do with him if these Hanlins are not good people? Emperor Hongji shouted at him again. He is the reserve army. All sides are at fault. His fault? The crown prince was a bit confused by the Hongji emperor. He clearly remembered that it was the emperor's fault, right? What does it have to do with him, a prince? But looking at his father's fierce appearance, the prince was so scared that he did not dare to breathe loudly. But after thinking about it carefully, the prince immediately smiled brightly. These scholars often scolded him, many times in front of him, put on a heroic act of remonstrating, teach him how to be a man. I never thought this day would come. Now it's him, the crown prince is their teacher. Teach them how to be human. In a flash, the prince felt that his father was really too talented. Hurry to receive the order of thanks. And guarantee, we'll definitely teach this useless academics a lesson, make them useful. Disappointment with the academics made Emperor Hongji determined. Usually talkative, encountered a little problem then stepped back. If not for Vong Dunan, he did not know that the Jiaoqi people could also be educated. The prince is very naughty, also like to argue, always doing nonsense behind the scenes. But at least he is his flesh and blood. Now it is getting better and better. Take this opportunity to let him try. Is it possible to educate these academics to become talented people? The prince happily assured. We'll educate these academics to become talented, on condition that I don't beat them to death. The academicians in their hearts could only lament. From ancient times until now, only the academy has educated the crown prince. Never before has it been heard that the crown prince went to the Academy of Education. What a loss of literature. Emperor Hongji's face was cold as ice, his heart was in despair. Tell the academicians that if anyone is not convinced, can submit a petition to resign. The palace immediately fell into silence. The academics turned pale. But no one stood up to resign. The prince's heart was blooming. This time it's done. Ongji Tianzi, this calculating old man, fought with Fang Jifan. What a bewildered morning. Prince and Fuang Qifeng just finished discussing how to train those young scholars. In the afternoon, Fuang Qifeng was summoned to the palace. But not because of the academy, but because Emperor Hongji and Empress Zhang missed the princess. The princess is currently 6 months pregnant. As the commander-in-chief, Fuang Qifeng naturally had to go along. Emperor Hongji had just finished coaxing his grandson to sleep, saw Fuang Qifeng and the princess coming together. In the heart of joy, the princess was about to perform the ceremony, was immediately stopped by him kindly. If the princess is pregnant, there is no need to perform the ceremony. Fuang Qifeng stood next to him and chuckled. I admire this old man, really loves his daughter. Who would have thought that Emperor Hongji would not follow common sense? Turn to say, let Fuang Qifeng lead the princess to the ceremony. The smile on Fuang Qifeng's lips immediately stiffened. Feel like being bitten by a dog. This old man really treats him like an outsider. Helplessly, Fuang Qifeng had no choice but to obediently perform the salute himself first, then lead the princess to do it again. Waiting for Empress Tru to leisurely walk out of the palace, Fuang Qifeng was once again overturned for the second time. Making Trung Honghe also stunned, looked at Hongji Emperor in confusion. Emperor Hongji smiled and explained, Fuang Qifeng loves the princess. I'm helping her perform the ceremony. Queen Trung happily said, knowing how to love your wife is a good thing. Qifeng is really understanding. Fuang Qifeng replied without hesitation. He has always been such an understanding person. Truong Honghao looked at Fuong Fam's spoiled appearance, smiled, couldn't help but tease him a few sentences. Understand what? We say you should be a little more humble. Shame. Fuong Fam naively said he was just telling the truth. Queen Truong laughed again. Call the princess to your side, as a mother. Pregnant daughter, it is inevitable that I have to give some advice. Emperor Hongji pointed at the princess's belly, really looking forward to holding a grandchild. Fuong Fam did not care. Having a daughter is not bad. He even thought of a name. Will be called Fuong A Kwok. Emperor Hongji's feelings. I see that this is definitely Fuong Fam taking revenge on me, but Fuong Fam said eloquently, his Fuong family has been loyal for generations. Loyalty and patriotism are deeply ingrained in the bones. He had already thought it through. If a son is born, he is called Trung Quan. If you have a daughter, she is called I Kwok. No one is allowed to separate him from his majesty, with the court one loyalty. Emperor Hongji stared at Fang Jifan for a long time, face red with choking. After half a day, I advised Fuong Fam to change his name. He knew Fuong Fam's loyalty, but naming children like that is really not okay. Fuong Fam helplessly glanced at the princess, and mother-in-law too. Emperor Hongji feared the three words Fang A Go into the ears of Queen Tru. Immediately waved, take Fuong Fam to the side hall, then solemnly warned Fuong Fam, the name of the grandson does not need Fuong Fam to worry about. He will give name. Fuong Fam cannot have any objections. If you dare to argue back, is when the army looks up, before absolute power. What can Fuong Fam say? Can only obediently nod and admit defeat. The main talk is over. Emperor Hongji again mentioned the teaching of the academies. He said meaningfully to Fuong Fam, this is not a spur-of-the-moment thing for him, but it was the result of his careful consideration. Furthermore, he placed a lot of expectations on Fuong Fam. Hope Fuong Fam does not disappoint you. Fuong Fam knows, I'm afraid that the national policy of Dai Min may soon change. What is academia? The academy is the elite of the great Ming. They represent the future of the great Ming. What kind of talents does Dai Min need? What kind of future do we need? The concept of Emperor Hongji has changed. This time, the academicians were brought to Tae Sun Library to study. It's just a beginning. Do good and you will make a name for yourself forever. This old Ming ship may change course. If you screw it up, it will stay the same. Fuong Fam understood clearly, solemnly promised to the Emperor Hongji. He will definitely do his best. After hearing what Hongji Emperor said, Fuong but dare not neglect the affairs of the Hanlins. Admission scholar, the Emperor Hongji valued it so much. If there is no achievement, these academicians are still useless, then what is the point? Is this acceptable? Fuong Fam will feel very ashamed. Old Crystal. Xiao Ban took advantage of the moment when Emperor Hongji was with the princess. Blink frowned at Fuong Fam. Fuong Fam intentionally walked quickly out of the palace. Indifferently asked what Tu Ban wanted to do. Tu Ban seems to be afraid of Fuong Fam. Quickly covered mouth and whispered, tell Fuong Fam to speak softly. Then he whispered to Fuong Fam, Dong Suong, and they found out something extremely rare. Is the fifth prince of the Tatars arrived in the capital. Seems to have been in secret contact with some people. After the death of the fifth prince of the Tatars, they dug out some information from that Dat history books. This story is most likely related to King Nun. Hearing that King Nun was colluding with the Tatars, Fuong Fam's face was strangely calm. Asked Tu Ban why did she tell him these things? Why not immediately report to Emperor Hongji? Tu Ban smiled bitterly. He had no solid evidence in hand. How dare you slander a prince of the great Ming? Fuong Fam was a bit unhappy after hearing that. Looks like Xiao Yu, this old fox, feel he is a bit stupid. Cannot keep things in mind. When talking will definitely not be able to hold back and blurt out. Want to use him as a pawn. Seeing Fuong Fam looking at him with an unfriendly gaze, Xiao Yu hurriedly explained. He just wanted to negotiate with Fuong Fam. He was afraid that once King Nin saw that there was turmoil in the capital, in worry, will make a desperate situation. To Namsong Palace, he had arranged everything. Just all the people in the inner palace were checked by him. In the palace is safe. He was a little worried about the crown prince in Tae Sun. Fuong Fam heard Tu Ban said it made sense. Just breathed a sigh of relief. This old fox is not kind. But for the Hongji emperor and the crown prince, still considered loyal. So Fuong Fam affirmed to him, Tae Sun, just leave it to him. Who would have thought that the two had just finished talking in the morning? By evening, something big had happened in the palace. Eunuch Liang Jing of Shangjijin assassinated Emperor Hongji. Luckily, Ao Duongqi used his hand to block the fatal blow. The new Emperor Hongji was lucky to escape. When Fuong Fam received the news, he immediately ran over. Looking at Ayangji, who was in a coma, in the heart like one to faint. Ao Duongqi in a dream, hearing Fuong Fam's voice, and then miracles opened my eyes. Originally, Aoyangji was trying to suppress the pain of his severed finger, saw Fuonki Fam coming, as if found support. He is not a person who has everything going smoothly. Before meeting Fuonki Fam, he has gone through many hardships. Only when meeting Fuonki Fam, suddenly felt someone had protected him. His heart is very pure. Because of the evils of the world, we're all stopped by Fuonki Fam outside. Although he is a little older than Fuonki Fam, but Fuonki Fam, this teacher, can give him an indescribable kind of trust and reliance. Especially now, he cried again like a wounded child. Cried his hand hurt so much. Fuonki Fam gently held his hand. Looking at the hand that was almost broken off, not only the index finger was almost severed, and his hand was almost cut in half. Fuonki Fam looked and his scalp went numb. Hate cannot immediately kill the attacker. At this moment, the crown prince standing next to him glanced over, looking at the crippled hand. Speak up and we can get back together. The prince's tone carried joy, as if this was just a minor surgery. A series of nonsense from the prince reminded Fuonki Fam again. He was too worried, so he was momentarily confused. Just now he was only worried about Aoyangji's safety, but forgot about this. So he quickly sent someone to take a duong chai back to Tae-sun. Emperor Hongji was surprised. Unexpectedly, hands and fingers can also be reattached. If so, then no need to go to Tae-sun anymore. There are also hidden chambers in the palace. Fuonki Fam just now patted his forehead. Immediately remembered. Since the cesarean section surgery for Fuong Fai, in the palace to guard against unforeseen events, also built a hermitage. Everything is according to Tae-sun standards. Moreover, it is larger in scale and more elaborate than Tae-sun. No one can understand Fuonki Fam's feelings for Duong Chai. Each student is like Fuonki Fam's child. Although Fuonki Fam is still young, but he was human in 2 lives. Although the appearance is a bit immoral, but the person who really understands Fuonki Fam, probably only these people, disciple and princess. The crown prince is only half a man. Anyway, sometimes the crown prince has some misunderstandings with Fuonki Fam. Therefore, looking at Duong Chi, he saw him coming. Hurt to the point of tears, Fuonki Fam was extremely heartbroken. He has never suffered such a loss in this life. Fuonki Fam was completely furious. No matter who does it, don't chop him into pieces. Then Fuonki Fam, he swear not to be human. Emperor Hongji is really domineering. Duong Chi saved his life. He immediately spoke cruelly. If anything happens to Aoyangji, countless people will be buried together. Since Aoyangji was brought into the cabinet, shunned by the scholars, then went into the drafting room, served before the emperor. Emperor Hongji has always admired him very much. Thought that Aoyangji was a cautious old man, have the demeanor of a master, very much in line with him, now save his life in such a dangerous situation. Emperor Hongji was deeply moved, made Emperor Hongji extremely angry. After Xiaoyu tremblingly reported the suspected clue of King Ning to Emperor Hongji, Xiaoyu still think that Emperor Hongji will definitely prove it. Without solid evidence, suspect a prince might lose your life. But what he never expected was, Emperor Hongji heard this and had a cold expression on his face. For the factory to strengthen the investigation. Early prevention, just at the same time, he ordered the Duke of England and the Admiral to prepare a troop of soldiers. Once there is change in Namsuong, immediately send troops to pacify Namsuong Prefecture, take the head of King Nun. Fuonki Fam remembered Tu Kun's warning to him today. That's right, what ordinary person would dare to assassinate Emperor Hongji, that damn eunuch Liang Jing? How can a normal person easily threaten and control him? The one who can control him, in this great Ming, you can count them on your fingers. This King Nun was clearly worried that the matter would be exposed, fear that once news of his collusion with the Dat people spread, it reached the ears of Emperor Hongji, will end up dead without burial. So the cornered dog decided to jump the fence, wanted to take the opportunity to kill Emperor Hongji. Create chaos. The emperor's death can be temporarily used as a retreat, to cover up his sins, can even take advantage of chaos to usurp the throne, acts of kindness in the palace. What a big deal. Yet Tu Kun, without any solid evidence, dared directly drag a prince into this. This is even more terrifying. The ministers present were all anxious. The prince saw his father walking towards the bedroom, now breathing a sigh of relief. He had never seen his father so angry. I thought I would be implicated too. Seeing Fuonki Fam beside him looking a bit sad, the crown prince's mood was also heavy. He patted Fuonki Fam's back, comforting him not to be afraid. Aoyangji's hand will definitely be reattached. At that time, he will take revenge with Fuonki Fam. Killed the entire Nine Vong family with his own hands. Fuonki Fam did not respond to the crown prince. At this moment, all his thoughts were on his good disciple. Aoyangji drank the stinking devil soup prepared by the palace. The pain has subsided a little, so is fast asleep. Next, the time has come for the crown prince to show his unique abilities. Emperor Hongji also entered the bedroom after disinfecting, although once dissected by the crown prince, but this was the first time he saw his son manipulate life and death of others from the perspective of the observer. In this, the doctor is always respected by everyone. Looking at the crown prince's serious appearance, Emperor Hongji was a bit absent-minded. Is this still my son of a bitch? Who would have thought that just after he praised the crown prince? Then right after that, the crown prince glanced at Aoyangji's private part, lightly said too small. Absolutely not comparable to mine. Emperor Hongji almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuang Qifam trembled. Almost swear. He's very sad. Can you not make him laugh? The prince is not upright. But his talent in surgery is beyond question. His mood is very good. Surgery is purely a matter of preference. Stress and negative emotions are completely non-existent. Anyway, whether the person undergoing surgery lives or dies has nothing to do with him. He just does it his way. Do well what you need to do. He did the surgery purely for fun. Emperor Hongji looked at the crown prince nervously. How difficult is this surgery? Just look at the needle as thin as a hair. Then it is enough to see. Seeing his son as if holding his breath. Eyes wide. Dare not blink. Arm without force. Just use a little force with your fingertips. Every stitch. As for Fuang Qifam, his hair stood on end. Cold sweat in the heart. Feels like scalp is about to explode. The prince is so magical. Vascular anastomosis? Microsurgery requires extremely meticulous manipulation. No sloppiness allowed. Wait until the hand is almost cut in half. Fully stitched? The prince breathed a sigh of relief. Duang Chai is still considered lucky. The finger only has damage to the flesh and bone. After a long while, this unprecedented hand reattachment surgery is finally complete. The prince took off his mask, breathed deeply. As for whether this hand can be used in the future, he doesn't know either. Anyway, he has done everything he can. Fuang Qifam confirmed once again, also breathed a sigh of relief. This hand can, whether it can be saved or not depends on whether the blood can circulate or not. Angji Tianzi standing beside him also took a deep breath. Today he looked at this surgery from an outsider's perspective. I just discovered that there are so many wonderful things inside. Can't help but look at his son. The prince has really grown up. Emperor Hongji looked at the crown prince and Fang Jifan tiredly. Tell the two of them to go and rest quickly. He wanted to stay and watch over Aoyangji. If there was no Aoyangji, this time he was in danger. Fuang Qifam shook his head again. Duang Chai has not woken up yet, not knowing if blood is circulating or not. Is amputation necessary at that time? How can he rest assured? Seeing that Fuang Qifam was determined not to leave, Emperor Hongji, send someone to bring blankets and mattresses to the crown prince and Fuang Qifam. Let them rest first in the atrium next door. The prince happily teased. Just in time he could sleep with old Fuang. They have never slept together. Fuang Qifam looked at the crown prince warily. Seeing the prince's smug look, Fuang Qifam's expression was strange. Cannot help but spit a mouthful. The vulgar words sound weird, making the crown prince bewildered. What happened? Why is it downstream? This guy Fuang Qifam is really stupid. As if he was really afraid that the crown prince would do something to him, and then wrapped a cotton blanket to block one corner. Luckily, because I was so focused on the surgery, so both he and the crown prince quickly fell asleep. What he feared did not happen. But by morning, he was still awakened by the cry of pain. The effect of the anesthetic has worn off. Duang Chi was in severe pain. Fuang Qifam did not have time to pay attention to Duang Chi's pain, and immediately took Duang Chi's hand to check. Emperor Hongji also opened his eyes, which were dark from staying up all night, staring at Fuang Qifam. A little worried, if the surgery fails, I'm afraid I'll have to amputate Aoyangji's arm today. Luckily, when Fuang Qifam opened the last layer of ice, seeing that Aoyangji's hand was a bit purple, but the fingers and hands showed no signs of necrosis. Just keep the blood circulating. This hand is considered to be kept. Fuang Qifam's eyes were a little blurred. Gently comforted Aoyangji, it doesn't hurt. We'll be fine soon. Hearing this, Emperor Hongji also breathed a sigh of relief. But there is one question, how much of this hand can be restored? Fuang Qifam did not have a definite answer. Surgery these days can only depend on luck. It is a blessing to not have to amputate a limb. But even so, also proved the high level of trickery of this prince, born with the seed to dissect others. If he gets sick later, this butcher must be the master of the knife. More than half a month later, Ouyangji's wound was almost completely healed. Just to be on the safe side, his hand was still bandaged like a big pig's hoof. Emperor Hongji was also very happy about this. Through days of in-depth study of medicine, Emperor Hongji believed that this medical art should be further studied. This is a good thing, good for the country and the people. Therefore, he decided to give Taesun Medical Institute the position of medical officer, and take the academy as an example. 3 years exam. Not simply on par with medical officials like the Imperial Medical Institute, but also encourages readers to delve deeper into this argument, put the consciousness of the crown into the reason. Based on medical science and research on this subject, given crown and robe receives salary from the court, Emperor Hongji towards the young people, more and more offensive, began to focus more on economic and governance studies. This has been a strong trend, cannot be stopped anymore. Having settled these matters, Hongji Emperor asked coldly again, "How is the investigation of the assassin case into you ban?" He was really angry, dared to cross the cross, almost killed Ing. How can the Emperor Hongji endure? Xiao Ban tremble, bring the clues found, report in detail to the Emperor Hongji. Basically the same as what he had told Fuonqi Pham before, just recently discovered more important news. Nanvong recently lived in Meilin area, started to rush to make military ranks. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, extremely disappointed in Ninvong, you yourself have treated King Nin not badly before. Unexpectedly, King Nun had such a rebellious heart. So hateful, the betrayal of King Mun made Liu Jian and the others feel panic. The rebellion of the feudal king was clearly premeditated. In Meilin weapons manufacturing, Imba Doang Lake recruiting robbers. It can be seen that King Nin had prepared a lot for his rebellion. If the court punishes King Nun, in Nanqing Uprising, King Nun was naturally no match for the imperial court. But this person once pushed into a corner, great war will break out. The population in Jiangxi is very large. Once the war broke out, I don't know how many more people will die unjustly. Since the cross-assignment perpetrator has been identified, Emperor Hongji was no longer polite. Make a direct statement. Who can be the first person to reach Nanqing? That person will be made a marquis. Kill Nun, capture his wife, children, and subordinates, and he will also be made a marquis. The prince was about to speak, want to go to war, was accidentally interrupted by Emperor Hongji. Tell him and Fuonqi Pham to teach the good Henlam officials. The prince thought for a moment. That's right, it seems that this grudge against King Nun cannot be avenged. Well then, let's go beat up those damned Henlams. Shut them up. Out of the palace, Fuonqi Pham rested his chin in thought. He thought that the Emperor Hongji mobilized 100,000 troops, divide troops to attack, less than a few months, will definitely pacify the rebellion. Only rebels are a minority. To capture the enemy, you must capture the general. If King Nun dies, then the rebels in this Namsuang prefecture will definitely run away and surrender. If that is possible, then it is truly a blessing for the people. Jiangnan is the land of rice and fish. Fight for 3 years. How can the people bear it? By then, no one knows how many people will die. Fuonqi Pham would rather go to the border and fight with Ji Yaochai for 3 or 5 years. I don't want the war to spread to this Nanchang prefecture. The prince was interested as soon as he heard it. Immediately asked Fuonqi Pham how he planned to capture the general. Fuonqi Pham spoke endlessly. Of course, hit it correctly first. Defeat the final boss. Send people infiltrate Nam Suong City. Find out the whereabouts of King Nun. Once the Ning King's appearance is confirmed, immediately use low-flying drones in the plane equipped with a gunner. Then one hit kill. The prince listened with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. Admire Fuonqi Pham's soaring imagination. If you use this method, then a great disaster was thus resolved. Fuonqi Pham just avenged his beloved disciple who was assassinated. Emperor Hongjiao resolved his hatred, eliminate a major threat to the court. The military does not need to be conscripted. The people can also continue to live in peace. The prince looked disdainful again. Tu sound. He hates the most those who use hidden arrows. That is the work of despicable and shameless people. Fuonqi Pham saw the crown prince like that. In the heart cannot help but despise. He secretly scolded the crown prince. Know what? Use the smallest price to solve the biggest trouble. Only then will it be profitable. Why do we have to deploy hundreds of thousands of troops? Isn't that sick? Of course his idea. Although attempts have been made to take advantage of drones, but still unverified. There are so many problems that can happen in reality. Things in life it seems perfect, but when done it is very difficult. But so what? Under the spiritual influence of Fuonqi Pham, there are many people who can verify success or failure. Even if it fails, no problem, but if success, then it will be completely different. Men say, all lies. This time the crown prince said with his mouth hidden arrow. Shameless, turned back and brought with him the archer Truong Guyan Hai. There was also Duong Bu and Themo who ran away with the newly built drone. Fuonqi Pham seemed to have completely admired this old man. It was clearly his idea. Really want to let others try a life of half-death, but he really didn't expect the crown prince to be so steely. Go by yourself, if anything happens to this trip. Once prosecuted, the crown prince was instigated by him. Fuonqi Pham does not need legs. Using his heel also knows that his life is over. Lu Jin was also smart this time. Saw the crown prince disappear. The first thing he thought of was to find Fuonqi Pham. The less people know about this, the better. Fuonqi Pham said, the urgent matter at hand is to retrieve the crown prince. but Fuonki Pham completely underestimated the Crown Prince's speed. Unexpectedly, this time the Crown Prince ran even faster than a rabbit. Wait until he gallops for days and nights, chased to the point of almost vomiting blood, finally met the Crown Prince at a post station in Incan. This time the Crown Prince is indeed a swordsman, seeing Fuonki Pham tired and exhausted, as if nothing happened. Happy, smiling greeting to Fuonki Pham. Making Fuonki Pham angry, he grabbed his collar and scolded, "Your master!" Behind the Crown Prince, one by one, people poked their heads out. Among them was a person with ordinary features, seemed to want to draw his sword to protect the Crown Prince, but quickly patted on the shoulder by them. "Oh, stop!" The prince took 2 steps back. "Let Fuonki Pham calm down first. Listen to him explain." "Your master." Fuonki Pham raised his fist to hit someone. Lucan fell to his knees with a thud, 2 hands hugging Fuonki Pham's legs. "Beg Fuonki Pham not to attack. Say it's..." "The prince has thick skin and thick face, but is tough. Stand there and tell Fuonki Pham not to hit him in the face. There are many people here anyway. The Crown Prince is still a king after all." Fuonki Pham pretended for a while. This fist did not land in the end. The prince saw this and immediately smiled and explained. He followed Fuonki Pham's idea. "Go home and think carefully. See should do so. They have to think about the people. If war breaks out..." Lamenting creatures. In the end, aren't the injured people innocent civilians? Fuonki Pham heard and laughed coldly. "I didn't expect something like the Crown Prince can say such noble words." What Fuonki Pham was more surprised about was, the Crown Prince also took out the imperial edict from his chest. "Tell Fuonki Pham to see, that's my idea." His father, Fuonki Pham still smiled coldly. If he believed the Crown Prince's devilish words, then he is the real brain dead. Fuonki Pham snatched the imperial edict. Without even looking, already intending to tear, the Crown Prince quickly stopped Fuonki Pham. "Tell him not to tear it. Say it's..." "Don't take your anger out on his father." Then looked at Fuonki Pham with pitiful eyes. "Softly beg, Fuonki Pham has come to this point. If you don't kill King Nun, avenge his father and Aoyangji, is he still worthy of being human? And Fuonki Pham, is he still worthy to be someone's teacher?" Later he also mingled in the capital. "How can I face anyone?" Having said these words, the prince pretended to want to cry. Beat chest stomp feet, yelling at Aoyangji, "You fool, consider the teacher as his father." Unexpectedly his teacher was a coward. Fuonki Pham also had to give up before this series of actions of the Crown Prince. Finally took a deep breath. "Shout loudly, I'm going." The prince, after hearing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. Then the Crown Prince sent someone to tell Fuonki Pham their detailed plan. Fuonki Pham thought the plan was good, but just be careful. They will all lose their lives. His lovely princess would never see him again. The Crown Prince looked down on Fuonki Pham a little. He is a 7-foot man, and most of it is just death. Moreover, the person who can kill him has not been born yet. "What are you afraid of?" Fuonki Pham frowned. Honestly, he didn't want to take the risk. After all, you only live once. But just think about Duong Chi. He could not swallow this anger. To be sure, Fuonki Pham ordered the Crown Prince not to enter the city, only outside the city to support. The prince laughed coldly again. "Do not King Nun avenge his father? Chuo Chiu, is he still worthy of being human? He must..." Fuonki Pham thinks that the prince is using his father as a shield. The prince looked very serious again. He scolded his father. That's his business. But others wanted to kill his father. He cannot stand it, so he had to watch Nine Vong die before his eyes. This word made Fuonki Pham think of the records in Votong Thuk Luk. Votong Thuk Luk did not have much sympathy for Chuo Chiu, recorded his countless misdeeds, but still recorded honestly. After Emperor Xiaozong passed away, Emperor Ming Wuzongzhu Haozao personally wore mourning clothes to bury him, cried and fainted several times. Past story. The Crown Prince and Emperor Hongji's feelings were still very deep. At this point, Fuonki Pham also had nothing more to say. We can only hope their plan goes smoothly. The Crown Prince happily hugged Fuonki Pham and shouted, "This is his brave brother. You know that the family has a mine, but how stupid is it to have to do risky things by yourself?" After Fuonki Pham agreed to go south with the Crown Prince, inside also very torn. He doesn't like to take risks, also do not like the Crown Prince to take risks. Anyway, his house has a mine, but also run to do dangerous things. Feel like a big fool. Play bad, play too much. His wife and children will probably belong to someone else. And the Crown Prince this time. The house clearly has a kingdom waiting for him to inherit. He was determined to rush in. What a fool among fools. At this time, the atmosphere in Namsong Fu was somewhat tense, although King Nen had not yet openly rebelled. But clearly, he and his gang realized something was wrong. Patrols here have begun to become more stringent. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had sent someone to prepare before coming, successfully infiltrated the city. And next, is to wait for the opportunity, give King Nun a big surprise. They quickly found out the news. In recent days, King Nun often goes to the Ken Tower to worship Buddha. It seemed that he wanted to summon the officials stationed at Nanjing Prefecture to go together. According to the investigation of the Crown Prince's men, the relationship between King Nin and the officials stationed in the city not really in harmony. Yet, he suddenly invited them to worship Buddha. This is unprecedented. Ever, the intention inside was too obvious. King Nin is afraid that he wants to take this day to kill the garrison officials. Rebel, and the auspicious day to worship Buddha is tomorrow. The Crown Prince was extremely excited after hearing this. It's true that coming early is not as good as coming on time. If it were tomorrow, this is the best opportunity. It's a waste to miss it. Once King Nin declared rebellion, kill the court officials sent to Nanchang City, then he will definitely lead his army down to Jiangnan. At that time, want to rely on the flying ball to kill him. That is knave. So tomorrow must kill King Nin at the Qin Tower. But the opportunity to kill King Nun is on the railing outside the Divine Tower. King Nun had to walk half a week from there, from the mountain gate to the tower. The Crown Prince looked at Fuongqi Pham with some excitement. A gloom flashed through Fuongqi Pham's eyes. He was a little nervous. He originally did not like fighting and killing. But here we come, cannot return empty-handed. Then he and the Crown Prince began to study the map, plan and schedule each step carefully. This is the only chance to kill King Nun. Once you miss this best opportunity, then wanting to assassinate again will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. They must plan everything to perfection. The next, everyone eats and drinks enough, start preparing for departure. By noon, Fikaw had been pumped with air. Crown Prince and Fang Jifan, without hesitation, crawled into the wicker basket. Duongbu and them Gao skillfully controlled Fikaw, slowly moved towards Thang Kimthap. The Golden Tower is a famous scenic spot in Nanching. Reputation is not inferior to Tengwang Pavilion. Fuongqi Pham couldn't help but lift the binoculars to look a few more times. Not long after, he found the location of King Nun. On the ground a few hundred feet away, a crowd of people were surrounding an old man in a red robe, slowly approaching the entrance of the Divine Tower. But at this time, King Nun was wearing plain clothes, and next to him was a eunuch holding a golden sword. Obviously today King Nun worships Buddha, summoned the officials in Nanching City, is to completely flip the card. The Crown Prince saw this and shouted angrily. King Nun really wants to rebel. Fuongqi Pham secretly cursed Nine Vong for having a sick mind. With his immense power, he dared to confront the imperial court. I really don't know what's going on in his head. Must have been a royal for a long time, being flattered by the flatterers around and forgetting oneself. So really think that I am the true son of heaven in the mouths of those hunting dogs. Proverb says you can endure it, but I cannot help it. The Crown Prince immediately called. My lover, Truong Gaianhai took out his bow and arrow without hesitation. Close your eyes and regulate your breathing. Raised the binoculars and began to observe. This is a big subject. Direction of movement of Fikaw, speed of movement, target is in sight, how far to travel. All of which he needed to constantly calculate. In the back mountain, he had practiced no less than hundreds of thousands of times. With Truong Gaianhai had a good understanding. So he was very calm. As usual, very quickly his eyes locked on Nin Vong. There are not many opportunities to act. Once out of grasp, then the opportunity will be completely gone. The Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham standing beside him also held their breath. Time flies. Right at Nine Vong, people discovered a strange phenomenon in the sky. 250 steps away, a wolf-toothed sword pierced the wind and rushed towards him. King Nun was angry and was about to curse. Then the sword was stuck straight into his head. Everyone was stunned. Just now, you were still dignified and majestic, Your Highness the King of Nun. In a blink of an eye turned into a puddle of mud. The important thing is that no one can see clearly where this incident came from. Killing people with hidden weapons. This is addictive. Truong Gaianhai after shooting King Nun dead. Everyone became excited. I feel like just shooting a Nine Vong is not enough. Continuously shoot swords like rain. Successively defeated Prince Nin Vong. All the generals colluded with King Nun to rebel. Looking at each life, passed through my hands, Truong Gaianhai again gave birth to an indescribable feeling of refreshment. The Crown Prince was also frightened by Truong Gaianhai's crazy actions. From the initial agitated screaming, to rush up to stop Truong Gaianhai. Fuongqi Pham looked at Truong Gaianhai like he was looking at a monster. As expected of the archer he found. Kill without breathing. Just for a moment, King Nun's people, more than 20 people were shot dead by Truong Gaianhai. Fortunately, the Crown Prince stopped it in time. Otherwise, they would have all been shot dead by Truong Gaianhai. After calming down Truong Yuanhai, this maniac, the Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham just remembered the main story. Take out the pre-written notices one by one. These notices were copied 100 times. Above records the crime of disloyalty of King Nun. King Nin is the leader. Kill his whole family. Others not counting. If you still stubbornly resist, then exterminate the whole family. If the court opens its doors, can pardon not kill. Fuonki fam hates the most. It is this kind of tasteless display of form of the crown prince. Whatever you do, do it properly. Have to wear more. I need a few official hats on my head. This notice, the crown prince's bullshit official titles have taken up most of the text. Although hate is hate, but the way to defeat the enemy without fighting, then just have to release it. Not long after, white paper flew all over the sky, heading towards the city. As for Fuonki fam, they sat on Phai Ka, down in the suburbs of Tan Kien district. Fuonki fam gave this place a very nice name, called Hong Kok then. This is done very neatly and decisively. All goals have been achieved. Fuonki fam and others temporarily stay at a manor in Tan Kien district. The next day, the rebels in the city released the Jiangxi governor, then without hesitation killed the family of King Nun, hanged their bodies from the city wall as sacrifices. Then a crowd of people loudly left the city and dispersed. No one expected that. The rebellion of King Nun, like child's play, come fast and go fast. The Men Vong family has been plotting rebellion for generations, finally become a dream bubble. It really makes people want to laugh but can't. Next, the crown prince decided to enter the city. Entering the city may be dangerous, but the crown prince likes adventure the most. He ordered someone to throw wooden cards. One side of the card reads Cabinet Minister Lai Sai, Grand Master of Pilgrimage. On the other side of the card it says, the Great Emperor, Commander-in-Chief of the Nine Borders. Outside Nanjing City, Governor Wang Zheng led the way to welcome them. He looked at the General and Grand Scholar cards. Take a breath. What the hell, who is this? So we deliver. Luckily, there was a small card behind the Crown Prince's card. The Minister of War, the Commander-in-Chief Fuonki fam, arrives. He had heard of this name Fuonki fam before. Although the reputation is not very good, but at least it proves that they are people from the royal court. His man Vong Chine was about to step forward to salute. The Crown Prince told him to get out of the way first. They have to destroy the city first. Then the Crown Prince called Fuonki fam. Tell Fuonki fam to go in first. Anyway, the idea and the bad luck were all his own. Didn't his father say, whoever reaches the city first will make great achievements? Fuonki fam was not polite either. Just spurred the horse into the city. He was a little worried. If he just entered and a group of executioners rushed out. So it's not like the merit is not seen, but take the first one. Luckily, what he thought didn't happen. Everything went smoothly. His Highness the Crown Prince is sometimes very childish. King Nun died stiffly. But the Crown Prince said that King Nun was not dead. Must send someone to carry Nun Vong's body. Then violently stabbed several holes in Nun Vong's body to avenge his father with an arrow. The Crown Prince still hasn't seen enough of this. It is said that the pirates colluded with King Nun at Lake Poyang. All have been arrested. So excited that he jumped up. These thieves, there are tens of thousands of them, and they are extremely brutal. Cause harm to one side, just in time to be able to catch and kill a few guys to practice. Let's see if these bastards dare to betray his great Ming. Say do? The Crown Prince gripped the hilt of his sword tightly in his hand. The Crown Prince left the capital like a tiger descending the mountain. Extremely fierce, Fuonki fam was also interested in the Crown Prince. Roll up your sleeves and kill a thief to practice your skills, so that by then no one will dare say he is useless, but coming here is a waste of time. But when the two saw the bandits being dragged by the soldiers, immediately stunned. You call this bunch of yellow-faced, skinny people bandits? The Crown Prince's initially excited expression immediately diminished. Watch the bandits carefully. Ask these people why they are thieves. Listening to the story of these robbers is both pitiful and funny. Beidong Lake floods every year. If they don't steal, they will starve to death. But who would have thought that being a thief would be even more miserable? Robbing the poor does not rob a grain of rice. Robbing the rich has powerful bodyguards. The Crown Prince felt a headache after hearing this. So he asked these people if they were full, would they still steal? The pirates were stunned. Also not stupid, seeing that the Crown Prince is clearly a person of status, hurriedly said no. The Crown Prince sent someone to take the pirates away. Anger flared up. Started cursing his father again, the Emperor dog. If you don't feed people, isn't that like wanting them to rebel? No wonder that old man Nine Vong can incite so many people. Isn't it because of these useless emperors and officials? The Governor-General stood beside him, scared to the point of trembling, explained that they originally intended to promote potatoes and sweet potatoes, but who would have thought that King Nun would be so against the things that His Majesty wanted to promote, find every way to prevent, leading to the delay until now. The Crown Prince heard and laughed coldly, pointed at Vong Chine and scolded him as a dog official. Tell him to go away. Fuonki fam looked at the angry Crown Prince, vaguely saw his shadow on the Crown Prince. Are all righteous people. Have compassion, cannot help thinking of Hong. In the alluvial area there is a lot of land. Can start from there and build up. The crown prince did not hesitate at all. Agreed on the spot, let those emperor dogs and mandarin dogs see. What is the unity of knowledge and action? Fuonki Pham with a painful face begged the crown prince. Can you not scold the emperor dog in front of him? The crown prince is even better. Must confront Fuonki Pham. Said it 4 more times in one breath. Fuonki Pham's face was like bitter melon. He sighed and said that his father-in-law really raised a good son. The next, the crown prince again played the trick of pretending to deliver the imperial edict, and added to himself countless dog-like positions, finally appointed himself as the Grand Admiral of the World Plantation. The Commander-in-Chief, Fuonki Pham, was appointed Vice Admiral. Holding the edict in hand, the crown prince still had to pretend for a while. Praise his father also has some conscience, know the people's hardships and difficulties, appointed him Grand Admiral of the plantation. He will definitely not disappoint the people. Then the crown prince changed into a short dress. From the pirates, selected more than 100 people with experience as blacksmiths, take countless confiscated weapons to melt and transform into cages. Crown prince this kid, the only advantage is that he works extremely seriously. Like when saving ears, also personally carried rocks up the dike. This made the pirates a bit bewildered. Honestly, they never saw an admiral who works with the people. The pirates at first thought the admiral sent them to do hard labor. Who would have thought that the Grand Admiral would personally come down to work? Really makes them feel unbelievable. Snow falls heavily in the capital. A eunuch ran over out of breath, whispered to Tiu-kun for a while. Tiu-kun was so scared that he peed his pants after hearing that. His face was pale. Hesitate forever. Finally, he hurriedly ran to Nonkak. Extremely excited, Kwai is a descendant of King Ajian Truong-du. This unfilial son only knows how to worship his ancestors all day long. Finally got a chance to lead troops into battle. At Nonkak, the Duke of Enquo headed towards Hong Tri. The emperor promises, definitely will get the head of King Min within 8 months. Emperor Hongji, after listening to the analysis of the Duke of England about the traitor King Nin, also exclaimed that Enquo Kong is indeed a descendant of Truong-du. The army of war has a unique eye. Just as everyone was discussing the matter of punishing King Nun, then Tu Bamban rushed to report. According to information from their Eastern Factory spy, the Crown Prince brought 3 or 4 escorts to Nanjing Palace, said he wanted to take the head of King Nun. Emperor Hongji heard this and immediately vomited blood on the spot. Crown Prince, this little beast is really bold. Who does he think he is? Say kill King Nun is kill. After knowing that Fuonki Pham went to chase after the Crown Prince, then chase. Finally, he went to Nam Suong Palace with the Crown Prince. Then Emperor Hongji almost fainted. He really gave up on these 2 rebellious sons. Hurry to warn everyone. This matter absolutely must not be left to Nantho Palace. Kan Nine Palace and Princess Palace know, if anyone dares to reveal a word, he will not forgive. Everyone looked at Emperor Hongji in agreement. He himself was so angry that he died and came back to life, but still worried about the feelings of the Queen Mother, Lady Trong and Princess. What an unfortunate family. The Duke saw the situation was urgent, then asked the Emperor Hongji, let him immediately send troops, go straight to Nam Suong Phu. Then, on one hand, he sent people to search for the Crown Prince and Fuonki Pham. Emperor Hongji was so angry that he kept rubbing his head. If anything happens to your son, what should I do? At this time, Emperor Hongji had completely lost all sense of direction. Mouth kept scolding the Crown Prince, little beast, scolded 4 sentences in a row, just looked up. Loudly shouted that he wanted to personally lead the army. Everyone in the warm pavilion was stunned, tried to persuade. But Emperor Hongji was extremely determined. His son is now unknown. Tell him, how can I sit in the capital and wait for news? Minister of Rights Trong Sin was very worried after hearing this. He is the Minister of Rights. How can I put it on a pedestal? Can I go down in battle? In terms of etiquette, it is absolutely not allowed. So he advised the Emperor Hongji to take national affairs as the most important thing. Don't do anything rash. Emperor Hongji's face turned ashen after hearing this. Tiu Ban glanced at Trong Sin, then timidly said a sentence. Among the escorts that the Crown Prince brought, including his son Truong Gai and Hai, Truong Sin was then stunned. Thud fell to the ground. Mumbled to Tiu-kun not to joke with him. His son has a crippled leg. How can I go to Nanjing? He couldn't believe it, but cannot help but believe. Tiu-kun will not joke with him. In a flash, Truong Sin's heart was filled with emotion. He looked at the Emperor Hongji with some helplessness. The Emperor Hongji did not mind his recent advice. Ordered the ministers to quickly prepare for the expedition. The Emperor Hongji personally led the army. The mobilization of the center was extremely rapid. The next day, the army had assembled. Mr. Okong, he himself was the vanguard. The Son of Heaven was in the center. The 2 wings were 3,000 elite soldiers of the 5 army camp. Afterwards, the core members of the 5 military camps from all over were also dispatched. because the army set out too quickly. The Ministry of War was not well prepared, insufficient reserve tents. Most of the food is old food in the warehouse. The generals surrounded Ma Wensheng. Gossip, complain. Ma Vansen did not dare to say, "You guys go find the emperor. This is none of my business. You can't say you eat shit and go." Can only advise, generals, let us shoulder this burden together. Not enough tents. Truong Sen and I live in the same tent. It was very difficult to escape. The generals opened the curtains and entered, immediately saw Truong Sen turn his back. Wiping away tears, he muttered that his son had a crippled leg. Min Vong, the prince with ambition. Once they are discovered, won't they lose their lives? Ma Vansen did not want to listen to his nonsense. Half an hour during the day, he had been listening to Emperor Hongji's nagging all day. The ear has grown cocoons. The crown prince went to Nanjing on his own initiative. All confidential matters known only to a few people. But His Majesty can only tell a few people. He is also a victim. Made him exhausted. Well, let Truong Sen cry? Not even bother to take off shoes, fall down on the bed? When Duke and Kwok came to see the Hong Tri Emperor with tears in his eyes, Emperor Hongji immediately felt the world spinning. Of course something happened. With the identity of the Duke of England, what could make him cry? Emperor Hongji regained his composure and, voice slightly trembling, asking Kwok Kong what happened. Even if the sky falls down, must also report the truth. Mr. Kwok Kong tried to force a smile, but as soon as he finished speaking, "Your Majesty," suddenly he felt his eyes dry. Tears streaming down, sobbing said, "Your Majesty, Nam Song Fu's at peace, Your Highness the Crown Prince, together with Fuong Ki Pham and Truong Gaian Hai, etc. Killed Nam Vong, pacify Nam Su." The body of Emperor Ungji trembled, thought it was bad news. In the blink of an eye turned into good news. What is this old British Duke crying about? Make me scared. The Duke muttered, "I'm so happy I could cry." Just delivered the intercepted secret report to the face of Emperor Hongji. Emperor Hongji quickly grabbed the memorial, then frantically opened the memorial. He glanced quickly through it. At first glance I was surprised, then a look of joy flashed through his eyes. Unexpectedly his son, this little beast, really makes people look with different eyes. Just a few people put down the rebellion of King Nun. Most importantly, this little bastard is still alive and kicking. What made Emperor Hongji even less expect was that Fuong Ki Pham was the first Toast to appear. Have some courage. Emperor Hongji looked at the secret report with some excitement. I really don't know whether to scold or praise, but this time the Crown Prince took the life of King Nun's dog, helped the Taoist avoid a war, considered as immeasurable merit. Cannot help but praise the Crown Prince. Before, he only looked at the Crown Prince's weaknesses, but ignore the Crown Prince's strengths. To be fair, world talks about military strategy. Who is better than the Crown Prince? Then he asked the Duke of England if he could be better than the Crown Prince. Is your strategy comparable to the Crown Prince's? The Duke of Kwok choked. Swallow. Want to spit out a mouthful of old blood. He tried to hold back. Just kneel down on the ground. Cannot answer. How to answer? Old Truong remembered his ancestors all his life. How does he know if he is good or the Crown Prince is good? Isn't that rubbing salt into someone's wound? The Duke of England looked at the Emperor Hongji with some resentment. Emperor Hongji sighed. People in this Taesun library, I have truly understood the path of unification of knowledge and action. Once you have decided to do something, do it with all your might. Just be determined to do it. Through this time, he seemed to have thought it through. The Crown Prince is the Crown Prince, no matter how chaotic, no matter how forbidden, then it is useless. It's better to gamble than to lose. Moreover, people are really capable of doing things if you really just follow each step judged by common sense. At this time, I don't know how many people died. How many people have to separate their wives and children? Emperor Hongji was a little excited, so happy immediately want to worship ancestors. Send the Duke of Nquok to collect the offering money tomorrow. Report ancestor. His son Chuo Chi was different from others since he was a child. Natural talent. Guard the capital, escort the common people, pacify the royal family. The descendants of the dynasty did not dare to compare themselves with the Thai to Ka Hong Di, but the descendants of the great Ming Gaozu Emperor Wen Huang use horses to get the world. Today the children are not inferior. Also use literary strategies to govern the world. Use martial arts to pacify the world. Mr. Kwok Kong's face was numb. It seems that by now, he can only do the ancestral worship, although it is unavoidable, but still accept the arrangement of fate. It must be said that Emperor Hongji really knows how to utilize resources. Originally thought that he had to personally lead the army to fight the enemy. Who would have thought that the army had only gone halfway? The enemy has been defeated by the Crown Prince. Now I can't go back. How much is the mobilized food? All are paid for by Emperor Hongji himself. Before going to war, he also rewarded the generals and soldiers. Definitely cannot return money, so Emperor Hongji had to consider this time as a tour. On one hand, he worried about the Crown Prince. Nam Suang encountered an incident. On the other hand, also want to go see a bit. Nam Suang Prefecture was occupied by the hereditary King Nin for 100 years. What does it look like? After 7 days, finally arrived at Nam Suang Palace. First came a pair of eunuchs and guards on horseback, search for the crown prince. Who would have thought that the crown prince was not in Nanjing City, but on the other side of the river? You must know that in this era, there is no bridge north and south of the Cam River. The eunuchs could only stand on one side and look at the other. On one side is Nam Suang Palace singing and dancing to celebrate peace. On one side is a cluster of tents. They stamped their feet impatiently, hurriedly sent someone to get the boat, crossed the river to find Phuong Ki Pham, asked where is the prince. Phuong Ki Pham sent someone to call the crown prince. One side followed the eunuchs across the river to the east bank. At this time the large procession had entered the city. Emperor Ongji rides a horse. At the gate, the Jiangxi governor and the Nanchang officials came to welcome him. Seeing the emperor riding a horse, still in good spirits, everyone bowed down. Long live! Phuong Ki Pham hid in the crowd, pretending that the Emperor Hongji did not see him. Bow your head. Who would have thought that Emperor Hongji had sharp eyes? Eyes fell on Phuong Ki Pham. Question him, where is the crown prince now? The officials from all over Nam Suang were stunned. Don't know how to answer. The crown prince, since entering the city, did not pay attention to them, lead people to the west bank of the Cam River, then never come back again. The crown prince's temper is not good. People dare not tease him. The devil knows what he is doing. Phuong Ki Pham had to answer truthfully. The crown prince is in Tangshi repairing the dikes. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, immediately want to go see. Governor Wang Zhen advised the Emperor Hongji, absolutely do not go there. The other side is mostly occupied by pirates. He feared that these bandits would find it difficult to change their nature. Once your majesty crosses the river, fear there will be trouble. Emperor Hongji was not happy after hearing this. If so, why is the crown prince there? In this, the boundary between the officers and soldiers and the enemy is very clear. Emperor Hongji reads memorials every day. Officials reported, war situation everywhere. Most of them are soldiers, how cruel and evil. In the heart also influenced by these chapters. Just heard that the crown prince was alone in the enemy's den. Face also, Fang Jifan stood beside him and said to Emperor Hongji, don't listen to Wang Zhefu's nonsense. These people are not enemies. Vong Chen glanced at Phuong Ki Pham in fear. This captain really doesn't understand reason. Vong Chen was really a bit afraid of him. So do not argue with Phuong Ki Pham. Wait until everyone gets on the boat to cross the river. Just dare to chat with Truong Sin. This trip across the river may be dangerous. Your Majesty, it is not good to go so rashly. Why didn't Mr. Truong advise him? Truong Sin's face was cold. I thought to myself that my son was probably on the other side. Who cares about you? Emperor Hongji did not mind the long journey to come here to search for his son. When Phuong Ki Pham led him to a makeshift pier, the sound of reading echoed in his ears. Emperor Hongji suddenly had a familiar feeling. Still looking serious, also could not help but reveal a friendly smile. After asking, I just found out that it was Truong Guyan Hai teaching children to read. Truong Sin heard that his son. Then extremely excited, his face was filled with joy, wanting to let Emperor Hongji go see. Although Emperor Hongji also wanted to go see, but now he is not in this mood. Looking at this place is all low tents. The bandits were probably staying here. The environment is very bad. But in the distance he could see reclaimed fields linked together. There are also stone dikes stretching along the river banks. It's just that this group of people are all pale and skinny. Make him felt so different from the bandits I saw in the memorial. He also thought that this group of bandits was very brutal. Phuong Ki Pham explained on the side, to be exact, this group of people is nothing more than a group of migrants. At first, because there was no way to live, just entered Beidong Lake to be a pirate. The king of hell just wants to take advantage of them, to cause trouble. His Highness the Crown Prince once said, there are no enemies in the world. The so-called bandits are nothing more than those who are incited by evil-minded people. Again, being oppressed by the government, making life impossible for the people. If they are all enemies, so the government is more dangerous than this group of bandits. So aren't the people in this temple all bandits? Phuong Ki Pham secretly laughed in his heart. These words are actually what he wanted to say. Of course, if you directly scold the entire civil and military court, it will be too hostile. Phuong family still have to make friends in the future. Now his child is about to be born. How can we not let our children accumulate some merit and create some good karma? So these words naturally had to fall on the head of the crown prince, the brother-in-law. Emperor Hongji frowned after hearing this. Asked the prince again, did he really say that? Phuong Ki Pham replied with a sincere expression. He also advised the crown prince not to be too aggressive. But the crown prince was originally a person who hated evil people like that. He also has no way. Speaking of which, the prince ran over at the right moment. Emperor Hongji saw the crown prince from afar. Warm Wait for the crown prince to come before you. Emperor Hongji finally could not contain the anger in his heart. This beast is really good at leaving. The prince has already performed a ritual to admit his mistake. The prince suddenly acted like that. Even the Emperor Hongji did not know what to do. He then praised the crown prince for doing a good job in killing King Nine. He was very happy. Rarely does my father praise me. The prince was so happy that his face was beaming, directly gave his father a Prodigal kick. It is said that it is mainly due to the good teachings of Emperor Hongji. Emperor Hongji looked at his son dancing in front of him, also decided not to pursue further. Tell the crown prince to prepare to return to the capital with him. Local authorities will take care of this matter. The prince's face was gloomy. He still has to finish a big job here before he can leave. The so-called big thing is building a bridge. It is almost impossible to build this bridge. Anyway, the narrowest part of the Kamjiang River, whether from Tengwang to the west bank. In the middle there are also several strips of land formed by river erosion, but the distance is too long. It is unimaginable. But the crown prince and Fuengqi fam wanted to try. Just heard that we have to build a bridge. Emperor Hongji also had some doubts. This bridge took 7 days to build. Within those 7 days, a rope bridge has been completely erected. The prince waved his hand. People immediately began leading dozens of horse-drawn carriages onto the bridge. The bridge looked shaky. Creak, creak, but for the bridge, these carriages are nothing. Everyone drive away, constantly cheering the buffaloes and horses pulling the cart. Sway, sway. In a blink of an eye reach the other shore. There is this bridge. Travel time between the two banks has been greatly reduced. Just when the bridge was just built, it's time to go back to the city. Emperor Hongji was repeatedly slapped in the face by Zhu Haozhou. Directly made him depressed. After the bridge was built, the crown prince finally changed back into his robe, unwillingly followed his father on his way home. Who would have thought it was still dawn? One side of the bridge was filled with a huge crowd. Emperor Hongji heard someone calling, "General, take care, Grandmaster. When will you come back to visit us? Grandmaster, take your time." This left Emperor Hongji completely confused. He knew these people were not here to see him off. But who is this general, grand scholar, grand manager? This is... The silly prince happily waved to everyone. Tell everyone to go back. If local officials dare to oppress them, then just write him. He guarantees to beat these dogs to death. The crowd followed the crown prince, reluctant to leave. Fuengqi fam looked at the bridge full of people, then scared out of my wits. Many people like that. Is it overloaded? Hurriedly waved to the people behind. Tell them to go back. General, we'll take care of everyone. Everyone rest assured. But when Fuengqi fam just said these words, behind is still a crowded sea of people. The prince was unusually excited. Blame Fuengqi fam. If people want to see you off, then let them see you off. Why are you chasing me? He likes to look a little more at these people. Fuengqi fam's face turned pale as he glanced at the crown prince. Seeing that the crown prince did not seem to pay any attention to that matter, hate cannot kick him off the bridge. The farewell procession was so boisterous. The crowd just followed the cross out of Nam Suong City. Only stop. Seeing this scene, Emperor Hongji, a bit confusing, immediately asked Fuengqi fam, "Why are there so many people seeing me off?" The crown prince could not bear to leave like that. Fuengqi fam pretended to be mysterious and said, "Your Majesty must have the answer in mind." Why ask? After hearing Fang Jifan's words, Emperor Hongji said, long silence. Before, he always admonished the crown prince, said the crown prince had failed his ancestors, but now it seems the person who failed his ancestors was him. Ponder for a moment. The Emperor Hongji muttered, "Don't they think I'm a good emperor?" Today, as those people bid farewell, different from every time he left the palace, wherever the carriage went, countless people knelt down to see him off, because the Emperor Hongji could clearly feel it. Today these people are sincere, not just fear of heaven. Fuengqi fam glanced at Hong Trithian too. Actually, in later generations there was a term for this, called the isothermal layer. Every crowd is different. Natural thinking is also different, but in this day and age, the greater the gap between different people. For example, people in the royal court, their thinking and the thinking of ordinary people, completely different. Therefore, Emperor Hongji could not understand. He needed it so much. Why don't people understand him? The crown prince was noisy. On the contrary, received support. Fuengqi fam could only say one sentence. It's because these people are ignorant. But who is responsible for this ignorance of the people? It was because the court and the nobility looked down on them. Is due to even just one short story. Also see them as not seeing. In your Majesty's eyes, the crown prince was full of vices. What the crown prince did was just a joke. But those things in the eyes of these ignorant black people, very precious. Fuengqi fam patted his chest and assured that the common people here, for the crown prince with all my heart. Deeply grateful. 30 years later, descendants of these black people, will still remember the crown prince came here, helped them clean up the mud. Land reclamation, dike construction. Emperor Hongji was a little moved after hearing this. Fuonqi Fem continued to say, therefore, the fundamental problem is not how good the crown prince is. The crown prince also gave them only one meal, just a way of life. The fundamental problem lies in the court's indifference towards them, is the arrogance that permeates the marrow of the mandarins here, the need for His Majesty's righteousness all the ministers see, but these civilians cannot see it. Emperor Hongji was deep in thought. These words of Fuongan really penetrated my heart. Penetrated the hearts of the mandarins in the court, also penetrate my heart. Fuonqi Fam immediately pretended to say he was just being polite. Fuonqi Fam returned to the capital. The first thing was to rush back to the princess's palace to meet his wife. The princess was still pregnant. Now he was reassured. Luckily he came back in time. Born yet, Fuonqi Fam could not help but hug the princess tightly. Luckily not born yet, otherwise we bet with the crown prince and lose. The princess gently blamed. Tell Fuonqi Fam to stop following his brother like crazy. This time they came to Nanqing. Then Truong Honghua was worried to death. She herself is also very scared. But after thinking about how talented Fuonqi Fam is, nothing will happen for sure, so no more worries. Fuonqi Fam imitated the crown prince's posture of putting his hands on his hips. Tell the princess not to praise him forever. It's okay for family members to talk to each other, but if outsiders hear, they will be jealous. Then Fuonqi Fam laughed happily. Fuonqi Fam was happily chatting with the princess. Then the eunuch in the palace brought the edict. The beginning is still the same old style of pretending to be a fool. Fuonqi Fam was sick of hearing it. Honestly, edicts are often the height of boasting. Which is to serve the heavens, which is the 4 seas and 8 directions. Who in this world dares to brag like that? If these words are translated vulgarly, then roughly means I Hongji Emperor, dare to touch the sky, dare to shake the earth, who dare not accept. The eunuch saw Fuonqi Fam's impatient expression, immediately increased reading speed. The prince consort Fuonqi Fam was appointed as the Marquis of Qimao, allowed to govern 110,000 households in Hatay. Fuonqi Fam frowned slightly. In a flash, I understood the meaning of this Marquis title. Hatay region was personally taken back from the Dat people by Fuonqi Fam. Moreover, the Dat people are not sure to comply with the agreement at present. This Hatay region, except for Lanchao of King Tuk, almost still in the hands of the Dat people. The so-called 110,000 households is just a label, but consider it a reward anyway. Next is the part about the rewards for Truong Gainhai and others. Fuonqi Fam happily received the order and thanked him. Then lift the edict. I can't help but sigh in my heart. I'm about to be made a Marquis. Although Tran Quoc Phu had previously granted him the title of Marquis, but that is not formal. The title of Tran Quoc Phu, all were ruined by the Crown Prince. Today is the Grand Master, tomorrow is the Governor, the day after tomorrow is the General. Too much officialdom. He Fuonqi Fam followed the Crown Prince. Sooner or later have to eat dirt, but now it's different. Anyway, this title of Marquis of Stepmother, also the court's peril, eats. Fuonqi Fam was extremely happy inside. Fuonqi Fam happily entered the palace to give thanks. Emperor Hongji raised his head and looked at Fang Jifan. Immediately threw Wang Yingao's memorial straight to Fuonqi Fam. Wang Yingao, as the Minister of Justice, was once the master of the Hongji Emperor. Supernatural status? Fuonqi Fam bowed his head and glanced at the memorial, immediately silent and said nothing. This memorial is from the censorate, because going to the West costs people's money. Wang Go asked the court to be a little more restrained. Actually, the words in it are very strong, said also very reasonable. The court was still very poor anyway. All the money was used to build a boat. So what will the life of the common people be like? Come to think of it, this is the voice of the majority of officials. Of course, Fuonqi Fam only glanced over, understood clearly in my heart. In fact, Wanga did not attack the idea of going to the West. Anyway, going down to the Atlantic was to find seeds. This seed is extremely beneficial to the great Ming from top to bottom. But the matter of Wang Yingao's memorial is currently in the court and outside the palace. Who doesn't know our king has money? This purge, didn't you spend your own money in the treasury? Emperor Hongji really showed his belly, before people did not see. Just realized, your majesty has so much silver in the treasury, but going down to the Atlantic, again brought great burden to the treasury and the people. Your majesty has the silver. Then Wang O, as the teacher of the Hongji emperor, representative of the people, now we can only ask Emperor Hongji to pay. At this time, Fuonqi Fam also understood, why did Emperor Hongji show this memorial to him, without asking Liu Jun and his people? Thinking about this is not only Wang Gao's opinion, but represents the opinions of the mandarins in the court. Even if it's Liu Jian and the others, it seems that the emperor also feels that his private money is too much. But the national treasury does not collect enough to cover expenses. Going to the West was the most expensive thing to do, just building ships, recruiting workers, and training sailors. Its cost has exceeded 15% of national treasury spending in recent years. Before, people thought that gritting their teeth and enduring it would get them through it, but looking back now, unexpectedly Emperor Hongji, this old man, so much silver, so many people's hearts began to heat up. The Emperor Hongji's sheep's wool must be sheared. This memorial is ostensibly from Wanao, but in fact it was the wish of the majority of mandarins in the court. Who even knows, are Liu Jian and his people pushing behind the scenes? Although Emperor Hongji was a wise king, but the fortune he worked hard to accumulate, his private money for his son and grandson, how could you bring out the money? He naturally understood the deeper meaning behind it, but if not, behind Vongo there were countless people, secretly discussed but could not get through. If given then, what if your children don't have their own money in the future? So the attitude of Emperor Hongji is very clear. He does not want to give, but did not want to displease the courtiers. Think again and again, this is about economics. But he had no one useful to negotiate with. Think again, it seems like there is only Fuongqi Pham alone, his good son-in-law, Hongji Emperor. This father-in-law is really difficult. To avoid being sheared by the ministers, should especially call Fuongqi Pham, this extremely intelligent son-in-law, let it plot. Who would have thought that Fuongqi Pham would see in the treasury of the Hong Tri Emperor, there are up to 9.2 million taels of silver, with countless treasures, made his whole body full of resentment. Princess gets married, was awarded 600,000 taels of gold. The princess at that time also said that the dowry in the palace was small. At that time, Fuongqi Pham also defended the Hong Tri Emperor. Who would have thought this old man, leaving such a large sum of money to his children and grandchildren? Unfortunately, Fuongqi Pham also said that the palace was in trouble. Want to share weal and woe with Emperor Hongji. Speaking of money, Emperor Hongji was a little angry and ashamed. This money is all the result of his hard work. Normally I can't bear to use even a little thing. The past 10 years have been the same. Don't know how much spending has been cut, but the powerful courtiers are not only that, they always find the name of the great cause to make the emperor obediently give in. What's more frightening is, these people are very good at calculating. Just check the treasury for silver, can also be detected, including the personal money of Emperor Hongji. The number is accurate to the nearest unit, even clearer than the Emperor Hongji's character. But when Fuongqi Pham used a resentful look at the Emperor Hongji still blushed. He knew, of course, my daughter is in the palace for a long time, there will be no concept of money. Even more so, it was impossible to tell Fuongqi Pham that the dowry was too small. Surely Fuongqi Pham made it up to complain about the small dowry. Emperor Hongji was a little angry, regretted finding Fuongqi Pham to negotiate. Fuongqi Pham also knew that this father-in-law was stingy, no more comparison, and smiled and plotted for the Emperor Hongji. Now it has been calculated out. Moreover also presented, if you do not agree, this matter will be spread out, will definitely make people talk. Your Majesty is the Holy King, how can it be for a little bit of spare change, but ruin your reputation? Emperor Hongji was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect Fuongqi Pham to be so greedy. Emperor Hongji felt a little heartbroken, said to Fuongqi Pham, as a human being you cannot forget your roots. Normally he loves Fuongqi Pham very much. Fuongqi Pham smiled again. Tell Hongji Emperor not to rush. The ministers wanted to shear the sheep. This is the world. Unstoppable. If the palace is not open, then only make more noise. Even if this matter can be suppressed today, then later the story of going to the West involved too much money. The national treasury is indeed still very lacking. The ministers targeted His Majesty's treasury. The rumors are really scary. Emperor Hongji frowned. That's what he's worried about. This money is all the result of his hard work. Want to touch his money? It's actually harder than taking his life. Fuongqi Pham said, from now on, the money for going to the West will be paid for by the internal treasury. There is nothing wrong with that. However, this matter must be discussed carefully. Money and food can be issued from the palace. But what about later? All profits from the West will go to the supply. Emperor Hongji was stunned. Didn't you expect that the Atlantic Ocean would be profitable? Fuongqi Pham was helpless with Hong Tri Thean too. The Sulchu family, before becoming emperor, did you not cultivate economic knowledge? Fuongqi Pham firmly said, of course there is. If nothing happens at sea, there are so many pirates. Isn't it because of personal feelings? But those thoughts, why risk your life in the sea like that? Of course, because the sea has great benefits. He is not sure how much money he can earn, but can guarantee absolute no loss. Emperor Hongji looked intently at Fang Jifan, seeing Fuongqi Pham speak very seriously, although uncertain in heart. But think again, Fuongqi Pham is also considered trustworthy. Emperor Hongji narrowed his eyes. Long silence. Utter 2 words, right? However, he was prepared for this. If said more, Still have to let Fuang Qifam go explain clearly to the ministers, to the cabinet to replay, distinguish between money supplied from the treasury and profits from the treasury. These political hoops makes Fuang Qifam a little dizzy, but he knew that Emperor Hongji was right to do so. This matter really cannot be left to the Emperor Hongji. Run to bargain with the ministers. Must let the ministers take the initiative to propose, clearly state all responsibilities in the memorial. The Emperor Hongji approved at will. This shows that he is willing to spend money from the treasury, again showing that he is not a calculating person. But before letting Fuang Qifam go to work, Emperor Hongji was still a little uneasy. It costs millions of quan a year. If you lose everything, won't you lose your capital? Fuang Qifam can see, Emperor Hongji really felt sorry for his money. Stingy all my life, just rely on this money for children to use. Do not want children to have to ask for salary from the national treasury. Fuang Qifam immediately assured, Emperor Hongji, rest assured there is no problem. Emperor Hongji was also quite cunning. Just hearing Fuang Qifam's verbal guarantee is not enough. He forced Fuang Qifam to also spend 20% from the treasury for use in the Atlantic Ocean. Fuang Qifam just heard, a flock of crows flew overhead. In my heart I thought, who the hell said Emperor Hongji doesn't understand economics? He knows how to share risks. Begrudge, Fuang Qifam had no choice but to agree with this stingy father-in-law. Only then did Emperor Hongji regain his composure. Does a house have to be neat to be happy? Fuang Qifam never thought. One day his reputation may improve again. After receiving the father-in-law's will, Fuang Qifam to the cabinet, with the ministers of the 6 ministries gathered in one place. Liu Jian looked very indifferent. It seems that this spending on the lower Atlantic is not related to him. Lai Dongdong just smiled. Tathian stared at Fuang Qifam. In the eyes sometimes bright, sometimes dark, Minister of War Ma Wenxing smiled. In the heart again cursed a bastard. It's about money again. Maybe we'll talk about money later. Got scolded again because the Ministry of War spent money carelessly. Minister of Rights Trongthang's face is rosy these days. His son was made a marquis. This old man is very pleased, but Vongengao did not say a word. Look very arrogant. Emperor teacher, of course must act high and mighty, of course have to show off high and mighty. Fuang Qifam roughly conveyed the meaning of Hong Trithian too. Liu Jian's eyes flashed slightly. Feel the good news come too fast? He thought, the Emperor Hongji will certainly bargain. For example, the treasury agrees to spend 100,000 taels, or scold these great ministers. Painful lamentation. Scold the ministers for not being loyal enough. But unexpectedly, Emperor Hongji agreed so quickly. This is unbelievable. Has the stingy Emperor Hongji changed his mind? Fuang Qifam saw everyone's doubts, patiently explained to the ministers. Your Majesty naturally has your own dilemma. But Fuang Qifam thought carefully again. The court was also very difficult. So he advised His Majesty many times, I hope Your Majesty will put the big picture first. Your Majesty is finally an obedient person. Finally agreed? Everyone looked at Fuang Qifam. I didn't expect Fuang Qifam to have such enlightenment. Something feels wrong. But anyway, the Emperor Hongji was willing to spend money from the treasury, then other things are easier to discuss. So everyone did not spare words of praise. Fuang Qifam did a great job. In my heart I feel that this Fuang Qifam is a bit stupid. He is clearly the commander-in-chief. Again advised Emperor Hongji to spend money. Use the treasury's small treasury to support the cost of the lower Atlantic. Isn't he the idiot with the torn sleeves? The old men of Lukba looked at each other, full of praise for Fuang Qifam. Even Wang Ningao, who was always arrogant, couldn't help it. Praise Fuang Qifam a sentence. Fuang Qifam instantly felt like he was being praised. When did he become a role model? Although he had good relations with Liu Jian before, also never seen in public, but was praised by others like that, Fuang Qifam almost flew into the sky, but very humble on the outside. Say this is just a small thing within my ability. Liu Jian smiled and said that Fang Jifan did not need to be humble. This is no small matter. Saving millions in salary every year, that is 1,000 years of work. The people and army of the world will definitely be grateful for the great kindness of Fuang Dui. Fuang Qifam heard that and was no longer humble. But to be honest, he was really modest just now. He also knows this is a lifelong effort, so I put my heart into it. However, in his heart he always thinks of the people of the world. It's just that Duke Zhou has overpraised it, said making him a little shy. After this, compliments like this should not be said anymore. He is a person who cares about face and is shy. Then quickly let Du Zhou submit his memorial. Emperor Hongji is still waiting. Liu Jian and the old foxes glanced at each other. Now must take advantage of the victory attack. I'm afraid that Emperor Hongji will change his mind. So the Duke of Zhou immediately submitted a joint memorial. Emperor Hongji looked at the memorial. The mood was naturally opposite to Liu Jian and the others. With great regret, this is my money. But in the end it was still a stroke of approval. The Minister of Rights stamped and issued it to the cabinet. Report to the world. News just out. Wang Ge's reputation immediately skyrocketed. The scholars respected this Wang Botang even more. Wang Bodong is not only the emperor's teacher, but also the Ministry of Justice, yet dare to brazenly seize food, compete with the army, swear to be an example to the great minister. Fuon Qifam's reputation showed signs of improvement again, but Fuon Qifam is a person who does not care about his reputation. Outsiders want to flatter. Just flatter. Emperor Hongji, since his minister sheared the goat's hair, the whole person is not in good spirits. Just hearing the two words silver, in the heart cannot help but tremble. This time, the Ministry of War followed Fuon Qifam's blueprint to manufacture firecrackers. The Ministry of Finance has granted 70,000 taels of silver, also specially built a furnace. Unexpected fireworks in the period. Experiment exploded again. 70,000 taels of silver were all gone. Emperor Hongji was heartbroken. This is no small matter. Liu Jian proposed to severely punish those involved in this incident. Emperor Hongji raised his eyebrows. Is this trying to touch your son-in-law? The drawing was donated by Fuon Qifam. Now what happened? This responsibility Fuon Qifam cannot escape. Liu Jian smiled and shook his head again. He proposed to severely punish the unit supervising the factory. A big explosion occurred at the fireworks factory. So close to the palace, this is extremely taboo. If the court does not speak up, the cunning forces outside will have countless rumors, want to reassure people, then must let the world know. Turns out that someone was negligent in management. The court severely reprimanded, punished the crimes of the Unich factory supervisor. Only then can one believe that this is really just a small matter. The purpose of this is to reassure people. Emperor Hongji thought for a while. Liu Jian said it makes sense, but then sighed. This is a word for the country, but it is clear that there is a problem with the drawing. Punish unrelated people. He still had some objections. It was just that Emperor Hongji had a doubt in his heart. Fuon Qifam is always trustworthy in his work. How can you submit a problematic drawing? The ministers heard this. Again, not right. Fuon Qifam has recently done many things that benefit the country and the people. Now the scholars outside, the words are no longer as bitter and vicious as before, should hear this. There are also many people who speak up to defend Fuon Qifam, especially the emperor's teacher Wang Ge. Especially praise Fuon Qifam as an upright and responsible person, always work carefully and meticulously, but people are still people. Moreover, Fuon Qifam is still a teenager. Although sometimes careless, it's only natural. Emperor Hongji pondered. It's rare to hear anyone evaluate Fuon Qifam like that. Emperor Hongji said, it's still better to call Fuon Qifam to ask clearly. Fuon Qifam also early learned of the explosion at the royal palace factory, so he guessed that his majesty might summon him, so early was waiting outside the palace. At this time, Mavan Sen also happened to be ordered to investigate Vong Kong Song. Returning, Mavan Sen glanced at Fuon Qifam. He is famous for being a gentleman, although recently I have been scolded a lot, but still very upright personality. If he doesn't have confidence, then so be it. But this time the problem is in the drawing. He naturally had to speak frankly. According to a thorough investigation by the people in the Wang Gong factory, all said when they first saw this drawing, felt there was a huge mistake. Just the superiors are too oppressive. They dare not speak up, leading to this disaster. Speaking of which, Mavan Sen was afraid of offending Fuon Qifam, expressed that he had no intention of criticizing the prince consort Dui, just someone who specializes in that. The manufacture of weapons absolutely cannot be imagined arbitrarily. Luckily this time it was just in the workshop. The movement is not big. If these guns were ever built, brought to the border, waste of human and material resources, but also caused the border guards to die, then that is a terrible disaster. Emperor Hongji nodded in agreement with a solemn expression. Fuon Qifam opened his mouth to speak, but Emperor Hongji waved his hand. Tell Fuon Qifam to remember this lesson. Fuon Qifam's mind was a bit dizzy at that time. What is this? Then he looked aggrieved. The word disobedient is clearly written on the face. Emperor Hongji continued to advise him. Luckily this time it didn't cause a big disaster. Respect his great contribution. Still a chop. So he will not pursue it further. Fuon Qifam blinked. Just about to say, Emperor Hongji loudly shouted at him to stop making excuses. Thinking about this moment, this kid still wants to make excuses. Fuon Qifam was really killed by Emperor Hong Tri. 3 consecutive cuts, choking to the point of breathlessness, finally found a loophole, said their drawings in Tae Sun, successfully made the firecracker. As soon as this word came out, everyone was stunned. What does this mean? Tae Sun created. Mao Wensheng's mind was a bit unable to keep up. Directly say explode yet. Was anyone injured in Tae Sun? Fuon Qifam's face was full of black lines. Is this cursing people in front of them? Fuon Qifam had no choice but to explain. Their fireworks are really good. One explosion killed several cows. Then everyone was silent. Mavan Sen is indeed a bit impatient. The Wang Gongcheng exploded, also hurt himself. Where's Wang Gongcheng? That's where the royal firearms are made. As the main agency supplying firearms to the great Ming, The Ministry of Finance provides an unknown amount of salary every year. The imperial court also sent eunuchs to supervise the factory. The Ministry of Public Works has a minister sitting there. The Ministry of War has a deputy envoy in charge, also recruited skilled gunsmiths in the world. And now it's exploded. Such a huge agent, not equal to a small Taesun. What does that Taesun know about making cannons? Now they can all make. So what is Wang Gongcheng? This not only says that Wang Gongcheng has no real technique, but what is more frightening is, if you think a little deeper, this is not just a matter of no technique, which may involve embezzlement. There is also the scary problem of overwork and overstaffing. Mavan Sin looked towards Fuang Qifam. Tell Fuang Qifam not to joke. Fuang Qifam looked innocent. If you don't believe, he could have sent someone to bring fireworks into the palace. Try one. At this point, everyone was speechless. Emperor Hongji also understood the profound meaning behind it. Casually asked the Duke of England returning from the southern capital economic zone, then tell him to go to Taesun to see and hear. As for this fireworks thing, Emperor Hongji did not care much. Just don't cause any trouble. Mao Wensheng was determined to make it clear. Did Taesun forge firecrackers according to the blueprint? Then just let someone who both sides trust go investigate one trip and know. This person must be able to make people believe, must have a certain influence in the army, also trusted by the royal palace. Isn't the person the royal palace trusts the most the Duke of England? If not, the sacrifice is so important. Why give it to Nquok Kong? The story of Vong Kong Song temporarily stops here. Mavan Sin suddenly remembered something. Is the money and food his infantry needed to build ships has been drafted? I just don't know when Emperor Hongji will see it. Then from the treasury new money is provided. The ministers saw someone urging the emperor to quickly pay the money, immediately cheered up. The story of the fireworks exploding. What is it worth? Cutting flesh from the emperor is the most important thing. Emperor Hongji suddenly felt as if he was surrounded by wolves. Old face red with choking. Asked Mavan Sin to submit the memorial. He had a look first. With the Emperor Hongji, this miserly man always works extremely carefully. He must check carefully. Afraid that by then the people below will borrow the name of building a boat, and then emptied his entire fortune to save for his beloved grandson. As soon as he heard that Emperor Hongji agreed to provide money, the atmosphere in the room immediately became lively. Mavan Sin was not polite either. Directly to the Emperor Hongji, the amount of silver his infantry expected this time, total 1.4 million taels. The number of boats to be built immediately is 68. Emperor Hongji heard that he had to use 1.4 million taels. Immediately anxious, glared at Mavan Sun. Last year there were only 800,000 taels. Mavan Singh calmly replied, last year only 40 were made. Just a little more this year. God has saved a lot. Emperor Hongji immediately did not want to go to the west anymore. He asked with a gloomy face why there were so many people suddenly. Mavan Sin replied strongly, the fleet of ships going down to the Atlantic Ocean has been gone for more than 2 years. No news. So the cabinet was worried that the fleet might have had an accident. So we increased the budget a little this year. Emperor Hongji heard and then understood. Going down to the Atlantic Ocean is a bottomless pit. Building a boat requires money. After building a boat, you still have to take care of it. Public boat out to sea. Sometimes a group encounters a storm. Then the whole bunch went to waste. Capital lost. Emperor Hongji glanced resentfully at Fang Jifan. Fuang Qifam bowed his head. Pretend not to see anything. The Emperor Hongji frowned and kept torturing him like this. More than 1 million taels per year. Better kill him. Especially when Emperor Hongji saw Wang O and the others. Look at Fuang Qifam. With such concern and appreciation, he always had a feeling. I was harmed by this son-in-law Fuang Qifam. So, Emperor Hongji sadly asked Fang Jifan and Suxing, when will you be back? Fuang Qifam smiled and replied, probably soon. Seeing that Emperor Hongji had a gloomy face and said nothing, immediately realized the atmosphere was not right, should definitely say goodbye. Emperor Hongji was clearly distracted by money. Also waved decisively, let the minister step down. Out of the egg, Vong Gao enthusiastically invited Fuang Qifam. When you have free time, come to his mansion and have a few drinks. Mouth kept praising Fuang Qifam as a young hero. Give birth to a son like Fuang Qifam. Fuang Qifam was originally happy. Heard someone else wanted to be his father. He immediately did not want to care about this old man Vong Nigo anymore. In my heart I cursed, Wang Go, your father's father? Emperor Hongji was so angry that he choked, then went straight to Kunning Palace. Truong Honghao just looked, immediately knew that Emperor Hongji had something on his mind again. Emperor Hongji did not hide it either. Just talking about the money in the treasury makes me feel heartbroken. Who would have thought that just mentioning money? Queen Tronghong was also sad. Remember, 2 younger brothers went down to the Atlantic. Crying as she recounted the moment her father died, he held her hand, told her to take good care of her 2 younger brothers. But now people do not know where to run. Sorry for your father. Emperor Hongji patted Empress Zhang's shoulder. comfort her, but right now, eunuchs came to report, said that Tian Cha the back to send a report back, the fleet going down to the Atlantic has returned. After hearing that Emperor Hongji was stunned, the queen suddenly stand up and ask if the person has returned yet. The eunuch hurriedly reported each person's return. Queen Truong almost fainted after hearing that. Her little brother Truong Dian Lin, why is his name not there? This is her most honest brother. The eunuch naturally understood what Empress Zhang was thinking. Hurriedly explained, it is said that Qin Suangba voluntarily stayed in Hong Kim Chao, said that is a paradise, is leading several hundred settlers there. Queen Truong heard that her younger brother was not dead. A new heart is considered peace of mind. Emperor Hongji heard the news of the fleet's return, also very exciting. The morning agenda also mentioned the fleet. Now the boat team is back. Doesn't that mean the money I spent has been profitable? Emperor Hongji heard that Zhang Helen and Zhu La had returned. The big rock in my heart finally fell. This time, finally able to talk to Empress Zhang and Empress Dowager. So uplifting. Want to personally summon these meritorious officials. Wandering the sea is not easy. Back and forth for nearly 3 years. These stories are enough to praise posterity. Fuongqi Pham heard that his disciple Tu Kun had returned. Also very exciting. Every time Tu Kun returned alive, for Fuongqi Pham, it was like a new year. Liu Jianren and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. The cost of going to the Atlantic is too high. So high that even the national treasury could not bear it. Now they can return safely. At least previous efforts have not been in vain. The Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham, when they heard the news, entered the palace. Just happened to run into Liu Jian and the others. Wang Gao and the crowd laughed heartily. The memorial to shearing sheep by the Hongji Emperor was submitted by him. Now the Emperor Hongji has granted his approval, and for 1,000 years to come, the person who wrote the praise was him. How much work has this solved? National Treasury position saved each year is millions of food money. Wang Gao could almost imagine it. Just this, his name could have been famous in posterity, made countless later generations praise. Therefore, he was extremely pleased with Fuongqi Pham, the person who promoted this matter. Every time I meet Fuongqi Pham, everyone has to praise Fuongqi Pham. This time Tu Kun and the others returned safely. He also praised Fuongqi Pham as an exemplary master. Methodical education. Xu Jing's achievements are not inferior to Zhang Qian's. Fuongqi Pham also happily appeared. Thanks for the compliment, Wang Gao. By the way, humbly say, what merit does that kid Tu Kun have, besides the big liver? Nothing good. I dare not accept the praise of the prince. Hearing Fang Jifan's modesty, Wang Gao said. Laugh louder. Praise Fuongqi Pham not only for his good character, but still so lovely. What a formidable young man. Fuongqi Pham never expected that. This great minister of the dynasty is indifferent to worldly affairs, usually not laughing or talking, keep a serious face when meeting everyone. Even Liu Jian had to give him some ground. Now so friendly and approachable, so close to him. Everyone else said that Fuongqi Pham was worthless, but who knows that Fuongqi Pham is not for fame or profit, has the arrogance and integrity of apricot blossoms. Outsiders say the prince is difficult to approach. But who would have thought that the prince would be so easy to get along with? By his Fuongqi Pham feels at home. Suddenly feel happy. Wang Gao looked at Fuongqi Pham, especially good mood. Now everyone outside says he was reincarnated by Fan He Arksun, a famous official of the spring and autumn period, is a righteous man with a plan. More talented than Guanzhong. How high an assessment is this? Isn't this upright reputation what you need? There's this anecdote. Even if he died tomorrow, if the court did not posthumously award him the title of Van Chine Kong, I'm afraid it's hard to convince them. Just think of these 2 words, Van Chine. Wang Gao's eyes lit up. This is the highest appreciation for a literary genius, even higher than the martial artist being posthumously awarded the title of King of Heejin, not a person with both virtue and talent, but has great contributions to the country and people, then absolutely not possible. So these days, his mood was particularly good, pleasing the eye. Liu Jian and the others looked at it and understood clearly. Secretly thought Fuongqi, everyday work is confused. Who would have thought that this time he would help Wang Ni go with a big thing? No wonder Wang Zhao was so happy. In my heart I cannot help but sigh. Why didn't I offer the peace in the first place? Now they are really both jealous and hateful of Wang Gao. Everyone come to the egg house. Tu Kun and the others have not arrived yet. Emperor Hongji looked at the crown prince who was saluting him. Very satisfied, the crown prince's appearance in Namsuang Palace has changed the Hongji emperor's view of him a lot. Seeing that Tu Kun and the others had not arrived yet, the prince could not sit still. I see that my father is especially enthusiastic towards me today. His annoying personality emerged again. What should not be said again, say. He mentioned again the story of the Emperor Hongji giving money from the treasury to Xiaxiang. The smile on Emperor Hongji's face gradually disappeared. Grimace, money matters are inherently taboo, especially these silver chests, and was brought out from the treasury. The heart of the Emperor Hongji was cut like a knife. Emperor Hongji's face was expressionless. Want to say something? Finally choked up. Tukun immediately understood the thoughts of Hong Tri-Thien too, hurriedly changed the subject to Tukun's story. The prince was still smiling foolishly at the side. I feel that my father is sometimes very smart. Take silver from the treasury and go down to the West Ocean. This is good news. Avoid the court because of shipbuilding and going to the West, but argued loudly. This foolish prince never dreamed of it. The first thing my uncle did after coming back is to tell on him. This idiot Trong Hak Lam is the same. Returned to see the Emperor Hongji, so scared that his limbs went limp, exposing his collusion with the crown prince and forging imperial edicts. Go out to sea by boat, clear up everything. The prince's face turned pale after hearing that. He knew early on, this damn uncle is not a good person, but really unexpected. This guy does this every time. Turn around and sell him out. The story does not end there. Trong Hak Lin also said he made the decision on his own. Fake holy order, gave all the looted wealth as rewards to the Sui army generals and soldiers. Countless gold and silver were all scattered. Make the court, can only be 3. He really had some regrets at first, was incited by the crown prince to go to the west. Hearing this, Emperor Hongji tilted his head, glared at the crown prince. The prince hurriedly bowed his head, not daring to breathe heavily. Emperor Hongji saw Zhang Hiling suffering to the point of death. What can he say? Can only comfort Trong Hak Lin a little. Gold and silver if can make the army excited, then it is natural. Tell Zhang Hiling to stop crying. Talk properly. Seeing that the Emperor Hongji was so kind, Zhang Hiling, I shivered again. Carefully raised his head to look at the Emperor Hongji. Stammering mouth, gold, silver, and other treasures he rewarded, converted into silver, estimated at nearly 15 million taels. Emperor Hongji's face immediately turned pale. 15 million still silver? How many days has he saved? Just saved up a few million taels of silver. Emperor Hongji still wondered if he was hallucinating. Wang Gao's face turned even more pale. Shout loudly. Tell the 9 mark was not to speak nonsense. Open this joke. Trong Hak Lin looked at the tense atmosphere in the court. I feel it's better to be honest. Tell the story in detail. This time out, the gold, silver, jewels, and spices they brought back. Preliminary calculation, converted to silver more than 20 million taels. In addition to paying customs duties, there are also 2 cities that are royal goods. Profits gained from trading with others also had to be paid to the court. The rest he gave to others to divide. Wang Zhao suddenly felt a sweet taste in his throat. A mouthful of fresh blood wanted to spit out. The prince heard and shouted, tell someone to recalculate. Fuonqi Pham then recommended himself. He said he was very good at mental math. According to what Tho Nine Ho just said, the Emperor Hongji got 8 parts, Fuonqi Pham got 2 parts, that means he got 1 million, and the Emperor got 5 million. Through the calculation of Fuonqi Pham, then let the other 15 million taels pass. Don't count, just say the remaining 5-6 million taels, according to the trade tax of Day Min. Extremely low level, a trip back here, the amount paid into the treasury was equal to 2 years of tax collection. Hearing this, Emperor Hongji understood clearly, and his heart began to bleed. In my heart I curse this damn Marquis of Shoning. He is so generous with money, say split is split always, but soon after, Emperor Hongji was happy in his heart. It turned out that this trip to the west was exactly as Fuonqi Pham said. What a bargain! The treasury is full. Emperor Hongji was immediately in high spirits. In my heart I kept praising Fuonqi Pham. This kid has a discerning eye. As expected of a precious son-in-law that he had carefully chosen, Fuonqi Pham was as happy as if he was celebrating a festival. This is really money falling from the sky. Vonga was surprised. He was a little bewildered. Feel like the whole body has no strength left. Limbs go. Doesn't that mean, did he already hand over those millions of taels of tax money to the imperial palace? The national treasury saved 1 million taels, but lost 5-6 million taels. Suddenly Wang Zhao felt his mind shrink a little. Lu Jian and the others also turned dark, looked at Wang Ningguo at the same time. The memorial was written by Wang Gao. Tu Qin saw that Tho Nine Ho mentioned this matter, from just seeing my teacher, cried bitterly to come back to life, and confirmed that what Tho Nin Ho just said is true. He has clear documents and papers. Angji Emperor is now trembling with joy, smiled and said no need to look anymore. He trusts you, lords. Fuonqi Pham stood up at this time to pay his respects to the Emperor Hong Tri. This one congrats, making Wang Ninggao's heart finally calm down, as if blown away by the wind, once again completely defeated Wang Gao. Almost imaginable, when he stepped out of the warm pavilion, will face what scary situation. Surely there will be people who suspect him of colluding with the Emperor, plot to take the silver that should have belonged to the treasury. His whole life of integrity was in ruins. Liu Jian felt his mind was in turmoil. The Grand Chancellor is the head of the cabinet that manages all affairs under heaven. But everything in the world is just asking for money. Without rice it is difficult to make rice, but the fat bird that could have reached him had flown away. What's even funnier is, he and the 6 ministers were happy and cheerful. Until discussing with His Majesty, everyone happily agreed. The memorial asking the treasury to pay for the trip to the west, income from the Atlantic voyage, put into the treasury, also by everyone's joint offering. This has been announced to the world, now their guts are all green. In my heart I kept scolding Wang Gao for harming the country. Who does not have selfish desires? Today the fleet brought back a huge amount of wealth from America, causing the Emperor Hongji to immediately open his eyes. Turns out besides him, great Ming out, such a rich place still exists. Hongji Emperor's heart immediately boiled. He is also a human being. He also less. For example, if Vongwa wanted to be Van Chine Kong, the Duke of England wanted to establish military achievements, Fuonki Pham wanted to lie straight, for the country and the people, reluctantly correct some regrettable historical errors. Emperor Hongji was always thinking about his descendants. Fear of unfilial children cannot keep the world. Others may shamelessly become subjects of the new dynasty, but his descendants want to live depending on others but cannot. So, in the mind of Emperor Hongji there was only one thought: how to leave our descendants a rich and powerful Daemin. Only thing is Golden Island is far away, 10,000 miles from his great Ming, cannot hold. What a pity. Tuten pursed his lips again. Don't think so. In the world, is not the king's subject. In the realm of the realm, is it not the king's land, the fertile land developed by Daemin? How can we ignore it because of distance? If so, pre-Qin period? In the eyes of the Zhou family, the world of the Zhou dynasty, where is there not thorns and barbarism? But the emperor of Zhou still divided the lands, sent vassals to overcome hardships, explore countries. Then there is the world today. Tuten looked straight at the Emperor Hong Tri. Tell him, Golden Island, thanks to its good climate, 10 days can change, build a country even more prosperous than Daemin. One day they will also build countless boats. Even 500 years later, they will also send huge fleets to patrol the East Sea. Until then, how will Daemin handle it? Under the bed I lie. How can you tolerate others sleeping soundly? Our ancestors have had countless lessons. As far as he knew, the Buddha Langko country was already in the pocket of the Huangkan gang. Daemin could not stand by and watch. Otherwise, once they swallow this fertile land, Daemin could only sigh before the sea. That's why, but Qin Suangbai just sent people to stay on Hong Kim Island. He also sent a team of centers, go there to build barracks. Their great Ming needed to set sail again and again. The scale each time must be larger than before. Build supply ports between the islands, so that boats can pass at any time, then can stand firm in an invincible position. Emperor Hongji nodded continuously after hearing this. Asked Tuten to present the memorial, he will decide on the dispatch of ships and men. His treasury was still quite rich, so will certainly do its best to support the move to the west. Hearing the 2 words internal treasury, Liu Jian's face also turned green. These 2 words are absolutely something that makes men speechless when they hear them. The woman cried after hearing that. Wanga's heart beat faster. Feels like being bitten by a dog. 2,000 men set sail. Dozens of boats. Bring in such a huge amount of wealth. Next time there will be more people. More boats. By then, what will it bring? Really cannot imagine. It was a good business deal in the West. Was turned into the royal property by them. Liu Jian and the others felt more uncomfortable than being bitten by a dog. As for Fuonki Feng, he was overjoyed. There were really people competing to give him money. He was so happy he was foaming at the mouth. So Fuonki Pham took advantage of the victory and suggested, to the south of the Ming and Song dynasties there was also a large island, not far from Daema. Or should we send a few boats to check? Have experience gonna Hong Kim Island. A lot of money and food poured in. Boats will be built on a large scale. Countless technologies will be improved. Many people began to understand about navigation. This is a process of constant improvement and enhancement, so the search for Australia will also become a matter within reach. Emperor Hongji agreed and asked Fang Jifan to also write a memorial. Fuonki Pham and Tuten can make money for him. Moreover, the quantity is very large. So what reason does he have not to support? Today, Emperor Hongji is truly overjoyed. Although he saw the unpleasant looks on Liu Jian and the others' faces, but absolutely did not mention the previous story, and also taught Truong Hak Lam a lesson. Give the Golden Island to the Truong brothers. Smiling, he told Fuonki Pham to choose a dish too. Fuonki Pham seemed to understand. This is called borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Anyway, the money does not belong to the Hongji Emperor. He is also happy to be a good person. Fuonki Pham narrowed his eyes again. In the head began to calculate quickly like a machine. Anyway, running horses to occupy land is still a very interesting story. It is foolish to follow the principle of advantage and not take advantage of it. Fuonki Pham looked at the map, almost without hesitation, pointing finger at the Great Lakes. This Great Lakes region is the world's largest freshwater lake cluster, has extremely fertile land, was the main settlement of the British in the past. The location of that area has extremely good natural conditions, just got port, and has plains, almost invincible natural resources, is the most suitable area for human settlement. Emperor Hongji looked at Fang Jifan's actions, suddenly burst out laughing. Feel a bit like desk warfare now. He agreed immediately. Fuonki Pham also acted like it was real. Kneel down to thank the emperor. Having finished these things, Emperor Hongji is also tired, should retreat soon. Wang Gao, this old man, completely lost all his previous smug look. In his eyes, Fuonki Pham is no longer a good person. Like Fuonki Pham walked alone. The prince rolled up his sleeves and followed. Fierce look, Truong Hak Lam, this old man runs really fast. Just seen has disappeared. The crown prince angrily scolded Truong Hak Lam, don't let me meet him, if not meet once hit once. Then one day later, the scribes were all in an uproar. The prince did not mean anything by it, dedicated to nurturing others, immediately caused a scolding. The prince's feelings are in conflict, give money to the palace, in the scholarly world, for the emperor to arbitrarily expand his power. Always vigilant, although these scholars are not good people, but the scholar always thought that the emperor was not a good thing. All that money goes into their pockets. Didn't the emperors later use it to build palaces, play with flowers, and watch birds, bestowing grace without limit, all wasted in the end? Of course it's better for Tan Kwok to cry. Wang Gao never dreamed, in just 2 short days, he has gone from being treated as a noble in Van Chine Palace, degraded to become a great traitor, only know how to flatter and serve the emperor. His disciples came to ask him about this matter specifically. Outside rumors were rife that Emperor Hongji secretly ordered the prince consort to collude with him, set up this chess game, is to give legitimacy, swallow this huge profit. Wang Gao heard his disciple say so. Almost fainted, he roared, wishing he could eat Fuonki Pham alive. How can you conspire with Fuonki Pham? Wang Gao's disciples naturally knew that Wang Yingao was upright and did not do evil. Just advise Wang Gao. Now the rumors outside are very terrible. Should still be handled with care, if not the masses are outraged, will damage the reputation of the teacher. Seeing that the disciple finally got rid of his doubts, Wang Gao was both amused and annoyed. Never expected he would fall into this situation. But at this moment, the gatekeeper ran over, panting, reported to Wang Gao that he was the prince consort of the capital, with disciples to ask for an audience. Wang Gao turned pale, hurriedly waved his hand and said he did not know Fuonki Pham. His disciples were vigilant. Eyes glued the invitation card. On it was written, the world hegemon King Gao's army supervises, Fuonki Pham respectfully bows and rewards, the student never expected. His teacher and Fuonki Pham are so close. To this extent, he was struck by lightning in a flash. I can't believe my teacher is such a hypocrite. Just now you said you didn't collude with the palace maid. Now people are at the door again. If you are in a normal relationship, we'll come to pay respect at mealtime. Think things through. Wang Gao's disciples were angry. Bodavonga, the teacher volunteered to be a pawn for the royal court. Then he as a student absolutely dare not continue to follow. He declared with righteousness and solemnity, he absolutely does not rely on the palace to seek official position, said then turned and walked away. Wang Gao was terrified, reached out to hold back wanting to explain, but his disciples had already walked away, leaving behind a long distance. Fuonki Pham led a few disciples to stand in front of the Vong family's house, look a little troubled. If it weren't for Wang Gao's shameless nature, die like a leech, definitely call him a good boy. Sometimes I insist on inviting him to my house to hang out. Fuonki Pham did not even pay attention to him. But Wang Gao, as a Ministry of Personnel officer, because of the smooth career path of these unruly disciples, he also had to shamelessly ask people. While talking, a mandarin angrily stepped out. He looked up and glanced at Fuonki Pham and the others. Immediately a feeling of shame, anger, and wanting to die welled up in my heart. Ignore Fuonki Pham, get in the palanquin and go now. Fuonki Pham was a bit confused. Who is this person? Why so? While Fuonki Pham was still in a daze, then saw Vong Ninjo walking quickly. Fuom smiled. I thought Wang Gao would come to welcome him. Who would have thought that Wang Ninggao's expression would change? Face ashen, hands clasped behind back staring at Fuonki Pham, then gritted his teeth and said, Fuonki Pham, you still dare to come here? Still, before Fuonki Pham could digest Wang Gao's words, Wang Gao waved his hand. Pointing at Fuonki Pham, he shouted, listen carefully. This child and I are sworn enemies. Catch him and I'll beat him up. What is up? I alone bear it. As soon as the words were finished, suddenly many people rushed out from the Wang family's courtyard. Tu Ten was the fastest to react, cried out loudly, Master, let's run, while saying that, he pulled Fuonki Pham to run away. But unexpectedly, Fuonki Pham reacted even faster than him. As soon as he opened his mouth, Fuonki Pham has run far away. This is the most humiliating day of Fuonki Pham. He was chased through the streets. If he hadn't run fast, then 100% already caught. Fuonki Pham never expected. Wang Gao is such a cruel person. He just broke his rice bowl. Besides, the year is ending and the new year is coming. New Year's Eve. This shameless name. If you ask who can skim the best day mun, then it is definitely none other than Thuk Fuonki Pham. After returning from the Atlantic, Zhang Helen divided 15 million taels. The sailors all received a huge fortune. Fuonki Pham immediately came up with an idea for them. People from this lower class, even though I'm rich now, keep so much gold and silver in the house. Are you sure? So Fuonki Pham thought of a way, that is to establish a bank in Tay Sun. Use paper money to exchange for gold and silver. So, sailors can withdraw cash at any time when needed. On the other hand, for Tranquoff, this is also a financial test. Just good reputation, paper money can be exchanged at any time. Enough business, exchange and withdraw at will. Then this trust will be guaranteed. So the prince hid in a secret room, holding carving knife, whistle, carefully carved on wood. Through many previous fake practice sessions, the prince's sculpting ability had reached a level of perfection. He is not bragging, only this type of paper money has a secret mark. Ordinary people certainly cannot fake it. The prince is a multi-talented man. Inca paper and engraving, all prepared by him himself. He guarantees that no one can fake it. This paper money is divided into gold and silver notes. Set the highest denomination to 100 taels, then to taels. Besides, also of paper one amount, each type must have its own design. Like on a check of 100 taels, the crown prince had his father's portrait carved. The Emperor Hongji appeared vividly, dignified, generous on the 100-tael banknote, both on paper and on checks. Above is the line of words Feng Thien Thua Van. Peace forever. Fuonki Pham felt that this was not good, but after seeing the 10-tael carving, Fuonki Pham almost exploded on the spot. The shameless prince draws himself vividly. If we say that a 100-tael image can be drawn with just 100 strokes, then this 10-tael figure is at least 10 times more useful than a pen, not just a hawk drawing. But next to it are small lines of text, Feng Thien Phu Van Tranqua Kong Duk Than, General of the Army of the World, Wenwen Pavilion Grand Scholar Jiangxi Governor General. This long title makes Fuonki Pham feel, this kid definitely wants to destroy paper money. Fuonki Pham took a deep breath. Want to tell the crown prince to fix it? That will cost a lot of money to print. But the crown prince was determined. The 10 taels must be done according to his will. The extra ink money, at most he will pay it out of his own pocket. Fuonki Pham wanted to drag out the Hong Tri Emperor to pressure the crown prince, make him change this childish way. But the crown prince, who knew nothing of the immensity of heaven and earth, was not afraid. Mouth mumbled. Wait until his father knows, then the rice is cooked. What else can his father do? At most he will only get beaten up. What are you afraid of? Fuonki Pham was speechless for a moment, but when he saw the third print worth 1 tael, he immediately became a little unhappy. This third version turns out to be him. More precisely, is the image of him and the princess face to face. On the left is the title of Princess Thai Kang. On the right is the title the Prince Consort Duai Kin Lo Ha, but the title is very small, completely failed to show his temperament. Where is the handsome and dashing appearance of the young man Fuonki Pham? Fuonki Pham wanted to smash this coin. The crown prince now had no confidence left. Looking at pitiful Fuonki Pham, also seemed to feel a little guilty. Not daring to look at Fuonki Pham immediately shouted, he also wants to ride a horse, if not then add a feather fan, add a verse. The crown prince shook his head. Already engraved? Now have to use temporary. We'll fix it later. Fuonki Pham gritted his teeth, in the end still endure, because there is no more time. The sailors are about to enter the capital. Actually, the engraving is secondary, despite the anti-counterfeit markings, but to really fight counterfeiting, then it is necessary to use different types of paper. Just need a person with a heart to touch the paper, we'll feel the difference. Fuonki Pham did not care about the cost. Use different spices to make different types of paper. It is paper money. Must have a certain water resistance. Can't just stick a little water and it's smudged. Only know how to meet some requirements. To meet those requirements, must be constantly regulated. Fortunately, Dai Min's paper-making techniques were among the best in the world. Just improve on that foundation. After a busy time. Next, it is entrusted to the most trusted craftsmen for printing. All printers use red ink. The craftsmen are all my own people. After printing each copy one by one, Fuonki Pham looked over it roughly. Not bad effect. Wait on counterfeiting technology develops rapidly, then continue to improve anti-counterfeiting techniques later. What they need to do now is how to fool these sailors. Deposit money into the money site, thinking of himself and Kwok Kong, a man of noble lineage, now cannot go to battle, but cannot solve the big problem. The whole person is in a state of confusion. When he received the order to go to Tran Kwok Phu, originally wanted to seriously teach Phuong Ki Pham a lesson, but when he saw the Crown Prince was there too, immediately become a good boy again. Wanting to teach Phuong Ki Pham, who was unemployed, he followed in to worship his ancestors. Whatever disturbances are caused here, they are all held in the heart. Reluctantly smile, said to the Crown Prince and Phuong Ki Pham. He was ordered by the Emperor Hungji, came here to thoroughly investigate the firecracker incident at Vong Kong factory. Phuong Ki Pham already knew in Kwok Kong's intentions. He also openly stated, use your head to make sure. The drawing he brought was completely flawless. The Duke of England does not like people who like to argue, but Phuong Ki Pham has always been a person who likes to argue. The Crown Prince was by his side. He also not convenient to act. Phuong Ki Pham could only stroke his beard and say, he had heard that Tay Sun had also built a cannon. Now he came to ask His Majesty, see if it is true. Of course, the Duke of England said so, but he is also considered an expert in the study of artillery when his father was alive. The most powerful weapon of the Ming army was the cannon. It is said that when the Duke of An Kwok was still a baby, his father Truong Fu even stuffed him into the barrel of a cannon. Let the Duke of England scream loudly in there to train his spirit. To the back mountain, a cannon was set up here. An Kwok Kong held the drawing in his hand, observing the entire cannon body. This gun is indeed exactly as shown in the blueprints. Just, the steel used to make this gun body is a little more refined than usual. There are no dents or bumps usually found on cannons. Air holes. Phuong Ki Pham made the cannon body so smooth. This is the first time I've seen in Kwok Kong. Just looking at this fragile barrel, the whole body of the cannon is longer than that of a normal cannon. In An Kwok Kong's eyes still full of doubt. Isn't this thing afraid of exploding? Phuong Ki Pham saw in Kwok Kong, face as if nothing had happened, immediately asked how far the artillery at the border of the Duke of England could shoot. How accurate? The Duke hesitated for a long time, just said roughly, about 200 to 300 meters. What is accuracy? Even the Duke of England has never heard of it. 200 or 300 feet, that is too general to say. In fact, the Ho Dong fireworks, especially the type of fireworks that also has vent holes, then don't expect to have accurate shooting range. It's all about luck. This point is roughly consistent with the historical data that Phuong Ki Pham knows. The Ming dynasty's artillery for a long time was mainly Hu-Dun artillery. Accuracy is completely based on luck. Accuracy is entirely based on luck. When Westerners began to appear, and there is exchange between East and West, the new cardinal cannon was introduced by the Ming army. Drawing provided by Phuong Ki Pham. It is essentially a cardinal cannon. Its characteristic is a long barrel, not as heavy as the Ho-Dong cannon, but compared to the regular cardinal cannon, again choose to engrave the sound line in the gun barrel. This sound line is the spiral line, so even compared to the historical cardinal cannon, its shooting range and accuracy are also much stronger. Seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. Phuong Ki Pham and the Crown Prince also did not intend to argue with Kwok Kong, pointing directly at the opposite mountain peak, an area cordoned off with red ropes, happily said to Kwok Kong, they will shoot there in a moment. The Duke felt like he was being toyed with by the Crown Prince, a bit speechless. The opposite mountain peak is 700 or 800 meters away. At this distance of 700 or 800 meters, I still have to hit the target. Isn't that taking him for a fool? He didn't believe it anyway. But in front of the Crown Prince, he did not believe it and had to keep his mouth shut. As a child, I have enjoyed playing in the barrel of a cannon like the Duke of England. He knows all about fireworks. Just forced a smile. Praised the Crown Prince for his great ambition. This cardinal cannon is a long-barreled cannon. But now, was turned into a grenade by Phuong Ki Pham. But if you don't shoot, you don't know if it's useful or not. Phuong Ki Pham does not like solid artillery shells. He likes to explode for fun. The artillery shells, under the full cooperation of the Crown Prince and Fang Jifan, finally loaded. The two of them fumbled around for a while. After calculating the shooting angle, artillery shells whizzed by from the sky, aimed straight at the opposite target. An Kwok Kong hurriedly took the binoculars, immediately saw the artillery shells hit straight in. The top of the mountain has a red rope tied to it. An Kwok Kong took a breath of cold air, and it was true. Moreover, the firing range is much longer than the normal Hu-Dun cannon. Almost doubled. Moreover, where to aim. Shoot, of course, in Kwok Kong understood clearly. What does the increased shooting range mean? If this thing were put into the army, then it is a divine weapon. But that's not all. Just as he was praising, the opposite mountain peak suddenly sparked, followed by a loud bang. The opposite mountain top was blown to pieces. The prince took binoculars and looked around. Mouth made a sound of pleasure. Duke N was so excited that his face turned red, screaming to see the opposite mountain top. He wanted to see for himself how powerful is this cannon? Reached another mountain. Find the landing point of the artillery shells. This place was burned to a charred black, more frightening than the surrounding trees. The branches and leaves are all crooked and tilted, although the tree trunk showed no signs of destruction. But in the trunk, again there are steel balls attached, full of holes. Look at this damage. An Kwa Kong's mind was a bit dizzy. He never thought that artillery shells could bloom compared to this firecracker. The previous Hudon cannons were nothing more than trash. Trash. Duke of Go was so agitated that he couldn't wait any longer. Want to quickly report this to the Emperor Hongji. Since witnessing the power of Fuongqi Fam's cannon in Kwa Kong, that night immediately returned to the capital. Unfortunately, it was dark. The Forbidden City is closed. He could not see His Majesty. The Duke could only patiently wait until early the next morning to enter the palace. But this old man was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Ancestral worship ceremony tomorrow. He also did not intend to go. Or rather, the sacrifice could be delayed for a few days. At worst, choose another good day and go. Now that such powerful fireworks have been made, he could not delay, must report this good news to His Majesty. Although a sleepless night, but An Kwa Kong looked very sober. When he arrived at Nugomun, Emperor Hongji has held court. Mr. Kwa Kong could not help but sigh. Emperor Hongji is indeed overly righteous. When the eunuch came to report, Mr. Kwa Kong asked for an audience. Emperor Hongji could not help but be surprised. Slightly frown. Mr. Kwa Kong was supposed to go to Truonglang and Dinlang today, wasn't he? Ancestor worship is such a big thing. Why did you run into the palace? Mavan Singh guessed softly. Maybe An Kwa Kong went to Tay Sun yesterday. Foregone conclusion. Only then did Emperor Hongji remember this matter. Hurriedly called someone to invite An Kwa Kong in. The Duke of England excitedly walked in. While performing the ceremony, open your mouth, said this time he did not betray the trust, especially when a Tay Sun to observe. The firecrackers are exactly like the ones in Fuongqi Fam's drawings. As soon as this word was uttered, all eyes were on Ma Van Sin. Ma Van Sin immediately felt a little pain in his heart. He still finds it hard to believe this is true. Where's Wang Gongcheng? There are so many good workers. Traditional skills. This world? Who else is better at making firearms than them? Ma Van Sin found it difficult to accept such a truth. He gritted his teeth and asked An Kwa Kong, can the firecrackers made by Fuongqi Fame explode? Ma Van Sin is still the Minister of War after all. A word that points out the weak point. But the Duke of England answered very firmly, yes. Ma Van Sin was a little unwilling, so it doesn't explode. Mr. Kwa Kong still very firmly answered no. Sweat began to appear on Ma Wenqing's forehead. He had to force himself. Take a deep breath. Continue asking your question. How far can you shoot? Mr. Kwa Kong happily replied. This type of cardinal cannon compared with the normal 5-ton cannon, double the range. If you must be specific how far, then perhaps from Nugomun we can destroy the entire cabinet. The ministers' faces were all dark. I feel like there is something wrong with this analogy. Lu Jian's face changed slightly, secretly scolded An Kwa Kong. Does the cabinet have a grudge against you? Why keep bringing up the cabinet as an example? But they were still terrified by the range of the cardinal's cannon. 700-800 feet. This range is really a bit scary. Ma Van Sin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Still not satisfied, asked Kagare, how powerful is the cannon? Mr. Kwa Kong thought carefully. It seems to him that using the cabinet as an example is a bit offensive, but for the moment cannot think of another way to express it. Well, I've already used an example anyway. Then just keep going. He cawed once. If it falls right in the middle of the cabinet, then those who are working in the cabinet, out of 10 people 8 or 9 will turn to dust. Emperor Hongji had just taken a sip of tea. After hearing this sentence, immediately spit all the tea out. Does the Duke want to send away all his powerful ministers? About to open his mouth to say something, but looking at the simple face of An Kwa Kong, he did not know what to say. Lu Jian felt like a pack of dogs were running through his heart. What does this mean? Can't you come up with another example? Mr. Kwa Kong, how much do you hate the cabinet? Others say, does Mr. Kwa Kong have to make too many sacrifices, talk to the devil every day, so cannot speak human language anymore? Only Ma Van Sin was a bit bewildered. Who is Mr. Kwa Kong? Is the person His Majesty trusts? His word is absolutely trustworthy. He said so. Then it certainly is. Ma Van Sin feels, I was harmed by those stupid teammates again. Emperor Hongji was not too concerned about fireworks, but listening to An Kwa Kong describe, he could not help but notice. So according to the drawing that Fuongqi Fam submitted, Tay Sun can be manufactured. Why can't the royal factory make it, but also have an accident? Ma Van Sin had no way to explain, had to kneel down and beg to die. Emperor Hongji frowned and thought, he must resolve this doubt. That said, Vong Kong Song was founded by Emperor Van Hong until now, always been a source of weapons for the great Ming, But now the result is not equal to a bunch of amateurs. Every year money and food from the national treasury are spent on the royal factory, not a small number. The great Ming to fight against the iron cavalry of Dat. Special attention is paid to the manufacture of firearms. Therefore, the treatment for the upper and lower levels of the royal factory is very high. But now they can't even make a little achievement. This is absolutely ridiculous. Emperor Hongji immediately issued an edict. Summon the crown prince and Fuonqi Pham into the palace. He must ask for the reason. Everyone felt the joy of the Hongji emperor, happy with this firework. Maybe really can turn around the disadvantageous situation of Day Min against Dat. Still worried about what happened to Vong Kong Suang, which cannot even make a small cannon? Do you know what the first red cannon of the Ming dynasty was called? Fuonqi Pham named it Dai Duk Phuk Nan. Why this name? Fuonqi Pham has his own reasons. When he first researched and built this cannon, ever thought of stuffing pearls into bullets, or contain highly toxic substances such as arsenic, like that the power will definitely increase by one level. But Fuonqi Pham is a good person. Under the kind guidance of the Emperor Hongji, great name always treat people with kindness. So Fuonqi Pham gave up the idea of using arsenic, those low-class tricks. So this cannon carries a human concept. When those attacked by this cannon learned its purpose, will definitely be touched by it. As the name suggests, therefore, this cannon was named Dai Duk Phuk Nam by Fuonqi Pham. The aim is to educate the unruly, make the world submit, make the world listen. Emperor Hongji, hearing Fuonqi Pham introduce his cannon like that, instantly feel, my intelligence is being trampled on the ground by Fuonqi Pham. Lu Jian and others also hate not being able to rush up and slap this Fuonqi Pham to death. Why is this guy's tone becoming more and more like a gangster? Can't speak human language. Emperor Hongji saw that Fang Jifan had already said this. What else can you say? Had to nod repeatedly, admire Fuonqi Pham for his kindness. He was really happy, but he was really a bit curious. If arsenic is added, can it really increase the power many times? Fuonqi Pham's face turned slightly red. Feeling this flattery was not hitting the mark, Emperor Hongji did not seem to like Wai Fu Ren very much. Isn't that redundant? Fireworks are made to kill people. Now you talk about morality and humanity. Does it make sense? Fuonqi Pham hurriedly explained to Hong Tri Thien too. Arsenic is very expensive. Adding it also doesn't have much effect. On the contrary, it increases costs. Emperor Hongji was speechless. Is this your reason for serving people? I have to say Fuonqi Pham is really a dog. He has his reasons for everything. The Emperor Hongji decided, no more arguing with Fuonqi Pham, and asked Fuonqi Pham, the drawing was flawless. Why can't Wang Gongsuang make it? But Taesung could do it. Fuonqi Pham did not want to say much, but Hongji Tianzi glared at him. Must make him say. Fuonqi Pham had no choice but to say 3 points. First, he believed that the existence of the royal factories was deeply rooted in tradition. Among them, the biggest problem lies in the problem of inheriting the workers' household registration. The workers are on the payroll. Wife, children, grandchildren are still workers. But these people clearly have no talent, still inherit the position of father. These workers no longer has the same passion for the profession as his father and grandfather. So the memory of this Wang Gongshuan, besides being stagnant, what else can be done? Actually, this is an old problem of Dai Min. In ancient times, Emperor Thadaka Hong divided the worker household and the military household. Household, business household. Indeed, based on this policy, the world was quickly stabilized. But the evils in it are also getting worse. Because of the above relationship, so the majority of people do not take the profession seriously. So what if your skills are good? The salary is still just that. Emperor Hongji frowned, lost in thought. This problem, as the Emperor Hongji also knew a little. In fact, someone had already submitted a similar petition before. But want to change, again involves too many bowls of rice. Resistance is certainly not small. If it weren't for this cannon making, which visually reveals such a serious problem. Emperor Hongji may also just know there is evil in it. Also do not want to have enough motivation to change. But this time the problem is too big. You, the factory workers, receive so much salary. Make a firecracker that will blow you up too. Isn't this a scam? Lu Jian and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. Also understand, why did Fuonqi Pham suddenly aim straight at the Vong factory? This is going to be a big deal. Emperor Hongji's face was gloomy. Nodded heavily. Fuonqi Pham continued to say the second point. The factory has too many supervisors. In the palace want to monitor. The Ministry of War wants to monitor. The Ministry of Public Works also wants to monitor. All the great Buddhas. The factory king did not dare to offend anyone. The salary that the court issued was cut down by each class. How much of it is actually used to make firearms? Fuonki Pham suggested the royal factory should just be the royal factory, no need for other parts to monitor, they decide for themselves, just let the censorate periodically audit their books. That's okay. Tuesday is a most important point promoting craftsmen. Select a group of people from skilled craftsmen, invite them to attend advanced courses. By then, a new brother will open in Taesun. Emperor Hongji listened very attentively. It's just that this household registration matter involves the entire body. It is difficult to change, but at the royal workshop, you can test it first. So the Emperor Hongji ordered that from today onwards, all craftsmen in the royal workshop must be re-examined from the beginning. Those who do not meet the standards are transferred to other departments. Who is enough then let stay. Then from there select people with superior skills, or recruit talented craftsmen from outside. Recruited a group of people to study at Taesun Library. Then he ordered an investigation into the corrupt officials at the royal factory. Those who should be fired should be fired. This matter is for the crown prince to handle. The crown prince thought to himself, it is right to find him to deal with. He is skilled, is the founder of craftsmen. Don't look at the usually harmless and carefree Fuonki Pham, but once he got mad, even he himself is afraid. Just now, he and the crown prince discussed how to reorganize the royal workshop, made the Emperor Hongji surprised. The princess's people hurriedly came to report, said the princess was about to give birth. Fuonki Pham heard the news, whole person is stupid. The crown prince as an experienced man. Really understand? Happy patted Fuonki Pham on the shoulder. Tell him not to be absent-minded anymore. His sister is going to be a mother. Quickly return to the princess's mansion and disembowel yourself. Let him be the master of the knife. Fuonki Pham just heard about the abdominal surgery. Face immediately fell. Last laparotomy is to pull people back from the gates of hell, but luck plays a big part. This prince does not know anything yet. What did he say about disembowelment? Isn't that cursing his wife and children? Fuonki Pham went from being stunned to angry. Slap the crown prince. Swear cut your father's head open. The crown prince unexpectedly received a slap. Face covering. Aggrieved look, you little brat. No martial arts. Take advantage of the moment when people are not paying attention to sneak attack. What kind of hero is that? The crown prince had not yet had time to react. What action? Then the eunuchs beside shouted, Fuonki Pham is so bold. How dare you be rude to His Highness the Crown Prince? He originally wanted to show off in front of His Highness. Who would have thought that the angry Crown Prince would slap him and knock him over? Fuonki Pham had already run towards the princess palace. The Crown Prince also hurriedly followed. Although the last words were a bit unfortunate, laparotomy seems really bad. Because he did not think, aborty. But who can say, what if, wait until Fuonki Pham arrives at the princess palace? This place is full of people. Seeing Fuonki Pham return, immediately reported the princess's situation. An old eunuch stepped forward and said, the midwife said, the baby will be out soon. Very good, no big. Fuonki Pham heard and breathed a sigh of relief. The crown prince also rushed over at this time, heard the fetus is very good. On his face appeared some regret. This guy's surgery was only successful once. Immediately thought his technique was superior. Cut open the belly like a circle, swish and done. There will be no consequences. Fuonki Pham saw the crown prince's expression. Really want to kick him to death? Fuonki Pham wanted to enter the palace to see how the princess was doing. Was stopped again. Tell him the princess is giving birth. At this time it's best for him to wait outside. Fuonki Pham had to retreat. The prince shouted again why he couldn't get in. That's so counterintuitive. Fuonki Pham clasped his hands behind his back, anxiously staring at the door. The crown prince also clasped his hands behind his back, anxiously staring at the door. Wait a moment. The prince began to scream again. Still feel like she can't help. Clean by. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a cry in the room. A moment later, there was a woman holding a baby coming out. Congratulations, Fuonki Pham. Congratulations to Fuonki Pham for giving birth to a precious baby boy weighing 7 kilograms and 600 g. Fuonki Pham looked at the child, could not help asking, is the baby okay? Like small butt, for example. The woman was stunned, then realized, tell Fuonki Pham to rest assured. They all checked. No problem. Fuonki Pham was now reassured. After going through time travel, although his 3 views are very upright, but it is inevitable to make a few small mistakes. Fortunately, God is fair. Don't do anything stupid. Fuonki Pham looked at the baby in the diaper, cannot help but exclaim, from now on, I in this world consider already have a successor. All the family business that Fuonki Pham built, from now on it will all be in his hands. Emperor Hongji and Empress Zhang heard that the princess had made a move. Hurry, worry. Preparing to go to the princess palace. Unexpectedly, the princess gave birth so smoothly. They have not left the palace yet. The news has arrived. Princess the Kang has successfully given birth to a son, mother and child safe. Emperor Hongji and Empress Zhang heard this news, immediately overjoyed. Excited, Emperor Hongji suddenly, think of something, hurriedly sent someone to pass on the name, if not late. I wonder what Fuonki fam is up to again. Moreover, the crown prince was also there adding fuel to the fire. Until then let him live, cooked rice is ruined. So, there was a man who carried the name Chine Khan, bestowed by the Emperor Hong Tri, quickly to the princess palace. Fortunately, Emperor Hongji sent someone in time. If not, the crown prince really wants to override the naming authority. The two words patriotism sound a bit silly, but the name Fuongku Ben, the prince liked it very much. Fuongki fam also thought about Fuong Jiahai, because I keep hearing hello everyone, I am Fuahai. Fuongki fam was especially excited, like being injected with chicken blood. Before this name was ruined by two players. Finally there was an oral edict from the Hongji emperor, completely put to rest all controversy. Speaking of being old, everyone wants to have many children and grandchildren. Emperor Hongji wished for the country to last forever. I heard that Princess They Khan gave birth to a grandson. In the mind of Emperor Hongji, all he could think about was that kid. If the child is not young, inconvenient to carry, afraid the princess palace is too noisy, he wished he could hug her. This heart-wrenching feeling made him no longer have the mind to read the memorial, but that farce had just happened in the palace. Just quiet. Then a memorial demanding to take someone's life was brought to known Cax. The Emperor Hongji has never seen. Liu Jian had that panicked look again. Pick up the memorial and read it. He was also silent. Smallpox appeared in Backthongchao. The number of infected people has reached hundreds. It's no wonder Liu Jian couldn't calm down. That Backthongchao is an important traffic point, because it is located at the key position of the canal. Almost all the grain ships came from the south, must be transferred to Backthongchao. Therefore, northern Tongzhou at this time, as a bridge between the capital and the world. Populous, extremely busy traffic. Such a bustling place. Smallpox reappeared. Once it breaks out, the consequences are unimaginable. Smallpox in the Ming and Qing dynasties was like a zombie virus. Once it occurs, tens, even hundreds of thousands of people infected and died. The court often had no way to deal with it. But the fear of smallpox this time is, Backthongchao is only 100 miles from the capital. This Kunkai area is probably already infected. With the traffic of Backthongchao, the spread will be very rapid. Just one misstep and the entire capital will fall into hell on earth. Even the Forbidden Palace can meet with disaster and destruction. Liu Jian suggested the Emperor Hongji should take his grandson to take refuge. Emperor Hongji bowed his head, but inside was angry. Once the disease spreads, there will be a lot of rumors. There will be countless people with good hearts, borrowing the desperate anger of the people, but pointed the spear at the court. How can he leave now? Liu Jian was speechless. Emperor Hongji's mood had reached rock bottom. He was extremely worried about the safety of the crown prince and his newborn grandchild. Just think that they could get sick. Hongji Emperor's heart ached like it was being cut by a knife. But before the disaster, the royal family must set an example. Share the joys and sorrows with the people. Dynasties all draw lessons from previous dynasties to gradually form a new institution. For example, the Wei and Jin dynasties saw the calamity of eunuchs and relatives in the Han dynasty. Immediately, eunuchs and relatives were strictly forbidden from holding power. Sui and Tang saw the disaster of the tyrants of Wei and Jin dynasties, then opened the imperial examinations, recruiting talented people from poor families. By the Song dynasty, again see the picture of the border town of Su Tang dynasty. Then he gathered all the soldiers and returned them to the capital to manage. By the Ming dynasty, learn a lesson from the Song dynasty's weakness and peace-seeking, should ask for the emperor, much higher than during the Song dynasty. Among them the most important thing is, even the emperor must live and die with the country. Song dynasty in danger, can also discuss moving the capital and making peace, but in day, this is like heaven. Whoever dares to mention it is seeking death. Countless literary gods, spitting saliva everywhere can make your life worse than death. If the emperor means it, I'm afraid it will cause chaos in the court. This stubborn mindset was ingrained in Dai Min from beginning to end. Emperor Hongji was also deeply affected by this. There is no way back. The great Ming emperor had only one way out. That's when the Dat army invaded. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gate. The monk encountered a problem and wanted to run away. Then absolutely cannot be done. Emperor Hongji may give the crown prince and his grandson sneak out of the capital. But if you do so, does the crown prince still have the right to succeed to the throne? Emperor Hongji's heart was in turmoil, but in the end still seemed to have decided. Order to the governor of Backthongchao. Local authorities must do their utmost to contain the epidemic. From prefect and above, to the sub-office must be on duty. Anyone who fails to fulfill their responsibilities can be dealt with immediately. Liu Jian also nodded in agreement. At this time, no more advice. This plague, whether it is your majesty or commoner, before this terrible epidemic, all do not receive special favor from God. The only solution is when facing a great disaster, must avoid a bigger disaster. Fuonqi Pham is still excited about having a son, not over yet, was hastily summoned to the palace. The eunuch read the will of the Hongji emperor. The 100 officials heard and could not help but be excited. Facing this dreaded smallpox, for a moment everyone was whispering, almost everyone's face was gloomy. Restless, the prince also became worried. Obviously he also knew the dangers of smallpox. Just as the Grand Chancellor Liu Jian was arranging his affairs, request the mandarins to do everything as usual, stabilize the mind, just need a stable mind, then the effects of smallpox will be reduced to a minimum. Now is the key time to find an organ donor. Liu Jian just said this, then someone interrupted him. Everyone looked towards the person who made the noise. So it's Fuo Fan. Liu Jian's face darkened. Who is still joking with you now? He shouted, who is making noise? Who's making more noise? Immediately hand over to the Justice Department for punishment. Liu Jian of course knew that the person making noise was Fang Jifan, but in times of crisis like this proposal absolutely does not allow for half a point of noise, so when Fuonqi Pham shouted wait, Liu Jian immediately, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Today don't say it's Fuonqi Pham, even if he is the crown prince, dare to talk nonsense here, will also be punished. Don't see Liu Jian as usually gentle and harmless, but he is still the cabinet minister, head of the government. This mighty shout, murderous aura, how dare the people outside disobey after hearing this, although I dare not go beyond the limit, but also carries murderous intent. This made Fuonqi Pham impatient, although he understood that Liu Jian was right. If it was him who dares to cause trouble at this time, he will definitely kill the opponent. In front of the Mandarin, absolute authority allows no hesitation. Indulge the first, there will be a second, third person, but Fuonqi Pham still could not help but say. He thought the most urgent matter is to find a cure for smallpox. Liu Jian's face was cold. Let someone pull Fuonqi Pham down. In a moment, everyone was serious. The guards were hesitating whether to follow Liu Jian's words, to arrest people or not. Then Fuonqi Pham exclaimed, we have a solution to smallpox. Maybe try it once. The prince was now trembling with fear. Everyone says he is very brave, but the crown prince, though he was being unreasonable, also know a little heavy light. At this time, he could not help but admire Fuonqi Pham. What a tough man. What a great man. Liu Jian was also surprised, a little unbelievable. If someone else said there was a way, he will most likely not believe it. But Fuonqi Pham just said that. He also did not know what to do. Turn to look at home. Emperor Hongji was also a bit hot-tempered. Tell Fuonqi Pham to fart quickly. Fuonqi Pham is confident in his heart. This smallpox he was too familiar with. Study history without knowing smallpox, just like the shameless lowlife who doesn't know Oisora. Emperor Hongji looked at Fang Jifan, complex and hard. Anyway, Fuonqi Pham gave him a ray of hope. Smallpox is scary, so terrifying that even he, the emperor, felt fear. Just now Fuonqi Pham jumped out. Liu Jian also scolded Fang Jifan for not changing his nature. At this time still want to praise the wise emperor. Who would have thought this guy would have a solution? The horror of smallpox was that people knew absolutely nothing about it. This thing is extremely contagious. There is no place that cannot be passed through, even if you are in a high position, also not escape its terror. Liu Jian's policy, if Fang Jifan really has a way, he is willing to help. Fuonqi Emperor Hongji heard Fang Jifan say there was a way to prevent the epidemic. In the heart also a little peace of mind. Ask Fuonqi Pham how many people he needs, just say. Fuonqi Pham said he didn't need anyone for the time being. Urgent matter at hand is to temporarily isolate all patients. He has a Mascante son, can partially prevent smallpox. But what he needs most right now is to find a person with smallpox. The ministers heard Fuonqi Pham's request. Immediately shivered. People were running out of time to avoid smallpox. But he still wants to find someone with smallpox. The electricity suddenly fell silent. Fuonqi Pham looked at these cowards. Leave a sentence, quickly catch one person. Then it will soon be possible to extract the remedy. Emperor Hongji's face turned pale. Sent someone to Thong Chao to offer rewards to recruit brave soldiers. Fuonqi Pham was still determined. While the epidemic has not spread yet, quickly produce cowpeas, save more people. But now we can only wait for someone from back Thong Chao to bring it. In this, due to incomplete understanding of smallpox, most people have a fear of smallpox. Plus the lack of awareness in scientific nursing, the mortality rate of smallpox was as high as 7 or 8%. It can be said that smallpox is a butcher, the biggest massacre of humanity in history. Even the cruelest wars also cannot be compared with the number of deaths caused by smallpox. Fuonqi Pham said goodbye, hurried out of Can then Dian. If we wait for the court to find a patient with this disease, I'm afraid most of the people in Bac Thong Chau are dead. have to think of a new way. This person in history was originally a great traitor, but since meeting Fuongqi Pham, Liu Jin, who was by the crown prince's side, had completely fallen out of favor. In the war to destroy the rebel King Nine, due to gluttony, Liu Jin did not have time to retreat, was captured by King Nine's men. The crown prince and Fuongqi Pham thought he was dead, and let the Emperor Hongji posthumously honor Liu Jin as a loyal and brave man. Unexpectedly, Liu Jin, the daredevil, dared to drink the hot pot water, again experienced many hardships and dangers, went for more than 2 months, finally returned to the capital. When he saw the crown prince again, cried so much that he collapsed. Fortunately, Fuongqi Pham was careful. Knowing Liu Jin is not dead, he will definitely go to the capital from Bac Thong Chao. Furthermore, Fuongqi Pham heard from Liu Can that he often had nightmares recently. Missing the prince, body tired and lethargic, Fuongqi Pham was startled when he heard that. Isn't this the first symptom of smallpox? Having nightmares, tired and lethargic, at least Liu Jin is likely infected. Fuongqi Pham thought of this, shout out loud, send someone to Taesung quickly, invite people from the medical academy to prepare protection. Come here quickly. The prince was bewildered, still asking why. Don't know what happened. Fuongqi Pham has quick eyes and quick hands. Pulled the prince to run quickly behind. Liu Jin stood alone outside the Eastern Palace, also a little bewildered. Waited for more than an hour. More than a dozen students of Taesun Medical Academy come in a bold manner. Without further ado, pounced and pressed Liu Jin to the ground. When Liu Jin woke up, was tied to the operating table and Tam that. Several medical students were busy on him for a while. Finally breathed a sigh of relief. It can be determined that Liu Jin did indeed contract smallpox, just not released yet. Seeing that, Fuongqi Pham was also somewhat reassured. The urgent thing now is to get Liu Jin's saliva. Send someone to prepare more cows. The next one will be much easier. Fang Jifan needed to let the cows start to get smallpox. Because the body structure of cows and humans is different, smallpox is very deadly to humans. But for cows, just a mild infection. Even if this cowpox infection is transmitted to humans, also causes only slight discomfort. But because of this slight discomfort, but also help people infected with smallpox. You must know that smallpox is something, just get infected once, then there will be immunity. So the principle of cowpox is to infect a person once, makes the human body resistant to smallpox. From then on, there will be no more fear of smallpox virus. The whole cow is a treasure. Looking at the young cows locked in the barn, Fuongqi Pham and the crown prince were in the cowshed every day. Watch for cows infected with smallpox. A few days later, some cows are starting to show symptoms. The prince jumped 3 feet high in excitement. After Fuongqi Pham confirmed that it was smallpox, equally exciting, quickly sent someone to get beans. After that, this anti-epidemic miracle drug was considered born. Fuongqi Pham did not say a word. Start vaccinating the crown prince first. The prince was pricked by the needle and grimaced in pain. Fuongqi Pham was a bit disdainful, already this big, but still afraid of injections. The prince kept groaning, lost all the majesty of the day. Then Fuongqi Pham started injecting people in Taesun. All must be vaccinated. After self-injection, he sent someone to the princess's mansion again. All those who need to be vaccinated must be vaccinated. Now that it is fully confirmed that cowpea is effective, Fuongqi Pham and the crown prince did not hesitate and immediately went to the Forbidden City. But at this point, smallpox patients began to appear in the capital. The whole capital seemed to be facing a great enemy. Legends about smallpox, that it could kill more than half of its victims, through many generations of word of mouth, although the number of infected people is not large at present, but has paralyzed half the capital. Most people are staying at home. The streets became desolate and deserted. Make Fuongqi Pham and the crown prince feel the fear of the epidemic. As the two of them entered the palace, by then Liu Jin and the others were already in the warm pavilion, sweating profusely. Impact of the epidemic, more serious than they imagined. Currently, even official orders cannot be circulated. Although the Emperor Hongji had issued an edict binding the officials, but what about the servants under the mandarins? They obeyed the order. But just out of the office, then these baby turtles disappeared without a trace. I don't know where they've gone. So the 6 departments were almost paralyzed. Panic kept arising and spreading. Emperor Hongji heard Liu Jian's report, also can only sigh helplessly. Such a major matter of life and death, not everyone can act like nothing happened. Even he himself was terrified. So Hongji Emperor did not want to blame them. Liu Jian could only helplessly smile bitterly. Not to mention the epidemic. Present? In Bac Thong Chao, there are people calling themselves the White Lotus sect who rose up. In the crowd there were tens of thousands of people. Government cannot suppress. I heard there are also many officers and soldiers believe in the evil teachings of the White Lotus sect. Emperor Hongji immediately had a headache. This made him inevitably become cautious. After great disaster there is always man-made disaster. This point, he understands and is more alert than anyone. Back Thong Chao is just a stone's throw away from the capital. Smallpox may spread to the capital. Aren't those love quotes the same? Emperor Hongji could not help but sigh. Is this because I have some bad qualities? Cause, punishment from heaven. It is incomprehensible, this Emperor Hongji. Ancestor worship is too much. Whenever there is a disaster, we blame it on God. Just as he was hesitating, should the Duke of England go to worship his ancestors? Then Fuonki Pham and the Crown Prince rushed into the palace. Emperor Hongji seemed to see a savior, staring at Fuonki Pham, asked him if he had found a cure for smallpox. Fuonki Pham resolutely said to Hong Trithian II, he has no cure for smallpox. But he brought the anti-epidemic medicine with him. After vaccination there will be no fear of smallpox. He and the Crown Prince have been vaccinated. The prince seemed afraid that his father would not believe this clown, immediately took off his shirt to show his father. Emperor Hongji did not care about the Crown Prince's unsightly appearance, only care if this miracle drug really works. Fuonki Pham was speechless in his heart. Effective or not, once injected you will know. Now he has ordered the Tay Sun people to prepare. Just need the Emperor Hongji to give an order. Their Tay Sun people will immediately start vaccinating on the streets. Emperor Hongji took a deep breath. Lu Jian was overjoyed, screaming to get an injection, first to test the effectiveness. If it works, then injected for Hong Trithian II. The Crown Prince standing beside him looked a bit disdainful. Let's get vaccinated together. Why so top? I can inject. My father can also get vaccinated. Can I? The Emperor Hongji looked at the foolish Crown Prince without saying a word. I thought to myself how brave this boy is. Silence for a moment, then agreed. Fuonki Pham was not shy at all. Now he is racing against time. If the Emperor Hongji had contracted smallpox before being vaccinated, then the problem will become serious. So, Fuonki Pham hates that there is no Me Too in this era. Otherwise, this great moment when the Emperor was vaccinated must write down, because the vaccination process is so simple. So much so that even Emperor Hongji did not dare believe it. Faced with such a terrifying disease, just one shot and it's done. Fuonki Pham then patiently explained to Hong Trithian II, this remains to be seen. See if a rash appears. If a rash appears, then consider this injection successful. If not, then have to get another injection. Seeing Fuonki Pham speak with certainty, Emperor Hongji, though still doubtful, but had to believe Fuonki Pham. Having done these things, Fuonki Pham stopped large-scale vaccination in the capital. Emperor Hongji hesitated for a moment. However, the effectiveness of the vaccine has not yet been proven, but immediately after that, he had someone write a draft. Epidemic prevention, all left to Fuonki Pham to handle. Better something than nothing anyway. Just consider a dead horse as a doctor. For several days in a row, thousands of people in Tay Sun, almost all the people in the capital, were vaccinated against cowpox. People are still skeptical about the effectiveness of this cowpea, still have some doubts in mind. Even the Emperor Hongji, although I trust Fuonki Pham very much, but when faced with this dreaded smallpox, he still had some doubts in his heart. Furthermore, the situation in Bitangzhou was getting worse and worse. This made Emperor Hongji extremely worried. Not only that, in Shannon, even Jiannan, patients suspected of having smallpox also began to appear. Although the ancients were helpless against most types of epidemics, but there is also a huge advantage. That was the inconvenient transportation at that time. Once an epidemic appears in a locality, will usually be under control. But this time, the scary thing about the epidemic is in Bitangzhou. It is the traffic hub of the canal. Before the outbreak, pathogens lurking in the human body soon followed the flow of people on the canal. Along the canal, spread to every prosperous town and city. If a major outbreak occurs, how terrible would it be? Emperor Hongji was in turmoil. The cowpox from yesterday, so far he has not seen any results. On this side, Lu Jian reported being sick. Emperor Hongji's face turned pale. Lu Jian was the right-hand man of Emperor Hongji. More than 20 years of diligent service. He knew if it wasn't a serious illness, Lu Jian would not have asked for leave at such a tense time. Now I'm afraid Lu Jian has really contracted smallpox. As for Li Jian, indeed smallpox-like symptoms appeared, causing the entire Lu family to fall into crisis. Only thing is Lu Jian looks not as severe as other people with smallpox. After a night of being taken care of by Mrs. Li, the next, Lu Jian suddenly recovered as usual. The areas where the rash used to be started to scab over. Lu Jian also understood clearly the effects of Fuonki Pham's cowpea method, so hurriedly dressed. Want to report this good news to the Hongji Emperor. Emperor Hongji was still worried about Liu Jian. Then Liu Jian went to Nuan Kak in high spirits, smiled and congratulated Emperor Hongji and Fang Jifan about this miraculous cure for smallpox. From now on, the world will no longer have scenes of wildflowers running rampant. Hongji Emperor's body shook. Look again. Liu Jian no longer looked sick at all. A moment of astonishment. He was so unexpected. Such a scary flower was easily cured by Fuonki Pham. Afterward, Emperor Hongji instinctively looked at his arm. Red pimples appeared where he was injected. Such a horrible story. but it was solved so easily. The pressure in Hongji Emperor's heart immediately eased. Suddenly a little choked up, then start thanking ancestors, and sent someone to summon the Duke of An Quoc, the Crown Prince and Fuonqi Pham to the palace. When Fuonqi Pham and the Crown Prince entered the palace, just about to enter Nong Kak, then happened to see An Quoc Kong hurriedly going out. Fuonqi Pham greeted An Quoc Kong from afar. The Duke of England felt a sense of defeat again. Reluctantly smiled, carrying a few parts of joy looking at Fuonqi Pham. Boy, this time is really thanks to you. His Majesty laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Fuonqi Pham heard An Quoc Kong's praise, was about to reply when the Duke of England again saluted the Crown Prince, said there was big work to do, then run away, probably sent by Emperor Hongji to pay respect to his ancestors. Then Fuonqi Pham could not help but sigh. He must remind himself later, absolutely cannot learn English, as hardworking as a little bee, there is no time to talk. The Crown Prince heard that and laughed, mocking what like a little bee, must be old bee. The two people talked and laughed, immediately went to Nong Kak. In the warm pavilion, Emperor Hongji was already beaming with joy. Seeing the Crown Prince and Fuonqi Pham, immediately teased Liu Jian and the others. Look, your savior has arrived. This was originally a joke, but the Emperor Hongji said so. Liu Jian and the others did not dare to delay. Vongthi stood up and solemnly saluted the Crown Prince and Fuonqi Pham. Liu Jian originally intended that when he did this action, old man Fuonqi Pham will definitely rush to help me. I dare not accept your great gift. But who would have thought that Fuonqi Pham would look at him with dignity, blinking eyes, as if saying, hurry up. Old Liu saw that and said nothing. Just act. Obediently perform the ceremony. The Crown Prince laughed heartily. But it's just saving hundreds of thousands of people. No big. In this world, people like me and old Fuong here, 3,000 years probably only one or two people appear. No big. Fuonqi Pham secretly gave the Crown Prince a thumbs up in his heart. Sigh, the Crown Prince is still too modest. China 5,000 years. Never seen anyone as shameless as him. The shamelessness of the Crown Prince and Fuonqi Pham was obvious to everyone. The Crown Prince and Fang Jifan's contributions to the epidemic, everyone remembers in heart. Vaccination against cowpox is very convenient. The effects of the storm take time to heal. But the development of Day Min cannot be stopped. Emperor Hongji's mind turned very quickly. Fuonqi Pham still couldn't keep up. Just now I was still worried about the plague. Now that the flower problem is almost solved, Emperor Hongji immediately turned around, started to remember Fuonqi Pham's sea trip. In his heart, Fuonqi Pham silently muttered, Emperor Hongji is really crazy about money. Is there such a shortage of money? Why rush to take people to the beach? Tin was also a bit confused. He had just come ashore a few days ago. Why did his teacher hate him? Don't want him to stay and serve for a few more days? But chased him to the sea again? Fuonqi Pham was also speechless. His father-in-law was eager to go to sea to earn money. Expand your own vault. What can he do? Furthermore, since it comes to spending money on a trip to the West, the speed of shipbuilding has increased significantly several times. The current size of the great Ming fleet caught up with Tambao the Jiam. Don't go to sea now, then how long? Fang Jifan once again took Susing to Tianjin port, told him to remember the mission, go deep inland. Faced with the teacher's kind teachings, Tu Teng could not help but say, once again cried bitterly on the boat. Returning from Tianjin Guard, Fuonqi Pham immediately went to Dongkeng. Lu Jin saw Fang Feng, immediately enthusiastically offered tea. Lu Jin just experienced a rebirth. Now is different. He was given the name Li Sambao by the Emperor Hongji. Furthermore, he also accepted a student of Fuonqi Pham as his foster father. He was so attentive to Fuonqi Pham. Now Fuonqi Pham has become his grandfather. Fuonqi Pham received the cup of tea. Tell Liu Ken to be good and don't be so polite. Then he took a cup of tea and asked where the Crown Prince was. Liu Ken smiled and said to Fuonqi Pham, the Crown Prince is looking at the fish map. Didn't a group of taters go to Hatay? Hatay danger warning. Your Highness knows. Day and night thinking of plans. Said he wanted to go to war himself. Bring the taters in Hatay to defeat. Fuonqi Pham was a bit surprised after hearing that. He really did not expect the Dat to attack Hatay. Hatay is not the focus of the Dat invasion. Moreover, last time Nandat had suffered a great loss. Dare to come now? He suddenly noticed something unusual. Then Fuonqi Pham suddenly remembered. If according to normal history, at this time Emperor Hongji had passed away. This year, that Dat once sent a great army to attack Daedong. It was all because Macbak encountered a big snowstorm. This battle was extremely fierce. For the sake of plunder and survival, the taters continuously attacked Dai Min at Quantum Line in Daedong for months. Fuonqi Pham thought of this, cannot help but slap the forehead. Bao Lucan quickly called the Crown Prince. The purpose of that Dat group was not Hatay at all, but Daedong. Listening to Fuonqi Pham's words, Lu Jin did not dare to delay. This is his adoptive family, so Liu Ken hurriedly ran to call the Crown Prince. The crown prince saw Fuanqi Pham, smiling and said to Fuanqi Pham, dat person has been hit. I beg your majesty. Personally sent as commander to Ate. Guess what? Fuanqi Pham did not need to think. Immediately replied, His Majesty will reward you with a slap. The crown prince's smiling face immediately collapsed, blamed Fuanqi Pham for being so hateful. Not only did the emperor not beat him, on the contrary I see his sincere love and affection. And yet agree, just don't let him leave Lanzhou, can only sit and watch the battle. Even the crown prince could not believe that his father would agree to let him sit in such a chair. Fuanqi Pham did not expect this point, but he thought again. Is it because the crown prince gave birth to a dragon grandson that he is given special treatment? The prince was stunned after hearing that. Shaking head, he is lazy to think about these things. Anyway, it's good to go now. Just this trip to Lanzhou. He did not want Fuanqi Pham to go with him. If you bring Fuanqi Pham, then he has no more merit. Fuanqi Pham smiled bitterly. He did not intend to go at all. Just tell the prince to take good care of his nephew. The prince immediately felt bored. Obviously, he thought that Fuanqi Pham would be like his father, try to stop him. But now it's good. Everyone seemed to want him to go away quickly. Why is it different from what he expected? The prince was troubled by 100 worries. Incomprehensible? Is it really because of having a prince? But he is out of favor. If we talk about how big the prince's mind is, the water of the Yangtze River cannot contain it all. About the matter of having a prince, whether he is out of favor or not, he also does not care too much. Whatever, the matter of going to Hatay to fight Dat too, he is still very happy. He stayed up many nights studying the map, just came up with a foolproof strategy. Not to mention anything else, Emperor Ming Wuzhongzhu Haozhou was indeed a military genius. To avoid long nights of dreams, afraid that the emperor would change his mind, this guy immediately chose Xiaqi Don and 1,000 guards of the Eastern Palace, and conveniently dragged all the students of Tay Sun Library along, in the name of opening their eyes. Fuanqi Pham personally came to see the crown prince off. The prince rode on a tall horse. Extraordinary spirit. Not much to say. Here he goes. Tell Fuanqi Pham not to regret. Fuanqi Pham secretly cursed in his heart. Regret your head, urgently urging the prince. It's getting late. Keep dawdling. Then he won't be home in time to have lunch with his son. The prince opened his eyes wide after hearing this. He really did not expect. Fuanqi Pham is not only a wife-crazy man, and yet a boy-crazy. I don't even bother talking nonsense with Fuanqi Pham anymore. Urged the horse to go straight. Fuanqi Pham was secretly laughing in his heart. The stupid prince, if known in Lanzhou. He almost couldn't find any trace of Dat Nan. I wonder if I'm mad. Fuanqi Pham sent the prince away. Immediately went to see the Emperor Hongji. When the Emperor Hongji heard that Fang Jifan had arrived, immediately smiled and looked at Fuanqi Pham. The prince left. Fuanqi Pham immediately made a reluctant expression. Seeing this, Emperor Hongji said, also sighed. Who would have the heart to let the prince go? Just when the country has some problems. The prince was happy as if it was Tet. Young age. Liked to watch the excitement, not afraid of big things. So let it go this time. Let it know how hard it is out there. Stumble once and then be good. Fuanqi Pham hesitantly asked. Speak out the question in your heart. Your Majesty surely knows. The Hatay corridor is just a diversionary tactic of the Dat people. Right? Emperor Hongji looked surprised. Unexpectedly, Fuanqi Pham knew about this. Then he burst out laughing. Praise Fuanqi Pham. Nothing gets past him. Since the Dat people and Dai Min completely turned against each other, Trangvai immediately used all his strength, find ways to bribe and infiltrate people. As reported by Trangvai, this time the Dat people's target is Dai Dong, and a Tay corridor, just a diversion. Wait for the prince to arrive in Lanzhou, then only see yellow sand. This was also the reason he agreed to let the prince go this time. Fuanqi Pham heard, can't help but give a thumbs up, praise the cunning Emperor Hongji. Hearing the cunning old man, Emperor Hongji frowned. Then think again, what is there to argue with this brainy son-in-law? He thought again, this time it seems like I've been able to tease you. This prince always made him worry. Then let him go to Lanzhou to eat dust, then tucked his tail and obediently went home. From now on, see if it dares to cause trouble all day long. Then he asked Fuanqi Pham, what do you think about Dat's attack on Dai Dong this time? Fuanqi Pham was silent for a moment. It is the Dat people who have come, then definitely have to beat them to death. Since Tranquoc Fu reorganized the royal workshop, has created many new weapons, just or can be used. Emperor Hongji nodded after hearing this. He is also looking forward to it, can see the power of firearms on the battlefield. So he hopes that this time Fuanqi Pham will follow the army, oversee the artillery camp and the non-artillery camp. Fuanqi Pham just heard, decisively refused on the grounds of relapse of brain disease, also said his son was still young, want to spend more time with children. Emperor Hongji frowned upon hearing this. He originally thought that Fengqi fam would happily accept. I didn't expect this kid to use his son as an excuse. Emperor Hongji looked disappointed. If so, then we will choose another wise person. After Emperor Hongji said this, Fengqi fam started to act up again. He opened his eyes and asked Hongji Emperor, "Shouldn't I have refused 3 times? Your Majesty wants me to do as you wish." Then we reluctantly accept. Emperor Hongji was defeated by the invincible mind of Fang Jifan. Completely dumbfounded. It took a long time to speak. "Do you think I'm playing the game of 3 visits to thatched cottage with you?" Fengqi fam shook his head again. To show that he did not mean it, at least he had to refuse a few times. If not, the crown prince will return from Hatay empty-handed. No, he has come to Daedong. Then hard to say, Emperor Hongji was speechless. I can only ask Fengqi fam again, will he go or not? Only then did Fengqi fam solemnly accept. Just don't know who will be chosen as the commander this time. At this moment, En Kwok Kong came to report. Fengqi fam's eyes lit up. Could it be the Duke of England? He has sacrificed his ancestors for half his life, can still ride a horse and kill people. Have you ever been killed by him? After determining the Hongji Emperor really sent Duke and Kwok to be the commander, Fengqi fam looked like an idiot, looking at En Kwok Kong so agitated that he almost covered his face and cried. Is fighting really that fun? To the point of excitement like that, Fengqi fam felt that in the En Kwok Kong family, whoever had the surname Truong, without going to battle, then life seems incomplete. He really does not understand. What's wrong with being obedient and worshipping ancestors every day? The Duke of England on this side finally got his wish, excitedly pulled Fengqi fam to go drinking. Fengqi fam refused again. This wine is for when you win the battle, then drink it. Now it's time to go to war. I want to be with my son. When Duke Kwok heard Fengqi fam say that, immediately smacked his lips. Your child. Sooner or later you will spoil me like you. Must beat it. 3 days without fighting. It climbed up to the roof. Fengqi fam looked at En Kwok Kong with some curiosity. Blink signaled for En Kwok Kong to continue. En Kwok Kong looked at Fengqi fam with innocent eyes, like a deflated balloon immediately deflated. Seda, his son likes to play with bugs and rice. His beating and scolding had no effect, not even as good as Fengqi fam, so the Duke of England did not say anything more. Just say to Fengqi fam, if he goes to the army, then his lord will take good care of him. Absolutely do not let him have even half a bit of damage. Fengqi fam felt that this En Kwok Kong's murderous aura was too heavy. Find a chance to disappear. He should stay away from him. Avoid being infected with that trait. After Fengqi fam returned home, looking at his beloved son, cannot help but sigh, more and more like me. Handsome like this old man. Our Feng family is really outstanding. What to do now? More and more cannot hide the excellence. There is only one thing. Fengqi fam felt it was not good. That is the name Feng Chine then is not good. Completely failed to show his patriotism towards Day Min, or Feng Kwok. So then, every time someone called his son's name, can all remember him, this loyal patriot? Just thinking about it, enough to make Fengqi fam extremely excited. As for the crown prince, after a long journey, finally arrived in Lanzhou after half a month of non-stop traveling. Hearing the news of the crown prince's arrival, King Tuk hurriedly led local civil and military officials out of the city to welcome them. The crown prince came here to guard Lanzhou, with the status of general of the world, so he told everyone not to call him crown prince, but must call him General Chu. To put it bluntly, this is the crown prince's personal preference. King Tuk was speechless after hearing that. Although he is technically the crown prince's uncle, but he absolutely did not dare to show off to the crown prince. Whatever the prince says is true. Smiling, he invited General Chu into the city for a party. The crown prince heard the great army approaching, and thinking about drinking. What is this moral? But the crown prince's words made King Tuk bewildered. Army? There is no army here. Just before that there was a that army of several thousand people. Come here and hang around, then no longer seen. The prince almost fainted after hearing this, eyes rolling around, just hit the head and shouted, I was fooled by the old dog, Emperor. No wonder his father let him out so easily. Turns out that I should have known earlier that the tatars would not attack Hatay. The prince quickly jumped off his horse. The whole person dances. Is there not a single the dad in Hatay? King Tuk was a bit frightened by the crown prince's actions. He had heard before that the crown prince was intelligent and clever. Very stylish. Now see with my own eyes. Feels unlike the rumors. He could only stammer. Hatay probably still exists. Try to find out. Maybe we will catch a few fish that escaped the net. The prince heard. His mind was buzzing. Damn it, he is the crown prince and yet he ran so far here. Just to catch a few fish that slipped through the net. Is it worth doing? The prince was annoyed and asked King Tuk to lead him into the city. After he has eaten and drunk enough, he will continue. King Tuk also understood the matter. Tonight, immediately found for the crown prince several beautiful women who could topple kingdoms and cities. I thought the crown prince would enjoy it happily. Who would have thought the sky would just break? Someone has come to report that the crown prince has led his troops out of the city. King Tuk heard that, almost exploded on the spot. Before leaving, the prince left a sentence, is to follow the example of the champion. How? King Tuk's eyes darkened, scolding the royal family. No one is good. As a prince in a remote poor countryside, his knowledge is shallow. I have never seen this kind of game before. Cursing yourself all your life is really creating karma. This prince, just because he wants to leave the city, doesn't want to be near women. The servant said the prince was still close to women. Last night I was tormented until the second watch. 3 o'clock the prince led his men out of the city. King Tuk counted on his fingers. The second watch of the torture is over. He left at 3 o'clock. This young man has good kidneys. Emperor Hongji has been a bit troubled lately. That guy Fuonki Pham has agreed to go and supervise the army. But seeing Ninggiam Dat was about to be defeated, several soldiers immediately said, killed to the bottom of Daedong City. Emergency, but the British Duke also continuously issued several military orders, urged the reinforcements, must form a siege with the Dat army in Daedong. The army began to assemble, but this Fuonki Pham is still there looking for excuses, talking this and that, still lingering in the capital and not leaving. Emperor Hongji felt that this son-in-law's attitude was problematic, was thinking whether to knock him on the head or not. Then Fuonki Pham was still strong-mouthed, said he was training his soldiers. Emperor Hongji was speechless after hearing this. Why only now temporarily hug Buddha's feet? Fuonki Pham put on a tearful face again. Isn't it because the Dat army suddenly attacked? But thanks to your majesty's grace, these generals have finished training. Tomorrow is possible to depart. Emperor Hongji looked at this resourceful and intelligent son-in-law. Face also softened a bit. Fuonki Pham, if he really has any physical discomfort, then don't try to go. Fuonki Pham shook his head again, said he could sacrifice himself to repay his father-in-law. I can't even be happy anymore. Body is completely fine. Even every time I remember your majesty's past kindness, then his mind felt much more comfortable. It is indeed 1,000 words, 10,000 words. Flattery is not acceptable. Emperor Hongji listened to Fang Jifan's flattery, giggle, then asked the crown prince if there is any news. He was still a little worried about his only son. Then he mentioned his doubts to Fuonki Pham. Why can the Dat army always rise up like that? From the time of Emperor they to call Hong Di until now. Dai Min also won many victories against Macbak, but just a few years later, they recuperate, then came to invade the border. Fuonki Pham believes that this is a strategic problem of Dai Min. The Great Ming was mainly a fixed defense. Want to solve this problem thoroughly? There is only one way. That is to take the initiative. Every few days go beat them up. Otherwise every time Dai Min resisted Dat, cannot injure their tendons and bones. That is the reason why the Dat army can always rise up. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, I agree with Fuonki Pham's opinions. It's just a pity that the Dat people live deep in the northern desert. The Hen people are not good at horse riding. If not, why sit and guard the city, waiting for the Dat army to invade like that? Seeing that time is not early anymore, Emperor Hongji instructed Fang Jifan, let's go tomorrow. This time let him go to Daedong, make some military achievements. Others say he spends all day doing nothing in the capital. But the great man considers the 4 seas as his home. Private residence? Young man like him should be like that. Fuonki Pham nodded decisively, was about to say goodbye. Then a eunuch came in a hurry to report, said there was news from Lanzhou. Just hearing the 2 words Lanchao, Emperor Hongji was pleased. Crown Prince, here is the news. Usually it's this son of his who causes trouble. Today he was the father and finally got a goal back. Thinking of the Crown Prince's arrival in Lanzhou, see outside the city the wind is calm and the waves are calm. The prince must be so angry he could die. Emperor Hongji was very happy. But when Emperor Hongji opened the memorial to read, the whole person almost fell backwards. Just feel a little dark before my eyes. Fuonki Pham looked through the memorial. Oscar laughed. This prince is really a man, carrying just over 1,000 people, but dare to go deep into the North Desert. It is true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Fuonki Pham looked and felt a bit of enthusiasm. Every man, both have a belligerent side, also want to be like Hu Kubin, a wanderer. He knows exactly how much he weighs, but when he saw this brave prince, in the heart still-born admiration, it took a long time for Emperor Hongji to regain his composure. Muttered that the prince was truly a freak. Out of nowhere the prince did not like it, must do such dangerous things. Originally this time he just wanted to tease this son, give it a little lesson. Who would have thought the crown prince would be so stubborn? Then let Fuonki Pham come to judge. Can this prince still be considered human? Fuonki Pham shook his head. In the heart also cannot help worrying. It was clear that the crown prince had gone too far this time. If he were to say a fair word, then the prince's behavior is really bad. But Fuonki Pham sighed in his heart. The prince's personality is like that. To be honest, he still admired the crown prince very much. From ancient times to present, how many princes live in the palace, ignorant of life? How many people can be like the crown prince, fighting side by side with the generals? How many people? Emperor Hongji knew that Fang Jifan would speak up for the crown prince. But standing on the position of an emperor, the prince's actions are truly disappointing. But as a father, such as, aren't you worried to death? Fuonki Pham saw that and calmed down again. Getting out of the past is the prince's dream, can also be considered a historical trend. 2 lives as a human being. Fuonki Pham understood more clearly. It turns out that history can be changed, but at the same time in the underworld there is still a kind of historical necessity. For example, the crown prince in history, find a way out of the past, beat the Dat army to a pulp, but now the wheel of history has changed, but the crown prince's mind cannot be changed. To put it nicely, the landscape is easily changed, hard to change nature. To put it bluntly, dogs can't give up the habit of gnawing on bones. As the crown prince's brother-in-law, and also the person the crown prince trusts the most, Fuonki Pham can only pray that the crown prince is safe and sound, if not later cause trouble. Who will take the blame for him? Fuonki Pham led his army to Daedong, went through an unprecedented fierce battle. The explosives he had researched, the lazy time at the royal factory has now come into play. In particular, the addition of white phosphorus to explosives, making this battle extremely disastrous. Everywhere there were taters burned. The center of the battlefield almost became hell on earth. Those human flames were especially creepy. The taters did not easily learn about throwing kerosene pots, but, unexpected this attack, the Ming Daedong army has revealed a new trick. In a moment that Dat people suffered heavy casualties, fear spreads unabated. The so-called defeated soldiers are like mountains collapsing. It's coming so fast. The taters' army began to disintegrate. Fuonki Pham looked towards the direction of the retreating, Dat army, could not help but curse. These taters are really shameless. Seeing something wrong, run away. I thought the taters were very brave. Just when Fuonki Pham came down to check the results, discovered this time still let that Dat Kaihan escape. He also specially instructed the black-faced men, wherever there is movement, just concentrate your troops and attack. I just didn't expect that the Tartar Khan would be so cunning. As for the crown prince, after wandering in the desert for 3 days, then encountered a small army of that Dat. Without saying a word, they rushed into the fight. This made the crown prince extremely excited. How many days and nights have I waited just for this moment? The prince shouted loudly and rushed to the front. The Dat people were all bewildered, never dreamed of it. In his desert steppe, the Han army appeared again. This is something that has never happened in the past few decades. After a stick of incense, the elite soldiers that the crown prince personally selected were easily defeated. End this battle of many against few. Killed 512 enemies. Our army lost 17 men. The crown prince alone killed 4 people. But the crown prince was not satisfied with this victory. After this match, the crown prince has officially unlocked the Demon King. For the young men who have the strength to fight, were all requisitioned by Yan Dat Khan. In the tribe, most of the people are old, weak, and sick. There are only a few young men. At first, the crown prince and his men raided several tribes. The plan is not yet complete. The coordination between the generals and soldiers was also a bit clumsy. But after destroying 6 tribes in a row, the crown prince's command skills became more and more proficient, and the cavalry also became more and more experienced. Now attack the taters' strongholds. For them it is just a small matter like rabbit. The prince is waiting. I don't know when I will meet a large tribe of 10,000 people. So charge up and kill to feel satisfied. Just thinking about it, it seems like God heard it. Not long after, a cavalry scout rode up and reported, said to have discovered an army of several thousand people. From the direction of Daedong, they just look so tired. The prince heard and frowned. I thought these thousands of soldiers had heard some news, come to stop them. But after careful observation, then this is just a fleeing army. The prince quickly took the map, determine your location. This place is about 500 or 600 miles from Daetong. Then it was determined that they had no flags, and had the appearance of a disorderly mass of defeated soldiers. The prince narrowed his eyes. Clearly this is an opportunity. Although the opponent's numbers were several times greater, but the cavalry behind him has undergone the trials of war. Everyone had a determined look on their faces. Murderous aura seemed to be dealing with a fleeing army. It's not that difficult. The prince looked at everyone without saying a word. The generals also looked at the crown prince in high spirits. Every time he went into battle, the crown prince always took the lead. Always a good doctor, making them regard the crown prince as a blood brother. Just tell the crown prince which direction to go. They will rush in and kill there. No regrets even if I die. The prince received the longing eyes of his brothers, immediately shouted loudly, Mother, how many years have passed? No one dares to go deep into the desert like us, beat the taters like dogs and pigs, Today I will wash away the shame of the mock bow, so that the taters in the future, when they hear about Day Min, will be terrified. Then the crown prince let everyone feed the horses. Regain your strength, then lie in ambush here and wait for the taters. Yan Dakayan never dreamed that failure came so suddenly. In the past, 70,000 brave and courageous soldiers marched south, but now only a few thousand defeated soldiers ran back. Luckily now deep in the desert, the Ming army certainly could not chase anymore. To the desert, then Yan Dakayan is still the master. It's just that this time he was really a bit tired. Time and time again, mistakes over and over again, heavy losses, made him a little suspicious. Did he really receive the blessing of the eternal heaven? This question no one can answer. Ingim Dathem was a man of great ambition all his life. He unified the desert steppe, also once arrogant. He has stumbled countless times, but can always get up. This time he thought he would still be able to stand up. He looked at the gloomy generals, loudly shouted, "I swear before Truong Sun Thean, sooner or later we will trample the pass of the southern barbarians, use the blood of countless southern barbarians to avenge this grudge." Having said that, he pulled out the sharp sword from its sheath, break in half. Everyone reluctantly cheered up. They were so tired, along the way being hunted. Many people do not even have time to find a source of water. Not even a piece of dry food has been eaten. The only lucky thing is, the pursuers have left. As long as they can find the nearest tribe, then can survive. That is also the only motivation for them to hold on until now. But now, right on the horizon ahead, small black spots appear. Due to the great distance, they thought it was a neighboring tribe at first, but suddenly these black spots, at lightning speed moving towards them. Yan Dakayan just discovered something was wrong. Normal tribe will not mobilize so many people to graze at once. Wait until the other person has eaten and drunk enough, nourish the spirit of the cavalry, like a whirlwind rushing to kill them. Yan Dakayan finally saw. Down appears in the sunlight. Immediately afterwards, a few hundred paces away, an arrow cut through the wind. 10,000 households beside Yan Dakayan fell. Ingim Dathem was scared to the point of cold sweat. Damn it, where did these Han soldiers come from? These tired and exhausted Dat people. At this time, I did not expect that there would be enemies here. Crown Prince Zhu Hao's eyes were bloodshot, blood stained his eyes. Countless people had fought side by side with him in life and death battles. Scream loudly. Kill. The advantage of cavalry lies in this unparalleled shock power. The Ming cavalry charged forward, charged straight into the Dat army before they could even get their horses to run. In a moment the man fell off the horse. Suddenly the man fell off the horse. Countless people were thrown into the air. The prince is like the tip of a long sword. Where he passed, countless people chasing behind. 10,000 horse hooves kicked up grass, trash, and dust. The desperate Dat people discovered, all of this is familiar. Isn't this how your own cavalry ever captured Han soldiers? Several times straight, the Dat people were completely desperate. They were already exhausted. Spirit is gone. Furthermore, countless people were injured, had lost half of the morale from the previous southward move. As for the great Ming cavalry, they used stillness to control movement, lead the attack. These people are even more skilled at horseback archery than the Dat people. After a massive, the ground was full of dead bodies. Many people dropped their iron heels, really no longer resist. Ingim Dathem felt like he was going crazy. He could not imagine. One day, he was attacked and killed by the great Ming cavalry to this extent. Dozens of bodyguards wanted to protect him from escaping. Was quickly stopped by the Han cavalry. Crown Prince Chuo Chiu immediately used Dat language to shout loudly, "Put down your weapons. Get off your horse now. Whoever resists will be killed without mercy." As soon as this Dat sentence was uttered, no matter how brave the Dat people are, at this time all thoughts have disappeared. The person next to Yan Dakayan whispered, telling Ingim Dakayan to absolutely not reveal his identity. Ingim Dakayan was now filled with sorrow in his heart, but the desire to live rose again. He naturally knew, if people know your identity, what will be his end? Just a thought flashed through his mind. If even the Han army could enter the desert, free as if there were no one around, arbitrary massacre of Dat people, use the greatest strength of the Dat people to defeat the Dat army, so can the Dat people still be saved? The whole desert, is there any place left? Just as he was thinking these things, Crown Prince Chuo Chiu walked towards him step by step. Yan Dakayan's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. He held his head. Try to make yourself look like a normal Dat person. Crown Prince Chuo Chiu looked at Yan Dakayan from above. Using Dat to mock, "I have heard of your name for a long time." Yan Dakayan immediately panicked. "Just want to justify." The Crown Prince coldly laughed and said, "Ingim Dakayan's real name? The 3 jewels of the ear. How long do you want to pretend?" Yan Dakayan was immediately stunned. Since he ascended, the throne is gone. For many years, no one calls this name anymore. Even he himself had forgotten a little. The crown prince coldly looked at Nimdat Khayan and smiled. Tell about when I was 7 years old. He has always studied him. Yandak Khayan unified this entire desert and spent a lot of money to learn about his appearance and real name from many people. Today, rushing to kill the enemy, he immediately saw this person. Now it's useless for him to pretend to be stupid. Nimdat Khayan's heart was filled with utter despair. This boy has had his eye on him since he was 7 years old. He could not help but evaluate this young man. This young man's face was full of murderous intent, but still not out of immaturity. Yandak Khayan was a little desperate. Unexpectedly, his final battle, lost to such a young man. Luckily, he was not hiding anything anymore. Directly admitted that he was the great Khan Dat. In the prince's eyes carried a radiant look. While Nimdat Khayan was gloomy, all thoughts are gone. Then the prince said again, since he could remember, have always heard, news that Yandak Khayan repeatedly invaded the border of Da Min. Among the myriad of troubles of the great Ming, only the Dat people danced the most happily. So for more than 10 years now, he had studied the tactics of the Dat people countless times, speculation on the temperament of Yandak Khayan. So today he has this ending is not unfair. Yandak Khayan heard and his hair stood on end. This world really has a saying, no fear of thieves, just afraid of thieves watching. Moreover, this is a surveillance for more than 10 years. Yandak Khayan could not help but coldly snort. The king was defeated. Our army was defeated. I have no regrets. I wish to serve the great Ming. From now on, I will do my best for the great Han. The prince laughed again. He knew Yandak Khayan would say that. Dat people have always been like that. When at the end of the road, ask for help from the mother. Usually the court would give him an official position to cover the eyes of the people. This is not that the great Ming is ungrateful, but because they understand better than anyone. The great Ming had no control over the desert at all. Kill a group of people, another group will naturally appear, but these guys will sooner or later become a threat in the imperial palace. But the crown prince had a cold face. Look at Yandak Khayan. Tell Yandak Khayan, his plan went wrong today. Because today is different from yesterday, Yandak Khayan has no right to submit. Furthermore, the main purpose of him summoning his vassals to the desert is to kill this Yandak Khayan. Having said that, the crown prince drew his long sword, stabbed Yandak Khayan in the throat. But Yandak Khayan still cannot believe it until now. I will die here today. On the battlefield, after experiencing the devastation of the Ivufichlich Dam was personally made by Fuonki Pham, the Dat people seemed to have been beaten to fear. The Duke of England had just won the battle and was already shameless. Say that I am old, hero of the car. Indeed, just now when rushing into battle, Mr. Kwok Kong was not careful, was slashed in the shoulder. But he considered himself a hero. Fuonki Pham could only smile awkwardly. But the Duke of England also knows himself. The reason this battle could be won so quickly. Fuonki Pham's contribution is the greatest. But now he has to go to recuperate. Should let Fuonki Pham temporarily take over his responsibility. Post-mortem, and told Fuonki Pham, the crown prince is still in the desert. Fuonki Pham just now remembered. Almost forgot. Little scholar hurriedly replied to Kwok Kong. The crown prince will definitely send people to search everywhere. Leave this matter to him. Let Kwok Kong go get treatment quickly. So Fuonki Pham temporarily took over Daidong and the 3 armies. Then Fuonki Pham discovered, I was fooled by the old fox and Kwok Kong. Dozens of jobs fell on his head, which is cleaning up the corpses outside the city, which is to collect the remains of his generals. There is also the mobilization of food supplies, as well as necessities for thousands of wounded soldiers. Only missing finding the widow Wong next door. Is no need for him to intervene. It was so hard to get everything done. There were also military officers who came to the door to complain to Fuonki Pham. Fuonki Pham immediately flew into a rage. Raise your hand and slap him. Fuck you. Now that you are winning, you are crying. At most can it be worse than me, Fuonki Pham? Before I could sleep 6 hours a day. Now so busy that only sleep 4 hours. The martial artist was slapped a bit hard, a little bit clueless. Although I heard early on that the prince consort I was a cruel person. Siude certainly cannot be teased. Just know to suffer an unjust slap. Just had to leave angrily. Fuonki Pham was so angry that he gritted his teeth, smoke rising to the head, open mouth scold. Tell the guard to pass on the message. From today onwards, if anyone has anything, don't look for him. If you really have something to do, go find Kwok Kong. Mr. Kong was only injured in the arm, but not dead. He only slept for 4 hours last night. Too much, must go to sleep to make up for it. Not long after, this news reached the ears of the Duke of England. But the message is not so bad. Just said Fuonki Pham had a headache, maybe when killing the enemy too aggressively. Old disease relapse, so he was no longer the temporary general. After listening, Mr. Kwok Kong sighed. As for this Fuonki Pham's personality, I don't know what to do. Everything is good, just to... Originally, this time he let Fuonki Pham temporarily manage the horse affairs in Daedong, Just want to take this opportunity to get to know him a little. Who would have thought this kid? Sacrifice but do not know sacrifice. Horse management has no patience. I really don't know what he can do. Pity his intelligence. Reluctantly, the Duke of England had to take over the horse business to prepare for the military expedition to the court, the capital for the war in Daedong. Both do not have too much expectation. This goalkeeping battle if not last a year and a half. Then the Dat people are afraid that they will not retreat. So to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the capital has also increased its security. But everyone for news from Daedong, there are not too many urgent expectations. Therefore, the Grand Chancellors of the cabinet had their minds turned elsewhere. In the warm pavilion, discussing with the Emperor Hongji, Hongtun is no longer young, must have also been babbling. Think again, they thought they should find a teacher for Hongtun. Emperor Hongji heard this and could only smile bitterly. How old is Hongtun? Just over a year old. Now still babbling words like suck, milk, hug. Now I want to find a teacher for it. Isn't this an international joke? But the Emperor Hongji also see the thoughts of the grand scholars. This prince is really good at causing trouble. This time go to the desert out of the pass. How scary that is. Perhaps these great ministers, every day seeing a crown prince who doesn't care about his own life like that, I'm really afraid that one day my heart can't take it anymore and will die. So this matter puts all hope in Hongtun. Although understood, but Emperor Hongji still did not agree and refused. At this time, the memorial of the Duke of England had just arrived, made Emperor Hongji stunned. The mighty captain, bullet calendar posters incredibly powerful, thrown down from above. The Dat army immediately fell off their horses. Countless casualties. Dat is defeated. 40,000 casualties. Complaining. Everywhere. Cut off more than 29,000 heads. Catch thousands more. But the prisoners were not harmed. Ming army died and wounded several thousand. Emperor Hongji's eyes widened wider than bronze bells. How is this possible? Since the incident in Tu Mokban, no one in Daemin has ever had, in a situation of equal numbers, and defeated the Dat army in field battle. This story only happened during the time of Emperor Taizugao and Emperor Wen. Can do, but now directly go deep into the desert to search for the Dat people, finally almost destroyed them all. The Dat army lost the battle like a collapsing mountain, makes Hongji Emperor feel a little unbelievable. This is completely beyond his imagination. Sometimes human inertia is so scary. After hearing the news of the great victory at Daedong, Emperor Hongji was extremely excited, immediately sent someone to call on Kwok Kong back to worship his ancestors. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone there was stunned. The Duke of Kwok is still in Daedong. Where to call now? Luckily, Tu Banban was there to gently remind him. The Emperor Hongji raised his hand to his forehead and laughed loudly. Indeed, the Duke of England did not disappoint him. Wait until he returns in triumph, then ordered him to go to Thaemiu to worship his ancestors later. But this son-in-law Fuong Qifan made him look at him with different eyes. In the memorial of Duke and Kwok, special emphasis about the power of the Ivu Phi Lich Dan that he researched and manufactured. Because of this thing, plus the bravery of the generals, but the Dat army was defeated like clay chickens and clay dogs. The only thing that made Emperor Hongji feel regretful was that old man Giam Dat Kakhan let him escape. This in Dat name, harder to deal with than any previous hand Dat. The Dat people in the past, after losing a battle, would be obedient for many years, but this guy can always pick up the remnants and come back again. So, Yan Datham became a thorn in the eye of Emperor Hongji. Liu Jian and the others were also extremely agitated. This battle only lasted for a month. How much money and food can be saved? Furthermore, after this battle, the prestige of the court will certainly resound throughout the world. What a great achievement. Then everyone began to flatter Hongji. Emperor Hongji happily enjoyed the victory, with the praises of the courtiers, then immediately sent someone to issue an order to make the court and the people happy. Having said that, Emperor Hongji's eyes dimmed slightly. Cannot help but want to say about the story of the Admiral Avu Fichlich Dan, but every time this thing is mentioned, he found it very difficult to read, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Who the hell gave this name? Liu Jian and the others were speechless in their hearts. Isn't it obvious? But Ouyangji's reaction was extremely quick. The old officer transformed in a flash. Matters relating to the reputation of the teacher, he could not delay any longer. Hurriedly explained, perhaps it was the workers below who wanted to please his teacher, so use that name. His guru always taught him that a person with a conscience should not flatter himself. His teacher always used this to be strict with himself, and often told him that fame was only a matter of after death. A gentleman treats others like a gentleman. Look up to the sky, look down to the ground. Just hope not to be ashamed of my heart, absolutely not bound by fame. Only then can you do what you think is right. Having said that, Ouyangji bowed his head without hesitation. Stern look only shows two words: loyalty. You may not believe Fonky Fam's words, but you do not believe Ouyangji's words. They are so loyal and honest. So do you still have a conscience? Seeing Ouyangji like this, the Emperor Hongji immediately knew that what Ouyangji said was true, so said with emotion, Fonky Fam is a bit childish, but certainly not so brazenly shameless. He almost watched Fonky Fam grow up. What kind of person is Fonky Fam? You understand better than anyone. Quickly let a Duong Chi stand up. His teacher had made such great achievements. Father-in-law like you is so happy. Why blame this? You just misspoke. Ouyangji thanked the Emperor Hongji. Face returned to the same bewildered look. This made Liu Jian and the others look on in amazement. They just feel a little confused. Who is Fonky Fam anyway? Then, the Emperor Hongji issued an edict, ordered An Kwok Kong and Fonky Fam to immediately bring the body back to the court. All generals and soldiers were rewarded for their achievements. Liu Jian received the instruction, then turned left and looked right, asked softly about His Highness the Crown Prince. The joy of the Emperor Hongji suddenly diminished a little. He sighed. He understood his son well, although a bit childish, but countless soldiers and civilians advanced deep into the desert, fight the enemy. His son to protect the country. What is wrong with birth and death? Moreover, the Crown Prince is a good person with natural appearance. He believed that his son would return safely. Bao Liu Jian and the others stopped talking. Although he comforted Liu Jian and the others, but in his heart Emperor Hongji still felt pain. This child wanted to kill Dat since he was little. Must wash away the shame of the mock Bao. What a stupid child. This time is good. Really satisfy its temperament. Just hope it can return safely. Fonky Fam and An Kwok Kong returned to the court in triumph, received a warm welcome from the people, especially Fonky Fam. The more people along the way worship him. This made Fonky Fam a bit confused. When did he become so famous? Aren't you trying to flatter him to death? Who knows, he promoted sweet potatoes in Tay-sun and helped people avoid the suffering caused by smallpox. The people soon revered him as a god. He just doesn't know it. Immediately afterwards, he and the Duke of England had an audience together, tell stories of experiences on the battlefield, once again for Hongji Emperor to hear. The Emperor Hongji once again praised the Commander-in-Chief Wiu Fei Li Dan. Endless praise and special instructions, all generals who were beneficial to the country, all were granted titles and honors. Having finished with the main business, Emperor Hongji especially winked at Fang Jifan. Leave him alone. The two talked about the Crown Prince again. This guy doesn't make people worry less. Can the Crown Prince return safely? Still a problem today. As for this rebellious behavior of the Crown Prince, caused deep concern to the grand scholars in the cabinet. They all hope that the prince can begin to study enlightenment. The Emperor Hongji now agreed to this, but Hong Tun is still young. Leaving him alone is not good. He wanted Fuong Hiu Pham and Fuong Chine Khan to study together. Only then did Fuong Qi Pham understand the intention of Hong Tri Thien Tu for him to stay. It turns out I've been through so much just because of this. Seeing that the Emperor Hongji had made up his mind, Fuong Qi Pham could only sigh to the heavens. Not long after, in the palace issued the imperial edict, ordered the minister to teach the prince to read. This story caused a lot of rumors outside. Some people think something happened to the prince. Fuong Qi Pham was also very worried about the crown prince, so he could only keep telling himself, good people do not live long, 1,000 years of disaster. He believes that little pig, that bad guy, will be fine. So every day he was restless. Suddenly one day, someone came to his door to give him bad news. His senior brother has passed away. Fuong Qi Pham was a bit confused at first, thought for a long time, then suddenly remembered. Turns out to be the fake senior monk at Long Choing Quan. This is not Fuong Qi Pham being heartless and meaningless, but this birdmouse senior brother has too many disciples, masters, uncles, and ancestors. Sometimes his mind is really a bit fuzzy. After reacting, Fuong Qi Pham was heartbroken and shouted, "My senior brother, why did you go to paradise so soon?" As he spoke, he ran towards Long Choing Quan. Fuong Qi Pham rushed in. Before the spirit of the elder brother, he kowtowed vigorously. Suddenly thought the prince might have died too. This story is indeed a bit sad from the heart. Before, he was heartless and carefree because he had never seen the scene of life and death separation. Little pig is still missing. Now to his closest senior brother, the only relative in this world, also gone. Fuong Qi Pham immediately felt extremely miserable. Cry out. La Triuvan could not help but comfort him, told Fuong Qi Pham that his master passed away peacefully. Fuong Qi Pham at this time could not help but ask, "Did my senior brother give any instructions about the land before he left, before I met you?" "My brother once told me privately, Long Choing Quan is a place of pure practice, so much land is useless. Keeping it only makes the shameless people look at it. It is better to give everything to the court and me." Van was even more confused. What do you say? Why don't we know? But his neck suddenly felt cold. Dare not say a word. Can only follow Fam. Said that Liang Chuan followed his master's last wish. Give all uncle. Van was more sober than anyone else. Everything he has is given to him by his uncle. Fam can raise him to become a true person. Tomorrow can also make him like Truong Triu Tian, dead out burial. As long as Long Choing Quan is still there, the incense will not stop. These properties are still Long Choing Quan's property. Also does not belong to Van alone. Now Fam wanted to. He obediently offered himself up. Moreover, this could very well be his master's last wish. Fam received these lands, so he stayed at the temple to guard the spirit for his brother. Just be vegetarian for a month. He was a little unbearable. Remember the beef dish in Tay Sun. But Fam is a man of conscience. Thinking is thinking, but at this time he absolutely will not go. By the third day, in the palace, someone came to summon Fam to immediately enter the palace for an audience. Said that something big happened in the palace. Fam hurried to the palace. I thought the prince had news. To the newly discovered place, it turns out that last night there was a big fire at Kendandyan. Made him worry all the way. Regarding this matter, Fam was not surprised. In the history of the Forbidden City there have been many records of fires. No surprise. After all, this Forbidden City is almost 100 years old, as long as it is not completely burned down, just as... But Emperor Hongji was worried about his other children. Since ancient times, fire in the palace has been considered a bad omen. Furthermore, today he also received a report from Daedong. It is said that the searchers discovered many strange artifacts. After discussion, the relatives, everyone thought that the crown prince would be more harmful than beneficial. Fam saw Hong Trithian too. So worried, then comforted the Emperor Hongji. He told Hongji Emperor not to worry too much. They say to live you must see people, dead must see body. What's wrong with finding a few foreign objects? Moreover, fires in the palace are normal. Mao Wensheng saw Fang Jifan comforting the Hongji Emperor, could not help but blame the crown prince for abandoning the country. He always held back and did not dare to say anything, but today he really couldn't stand it anymore. Mavan Sin just opened his mouth. Many ministers also showed anger. Fam was not happy after hearing that. Why do you say that? The prince went to the Mandarin to kill the enemy. National defense? You old men are still here blaming. What is this logic? Fam also returned from the battlefield. He did not. If I were to go to battle myself, only then did I know the danger in it. Nature also understands when the house is about to collapse. Someone always has to stand up, turn the situation around. His Highness the Crown Prince is a good man. He is very impressed. Moreover, who said something would definitely happen to His Highness the Crown Prince. He believed that the prince would definitely return alive. The ministers were speechless from Fam's rebuttal. Their ideas and his ideas are completely different. At this moment, Emperor Ongji's heart was heavy. Last night there was a big fire and reports of a strange armor, further increasing his worries about the crown prince. What he fears most now is, what if his son really was no longer in this world? So how should he deal with it? If so, what is the meaning of life? A feeling of all thoughts disappearing surrounded him, cannot be dispelled. Fam saw this and really couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke in a stern voice, repeating the words he had used to judge the prince earlier. The crown prince is definitely not an ordinary person. They do not know. The prince had great ambitions since childhood, determined to wash away the shame, revenge on the Mokbal. So the new crown prince is not what they thought. Go learn the art of kingship, 4 books and 5 classics. They think the prince is naughty and playful, but they do not know. The prince, because of that ambition, rooster crows wake up, everyday self-study military strategy. No matter summer sun or winter cold is not interrupted. Emperor Hongji was a little moved after hearing this. Ma Van Sin and the others were a bit speechless. How does this sound like something they don't know at all? But there was one point they heard deep down. It is they who have forgotten the shame of their ancestors. But the prince did not forget. This made them feel a little ashamed. Fam spoke more and more excitedly. He thought the crown prince would be fine. If anyone is still worried about the crown prince, then surely he is looking down on Fam and the crown prince. Although Fam was a bit worried in his heart, but Fam's worries, unlike other people's worries, he understood the crown prince's strength better than anyone. This name in military aspect can be said to be a monster. You may doubt his luck, but there is no doubting his ability and will. A person who is absolutely not just for fun, which can be 10 years as a study of archery and military strategy. This point, if not of great determination, no great ambition, is absolutely impossible. So the illustrious Men Wutong in history, is it just a false reputation? Are you kidding me? Emperor Hongji fell into silence. Liu Jian and the others also kept silent. Only Ma Van Sin was still a bit unconvinced of him. He acknowledged the crown prince's great ambition, but the crown prince is still the crown prince. The son of a rich family should not sit in dangerous places. Right now, a eunuch rushed to report, loudly shouting that someone on horseback is coming back quickly to report. The prince has returned. Emperor Hongji was surprised. Head buzzing, everyone looked towards Fuongqifam. I feel this name is a bit magical. Fuongqifam heard, and the heart has also bloomed early. There was still a bit of sadness in my heart because of my senior brother's death, but now that little bit of sadness has gone up in smoke. At this moment he raised his eyebrows. No more arguing with these idiots. Quickly asked permission to leave. He wanted to personally go pick up his good brother. Humans are like that. The young scholar Zhu was always clinging to Fang Jifan before. He is a little upset. But many days no see, Fuongqifam missed the crown prince a little. Honestly speaking, since Fuongqifam came to this world, some people consider him a god. Some people also consider him scum, although there are relatives who care about him. But the person who is really stupid treats him like a friend. Only the crown prince, this good brother. Fuongqifam values this friendship very much. 2 lives as a human being. The feeling of loneliness and not fitting in with the world, how much has it tormented his heart? To the point of making Fuongqifam become evil. Thoughts completely different from this world in his head. Unexpected. The foolish prince believed it all. Not only believe, but also follow him to risk causing chaos. Such a fool, even if you turned on a lamp you wouldn't find him. Now he is back alive. Fuongqifam suddenly felt lucky. This is extremely valuable to him. The crown prince saw Fuongqifam running towards him. Eyes lit. According to Fuongqifam's previous habit, if you don't sleep until noon, you won't wake up. The crown prince had already sent someone to the princess's mansion to call him away, but the crown prince did not expect Fuongqifam to wake up so early today. So hurriedly welcomed Fuongqifam. Laugh out loud, old Fuong. Look who's back. Fuongqifam shouted. Ismit. The crown prince's face turned slightly red. Why does this name have so many meanings? Sounds a bit effeminate, doesn't it? The prince was also used to it, with Fuongqifam's carefree attitude in front of him. Laughed how then hugged Fuongqifam. Old Fuong, you've lost weight. Do you miss me so much? It's okay, I cry. Fuongqifam's eyes were filled with tears, if seen by an unknown person. I thought they were lovers making up. The crown prince looked at Fuongqifam trying to hold back his tears. Wave, if you don't cry, then forget it. Then asked during the time he was not here, what did Fuongqifam do? Fuongqifam smiled and said he is in Daidong. The crown prince just heard about Fuongqifam in Daidong. Immediately laughed at Fuongqifam. What did he come to Daidong for? Is it to the border guard? Scared? Fuongqifam replied like a little wife, don't be afraid. The prince looked pleased, arrogantly hooked his shoulder on Fuongqifam. I feel like I've left this friend behind. Look at you, always afraid of death but still talkative. Fuongqifam looked at the crown prince like he was an idiot. He is really not afraid. By the way, I also destroyed tens of thousands of dat. The prince heard, immediately a little stunned. Tens of thousands of names. Moreover, this guy came back earlier than him. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Then he thought of the fine horse that Dat gone brought with him to the north. Everything suddenly connected. He seemed to have understood everything completely. Fuongqifam excitedly started asking the crown prince, was it fun in the desert this time? The crown prince just thought that he had just found out Fuongqifam's weakness. Immediately a little unhappy, hurriedly strode away. Don't want to pay attention to Fuongqifam anymore. Fuongqifam looked blankly at the crown prince walking quickly. I wonder if I said something wrong just now. As the crown prince walked step by step into the palace, pay homage to the Emperor Hongji. The Emperor Hongji saw the crown prince clearly. In the heart cannot help but startled. How much suffering has this boy had to endure? How much danger? In fact, he was also moved by Fuongqifam's words. He of course understood that his son had great ambitions. But this guy is so adventurous, is there a next time? Look at how haggard it is now. Where is the appearance of a prince? Don't beat it up. I don't know how much blood will be shed later. How much sweat? How much more loss? Emperor Hongji's face was cold. Also did not pay attention to the crown prince who was kneeling. Directly frown. Sent someone to get his family's 5-section whip. He wants to see. This brat will dare to act recklessly again. The eunuchs hesitated. No one dares to take it. Are you kidding me? Isn't going to be courting death? The prince said again. Asked father why punish me. Hongji Emperor's head immediately buzzed. He originally wanted to step forward to help the prince up, like a normal father and son. The past is considered not to count, but the prince seemed to be forever. The softening of the Emperor Hongji's heart was like adding fuel to the fire. The righteous prince said solemnly, he is the emperor's will. Go fight with that people. In Lanzhou, know that people were found. Immediately go out to capture the enemy. What's wrong with this? The crown princes refuted Emperor Hongji to the point that his lips trembled. Coldly looked at the prince. Then no one told you to run to Daedong? The prince still said eloquently. He did not know that the Dat people were like clay chickens and porcelain dogs. He led his troops into the desert, like entering a deserted place, destroying tribe after tribe. A march destroyed more than 60 tribes, also beheaded more than 7,800 enemies. In a daze he arrived at Daedong. He was ordered to destroy the Tatars, but today he was lucky not to dishonor his order, also considered not to dishonor the ancestors of Emperor Kao, so today especially returned to complete. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. I feel that what the crown prince said is a bit absurd. I'm afraid only a military leader like Hu Kuobing has this achievement. Emperor Hongji almost fell to the ground. The prince said with a serious face. He used the head of his disciple Truong Guyanhai as a guarantee. If there is any mistake, immediately exterminated his entire family. Fuonqi Pham stood behind the crown prince. In my heart I exclaimed, why does this sound so familiar? This prince is bad. But the more terrifying story is yet to come. The crown prince showed it to the Hongji emperor. Not only destroyed dozens of Dat tribes, but also killed the Tatar Khan. This confident threat has repeatedly invaded the great Ming border. Today he brought his head, offered a father, to show the prestige of Day Min. Fuonqi Pham behind the crown prince was also extremely surprised. He absolutely did not dare to think, is this too exaggerated? The Tatar Khan fled from Daetong, but was killed by that young scholar. Is this too scary? This time the crown prince can be considered to be very proud. That Ndathan, absolutely not an easy guy to deal with. He was a hero who unified the desert when the remnants of the northern Yuan army were constantly attacked by Emperor Gao. Later, the whole desert disintegrated. Despite repeated failures, but can always come back. The previous civil and military mandarins still regretted because the army in Daedong could not kill Yan Dat Khan. Unexpectedly, this old man was killed by the crown prince. Emperor Hongji could not believe it. Is Yan Dat Han so easy to die? This feels a bit unreal. The crown prince spoke seriously to the Hongji emperor. He dare not lie. Even if this Tatar Khan turns to ashes, he will still recognize him. It is also unfortunate that this Yan Dat Khan died young. Coincidentally, led several thousand remaining troops to the north to attack and encountered him. If we follow common sense, several thousand remnants clash with more than 1,000 great Ming cavalry, even though a cripple, to the desert, also absolutely not more than 1,000 great Ming cavalry can deal with. This point has been proven through countless real battles. This made the gods even more terrified. As the minister of infantry Mavan's son, the first person could not help but ask the prince, these thousands of Tatars, even though defeated, also cannot be underestimated, really don't know how to face such a terrifying cavalry. How did your highness defeat Yan Dat Khan? Actually, not only Mavan's son, even if it is the Hongji emperor, even including Fuonqi Pham. Everyone also really wants to know what method the crown prince used in the end. The crown prince looked at the countless burning eyes looking at him. In my heart I cannot help but sigh. He waited for this moment. Then his agitated body trembled slightly. Simply and powerfully say one word. That is, in the past, Genghis Khan could rule the world, win every battle, based on this terrifying lightning-fast strategy. The funny thing is, Nan Dat Han abandoned the craftsmanship of his ancestors. He observed their tactics. Although the Tatars were still good at horseback riding and archery, but the reality is far from the cavalry of old. No longer has the prestige of the past, but the 1,000 great Ming cavalry that he brought with him are the most elite cavalry. After a period of being tempered by the desert, has changed so much. He borrowed the lightning-fast fighting tactics of his ancestors, the Dat people. These thousands of remnants look strong, but actually cannot stand a blow. The prince spoke more and more excitedly. The tone was also extremely crazy. If it was before, the prince used such a tone to speak, I'm afraid he would have been beaten to death by his father long ago. But today everyone was listening attentively. Bewildered look? Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Easy to say, hard to do. In the desert, encountered cavalry several times larger than himself, must immediately decide, just lead the army, without hesitation launched the attack, not to mention charging into enemy positions, into birth and death, attack the Tatars many times. How much courage and bravery does this require? Emperor Hongji looked at the prince in tattered clothes, suddenly had a kind of illusion, wave after wave. Cannot help but feel a little emotional. Fuonqi Pham is right. The prince was stunned. I don't know what Mr. Fuong said. Emperor Hongji smiled and looked at the crown prince. Of course it is a compliment. The crown prince's face was calm. Still old Fuong understands him best. But Emperor Hongji took a deep breath. Say one more thing. He also praised himself. The crown prince was a little embarrassed. As expected, old Fuong's habit of showing off has not changed. Fuonqi Pham was shameless and didn't feel embarrassed, but laughed heartily and said mainly to praise the crown prince. He is just a convenience. At this time, someone brought Dat Han's phone case. The crown prince wanted to let his father see for himself. Emperor Hongji waved his hand. You still don't believe your son, Lu Jian and others, was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. This is from the time after the Tumak Bao incident until now, the greatest victory over the tatars. The fearsome thing about this victory is that the crown prince relied on the tactics of the tatars, completely defeated the Dat tribes, even fought cavalry with numbers several times larger than the Dat people. This moment, when he remembered Fuang Qifam's words about avenging Emperor Entong is the great-grandfather of the crown prince. Over the past 10 years, always diligent and careful. This time is really great filial piety. The national dynasty uses filial piety to govern the world. If considered accordingly, the crown prince's behavior is almost beyond reproach. This time, the ministers just now criticized the crown prince's behavior. All stunned, quickly gathered to flatter the crown prince. Sorry, prince. They spoke a little loudly just now. The crown prince could not help but raise his hand after hearing this. Fuang Qifam saw this from behind, immediately knew that the crown prince would definitely have the same problem. Standing behind him, he pulled his collar down. The crown prince immediately understood. Quickly put your hands down. This old man Fuang is truly a living textbook. The crown prince quickly changed his tone to a humble one. Say these things are not worth it. What a shame. He only made a small contribution, which was praised by the masters like that. What a shame. These merits, it is all due to the Holy Father and the generals who rushed into battle. Just got this result. Then think a little, say one more sentence. Also thanks to old Fuang who often teaches a little. Seeing an opening, Fuang Qifam shamelessly squeezed in. Quickly flatter back. Shame to say, he did not teach the crown prince anything. His Highness the crown prince is too modest for being self-taught. I am not as good as your Highness, you two shameless bastards. This is truly taking flattery to the next level. The crown prince defeated Yan Dat Khan. This time can be considered to bring glory to Dai Min. This achievement was even praised by Truong Thang as unprecedented in 1,000 years. And the doctors were also slapped in the face by reality. No one thought that the crown prince was just having a moment of fun, but insisted on going to battle to find death. Seeing this scene, Emperor Hongji, the joy in my heart can be imagined, also praised his son. Tonight, defeating the enemy and the prison is enough to comfort the souls of our ancestors, so he sent someone to ask if the duke had finished. He saw the somewhat boastful appearance of the crown prince beside him, before felt so hateful. Indecent, today again see nothing, still quite easy to see. Emperor Hongji could not help but call the crown prince before him. I admire my son has really grown up. Wait for everyone to arrive at Candham Palace. This place still has traces of fire. Emperor Hongji stopped and pointed at Jingshan Palace. Still scared yesterday this place was on fire. I'm really scared to death. I thought I had injured God and was punished. Who would have thought it was good news? The crown prince thought for a moment. Want to say again? Afraid I will say bad things. Ruin the current atmosphere. Fuang Qifam was standing behind staring at Candham Dian. A light suddenly flashed in my head. Wait for everyone to enter known Kak. Emperor Hongji sighed. This is good news. It's just a pity that Candham Dian is the main hall in the palace. This repair will probably take a lot of effort. The officials did not speak. Repairing the palace is expensive, especially in the palace. Want to renovate the palace? Don't just look at it as a fix, but silver must be spent like water. Emperor Hongji just said that casually, seeing the officials all pretending to be ignorant, secretly lamented in his heart. As expected, Chu Than and his group are all stingy. Each person was speechless. This is afraid of being asked for money and food. Fuang Qifam saw that. Stand up again. Said the palace was renovated many years. The cost is really too great. He really felt a little sorry. Might as well build another palace. Fuang Qifam just said that. Everyone came to their senses. Building a palace is a terrible thing. Too costly. Plus once construction begins, people in the palace and the Ministry of Public Works will all be corrupt. Usually the construction cost compared to conventional architecture, maybe 10 times more. Officials from ancient times to the present have been extremely wary of the emperor renovating the palace. Only that idiot Chua Chu would be so willful. In history has overcome pressure, leave benefits to the later Ming emperors. As a result, he was cursed by people for hundreds of years. Now Fuang Qifam, a son-in-law, ran out. Said he wanted to build a new palace. Isn't that looking for death? Moreover, the current emperor is afraid he will not accept it. Such extravagant, wasteful behavior. Lu Jian was a little impatient. Hastily advised, tell Fuang Qifam not to joke. Honestly, if Fuang Qifam was not his son's master, he really wanted to beat Fuang Qifam to death on the spot. The ministers also chimed in, tell Fuang Qifam not to joke. Although Emperor Hongji was concerned about the construction of palaces, have a little bit of desire, But thinking about the money I had to spend was like running water. Immediately give up the idea and warn Fuonki Fam, although well-intentioned, but cannot be so tolerant. This story does not need to be repeated. Fuonki Fam argued again eloquently, said that whenever thinking about the residence of the Hongji emperor, far from being a normal house, then his heart ached, so he decided must build a new palace for the Hongji emperor. Furthermore, he had already thought of the name of this new palace. Name is Yuan Mingyuan. Still have the necessary funds. He will take care of everything. The ministers heard Fuonki Fam say so. All took a breath of cold air. Since when did Fuonki Fam become so generous? Emperor Hongji was also extremely terrified. Hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No need." Fuonki Fam made a painful face again. Sobbing, he said that Emperor Hongji treated him too well. But this forbidden city has fires every few days. If anything goes wrong, then how can he be assured? Therefore, he only hopes that the Emperor Hongji will grant him his favor. Build this new palace. He will take care of the money. If the Emperor Hongji does not agree, he would rather die here. Seeing Fuonki Fam's resolute attitude, the crown prince, so surprised that my jaw almost dropped, suddenly a flash came to mind. Guess Fuonki Fam has some evil plan again. Liu Jian and the others' expressions also softened a lot. They all wondered, could this guy have a brain attack? Sympathy, he is a real loser? And also run to give money to others. If Bun Taihao knew about this, I will be angry to death. Emperor Hongji frowned slightly. Secretly thought, maybe this is just a little bit of Fuonki Fam's heart. Then let him build it. Build what palace? After all, it's just building a decent house. Just show filial piety. That being so, why did he refuse? So Hongji Emperor smiled and agreed. Fuonki Fam received the order in the heart of joy. When it comes to building royal gardens, he is very experienced. In his previous life, he had the opportunity to visit Yuan Mingyuan and participated in the historical restoration work of Yuan Mingyuan. A lot of documents he still remembers. Just no one expected that Fuonki Fam actually considered this meaning to be true. Everyone thought that Fuonki Fam was just joking. So very quickly no one paid attention to this little thing anymore. The crown prince killed the Khan of the Tatars. Can be said to have made great achievements. Just, I'm afraid the desert is about to have a big change. Emperor Hongji was worried that a new force would emerge in the desert. Should order the court to send people to always monitor the situation in the desert. Speaking of which, Emperor Hongji also had a headache. Although he had killed Yan Dat Khan, he was very happy. But less than 30 years, that Dat will have a new leader? By then it was enough to give the court a headache. Faced with the worries of Emperor Hongji, Fuonki Fam and the Crown Prince spoke in unison. The Crown Prince was humble at this time. Let Fuonki Fam speak first. As for Fuonki Fam, he thinks that the Emperor Hongji will no longer need to worry about this matter. The desert will forever become slaves of the great Ming. There can be no more heroes emerging. Emperor Hongji's face was full of doubt. Fuonki Fam firmly guaranteed. By then, as long as the desert soldiers and civilians can be settled, then the desert will forever become the great Ming shield. This name is Fuonki Fam, can also be seen as talking without scaring others then not stopping. Actually, what the Crown Prince wanted to say was also this idea. After all, the things that Fuonki Fam taught him in the beginning were exactly these things. So the Crown Prince also quickly nodded in agreement. Hearing Fuonki Fam's firm words, everyone was silent. Used to it, Emperor Hongji could not help but ask, what is the proof? Fuonki Fam was about to open his mouth. The Crown Prince interrupted their conversation again. Tell the Emperor Hongji, he will know then. I just came back, must go change clothes. Me and Lao Fuong haven't seen each other for a long time. Also have many things to say. Emperor Hongji lovingly watched his son make great achievements. Somewhat reluctantly shook his head. Let them go. Then Emperor Hongji asked his ministers, what do you think about what Fuonki Fam just said? The ministers the words that Fuonki Fam said were a bit mysterious. The great Ming defeated the Tatars in Daidong. The Crown Prince directly entered the desert. A sweep. Normally, the Tatars should hate the great Ming to the bone. Is the real fight to submit? It sounds a bit crazy. But now, everyone's response to Fuonki Fam's words, there was a kind of instinctive trust. Now, even if he said tomorrow knives would fall from the sky, I'm afraid this whole court will also discuss for half a day. That's a bit too much. People think that maybe it was just a joke of Fuonki Fam. Emperor Hongji smiled and said, this son-in-law Fuonki Fam is not bad either. Know how to worry about him. Build a palace for him. He was very happy inside. As soon as this word was spoken, Liu Jian and the others felt sore in their hearts. But at this moment did not dare to answer. They are not as bankrupt as Fuonki Fam. Just when the ministers all thought that, at most Fuonki Fam will only build one house. Meanwhile, Fuonki Fam on this side was hurriedly drawing sketches. The new royal palace must be built in the style of Yuan Mingyuan. The scale must of course be large. Besides, is Fuonki Fam a person who lacks money? Fuonki Fam only lacks conscience. Just where is this palace built? Make it difficult for the ministry. Fuonki fam laughed coldly. Where to choose location? Of course we have to look at feng shui. There is no need to find a fraudulent feng shui master. Call my unemployed Long Choying-Quan sect leader. Just announced. Hearing about Chen and Long Choying-Quan, everyone immediately became respectful and serious. The name of Levan Triyu has spread throughout the capital. In this capital, who doesn't know he's half god, yet such a formidable character? When called to see Fuonki fam, he immediately bowed down. Please him, then just blandly greeted those present. What a joke, Le Trieu Van is a real second-class real person. Being able to respectfully greet the Minister of Public Works is already a great honor. Fuonki fam pretended to be polite and asked Le Trieu Van to find a safe place. Le Trieu Van instantly regretted, said that he had recently discovered a golden dragon treasure land near Long Choying-Quan. Then he took out the map. Fuonki fam said in surprise, "Isn't this his land? It seems that it was God's will that he build a palace. Respect your majesty." The people of the Ministry of Public Works looked at Fuonki fam like he was an idiot. I feel like this guy's mind is not quite normal. Even though he is the prince consort, want to please his majesty, it is not necessary to bring all the assets. Throw it all out like that. This is too wasteful. Damn, what a loser. But after deceiving the Ministry of Public Works, Le Trieu Van hurriedly and happily followed Fuonki fam. Kindly call up. Fuonki fam glared at him. Stupid, completely clueless about avoiding suspicion. What kind of decency would it be if outsiders saw them like that? Le Trieu Van was so scared that his face turned pale. Hurry up and run away. Because of the construction of this palace, Fuonki fam spent a lot of effort. After a while of hard work, the rough sketch is also considered complete. The Crown Prince has been following Fuonki fam these past few days. The Crown Prince did not understand what Fuonki fam wanted. The problem is, Fuonki, why are you suddenly so interested in this? What is this kid up to? He completely did not understand. When Emperor Hongji saw the new palace blueprint drawn up by the Ministry of Works, smile slightly, I exclaimed that this son-in-law Fuonki fam is really considerate. Liu Jian and the others could not help but smile. In my heart I mumbled, just build a flower. It's just a house, why worry about it? But when the Ministry of Public Works brought up a thick stack of manuscripts, the more Hongji Emperor watched, the more stunned he became. If done as per the manuscript, this palace after construction is completed, will occupy nearly 1,000 acres of land. Emperor Hongji could not help but be terrified. You must know that the Forbidden City only has a little over 1,000 acres of land. But now Fuonki fam wants to build one. The new palace is on a scale equivalent to the Forbidden City. Is this guy crazy? How much money will this cost? Emperor Hongji watched with his scalp numb. The gift that Fuonki fam offered, really too generous. Emperor Hongji asked the Ministry of Public Works again, if we build the palace according to the blueprint, so how much will it cost? The Ministry of Public Works immediately looked troubled. If using the manuscript of the Viceroy, based on the scale and carvings of the Forbidden City, they dare to estimate, I'm afraid it will take at least 10 million taels. Emperor Hongji heard this and said, really feel Fuonki fam is crazy. 10 million taels of silver, that's 3 years of Great Ming taxes. This is absolutely a huge fortune. It's almost equivalent to giving away the entire Fuong family fortune. Throw it all in there. Liu Jian and the others were also startled when they heard this. 10 million taels, what is Fuonki fam trying to do? Planning to return to the pre-liberation period one night? This is almost like breaking pots and selling iron. If Bun Taeha knew about this, probably angry enough to vomit blood. This Fuonki fam is too much of a loser. Just when everyone is lucky. Luckily this is not our family's disaster, the Ministry of Public Works man said with a bitter smile. And Captain Fuong said, this is his heart. He was determined. Everything the Fuong family has is given by His Majesty. Because Your Majesty built the palace. It is the right thing to do. If you don't let him build, he would rather die. Emperor Hongji heard this and his face turned pale. Don't let him break pots and sell iron, then he will die. Isn't this a relapse of brain disease? Liu Jian and the others immediately remembered the continuous coughing sounds. Son-in-law like this is good, really good. One kicked all the other sons-in-law down, but at the same time they were very lucky. Luckily their son is not like that. If there was such a brainless person, no need to pass on the lineage anymore. Must also be directly beaten to death. Fuonki fam is a man of his word. Have the manuscript. Immediately began recruiting staff. He made a rough estimate. This palace after construction is completed, must build more lavish than the Forbidden City. He needs at least 30 million taels of silver. Fuonki fam built Vian Min Vian. Can be said to be a waste of all mental energy. As a son-in-law, what Fuonki fam did touched many people. So that the groom market falls in winter. There is such a mirror. The other sons-in-law were completely overshadowed. Emperor Hongji frowned. Feel bad. In his heart he was really uneasy. This child is too honest, too loyal. Then a little shame arose in my heart. When the princess got married, He also did not give much dowry, yet Fuonki Fame now treats him so wholeheartedly. Emperor Hongji raised his head, worried about Fuonki Fame's future fate. A person who is too loyal is not good, vulnerable to bullying, will suffer that. Liu Jian and the others all rolled their eyes. Is this Fuonki Fame a person who is easily hurt? It's just that they really don't understand. Fuonki Fame spent so much money. What is the purpose after all? Many migrants from Ate flooded into this place. Where there is a mine there will be people. Some people will need a large amount of food, so food prices in Ate skyrocketed, several times higher than in the Mandarin. So, there were quite a few smart people who started to buy food from Ganzhong, come here to sell for profit, because food grown here is several times more expensive than in the city. Even some people moved the whole family here to reclaim land, want to come here to make a fortune. There is only one risk to face. It is the harassment of Dat. This is also the risk that Phi Long Goi needs to face. But today is very sudden. A group of disheveled taters arrived. They said His Highness the Crown Prince promised, as long as they are willing to come and rely on us, we'll give them some food to eat. Jiang Shen, the garrison commander of Phi Lu Guard, was stunned. Honestly speaking, since I joined Fuonki Fame's sect, he has experienced all storms and waves. Even though someone told him that his wife thousands of miles away dreamed that he was pregnant, he will believe too. But that Dat people are fierce, brutal, and absolutely refuse to submit in the desert, like a poor commoner. Beg him to take refuge in Daemin. Please eat. He felt this was too surreal, that he does not know. The Crown Prince's reputation soon resounded throughout the steppe. After being hunted like a hungry wolf by the Crown Prince, swept away dozens of that Dat tribes, the Dat people experienced for the first time the feeling of living today and dying tomorrow. The Crown Prince personally killed their taters. This made the taters even more frightened. The Dat people always believe in the strong, and the Crown Prince became even stronger. They can only go along. This is just like Genghis Khan in the past. Desert unity. I don't know how many people of other tribes were massacred. Made the whole tribe scared out of their wits. Faced with the cruel and evil, you can only be more cruel than him, can cure them completely. Currently Ate is in need of development. Is the time to need people. Because this is the order of His Highness the Crown Prince. Jianglan did not say anything more, for their comfort. In the capital, Emperor Ongji was very happy. Now the whole city says he has a good son and a talented son-in-law. Emperor Hongji was extremely radiant. People who more or less have a bit of vanity. People in his house praised by the people. In the heart of Emperor Hongji, he was also very happy. Especially today, he read the memorial sent from the border. Turns out that Fuonki Fam and the Crown Prince were right. The Dat people flooded into Chubin towns in Daidong. Ate, young and old gathered together. All asked for the mother. Total population has reached 80,000 people and continues to increase every day. This made him even more overjoyed. Years ago, Emperor Ka Hong left an edict on his dead, said that the danger of Daemin and Do back, advised future generations to do their best. Beware of the Ho people in the north. Therefore, emperors almost always mobilize the most elite troops to the border towns in the north. This is also the reason why a small group of Oka people may be rampant in the southeast. But Emperor Hongji still did not understand. Why did the Dat people accept the internal affairs so quickly? The Crown Prince immediately explained to his father, this is actually very easy to understand. It was all because he burned all the food and livestock of the Dat people. They were already in a natural disaster. Insufficient food, plus this way of cutting off his life, then certainly cannot get through this winter. The Dat people are also people. People are afraid of hunger. To prevent his wife and children from starving, they could only frantically attack neighboring tribes, kill each other. Now he gave the taters a chance, just lay down their weapons. If you rely on Daemin, you will be able to survive. Of course, they all competed to come for refuge. The current governor's office is in the desert. Recruited displaced people in Dai to exploit minerals. He will allow the taters to reclaim the land, let them resettle. As long as they settle down, then there will be no difference from the people of Daemin. The reason why the taters are so fierce, it's all due to their nomadic way of life. This extremely precarious way of survival created their ambition and cruelty. But once settled down, it will be different. They also have brothers and sisters, wife and children. Gradually, they will begin to have taboos. The economic methods that the Crown Prince learned from Fuonki Fam, leaving his father and a group of ministers bewildered, feeling these measures are really beneficial. Need to let them think carefully and digest. But Liu Jian still understood it roughly. Anyway, Daemin now has both civil and military skills. Make the Dat people obey, but let the taters exploit the minerals, although it may benefit them. But the other mine owners will also make a fortune. Speaking of which, Liu Jin looked at Fang Jifan. Fuonki Fam looked bewildered. What are you looking at? He donated the mineral mine to the country. The lords here also have shares. Why do you always look at him when I mention mine? Lu Jian was immediately speechless. He actually has some shares. Emperor Hongji also felt that Fang Jifan was at a disadvantage. Previously gave him this desert land. He received, but there discovered a large amount of minerals. He offered it without saying a word. In this great Ming, who can compare with him? Emperor Hongji smiled quickly. Tell Fuan Qifam not to take it to heart. Everyone here understands. Lu Can glanced at him. Not sincere. Lu Jian took the opportunity to give in. Hurriedly said he had no other intention. Just unintentional, but in my heart I whispered. Valuable minerals, but not worth as much as land. How vast is this desert land? All belong to the Fuang family. Now even the taters have become miners. A lot of land will be cleared. Isn't that Fuang Qifam about to get rich soon? Still say lost, but Liu Jian absolutely did not dare to say these words. Now, Fuang Qifam is almost the #1 idiot in the world. People are selling their entire fortune to build a palace for that emperor. No need for the court to spend a single penny. Such a who dares to say, Fuang Qifam took advantage of others, will cause public outrage. What people fear most is comparison. Every time the construction of a new palace is mentioned, the Emperor Hongji had some pride. Having a filial son-in-law like Fuang Qifam, really so proud. Lu Jian and the others looked at Fang Jifan like he was an idiot. The ancients used to say, the family is the world. The family here is not an ordinary small family. But family, the Fuang family does not have many people. The urgent task at hand is to have many children and grandchildren. Make the family prosperous, so as not to disappoint Fuang family ancestors. Not only that, many children and grandchildren must also create more blessings for children and grandchildren to keep them rich. But Fuang Qifam is good, equivalent to cleaning out the family fortune. Lu Jian and the others secretly scolded Fang Jifan for being a loser with a brainless mind. But in his heart, Emperor Hongji felt extremely comfortable. Can even say moved to tears, sighing and regretting endlessly for agreeing to let Fuang Qifam renovate the palace. In his, Fuang Qifam is too honest, will suffer anyway. Must leave him some scheming. Having said that, Emperor Hongji unconsciously glanced at Yin Zhongshan. Wherever that gaze swept, Lu Jian and the others were all startled. Isn't this treating others as bad elements? As if other people don't sell blood, is to have such evil thoughts. Lu Jian and the others were speechless when they saw it. Everyone bowed their heads and pretended to be brave. Fuang Qifam's eyes were filled with tears, said that sometimes he also has a mind, although he has a brain disease, but not stupid. He is not a scheming person, but even if you give up all your assets, even if I have to sell my blood, it is difficult to repay 1/10,000th of your kindness. Emperor Hongji was filled with mixed emotions. Spicy nose. Sniff, sniff. Future father and son, husband and wife, warm feelings, causing Liu Jian and the others to get goosebumps. Until Fuang Qifam and the crown prince took their leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Out of the warmth pavilion, the crown prince clasped his hands behind his back and stood there in a daze. Fuang Qifam looked at the crown prince, wondering what he was laughing about. Could it be that his recent conversation with his father-in-law, not touching enough? The crown prince laughed again. Touching is touching. He was almost moved to tears, but more touching. He felt more and more that there was something shady behind it. Fuang Qifam seemed to have his weakness grasped by the crown prince. Just want to justify, was interrupted by the crown prince. No matter what he's up to, he will know for sure later. No need to say much to him now. Fuang Qifam still kept his mouth shut. Tell the crown prince later. Don't insult his character anymore. Otherwise he goes home to play games with his sister. While talking, the two arrived at Kunming Palace. To see Tufam and to Map. These two kids are unlucky enough. Just over a year old and already forced to review lessons. Said a review, but in fact just a eunuch, hugging a book sitting next to reading softly. For two children to listen, more effective than sleeping pills. The two lovely children were about to fall asleep. The crown prince looked a little stunned, could not help but lament to Truong Hong Hao. Kids are still kids. Queen Truong said to the crown prince with a serious face. Reading is never wrong. She thought it over and over again. The crown prince hanging around like this really makes others worry. I think it's because the class opened too late. The crown prince immediately remembered the scene of being forced to study the 4 books and 5 classics as a child, suddenly feel a little bored. Then he said goodbye to Queen Truong. Then he sadly confided to Fuang Qifam. It seems his parents really hate him. They don't want their son to become like him. His Highness the Crown Prince felt a little wronged, even though everyone knows the Crown Prince is very talented. What did you... But even though they are biological parents, still feel he is not the object to follow. This is so awkward. Fuang Qifam standing next to him, what could he say? Can only pat the Crown Prince on the shoulder to comfort. Said to the Crown Prince, People like people who work within a framework, as if only following in the footsteps of the previous person knew to make people feel secure. So people who want to do great things feel lonely. The Crown Prince felt much better after hearing these words. Thinking back and forth, it was still Lao Fuong who understood him the most. Speaking of being a human, reaching the level of Fuong Qifam is also the best. Since Fuong Qifam adopted Lu Kan as his adopted grandson, Lu Jin truly regarded Fang Jifan as his grandfather and worshipped him. Knowing that Fuong Qifam was short of money to build a new palace, Lu Jin especially wanted to bring 60 or 70,000 taels of his own money. Respect for Fuong Qifam. Fuong Qifam at that time, then stunned. I never thought my good nephew would be so rich. 60 to 70,000 taels of cash. For the average person, this is definitely not a small number. This nephew is now just a little eunuch in the East Palace. Not yet entered the Tuli Geum, although his future was bright, but now he still has no power in his hands. Fuong Qifam could not help but sigh. This nephew is indeed a big corrupt official. Now with this status, I have been able to hold so much money. If he really is like in history, became the eunuch of the Ministry of Rights, hold power. By then, the amount of money he embezzled will be unknown. Fuong Qifam decided to eradicate this bad habit. Right from the start, immediately questioned Lu Jin whether he had embezzled money from the Eastern Palace, or sell the treasures of the Eastern Palace. Lu Jin hurriedly explained, "Are all eunuchs in the palace? See, he is a good person. Anything good is shared with him," so he was able to accumulate this little fortune. Fuong Qifam immediately understood. It turned out that they saw Lu Jin as a rising star, those eunuchs in the palace. Who wouldn't want to flatter the person next to the crown prince a little? Who is the most favored person? Anyway, people have to find a way back for their future. Fuong Qifam is not short of money either. As long as he has this heart, that's enough. This story made Lu Jin so moved that he wanted to die. Crying said, since he received his adoptive father and adoptive grandfather, finally found the feeling of family again. Fuong Qifam also felt a sense of emotion in his heart. 8 tigers in the lead, if not to save the people, will be the one who causes trouble for the world. But Fuong Qifam seemed to understand him a little. Lu Jin is an outcast, still abandoned now, for whatever reason. He was still the one abandoned in the end. He was once despised by people and made a slave, also been bullied, to the last bit of dignity and self-respect, were trampled to pieces. Yet, the person who lost everything like that is the person closest to the center of power and has the most opportunities. One person is clearly the loneliest and most miserable in the world. Can one step up to the clouds, may even gain ultimate power. This terrifying distorted mode is the root of all disasters. Fuong Qifam is a moral person. He decided to teach this nephew well, neutralize all the aggression in him, become a positive and healthy person, but Prince this troublemaker always make things complicated. Fuong Qifam had just advised Lu Kan to do good for a few days. The crown prince sent Lu Jin, distract the attention of the eunuchs at Kun Ning Palace, then secretly took his son to Tae's son. Fuong Qifam heard this and broke out in cold sweat. He is really depressed. In his heart he cursed the crown prince for not being able to be at peace. The prince was carried away by the crown prince. This is very serious. Even if Empress Zhang and Emperor Hongji did not kill the crown prince, then Liu Jin, who helped the crown prince release the wind and assisted the other, 8 or 9 out of 10 are certain death. In Fuong Qifam's heart, he could not help but feel sad. How could his poor nephew have met such a worthless person? I know that. He accepted the 60 or 70,000 taels of silver. Now that's cool. He wanted to cast a line to catch a big fish but failed. On the contrary, now the bait has been released, but the fish died. The crown prince hugged the prince and said loudly, if he wanted to teach his son to be like his father, treating Chuo Chiu coldly, he would rather die. Fuong Qifam saw the crown prince's stubbornness, reluctantly sighed, must quickly think of a way to clean up the mess for him. First thing, that is, quickly bring the princess and Fuong Fai to Tae's son. With them coming, the palace felt a little more secure. Then quickly go to the palace to apologize. They are there. At least let the queen know. His Highness the Crown Prince will not overdo it, and the child will certainly have no problems. The prince nodded as if he understood, but not as if he didn't. Fuong Qifam looked at the poor piglet crying all day long, voice is also hoarse, but his father didn't seem to pay any attention to him. Fuong Qifam couldn't bear it, so he turned his head to the side, then said to the Crown Prince, must let his good disciple Aoyangqi come forward. This is a big deal. If a normal person says it, His Majesty will not listen. But His Majesty always thought that Aoyangqi was a mature person. His Majesty will surely listen to what he says. Wait until their anger subsides. The prince will obediently ask for forgiveness. Wanna hit, wanna kill, handle at will. The most important thing is to remember to cry. Cry really. Just say you miss me. All day knows. Should be a little melancholy. Empress Zhang as the mother of His Highness will definitely understand this feeling. Of course, there is one most important thing. The prince heard and found it very reasonable. Just heard and most importantly, more eager to know. Fuonki Pham solemnly said to the crown prince, the most important thing is not to drag him into it. He's innocent. In this process, whether it's robbing someone or taking the child out, it has nothing to do with him. The prince narrowed his eyes and shouted, no, we are a gang. Fuonki Pham just heard this sentence. More uncomfortable than eating dog shit. The prince is a real troublemaker. He stole the prince to Tae's son and the matter was over. But in Kung Kan Nun, the chickens were flying and the dogs were barking. Luckily Fuong Fai and the princess arrived in time. Just made Empress Truong's handkerchief wet with tears. The mood has stabilized a little. As for poor Liu Jin, his face was beaten black and blue. The eunuchs at Kun Ning Palace wished they could beat him to death, if it weren't for the Emperor Hongji knowing about this. Knowing that Liu Jin had contributed to the assassination of King Ning, Vinlang Rebellion, then maybe his little life was really over. But still, Liu Jin also had to endure a lot of suffering. Messy hair. From beginning to end he was still bewildered. Don't know what's going on. The crown prince clearly only sent him to chat with wet nurse, with the eunuchs, so that the prince can quietly watch his son. Why suddenly, Kung Kan Nin is going crazy again? They rushed to beat him without saying a word. Liu Jin was enlightened by Fang Jifan. Strength increased in an instant. A kind of rage arose in my heart. My fate is mine, not heaven's. God wants to destroy me, I destroy God. As for the crown prince, causing such a big incident, after being pointed out by Fuonki Pham, obediently knelt outside the warm pavilion. In the warm pavilion, the Emperor Hongji was so angry that his face turned purple. He wished he could immediately send someone to take the prince back, but it can't. That's so embarrassing. The prince is shameless, but he cannot lose face. If we mobilize soldiers to rob people who don't know the story don't even know what rumors will spread. What's going on in the palace? Iangchi mechanically advised from the side, Your Majesty loves your prince, but the crown prince also loved the prince. This is love, cannot comment right or wrong. Just, Your Majesty should not show your love for your royal grandson, contrasted with the crown prince's love for his grandson. The future of the prince still lies with the crown prince, not for your Majesty to decide. Ouyangji's previous words were just common explanations, but the last sentence made Hongji Emperor's heart tremble. The future of the prince does not lie with him. As for the crown prince, just thinking about this, Emperor Hongji's face changed greatly. Yes, he will eventually die. If we don't let the crown prince love the royal grandson now, what if the crown prince has other intentions? Is Hongtan's position still stable? With the crown prince's unreliable character, this is not all impossible. Emperor Hongji loved the emperor too much. This is his heart treasure. Even if the crown prince gives birth to another son, then the eldest son in the heart of the Hongji emperor, absolutely no one can replace. Thinking about this, Emperor Hongji was a little unconvinced. If it is true that because of the eldest grandson, he turned against the crown prince, punished the crown prince for not allowing father and son to be close, so with the crown prince's unreliable character, the future is unpredictable. But if we let the crown prince cause chaos like this, then he the father is not willing. He suspected that behind this, there must be Fuonki Pham plotting. Ouyangji heard this and said, immediately knelt down, directly appeal for justice for his teacher. His master is a man who knows what is important and what is not. Seeing Ouyangji like that, Emperor Hongji sighed. That said, but he was still not at ease about the emperor and Tae's son. That guy Fuonki Pham is very good at beating people. What if he uses that method on the emperor? He really cannot stand it. Oduangqi tried his best to explain to his teacher. His master is omnipotent. Teaching the emperor was naturally no problem. Emperor Hongji sighed again, said to Oduangqi, other things he can be fair, only when mentioning his teacher, he was like a fanatic. Emperor Hongji did not want to waste time either. Into this matter, only punish the crown prince to kneel outside for a day, to ditter a little, two is to let him remember for a long time. Let him know if anything happens to the emperor, he will not forgive easily. Words of Iangji finally made Hongji emperor compromise. Fatherly love must continue. Between the crown prince and the royal grandson, absolutely cannot have grudges because of him. For the emperor, because the crown prince is stubborn like a donkey, he could only sigh. Just, Emperor Hongji finally told Ouyangji to pass the message to his teacher. If anything happens to the emperor of Tae's son, or something goes wrong, or become unfilial, he will find Fuonki Pham to settle the score. Oduangqi was silent for a long time. Why not find the crown prince? This makes no sense at all. The crown prince is the biological father of the royal son. Why did something happen and he came to his teacher? The Emperor Hongji said another irrefutable sentence. Today he does not want a reason. Just find Fuonki Pham. Iangji's dull face became even more dull. The crown prince knelt outside. Looked like watching a play. Once upon a time in the desert, have eaten wind and slept in dew, what suffering has not been experienced? Kneeling here is much more comfortable now. Liu Jian and a group of ministers heard this news. To the egg, saw the crown prince kneeling outside. Everyone was like a funeral. Not long after, in the egg has come the sound of crying. They really have a death wish? It was difficult to see that Hong Tun was the hope of Day Min. Many people expect that the emperor can become someone like the Hongji emperor. But who would have thought? In the end, the crown prince still got the upper hand. Crown prince, this troublemaker, punished to kneel for 2 days. Knees were all worn down to the skin, but he felt it was all worth it. Under his heroic resistance, Hong Tun was kept in Taisun. As for the issue of Hong Tun's education, now placed on Fuongqi Fam's shoulders, Fuongqi Fam felt pressure like a mountain. Those ministers each gnashed their teeth, hate not being able to find a chance to bite Fuongqi Fam. The ministers asked for stability, don't like roller coaster education. They hope that Hong Tun can gradually grow up, not the unconventional education style like Fuongqi Fam. God knows what kind of monsters it will teach. People have all kinds of scary rumors about Fuongqi Fam. Admiring Fuongqi Fam's talent is one thing, still doubting the quality of Fuongqi Fam, that's another story. As for Fuongqi Fam, he was faced with the task of educating his young nephew, also very headache. He really wanted to teach his little nephew to become a person like him. Just where to start, he could not decide at the moment. Preschool education is still very expensive. To teach Hong Tun to read, Fuongqi Fam had the first-rank scholar, Kinka, Liu Ji, personally teach him, and he and the crown prince then personally took Hong Tun to do some extracurricular activities. As for the lamentations of the courtiers, Fuongqi Fam pretended not to see. If they are so good, they should kill the crown prince. Otherwise, what good is their crying? Fuongqi Fam is not afraid of these things. The weather is getting colder. The Franks took the name of Malaga, has submitted credentials. In the letter of credence, asked Damon to cut off a piece of land, so that their merchants could dock to trade. Besides, they also hope may allow their missionaries to go ashore to evangelize. Simultaneously, the Franks denounce the Ming fleet, overseas there are acts of innocent massacre, disturbing the peace at sea. It is believed that the great Ming needs to restrain the behavior of the fleet. Emperor Hongji looked at this letter and felt both amused and annoyed. This Frank is also crazy. The tone is not small, also taught Damon how to work, but according to Malaga detectives' reports, this Frank used only 1,000 men, defeated 50,000 troops of Malaga, causing Malaga to perish. Strength cannot be underestimated. 1,000 troops defeated 50,000 troops. What a terrifying achievement. But Fuongqi Fam had previously sent Vong Kita. He had already known the contents of the Frankish letter. He also believed that the Franks could not be underestimated. He also agreed with their desire for land and trade. Emperor Hongji frowned tightly after hearing this. Tell him to give the lands of the Ming to the Franks, so how is he worthy of his ancestors? Fuongqi Fam shook his head and said, his idea was that Dai Min could enclose a piece of land to let the Franks operate there. Same principle, also need to let the Franks stay on their land, demarcate a plot of land, to stop the great Ming fleet. Resident Ambassador, Emperor Hongji looked troubled. This inevitably sets a bad precedent. Fuongqi Fam shook his head again and said he could not set a precedent, because the Franks absolutely refused. In their letter of intent, everywhere they demand, their country is not as good as Daemun. In case you want to enclose an equivalent plot of land, they will jump up and down, regardless of whether they wanted to take advantage of the great Ming's kindness or hope for the weakness of Daemin. Anyway, they themselves will not give up anything. Fuongqi Fam suggested to delay a bit, see what the Franks are up to. If he guessed correctly, they will send merchant ships under the pretext of staying in Guangdong Bozheng. Cause trouble, said the boat was in trouble and needed to go ashore. The great Ming government will accept them out of kindness. But once they stay, 8 or 9 out of 10 people refuse to go. Just make the truth continue. The envoys here can take this opportunity to represent their credentials and bargain with Day Min. Listening to Fuongqi Fam speak truthfully, Ban, this old fox, laughed at Fuongqi Fam again, said their Dong Suong has sent people to monitor Guangdong. If there is any news, they will know immediately. But Fuongqi Fam's meaning was like, he knows everything. Xiaoyu, this old fox, really has no memory. Don't tease anyone. Go tease Fuongqi Fam again. But this is not his fault. Emperor Hongji gradually turned his attention to the Frankish problem. Of course, he did not dare to be negligent, so the boss has arranged everything properly for the spying of the Franks' every move, and early assured the Emperor Hongji, if the Franks had any plans, he will definitely report it to the Emperor Hongji immediately. So just now he was just in a hurry to explain to the Hongji Emperor, but not intended to target Fuongqi Fam. But the words have been said. He did not expect Fuongqi Fam to be so calculating. said that their Dong Suong was following, then wouldn't that happen? What the hell is Dong Suong? Have magic eyes and ears? This old fox was refuted by Fonky Pham to the point of his face turning red and his ears getting hot. In the end, I can only use the Hongji Emperor to speak. Liu Jian and the others were happily sitting and listening to the conversation. Since Fonky Pham brought Hong Tun to Tae's son, they have suffered a lot of sins. Everyone resents. Now to see such a good dog bite dog show. Right on both sides. He said chicken, she said duck. No one gives it. Emperor Hongji had no choice but to appear. Just as the two sides were arguing, there was a wind. Report of Guangdong Provincial Government Office is being rapidly brought into the palace. A hurried melody in the warm pavilion completely left Tu Ban stunned. Before that they were still arguing fiercely, then immediately informed. There were 3 Frankish warships that claimed to have struck a reef. Please go ashore at Hung Sun. Now, Guangdong Provincial Government Office has accepted their request. Tu friend, you heard that? Immediately the whole body trembled, wanted to cry. In my heart I cursed, I drink cold water and my teeth get stuck. Dong Suong arranged so many people. But there is no news at all. Whatever Fonky Pham said was exactly what he meant. Their rice bowl is finished. Tu Ban hurriedly countered to apologize to the Emperor Hong Tri. Emperor Hongji glared at him. Thongai is useless to this extent, made him really disappointed. What is Thongai? Be his eyes and ears. How much money is wasted each year? The border guards were in need. Yet the 20,000 employees who enjoy their position still have a comfortable salary. But work for him like this? Emperor Hongji was furious. Directly ordered Tu Ban to close the door and think, reorganize the staff. Xiao Yu were trembling with fear, dare not say anything more, obediently bowed and backed out. But the ministers were all in a state of bewilderment, just now was happily chatting. Why did you suddenly turn around like this? The Frankish plan, just like what Fonky Pham said, it was exactly the same. If it weren't for Fonky Pham being the prince consort of the capital, they already suspected Fonky Pham of colluding with the Franks. Emperor Hongji did not expect it either. Fonky Pham saw through the Franks' plan. So obvious. He just looked at the memorial and said, face a little gloomy. This Frank is really heartless and useless. Destroy Mandalay Kingdom, also cause trouble in the west. Now bring their Abacus. Hit his great Ming on the head. If we let them settle here and refuse to leave, we'll definitely cause trouble later. So, Emperor Hongji asked Jukun if he had any brilliant ideas. Liu Jian and the others frowned. Fonky Pham smiled and said, he really didn't hope he could get this right. But it happened. Then have to think of a solution. He believed that the Franks were absolutely not to be treated with any respect. The Franks settled here, then cut off their food. Even though the Franks had silver in hand, also absolutely do not allow trading with them. Emperor Hongji frowned slightly. This is not as good as cutting off food as violently chasing people into the sea. But what Fonky Pham meant was, first let them starve for 10 days and half a month, until they were starving and demanded food, then let them redeem themselves. Only then did Emperor Hongji understand Fang Jifan's meaning. This cunning name, there is no evil person in this world. What can't be solved in days, can be expressed. The tolerance of the great Ming dynasty in letting them go ashore. It also shows that in Day Min, as long as you work, you will have food to eat. Fonky Pham spoke endlessly, happy as Ted is coming. These Frankie people are idiots. Put yourself in the trap for him to scheme. The Franks were good at occupying dangerous places, to establish a base. So among these people, besides the necessary shipwrights, there are also people involved in other professions. He could take this opportunity to interact with them, learn from each other. Only thing is this method of communication, by Fonky Pham, he decided. Emperor Hongji was a little worried, in case Messenger Frankie finds out, just afraid that something bad will happen. Fonky Pham replied in surprise, didn't they say they were the Malacca envoy? What does Frankie's story have to do with them? Emperor Hongji heard this, cannot help laughing. This son-in-law's name, what a cunning devil not to be underestimated. Frankie's case is considered decided, because the Emperor Hongji had entrusted Fang Jifan with the matter, so in Fonky Pham's head there were hundreds of plans. Fonky Pham is the one who always goes against the flow in this world. Waiting for Fonky Pham to leave known Kak, saw Tu Ban kneeling outside in the cold. Mood suddenly became extremely good. This is the end of anyone who dares to confront him. Why can't this old man remember? By the end of the year, the weather is getting colder. Phase 1 of the Day Min Palace project is considered complete. This first phase cost a huge amount of money. To speed up the process, tens of thousands of craftsmen worked together. Fonky Pham almost spared no expense. To build this great Ming Palace, Fonky Pham has almost spent all his fortune. With the help of the Frankie people, a giant bell tower was erected in the great Ming Palace. Besides, Fonky Pham also brought back many rare treasures, just got an object from another world, and have the current treasures. Because of this, Fonky Pham was very worried. Seeing that most of the Phase 1 work is almost finished, next will be preparation for Phase 2, and continue to refine Phase 1 work. Fuonki Pham was finally able to rest a bit. Meeting the Crown Prince, he learned that the Queen Mother had fallen ill again. Fuonki Pham also sighed in his heart. Chuthi has long passed the age of knowing the will of heaven. Now it is completely relying on the attentive care of the harem to try. Every year is a death sentence for her. The Crown Prince is a good child, thinking that Grandma did not want to eat or drink, seeing her birthday coming up, so have to think of a way to make her happy. Fuonki Pham laughed again and said, "What's so difficult about this? Although now he builds a new palace to the point of bankruptcy, but prepare a decent birthday present, still no problem." But Fuonki Pham's proposal was rejected by the Crown Prince. His grandmother is so old now. What treasures have you never seen? Fuonki Pham thought, right? So asked the Queen Mother if she liked to listen to singing. The Crown Prince heard this, immediately nodded continuously like a chicken pecking rice. Fuonki Pham slapped his thigh. He always found it hard to find a soulmate. I didn't expect Grandma to like this dish too. Then they can sing drama. It's not the play that matters, but the Crown Prince himself sang. That is enough to show the filial piety of His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked at Fuonki Pham with a bit of confusion. If he goes to the theater, his father will definitely give him a beating. Fuonki Pham again incited the Crown Prince. Life is lived in this world. Even a priest is afraid of being beaten. Moreover, the Queen Mother is also very good to him. Fuonki Pham also wants to set up a memorial for the elderly. So the Crown Prince, under the instigation of Fuonki Pham, start learning. The Queen Mother's birthday is a big event. The palace was decorated with lanterns and flowers. Emperor Hongji seemed a little restless. He understood the old woman's health condition clearly. Soon, he will not be able to visit Nando Palace anymore. He is a nephew. Even if it can only make her a little happier, can ease even a little pain, he was willing to give up all thoughts. It seemed that the officials also recognized the filial piety of Emperor Hongji. Therefore, the officials headed by Liu Jian submitted a memorial. Please, Your Majesty, allow officials to enter the palace on their birthdays. The Emperor Hongji almost did not hesitate. Direct standard. The pass is like a shadow passing through the door. He was old, his grandmother was also old. Thinking about this, Emperor Hongji suddenly felt a little sad. But at the birthday party, the scene of the fourth son visiting the Crown Prince's mother surprised the whole hall. This play is about loyalty and filial piety. The Queen Mother heard the Crown Prince sing quite well. This kid must have put in a lot of effort. Praise the Crown Prince, have filial piety. Few in the world can compare. The Queen Mother has not been so happy for a long time. After knowing that this script was written by Fuonki Pham, immediately asked Fuonki Pham, "Is this play only about Tu Lang visiting his mother?" The Crown Prince quickly said, "Old Fuong said there are dozens of plays left. She doesn't like but likes. The best is the play Tram Mayen." The Empress Dowager was a bit confused when she heard the Crown Prince speak. The Crown Prince patiently explained there is a son-in-law, dog, Creek, beheaded by dog's head knife. Fuonki Pham heard and rolled his eyes. Damn it, he taught the Crown Prince dozens of plays. But this prince, who is a double-tongued prince, only remembers the play Tram Mayen. How much sense of role-playing does this kid have? The Empress Dowager felt a little tremble in her heart after hearing this. The Crown Prince then understood. This is birthday. Don't talk about killing. Speaking of kimchi, there was a princess with a bad temper, beat the son-in-law, but when he saw the princess's murderous gaze, the Crown Prince hurriedly explained, "This princess is a princess of the Tang dynasty. Both personalities are bad. And this son-in-law is the son-in-law of the Song dynasty. Also terrible. The prince consort and princess of our great Ming are different. Handsome man, beautiful woman. Noble character, all thanks to the teachings of my great-grandmother. Listen here." The Queen Mother smiled even more happily. And Fuonki Pham, "It feels like I'm hitting myself in the foot with a rock. Really want to strangle the Crown Prince immediately." The Queen Mother could not help but admire. The Duong family is loyal and steadfast, just like the Fuong family. Fuonki Pham, the old fox with squinted eyes, saw the Queen Mother happy. Foxtail immediately revealed. He wanted to invite the Queen Mother to the newly built palace for a vacation. Fuonki Pham before and after life, with the Crown Prince always half open. But the Crown Prince felt even more. There must be some conspiracy behind it. On behalf of the Empress Dowager, he agreed to definitely come. In his heart, Fuonki Pham felt relieved, cannot help but be happy and excited. While Fuonki Pham was out, the Crown Prince also secretly followed, blocked Fuonki Pham. This prince, don't see him as being confused in other matters. But as long as Fuonki Pham's tricks involve money, he could recognize it immediately. Just now, Fuonki Pham invited the Queen Mother to rest in the new palace, was stopped by the Crown Prince. He forced Fuonki Pham to confess. What is the intention of Day Min Palace? Fuonki Fam's face was gloomy. Also intended to use lies to deceive the crown prince. But the crown prince is no longer the same as before. Whenever I smell money, my intelligence goes up. He bared his teeth and forced Fuonki Fam to speak properly. Otherwise, he definitely would not let his great-grandmother go. Fuonki Fam saw that he could not deceive the crown prince, can only tell the prince he wanted to let the queen mother move to the new palace. Mainly because of filial piety, want to let the elderly enjoy their old age. Of course, he still has a little selfishness. It is hoped that after the Empress Dowager arrives at the Great Ming Palace, can reside in Day Min Palace. Like that, His Majesty will definitely not be at ease. His Majesty is a filial man, must hate not being able to every morning. All came to greet the Queen Mother. But the Forbidden City is a distance from the Great Ming Palace. It took almost a day to go back and forth. So what now? The Crown Prince also tilted his head in thought. What now? Fuonki Fam smiled. Of course, His Majesty must also come to the Great Ming Palace. His Majesty has moved in. Can Queen Trong not go? Queen Trong has gone. Then there are 12 inner palaces. The Crown Prince heard this and nodded continuously. Tell Fuonki Fam to quickly get to the point. Fuonki Fam laughed again. The eunuchs in the palace like to get rich. Besides his nephew Liu Jin, who is an upright man, only want to serve His Highness the Crown Prince. Treat money like trash. Others are just afraid that their hands and feet are not clean. This is not even the most important thing. These eunuchs come. What about the cabinet? What about the 6 ministries and the Royal Academy? The Crown Prince listened in confusion. So what now? Fuonki Fam slapped his forehead. Your Highness, your sense of smell is quite sharp, knowing that he saw something shady about Day Min Kung, but about making money, still an idiot. Fuonki Fam could only sigh. Speak a little more clearly. His Majesty must at any time summon the cabinet and 6 ministries, each of those great ministers, who is not 70 or 80 years old, going back and forth is dozens of miles. Just keep going back and forth. What else can you do? The Crown Prince's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand a little. He wants to build houses for these ministers. Fuonki Fam glared at the Crown Prince. Understand shit. How to build a house without land? The Crown Prince then exclaimed. So that's it. He wants to buy all the land around the imperial city. Fuonki Fam narrowed his eyes again. The land within 3 circles around Day Min Palace has long belonged to the Fuong family. He had prepared this for a long time, thinking of how many corrupt officials there were in Day Min. How much money did they get away with? So much silver in their hands, but they do not spend it. Thinking about it, he couldn't sleep. The Crown Prince heard that Fuonki Fam had already surrounded them 3 times. Angry to stomp Fuonki Fam kindly reminded the Crown Prince. Land outside this 3rd circle, now only a few dozen taels of silver per mile. These lands will increase in value sooner or later. The Crown Prince heard this and nodded continuously. He looked at Fuonki Fam with evil eyes. He does not obey anyone, but Fuonki Fam took on this immoral act. Then he was completely impressed. Fuonki Fam spoke with a serious face. Tell the Crown Prince not to ruin his reputation. The Crown Prince got this news of fortune. Where is the time to stand here and argue with Fuonki Fam? My heart was already burning, unable to sit still. All I can think about is dirt. The longevity banquet of the Queen Mother was very successful. His Highness the Crown Prince spares no talent. Make her happy. Although Emperor Hongji saw that the Crown Prince was a bit rebellious, learn what to sing opera, these lowly things, but seeing the Queen Mother happy, Emperor Hongji also did not say anything. On the contrary, seeing the old lady happy, he was also particularly happy. Today is also a rare day to drink alcohol, inevitably drink too much. Words are no longer as humble as usual, but arrogantly boasted of his child. And his son-in-law asked the ministers, my son defeated the Dat army, behead the bridge robber. Whose son can compare to my son? My son-in-law has done so many useful things for the people and the country, is a rare talent of the time. Actually, those things are not worth anything. He even spent his own money to build a palace for his parents-in-law. There is no son-in-law in the world. Dare to spend that much money to build a house for your father-in-law? The more Hongji Emperor spoke, the more excited he became. Very proud to say he has a son. How can there be any king in the world that can compare with me? You ministers look at me, I look at you. All looked up at the Emperor Hongji. Unexpectedly, Your Majesty can be so generous and arrogant at times. The Emperor Hongji rarely dies from complacency. Every day, no matter what, proud. Also just keep in heart, he rarely drank alcohol before. No, drunk 2 cups. Can see his life outside of politics. What a bummer. So today he used the alcohol to flatter himself, also considered a relief. But when he looked around, no minister answered. He immediately increased his tone. Want all the ministers to speak up. His son-in-law built a palace for him, spent tens of millions of taels of silver. Your son-in-law is willing to spend 10,000 taels of silver to show respect to you. Liu Jian and the other ministers were speechless. At this moment, looking at Fuonki Fam, this idiot, secretly scolded in my heart, Your Majesty still wants the world. Are they all like that idiot Fuonki fam? If their son gives all his property to someone else, even if I marry another concubine and have another child, they will still beat me to death. The minister saw that without saying a few polite words. Then this is hard to get over. Also follow suit. Said that Fuongdui is truly a god. Their son-in-law is far behind. The righteous captain of Fuongdu, really a role model for son-in-law. Everyone praised. Emperor Hongji heard and laughed heartily. Fuonki fam listened and was a bit bewildered. Feel these old men do not have. Praising him, obviously mocking him, but does Fuonki fam care? In my heart I secretly despise these great ministers. By then it will be beautiful. Through the new year, phase 1 of the project is considered complete. Fuonki fam hurriedly entered the palace to report the good news. The prince also eagerly followed. He bought a lot of land. Now seeing Dame Min Kung, I feel like it is made of gold. Emperor Hongji heard that the great Ming palace had taken shape. I don't know how much construction volume is in this phase 1. He had absolutely no idea about this. But those present like Liu Jian smiled. All curious, only half a year. Is the great Ming palace finished? Thinking back, it took a lot of time to build the Forbidden City. Fuonki fam laughed out loud. In my heart, fuck. They are clearly saying he is sloppy. But Fuonki fam is a generous person. Don't want to argue with these idiots. Directly revealed the amount of phase 1 is 2.7 million taels. Is this first phase of the great Ming palace good or not? Look and know. Real money will not deceive people. Emperor Hongji heard of 2.7 million taels. Immediately startled. Phase 1 already has 2.7 million taels. Total 17. E is a heavenly number. Although Emperor Hongji praised Fang Jifan as a good child, but also really too wasteful. Fuonki fam felt it was normal. Said he could share his worries with the Emperor Hongji. Is a matter of course. He only wished that the Emperor Hongji would live long. Forever? This is the power of money. Before I heard Fuonki fam flattering me. Emperor Hongji still had some resistance in his heart, but today it feels very comfortable to listen to. Then Emperor Hongji invited the Zhou King family. Tomorrow, come with me to see Dai Min Palace built with this huge amount of money. Prince this fool, since buying land outside the third ring road of Dai Min Kung, now more active than ever, when he knew his father wanted to go see Dai Min Palace. The crown prince eagerly ran to Nantho Palace early in the morning, urged the queen mother to go together. The queen mother loves her grandchildren. How can I say no? Also hastily prepared. The crown prince allowed the queen mother to stay there. Also tried to praise how good Dai Min Kung was. Seeing the crown prince extremely excited, the queen mother was a little reluctant. Obviously this is Fuonki fam's filial piety. It was as if he gave his great-grandmother a palace. So cute, the prince smiled and said he was also filial. As long as the great-grandmother can rest well there, then he has nothing more to wish for. I just wish my ancestors to live forever. The queen mother heard and felt warm in her heart. Fuonki fam also arrived at Dai Min Palace early, waiting to welcome the cross of the Hong Tri Emperor. Everyone was very happy. Only the Duke of England was a bit gloomy, because he was deeply trusted by the Emperor Hongji. This palace is completed. The responsibility of ancestor worship fell on his hands again. What should Fuonki fam say standing next to him? Who said that in Kwok Kong has no brain, can only say one word: you've worked hard, your majesty. Waiting for the cross of the Hongji Emperor to come, Fuonki fam first took them to see the bell tower. From a distance, Dai Min Kung is truly extraordinary, causing countless ministers behind to exclaim in praise. It's only phase 1 of the project, but it's already so excellent. Looks no less than the Forbidden City. Wait for Fuonki fam to lead everyone to Feng Thian Dian. He was the first to take off his shoes, barefoot walk on it, leaving everyone stunned. Emperor Hongji thought Fang Jifan was mischievous, want to play a prank. The previous ministers mocked him, then made Fuonki fam a little sad. He wanted to dig out his heart and liver for future father-in-law, but his future father-in-law did not believe him. Wait for the Emperor Hongji to personally test the effectiveness of the floor heating system. Everyone was amazed and praised. Fuonki fam again led the Hong Tri Emperor. Surname, go see different modern equipment. Emperor Hongji was a little reluctant. Leave this Feng Thian Dian. Objects are like people, are afraid of comparison. Meanwhile, the crown prince is leading his ancestor to Kanin Palace. The comfort level here, making the queen mother could not help but sigh. The crown prince allows the queen mother to move in today. Also tried every way. Tell the queen mother in detail how Fuonki fam put his heart into building this public money. Tell the queen mother everything. The prince was determined to die. Sold all the wealth accumulated in the East Palace. Buy back land from Ring Road 3 to Ring Road 5. Don't consider a piece of land worthless, but hundreds of thousands of acres is truly an astronomical number. If he can't keep the old ancestor, then there is only hanging left. The Queen Mother saw that the Crown Prince was so filial. But this place is indeed much better than the Forbidden City, so I agreed with the prince to stay here and rest. Emperor Hongji never dreamed of it. Later I can be in a place as warm as spring. Daily life, handling official business, just thinking about it makes me excited. Liu Jian and the others saw how luxurious the great Ming Palace was. In the heart also cannot help jealousy. This is like sitting on 2.7 million taels of silver, the silver tax of the entire Ming dynasty for a year. Who wouldn't be happy lying here? Just as everyone was looking at Emperor Hongji with envy, then a eunuch came in a hurry to report, "It is said that the Queen Mother really liked this place. I've been feeling a little unwell lately, but when I arrived at Daemin Palace I felt refreshed. Planned to stay here from today to recuperate." Emperor Hongji looked surprised, although he was a little moved in his heart, but unexpectedly the Queen Mother was so eager. Emperor Hongji also vaguely wanted to stay. Fuang Qifam smiled and said, "Not only Fengtian Temple is like this, to prevent your majesty, stay here later." The cabinet ministers had no place to work. He has prepared the entire Venian Kak, although not as majestic as Fengtian Palace, but also very spacious. Extremely comfortable. Liu Jian was delighted to hear that. Unexpectedly they are loyal to his majesty, may also enjoy working in heated places, and floor-to-ceiling windows. For old people like them, then it is truly a blessing from heaven. It is said that the construction of the cabinet cost 130,000 taels. Everyone stared at Fuang Qifam with their eyes wide open. This is a big player. This name Fuang the loser. Mother really does not consider silver as silver. Liu Jian and the others were beaming with joy. But when the time comes to have money, the devil will make you do it. Now they look at Fuang Qifam in any way they like. Who doesn't like this kind of spending money like water? This kind of chicken is hard to find in the world, the ancient said. Easy to get used to luxury, hard to get used to frugality. After seeing the lavishness of the great Ming Palace, Emperor Hongji returned the Forbidden City. Look at this old wall. The warm, comfortable throne that he once loved the most no longer smelled so good. Now he felt like he was in a steamer. The whole person is uncomfortable. Queen Trung also stayed at Daemin Palace. Take care of the Queen Mother. In a moment, Emperor Hongji felt himself really become lonely. A night with nothing to say. It's not yet dawn. The prince hastily sought an audience. Said that the great-grandmother in Daemin Palace everything is fine, just maybe because yesterday was tiring, should cough twice. Emperor Hongji, a filial son, just heard the Queen Mother cough, immediately tense up, scared out of my wits. The old lady is so old. Even if there is only a small illness, also made the Emperor Hongji feel like he was facing a great enemy, especially the Crown Prince, also deliberately learned to cough a few times, making the Emperor Hongji even more uneasy. The more Hongji Emperor thought about it, the more afraid he became. He must visit in person to feel at ease. So yesterday it took a few hours, just returned with difficulty to the Hongji Emperor, again ran back to Daemin Palace with difficulty. Daemin again took filial piety as the first, so no one dares to say anything. The prince watched his father leave in a hurry, then stand aside and smile foolishly. Liu Jian and others was summoned by the Emperor Hongji to the palace for some business. Who would have thought that halfway there I would hear that His Majesty was leaving the palace? Asked and found out that the Queen Mother was a bit unwell. Your Majesty is not at ease. Ran to Daemin Palace again. At that time, all three people were a bit stunned. Just returned from Daemin Palace yesterday. Go get a. But they did not dare say anything. Can only say that Your Majesty is filial. They admire, but when the Emperor Hongji took 2 hours, rushed to Daemin Palace, then saw the Queen Mother in good spirits sunbathing. The Empress Dowager looked at the Hongji Emperor with a loving expression, told him there was a lot to deal with, so don't waste your time and energy coming here to visit. Emperor Hongji shook his head again. He was not at ease anyway. The Empress Dowager saw that the Emperor Hongji looked tired, immediately told him not to rush home, take a shower, eat something and rest. The Emperor Hongji was fooled by the Crown Prince and had a close call. 2 hours even sitting on a palanquin. Body was also shaken to the point of being about to fall apart. After bathing and dressing up, immediately asked Tiu Banban to bring today's memorial. Xiao Banban's face immediately became distorted. His old body could not bear the torture. These memorials were not delivered until midnight. Empress Zhang felt heartbroken for Emperor Hongji. Also know you are not at ease? The Empress Dowager immediately advised the Emperor Hongji, or just stay at Daemin Palace for 10 days. His health has not been very good in recent years. Great Ming Palace has such a good environment. Just take care of yourself. Emperor Hongji hesitated a bit. This place is really comfortable. If I let him return to that Forbidden City, he really is not familiar. The most important thing is that the Queen Mother is here. Should I invite the old man back? And he was alone in the Forbidden City. In the heart is not peaceful, so the Emperor Hongji agreed to stay for a few days. On one hand, Emperor Hongji stayed behind, but after staying, found that handling the government affairs was not smooth. There are some matters that still need to be discussed directly with the cabinet ministers. Just like that, he arranged for Liu Jun and others to stay at Wenyuan Pavilion. Then the whole capital was in chaos. Your Majesty is in the Great Ming Palace. The 3 cabinet ministers were also in the Great Ming Palace. Countless memorials. There are things unclear. Must immediately let the person involved to ask clearly. Once the edict has been approved, then must immediately send the relevant person to execute. So the officials of the ministries in the capital ran until their legs fell off. Even the Duke of Quoc had been away for several months to pay respects to his ancestors. Also a little unbearable. Don't mention those literary men. In a moment, there is a rumor among the people that the court intended to build a mansion near the Daemin Palace. This story, Emperor Hongji indeed discussed it with Liu Jian and others. Daemin Kung spent so much money, what if not? Moreover, the Queen Mother is still here. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave for many years. But he is a righteous emperor, cannot help but ask about the situation. But whatever you do, also need the minister to come and report at any time. But the construction of the 6 ministries and 4 palaces can't let Fuongqi Pham spend money anymore. Fuongqi Pham said that Hong Trithian to look down on him. At most he will sell the coal mine in Tay Sun. After the crown prince learned of Fuongqi Pham's plot, also learned to be cunning, he joined in saying he could sell the East Palace. Fuongqi Pham looked at the crown prince like he was an idiot. Look at that flatterer who is not even as good as a dog. Emperor Hongji glared at the crown prince. The crown prince still makes such a mess. Can the East Palace be sold? Turn back and smile. Look at Li Jane. This construction should still be presided over by Fuongqi Pham. But this amount of silver the national treasury issued a little. The treasury issued a little. Liu Jian thought to himself, currently complaining to heaven. The emperor could not leave. What else can be done? Can only wrong the ministers. Nodded, feeling a little heartbroken for the money spent. After deciding this, Fuongqi Pham and the crown prince became friends. The crown prince smiled and asked Fuongqi Pham, "Are they going to get rich?" Fuongqi Pham appeared very calm. Tell the crown prince not to talk about money. Too vulgar, the prince was so excited that his heart was pounding. He understood this old man Fuong too well. This name just doesn't talk about money. That means he is about to make a big move to make big money. Since deciding to renovate the mansion on the left side of Daemin Palace, house prices in the inner city are falling rapidly. Scum of the world, this is Wang Bushi. It was very difficult to spend 8,000 taels, bought a house in the position of bell and drum floor, was overjoyed, was informed that the emperor was no longer in the Forbidden City. Then why is the inner city called the inner city? Now all the merchants are crazy selling houses. His new house bought for 8,000 taels. Now even 3,000 taels still have no buyers. Furthermore, near Daemin Palace signs for houses for sale have been put up. After hearing this, Dr. Wang felt dizzy. This is because he sold his ancestral land. Just got this house. He heard the seller is the one who made him known as the scum of the world. Fuongqi Pham's blood immediately rose. Want to go to Daemin Palace to fight with Fuongqi Pham. When Dr. Wang arrived outside the Great Ming Palace, looking at the wasteland all around and the planning map, Wang Bushi also had to admit, even Fuongqi Pham dares to sell it. Does he have a conscience? Although he felt that Fuongqi Pham was deceiving people, but could not stop the bustling flow of people, Fuongqi Pham at the scene was in awe. Explained to everyone, they said the houses in Thong Thien Vien that they were selling were only 500 steps away from Quoc Tujim, occupying an area of thousands of acres, favorable location and time. Entering and exiting the palace is also extremely convenient. Sitting in a sedan chair with a cup of tea. Immediately arrived. But someone whispered that 500 steps was a bit far. Making Fuongqi Pham angry and scolding 500 steps is still far. Do you think you run the Imperial Academy? If he did not have a conscience, then this house will not be sold to them. Fuongqi Pham was angry. The other person did not dare to speak again. Vong Bathi wanted to rush out to find Fuongqi Pham to settle the score, but on the way here, his emotions also stabilized. In the heart-cold laugh, he wanted to see what Fuongqi Pham would do. After inflating the geographical location of Thong Thien Vien, Fuongqi Pham continued to brag about his construction team. Say all the houses in Thong Thien Vien, all were built by the royal construction team at Daemin Palace. Proceed with construction. After a while of introduction, gives people the feeling of only 2 words, noble. Wang Bushi was fooled by Fang Jifan again to the point where it felt like it was real. Plus he had the good fortune to enter the Great Ming Palace, have seen the lavish scenery inside. A bit dreamy. He later lived here. A very good feeling arose in my heart. Then Fang Jifan talked about the floor-to-ceiling windows and heating system. Everyone heard and whispered, a little moved. Wang Bushi listened and was a bit absent-minded. I should have known. Why did he have to buy that old house? Now listen carefully. Felt like his 8,000 taels could only buy a pile of trash. But Fuonkifam's trick was not over yet. He also wanted to establish a branch of the Taesun Medical Academy in Thongthien Vian. Every day there are medical students coming to see patients. This hospital will be just steps away from them. If you have a headache or runny nose, just a few steps to the clinic. Many people were immediately surprised. Taesun Medical Institute is currently very famous. Reputation soon surpassed the Imperial Medical Institute. Some people doubt whether Fuonkifam really built a hospital here. Fuonkifam got angry again, loudly cursed her mother. Call something real. He said he would open a branch, so he opened a branch. Dare to doubt his character. What a shame. Then Fuonkifam continued to speak loudly. Said he not only wanted to open Taesun Institute of Medicine, he also wanted to open Taesun Library here. Open free classes. This one word made everyone surprised. Must know that Taesun Library is the place where the imperial examinations beat all the scholars in the world, is the world's top library. Although many people still wonder about Taesun's tuition fees, but his talent in teaching scholars to achieve success, really so powerful that no one dares to doubt it. I heard that Taesun Library wants to open a school here. Everyone went crazy. Here, regardless of whether you are an official or a merchant, everyone fears their children becoming unfilial. Once the children are unfilial, then the family can still decline as usual. I heard that education at Taesun Library is extremely strict, is not inferior to the old families, have a noble family. In addition, Taesun Library has continuously ranked first in exams for the past few years. Everyone's mind immediately became excited. Seeing the opportunity is ripe, the time has come. Fuonkifam directly launched a scarcity marketing trick. Thongthien Vian, the most prestigious house in the world, only 300 units today. First come first served. 666 square meters is 1 acre. Current price 150 taels of silver per square meter. People with prestige can also borrow money from Taesun Tin Trang for 20 years. Dr. Wang is listening below. Start calculating. The house he bought in Chungkola was 5 or 6 acres of land in the inner city. Also only has more than 8,000 taels of silver. As for Fuonkifam, 1 mu is worth more than 10,000 taels. In my heart I can't help but secretly curse Fuonkifam for being so dark. But what Fuonkifam just described about the future, he heard and felt very touched. When I heard people around whispering softly, the land in this area belongs to Fuonkifam, Dr. Wang had a hunch he must buy a sample. He has a reputation anyway. Can borrow money. If you don't buy now, with the cunning of Fuonkifam that he knew, later definitely will not be able to buy again. Fuonkifam folded his arms behind his back, lazy to look at people competing to buy houses. The crown prince eagerly told Fuonkifam to keep raising the price. 10,000 taels per acre, and there are still people fighting over it. Fuonkifam just smiled and said to the crown prince, less than a knife, cut into the flesh to feel pain. Money must be earned slowly. When do you know how rich people are? That's when they buy crazy expensive houses. Fuonkifam's 300 Thongthien Vian apartments sold out very quickly, sold out in a moment, except for a group of officials who bought it to live in. There are also some traders who see the opportunity. This era, not only the gap between rich and poor, but there is also a gap between the rich and the poor. This 300 acres of land of Thongthien Vian, for many businessmen, is a great tool to enhance one's status. Just think living next to the emperor, but the neighbor might be some high-ranking official. Their children later can be with children and grandchildren. Study together. This is something money can't buy. Dr. Wang did not get a good position. A little regret. But turned back to see some colleagues because they couldn't buy it, stomping his feet angrily. His whole body immediately relaxed. Think of your new home even if it's just a model, but decorated in the style of the Dai Palace, with glass floors, floor tiles, and heating. In his heart there was a little expectation, soon to live in such a house. The more I think about it, the more I see it. Dr. Wang realized something was wrong. Just now he seemed to have come to find Fuonkifam to settle the score, right? Why did you buy a house after hearing it for a while? For a moment Dr. Wang was a bit stunned. Then both the scribes, almost all houses have fallen in value, especially inner city. The price has fallen to a terrible level. After this catastrophic price drop, people started to panic, compete to sell the house. Everywhere on the streets and alleys people were talking about the new city. Dr. Wang also began to worry. Why am I so confused? Believe in the devil's words of Fuonkifam, but borrow money to buy a piece of land? Now he's not only broke, but every month have to pay to Taesun Tin Trang until he arrived at the office. Listen to colleagues. Purple Gold Flower Garden, the latest phase of the Great Ming Palace, 500 acres, is selling very well. Many colleagues have already spent money to buy it. Dr. Vong's face darkened after hearing that. Secretly scolded Fuonkifam for being so heartless. A few days ago, it was said that Thongthien Vian was a scarce resource. Only 300 models, Now there are 500 samples, was going to find Fuong Ki Pham to settle the score. Listen to colleagues gossip. This to Kim Ho Vian is only 1,000 steps away from Quoc to Giam. The original price was 12,000 taels of silver per acre. Moreover, 300 of them have already been reserved. There are actually only 200 models for people to compete to buy. I heard that 300 models have been pre-ordered. Immediately a young Hanlon gnashed his teeth, could not help but scold Fuong Ki Pham for colluding with officials and merchants. Dr. Wang's heart was pounding. He suffered so much in his life. Never picked up such a great bargain. Just a few short days, houses in worse locations than his, increased by 2,000 silver taels. So isn't his house worth 13,000 taels now? This growth rate of assets made him feel a little regretful. Buy to little Thien Vian. Dr. Wang's mind was momentarily confused. He is wondering whether to buy another model. Later he had many children and grandchildren. There will definitely not be enough room. Think about it. Dr. Wang also rushed to buy a house at a high price. And Daemin Palace is still a sea of a people. Thousands of houses sold in just a few days. Daemin has no shortage of rich people. From hearing in just a few days, 10,000 taels of silver have turned into 12,000. Even the old hidden rich men were moved. In a moment money flows. Plus deposit. Fuong Ki Pham with only 1,000 acres of land, easily pocketed 10 million taels of pure silver, but inside his third belt there are still hundreds of thousands of acres of land. He intended to leave his descendants with more food than they could eat. This is a long-term deal. Need take it slow. Don't see them having 10 million taels of silver in hand, but construction also requires capital. Must build roads, schools, and hospitals. These things must all be done well. Then it will be easier to pick wool. As soon as Fuong Ki Pham and the Crown Prince is drawing up a grand blueprint for the new city, then a eunuch, out of breath, ran to announce them to the court. Emperor Hongji was sitting in the warm function hall, frowning. On hand, now it's all about impeachment of the Crown Prince and Fuong Ki Pham. Those two guys unexpectedly dared to sell land. The ministers impeached them and loudly demanded their return. I hope you return to the Forbidden City. Otherwise it will cause great inconvenience to the people. More than 10 people submitted memorials in succession. Emperor Hongji also showed obvious worry. Especially the two brats Crown Prince and Fuong Ki Pham. How dare you do this behind my back? This made Emperor Hongji feel a little cold. Feel like being cheated, trapped. When the Crown Prince and Fuong Ki Pham went to the store to read the memorials, immediately understood what was happening. Fuong Ki Pham felt a little sad inside. He is such a conscientious contractor, but unexpectedly also impeached. These days, there are so many people who don't want to see others do well. Emperor Hongji coldly looked at them. While the ministers had not yet made a fuss, tell them to tell the truth. At this time the Crown Prince did not know what to do, can only look towards Fuong Ki Pham. Fuong Ki Pham did not say a word and accepted everything. Emperor Hongji frowned slightly, was about to ask who was the mastermind. Fuong Ki Pham said with a serious face, it was all because of the Crown Prince's famous reputation. Just came up with the strange idea of selling land to build a house. The Crown Prince just heard Fuong Ki Pham say that he was famous, still a little proud, but just smiled. Face immediately darkened. His father is now asking for his crime, but Mr. Fuong said he was famous? Even a landlord idiot knows. Fuong Ki Pham is taking the blame for him. The Crown Prince looked at Fuong Ki Pham with a resentful expression. In my heart I cursed Fuong Ki Pham for being a fool. He only has land from round 3 to round 5. I have not earned a penny yet. But now have to take the blame for Fuong Ki Pham. The Crown Prince wished he could strangle Fuong Ki Pham to death right there. Fuong Ki Pham did not even bother to look at the Crown Prince. Emperor Hongji heard this. I thought to myself, this is really a scoundrel. The prince was about to obediently kneel down and admit his guilt. Fuong Ki Pham said again eloquently, because of the prince's strange idea, only then can you come up with such a good policy that benefits the country and the people. Emperor Hongji looked at Fang Jifan in surprise. The person who originally intended to call 2 people, scold, then find a way to put this matter to rest, but never dreamed. Fuong Ki Pham can say such shameless words. This story can also benefit the country and the people. So the Emperor Hongji pressed him a bit. That being said, then let Fuong Ki Pham explain his profound theories. Fuong Ki Pham glanced, seeing that the Crown Prince would certainly have to take the blame, immediately began his sublime reasoning. Since we popularized potatoes and sweet potatoes, the food shortage problem has been solved, but that has caused land prices in many places to fall. Shallow sword wound condition appears, resulting in a large number of immigrants. Hearing this, Emperor Hongji also frowned. There were also many memorials about the unrest in the provinces. If that happens, people also feel a bit strange. In a year of crop failure, there were migrants, which is understandable. But who would have thought that in a year of good harvest, there would also be migrants? These are actually the realm of economics. It is normal that Emperor Hongji does not understand. ancient swords for farmers and rich people to suppress farmers, the balance in which is really too difficult to grasp. But to solve the problem of rapid population growth, then the strange idea of building a new citadel of the crown prince can solve this problem very well. Emperor Hongji glared at Fang Jifan. No matter how flowery people speak, there is no denying that he is raking in wealth. Fuongqi Pham again presented the truth and morality to Hong Trithian too. Just building their new city, the number of factories needed has increased to more than 100 types, plus other types of work, need at least more than 100,000 workers. This will help people who have no way to farm, get a job to support a family. If these migrants had to be accommodated, where did the court get so much silver? Emperor Hongji frowned slightly. This is how the migrants are arranged. People still here for the first time, listening to Fuongqi Pham's explanation, how to use money in the hands of the old man, to help the court share the burden, cannot help but take a deep breath. This is indeed a perfect result. But looking at the memorial of impeachment, Emperor Hongji still had a bit of a headache. Fuongqi Pham is a bit innocent. If they can't buy a house in the new city, then can still stay in the old city. Furthermore, which commoner would buy a house in the new city? Migrants have no jobs, no way out. They resent. Discontent will gather. Tranthang Nungo Kwang appeared Hongkan uprising. As for those who want to spend a few hundred or a few thousand taels of silver to buy a house in the new city, no matter how much they complain, will not rebel either. Hearing this, Emperor Hongji's expression changed, in mind immediately clear. Therefore, Fuongqi Pham admired the Crown Prince very much. The Crown Prince's intention to arrange the refugees like that can be called thoughtful, make people admire. The Crown Prince's face immediately lost its resentment. On the contrary, I feel that what Mr. Fuong said makes a lot of sense. I didn't expect this pot to be so comfortable to wear. Emperor Hongji also found it reasonable. Just still worried that the impeachment will escalate. Fuongqi Pham was full of energy. He thought after 3 to 5 days, those people will be mercilessly suppressed. Emperor Hongji warned Fang Jifan not to do anything wrong. Fuongqi Pham looked wronged. He is the kind of person who would do something illegal. Undisciplined, he has always used virtue to win people over, right? After listening to Fang Jifan's profound reasoning, Emperor Hongji, in my heart also thought for a long time, what Fuongqi Pham said is not entirely unreasonable. The problem of immigration cannot be solved, will destroy the world, offended some noble ministers, at most just get scolded. After Emperor Hongji understood this principle. So he told the Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham to talk less these days. Handle this matter properly, don't make any mistakes, otherwise people cannot protect them. The Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham saw that the Emperor Hong Tri had such an attitude. Both of them felt like a burden had been lifted. This goes without saying. Obviously want to support them. With the support of Emperor Hongji, everything will be easier. Wait for the two people to happily come out. The prince completely forgot his father's words. Ask Fuongqi Pham, want to find opportunities? Stop the censorate that is impeaching them. Fight or not? Fuongqi Pham looked at the Crown Prince deeply. Sigh? His Highness the Crown Prince is still not calm enough. He told the Crown Prince not to get agitated. At that time he will use virtue to win people over. Then not long after, at the court meeting, a classic scene has appeared. The fight in this palace, Daemon is not unprecedented. After the incident at the Mok Bao, when Emperor Daetong was in court, the ministers were angry, directly attacked Vong Chan's followers, who were considered guilty, beat people to death on the spot. Even Emperor Daetong, who was still on the throne at that time, was so scared that he peed his pants. Currently, because of the new city problem, unexpectedly the old scene recurred. Fuongqi Pham was startled when he saw it. Before reading history books, he also had illusions about this scene, but when he saw it with his own eyes, really opened his eyes. These scholars, usually like a bunch of elegant degenerates, but when it comes to fighting, equally ferocious. The censor-in-chief previously impeached the Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham, Seong Trithian to his intention, cover for them, so he wrote a memorial to impeach the Crown Prince and Fuongqi Pham. So at the court meeting, he performed a scene of using death to advise, with a bitter look, advised Emperor Hongji to ignore the Forbidden City, stop the construction of Daemin Palace and the Mandarin offices. His advice also received the approval of many ministers. Having to run to Daemin Palace every few days, people were also dissatisfied early. In the future, if the new mansions are completed, they still have to stay in the new city every day. These days of wandering around, just thinking about it is scary. Regarding buying a new home, it's not that they can't afford it, just can't swallow this anger. What do they rely on to spend their hard-earned money? To buy a new house, they are doing great now. As soon as I saw someone taking the lead, others also followed suit. Looks like a wall that people push. Just as everyone was chattering, Wang Busi immediately stood up. The imperial censor saw Vong Bat sigh. It's like taking a sedative. Scum of the world, This saying of Wang Bushi was famous early in the world. He could be said to have been miserably harmed by the crown prince and Fuonki fam. Wang Bushi told others more than once. He and Fuonki fam can be said to be at odds. Now he stands out, naturally want to take advantage of the situation to take personal revenge. The imperial censor was secretly pleased in his heart. The situation has been decided. Who would have thought that as soon as Wang Bushi mentioned it, he would immediately turn his face, scolded the censor for daring to act recklessly, have evil intentions. As soon as this word was uttered, everyone is stupid. The censor was also momentarily stunned. Asked Wang Bushi, have you forgotten the scum of the world? If you don't say anything, then don't say it. As soon as he said that, Wang Bushi went completely crazy. People like the censor general towards Daemin Kung originally had resentment, so they objected just to show style. But people like Vong Batsa, they soon gave up all their property and lives. Invest in Tant. If the Emperor Hongji was really enticed by the censor-in-chief, return the forbidden city, sooner or later the new city will be abandoned, become a pile of scrap. Current practice of the censorate, like killing father and mother, cut off the life of others, especially when hearing the censor general say that people are scum. Wang Bushi has gone completely crazy. No more words. He scolded the censor general as a traitor and traitor, then rushed to fight. Those who were silent before, as well as those who are full of grievances, all have pale faces. Wang Bushi roared. Those who bought new homes, these days have been extremely worrying. Advance payment of 2,000 or 3,000 taels, loan 8,000, 10,000. Some people even bought several acres of land. With Wang Bushi leading the way, anxiety and hatred in their hearts, in this moment has exploded. Everyone bared their teeth and glared. Come on! Those who at first wanted to gossip with the censor, just saw the situation, run away as far as possible. This is the difference between people who are on the bus and people who are not. People have not got on the bus yet. Look at Fuonki Pham in Daemin Palace, hang the Taesun Ki Niep sign. At most they just spit a few mouthfuls of saliva, complain a few sentences, but the person got in the car. If Taesun Ki Niep dares to sell houses cheaply, they will dare to smash Taesun Ki Niep into scrap metal. If someone wants the Emperor Hongji to move to the Forbidden City, make the new city become ruins, then they beat people to death is also light. Emperor Hongji opened his eyes and mouth wide, still not recovered for a long time. At most, he would only use the family heirloom 5-linked immortal to whip him a few times. Such a chaotic scene he still saw for the first time. The interesting thing about the world is that many things are difficult to predict. The censor-in-chief had long thought that he was righteous, speaking frankly would offend the biggest corrupt power in the capital. But he was not afraid. He thought he was doing his job conscientiously. At most I will only offend Fuonki Pham, hated by His Highness the Crown Prince, but his thinking is still too naive. He never dreamed that the person who beat him would, hate cannot kill him, is his colleague. Like him, they are all upright and honest imperial censors of the great Ming. If it weren't for Fuonki Pham standing beside him and pulling him back, I'm afraid there really has been a murder in the palace. Suddenly sadness welled up in his heart, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, just as he was about to fall into a coma. Still see Vong Bat the screaming with murderous intent. Who else? Fuonki Pham stood by and watched, feeling a bit embarrassed. This was his line before. How did he become the second person in the blink of an eye? Emperor Hongji was momentarily at a loss for words. It's just that he suddenly remembered what Fuonki Pham had said. Don't worry, this matter will be put to rest within 3 years. Unexpectedly it really went down. It's just that this method is indeed a bit bloody. After beating someone, Vong Bat Thai, along with the group of imperial censorate were carried away, immediately knelt down and cried to the Emperor Hongji. Filial piety comes first in all virtues. Your Majesty has set an example for the world. The gods were overjoyed. Who would have thought that damned censor would make a fool of himself? Talk big. The Forbidden City is in unbearable decay, need repair every year. Salary expenses are countless. His Majesty there also could not help but be troubled. The Queen Mother's health also declined because of this. The censor-in-chief spoke without choosing his words for personal gain. We really cannot bear it anymore, so we make a move. If your Majesty thinks we shouldn't do that, we are willing to accept your Majesty's punishment. As he spoke, a crowd of hundreds of people, say kneel then kneel immediately. Emperor Hongji sighed. Do not know what karma has been created. The world has always been blameless. Should he kill all these hundreds of people? But if we let them destroy discipline like this, also not, just those words of theirs, hit the bull's eye of the Hongji Emperor. This great Ming palace cost who knows how much silver. He also felt very comfortable. The name of the censor general is not to be used if one wants. Say no. Isn't it a brain problem? Moreover, the Queen Mother also likes this place. Emperor Hongji stroked his beard, signaled to people, brought all the court officials to fight in Fengtian Palace, out of responsibility. Just said, immediately glanced at Tu Ban Ban. Emperor Hongji did not want to kill anyone. teach them a lesson is enough. If you really kill them, they still owe Teen Trang Tae's son a lot of money. If the silver cannot be paid, what else will Dae Min Palace be built with? Liu Jian and the cabinet's grand scholars were terrified. Emperor Hongji's words caused a fight, immediately determined the matter. Fighting and beating people are different. Beating people is a group of people. Bullying a royal censor is already considered hooliganism. Intolerant, but if it is a fight, it's like one hand clapping makes no sound. The Imperial Censor General's military strength was displayed violently. Fight alone with hundreds of people. Finally beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Seeing that the Emperor Hongji had made such a decision, Wang Bushi and his group of people, obediently thank you, immediately stood up calmly. As long as the Hongji Emperor is still in power, even though this great Ming Palace is 20 meters long, or 100 feet, so what? Today's meeting ended in such a ridiculous scene. Wait for the officials to leave. The Crown Prince and Fuong Qifam were detained. Emperor Hongji's face turned pale as he looked at the two people. Fuong Qifam still did not understand what was going on. Saw the Crown Prince act like flowing water and drifting clouds kneeling on the ground. Fuong Qifam reacted a beat slower. Anyway, about this kneeling thing, the prince has rich experience. It's just that Fuong Qifam is really a bit unconvinced. They just fought. He has stepped forward to stop it. If it weren't for him, the censor general would have been beaten to death this time. Emperor Hongji looked at this Fang Jifan. He also a bit confused. It's obvious that this kid caused everything. But time and time again, this guy is a good person from beginning to end. Even the Emperor Hongji was speechless. Can only sigh. Told Fuong Qifam to focus on politics. Stop being so cunning. Build a good house. Don't wait until something happens. Everyone in the world shouted to beat him. Then turned to scold his son. Tell the Crown Prince to learn more from Fuong Qifam. People just saw someone. Fight is immediately rushed to stop. The Crown Prince stood there, dumbfounded like a log. What a mess. The Crown Prince knelt on the ground, speechless. What does their fighting have to do with me? But how dare he talk to his father like that? Finally, Emperor Hongji still told Fang Jifan. The offices still have to be built quickly. To make the ministers travel with difficulty. What a pain. Fuong Qifam and the Crown Prince immediately responded yes. But just as the Crown Prince was about to run out of the palace, Emperor Hongji suddenly called the Crown Prince back. Say this place is warm. Tell the Crown Prince to try kneeling at the Fengtian Dae Min Palace. See if it is any different from the Forbidden City Palace. The Crown Prince's face immediately became a little unsightly. Want to refute, but when he saw his father's cold face, immediately discouraged, Fuong Qifam thought of tragedy in his heart, immediately ran away. Fear of sharing the same fate as the Crown Prince. This poor child, was punished by his father to kneel for a day and a night. Early the next morning he limped to find Fuong Qifam. Fuong Qifam saw his appearance like that. Don't ask much. It's just that the Crown Prince couldn't help but blame Fuong Qifam. What floor does he not pave? I like ceramic tiles. This tile is too hard. He had been kneeling for just over an hour. The knee was worn down. Then the Crown Prince shouted and demanded that Fuong Qifam compensate for the medical expenses. He wants to go to Taesun Hospital, Bone Department for examination. To the Crown Prince's solicitation, Fuong Qifam just looked at him with sympathy, took out a few taels of silver and stuffed them into the Crown Prince's hand. Consider it as alms to the beggar. The prince received the silver, inside also a little happy, but as soon as he turned around he began to complain. He seemed to have been fooled by Fuong Qifam. These days he and Fuong Qifam planned the new city. Rain and ship. Also got a lesson from his father. But this is all Fuong Qifam's land. When will his land be sold? What do you think about going out? Now he is just a loser for Mr. Fuong to gain fame. Fuong Qifam saw that, hurriedly hugged the prince to comfort him. His land is for sale. Are all worth the money. Then he smiled and said to the prince, isn't His Majesty's birthday coming up? Wait until I give His Majesty a generous gift and everything will be fine. By then, the Crown Prince's land could also be sold. Hearing Fuong Qifam say that, the new prince breathed a sigh of relief. Gritting his teeth, he said to Fuong Qifam, don't lie to me. I am so poor now that I can't even live. Actually, it is not the Crown Prince who is complaining about poverty, but he is really poor. All the money he had hidden was poured in. Also borrowed a large amount from Taesun Bank. Each month debt repayment is also a significant expense. Fuong Qifam patted his chest and assured the Crown Prince, tell him to rest assured, wait until Fuong Qifam finished coaxing the Crown Prince, tricked him into going sightseeing at the palace. Fuong Qifam relied on his vague memory to draw the diagram, then call Fatty Wang, tell him to show it to the craftsman, see if it can be built according to the diagram. If not manufactured, then drag them out to the dogs. Fatty Wang is now wiser. Just a matter that Fuong Qifam entrusted. Then all our big things like the sky must go to work now. To the ward. The craftsman looked at the diagram with some difficulty. Such high-precision objects, just afraid not easy to produce. But the words were not finished. Saw Fatty Wong looking at him with a scary expression. The craftsmen cried out in their hearts, "Please calm down, Mr. Vong. Don't worry, Captain. We will definitely find ways to overcome the current difficulties." Fatty Wong smiled and said to the craftsman, "Don't be afraid." The captain said feeding the dog was just a joke. "Our great Ming is a place of law after all." "What do you mean by those gloomy faces? Are our captains that scary?" After that, Fatty Wong used all kinds of threats and enticements and also threatened, finally made the craftsman convinced. He believed that these craftsmen would resolutely overcome all difficulties. "No matter what difficulties there are in manufacturing, we'll also rack my brain. We'll find a way." A few days later, housing prices in the area near Daemin Palace began to rise. Most people are like they have taken sedatives. Buying a house is even more unscrupulous. Even those who were hesitant before, after experiencing the latest price level of 13,000 taels, also began to rush in. Them Van looked at the price increase in Tan Than in recent days. Think again, feel Tan Than really has a future. The Them family is a large clan in Jiangnan. Yesterday, the prince ran to borrow money, said he wanted to buy land. He felt very funny at that time, thinking that the crown prince was up to something again. But anyway, the prince is also his son-in-law, already open mouth. He also cannot help. So he mobilized all the brothers in the Them clan in Jiangnan to collect a large sum of money for the crown prince. But until now the crown prince has shown no sign of paying. It was a bit difficult for him to remind the crown prince, a little shy. So Them Van had to go to Tae's Sun Bank to borrow some money. Buy 8 acres of land in Tan Than. Fortunately, the Them family has a title, can borrow in 50 years installments. The story's over. Them Van felt much more comfortable. Whatever, he also considered it as giving to his descendants, create a more comfortable environment. This life is not wasted. Thinking about this, Them Van felt extremely happy. Smile brightly, tell someone to bring the grandchildren. He wants to meet, but was reported by the servant. The second grandson was taken away by the second young master them. Said to take to Tae's son kindergarten to do the task. This is what his master gave him. Everyone has a duty. Them Van heard and his mind was dizzy, hurriedly told someone to prepare the car. Then lamented, why don't they even spare a 3-year-old child? Them Van never dreamed. This Fuonki Pham dares to attack his nephew. Sitting in the car, Them Van was burning with anxiety. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, be a good sake, manage this family well. But what he didn't expect was, this rebellious son Them Ningao actually listens to Fuonki Pham like that. I wonder who his father is. Them Van sat in the palanquin, frustrated and hard to come to Tae's son. Tae discovered that many old acquaintances had gathered here. Mr. Kwok Kong rolled up his sleeves, frowning face shouting, "Today I must beat up this brat Fuonki Pham." He slowly returned home, heard of that son of a bitch Truong Tam, I do not hold my child, and brought his second brother's son, say to do the task. Is this still human? Everyone's face was gloomy. Claim justice. Meanwhile, Fuonki Pham and the crown prince hid in the house and not dare to go out. On normal days, Fuonki Pham taught the crown prince. Today the crown prince taught Fuonki Pham again. Dare to cause trouble for him. Fuonki Pham just heard. Immediately unhappy. What is he causing? Wasn't the construction of Baongok Garden also for the princess? If he is not happy, then can cut off relations with the princess. Don't be his older brother anymore. The prince just heard the 2 words princess. Deflated immediately. Hurriedly said, can't this Baongok Garden construction method be more gentle? Talk to them. Wait a moment, they will definitely tell Dad. At that time, the one who got beaten was him. The important thing is that the tiles in Fengthian Palace are too hard. He knelt uncomfortably. Fuonki Pham thought to himself, what the hell is morality? Anything new that comes along? Can we let these stubborn corpses have a taste? Now he's reforming the world. If you preach to them, so what's the point of innovation? Only now the only thing he worries about is the eyeless crowd out there. Come in here. The prince folded his arms and smiled coldly. There are women here. The crown princess and the princesses are all here. If they were not afraid of being exterminated, maybe just try it. Fuonki Pham was now reassured. It feels so good not to be beaten by anyone. Right now, Lucan hurriedly ran to report, said the people outside were very angry. An Kwok Kong even loudly wanted to beat his adoptive father to death. Din Kwok Kong has already reported to His Majesty. The prince heard, immediately fell face down. 2 incense sticks before he still did not know what happened. Wait a moment for the other guy to finish reporting. He was sure to get another beating. Fuonki Pham, the main culprit, hugged the crown prince. Shameless said, if we take the beating together, we will die together. Your Highness might as well be a little more aggrieved. Until then, just say it was all your idea. The prince heard this, In my heart, I just want to kill Fuonki fam. Fortunately, the crown prince is a man of integrity. This beating is unavoidable anyway. It is also not necessary to let good brothers suffer with you. Fuonki fam saw that the crown prince had agreed, immediately flattered the crown prince, praised the crown prince for his great chivalry. Worthy of being a hero in the world, the crown prince took the blame for Fuonki fam. Fuonki fam also has more confidence. Shout loudly, regardless of Nkwa Kong or Dun Kwa Kong. I Fuonki fam don't care. They don't dare come in here anyway. On the Taesan side, kindergarten class opening. The princess and the crown princess were overjoyed because they both love children. I usually see Fuonki fam drawing, make a childcare handbook. They had the intention of taking care of the children themselves, so they prepared a lot. It's just that they are not aware of it yet. Where do these kids come from? Fuonki fam looked at the results of the kindergarten. The violent soul within was instantly healed. These children, after being taught, can be used. Although his disciples are now very obedient, but in their thinking there is still some stubbornness. But these kids are different. If well nurtured, will be a great help to him later. And at Fengtian Palace, Emperor Hongji's face was gloomy. Through class, the transparent glass saw the crown prince being beaten and screaming like a pig. Seeing the crown prince beaten so miserably, the dukes were just complaining and scolding, now trembling again, begging for forgiveness for the crown prince. Emperor Hongji calmly glanced at them. Tell them to take their time, just hiss. They do not need to be afraid. If the crown prince dares to hold grudges in his heart, he will definitely beat the crown prince until he is physically and mentally disabled. His Highness the crown prince was severely beaten. In a moment, whether it was Dun Kwa Kong or Nkwa Kong, both remained silent. Come to this country, besides admitting bad luck, what else can be done? If you continue to make noise, Your Majesty, please hit me a little harder. If anything happens to His Highness the Crown Prince, can they bear it? Although understanding this principle, but in their hearts they were still very angry, but dare not say anything. In the end, I could only dejectedly bow and say goodbye. The prince also followed, under the strong pressure of father. I will never betray my good brother Fuonki fam, even swear before heaven and earth. If Fuonki fam participates, then Liu Jin and Zhang Yuangxi will be given as witnesses. Hearing this, Emperor Hongji was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. Aren't you cheating me? Besides Fuonki fam, with the mind of the crown prince, can you think of this child-rearing game? Emperor Hongji was too lazy to argue with the crown prince. Tell him to go back and tell Fuonki fam, must take good care of these children, absolutely no mistakes. If there is any error, next time I fight, I will fight Fuonki fam. We can't finish this without breaking 2 of its ribs. The prince heard. The limping leg was immediately cured, disappeared in a flash. Emperor Hongji was lost in thought. This time he was wise. Because I don't know what Fuonki fam is planning to do again, so you should stand outside and watch first. When the problem occurs, we will settle the score with Fuonki fam later. The construction of the new citadel has some clues. Partly thanks to the reconstruction of the great Ming Palace, many factories were established before that. Now just don't stop productions, partly because of cheap labor. This is not a curse word, but the cost of labor these days is really low. With such huge real estate profits, then this labor cost is not worth much. So how many people does Fuonki fam want to hire? Then we'll hire that many people. The construction progress at the palace is also very fast. Occasionally, there were also some high-ranking officials who came to Daemin Palace on business. Convenient to see the progress of the palace. That scumbag Wang Bushi is also on duty in the palace today. After work then do not want to go home, then wandered around nearby. It's okay not to hang around. As soon as he left, he discovered a big problem. Those wall builders used hollow bricks to build. This is material saving. In the past, in Daemun, everyone used solid bricks. Why use hollow bricks? The builder also could not answer clearly. Wang Bushi was so angry that he stomped his feet. The house he spent more than 10,000 taels to buy. Even a brick is eaten away. He cannot stand this. Just said, immediately carried bricks everywhere shouting to find Fuonki fam. Fuonki fam had never seen anyone so bold. Dare to call him by his real name, screaming everywhere for him. Wait until you see Dr. Wang carrying bricks. Gnashing teeth look. He immediately wanted to let Dr. Wang speak properly. Don't get excited. Everyone was stunned when they saw Dr. Wang holding a brick. Lu Jingji saw his adoptive grandfather's face turn pale. Understood immediately. It turns out that his adoptive grandfather was not popular. Met the end. Without further ado, roll up your sleeves and shout how bold. Immediately rushed forward without hesitation. As soon as he saw Liu Jin make his move, others like Fatty Wang were also not polite. Gang up and beat Dr. Wang into a pig's head. Dr. Wang's mind was a bit hazy. He just came here to preach. Indeed, Fuonki fam, this dishonest merchant, is not a good person, not to mention eating the materials he caught. Still not distinguish black and white, incite others to attack the court officials. Wang Bose was about to say a few harsh words, then fainted because of severe headache. Fuonki Pham stood beside him, eyes and mouth wide open. Couldn't help but shout, "Beating Dr. Wang for an hour is enough. Why hit people in the head? Hitting the head will kill you." Afterward, immediately told someone to quickly take Dr. Vone to Tai Sun Medical Institute. The Crown Prince grinned and told Fuonki Pham not to be afraid. "This damn Dr. Wang is holding a weapon in his hand. I'm still here." Charged him with murder. He died in vain. Still should talk quickly. The road repair is just to sell his land. Fuonki Pham was still scared out of his wits. He was a little confused. What exactly is it that makes Dr. Wang so agitated? Suddenly ran to hit him with a brick. Fuonki Pham was momentarily speechless.